I simply threw the rice cakes my mother made into the trash, which caused a nationwide panic in Dragon Country, and soon spread throughout the Blue Star, with countries around the world going crazy over my actions. It's all because I am currently in the midst of a strange tale where not following the rules will result in immediate death. And the first rule is to give the rice cakes made by my mother to my grandma. In 2025, the rules of Strange Tales descended upon the Blue Star. The Strange Tale world will select participants from various countries to enter the game. If a participant dies, the country they are from will suffer from the invasion of Strange Tales. Conversely, clearing the game will bring countless resources. The Dragon Kingdom where I am located has lost 7 out of 10 games in the past month, with nearly 1 million casualties. The participants selected this time is 18-year-old me. Seeing my handsome yet slightly childish face, the people of Longwa were all disheartened. It's over. He's just a student, ready to lose in the 8th round. However, they do not know that I have a check-in system, where checking in at different places can earn different rewards. Basic rewards include food, daily necessities. Advanced rewards include luck, physical energy, intelligence, and even lifespan and treasures. Soon, I found a note on the dining table in the living room. It was a message from my mother, and also the rules that must be followed in this round of the game. My dear child, Mom has caught a cold and needs to stay in the hospital for a while. During this time, you will stay at your grandma's house first, and I will come to pick you up after I am discharged from the hospital. The bus to grandma's house is right downstairs. After finding the bus stop, take bus 402 to the US station, where you can see grandma's house. Bus 402 only runs twice a day, at 9 o'clock in the morning and 12 o'clock noon, with a 10-minute stop at Lutang station. If you are hungry, you can get off the car to buy rice cakes to eat, but never talk to strangers. If you talk, cover your ears, and quickly return to the car and inform the driver. When going to grandma's house, remember to bring grandma's favorite rice cakes. Mom has already made them and put them in the fridge. If you forget to bring them, you can also go to the supermarket downstairs to buy them. Grandma goes to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening, so you need to arrive before 9 o'clock. Make sure not to be late, and there is still 10 yuan in change on the table, obviously left by my mother for me to take the bus. I pondered that the bus only runs at 9 in the morning and 12 noon, but the arrival time is 9 in the evening. It seems that the bus journey is not short, so mastering the time is especially important. Thinking about this, I decided to find something that can record time and bring it with me on the bus. At that moment, I suddenly looked up at the clock on the wall in the hall, and without hesitation, I took it down and held it in my arms. At the same time, a voice sounded in my mind. First time entering the world of Strange Tales. Receive a novice gift pack, photographic memory skill. You can check in at the current location. Do you want to check in? Without hesitation, I chose yes and received 20 Strange Tale coins. After searching the hall, I walked into the kitchen and took out rice cakes. The white round cakes looked very ordinary, just emitting a faint foul smell. The rest of the chosen ones only noticed the time on the wall after taking out the rice cakes. It is now 11:30, with only half an hour left until the last bus. Many chosen ones hurried downstairs to find the station. Some took the clock on the wall before leaving, and others rushed downstairs in a hurry. But I didn't rush to leave. Instead I started wandering around the house. Kitchen check-in successful. Received a rule hint card. I was suddenly surprised. This is a good thing. Bathroom check-in successful. Received a rule hint card. Bedroom check-in successful. Received 5 points of mental power. Balcony check-in successful. Received 1 braised chicken leg. After checking in everywhere in the house, my originally empty pockets suddenly became full. However, my strange behavior puzzled the viewers watching the live stream. Shocked. Is he here to visit the strange world? If he were to attend a regular strange talk, he would be dead just by going to the bathroom. In the Dragon Kingdom conference room on the other side, the group of strange talk experts also fell silent one after another. This is a world of regular strange talk. Isn't he worried about violating the rules and being contaminated? Other countries have already arrived at the station. Wang Jia hesitated for a moment and comforted. It's actually fine. The station is just downstairs. It's okay to leave a bit later. Perhaps visiting is also to relieve tension. But just as everyone nodded in agreement, my unusual behavior scared everyone, causing their pupils to suddenly shrink. They saw me swing my hand and directly throw the rice cake into the trash can, then swagger out the door. What is Jiang Fan doing? Why did he throw away the rice cake? That was meant for Grandma. Originally, just before leaving, I used the opportunity of a rule prompt, and a line of blood words appeared in front of me. There is a problem with the rice cakes made by Mom. Rice cakes contaminated in a mysterious way. Eating them will lead to death. I smiled knowingly. Since that's the case, there's no point in keeping them. Anyway, I still have plenty of money, so I might as well go to the supermarket and buy some. Plus there were 5 or 6 other people who, like me, chose to go to the supermarket to buy rice cakes. John from the ugly country was participating in the ghost story game for the second time, and he judged that the rice cakes were useful based on the rules on the paper, whether to bring them to grandma or to buy rice cakes when hungry on the way. It can prove that rice cakes are currently the only known safe food to eat, since one might get hungry on the way. It's better to buy some downstairs at the supermarket first to avoid danger when getting off midway. One rice cake costs 5 yuan. Buy one, and the remaining money is enough to take the bus. He analyzed while speaking and checked out. People outside the live broadcast room praised. Indeed, he is a talented student from Houston University. Look, Manhwa actually threw the rice cake into the trash can. They are probably going to lose again. Ugly country always comes first. On the other hand, I directly bought 2 rice cakes, keeping the extra one for future needs. At the same time, I also started checking in at the supermarket. Ding! Supermarket check-in successful. Get Tiger cigarettes *1 pack. Tiger cigarettes, smoke the strongest cigarettes. Pick up the prettiest girls. Cigarettes? What do I need that for? You want to give it to Creepy? Zhang Fan shook his head. It wasn't as useful as giving him a chance to tip his hand. Zhang Fan took the 2 rice crackers and paid with alacrity. The others weren't as generous as Zhang Fan. One rice cracker for $5 already accounted for half of what Mom gave. They also have to keep money for the bus. So, only bought one. Time passed one after another. All chosen have arrived at the station. The station was crowded, and there were quite a few more in the heat of the moment. There is a stop sign next to the station. Stops for multiple buses were recorded, including the 402 bus the note was to take, and the grandma's house station, Big Moon Station, is the second stop right before the end of the line. Zhang Fan took a glance at the stop sign before withdrawing his eyes and waiting silently. 11:53, 503, bus 118 rolls by. 11:54, 336, bus 707 pulls up. A bus has arrived and passed the stop. There were so many vehicles that the chosen ones had to strain their nerves and watch the buses coming and going for fear of missing the 402. With much anticipation, bus number 402 is slowly approaching. The chosen ones had their money out and were ready to ride. Not this one. Zhang Fan glanced at the clock on his hand and shook his head. The rules say at 9. There's a bus at 12 o'clock sharp. This one was able to be learned without system prompting. And it was correct. It's only 56 minutes. Not even a full hour. And this arriving bus, number 402, is a pothole as far as the eye can see. It wasn't just Zhang Fan. A portion of the chosen who carried clocks also judged. The other part of the chosen didn't have much luck. Romance Nation. Bus 402 is finally here. Nava stepped confidently onto the bus. He had just read the rules, and there were only 2 rounds of buses a day. The 9 o'clock shift has passed. So now comes the 12 o'clock shift. Outside, the people from the Romantic Kingdom didn't know if they should get on this bus or not. But seeing as most of the chosen ones from the other countries hadn't moved, they also knew that they shouldn't get on the bus at this moment. With that, want to move the prompt immediately. But, Nava was just too fast to get on the bus. Fast forward to before the queue. The bus doors are closed on. Romance Nation looked helplessly at the bus driving away and could only pray that this bus, number 4012, was the right one. Pity, heaven forbid. 10 seconds later, the screen, to which Romance Nation belongs, went black. Death of Nava, the chosen one of the Romance Kingdom, and the random descent of Weird Tales. Sure, not all chosen are as quick to get on board as Nava. The small number of people who didn't have their clocks with them were saved by the timely tip given by the state that stopped them from getting on the bus. In the end, only 3 chosen ones got on this 402 bus. 3 countries ended in failure. Outside, the crowd looked at the 3 screens that had blacked out and reported their regret. It's a shame. In your next life, don't squeeze in the front of the bus. It's only the first round. Almost half of the countries used hints. This is a weird game. It's a bit tough. Then, looking at the time that was getting closer and closer, the crowd also lifted their minds as well, watching the live broadcast of the chosen one and tensing up along with them. The same goes for the chosen one on the live stream. After passing the wrong bus, many people were looking at the clock while keeping an eye on the individual buses. 11:57, 11:58, 11:59. The clock is down to the last minute. Another 402 bus is approaching. Chapter 4, the arrival of bus 402, the waist-cutting bus. 59 points. Should be this one. If we don't get on, what if there's no bus behind us? This bus, according to the time when it left, is also 12 o'clock sharp. This time, almost half of the chosen ones were on this bus number 402, including some, the chosen ones with clocks. Agri, Roque. Rourke looked at the newly arrived bus number 402 with some hesitation. If I remember correctly, the rules say 12 o'clock sharp. It's 59 now, and it was almost 12 sharp when I closed the car door and walked away. Or, wait a little longer. If only there was a sacred cow around. It could decide for me. Rourke hesitated, slowing his pace to get into the car. Suddenly, he saw that almost all of the people who had been on the original station had gotten on this 402 bus. The station was empty for an instant. It was as if all the people of the city had disappeared, and Rourke was the only one left. The cold wind blowing from the end of the road cooled Rourke's back and he couldn't help but shiver. Make a decision in the moment. Oh, it must be this bus. If I don't get on it, I'll be the only one left at the station. Holy cow, bless me. With that, Rourke no longer hesitated and boarded bus number 402. There are a lot of chosen ones with similar choices to Rourke's. Most hesitated for a moment, and then watched everyone get on the 402 bus, and from the heart of the crowd, they all followed. This situation has left the countries outside somewhat puzzled. Should I get on this 402 bus, or should I wait? Zhang Fan also saw the 402 bus that came in 59 minutes. According to the bus departure time, it was 12 o'clock sharp, but the rules only say there's a bus at 12 o'clock sharp. They don't say if it's an arrival time, or a departure time. Arrival and start, both of which fall at 12 o'clock sharp, would be something that the average person might hesitate to do, but Zhang Fan didn't need to. Just now, he checked in on the station again. Get a chance to prompt. Together with the previous rewards, there are a total of 4 hint opportunities. Gangfan stated that it's straightforward to take the safest path and utilize the queue opportunity. The normal-looking bus surfaced with a blood-red tip. Get on this bus and get a painless waist-cutting service. Zhang Fan waved his hand and took a step back. Away from this bus. Cut the loin? I've given you my waist. How else can I do it 7 times a night? Even for the sake of a man's dignity, you can't get on this bus. Sure enough, the buses are dirty. Either way, peering at my loins, the bus slowly closed its doors. Zhang Fan was the only one left on the platform that was empty, and not far away. Once again, a bus number 402 appeared. The bus in front of us, number 402, is also starting slowly. 2 buses, one in front of the other, arrived and departed at a point in time that just happened to be stuck at exactly 12 o'clock. Countless people, including chosen ones who had already gotten on the bus and hadn't, were holding their breath. Is getting on the bus the right choice? Or is staying on the bus the right choice? Choosing the wrong side represents death. The results appeared quickly. Outside. Pop. Within the remaining 238 live rooms, over half of the screens went black at almost the same time. These blacked out screens are the same chosen ones who just got on the previous bus. At this moment, all of them were dead. None of them were spared. There's not even a chance to qualify for trial and error, to be contaminated by shenanigans. The eastern capital of the Monkey Kingdom. The bustling streets were filled with traffic, and as the largest economic center of the Monkey Kingdom, the eastern capital brought together thousands of people. People are stylishly dressed, either casual or elite and busy. The projection of the strange talk suspended in the sky suddenly went out, black as if it were a giant skeleton. An emotionless voice rang in the ears of all the Monkey Nation. Monkey Land chosen one tiny dies. Weird talk randomly descends. Eastern capital. Next, several 402 buses appeared out of nowhere all over the eastern capital. Screams rang out as the people of the eastern capital fled in panic. The bustling streets were instantly devoid of popularity and fireworks. Kangaroo Nation's chosen one, Lung Kai, dies. Weird tales randomly descend. Hochi, lifespan reduced by 10%. All over Kangaroo Country. Quick, Mr. Dex has no heartbeat. Dad, wake up. Son, you're back. Son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy. Help. Panic sounded in all directions, and countless pedestrians walking on the road suddenly collapsed to the ground. Not breathing. Population numbers, in a flash, dropped by 1 million. Grapevine's chosen one, Injil, dies. Weird tales randomly descend. Grain production reduced by 15%. River Country's chosen Sally dies. Weird tales randomly descend. Mineral resources decline. The source of countless tragedies is simply the choice to get on the wrong bus. The country where the chosen one died, in this moment, quickly gave orders in panic to arrange for the masses to evacuate the city where the strange talk had descended. But it still can't avoid the plummeting of the nation's resources. The surviving nations are thankful that their nations chosen are smart enough. Good luck staying and not getting on the wrong bus, giving the country a chance to survive with a little more delay. Quite a bit of news from around the world is almost always related to this demise. Asylum has become the first country to be sacrificed to strange talk, and all its cities have fallen. Kangaroo Nation's richest man, Dex, dies of a bizarre punishment. Monkey Country economy plummets, or millions lose their jobs. Food prices in the Grapevine have doubled tenfold. And the high price of imported food is causing global food prices to rise again. The largest iron ore mining company in Riverland has declared bankruptcy, saying it has no more iron ore to mine. The nations of the world are silent. Watching the shocking newscasts was poignant. 241 countries. One has fallen. Will they be the next country to fall? Humanity. Will it survive? With the first case of all of Asylum falling and disqualifying itself from participating in the Weird Tales, some small countries have broken their arms in search of survival. Mostly those countries with only 3 or 4 cities. Integrate the rest of the small nations to ensure that the city doesn't fall to all of them and stay hopeful. The larger countries, on the other hand, did not do so. The city has a large population, and they would never put the lives of their own countrymen in the hands of outsiders. But the small conflicts between the countries are thus dissolved, except for a small number of radicals. After all, it's all on hold for the survival of the world. And the internal conflict? The friction in the atmosphere, which was caused by the lack of resources, disappeared and the world was much calmer. People from many countries have run into the country that lost this weird game and have left messages. Da xia, li ran. With you. Bei shiatsu, Baton. Together. Come on, Peters, let's go. Inside the world of Weird Tales. This is the car, Jiang Fan affirmed, walking towards bus number 402. The wrong options have been eliminated and the remainder is the right answer. Gone is the sight of what had been traffic in the driveway. The whole road was empty and silent, and any sound disappeared without a trace. This bus is not like other buses. The slightly rusty exterior, which looked as if the vehicle had been scrapped for a long time, made the crowd in the broadcast room feel uncomfortable. Even resting on the screen, you can feel a chill. The bus slowed to a stop. Open the car door and it's empty. The automatic cash registers on top of the buses are also visible. The mottled red lettering is faintly visible. $2 per seat. The Daxia crowd, who were always watching the live broadcast of the Weird Talk, instantly panicked when they saw the $2 a ride bus. If memory serves, Jiang Fan, it seems like just a few moments ago, it ran out of $10 for the bus ride. Jiang Fan, there is no money left for the bus. Chapter 5 The Bus Code of Civility. 2 seasons of divergent temperatures. I seem to remember. Jiang Fan took the money to buy rice crackers and ran out. I bought 2 whole ones. Just $10. If I don't have money for the bus, it's all over. Hey, get ready for the Weird Talk to come down. I wonder which city this time. At this moment, the crowd could not help but worry about it. Dacha conference room. Call it down. Prepare to move the people. Make sure to minimize casualties. Hey, it's not right to pick the right bus and not be able to get on it for less money. The supreme leader of the Daxia Weird Talk group, Wei Jian, shook his head and sighed. In his eyes, there was some despondency. Based on these odd games, there are almost no countries that consistently win. Even the most winners are only Ugly, Bear, and Sakura, who won 3 times. What's more, what about Daxia, which has lost many times in a row? The sigh made the eyes of the people in the conference room, who had weathered many storms, redden. Daxia has always been the best among nations, self-improvement through the ages. So why did it stumble on Weird Talk? Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. Ha! Wait a minute. Wei Jian raised his head and looked at Wang Jia, the vocal member of the Weird Talk group. Wang Jia, with a surprised and somewhat delighted face, pointed at the big screen and said incredulously, Jiang Fan he, rich, got money? Wei Jian shifted his gaze to the Daxia screen. See only. Jiang Fan, who had thought that he had no money for the ride, took out a ghost coin from his pocket. Slowly, the word 20 on it stood out. Where'd he get the $20 in weirdo coins? Wei Jian couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The moment. Not only Wei Jian, Daxia, Ugly Country, Asia Manga, Sakura Country, and so on, were blindsided. They didn't always pay attention to the chosen one of Daxia, but they did know that the money that mom had left was $10. Where the did you get $20? Out of thin air. People are confused, surprised, and disbelieving. A small number of people had gone to watch the replay of Jiang Fan's live broadcast specifically for this reason, trying to see where the $20 Weird Talk coin actually came from. There was nothing to be done, just half an hour of live replay, watched several times, and didn't see it coming. In the end, only one conclusion can be drawn. Possibly, it's really out of nowhere. The countries watched the video of Jiang Fan wandering around the house. Among other things, from time to time, the video in the closet was repeatedly paused as it burrowed under the bed. The $20 in Weird Talk coins must have been ripped out of the closet. Damn it, I can't believe I'm stealing money that my mom hid in the house. Report, report. What a morally corrupt chosen one. Of these, the chosen one's early demise of the 3 kingdoms was the most intense. In the world of Weird Tales, Jiang Fan had just gotten on the bus when a burst of heat paved the way. It was very stewed and smelled like rust on a car engine. On one side of the bus wall, Jiang Fan found a code. What appears to be an ordinary ride on the bus informs of a new rule of weirdness. Bus Code of Civility. These rules are formulated to strengthen the management of urban public transportation and to ensure the order of public transportation rides in our region. All passengers who take urban public transportation vehicles, please read carefully and comply with the following rules. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. 1. There will be no elderly people, pregnant women, or children looking for you to give up their seats on this bus. If you meet them, please politely refuse. 2. When riding in a car, if you see a woman with an umbrella in the car, it is a normal phenomenon, so please do not be alarmed. 3. If you feel someone behind you tapping you on the shoulder, turn your head and talk to them with a smile on your face. 4. If you hear a sound in the car that does not belong to you, please pay attention to distinguish whether it is related to the sound of passengers talking, the wheels of the car starting and so on. If it is a related sound, you can ignore it. If it is any other sound, please say, sorry, you are in the wrong seat, and leave your current seat within 5 seconds of hearing the sound. 5. No matter what you hear or what happens, do not get off the bus without reaching a regular stop. If you have gotten off the bus, please return to the bus within 1 minute. 6. Do not open the curtains and stick all parts of your body out of the window while riding in the car. 7. Please be ready to get off the bus at the rear door at the previous stop when you reach your destination in advance. 8. The bus is cleaned daily. If you see red liquid, crumbs and bones on the bus, please close your eyes and rest for a while. It's just a hallucination caused by your sleepiness. Finally, this bus wishes all passengers a safe journey home. The entire bus was covered by the window curtains, revealing only a glimmer of bright light and looking a little gloomy. Jiang Fan only looked at it once and instantly memorized the rules above the bus's hang tag, never forgetting them. There are 8 rules to follow on the bus. Without thinking too much, Jiang Fan could see the loopholes in the rules. According to rule number 8, when you see blood, bones and such, you need to close your eyes and rest for a while. The Weird Tales game has only started so far, and everyone is supposed to be awake and uncontaminated by weirdness, so some of the things seen are from the waking world. Currently on the bus did not see any problems. As a deduction from this, the sight of blood and bone type should have been contaminated. Jiang Fan knew very well that everything he was seeing now belonged to the normal waking world. Furthermore, based on previous speculation, it would take several hours during the trip to Grandma's house. If closing your eyes and taking a break would most likely result in missing your stop and not getting off the bus in time, and assuming that I am correct in my assumption that the sight of the bloodied bones is a cognitive error that occurs when you are infected, then one should make extreme efforts to ensure that he or she is awake when they do see these things. Rule number 8. For the wrong rule, Jiang Fan looked at the 5th rule again. According to the note that Mom left earlier, you can tell that the bus will only stop at the Lutheran church stop, so the first sentence of this rule is right, and the second sentence is probably wrong. At all times, it is best not to get off the bus early without reaching your stop. By the same token, the 6th rule, it can be inferred that the sentence that follows is wrong. No pulling back the car curtains, no sticking out any part of your body, and perhaps no touching or seeing the outside world until you get to Grandma's house. Avoid getting out of the car even if you're already at the Luton station, just to be careful about pollution. Jiang Fan nodded. After roughly extrapolating the rules, Jiang Fan could roughly confirm that rules 4, 6, and 7 were probably right. Rule number 8 must be wrong. Rule number 5, second half may be incorrect. Apart from these, only the first 3 remain beyond speculation. While these 3 cannot be speculated upon, rules 1 and 3, however, can be avoided as much as possible. The presumed thought was only 2 seconds past reality. After Jiang Fan read the rules, he went straight to the last seat. He was currently the only one on the bus, empty of the rest of the passengers. The closed windows looked a little spooky, and only the small air conditioner on the bus was constantly cranking. From the temperature I just felt on the station, it should be summer, but the air conditioning on the bus didn't make people feel comfortable. Instead it made Jiang Fan even more parched and his chest bitter. Strangely enough, the heart was a cool fuzzy place. The feeling of polarized temperatures made all the chosen shiver. Gently took a deep breath and hurriedly looked for a seat. Chapter 6, Bus Check-in. Creepy protection. Windows that open? Jiang Fan chose to sit at the rear of the bus by the window, where the temperature didn't seem to be so dry. Rule number 1. Refuse to give up your seat. I'm sitting here, and if I come all the way over here and ask me to give up my seat, it proves that this one is right. It can also be avoided by sitting outside and needing to move out of the way to allow passengers to sit inside. Rule number 3. Tap your shoulder and turn your head to talk. Sitting at the rear of the bus, there was naturally no room or passengers in the back. re-emerge with a shoulder tap. What's in this weird talk world but weirdness? After Jiang Fan took his seat, the bus then began to start. It was slow, like a vehicle that had been scrapped for decades, shaking a few times now and then. Jiang Fan quietly looked at the front seat and inwardly turned on the check-in. Ding! Successful check-in on the bus. Gained creepy protection *1. Eerie protection, pollution received. Attacked. Over 50% automatically removes all pollution. Restores itself to wakefulness. Immune to all pollution for 10 minutes after wakefulness. It's not bad this time. Buses are notorious for being the most contaminated. And when used well, they can save lives and decide the winner at critical moments. Once, the equivalent of 10 minutes of invincibility. Jiang Fan was overjoyed, not the least bit frightened by the bizarre atmosphere of the bus. Even, there was some excitement. A 10-minute period of invincibility can be a drop in the bucket on a bus trip that lasts for hours on end. The more contaminated you are, the better the reward. Side note, bus shenanigans, in general, look out for more than one person who rides in the rear of the bus and can fend off Rule 3. John finished memorizing the rules and ran to the very end of the line at the first opportunity. If someone taps me on the shoulder, then that proves that Rule 3 is wrong, because there's no one behind me at all. John gloated too. However, instead of sitting by the window, he chose a seat outside. Since you don't sit in the window seat, there's no such thing as pulling back the curtains, sticking out your hand, etc. In violation of Rule 7, everyone chose a different seat, but most chose the rear of the car. A few people also chose to stay close to the rear doors in case they missed their grandma's house, looking at the stop sign outside the doors to make a second reminder. Different choices made by different chosen ones, and this has caused the crowds in various countries to bicker. Jiang Fan is so smart. He saw at a glance that sitting at the rear of the car would solve the Rule 3 problem. Smart? Most of the chosen are in the back of the car. Jiang Fan is really stupid if he's near the window. Our country's heavenly choice is the right one. Sitting at the car door. You'll be the first to die at the door. Chuckles. Just don't turn around and talk when the time comes. How can you die? Not only people disputants, but the top brass of each country, too, are deliberating. Ugly country. Prof. John is really full of wisdom and saw a few wrong rule options at a glance. Sitting on the edge prevents you from doing dangerous behaviors such as pulling back the curtains, but also allows you to switch seats and escape at the first sign of danger coming around you. This time, we're going to win again. Cherry Blossom Country. Let's see where the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom sits. The back of the bus? Luckily, our chosen one is sitting in a single seat near the aisle. Ha ha, who doesn't know? Daxia lost 3 times in a row. Make the same choice with Daxia. Surely to perish. Daxia. Jiang Fan chose this position very well. Not to mention, at least it can avoid Rule 3. It's also similar to the position chosen by the chosen from various countries. Wang Jie appreciated and was in a happy mood. That's right. Why sit by the window? It'll be a pain in the ass to open the curtains. Wei Jian frowned and couldn't help but speak. Watching Weird Tales live carefully, not missing a single detail. There was a pause, and then he added, and the bit, so to speak, is surrounded. If there is danger, it will be on all sides and it will be difficult to escape at the first opportunity. Wei Jian looked worriedly at the quiet teenager in the live broadcast, constantly blessing inwardly, hoping that Jiang Fan had chosen the right bit of sight and would be able to get through this strange talk safely. The bus drove slowly. I don't know how much time has passed. The bus stopped and opened the front and rear doors. Meanwhile, inside the car, an undulating voice rang out. Perhaps the equipment is a bit old, causing the radio to sound a bit shrill. Dear passengers, the West Station has arrived. Please get off the bus in an orderly manner. Please obey the rules of public transportation and pay the coins consciously. Some passengers, one after another, got into the car and picked a good seat. The empty compartment instantly buzzed with activity, dispersing the eerie atmosphere. In front of the seat Jiang Fan was sitting in, some passengers were also welcomed, with smiles on their faces, some with backpacks, some looking at their cell phones with rapt attention, and some students. They look indistinguishable from real-world passengers. Jiang Fan lowered his eyes and tried not to make eye contact with the passenger. The windows on the bus were closed by curtains, and the sunlight simply penetrated the curtains and disappeared in the dimness, but it was bustling, and there was a damp, musty smell that floated in the air. It was hot and humid, which reminded Jiang Fan of a sauna. The passengers were talking to each other, their voices getting louder and louder, as if they were like echoes in their ears. The bus drove slowly, a rattling sound emanating from it. Suddenly a couple of window passengers pulled back the curtains of the closed car. Why are these curtains closed? There's no air at all. It's much better to let some air in. Sunlight coming into the dimly lit compartment. The chosen ones froze, remembering the rules. You should not open the curtains and stick all parts of your body out of the window while riding in a car. Now the passenger opened the window, most likely trying to confuse them. The heart was tense. After waiting a long time and seeing no discomfort, he breathed a slow sigh of relief. This window, it can be opened? Could it be that Rule 6 is wrong? Some of the bold chosen ones even saw the streets outside in traffic with the help of the open windows of the passengers. The bus stops and goes through several stops. Jiang Fan kept an eye on the time. An hour has passed since 12 o'clock sharp. Above the middle of the bus, there is a bus electronic display screen that shows some midday news. Apparently, it's for the passengers to relieve their boredom. And below the news, the time is displayed. Many people noticed the time on the electronic screen in the car, and seeing that the time display was the same as the time on the clock they had brought with them, they immediately guessed that the time on the screen, available. Another hour passed. Buses rarely stop anymore. 2 hours into the ride, the chosen one's heart slackened. The constant up and down of passengers and the bustling scene outside the window made many of the chosen ones feel that they would be able to arrive safely at Grandma's house if they just followed the rules and stayed seated. It's not just the chosen one. Outside, the netizens who watched the live stream were also a bit idle. The pop-up screen in the live room was nowhere near as lively as it had been at the beginning. This time, the Weird Tales game. It's so simple. So far, only a few chosen ones have died at the wrong car. It's most of the chosen who are dead, but there are no more deaths, except for one chosen who made a fool of himself by reaching out the window. I could have gotten through in my place. Jiang Fan is too lucky. If you get out of the weird story, you'll get $5 million from the Weird Story Fund, and you'll get rich overnight. The top echelons of the countries also breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps, they could all win this time and get countless resources, just when everyone was slacking off. In Weird Tales World, the bus came to another stop, a hospital. Jiang Fan saw the full name of the hospital through the open windows of the passengers. Wingxing Hospital. Chapter 7. Do not speak, do not see, do not move, do not hear the red blood of exhaustion. The hospital is small. A small hospital in the middle of a city suburb. The small hospital is full of patients who come for treatment, and one by one they come and go, hurrying into the hospital. At the bus stop in front of the hospital, there were quite a few people waiting, more or less, all carrying small bags and seemingly just discharged from the hospital after a long illness. Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the group of new passengers walking onto the bus. The new passenger looked refreshed and smiling. After finding a seat and sitting down, he talked to the passengers around him in a chatty manner. Not at all like a patient who had just been discharged from the hospital. Even a little robust. The seat in front of Jiang Fan also welcomed a new passenger. After placing the bag containing the clothes at his feet, he turned his head enthusiastically to chat with Jiang Fan. Which station are you going to, buddy? Jiang Fan did not reply. The passenger didn't care about Jiang Fan's indifference, and continued to talk at his own pace, his body getting closer and closer. I'm going to get off at Atsuki Station. There are dozens of stops to go, and it's weirdly boring to sit in a car for hours. I was in the hospital too. Ahem. Living in a single room, bored to death every day. It's not easy to get out, so I can kind of have someone to talk to. The passenger spoke in good spirits, smiled, and appeared to be very polite. Eyes were wide and a few red bloodlines were firmly raked around them. Due to proximity, the gas from speaking was almost about to spray on Jiang Fan's face, and the head was still moving closer, as if it wanted to talk against Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan leaned back slightly, turned his head expressionlessly, and leaned in close to the window. He noticed a few streaks of red blood in the passenger's eyes just now, thin, running through the pupils and scattered across the eyes. It seemed to be caused by exhaustion. Very tired, yet chatty and emotional, and approaching him without realizing it. To be solicitous for nothing is either treacherous or fraudulent. Enthusiastic, sort of like the black hand of the GA waist. Jiang Fan thought, his pupils shrinking as he moved away from the passenger some more. Hands hang down naturally to protect the sides of your waist. From the time he got on the bus until now, Jiang Fan had tried to avoid talking as much as possible. Rule number 3. If you feel someone behind you tapping you on the shoulder, turn your head over to talk to them and smile. He was now sitting in the back of the car, and it was almost impossible for someone to tap him on the shoulder behind him. Well, what about conversation? In particular, passengers in the world of weird talk. Initiate conversation with him. Rule number 5. No matter what you hear or what you encounter, don't get out of the car. Rule number 6. Don't pull back the curtains and don't poke out the window. With Rule 6, Rule 5 is right. The common denominator between the two, then, is do not move, do not listen. Don't listen if you're not polite. Don't speak if you're not polite. Don't look if you're not polite. And don't move if you're not polite. Don't listen. Don't move. It's all there. What about words in sight? Zhang Fan recalled the rules of the bus. Number 2. Do not panic when you see an umbrella. Umbrellas appear to serve the purpose of sheltering from light, as well as rain. Suddenly appearing on a bus is not a normal thing in itself. The bus was all in a dim state when Zhang Fan had just gotten on, pulling on the curtains of the bus. Rule number 6 reminder. Don't pull back the car curtains. Most chosen ones, including Zhang Fan himself, fought not to pull back the curtains as a deterrent to poking out of the window. But, just a direct rule not to poke out the window. Why add a pull-back curtain? Blocking the chosen one from opening the outside view? Zhang Fan glanced at the scenery outside the opposite window and shook his head. Nope. Since pulling back the curtains doesn't interfere with looking out the window or poking out the window, the only answer left is to avoid light. Or rather, keep the light out. Whether it's the chosen ones who need to be out of the light, or the people in this car who need to be out of the light, there's no way for light to get through. And at the moment the passengers had opened their windows, and he was the light that had sunned itself outside, which, apparently, was not the light that was presented to the eye. You can't pull back the curtains and let the light through. The umbrella represents shelter from the light, and the light, now, doesn't exist, so a combination of all three. It should be. If people with umbrellas appear in the car, it means the light appears together, and what I have to do is to avoid the light and close my eyes. Formation. Do not look. Similarly, if I open the curtains of my car, it can lead to the so-called light entering, which can be contaminated and serious consequences occur. Zhang Fan looked at the sunlight coming in through the opposite car window to bask on his body and affirmed, when you see the person with the umbrella appearing in the car, you need to quickly close your eyes. Yes, sight. No sight. So, what about the last one? Words? Rule number 1. Politely decline. Rule number 3. Talk to it. Do not speak. Do not talk. Or, do not talk to passengers on the bus. Rule number 1. Then, is preferably unresponsive, while rule number 1, if wrong, requires giving up one's seat, which represents that, by talking successfully with a passenger, one does not satisfy the do not speak characteristic. And rule number 3, just keep from talking. Zhang Fan sat quietly, not paying the slightest attention to the passengers in the front row. All he needs to do now is wait for rule 1, 2 to show up and verify it a little. The passenger in the front row muttered to himself for a long time, and when he saw that Zhang Fan didn't respond, he turned his head to find people around him to communicate with, his face still wearing a smile, looking polite and enthusiastic. Just, no one noticed. The moment the passenger turned his head, the red blood under his eyes twisted. Chapter 8, The Daxing Food Market. Give up your seat. Pitted against the kingdom of the stick. In the meantime, not only did Zhang Fan encounter the passengers who were talking enthusiastically, but the other chosen, as well. Sitting by the door, the front row turned their heads to talk enthusiastically, the ones sitting in the aisle, the ones on the side holding hands and talking enthusiastically. Some of them kept their heads down and didn't speak. There are some people who, when faced with an enthusiastic passenger, politely speak up. Big Moon Station? I'm going to Big Moon Station too. Outside, in the country's live rooms, people watched the behavior of the chosen in various countries and talked about it. Oh, my God. We have banana country manners. Who can say no to a newly recovered patient? Ha ha, is this the chosen one of your great summer country? I can't believe you missed the conversation. You know, this passenger is getting off at the Dazuki station. Maybe it's a good opportunity to get off together then. I don't think it's a big deal not to have a conversation. I'll just watch this passenger get off and follow him or her when he or she gets off. Talking isn't against the rules. These rules don't say you can't talk to people. That's right. The third one only mentions a shoulder tap from behind. But now we're talking about the front row. People are divided into 3 parties at the moment. One side is supportive of talking to passengers and getting off together at Atsuki Station. After all, based on the Weird Tales games that have been played before, there is no shortage of NPCs that lead players to persevere to victory. One side is refusing to talk, saying that they can get off together depending on the station the passenger arrives at to make sure they get off at Atsuki Station. The last side argues that there are so many enemy NPCs in a Weird Tales game that they shouldn't talk to each other in case they get weirdly contaminated and can't tell the time. Inside the world of Weird Tales, after experiencing the enthusiastic passengers, it was quiet again. One after another, the bus arrived again. Daxing Food Market. This time the passengers came in extraordinarily large numbers. It directly filled up all the remaining seats, and left more than a dozen people empty. Passengers crowded in, all the way to the rear door. These passengers were fresh from the food market, carrying all kinds of vegetables in their hands, and there was no shortage of some strong gases wafting through the air. Many passengers near the windows have opened them to dissipate the smell. In the meantime, A thin old man also took the seat beside Zhang Fan. The old man was thin all over, but his stomach was round and bulbous, as if he had filled it with something and was gasping for air, carrying some dishes in his hand. Among them was a bag of red liquid that emitted a foul and rusty odor that permeated the surrounding area. Hoo. Sorry, this pig's blood smells a bit big. Very fishy. Didn't smoke you, right? Zhang Fan quietly watched the news on the electronic screen without speaking. When the old man saw that Zhang Fan didn't answer, he didn't get angry and was still breathing heavily. After a while, the old man spoke again, as if in great distress, and gasped faster. Hoo, can you open the window a bit? I'm sick and need to smell the fresh air. Zhang Fan turned his head, only to see the old man with his mouth wide open, his face pale, and his eyes wide and bulging out of their sockets, as if he was about to die. Zhang Fan didn't answer and turned his head, continuing to watch the news. He noticed, I wonder if it's a coincidence. Under the old man's eyes, there was also some blood. More than the blood under the front passenger's eyes. More, densely covered almost the entire eye, like a broken blood glass bead. The blood so thick that there was not a trace of eye white. When the old man saw that Zhang Fan didn't speak, his breathing became heavier. Gulping heavily, the foul, unpleasant gas from the rush of the mouth mixed with the bloody gas from the bag, in which an old, putrid odor emanated. The large stomach rose and fell as if something was about to break open. From time to time it was accompanied by a sonorous, dry, heavy cough, which became more and more rapid. If you vomit, don't open the window. Switch places with me. I'm sick, the old man begged bitterly, his voice miserable and growing louder. The dry hand grabbed Zhang Fan and didn't let go, pinching hard. The heavy gasping sound seemed to be in Zhang Fan's ears, like a fish that was about to dry up and die, making Zhang Fan's throat tighten. It also made the crowd in the broadcast room, their hearts shake with it. I can't breathe with the horror of this image. Please, open a window for the old man. Just open the window. No poking out. He's not going to die later, is he? I remember my old man upstairs, breathing so heavily before he died, as if someone had strangled him. The old man shouted more and more shrilly. Even the surrounding passengers turned their heads to look over, expressionless and wide-eyed. It was as if he was blaming Zhang Fan for not giving up his seat to the old man. You can feel the oppression of the scene through the screen. Little brother, just give way to him. Respect the old man. Look at him. He can hardly breathe. So pitiful. Are you hard-hearted? If you don't let the seat go, at least open a window so the old man can get some air, right? Zhang Fan didn't reply, still looking at the news on the electronic screen to himself. When the front row passengers saw this, their smiles were gone and they opened their mouths to continuously curse Zhang Fan. The more they cursed, the worse it became, and gradually, even the surrounding passengers began to curse, their faces twisted. As the passengers opened their mouths to curse Zhang Fan, the inner walls of the bus began to peel off, piece by piece, shaking, as if Zhang Fan was about to be subjected to bizarre contamination if he didn't open a window or give up his seat. The same group of chosen ones as Zhang Fan encountered a similar situation. Some are pregnant women with morning sickness, some are adorable children, and some are just regular passengers. Banana Nation, faced with the adorable little girl, who at the moment was feebly crying out for her brother, Pard couldn't help but switch places with him directly. Usually ride the bus with respect for the elderly and courtesy of the seat. It's inhumane to be confronted with such a cute kid who is sick and not allowed to be in position. Rule number 1, which says to refuse to give up your seat, should be wrong. Pard looked at the girl who was gradually turning a smile and stroked the child's head lovingly. Next, the girl spoke up, still wearing her cute smile. Thank you, brother. I'm much better. So how can I thank my brother? Pard waved his hand and was about to speak. Suddenly, the cute kid in front of him, his smile grew bigger, like a tot skin. Not enough to smile directly from the corners of the mouth cracked open, revealing bloody roots of teeth, lifting his head with bloodshot eyes and biting on Padre's neck. Brother is so nice. Why don't you help me again? I've been hungry for a long time. The surrounding passengers also opened their mouths, revealing sharp teeth, their eyes frantic as they came around towards Padre. Blood spurted and flowed from the soles of the passengers' feet. No! Help! Within moments, a white bone fell from the passenger's mouth, covered in mangled flesh and blood. The little girl picked it up and swallowed it in one gulp, the white bones creaking as she chewed on them. In the live broadcast room, the little girl looked like she had found something interesting, suddenly turning her head to look into the air, cracking her fangs and tearing the corners of her mouth in a grimace. The screen of the live room belonging to Banana Nation went black. Banana Nation chosen 1. Padre dead. Banana Nation's chosen Pard dies and Weird Talk randomly descends. Cherry Blossom Country. I'm sorry, I can't switch places with you, but I can open the window for you. Kawada, you pulled back the curtains and opened the car window. Rule number 1 says to politely refuse passengers who change seats. And don't poke out the window. He just opened the curtains. It's not like he broke any rules. That's smart. The netizens of Sakura Nation are also very happy. You're really good, Tanaka-kun. You're helping the passengers without breaking the rules. Proud of you, Tanida-kun. That's right. Unlike people from other countries, especially Dacia, who don't even open their windows and are so rude, the nationals of Sakura Nation are hotly debating. Without noticing it in the slightest, Yu Kawada, who had opened the window, went into a trance and started coughing softly. Stick Country, Park from the land of Stick was seated against the aisle with an empty seat inside. Oh, I can't give you this seat. Park politely declined, and after a pause, spoke again. But you can take that seat inside. Park moved his legs to allow his passenger to step inside. He just moved his leg and didn't give up his seat, so he shouldn't have broken any rules, right? The passenger didn't say anything, just smiled wryly. The Stick Country executives looked at their chosen one and nodded in satisfaction. See, I told you, our country's chosen are the best. No need to give up the window position or touch the window at all. Ha ha ha, it looks like our Stick Country was able to get through and gain resources this time. The words of the Stick Country had not yet fallen. The next second, only the screen that belonged to his house went black. The kingdom of the Stick, perish. The top brass of the Stick Country were instantly baffled. Hair, what happened? The chosen one of their country is dead? Is just moving your legs considered giving up your seat? My fark, that passenger is not an elderly child pregnant woman. Why move the legs will die? The top brass of the Stick Country are agitated like a rules freakout reaction and are seriously unconvinced. This passenger is an old man, but he's had a facelift. A moment. The Stick Country gave a layer of orders. Cosmetic surgery is prohibited for people over the age of 50. Chapter 9. You, come over here. The arrogant Jiang Fan. What's it got to do with the rules? Da Xia. Wei Jian nervously watched Jiang Fan's live broadcast, his hands covered in sweat. The dangerous scene on the screen, the rattling and peeling off to reveal the mottled and darkened bus all made Wei Jian start to shake inside. The fact that the cherry blossoms opened their windows and didn't die means that it was the right thing to do. The Stick Country gave way to death. And it was wrong. Why don't we just use the opportunity to make Jiang Fan make a choice and open the window? It would be the same to close the window at that time. Wang Jia also agrees with the opportunity to move, teleporting to allow Jiang Fan to open the window to avoid this crisis. He looked at the peeling interior walls of the car and was really alarmed lest Dacia should lose this game of weird talk again. Just as a few people were about to move to the rule prompt, suddenly, only Jiang Fan in the screen stretched out his hand and moved. Stop! Jiang Fan is opening the window. At this moment, everyone in Dacia breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Jiang Fan is finally going to open the window. Holy, the interior of the bus that just suddenly fell off scared the piss out of me. If you want to open the window, open it earlier. Wait until now. The wall will fall off. Then it's too late. We'll lose again. Suspecting that the state has moved to prompt the opportunity. Otherwise how could Jiang Fan change his mind? Wait, Jiang Fan is not trying to open the window. You guys, look. The Dacia people stopped their speeches and watched Jiang Fan's movements in the screen, only to feel their heartbeat stop. Inside the live feed, Jiang Fan stretched out his hand and wiggled around to reach the car window. Subsequently, the other hand, too, wiggled around and reached above the old man, not caring in the least about the sleeve he was still pulling tightly. After both hands were stretched out, Jiang Fan slowly yawned. Again, he brought his hand back again. It looked like a mere stretch. There was not the slightest desire to open the windows. Da Xia. The entire population was silent. This. How can you be in the mood to stretch your legs when you're in such a dangerous moment? Simply heavenly show. However, the next scene completely numbed them. In the screen, Jiang Fan looked around at the passengers and stretched out his hand, bending all four fingers and leaving only one pinky. No words were spoken, just a sticking of his little thumb inside his ear and pulling it out, as if listening to the voices of the passengers talking disturbed him as much as it did his purity, completely ignoring the fact that this is, well, Weird Tales world. Outside, the crowd was completely numb. This man is so arrogant. This guy is so arrogant. He's just so arrogant. Awesome. Jiang Fan is despising Weird Tales world? Or rather, despising the passengers? Not only did you not open the window, but you also pulled out your earshare in public. Jiang Fan, you should be the most honorable death of a chosen one in the history of weird talk. Prepare for the strange talk to descend. Jiang Fan is so arrogant that I can't stand to watch. It feels like Mr. Shuns. Come here. Ha ha ha. Other countries were also concerned about the situation in Dacia. Jiang Fan. There was a lot of laughter. I'm afraid this Jiang Fan is not a cutie pie, right? He's too slow to die? The great summer is going to perish again this time. Ha ha ha, wait for the whole country to be reduced to a strange story. I don't know. How is it different from Harakiri in Sakura country? Both are suicides? First time I've seen a chosen one with no one in his sights. Either a warrior or a cutie. Countries. Dasha. Looking at the increasingly peeling interior of the bus, there are those who shake their heads helplessly, those who laugh wantonly, and those who are saddened. In the meantime, the last few people who, like Jung Fan, insisted on not allowing the seats and not opening the windows, also compromised. They just couldn't take it. The constant mutation of the interior of the bus. It's just a window, as long as you don't poke out of it and break the rules. At this very moment, Jung Fan was the only one left who didn't open the window and didn't allow a seat. Jung Fan finished pulling out his ears and looked at the increasingly angry and twisted crowd, let out a joyful sigh and slowly sat down. He didn't break the rules. What does Rule 1 saying don't give up your seat have to do with him despising his passengers? It's not like he's breaking any rules. He's just got an ear for too much barking and pawing his ears aside. Is that a problem? No. Very beaver. According to research, exercising every day helps with physical fitness. Jung Fan brightly extended his middle finger and bent it again. Jung Fan wore a smile on his face and wasn't the least bit worried about the bus's dissension. Angry? Angry? Come on. I'm scared. Yo. Even. In the shedding of the inner walls of the bus, Jung Fan found a hint of something interesting. If, for example, all the interior walls of the bus come off, is it possible to sign in once more? After all, it was a new bus. Pity. Not waiting for that thought to materialize, the bus resumed its original form. Yes, back to normal. Nothing happened. Not contaminated by shenanigans and not dead. As if, it's just a thunderous farce. This made Jung Fan even more convinced that his guess was right. Isn't it either way to give up your seat or open the window to let in the light that isn't there? Outside, countries are confused. Why? That's exactly why. The car all looked so dangerous and horrible. Jung Fan rejected all, and even despised. Why did not die? Could it be that strange talk hasn't reacted yet? States wait in silence. 5 minutes later. Will Jung Fan die later? Yes. It should be time yet. Wait a little longer. 10 minutes passed. Until the bus reached a new stop. Jung Fan remained safe and sound. This angered the nations all at once. Report. I want to report. It's not fair. My country just shrunk its legs and died. Dacia did nothing, but instead lived. Seriously. There's a bug in the game of weird tales. Jung Fan is still alive. It can't be. Fakor reported. Jung Fan won't live long. Of course, the unconvinced are in the minority. All the countries in the world have dissolved their disputes, and the ones that still have a deadly grudge against the Great Summer Kingdom are just those few countries. For Jung Fan to get through the shenanigans safely, Dacia's netizens were very excited, and looked at the rest of the netizens from various countries who were mouthing off and disliked them, defending Jung Fan. Yo, isn't this banana nation? Shrink your legs and give up your seat. 2. Yes, the rules say not to let the seat, also said not to open the window. Jung Fan did not violate the rules. Why do you have to back off? What are you barking at? My brother Fan is still alive. Hold it. Seeing the reversal of this scene, Wei Jian's expression stiffened for a few seconds before slowly slowing down, and so angry and helpless. Finally, the stench. Jung Fan, this kid, he's got a lot of guts, actually despised the passengers. Hey, I wanted to do that a long time ago. Exciting. Go weird talk. But it really made him guess right. No seat, no window, no irritation to offend the passenger. Maybe we can try to trust him. Wang Jie nodded approvingly, looking expectantly at, on the screen, the quiet, yet confident face. Jung Fan, the chosen one who had lasted the longest in the Great Summer Kingdom. There is a high chance of successfully surviving this strange game of talk and gaining hope for the Great Summer Kingdom. Then, looking sternly at the pop-up screen in the live room, he spoke again. Anyone who insults Jung Fan in the live broadcast room is permanently kicked out. Yes. Chapter 10, The Chosen One's Delusion. Get out of the car and die. The bus moved slowly forward on the road. Jung Fan glanced at the clock. It was now 3 o'clock. The buses are also gradually driving out of the city and into the suburbs. The potholes in its uneven dirt road made the already lurching bus fall apart even more, wobbling so much that one wondered if the next moment, the bus would fall apart as a result. The bus wobbled all the way around, and a lot of chosen people had adverse reactions to it, or dizzy, or upside down, or vomiting. Only Jung Fan, all is well, and even, enjoy the scenery along the way out of the car window with interest. The bus drove on and a small courtyard slowly appeared ahead. The small courtyard was reinforced by a tin house, and above it, a few large letters were written. Lutheran Church Service Station. This brightened the eyes of many of the chosen. Mom left a note that said they could stop at the Lutheran church station for 10 minutes and they could go down and get rice crackers for dinner. After a long journey with great physical exertion, the chosen one was extremely hungry, and with the bumpy road, his hunger was at its peak. Couldn't wait to get out of the car and go to the road church service area to buy rice crackers. Just then, the bus suddenly rang a voice. The sound of clacking and scraping came from the bottom. Next, the bus stopped and was slow to start. The driver's voice came from up ahead. The bus has stalled. The Luton station is up ahead, so get off here and walk to the Luton service area on your own. Those who want to buy something, those who want to rest go over there first. This car is old. It's not certain when it will be fixed. The driver got out of the car on his own after that and headed for the Luton station. After a minute, came out carrying a suitcase towards the bus. It looks like the bus is going to be repaired. Many of the passengers on the bus began to get off one after another and walk towards the Luton station not far away. Zhang Fan glanced at the Luton station in front of him. Luton station is not far away and can be reached in 2 minutes if you walk at a normal pace. Running was also able to be kept to less than a minute. Zhang Fan had no intention of getting out of the car. The rules say so. No matter what happens or what you hear, you should not get off the bus without arriving at your regular stop. In the latter sentence, if you get out of the car, just get in within a minute. It is possible to do so if the rule is right, but that means getting in the car a minute later, not running to the road hall service area. Mom left a note saying that the bus would stop at the Luton station for 10 minutes, so you could get off and buy rice crackers to eat. But only if the bus arrives at the Lutheran church stop. Those two add up, plus what the driver said. A little inattention can easily give the wrong impression. The chosen ones were able to run to the Lutheran church service area without being eroded by the shenanigans or breaking the rules, as long as they ran to the service area in less than a minute. An obvious catch-22. A matter of pure logic. How can you get out of a car when the preconditions for both have not been met? Zhang Fan sat quietly in the car, ignoring the crowd walking empty around him. In the meantime, the chosen people in various countries are experiencing the same problem. Spaghetti State Carrie looked around at the passengers getting off one after another and stood up as well. A gurgling sound came from his stomach. He was starving to death. Ludong Station. Isn't this the station where Mom said you could get off? I'm starving. I'm going down to get some food. Carrie shook his foggy head, held on to the handle, and followed the passengers off the bus, not seeing, in the slightest, the wry smiles on the faces of the passengers ahead. The Luton service area was close, and Park, hungry to the point of having no semblance of strength, waddled along, looking at the sign for the Luton station in front of him with only a slight blur. Suddenly, the passengers walking in front of them all stopped, as if time had forbidden it. Why don't you leave? Carrie asked in a confused voice. The words just fell. The passengers turned their heads. Click. Like a broken bone. The neck was twisted in an extremely odd position. The head looked like it was hanging from the neck. The flesh of the face ghastly white and bleeding. We're waiting for you. Carrie stepped forward in a daze. His limbs stiff as puppets. His head, in the next instant, rotating 180 degrees, hanging shakily from his neck. His eyes becoming vacant, shaking and fidgeting with his limbs. He floated the same smile as the passengers around him. Creepy and soulless. The passengers giggled and surrounded Carrie. Breeze blowing through. The Lutheran station sign ahead seeped with blood and rust, as if it had been deserted for a long time. Spaghetti Nation's chosen one Carrie dies. Weird tales randomly descend. Western Bluebonnet Country. Is this the Luton station yet? The rules seem to say that you can't get out of the car in the middle of the ride, but you can get out for 1 minute. It's so close to the Luton station. I'm sure I can run there in less than a minute. Oren vaguely remembered some of the rules. Starved of almost all her strength, even her mind was confused. Oren estimated the distance, took a deep breath as he clutched the clock, and got out of the car moments later, spreading his legs and running hard. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. Oren is almost approaching the road church station service area. This has excited the masses of the Western Bluebonnet Nation. Come on, we're almost there. Oren deserves to be called our famous sprinter. He runs so fast. That's 100 meters a minute. That's enough to run back and forth. Western Bluebonnet Nation executives. Oren is here. That's as fast as her usual running times. Awesome. Look, the other countries are only halfway there. Hurry up and buy rice crackers to eat. Look how hungry you are. In the screen, Oren had run to the road church service area with just 20 seconds having passed. This made the top brass of the Western Bluebonnet Nation very happy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why should we be happy that Oren ran into the Luton station service area? As soon as the words came out, the high-ranking members of the Western Blue Flower Kingdom flinched. Like little cuties. At a glance, they looked at the member who spoke. Because the rules say you can't get out of the car for more than a minute. One replied, "You can't get out of the car for more than a minute. So what does that have to do with running to the Luton service area in less than a minute?" The top management of the Western Blue Flower Country froze. Their faces changed in shock, and they roared loudly, "Damn! We all let the rules fool us. Quickly, quickly, send a hint to Oren to hurry back to the car." Weird tales of the world. Oren caught his breath and looked around the service area. His eyes lit up as he noticed the small store selling rice crackers. Just as he was about to walk over, a prompt from his own country came into his head. "Quick, Oren, get back in the car. The rules say get back in the car in 1 minute. Not 1 minute to the Luton service area. What within a minute back to the car? I have not already run to the service area yet." "Ah!" Oren screamed, his face instantly white, reacting by turning and fighting his way back. This time the run was, well, faster. However, just as Orlan turned his head, the passengers who had looked normal behind him changed through and through. One by one, the whole body was white and swollen, bulging into the shape of a round balloon. The swollen face squeezed his features together, and from the top of his head a steady stream of water bubbled up and dripped onto the ground. It looked like a corpse that had been soaking in ice-cold water for days, whitening, swelling, and the formation of a giant's view. These swollen passengers with their large torsos almost besieged the way back. Wobbling and wobbling, water kept running off his body, and with each step, the fat flesh of his soles was reduced by the friction of the floor. "Hey, aha! Go away, you guys! Go away! Bus 402 is just around the corner," Orlan screamed, feeling the sticky, slippery touch on his body. With the disgusting, fishy odor, and fighting back the panic, he fought his way out of the pile of corpses. However, a pair of blistered, white, swollen hands grabbed her, pulled it completely into the pile of corpses. 1 minute later, an equally swollen person appeared on the screen. It was like being squeezed by the gravity of something. The face is a little dark and purple. Chapter 11. Where did the chicken legs come from? Jiang Fan rounded up the whole supermarket. News. Outside. Oren, the chosen one of the Western Bluebonnet Nation, dies, and weird talk randomly descends. Death of the chosen one of the West Country. Sartain, and the random descent of weird tales. Death of the chosen one of Ollie's Nation. Sea of Hearts, and the random descent of weird tales. One by one, the country's livestreams went dark and a weird talkcast went off. The chosen one who gets off the bus never gets on again. There are less than 20 countries left. This has caused the countries that still have survivors to move to tip their chances. Bus 402 can't get off. But the crisis of getting out of the car is solved. And there is another crisis, not solved. Hunger. The chosen had long been starving after their long journey. Lutong Station is right in front of us, but you can't get off. And the driver had said that it would take an indeterminate amount of time to repair the bus, perhaps several hours. The intense reluctance and fear of seeing the Lutong Station right in front of them and not being able to get off made them more and more dizzy. The hunger senses were severely aggravated, especially by the gusts of scent wafting from not too far away. In the midst of hunger pangs, almost all of the chosen ones thought of the rice crackers that they had brought out of their homes to prepare for their grandmothers. This has left a number of chosen ones reeling. Did you endure the hunger and bring the rice crackers to grandma? Or did you eat them now? Cherry Blossom Country. Oh, Baka. I should have known to buy the rice crackers in advance at the downstairs supermarket where I just started. Kawada Yu looked at the rice cracker in his hand. It was a gift he brought from home, to his grandma. It smelled a bit stinky, but Kawada Yu, who just wanted to eat right now, couldn't care less and had to endure the smell. A gift for grandma. I'm her grandson. I won't do anything if I eat it, will I? Kawada Yu couldn't hold back his hunger and picked up a rice cracker to start eating. This rice cracker smells bad and actually tastes good and has a meaty flavor. Kawada Yu took a big bite of the rice cracker, looking a little crazy with an intoxicated look on his face. Under his eyes, as if he had been riding in a car for too long, he had a few extra red bloodlines from the exertion. Sakura Nation netizens felt a little weird looking at the image of Yu Kawada gorging on rice crackers. Rice crackers? How can they taste like meat? Take a look at the chosen people of other countries. Many of the surviving chosen took out the rice crackers that they had brought to their grandmothers and gulped them down. You can tell the rice crackers taste good by the enjoyment of their facial expressions. This was a relief to the people of Sakura Nation. The rice crackers in Weird Tales of the World are just bizarre and actually have a meaty flavor. There are, of course, the chosen ones who didn't eat the rice crackers they brought for their grandmothers. Ugly country. Luckily, I bought rice crackers beforehand at the supermarket downstairs. John took out the rice crackers he had bought at the supermarket and ate them. The bland flavor of the rice crackers made it hard for John to swallow, but with each bite, his head was clearer and clearer. A small piece of rice cracker solved all of John's hunger at the moment. Da xia. I got off at the Lutheran church stop to buy rice crackers to quench my hunger. Jiang Fan had bought 2 rice crackers in advance. So why did he still need to get off the bus? He had more than just rice crackers. He had a chicken leg with a Coke from the system check-in. Taking out the 2 rice crackers bought from the supermarket in his pocket with ease, Jiang Fan ate them. The rice crackers were small, rice white and white, only the size of a fist. When they saw Jiang Fan take out the rice crackers that he had purchased from the supermarket, the crowd in the outside Dacia country's live broadcast room cheered for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was too smart to buy rice crackers long ago in case he got off the train in the middle of the day. In the countries next door, the texture of the rice crackers is meaty, and the ugly countries is tasteless. I wonder how the rice crackers bought by Jiang Fan taste. Jiang Fan bought 2. It should be enough to eat. Jiang Fan frowned when he tore open the package and took a bite. This rice cracker is awful. It has no flavor whatsoever. With that, pull out the chicken leg you got from signing in. A nice briny aroma permeated the large pistol chicken thighs, which were a tantalizing caramel color. Jiang Fan took a bite and tore out a thick piece of chicken leg meat. It's still chicken thighs that are good, with 5 flavors, much better than the bland rice crackers that have no flavor whatsoever. Outside live. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did he get the chicken legs? Didn't just buy it at the supermarket, did you? Jiang Fan finished the chicken leg and took out another Coke, opening it and gulping it down in a big gulp. The bubbles created by the Coke made Jiang Fan take a small break when he finished the marinated chicken leg. The sound of this little partition brought the dazed crowd to its senses. Maybe, while buying a chicken drumstick at the supermarket, you also bought a bottle of Coke. Upstairs, why don't you say that Jiang Fan bought the whole supermarket? The nations of the world noticed the difference in John's expression as he ate the rice crackers, as opposed to the other chosen ones. There was a fluky guess that maybe it was grocery store bought and didn't taste the same as mom's cooking, right? After all, their country's chosen one didn't change much after eating rice crackers, except for some enjoyment of the rice crackers, pollution, death and all that. The time went by extraordinarily long, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fan sat quietly after eating the chicken leg. The whole bus left Jiang Fan alone. The car is empty, seems a little silent. Only the electronic display screen and the non-stop playback of the news. Click. A major accident occurred in the Ping'an Tunnel. Several vehicles collided in a chain, resulting in more than 20 deaths and 5 injuries. The police are currently dealing with the scene. Click. Good news. Jiangjin supermarket opening new payoffs. Full of 300-30, but also a free Jiangjin brand rice cake. The news is still broadcasting boring stories. Many of the chosen ones who stayed on the bus have long since gotten tired of watching. Jiang Fan took a Coke and drank it while watching, just as a pastime when he was bored. Click. The news started up again on the screen. Typhoon coming on 6/21. According to the Weather Bureau observation, citizens are advised to be prepared. The news playing in the display was loud, and in the midst of it, some other voices appeared faintly. Click. Recently, there has been an increase in the number of influenza outbreaks in the city of H. In addition to the usual symptoms of fever, cough, nausea, etc. In severe cases, patients will also have confused visions, red eyes, red blood, and even death. Red eyes? Red bloodshot? The elderly man who had previously told him to give up his seat, as well as the front passenger, had red blood under his eyes. Jiang Fan zished his eyebrows and moved closer to listen. The news that was playing was very mixed, but it didn't prevent Jiang Fan from hearing the news that was hidden in it. Click. It was determined that the patients were drinking unclean raw water, leading to the invasion of the eggs in the water, which mainly survive in water and can survive for 24 hours to a week after leaving the water. Transmitted through water, they enter the human body, hatch, mutate, and parasitize the body. The city will carry out the Dragon Boat Festival dumplings into 10 million homes. The parasite has evolved to spread eggs through droplets, but thankfully can only enter the body through the mouth. According to new research, there is no cure for this parasite, which has killed thousands of people and infected tens of thousands more. The general public in the city of H, please do not drink raw water that has not been sterilized at high temperatures. Reduce the number of times you go out of the house if not necessary. Keep at least 1 meter away from people, and try not to talk to people. Chapter 12 Parasite. Infected mom. 3 death conditions. Click. Banks are giving away their profits. Pukin Bank recently launched the Deposit a Million. Get a free gift campaign with up to 3% annual interest. Jiang Fan listened for another 10 minutes. The news was still playing, but the little voice in it was gone. Appear red-blooded. Hallucinate. Parasitize in water. Can be spread by droplets. Raw water? Due to the unforgettable memory that he got from signing in, it caused Jiang Fan's memory to improve a lot. Jiang Fan analyzed it gradually word by word, his eyes twinkling. This sudden news, which at first glance appears to have nothing to do with this bus ride, is, in fact, relevant. the elderly man in the next seat, as well as the front passenger and the bottom of the eyes with red blood, can be seen to have been infected with the new parasitic virus, reaching a serious illness. If Jung Fan remembered correctly, the old man got on at the food market and the front passenger got on at the hospital. The difference in sites in between is enough to prove that the infectious parasite infection has dispersed to all major areas of the H city. Fever, cough. Aren't these the most basic symptoms of the flu in general? Jung Fan hurriedly took out the note left by his mom, his eyes certain. Mom, I have some cold and need to be hospitalized for some days. Shin. You go to grandma's house to stay temporarily for a period of time, and when mom is discharged from the hospital, she will come back to pick you up. The common cold doesn't require hospitalization unless it's infected with a new type of viral parasite. So, mom was hospitalized with a parasite infection. There is no effective medicine. This note says to wait for mom to be discharged. I'm afraid I can't wait. No wonder. Jung Fan folded the note and put it away in his pocket. No wonder. Why the system suggests that the rice crackers taken from home have been infected. The bottom of Jung Fan's eyes became clearer and clearer. Eggs invade the body through the water and can survive for 24 hours to a week, hatching halfway through and parasitizing the body while producing new eggs, which are spread through droplets. From this, it can be concluded that the mom may have come in contact with certain people or drank raw water, thus leading to parasitized eggs. Subsequently, mom splattered some splatter into the rice crackers or used raw water to make the rice crackers. Following this inference, it also explains why the rice crackers have been contaminated. The rice crackers have been contaminated. Not to mention whether or not the chosen one will eat the rice crackers midway through the journey. Even if he reaches his grandma's house and gives them to her to eat, he is bound to be infected with a new type of parasite. Grandma is infected with parasites, so this so-called XIN can't escape contracting parasites when she goes to grandma's house. The only solution is to buy new rice crackers at the supermarket downstairs, or at the Luton station and bring them to grandma. Because rice crackers bought with packaging may have been produced before the virus appeared, they do not contain parasite eggs. Jung Fan shook his head and sighed after thinking clearly. This time around, the rules freakout is just too difficult. Leaving aside the matter of buying rice crackers ahead of time, it's hard not to talk facing the passengers on this hours-long ride. If by some fluke you buy rice crackers ahead of time, the $10 your mom gives you will only buy one rice cracker. And there's no better, perfect solution to the contamination of grandma's portion of rice crackers. Not to mention, the issues of keeping your distance, not talking to passengers, and judging the right and wrong rules on the bus. Not to mention, some people get the first step wrong. The moment the outside world noticed the news that appeared in Jung Fan's live broadcast, the game of weird tales, reminiscent of previous experiences, has been speculated to be a hidden clue. Countries look at their own country's chosen one, don't even look at it, let alone notice the hidden news. The comparison of the two exasperated the top brass of the countries to the point of exploding, and some of the countries chosen were keeping an eye on the news, but helplessly. The outside world didn't see the same hidden news appearing in the live broadcast. Of course, not only Jung Fan alone saw the hidden news, there was also John, the chosen one from the ugly kingdom, who also saw the hidden news. Beyond that, there is no third chosen one. Of the 20 or so surviving chosen, only 2 chosen saw the hidden news. The outside world, once summarized, has gotten speculation. It's the rice crackers. Both chosen ones eat rice crackers from the supermarket and both are able to see the hidden news. The rest of the chosen ones, however, either ate rice crackers from home and didn't show up to hide the news, or starved so hard that they weren't even interested in reading the news. The different behaviors that appear, most likely, is whether there is contamination. Such conclusions are somewhat worrying and alarming to countries, because according to this analysis, the remaining chosen belong to 2 camps. One is an untainted chosen one. Jung Fan, John, can see the hidden news. One is polluting the chosen one, which the news has completely missed. The two are different, represented by the odds of getting through this weird tales game. In the former case, the chances of passing are high. The latter, because of the rice crackers, it's good not to lose all of them, let alone pass the level. After the first few rounds, the crowd had an understanding. Being contaminated in a world of crisis-ridden weird talk is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Throughout the end of the tainted chosen, almost all of them perish. This made the hearts of the nations cold. Oh, my God. This news. Why didn't it come out earlier? It had to show up after the chosen one had finished his rice crackers. It doesn't help. Oh, I've predicted the end of our nation's chosen one. Fucker. Luckily, our country's chosen one didn't eat rice crackers and endured hunger. Good for him. No wonder. I previously felt the crazy discomfort of our country's chosen people eating rice crackers where it came from. The original. Hey, perhaps Is it possible that the ones who see the hidden news are the ones who are contaminated? Because, contaminated by the virus, they might be hallucinating. Upstairs NT have said that the raw water has problems. Carry worm eggs. How can not eat instead of being infected? At this moment, Daxia, the Weird Tales team, made up of some of the smartest people in the country, professors, detectives, and more, are speculating wildly when they see the hidden news. Group leader Wei Jian pointed to a picture of the enjoyable expression of the chosen one from another country as he ate a rice cracker. No surprises, rice crackers can't be touched. By the news that Zhang Fan saw, it can be known that in addition to the rules to be followed in this round of the Weird Tales game, one must also be careful of being infected by the virus, and by eating the family's rice crackers, they will be contaminated. To what extent, and whether they will be able to remain conscious enough to complete the current round of the Weird Tales game is not yet known. In addition, parasite eggs are transmitted by raw water, droplets, all of which are intended to enter the body through the mouth to reproduce the infection. So, it's best for Zhang Fan not to talk to anyone next, and even if he does, he can't talk face to face. Wei Jian paused and then spoke seriously. As of today, more than 100 chosen ones around the globe have died after getting on the wrong bus and other strange talkers have died one after the other after getting off the bus in a service area. Midway, there are 3 ways for the chosen one to die according to the rest of the country. A picture appeared on the projection of the conference room behind Wei Jian. Above the pictures, none of them are gory, bizarre, and frightening scenes. Chapter 13 Protecting not just the nation, but the chosen. The first gives way to death, either by giving up the seat or by taking the opportunity to close his legs a little to make way for the aisle. Rule number 1 is correct, and in addition, it can be inferred from these deaths that death occurs regardless of the manner in which the seat is given up. This includes voluntarily leaving your seat, and having a passenger sit down after voluntarily leaving your current seat is considered an act of giving up your seat. So, Zhang Fan better not even leave the current seat, regardless of whether the passenger is a child, elderly, pregnant women. In addition to the rule of 5 when forced. Above the image, a screenshot of the Banana Nation livestream, a scene of an entire busload of passengers sickly opening their gaping mouths and viciously ripping the flesh and blood off of the chosen one. The second death is to turn your head and talk to the passengers. Zhang Fan is currently sitting in a position that belongs to the rear of the car, and there will be no case of someone behind him tapping his shoulder and talking to him. But, other countries, sitting in places that are not the rear of the car, such as the doorway, have seen people tapping their shoulders and turning their heads to talk, and all of them have died. The team crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they watched the new pictures of death on the projector. The newly appeared picture wasn't as gory as the last one, but the headless body quietly standing behind the chosen one was chilling. Wei Jian sank his face. He wasn't frightened by the bizarre gore of the picture. The Daxia oddball group, a solid shield behind the chosen one. The members of the Weird Tales team are equipped with cool hearts and are always on the lookout for clues for the chosen one. As the leader of the group, he could not afford to mess up even more. If the slightest thing goes wrong, the chosen one, far away in the world of strange tales, will be left with his head in the sand. It's not just the people of the country that the Weird Tales unit is trying to protect. And then there's the hero who's been forging ahead for his country in the world of weird talk. Wei Jian doesn't want those dead chosen ones to turn into his own chosen ones. He has to overcome all the uneasiness and pressure in his heart, and little by little, he keeps speculating on the weird talk clues and the pictures of bloody deaths. It's not just in Weird Tales world that the chosen one has to be cautious at all times. They, out there, have the same need to stay calm. It follows from this that Rule 3 is erroneous, and that Zhang Fan cannot turn his head if he is forced to change to a position with a back seat. Wei Jian spoke sternly, then pointed to the last video. The third death. Push the window open and reach out. The chosen one in the video, like the rest of the chosen ones, had a problem giving up his seat, and prudently chose to push the window open. After pushing the window open, nothing happened, but, after a finger accidentally sticks out of the window, which appears to have a normal view, instantly goes black, and immediately after, the broadcast goes black, and strange talk declares the chosen one dead. Almost all of the chosen ones know to try not to make a fool of themselves by sticking their hands out of the window, and all stay away from car windows. So, the chosen one across the globe, just this one unlucky person appeared. That's all for now. Do you have anything to add? The members of the meeting looked at each other and discussed in whispers. I think that Rule 7, if extrapolated from the can't leave your currency theory, may be wrong. Wang Jie thought for a moment and cautiously opened his mouth. One stop ahead to the door to wait to get off the bus. So leaving your seat to wait. If a passenger sits in the chosen one seat during that time when the chosen one hasn't gotten off the bus yet, would that be considered giving up your seat and breaking the rules? That is why I suggest that you leave your seat and get out of the car only when you arrive at the station. And after the chosen one has gotten out of the car, the seat is vacant. And at this moment it does not mean that you give up your seat, because in itself you have arrived at your destination, and it is normal to leave your seat. Wei Jian thought carefully. He wasn't sure if the rule was right or wrong. The main reason for this is preparing to get out of your seat and leave it ahead of time considered a form of giving up your seat? A moment. Eyes lighting up. He seemed to think of something and took out his cell phone to dial out a certain number. What was the purpose of your original customization of waiting at the door to get out of the car early? End of call. Wei Jian hung up the phone and gave Wang Jia an approving look. Yes, this rule is most likely wrong. Wait early. The biggest thing is to make it easier for the vehicle to stop without delaying the bus. And there is also a little hidden connotation of giving up your seat to a passenger on the bus who is still riding the bus. So, Zhang Fan can only leave his seat when he has to get off. Jia Wang. Nice guy. Wang Jia secretly nodded inwardly. Worthy of being the leader of the group? Ah, the right to a wide range of people a batch. Directly call to ask the bus headquarters. Then summarize for now and send it to Zhang Fan. Wei Jian nodded and sent the latest conclusion. In the meantime, nations are prompting help to the chosen. The Weird Tales game can prompt 3 chances. But, even with the prompted opportunity, the chosen ones who passed were still few and far between. The main reason for this is that the chosen ones, as well as being the first to make a choice, broke the rules and were contaminated before the nations could even make a hint. Hints are merely aids and do not help the chosen to remove the contamination they have already been subjected to. The biggest thing in the world of weird stories is still the ability to stay awake at all times. So, after making a wrong demonstration based on the unlucky ones from the rest of the country, each country will grab and analyze it to hint the right answer to the chosen one. Cherry Blossom Country. Yu Kawada receives an alert from the state. No sticking out the window? I knew rule 6 was right. Turn around and talk. Ahem. Is it okay? Then rule number 3 is correct that you should have to talk to people. Rice Krispies. Why isn't there a hint behind this? What are these symbols in the back? Kawada Yu coughed softly, and his eyes looked a little spooky with a few more red bloodlines. No, even if it's not, that's probably all there is. Rice cakes. Rice cakes. Kawada Yu licked the corner of his mouth. His eyes sometimes clear and sometimes lax. A frenzied look came over his face as he rubbed his stomach, which had risen slightly from the full meal. It doesn't matter in the slightest what the outside world suggests. When the Sakura country's top brass saw this scene, their hearts went cold. They clearly suggest that rule 3 is wrong. And when it comes to their own chosen, it becomes normal. And the back symbol, the chosen one can't see the hints anymore? It was obvious that Tanyan was contaminated by the creep. Undeterred, Sakura Nation sent another hint. Wake up Tanikuan. There's something wrong with the rice crackers. Go check the news. The news. Please call me when you see it. Chapter 14 Kawada Yu has been contaminated. Who's that girl? The prompts dropped like a stone. Kawada Yu, who was in the live broadcast room, didn't react half-heartedly, still confused and on the verge of closing his eyes. Baka, Tegan has been contaminated and can't see the cue. The civilians can't know that this weird talk doesn't stand a chance. They must be dead on message. The Emperor of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom said angrily, cursing for a long time. The top brass of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were heartbroken, and then prepared themselves before the strange talk descended upon them. In the world of weird tales, the chosen one being tainted is even more terrifying than guessing the rules wrong. Guessing the rules wrong and making bad choices is at least salvageable, and being contaminated is the equivalent of crossing one foot early into the gates of hell and booking a death number. Death, sooner or later. Not to mention, the Sakura Nation executives sighed and shook their heads as they looked at Kawada Yu, who was slightly tinged with paranoid madness. Not to mention, the chosen one, who is so tainted that he can't even see the hints. It's nothing more than the Walking Dead. Many of the rich and powerful in the Sakura country had already secretly contacted the Ugly Kingdom with the idea of wanting to emigrate. The end of the chosen one in their country is clear. The Sakura country was just a small country, and even if it won a game or two, the number of cities it possessed would be completely insufficient to consume it. What's more, it's about to lose. It's better to emigrate early, but before you emigrate, you've got to scrape away some riches while the news is still fresh. It's not only Sakura Nation that has noticed problems with their own chosen. One after another within the remaining dozen or so countries also found that the chosen one could not receive all the prompts, and had chosen the same as the Sakura country to die on the message. And so, at the urging of some, countless rainbow farts, attention shifts appear all over the world. The Emperor of Sakurakuni was interviewed and said he had analyzed all the rules. The president of the Titan Nation, with a smile on his face and a spring in his step, says that the domestic chosen one will win. The richest man in the Western Bluebonnet has emigrated to the Ugly Kingdom, and has openly spoken favorably of its strength. Zhang Fan also received a prompt from the state. No leaving your seat, turning your head, or getting out of the car before you get out of the car. Rule 7 is an error, and there's something wrong with the rice crackers. To this point, combining his guesses, Zhang Fan was already roughly clear on all the rules. Rule number 1. Refuse to give up your seat. Yes. Rule number 2. Appearing to carry an umbrella. Wrong. Inferred from do not see that a woman brings light in and has to close her eyes. Rule number 3. Turn your head and talk. Wrong. Rule number 4. Give up your seat when you hear a voice. Roughly right. Rule number 5. Don't get out of the car. The front is right and the back may be wrong. Rule number 6. Don't stick out the window. Right. Rule number 7. Wait ahead. Wrong. Rule number 8. Close your eyes and rest when you see blood. Wrong. And for items from the system, Rice Krispies use up 1 hint and buses use up 1 hint. There are currently 2 prompt opportunities remaining, as well as 1 spooky guard. Little by little the time passed. In a flash, the sun set and the time came to 6 o'clock. After hours of repairs, the bus has been fixed. The bus driver came up and saw Zhang Fan for a moment. Then without speaking, he sat straight in the driver's seat and started the bus. After driving for a while, voices rang out from inside the car. Dear passengers, the Lutong station has been reached. Please get off in an orderly manner. The car radio blared. The driver glanced at Zhang Fan again and spoke as if he had no intention of doing so. All passengers who get off the train should watch their time and come back safely. This time only for 10 minutes. At this time, Zhang Fan was the only one on the bus. Zhang Fan didn't know if the words were specifically addressed to him or if they were fixed words from the driver. Watch your time and come back safely. Outside. It's dangerous? Get back safely? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. These words were a bit familiar. It seems that the last sentence in both existing rules has the word safe at home in it. This time the rules are weird. The level is cleared as soon as the chosen one successfully reaches Grandma's house. Successful arrival at Grandma's house is necessarily itself safe and consistent with safe arrival at home. Safe at home. Safe. Between the two. What does that have to do with weird stories? Perhaps. A simple intonational auxiliary. Zhang Fan didn't think much about it. He decided. Get off the car and take a look. Mom's note specifically mentioned that you could stop and get off at the Lutheran church stop to buy rice crackers. It is known that all the notes left by Mom are to help the chosen one. And the latter one. If you forget to bring rice crackers, you can also go downstairs to the supermarket and buy them for your grandma. Since we're both buying rice crackers, why doesn't Mom save that rule and merge it with the later one? Unless there's something special about the rice crackers at Road Church Station. It's the only way to get Mom to add an extra message despite the hassle. Not only this bus of Zhang Fan stopped at the Lutong station, but in the remaining country's broadcasting rooms, all the 402 buses have been repaired and driven to the Lutong station. Almost all of the chosen are not going to get off. After the state's tip earlier that getting off the bus was dangerous, the chosen one, who had already eaten the rice crackers, wasn't about to risk getting off the bus. Outside, the crowd froze when they saw Zhang Fan who got off the bus, filled with confusion. Didn't Zhang Fan eat the rice crackers? Why are you getting out of the car? Get back. It's dangerous outside the car. I can't figure out. Zhang Fan is obviously safe. Why would he do something dangerous to get off the bus? Zhang Fan might have gotten off the bus to look for clues? After all, this is the only station where you can get off and stay. Clue. Just follow the bus rules. What do you need a clue for? Not only the netizens in the live broadcast room, the gazes of the whole world at the moment, all looked toward Zhang Fan. Among all the remaining chosen, Zhang Fan was the only one who got off the bus with a very abrupt and conspicuous movement. Lutheran Church Service Area. According to the sign, Luton Station is a bus service area with more than just stops, but also stores and restaurants, and a small store that looks like it repairs cars. The passengers who went down in front did not return to the car, and Zhang Fan did not see the passenger figure inside the service area. It was as if, all of a sudden, the passengers disappeared. Empty service area, only Zhang Fan one person. Silence half the sound or not. Zhang Fan held the clock and headed towards the store. He only had 10 minutes to keep an eye on it. The store was small, and under the dusk, you could barely see what was laid out inside. There were no lights on in the store, and the dusty shelves made even the merchandise look worn. Zhang Fan touched a handful of ash and rubbed his hands. This service area is half lived in. It's deserted. At the rate this dust is accumulating, it's hard to develop this thickness without a couple of years. There weren't many things on the shelves, and Zhang Fan quickly found the rice crackers. The rice cracker was wrapped in greaseproof paper and cross-jointed with straw rope, and it was the only one on the shelf. Rice crackers are inexpensive. Only $3. Zhang Fan took the rice crackers, regardless of whether there was anyone in the store or not, and directly placed the 3 yuan ghost coins on the cash register while opening the sign-in. Ding! The store check-in was successful. And you got the lost fairy tale book/book. Nice guy. Fairy tale book for the creepy? Zhang Fan shook his head. It seemed that the store was not seriously polluted. At the moment, only 2 minutes had passed. Zhang Fan glanced at the clock and decided to hang out at service distinction again, signing in on the side. However, just before walking out of the store, a voice rang out. Thank you, Grandpa. Zhang Fan froze in his footsteps, and a clear, young voice came from his ears. The deserted service area in front of us was instantly transformed and bustling with people constantly walking through the service area. The dim and shabby little store was new and brightened up in a flash. It was as if coming to another time and place. By Zhang Fan's side, a girl with a bright smile appeared. The girl was carrying a pink school bag, and her hands were carrying the very rice crackers that Zhang Fan had just bought in greaseproof paper wrappers. Ha ha ha, you're welcome, little friend. In front of the cash register, an old man smiled and waved his hand. After the boss finished laughing, his eyes turned to Zhang Fan in doubt. What do you want to buy, young man? Zhang Fan was flabbergasted, looking at the disappearing rice crackers in his hand, and slowly spoke. Buy rice crackers. Buy rice crackers? The last one has already been bought by that kid earlier. No more. Zhang Fan looked toward the little girl who hadn't gone far and quickly followed. Disappearing rice crackers in your hand, transforming time and space. Self-consciousness told him that there must be some secret. But the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the deserted service area reappeared. The rice crackers, which had just been purchased, also reappeared. Zhang Fan turned his head to look at the unchanged, still dilapidated store and frowned. Is this, an illusion? Who's the little girl? Again? Chapter 15, The Leftover Pink Book Bag. Van. Zhang Fan inwardly moved, holding the rice crackers and running with the clock to the rest of the service area. If there is an illusion inside the store, so could there be the same illusion in other areas of the service area? Restaurant. Zhang Fan turned on the sign-in and stayed for a minute. There were no illusions at the diner. Service area hotels. Zhang Fan couldn't get up. The door was chained. Again, there were no illusions. Just when Zhang Fan thought that the illusion that just appeared was just a coincidence, the rest area in the service area was once again a phantasmagoria. The old rusty iron seats took Zhang Fan as the center point, and layer by layer they became new and faded away the rust. A pedestrian appeared on the seat, either sitting or lying down, and a cacophony of voices came from the ear. In an instant, the empty lounge area became extremely busy, filled with passengers getting off the buses and some large bags of luggage occupying the walkway. The little girl also appeared in Zhang Fan's line of sight. The little girl found an empty seat and sat down, opening the rice cracker package and taking small bites. There was an empty seat next to the little girl. Zhang Fan was just about to go forward when a middle-aged woman sat on top of the empty seat faster than him. Looking at the lounge chairs that were already full, Zhang Fan had no choice but to quietly stand not far away. The middle-aged woman was full of simplicity that made her feel close, and beside her lay a large snakeskin bag that looked to be a bag for luggage. It seemed to open its mouth and say something that made the little girl laugh happily. In the lounge area, people come and go, carrying large bags of luggage, fish and dragons weaving between the seats. The bus to Lee's village is leaving. Those who haven't gotten on the bus yet, hurry up and get on. A coach driver shouted in the distance. That sentence came down to a number of people dragging their bags onto the bus. A figure flashed past in front of him, and the huge duffel bag bumped Zhang Fan. The pedestrians didn't stop and continued on their way. Zhang Fan frowned as a bad feeling rose from his heart. In the next second, the pupils plummeted. See only, in the moment of being hit just now, the little girl who was always watching in the line of sight disappeared. The middle-aged woman on the side, similarly disappeared. Zhang Fan cursed and walked quickly to where the little girl had just sat. Above the seat, no sign of the little girl. Under the seat, a half-eaten rice cracker was on the floor, scattered in bits and pieces, like a little girl had dropped it in a panic. The rest area was swarming with people, so densely packed that you couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Where is it? Zhang Fan hurriedly looked up and searched, but he only saw one person after another, and could not see the little girl at all. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared in Zhang Fan's line of sight. It's a huge snakeskin bag. Only, the snakeskin bag was being carried by a man, not the middle-aged woman who had just appeared. I don't know if it was Zhang Fan's illusion, but he saw the snakeskin bag suddenly move. The man patted the snakeskin bag on his back, looking a little nervous as his pace picked up. Within seconds, the man's back disappeared into the service area. Just moments before the man disappeared, the scene in front of him shifted again, and he was back standing in the dilapidated lounge area next to the rusted seats. Snakeskin bag? The lost storybook. The girl, is she lost? Or abducted? Zhang Fan took a deep breath, guessing with difficulty the whereabouts of the little girl in the illusion. As much as he didn't want to dwell on it, and as bad as he wanted to think it was, the visions seemed to say something. The next item that was signed in was a direct proof of Jiang Fan's speculation. Ding! Check-in at the rest area was successful. You've got the lost bag. A pink school bag appeared in the system storage. Jiang Fan could tell at a glance that this was the school bag that the little girl in the illusion was carrying. A lost storybook can still say that the little girl was lost. But what about a lost book bag? Who gets lost and leaves their book bag behind? The little girl was abducted in this service area. The man and woman are traffickers. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrunk. Veins rippled in his hands, and he was extremely angry in his heart. Human traffickers, the worst scum in the world. Not only did it destroy one person, it destroyed two families, whether in the previous life or now. The rule of law in both worlds holds a huge force against human trafficking. Abduction. Nowadays, due to advanced technology, the world has achieved 3 consecutive years without any child under the age of 10 being abducted, and even fewer children over the age of 10 have been abducted. In reality, Jiang Fan might have traced it down. But, it's Weird Tales world. The bus only stays for 10 minutes, and once it exceeds that time, even with the hegemony protection, it won't help. He's running out of time. Jiang Fan sighed and closed his deep pupils to calm down his heart. It's time to go. Make sure you're safe first. Jiang Fan held the clock and quickly walked out of the service area. As he was about to walk out of the service area, he paused and turned his head to look at the dilapidated service area behind him. I wonder, how many children have been abducted here? Buses, coaches, vans are parked here. A mixed bag, creating an opportunity for traffickers to take advantage of the situation. Out of the blue, Jiang Fan seemed to see a gray van driving away from the service area to the hell of sin. Outside, the crowd did not see the illusion that Jiang Fan had experienced at all. I only saw Jiang Fan in the live broadcast, first stopping at the store for a while, then running to the restaurant, hotel, rest area to laze around. Finally, almost gone and still staring at the door. During that time, there were no extra clues except for a piece of rice cracker at the store. And, the rice crackers are still moldy and only half of them. People are lost. Buy a moldy rice cake. Also cost $3. Brother, it's okay for you to stay back and use it. Why did you use the ghost coins on that? So, Jiang Fan, this is going down a lonely? What's wrong with going down to see the view? Days equals seeing the sights. Good reviews. Not only were the masses of the Daxia country confused, but the outside countries were even more confused. In particular, the chosen people countries that get off and die at the road church station, Spaghetti Nation, Western Bluebonnet Nation, and so on. Looking at Jiang Fan's movements, he entered the service area safely and smoothly, not seeing the slightest bit of danger. Even, there was time for a little daze. Fark, even Shedder, is Carrie an idiot? People's Jiang Fan of Daxia country are so easy to enter the service area. Why is Carrie dead? Is the chosen one of our country so unlucky? The Spaghetti Nation executives cursed, their faces ugly, angry again, and helpless. It was so easy that it made them wonder if it would be okay to go on by themselves. Just, really bolted the queue. But, the death of our own chosen one. That means, it's not simple. The Spaghetti Nation executives lamented and suddenly opened their mouths. Carry death gold, give more. Also, look for the luckiest populace in the Spaghetti Nation. Next time pick the chosen from within to enter. Weird Tales points can be redeemed for everything. Also includes, designating the chosen one. Yes, one of the members of the Spaghetti Nation oddball team responded. He's the chosen one who made it through last time. Little by little the time passed. Jiang Fan went out of the service area and headed for the bus on his own. Finally, back in the car before the 10 minutes were up, there was no one on the bus, and Jiang Fan still picked his original seat. After Jiang Fan sat down, not far away, crowds appeared in the originally dilapidated and empty Lutang service area. It's the passenger who got off earlier. It's like it came out of nowhere, and it's weird, with some food in hand. It seems they really went to the service area to resupply. Jiang Fan retracted his eyes after taking a glance. While he's not a looker, though, NPCs in the world of weird talk, just also, it's really quite ugly. I don't know if it was the Weird Tales game that was trying to scare them, but each of those NPCs had a dead man's face with their eyes sticking out, paired with the occasional stiff behavioral movements and bloodless face. It really looks like a walking zombie. It's so silly. If you put on a tie, it's just a proper zombie from Zombies. Jiang Fan silently spat too, not paying the slightest attention to the fact that the passengers who were about to get on the bus suddenly paused, and their eyes flicked to Jiang Fan's position. The expressionless face with its dark pupils was cold, yet partial. These people seemed to be angry. Jiang Fan didn't notice it, but the outside audience did, and laughed out loud. This group of Walking Dead is like Wu Zetian losing her husband, losing Li Ji. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. They heard me. Passenger, XHHSJXHDND at and hashtag. Suspect that the NPCs inside the Weird Tales game have their own emotions. As if they have souls. Souls? You don't want to kill the chosen one. The Great Summerland Oddities group. Wei Jian and the others also noticed the expressionless anger of the passengers. But their focus is different. This group of passengers seemed to each be separate bodies, with behaviors that reacted differently. Wei Jian gazed at the facial expressions of the dozens of passengers, flipping around to find footage of the previous Weird Tales game, attempting to find something in it. Gradually, the confusion in his eyes grew stronger. Numerous thoughts, weird talk images flashed through his mind, but he could never catch them. Exactly. What's the drawback? Wei Jian pressed his forehead and looked at the live feed, falling into deep thought. Chapter 16. Should I slap you? The Curse of the Headless Man. One by one, the passengers returned to the bus. The driver started to drive the bus. Only, Zhang Fan noticed that before the driver came up, he pulled out his pants pocket. A red box was revealed, and then his fingers kept rubbing. His face was a bit annoyed. That red box. It's a cigarette case. As if the smokers are addicted to cigarettes. But there are no smokers. Zhang Fan glanced at it as if he had thought of something and opened the system warehouse. Tiger cigarettes? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up as he stared at the red-packed cigarette boxes in the warehouse. Perhaps he could do something about it. The bus is moving. The carriages clicked and rattled. Every now and then the wheels on the bottom hit a small hill, shaking a few times as if falling apart. The passengers who came up were not as noisy as they used to be, and were resting quietly. Electronic displays are constantly broadcasting news. The hostess on the news is so soft-spoken that you can't help but slowly relax and appear sleepy. Almost most of the chosen felt tired and wanted to close their eyes and rest for a while. The bus moved slowly down the highway. Suddenly, a small voice rang out. It was like the sound of long fingernails snapping on a seat. A click, a hiss, a creepy sound. Immediately after, Zhang Fan felt as if he had been knocked under his seat. Chirp or peep of small birds. Squeak. The rattling grew more and more urgent. It was as if someone was trapped under the seat, scratching their long fingernails under the car seat to make a piercing sound. Once, twice, the heart felt as if it were gripped tightly, crumbling to the point of creepiness. Immediately afterward, the quiet passengers suddenly clamored, easily muffling the unusual sound. Rule number 4, if you hear a sound in your car that doesn't belong to you, be careful to distinguish whether it is related to a passenger talking, a car starting its wheels, or the like. If it is a related sound, you can ignore it. If it is any other sound, please say, sorry, wrong seat, and leave your current seat within 5 seconds of hearing the sound. Inside the bus, the sound of the wheels moving, the sound of passengers talking. Zhang Fan had heard it all. He was certain that the voice was one that had never been heard before. This is not a normal bus-related sound. So, Zhang Fan made an immediate decision. Even if, potentially, it was a mishearing that led to giving way. Sorry, wrong seat. Zhang Fan quickly left his current position and stood up. Looking around, the bus was full of passengers, and there was only one empty seat at the very front near the front door. And Zhang Fan immediately walked over. The moment Zhang Fan stood up, brush, the passengers stopped talking in unison. Their heads quickly turned around, their faces expressionless, staring at Zhang Fan with wide eyes. A dozen pairs of eyes had been staring at Zhang Fan's every move, giving people involuntary creeps and goosebumps. The collective pressure seemed to want Zhang Fan to sit back down. Zhang Fan was still sedated in the angry emotions of the illusion and didn't care. Even if there was a murder in the environment, or a horrible scene, it wouldn't make Zhang Fan react too much. The only thing is, human traffickers. When a child is young, being trafficked means that he or she may be sent to another family. It's still a good ending. If you are a grown-up college student, you are sold to the mountains as a wife. And what about this not-so-little one? Zhang Fan couldn't imagine it. Once he thought about the possible tragic end of the little girl, Zhang Fan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his thoughts, which would lead to falling into the danger of strange talk. In the process of moving forward, the foot, as if stepping on something hard, ouch, and a sound came from behind. You're stepping on me. An exasperated voice came from behind, immediately followed by the sound of large footsteps. He came behind Zhang Fan and patted Zhang Fan's shoulder. Zhang Fan was a bit annoyed and his face was ugly. The people in the back obviously didn't spare Zhang Fan. You stepped on my foot and aren't going to apologize? Why are young people so rude nowadays? Hey, talking to you. The person in the back saw that it was not possible, and directly pulled on Zhang Fan's clothes, insisting that Zhang Fan give himself an explanation. Zhang Fan didn't see the situation behind him, but the crowd in the live broadcast room could see it clearly. The passengers, who had been normal, suddenly all got up and left their seats, silent without making a sound. Slowly, he walked behind Jiang Fan, revealing a wry smile. The smile ripped wider and wider, tearing through his cheeks. Among them, a headless corpse had drilled out of nowhere and was raising its hand to keep patting Jiang Fan's shoulder. Grass. Pop-up screen protection. Don't turn around. Someone who turned around before is already dead. I dropped my cell phone and just pulled it out of the toilet. So gross. It reminds me of the plastic headless models at the mall. Jiang Fan zuzzled his eyebrows and ignored it, quickly going to the front seat and sitting down. The state had already tipped him off last time that Rule 3 was wrong and that he couldn't turn his head to talk to people. The passenger is still in the back and won't relent. Jiang Fan was enraged. He was already annoyed. And the incident at the road hall station had left Jiang Fan with an anger that he couldn't vent. Now, isn't this a punching bag? In the next second, Jiang Fan reached out and grabbed the chattering headless passenger from behind, pulling him to the front. The headless man obviously didn't expect that there would actually be someone so raw that they would grab his with their bare hands, and froze for a moment. Immediately after, like a violent impact, a loud sound snapped into existence. The passenger's neck was tilted back at an odd angle. Apologize? How many apologies do I need to give you? I'll give you an earful. Want me to give you an earful? Jiang Fan grabbed the passenger's collar with one hand and opened fire with the other. A big slap down. The headless man's neck is tilted to the left. I don't even care that you're in my way. What are you bleeping about? Another big slap down. The headless man's neck is tilted to the right. I know. Your feet are not good at all. My feet hurt when I step on them. Apologize. The headless man was just about to speak when a large earwax came down from above, and it felt like a jolt was being suffered in the heavens. Apologize or not? You're not going to apologize, are you? How dare you turn around and ask him to apologize? The headless man clenched his fists. This man was simply too much. He was going to give him a taste of what it was like to die, what it was like to be afraid. He was going to make this man worse than dead. Snap. Another slap across the face and a big earworm underneath. The headless man's neck bones were shattered, and blood gushed out of his neck and splattered the ground in red. Trying to get rid of Jiang Fan's suppression, he helplessly realized that the man's strength seemed to be as big as an ox, so he couldn't get rid of it at all. It can only be deathly restricted. True. One hand suppressed. The headless man was furious, his insides constantly roaring with rage. You immortal board. Don't hit me if you can. Let go. Let me have both hands, and I'll absolutely kill you. Damn. You don't dare. Do you? I knew you wouldn't dare. Ah shucks. Weak humans. Riding the ghost. 555. Not living. Why? Of all the people in the car, did they only hit him? Are you bullying him for not having a head? The full attribute bonus drawn in the bedroom allowed Jiang Fan, who already had a not-so-weak physique, to instantly surpass the vast majority of people and reach the apex of his strength. Now it's just a matter of controlling a passenger without too much shenanigans, apparently with ease. After all, the vast majority of the world of weird tales, except for the mainstream weirdness, is no different from the average person. Not to mention, this kind of backdrop that isn't even a roadkill anymore. Jiang Fan believed that as long as he didn't violate the rules, karma would do for this person. Jiang Fan looked at the passenger who still dared to resist and rolled his eyes, directly opening his arms left and right. How dare you stare at me? Splat. This time, not only punched the headless man in the neck, but the whole body kept punching hard with left after left. The sound of bones breaking continued to resonate through the compartment. Click 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 dash. It seemed that the headless man's entire body bones had been broken by Jiang Fan. The surrounding passengers were stunned. Even the driver in front of him looked in the rearview mirror every now and then to spectate. They had never seen anyone so unreasonable, obviously stepping on someone else's foot, nonetheless claiming to be in their way. It's simply a rogue theory. The air shakes cold. The passengers were surprised, but they didn't go up to help and didn't even speak. They don't dare go up there. What if we even hit them? Look at that. The original didn't have a head even. Now there's not even a neck. No, but everywhere there was a bone in the body. It was punched in that twisted way. It's insane. Going from headless man to twisted man. The point is, the man actually sat down to fight. The ass didn't even take a step off the seat. Terror. The great terror. Shivering. Terrified. The headless man looked at the passengers on the bus who were acting as if nothing had happened. And all of a sudden he was aggravated. Are they still the same? Hurry up and help suppress him. Passenger, Jing, colorful lotus. The headless man was disheveled and could only force himself to curse the passengers internally. Bah! Heartless! Curse you for having sons without PIs. Yuck! Day you skewer, let you eat hot pot without a grease dish. And you, driver, don't think I don't know you're peeking. What are you looking at? Curse you for a lifetime of passengers who ride for free with a senior card, a love card, a child card. Only, the headless man faded into weakness before he could bleep a few words, because his heart was blown out by Jiang Fan's punch. Chapter 17. Coming to the station. The light that cannot be seen. What is it? The bus moved slowly and stopped at the next stop. Seeing this, Jiang Fan directly raised his foot and kicked the headless man off the bus, then rubbed his hands together in disgust. This face is so thick, it's making my hands tired. The passengers hurriedly took a step back as they looked at Jiang Fan, who was drenched in blood and staring at them with a smile on his face. The man looked over. Run for it, guys. Stiff limbs set the fastest pace since the ghost's birth. Hastily found a seat and sat down, not daring to squeak in a regular manner. A group of passengers who were sitting as peacefully as elementary school students, and in front of the car sat Jiang Fan, who was covered in blood. Rather, one can't help but wonder, who's creepy? Who's the scary one? Jiang Fan didn't care either. Having seen the earlier incident of giving up his seat and opening the window, he stood up and gave the middle finger. That alone, Jiang Fan could then surmise. It is no big deal to make a little bit of a fuss without breaking the rules. Since it's okay to give the middle finger and despise, it's okay to hit people, right? Oh, no, make the other guy apologize. Just use a little cordial greeting. He didn't know if he was subdued by Jiang Fan's violent behavior. Next, there were no more passengers to tap Jiang Fan on the shoulder. Don't say tap on the shoulder. For several stops in a row, passengers were afraid to say a word out loud. Getting out of the car was even more cautious, fearing that a Jiang Fan would suddenly appear behind them and beat them into twists. This has shocked outside netizens. Digging, Jiang Fan hit the passenger? Cow. I don't think there's been a chosen one who actively fights shenanigans in all the time the Weird Tales game has been going on. Previously against the Bazaar, the chosen one is passive counterattack. This time, the initiative, I do not know if there is no danger. Whether it's dangerous or not. I'll call you Brother Fan first. Jiang Fan, this force value. Cow. Jiang Fan's side was still safe after beating up the passengers. The other chosen were not so lucky. The very first time the passenger tapped his shoulder, a chosen one subconsciously turned his head over and perished. Apparently, you can't turn your head with a shoulder tap, not limited with staying in your seat. Just being anywhere on the bus triggers the rules. Death, everywhere. After that stunt with the passengers, there were only 10 chosen ones left. And even if the rest of the chosen ones didn't turn their heads over, they were too coy in the face of their passengers to pay any attention to them, and they had to listen to their passengers pussyfooting around as they sat in their seats. Inside Jiang Fan's live broadcast room, without the pussyfooting around of the passengers, time went much faster. In a flash, the bus ran slowly, and the sky, outside the window, darkened. A cool light was lit beside the road, the yellowish light casting dark shadows of trees that swayed slightly with the wind. The outstretched trees looked like large, epileptic hands, touching the bus in a creepy way. One after another, the passengers in the car arrived at the station and got off. At the moment, there were only a few passengers left. The repetitive news continued to play above the electronic display, and the carriage was quiet. Jiang Fan glanced at the time on the display. 7 o'clock sharp. Another glance at the clock in his hand. Also the same 7 o'clock sharp. Slowly, the bus came to a stop and stopped. Dear passengers, Gushi Station has arrived. Please get off the bus in an orderly manner. Get on the bus, please abide by the rules of public transportation. Consciously coin. Ancient Creek Station. The penultimate stop on this journey. One more stop and it's Oyuki Station where Grandma's house is located. The moment. The remaining chosen, including the crowds in the outside world, were somewhat excited. Yay! Ushikuni's about to go on a winning streak. It's almost over. Our country is safe. Woo-hoo-hoo. Dasha made it to the end. Van's great. Ugly country. Finally, John breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a tight ride, hours of tension, and it had worn him down a bit. The thought of getting through the Weird Tales game quickly revitalized John. Cherry Blossom Country. Without a word, Kawada Yu hunkered down in the front seat, hearing the sound of the bus's announcement and keeping his head down to himself without half moving. A grayish face in the yellowish light. Shady lights. No one noticed that Kawada Yu suddenly blinked. The red blood under his eyes seemed to move and twist. The skin on the back of his neck moved as if something was crawling inside the flesh and blood, and several thick, lurid stripes protruded from the surface of the skin. Bear country. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to pass. Go out and never come to this damn game again. Get rewarded by the spaghetti hierarchy. And from now on, rich as me. Bear Nation chosen Alexei is already imagining the cheers he'll receive when he comes out of the game roaring. Jiang Fan was similarly relieved and watched the broadcast with unblinking eyes. According to the news coming from Dasha's Weird Talk group, rule number 7, be ready to wait at the back of the bus one stop early to get off. is most likely the wrong rule. So he had to keep an eye on the station and get off at the first opportunity in case the doors closed and he missed getting off. The more critical the moment, the less you can rush. Jiang Fan closed his eyes. Mental attention is tight at all times. Recall the rules on top of the bus and refreshed. Almost all of the rules have emergent things that correspond to them. There are elderly children and pregnant women on the bus. People tapping their shoulders. Sounds that are not bus related. Not being able to pull open the windows. Getting off the bus. And a host of other accidents. But there are two that have yet to appear. Rule number 2. The appearance of a woman holding an umbrella. And the last rule. The appearance of a red liquid on the bus. If I am not mistaken, none of the rules will serve only decorative purposes, and most of them will be accompanied by corresponding accidents. By inference, Rule 8 is the scene that reminds the chosen one of the infected appearances. So Rule 2, most likely, will appear in the following journey. Jiang Fan sank his breath and said thoughtfully, if a woman with an umbrella appears, it should bring the so-called light into the bus. Do not listen, corresponding to Rule 5. Do not speak, corresponding to Rule 3. Do not move, corresponding to Rule 1. Do not look, corresponding to Rule number 2. When you meet a woman with an umbrella, just close your eyes. May Rule 8, there is also about sight. Close your eyes. Avoid the light. The light shines. See? Jiang Fan turned his head and looked through the car window at the flickering scenery outside. Outside, there were gradually more and more cars coming and going, though the roadsides are still lined with trees, weeds, and hills. But, not far away, the light belonging to the city had appeared. Rows and rows of tall buildings, large and small, twinkle with the lights of thousands of homes. There, like, almost in town. Can't you see anything by closing your eyes and avoiding the light? See, the source of the weirdness? Touch and die. Invisible light. Seeing is not light. Also, why was that scene in the setting? Little girls. Human traffickers. The note left by my mom suggests that you can get off at the Lutang station, and it was because of that rule that I got off, which in turn led to the subsequent visions I saw in the service area. Is there a connection between the two? Not being able to see the light and experiencing visions. The countdown to game time has begun. But a whole lot of confusion remains. It's fraught with too many questions. The unresolved confusion made Jiang Fan a little uneasy. The closer he was to his grandma's house, the more Jiang Fan's heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Is something missing? Woman with umbrella. Light. Little girl trafficker. Bus number 402. Arrive at grandma's house by 9 o'clock. One word after another surfaced in Jiang Fan's mind, intertwining with each other and forming a huge net firmly wrapping Jiang Fan's thoughts. Jiang Fan felt a bit of a headache and had to stop thinking about this in detail. In Weird Tales, each rule has a myriad of solutions, opinions, and guesses. Just as there are 10 million Hamlets in 10 million readers, all different. He just needs to make it through without breaking the rules. There are so many questions behind every rule, every weird story, so many questions of doubt and confusion. Chapter 18 The Tunnel of Peace. Where is my child? Woman in red. Dear passengers, the peace station has arrived. Please passengers get off the bus in an orderly manner. Please obey the rules of public transportation and pay the coins on your own. The bus stopped again. This is the last stop, and the next stop is the destination. Atsuki Station. Jiang Fan found this station stopping at a station in front of a tunnel. The word peace is engraved above the tunnel. Apparently, past the tunnel is the city. The tunnel looked a little dim. The rich blackness like a monster opening its huge mouth, seemingly to swallow people in one gulp, from which came a piercing coolness. A sense of oppression filled the air. That feeling, it's suffocating. The yellow lights on the platform barely illuminate the tunnel entrance. There was no one at the bus stop and it was somewhat empty and silent. The wind whistled along the open windows of the car. Woohoo! Like the sound of the wind in a tunnel. The mournful, thin sound resonated throughout the bus. The bus stopped only for a moment and started again, traveling into the tunnel. Every now and then the car flashed the dim light of the tunnel. Roar of laughter, Onum. The bus shuddered again, as if it had driven over the top of a large rock, and there was a crashing sound. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes, and in the next second, a woman appeared at the front door of the bus. With the help of the faint glow on the display, Jiang Fan noticed the woman, holding a red umbrella in her hand. Jiang Fan was certain in his heart and hurriedly closed his eyes. With the aid of the previous giving up of the seat, Jiang Fan completely confirmed his guess. If giving up your seat would be breaking the rules, why would there be an extra open window option for the chosen one? Yes, in order to get the so-called light into the car. Though the bus was dark in the tunnel and couldn't see the light. But the woman holding the umbrella, no doubt, brought in the so-called light. He, needs to be out of the light. But what is it that can't be seen by avoiding light? In the meantime, Women holding umbrellas appeared in almost all of the remaining dozen or so broadcasts. Bart state. Tech couldn't help but shudder as he looked at the woman who appeared in front of the car door. No, there was no one at all in front of the station just now. How could a woman with an umbrella suddenly come up? Tech kept the rules in mind at all times. Rule number 2. When riding in a car, if you see a woman with an umbrella in the car, it's normal, so please don't be alarmed. But how could he not be alarmed by the inexplicable appearance of this woman, who revealed a creepiness in herself? Tech clenched his teeth, trying desperately to hide his panic, his eyes looking away. A car grunted in his ear. The bus was quiet at the moment. After a while, Tech's eyes went numb and he closed them slightly to ease them. In the next second, the pupils plummeted. Tech blanched. See only, the woman who had been at the car door a moment ago appeared at his side, holding her umbrella up. With her long hair draped over her head, she was staring straight at him. The woman cracked her mouth full of mad resentment and slowly lowered her head closer, almost on the verge of pressing against Tech. Tech's pupils shrunk as if he had seen something. His limbs kept trembling, and a cool air rose in his heart, chilling him to the point that he couldn't breathe. The woman got especially close, and her face became clear under her messy hair. Outside, the crowd in the live broadcast room saw the woman's face and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Horrified, their scalps tingling, the woman's face was pale and bloodless, but her eyes were eerily red, so deep and crimson that she couldn't see her pupils. The mouth is crammed with tiny red worms. 1, 2, hundreds of scales twisted in their mouths. With a crazy smile, he kept murmuring, "Where is my child? Did you take my child from me?" As soon as the woman opened her mouth, the red bugs came out in phases and fell to the ground, twisting and turning. The extremely horrifying image left Tech speechless, only shivering and shaking his head constantly. "No, you're the one who took my baby," the woman grumbled, growling, and all the red bugs in her mouth scattered all over Tech. The bugs twisted, scrambling down Tech's skin to burrow. More and more bugs fell out of the woman's mouth, and tiny red bugs filled Tech's body, skin, arms, head, eyes, ears. In no time at all, a dense mass of bugs covered Tech, forming a moving insectoid red man. "Aha!" A scream rang out. The live feeds from the Beishiatsu state blacked out. Tech, the chosen one of the Beishiatsu nation, died. Outside, when the country saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel chills and goosebumps on their backs. It was as if the pile of little red bugs had burrowed into the body with a crunchy, itchy sensation that was extremely suffocating. I could do a laser dance on the spot if a bug fell on me. Not to mention a bunch of bugs. Intensive phobia is setting in. There must be tens of thousands of bugs. Grass, grass, grass. I'd rather have caterpillars all over my body than this. In comparison, it seems, roundworms are cute too. After the shock, the weird talk groups in various countries fired up, speculating that Rule 2, perhaps, was correct. The chosen one of the Beishiatsu state, Tech, sees a woman, panics, shakes his head to give a reaction, and then dies. So, by acting normal and not panicking, the chosen one might be able to avoid death. Sure, close your eyes and maybe they'll be okay with each other. As the national cue came in, the rest of the chosen who hadn't reacted closed their eyes on cue, or held back their screams of panic. But, the women didn't leave them alone. There have been constant inquiries. Where are my children? Alexei, the chosen one of Bear Country, did not answer the woman's question, as prompted by the state. Close your eyes, and force yourself to stay calm. My child, the woman let out a whisper as if from hell. Alexei held back his horror. His eyes closed, he was unaware of the horrific images before him. But, a cry of cold gas exhaled in his face, and he was not without feeling it. More than just cool air. In his ears, the thin friction of soporific sounds grew louder. Alexei didn't have to think about it to realize that it was the sound of friction created by the writhing and crowding of bugs in the woman's mouth. The woman kept whispering, her voice fading. On his face, there was no chill coming from him either. Is the danger gone? Alexei sighed in relief and quietly opened his eyes. The woman is gone. Sure enough, following the state's cue to close your eyes and ignore is the right thing to do. Just relax. There was a sudden, sticky wetness on Alexei's exposed neck. A slight tickle, as if something was writhing on it. What's this? Alexei looked puzzled and reached up to touch his neck. Ah! A stinging sensation came and Alexei hurriedly withdrew his hand. With the help of the faint light, Alexei saw a tiny red worm on his finger, burrowing its way into the flesh. At the back of his neck, there was more stickiness, a mixture of pain and itchiness. 1, 2, dozens of little red threadbare worms slipped from their necks and fell into Alexei's lap. What's with the bugs? Alexei scrambled to his feet, trying to shake the bugs off his body, his hand constantly slapping the back of his neck. However, no matter how much swatting was done, the red bugs grew. Suddenly, Alexei seemed to notice something, and his head stiffened. A cold, piercing chill rising straight to the heavens. A ghastly white face emerged from the sight. At the top of the bus, the woman hangs upside down, looking at Alexei face to face with a morbidly bizarre expression. Messy hairs floated in the air, each one wrapped in tiny red bugs. Live stream. The camera suddenly moves outside. The surface of the bus was red in one spot. Upon closer inspection, those reds seemed to be spreading, and gradually, the entire bus was tinted red. Reddish, blackened. Chapter 19. Closing your eyes and ignoring it will kill you too. I know where your children are. Of course, there were live broadcasts that did not feature the woman in red with the umbrella. Cherry Blossom Country. The emperor of the Sakura Nation was a little confused as he watched Kawada Yu's live stream. The woman in red did not appear on Yu Kawada's bus during the live broadcast. Isn't it true that Tankuan can't even see the hints and has been contaminated by the weirdness? How come he didn't meet the weird? Could it be that Yu Kawada is the right one? The emperor looked at Kawada Yu, who was sitting quietly, with some surprise, and surprised him. There was no weirdness on the bus, and Tanyun may have been right about everything he did before. Great, Tankuan didn't run into any weirdness. Surely he can pass this weird talk. Ha ha ha, I didn't think. Even the ugly kingdom encountered weirdness. Our Sakura kingdom is actually intact and didn't need it. The Cherry Blossom Nation weirdo group spoke up, excited. Originally, they had lost hope when they saw that Kawada Yu was contaminated. After all, being contaminated basically means death in the world of weird tales. But now it seems that there is a benefit to being contaminated in this weird tales to avoid the attacks of the woman in red. Although they don't understand why being contaminated prevents the woman in red from appearing on the bus. But it doesn't stop them from being happy. One of the members of the Sakura Nation's weird talk group spoke in a low voice. The emperor waved his hand, full of disinterest, and said, in the past, although the death rate of the Weird Tales game was high, it wasn't so high that only one person was cleared. So I think this time the difficulty of the Weird Tales has been lowered, so that a few more people can be cleared. The members of the Strange Talk group looked at Kawada Yu's live room, and then to the rest of the live rooms that didn't have the woman in red. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was. Only a nod of the head answered back. Searched within the dead. So it is. Your Imperial Highness is wise. The car moved slowly. Zhang Fan closed his eyes as a whisper from the woman came from his ears. By inference, Rule 2 meets and should be closed and left alone. Never mind. That's it? The next stop is Big Moon Station. It's going to Grandma's house. Zhang Fan felt vaguely uneasy in his heart, and as the woman's voice decreased, this uneasiness gradually expanded. Since you can't tell where the angst is, use the hints. Just as Zhang Fan was about to move to use the prompt, a prompt came even faster. It's a tip from the state. Zhang Fan, closing your eyes and denying a woman's answer will kill you. Shaking your head in denial will also kill you. Could my guess be wrong? Opening a window isn't letting in light. And a woman raising an umbrella isn't bringing light in. You can't close your eyes and ignore it. That can't be ignored or shaken in denial. What does she want me to answer? The cold air around him became less, and the woman's last murmur reached Zhang Fan's ears. My child. Silence ensued. Outside. Daxia. The crowd in the live room held their breath, their heartbeats almost jumping into their throats as the woman's whisper died away. Open your eyes. You'll die if you refuse to answer. Brother Van. You don't answer. Open your eyes and drag for a while can also don't be like this. I panic. It's over. It's over. It's going to die. The bugs will soon invade Van's body. Hey, open your eyes and answer the question wrongly. You'll die if you don't know, and you'll die if you refuse to answer. How should I answer? The crowd's mood dropped to the bottom as they watched the red worms gushing out of the woman in red's mouth. It's over. It's all over. Daxia, again, is going to fail and descend into weirdness once more. Is there really no hope? What the kind of answer do you want? Wang Jia, a member of Daxia's Weird Tales team, burst into a rare sexual outburst, itching to rush into the Weird Tales world and give that woman a big earful. Ask what answer is necessary to be satisfied. Is there really no hope? Refusing to answer will kill you, as will shaking your head and answering incorrectly. Throughout, it's been on the bus all the way from the house, and there's no clue to what's going on, except for getting off at the Luton stop halfway through. Damn it, there's no answer given. What the hell is the answer? Why don't you give me a clue? Child, you lost the child. We didn't lose the child. How do I know where the child went? Wei Jian cursed, his face red with anger, his head veins popping up. Rather than thinking about it over and over again, his mind kept recalling the full details, including whatever the passenger was wearing, but he just couldn't find an answer that matched the woman's. If you don't answer, you die. Unless, of course, it is possible to kill this woman. Wei Jian wasn't outrageous enough to think that Zhang Fan would be able to kill and solve the woman in red. Looking at Zhang Fan, who had closed his eyes in the live broadcast, Wei Jian only felt hopeless. The members of the Weird Tales team present sighed, and for a moment, sadness filled the air. Suddenly, Wei Jian stopped his angry roar and looked at Zhang Fan in the live broadcast in a daze. Wang Jia also quieted down and silently looked at Zhang Fan in the live broadcast. The members of the Strange Talk team raised their heads and looked at Zhang Fan in the live broadcast with unblinking eyes. At this moment, everyone in all parts of Daxia raised their heads to look up at the Strange Talk projection in the air, a glimmer of hope flooding their eyes. The world of Weird Tales is projected on. I know where your children are. Zhang Fan opened his eyes, his pupils, extremely bright, and slowly spoke. Chapter 20. The girl named Xinshin would never arrive home safely again. I know where your children are. The words echoed through the bus. There was no one in the car. The woman in red had disappeared, and the red bugs on the floor were still spreading. It was as if the woman in red had already left, and what Zhang Fan had said had not been answered correctly. Very quickly, bugs covered the entire bus, leaving only the spot where Zhang Fan stood free of bugs. Zhang Fan didn't rush and slowly spoke his next sentence. Lutong Station. Xinshin, she was abducted by human traffickers at Lutong Station. The words fell. For a moment, it was as if time and space stood still and everything became quiet. A flash of red appeared. The woman held up an umbrella, her red skirt fluttering, her hair flailing in the air, countless grievances bursting out. Extremely shaken. In the next second, the woman in red instantly moved to Zhang Fan's side. The yin qi on her body condensed like substance. Terrifying. All of a sudden, the bus was like a 10,000-year-old ice, chilly to the core. Zhang Fan's limbs couldn't help but go cold and shiver. His heart stopped abruptly, as if he was frozen by the ghostly qi, and it was very difficult to even breathe. My child, abducted. The woman's whiteless pupils looked straight at Zhang Fan, as if she was stunned and couldn't believe what Zhang Fan said, and the red bugs that kept shaking off her body showed that the woman was not common-side. Seeing this, Zhang Fan sighed in relief. He guessed right. From the note at the beginning, it's not hard to guess that the mom left the note for her daughter, by Xinshin's name, and from the beginning of the note, picking her up at the end of her illness, to the end of the note, the little baby coming home safely, you can tell that the girl, named Xin, is not very old, just started. Everyone, including Zhang Fan, thought that they were the Xin who had gone to her grandma's house in this weird talk. No one cares. The name-calling issue on the note. After all, in almost all Weird Tales games, the chosen one appears as the person in the note. It wasn't until later that the illusion that appeared at Lutong Station caught Zhang Fan's attention. Zhang Fan had never been able to figure it out. What is the purpose of the illusions that appear at Lutong Station? And what is the meaning of their existence? Is it, then, for the chosen one to watch a tragic accident on Earth? Until just now, the last thing the woman said, my child. It was only then that Zhang Fan realized that the answer to the Road Hall Station illusion had appeared. From beginning to end, there is only one little girl who appears in the whole lying journey. And that is the little girl who was abducted by the traffickers in the illusion. What the woman in red asked. The trail of the child. There was only that one answer that only the abducted little girl could correspond to. As far as making sure the little girl's name is Xinshin, this has long been answered by the appearance of the woman in red. Zhang Fan sighed as he looked compassionately at the woman with red bugs gushing out of her body. In the note, the mother was sick, and according to the news broadcast on the bus, it was possible to deduce that the mother had been infected by a parasite. The passengers coming up from the hospital station, and the old people coming up from the food market were infected with parasites, parasitic infections, and in severe cases, red eye symptoms. Now that I think about it, it would be the parasites that enter the body through the mouth and infect the brain. Brain eyes pretty much all in the same place. Zhang Fan paused inside. What red eye symptoms and what appears to be red blood? It was clearly just a red eye that had been taken over by a parasite. According to the news, there is no cure for being infected by the parasite, which explains why the mom suddenly appeared on bus 402, because she couldn't live long enough to die. According to the rules on top of the bus, the mother appeared on the bus for a short period of time. Now that I think about it, probably because she knew that her daughter was missing, and her soul turned into an obsession to get on the bus to look for it. After all, the daughter took this bus number 402 before she disappeared. Zhang Fan lamented as he felt the helplessness and sadness of the woman in red. Pity. The girl named Xinshin will never come back. Never, ever again, to arrive home safely. Outside, with Zhang Fan's whispered explanation, the crowd understood, couldn't help but look at the woman with pity. Human traffickers or whatever, just die for me. It is recommended that the state vigorously crack down on human traffickers so that they have no place to run. Am I the only one curious as to how Jiang Fan knew Xin was abducted? Luton Station was abducted. When was it? Hey, the mother became obsessive. Has been wandering on the bus, just to find the lost daughter. But unfortunately, young children with memories of abduction encountered the end at a glance. The vast majority of the beaten and disabled and thrown on the street begging, and close to the step. Trafficking. Organ. I think of my missing cousin and wonder where he is now. In the world of weird tales, after the woman in red got the news of the child, she also stopped making things difficult for Jiang Fan and just looked at Jiang Fan in a demented manner. Not moving. The red bugs on the ground stopped expanding, which gave Jiang Fan a hint of relief. But this relief seems to give too much. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fan looked at the still motionless woman in front of him. It changed from an initial euphoric relief to a puzzled depression. Why don't you go? Do you want to buy dinner to repay me for telling you the news? Although the woman was motionless, the bugs on her body were still rolling and moving around, densely packed. And this tantalizing image was a little too much for Jiang Fan to bear. Big sister, if you don't go, I wouldn't make it home in time for dinner. We need a treat. We need a dinner date. Next time, okay? Next time for sure. Feeling the rich sadness and resentment in the air, Jiang Fan estimated that the woman in red would not be able to disappear for a while. With a heartbeat, he dug in his pants pocket. Borrowing his pants pockets, he pulled out the book bag he'd gotten from the system storage by signing in. It was only his first time in Weird Tales, and he had no points to redeem for Weird Tales space, so he had to cover it up. The pink school bag was so large that Jiang Fan nearly chipped his pants pocket when he ripped it out. It took a lot of effort to pull the book bag out. Looking at the pink school bag that had become crumpled, Jiang Fan even thoughtfully patted it with his hand to flatten it out a bit. This one's for you. Jiang Fan handed the pink school bag to the woman in red. The book bag was left behind by the little girl, and when the woman in red got it, she would have left quickly, right? Jiang Fan really doesn't want to see bugs. No, he can't see women sad. Once you have a memento, you should be able to cry somewhere else, right? The woman in red was stunned. There seemed to be some confusion about the sudden appearance of the book bag. It took a long moment before he stiffened and reached out to catch his book bag, his body shaking a little. Shin shin. Shin shin. The woman in red was at a loss for words, opening her mouth and constantly murmuring, the bugs shaking out of her mouth. The sadness in the air was instantly many times greater. Seeing that the range occupied by the bugs was going to spread, Jiang Fan hurriedly said, Xin probably won't be happy to see you like this. You should cheer up. Perhaps, one day, you will be able to run into the reincarnated Xin and protect her again. Just don't know. How many billions of days is this someday? Seeming to understand Jiang Fan's words, the woman in red stiffened her forehead as if to say thank you, and there was much less resentful sadness in the air. Then, clutching her pink book bag, she slowly disappeared into the bus. Jiang Fan was relieved to see this. This red-robed female ghost had finally left, and if she didn't, it was going to be his turn to cry. Arriving at his grandma's house by 9 o'clock, he couldn't afford to miss the time. But soon, Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows in doubt. Still, something doesn't feel right. The tunnel. It seems a little long. What's taking so long? Chapter 21. A car accident in the Ping'an Tunnel. A bus fire, and passengers unable to reach their homes. Jiang Fan turned his head to look outside the bus window in confusion. No light could be seen outside the car window in the dark. As soon as the woman in red left to bring Jiang Fan back to normal, some points that were out of place became apparent. More than just the pitch blackness outside the window, Jiang Fan suddenly noticed that there was no one on the bus. Even the bus driver was gone. The sound of driving in the tunnel, the sound of the wind disappeared. Quiet. The whole bus seems to be in a static time and space. The popularity of the whole. Silence. Peace. Suddenly, there was a thud. It was as if the car had been violently hit and the whole thing shook and flipped over. A smoky smoke filled the air. The bus was involved in a crash and the front end was hit and caught fire. The fire crackled and burned, and there were dismal screams in his ears. I knew it. How can it be as simple as just the woman in red? That woman is infected with parasites. She should die in a hospital. Why would she run into a tunnel? The only other explanation is that this bus really did crash in the tunnel. Or, Shin. Jiang Fan stabilized his stance, frowning and sinking his mind. He couldn't think about that now. What he had to do was, he had to get out of here. Out of this car first. The bus was hit so hard that a fire was burning in the front. A small portion of the body frame collapsed by the impact. Some of the passengers were hit with broken limbs and blood flowing. Some of the passengers were already unconscious. Jiang Fan didn't care. If we go by speculation, these few passengers on the bus, they're all dead. Suddenly, a person shook Jiang Fan from behind and said eagerly, Fire! 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 Run! The man coughed violently as if he had inhaled the smoke from a bus collision. After saying that, he stepped off the bus first. The tunnel was dark, and the fire that burned after the bus crash illuminated part of it. With the help of the firelight, Jiang Fan saw the colliding vehicles in front of him. Pupils plummeted, a little puzzled. The vehicle that collided was a gray van. The gray van. If he remembered correctly, this van was the same van that Jiang Fan had conjured up in his mind when he left the service area. Suspected. The van that abducted the little girl. Vehicles collide in Pinyin Tunnel in a series of crashes. At this moment, Jiang Fan remembered the news that had been broadcast on the news when he stopped at Lutong Station. It was thought to be just a cover-up of the fake news broadcast by Parasite News. I didn't realize it was actually true. No wonder. The last line on the bus, "May all passengers arrive home safely," is the same as the last line above Mom's note. Turns out, none of them make it home safely. Looking at the broken limbs and bones on the ground, Jiang Fan's face revealed sadness. Peaceful tunnel. Buses that collided. Passengers who were killed or injured several times. Abducted girls. Parasite-infested mothers? Is this the source of the weirdness of bus 402? Jiang Fan suddenly smiled as he thought about it. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter if the little girl was abducted or not, if she was on this bus home or not, because it all ends the same way. Neither one gets home safe. The smoke smoked Jiang Fan's throat numb, pungent and choking roar. The audience in the live broadcast room of the Great Summer Kingdom was also a bit sad. The Tunnel of Peace. Ha ha ha. It's called the Tunnel of Peace. It's ironic that no one arrives home safely. Neither the passengers on the bus nor the abducted girl. For us, a safe trip home may be an afterthought. But for them, it's out of reach. I know. From now on, when you curse someone, tell them you're safe at home. In the meantime, except for the live broadcast room where Jiang Fan was, there are still 5 countries where the chosen one survives. Of these, none of the 4 met the woman in red. The broadcast was not involved in a car accident, and everything seemed so well. The remaining 1 met the woman in red, but was lucky enough to copy Jiang Fan's homework in time to not be eliminated. At the moment, the lucky guy who copied his homework was just like Jiang Fan, and the bus was knocked sideways. Even Shatter, John, the chosen one of the ugly kingdom, looked at the smoke-filled carriage in front of him and struggled to climb to his feet. The front of the bus had been smashed to pieces, and the whole compartment tipped over onto its side, with some of the passengers sitting in the front seats, shattered and splattered with limbs. There was blood, bones all over the wagon. There was even a severed hand that was knocked into the air and flew towards John's side. Fire! Get down! John noticed that the person who had woken him up was the passenger who had been talking enthusiastically in front of him. John looked through the window at the van that had collided in front of him in the tunnel with some annoyance. Oh, my God! How will we get to the station now? There was a car accident in the Pinyin Tunnel. So this is it? As a professor at a prestigious university, John's memory wasn't bad, and he quickly recalled a piece of news he'd watched while stopping at Road Church Station. Don't worry, this tunnel goes out to Oyuki Station. We'll walk home the same way. Is Oyuki Station just outside the tunnel? John turned his head to look at a passenger. The passenger was very enthusiastic and remembered that it was the same destination as his, which was Oyuki Station. Right. Not far. The words fell. More smoke from the bus. A burst of fire lit up. The bus started to spontaneously combust. The bus is dangerous. It's about to explode. We'd better get off. John is still a little hesitant. Look at the fire that is about to burn in front of you. Feel the rolling heat in the air, and the passengers who are passed out in their seats. The fire is burning. The passengers in the car. There's no saving them. But he remembers that you can't get off the bus without reaching a fixed stop. John glanced back at the clock in the car. It's already 8:30 p.m. It's only half an hour. Damn. It's almost 9 o'clock. We have to reach Grandma's house by 9 o'clock. Will we get off or not? John didn't expect the nearly exploded bus to keep driving and walking to the big moon station any more than a teacher could get out of class on time. That would be amazing. That look at the time made John's heart instantly anxious. Settling down, he instantly decided to walk off the bus. The ugly country's netizens watched the scene holding their breath and getting a little nervous. I think the rules say you can't get out of the car in the middle of the ride, right? I don't know. Professor John got out of the car. Seems to be alright. Rules? Are they wrong? It's only for the Ludo station that stops in front? John got out of the car. Relief came when it touched solid ground. Can you get off? Is it possible that, with the bus destroyed, the rule that you can't get off until you reach your stop is also nullified? John was a little confused. He was one of the chosen ones who hadn't gotten off the bus earlier. All you hear is the state prompting that you can't get off before you've reached your regular stop or you'll die. And now getting out of the car. There's actually no danger? It was slightly surreal to John. The tunnel was somewhat dim, with only the bright light of an exit at the very front. The large tunnel. All that was left was the sound of John and the footsteps of the front passenger. Behind them, intermittently, came some cries for help. Something about the choking smell of smoke made John cough at the smell. John looked back. That bus, number 402, is burning. The flames were raging, and from the bus came a scream. And the van in front of it, which had burned throughout its entire frame, was invisible, covered by fire. Don't look, just go. John flinched and subconsciously said, "Where are those people? Probably won't survive." John sighed and didn't say another word. The pace, following the passengers in front, was a little faster. Out of the tunnel, a neighborhood comes to mind. The bus stop is right in front of it, and there are no other neighborhoods around except this one. The neighborhood is a bit run down. The words Sunnyside are even more rusty. The note left by my mom suggests that reaching the station will bring me to my grandma's house. The Sunnyside neighborhood, obviously, is the destination for this one. Chapter 22. Let's go. Shin Shin, we're going home. John, the chosen one of the ugly kingdom, died. There was some clarity in John's mind. Isn't this all going too well? Although something felt wrong inside, he walked in. Time. It's running out. As John walked into the neighborhood, the live feed went dark. The ugly country's netizens are not worried. Every time you get to a critical choice and make a choice about the final outcome, the screen goes black. Some are to avoid the chosen one, who has not yet made his choice, copying the winner's assignment. Yes. Then the chosen one is misled into choosing the wrong answer. And then, wait for all the chosen to pass or die before the answers are uniformly announced. The ugly country's netizens held great confidence that they were going to win. After all, Prof. John has managed to reach his grandma's house. Peace to the house. Peace to the tunnel. What an irony. It's hard to be safe in every sentence. Jiang Fan smiled and laughed, but suddenly stopped. He picked up the last of the state's cues. Jiang Fan, according to the demonstration by other chosen, not far from the tunnel is the big moon station, where grandma's house is located. Also, it looks like you can get off here without being affected. Jiang Fan, it's up to you. Go for it. Is the big moon station just outside the tunnel? You can get out of the car without being affected. Jiang Fan looked at the white dazzling light at the end of the tunnel and suddenly wanted to do something about it. Yeah, the next stop is Atsuki Station, so you can go home. Shin Shin. Jiang Fan's eyes firm up, not looking away from the dented van in front of the bus, where his feet moved and jumped down from the bus window. Jiang Fan felt the constant stream of rolling heat in the air, as if a great fire was about to burn on him. A stream of choking smoke scattered in all directions, carrying hot gases that made Jiang Fan's throat bitter and dry, and he couldn't help coughing. The side of the van was almost glued to the bus. The blazing fire burning in the front of the bus spread to the van and burned violently. Jiang Fan endured the pain of the fire and wasted a lot of effort to find Xin from inside the van. The little girl with the pink book bag was thrown into the trunk by her trafficker and squeezed into a ball. Looking at the little girl whose face was greenish-purple and lifeless, Jiang Fan's hands trembled and his pace stumbled a little. Green and purple. Death by asphyxiation. Hinson suffocated alive in a snakeskin bag in the trunk of the van. Fingers flexed stiffly. Scratches inside a snakeskin pocket. A line of tears ran down his face. Everything made Jiang Fan unable to imagine how desperate Xin, at that time, should be. The young body was unable to break free of the snakeskin bag and had to wait for the oxygen to run out and die in despair. Jiang Fan held back his tears and carefully helped Xin organize her clothes. Hin was as light as a piece of cotton. Jiang Fan picked up Xin's skinny body with almost no effort. His steps were difficult, as if each step used all of Jiang Fan's strength. One step at a time, Jiang Fan carried Xin towards the light of the tunnel. Go, Shin Shin. Let's go home. It will be safe to go home without those bad people. When Shin Shin goes out alone in the future, she must remember. Don't talk to strangers, don't eat what strangers give you, and don't go down remote alleys. It can be dangerous. And always remember, get home safely. Jiang Fan spoke seriously, like a worried parent who kept bugging. The empty tunnel was only the sound of Jiang Fan's footsteps, the sound of talking. The silence of the tunnel was extraordinarily empty. Okay, big brother. Xin remembers. A clear voice rang out, echoing through the tunnel. Jiang Fan seemed to have expected something and did not look down at the person he was holding, but just walked slowly, still carefully admonished word for word. Now that you've memorized it, let me test you. When you go out and meet a strange uncle offering you candy, should you take it? Don't. My brother said not to take things from strangers. That's right. Shin Shin. Shin Shin is great. Jiang Fan looked relieved and tried his best to hide his sadness with a smile. Didn't care in the slightest. There were no figures in the dark, empty tunnel. The further we got to the end of the tunnel, the brighter the light became, seemingly to illuminate everything. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's hand was light, and it seemed like everything was gone. Zhang Fan wasn't surprised and pulled the corner of his mouth into a slight smile, reaching out and waving his hand toward the back as if saying goodbye. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled a storybook out. I have to go. XIN. This storybook is for you. Don't lose it next time. You won't get it back if you lose it, and it won't do to cry about it then. Then, come out of the tunnel completely, where Zhang Fan's line of sight didn't touch. The Daxia live broadcast was clearly presented. Tunnel darkness. A little girl with a pink backpack smiled like a flower, clutching a storybook and waving the same with her other hand. Open your mouth as if to say, well, I'm not going to cry. I'm a grown-up, brother. Bye. With the sound of wheels rolling, Zhang Fan opened his eyes, looking at the intact bus. Thoughts were mixed. Bus rule number 8, if you see red liquids, crumbs, bones, or other objects on the bus, close your eyes for a moment and take a break. It's just a hallucination you're having. After the bus was involved in a car accident, the blood and bone crumbs on it made Zhang Fan suspicious. It was only later when the tunnel showed that he couldn't sign in that it completely made Zhang Fan sure. Him, caught in a vision. And what does he need to do when he's caught in the illusion? Whether it's a note from mommy or not. Little baby home safe and sound. Or XIN home safe and sound. Get out of the tunnel. By now. XIN should be home safely, right? Rub. The bus. It stopped. Stopped. In front of a tunnel. The tunnel is inscribed with 2 words. Peaceful tunnel. The woman holding the umbrella did not reappear in the dim light of the car. The passengers in the car, still with their eyes closed, rested. Zhang Fan quietly watched the bus drive into the tunnel. In the dark tunnel, he seemed to see a mother and daughter clinging to each other. The girl was carrying a pink school bag, her hand clasped tightly around her mother, who was dressed in a red dress and looked extraordinarily gentle. Zhang Fan suddenly realized that he seemed to understand why XIN disappeared when she was about to exit the tunnel. Originally, I thought that it was the fact that I was home and would be at my grandma's house. I didn't realize it was still in the tunnel. Zhang Fan looked at the woman in red next to XIN and would smile. Where there is family, there is home. As the bus pulls out of the tunnel, the passengers on the bus, out of nowhere, all disappeared, leaving only the driver in the front row, as well as Zhang Fan, outside, watching Zhang Fan walk out of the tunnel and then reappear on the bus. The crowd in the live broadcast room froze and speculated. Is it a ghostly wall? Why didn't Zhang Fan walk out of the tunnel to reach his grandma's house like John Ugly, but instead did the bus all over again? It's so confusing. But fortunately, nothing happened to Zhang Fan. Looking at the same tunnel again, there was no sign of the woman holding the umbrella or the car accident in the tunnel, which was a relief to the Daxia crowd. It's okay to ride the bus again. Just be safe. Daxia netizens vaguely speculate that the choices made by Zhang Fan led towards a different ending. Whether it's right or wrong, it's hard to say. Just as the remaining chosen had all reached their grandmother's homes, the bus that Zhang Fan was riding on went through the tunnel. In the meantime, the Ugly Kingdom's live feed, which had blacked out its screen, lit up again. On the screen, a bus appears to be moving slowly. The bus was traveling into the Pingan tunnel when it suddenly rear-ended the car in front of it and collided with it, making a loud bang. The fire burned, and its light illuminated the dark tunnel. Some blood, limbs scattered everywhere. Shortly afterward, police cars appeared and demonic spirits surrounded the scene of the accident. Demon Spirit cleared the scene and found a body from the trunk of one of the accident vans. The netizens of the Ugly Kingdom Live were silent as they looked at the corpse's face. The body was badly burned and gruesome, but recognizable. This is the chosen one of the Ugly Kingdom, Professor John. Odd Talk's voice rang cold and unruffled in everyone's ears. John, the chosen one of the Ugly Kingdom, dies and the Weird Talk randomly descends. When you go out, you must pay attention to safety. Watch out for overly enthusiastic strangers. Don't eat strangers' food, and don't walk with strangers. Remember to report your trip to your parents and friends at all times, and arrive home safely. Zhang Fan. Chapter 23. That's Tiger Cigarettes. Comparable to Huazi. Want one? John, the chosen one of the Ugly Kingdom, dies and the Weird Talk randomly descends. Sakurakuni's chosen one, Yu Kawada, dies. Weird tales randomly drop. The chosen one of Pizza Nation. Announcement after announcement appeared. With the exception of Zhang Fan of the Great Summer Kingdom, the rest of the chosen ones, all perished, including, not experiencing the car accident, the woman in red's Cherry Blossom Country, the Pizza Country, etc. Cherry Blossom Country. Why is our chosen one declared dead when he is still alive? No fair. No fair. The Emperor of the Sakura Nation looked at the live broadcast without a black screen and was furious. Obviously, the live screen didn't go black. The chosen one was alive and well. and didn't die like John from Ugly Kingdom, so why did they declare Sakura Nation a failure? Just as the Emperor was extremely puzzled, a horrifying scene in the live feed, only to see that Kawada Yu, who was sitting properly on the bus, suddenly raised his head and cracked the corner of his mouth to shed blood. This blood, it actually moves. 1, 2 fell to the ground. The Emperor instantly thought of the red bug that appeared on the woman in red. Kawada Yu is infected with parasites? And the horror of the scene goes far beyond that. Kawada Yu smiled wryly, following the bus as it rode past the Atsuki station and straight to the end of the line before getting off, as if the terminal was the destination for this time. After getting off the bus, Kawada Yu surveyed where the terminal was located, next to a tall building. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he chose a crowded place to go and gradually disappeared into the live broadcast screen. It seems, Yu Kawada intends to live here permanently, melting into the world of weird stories. The Sakura Nation Emperor had understood everything as he looked at the blacked-out live stream. The eye hole suddenly narrowed and his face went white. Tagan. Not Tagan anymore. Countless strange tales have descended to Earth. The southern land state of the Ugly Country. This area is known as the breadbasket of the Ugly Kingdom. The plains combined with the abundant rainy seasons grow 60% of the food in the Ugly Kingdom. Then a tornado hit that endless field. A group of human farmers looked at the bounty of grain and exulted. That's great. Thanks to the last chosen one from the Ugly Kingdom, it's made it possible to produce 20% more food this year. We're going to have a bumper crop. Ha ha ha. How much money must be made by exporting this grain to other countries? Hey guys, look, what's that? With the horror of the crowd, on the field, a huge tornado gathered out of nowhere. It came on so strong that the wind blew dark clouds across the sky, a field that was rolled up hard, let alone food. The land is gone. Oh shedder, my wheat. The ranchers screamed and looked at the sweeping tornado with faces full of anger and horror, only to be helpless and curse. The Ugly Country is not the only one in this situation. Cherry Blossom Country. Sakura Nation Chosen 1 Yu Kawada dies. Random descent. 8 magnitude earthquake. The negative effects of the failure of the Weird Tales game descended on Tokyo. Located in Sakura Country's topmost Tokyo, where every inch of gold is in the air, Sakura Country's countless economies grow unchecked. With the end of the broadcast over the sky, everyone in Tokyo looked up incredulously, wide-eyed and horrified. Earthquakes. No. For God's sake, don't descend on Tokyo, my house, my car. The next second, everyone screamed and cried. Earthquake. It's on. Several towering skyscrapers began to shake violently, but in a second they collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. Below, the crowd of panicked dispersal have not had time to react. Was the collapse of the building under the pressure? Instantly no sound. The earthquake spread to Chiyoda-ku, Tokyo. The Yasukuni Shrine toilet fell over, revealing a tombstone underneath. Above the tombstone was engraved in small seal script, and a Chin character was revealed. Flooding in Pizza Country, bubonic plague in the Riverlands, and so on and so forth. The disasters that befell the globe with the deaths of the chosen ones. So far, only the Great Summer Kingdom remains, unharmed. Dear passengers, Oyuki Station has arrived. Please get off the bus in an orderly manner. Get on the bus, please abide by the rules of public transportation. Consciously coin. The crowd in Dasha couldn't stop their excitement as they looked at the bus that had arrived at the stop. Oh, my God, it's over. Finally, Van is awesome. He's the only one who got through this time. Ha ha ha, Dasha's losing streak has come to an end. Bravo. Wait, you guys, look, what's Jiang Fan doing? Dasha. Everyone froze. See only, when the bus arrived at the stop, Jiang Fan didn't get off at the first opportunity, but returned and walked to the bus driver, whispering something and holding a box in his hand. Jiang Fan, what's going on here? That's cigarettes? Digging in. Jiang Fan, don't do anything to kill yourself. In the world of weird tales, Big Moon Station arrived, and Jiang Fan looked at the slightly dilapidated neighborhood in front of him, and then glanced at the dark tunnel not far behind him. He knew that he passed the last do not see. Probably the reality of the regret. Only, I don't know if this is reality now, or a dream. But, cigarettes. Jiang Fan gave a cheeky smile and took out his cigarettes. Walk over to the driver's voice before the bus has come to a complete stop. Big brother, this cigarette. Smoke? The driver looked up at Jiang Fan, wanting to speak. Smoke it? Once you smoke this, your masculinity will definitely increase. And I'm not bragging about the flavor of this cigarette. It's really crunchy and tastes like it's on top. It tastes great. The driver was a bit moved, looking at the tiger cigarettes in Jiang Fan's hand, and couldn't move his eyes. He knew the cigarettes, thieves, were expensive. He usually smoked cigarettes that cost $5 or $6 in ghost money. So how could he afford to smoke this high-grade stuff? You know, it's 100 smokes smaller. Same status as Wazi. It's yours for nothing. Just a little help. As if he didn't hear the cries of the netizens, Zhang Fan once again resumed his seat. The move sent the Dasha Freak Squad and their group screaming in terror. Zhang Fan, what is this for? Why are you still on the bus? We're at the station. If you don't get off, you'll miss your stop. It's not, like, contaminated by weirdness, is it? Wei Jian was so eager that he rushed to send a prompt to Zhang Fan. But, the final cue has long since been issued by them, and there is currently no queuing opportunity left. The crowd was silent after seeing the buses slowly close. The bus doors are closing. Next stop. It's the end of the line. Ah, it's over. Dasha, to the leash. Give notice and get ready in advance. Wei Jian waved his hand, cursing. There's a lump in my heart. I can't get up or down. I'm choking. Why don't you get out of the car when it's clearly cleared? Damn it. On the screen, at the moment, Zhang Fan was sitting in his seat, smiling happily. The bus moved slowly out of the stop, and after a short distance away, it turned another corner. Return to the tunnel. How does this bus go back? Wei Jian was confused. The Weird Tales team is confused. The people of the Great Summer Kingdom were confused. Next scene. It made the crowd even more puzzled. As the scene changes in the live room, after traveling into the tunnel, the bus exited the tunnel, made another turn, and stopped to live at the same stop it made before entering the tunnel. The back door of the bus opened. Zhang Fan peeked out from inside. It took no more than 5 seconds to get out of the station and back into the car with a big smile on his face. The bus drove on, circled around, and came back to that stop in front of my grandma's house. Thank you, big brother. Next time there are cigarettes, and bring you back. Zhang Fan cheerfully waved his hand at the bus driver. That's right. He traded Tiger cigarettes for a re-sign. He had thought long and hard about signing up for the position. Does it go to the end of the line, or is it a previous stop down the road? Due to the 10 minutes of the hegemony, Zhang Fan chose to drive to the previous stop for check-in. Throughout the journey, apart from the hospitals with the virus, the food market, and the stopover at Lutong Station, the remaining, just before the tunnel, had the most contamination. Zhang Fan glanced at the system interface. The latest item acquired below is so beautiful that you are almost on the verge of laughing. Replacement doll *1, a lovely doll with the purest soul that can die on behalf of the host. Chapter 24 End of bus copy. Sunnyside. Replacement doll *1, a lovely doll with the purest soul that can die on behalf of the host. This is equivalent to having 2 lives. It's even more powerful than the invincible body for 10 minutes. A pack of cigarettes for a life. No loss. No loss. Getting off the train, Zhang Fan signed in at the station again. Get a chance to prompt. Zhang Fan glanced at the neighborhood in front of him. The neighborhood is a bit old, with a few words showing above the faded door sign. Sunnyside? I don't know if I can sign inside the neighborhood. Where is Grandma's house? Also, Grandma's toilet, kitchen, bedroom, whatever. Come sign in once. If you have time, see if you can sign in on each floor and just walk in the wrong place. Zhang Fan said cheerfully. Just at the moment when he had just stepped inside the cell door, his face suddenly changed abruptly and he instantly froze. It was unusually cold in the small area. Cool air crawling up the torso to the head and deep into the heart. A horrible atmosphere spreading, creeping people out and giving them goosebumps. This neighborhood. Something's not right. Zhang Fan frowned and took a step back as he felt a sense of crisis even greater than on the bus. Heart palpitations. Residential buildings in the district lit up warm light. Under the light, can vaguely see a shadow in the window swaying? The district is half a bit of silhouettes are not seen. Even the breeze has not brushed. Quiet bazaar. In the meantime, a powerful force tried to pull Zhang Fan out, separating his flesh and soul. Zhang Fan couldn't help but close his eyes as the scenery before him blurred. Digging in. Take it easy. This is heavily polluted. Let me stay outside. Congratulations to Zhang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, for his successful clearance. At this moment, the crowd that heard the strange talk playing was relieved and cheered in unison. Ha ha ha, Brother Fan is awesome. Our Dacia has finally passed the barrier. I'm so confused by this weird talk. It's so hard. Laughs. Yes, along the way, there's not only the danger of being infected with parasites, but also the difficulties of the passengers. And at the end, answering the mom's questions and escaping from the danger with the little girl. And you can't leave out any of them. I wonder how many points Brother Fan can get. Points can be exchanged for many things. After the Dacia crowd finished cheering, they eyed the big screen in the sky. After the chosen one passes the Weird Tales, they all receive varying amounts of points. These points can be exchanged for wealth, resources, minerals and more. It can also be redeemed for personal fitness, longevity, even up to a certain number of points. It's also said to clear up weird events that have descended upon Weird Tales City. Soon, Zhang Fan's points, presented on the world screen, were able to be seen by every country. The moment they saw the points, the crowd gasped in shock, their eyes filled with incredulity, because the points gained are just too much. The only chosen one who had passed this time was Zhang Fan of the Great Summer Kingdom. Scoreboard. It also only showed Zhang Fan's points alone. Name, Zhang Fan. Country, Daxia. Points gained this time, pollution level 0, plus 2,000 points. Rescue Xinshin, plus 1,500 points. No rules broken, plus 500 points. Bring the correct uncontaminated rice crackers, plus 500 points. Total points, 8,000. Zhang Fan alone had actually gained over 8,000 points. It was important to realize that the chosen one who had cleared the barrier the first few times had only gained a maximum of 2,000 points at a time. Zhang Fan directly quadrupled this record by as much as 4 times. Global outcry, 8,000 points. One might even say, was the total number of points earned by the surviving chosen one from the last game of Weird Tales. Some powerful people crave it. The points earned by the chosen can be used not only for themselves, but also for the outside world. Other roles aside, the mere lure of rejuvenating some of those whose lifespans are about to end and whose bodies are crippled is enough to attract the vast majority of people to it. Who doesn't want to live a few more years? And greater than that, it was enough to bring the city where the strange talk had descended back to its original order. There isn't a single person, from the state down, who doesn't want Weird Tales points. And so, the world has been in the news for some heavy-duty points. The richest man in Bananaland says he'll buy 100 points for $1 billion just to live 1 year longer. The president of the Western Blue Flower Nation announced that he will be conducting an interview with Daxia in the next few days and expressed his wish to meet Zhang Fan, the chosen one of the Daxia Nation. An important dignitary of the Three Kingdoms has a daughter who's come of age and has shown her love for Zhang Fan on ins. No matter how much clamor there is from the outside world, none of the Zhang Fan in the world of strange tales were allowed to know. At this moment, he was inside the exclusive space of the Weird Tales world. What a cheapskate. Can't you just let me walk to Grandma's house? I'm such a filial child. It's not too much to have dinner at my grandma's house and stop by the bedroom to rest and relax, right? It's everyone's responsibility to care for the empty nesters. At the very least, let me see my grandma for a while. It's not good to leave just after entering the neighborhood. My grandma will miss me, and I'll get a bad conscience. Zhang Fan beeped in a small voice. The rule of weird talk pulled him back into the resting space the moment he entered the cell. It was only a few seconds though. However, Zhang Fan still managed to sign in successfully in the sunny neighborhood. Master key, a key that can open all doors. Locksmiths say I don't deserve it when they see it. Looking at the newly signed items, Zhang Fan squared his face, tweaked his chin, and murmured, Grandma's house is even more polluted. Not weaker than the station before the tunnel at all. Possibly, the Sunnyside neighborhood where Grandma lives has long been infested with parasites. You can sign up for this kind of thing just on the outside of the neighborhood. But what about inside the neighborhood? It must be even better to sign up for something like this. It sure smells good when you get there to hang out and see your neighbors. Signing in from house to house, after a round of weird talk games, can be known. Q-Chance common items, physique, special items, function. Of these, special items or features are the most useful. Things like domination for 10 minutes, scapegoat dolls, that kind of multiple life support stuff, marinated chicken thighs, coke, slightly more common items like that. The tiger cigarettes that you sign up for in the game, and the master key you get at the end, are somewhere in between. If you can sign the master key just on the outside of the neighborhood, then inside the neighborhood, the signing is definitely much better than what is currently known. After all, the whole sunny neighborhood to start with is just common items. No, not ordinary. If you use it well, you can exchange it for special items, like a scapegoat doll. Zhang Fan felt like he was missing out on a few $100 million just by thinking about it. It would be nice to sign in everywhere. Wouldn't it be an overnight fortune? Pity. Zhang Fan sighed and shook his head. Wise chosen one. Congratulations on your successful passage this time. Cumulative points earned, 8,000. Available points, 8,000 points. Items exchanged, none. Excuse me, do you use points to exchange items? An icy mechanical voice rang out from within the space of the strange talk. A virtual screen surfaced in front of Zhang Fan, and all of the things displayed on it lit up, signifying that they could be redeemed. Zhang Fan took a look at all sorts of things. Even, some of the items are not at all worse than the ones you get by signing into the system. Longevity, money, physique, weird talk items, or even a national luck bonus. Zhang Fan looked at all the redeemable items and pondered for a moment, not rushing to redeem them, but opened his mouth. How many points are needed to completely remove the strange talk that has descended upon the city? $10,000. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. A game of weird tales where the chosen one dies. Strange talk descends on the city, causing tens of thousands of deaths and tens of billions of dollars of property to disappear. Such a huge amount of death damage resulted in a victory gain of just a few thousand points. These points are nowhere near enough to eliminate the perpetual descent of weird talk from failure. Even if one is fortunate enough to reach 10,000 points and pass the level perfectly, banishing the strange talk from the city, those who are negatively affected and die can never go back to the beginning. The give and take is far from proportional. Is this what gives a little hope in a desperate situation so that one doesn't give up completely? Dying with anticipation? Zhang Fan shook his head and lamented. Redeem for me 10 points each of physical strength, intelligence, and luck, and 20 points of mental strength. Deduct 5,000 points. Remaining, 3,000 points. The words fell. Zhang Fan's body warmed up, veins exposed in his hands, and endless strength surged out of his limbs. The mind cleared even more, and some of the confusion was instantly solved. Zhang Fan tapped on the system panel and nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the greatly improved physique. Name, Zhang Fan. Age, 18 of 90. Mental strength, 17 plus 20, up to 10. Physical strength, 12 plus 10, max 10. Intelligence, 11 plus 10, maximum 10. Luck, 9 plus 10, maximum 10. Items, scapegoat doll *1. Master key. Ghost coin $15. Rule tip chance *3. Spooky protection *1. Marinated chicken thigh *1. This nearly 40 spiritual power. If you sit on the bus now, it is estimated that you will not feel tired and sleepy. Not eat rice crackers chicken legs in the middle of the road to resist hunger can be. After exchanging his physique, the remaining 3,000 points, Zhang Fan had no intention of using. The world where rule weirdness descended. Wealthy ultimate lifespans are false. Most importantly, props that can be used in weird tales, or your own physique. Self-constitution he had added almost enough to deal with some of the smaller monsters, road armor ghosts, and background plates, and weird props. He had just glanced at the Weird Tales redemption panel. It's also got weird story hints, rule judgments, etc. in it. But the price. You need 2 or 3,000 points for this crap? I can sign up anywhere alright. How about body points? Stuff as well as the redemption is complete. Zhang Fan didn't stay too long and directly chose to leave the strange talk space. A light came on. Zhang Fan felt the real touch of his skin. Looking around and seeing familiar surroundings, the whole body relaxes. It's finally over. Chapter 25, Hero or something. Zhang Fan also wanted to be one. Weird Tales copy, Mom. The world of Weird Tales teleports him to where he was before entering Weird Tales. His home. It was the weekend, and Zhang Fan was resting at home. If it was class time, Zhang Fan estimated that as soon as he finished, he would appear in the classroom and be enthusiastically surrounded by those in the class. Thud. Zhang Fan hadn't been back for long when there was a knock on the door. Zhang Fan opened the door and several formally dressed people came forward. Hello, you're Zhang Fan, the chosen one, right? Zhang Fan swept a glance at a few probing neighbors at the building and knew the identity of the visitor. Yes, I am. The visitor surfaced with a smile and extended his hand. Hello Zhang Fan, we are from the Weird Tales group of the Great Summer Kingdom, and we are now asking you to collect your chosen one reward, as well as negotiate the next Weird Tales game. Good. Zhang Fan nodded and set off after a few people. Zhang Fan's house is an old residential building with little security. One down looked at the security line isolated by the officers, and the mass of people outside of it, and shook his head helplessly. He, still, could not escape being mobbed. When the people saw Zhang Fan coming downstairs, they shouted loudly in excitement and raised their cell phones to take pictures one after another. Zhang Fan, look at this. Zhang Fan, brother Fan. Zhang Fan, you are the hero of Daxia. The crowd of onlookers was extraordinarily agitated and could have rushed over if not for the safety line that the officers had surrounded the area. Zhang Fan waved and responded with a few smiles before rushing to get into the car. That's an exciting group of people. If it wasn't for you guys, I almost wouldn't have gotten out. As a hero of Daxia, it's normal to be excited to see you. A man on the sidelines laughed with some emotion. The Great Summer Kingdom has lost 3 times in a row, and has already lost several cities. The situation is very unpromising. If it wasn't for you this time, it would probably be desperate. Wherever, it is incumbent upon me to do so for Daxia. The sedan quickly arrived at the government center of Zhangfan City. As soon as the door was opened, more than a dozen people in the conference room stood up and applauded. The leader of the group, Wei Jian, was the first to stand out and shake hands with Zhang Fan. In a jiffy, Zhang Fan received a whole bunch of rewards from the state. The chosen one who passes the Weird Tales is rewarded, no matter what country he or she is in. The rewards vary from country to country, with Daxia's reward being 5 million in cash, a house, a lifetime honor, and so on. If the chosen one chooses to continue to participate in the Weird Tales, then the family will be supported by the state no matter what happens subsequently. Or you can choose not to participate and become part of the Weird Tales group to provide rules ideas for subsequent chosen ones. It's okay if you don't choose either. The state will prioritize picking you up and safeguarding you for life as the strange talk descends on the city. But no one is going to interfere with the chosen one's choice. After all, it's a matter of life and death that anyone needs to consider carefully. Jiang Fan, your side, go back and think about it. Choose to participate or not participate at all. We will also be able to prepare in advance. A rare smile appeared on Wei Jian's serious face and he said amiably. He didn't expect Jiang Fan to give an answer on the spot. Who can make up his mind to face the fear of life and death? Most of the chosen ones who have won in countries around the world have also chosen not to participate, and are just rich and safe for life. No one can give up a life of comfort to choose to walk the path of death. Always tense up and face the horror. Hesitation. It's a normal thing. I don't think there's anyone better for weird stories than me. Is there? Jiang Fan laughed without much hesitation. If he was afraid of death, Jiang Fan wouldn't have acted elated when he was chosen and when he entered the Weird Tale space in the first place. With the current world order, staying out there can only lead to death. Worrying all day long about the next weird story that will come to their city. He didn't like it. Nor do I want to leave my fate in the hands of others. Jiang Fan likes to be in control of his life, to trample suffering under his feet and watch the world prosper. Wei Jian was slightly flabbergasted. The teenager in front of him spoke casually, as if what he was going to face was not a life and death crisis, but more like a commonplace trivial matter. Such a look and demeanor. I don't know why, but instead, it made Wei Jian's mind, which had been tense these days, settle down. Waving his hand, he then laughed out loud. Good for you. Then you quickly go back to rest. Call me if anything happens. Within Daxia, you can have the highest treatment authority without violating the bottom line. Jiang Fan nodded and turned to leave, holding a large pile of honors. Wei Jian looked at Jiang Fan's departing back with some emotion. There was a pause and a satisfied nod. This is what a good man of Daxia is like, daring to fight, not afraid of difficulties. Good. Within a few days, Daxia's official announcement that Jiang Fan had once again chosen to participate in the Weird Tales game excited and moved the Daxia crowd. Brother Van, you'll be my big brother from now on. The chosen from other countries have given up participating, hiding under the blessing of the state to live a peaceful life. But Jiang Fan chooses to continue participating. Jiang Fan, good job. For the sake of Daxia, you've put life and death on the line. Inexplicably, I have confidence in the next game of Weird Tales. This official announcement by the Great Summer also added fuel to Jiang Fan's fire, causing him to be found by countless people who enthusiastically surrounded him during the next 3 days of rest. Some bold girls, learning that Jiang Fan is single, directly show their love in public, so that Jiang Fan will not have any regrets next. Even, there were some boys mixed in. Jiang Fan was angry and amused, and in order to avoid this passion, hardened himself and returned to the life of a householder. The names of the chosen from each country will be announced in 10 minutes. So please prepare in advance and make sure to stay awake in the world of weird stories. Daxia, Jiang Fan, we're about to enter the world of Weird Tales in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. Chosen ones, do you want to exchange items? Remaining points, 3,000. 3 days passed. Jiang Fan once again returned to the Weird Tales space. Don't redeem it. Pass it on to Daxia. Save it for removing weird talk. Jiang Fan didn't half hesitate. As the words fell, Jiang Fan disappeared into Weird Tales space with a black eye. At the same time, an emotionless voice rang in his ears. Welcome to the world of weird stories. Randomly selected copies of Weird Talk. Successful. Strange copy. Mom, copy is finished. Chapter 26, always listen to your mommy. Don't hurt mommy? Opening his eyes again, Jiang Fan's surroundings were brand new. Inside a slightly dirty room, Jiang Fan looked around the room, looking at the furnishings, and the style of the room, and quickly deduced the identity of this person. Several men's coats were scattered on the bed. Unfolded quilt, flip-flops, computer, cigarette butts, single bed. It's a slightly older man, probably around 30, single, internet addicted, smoker, sloppy and unkempt. Jiang Fan glanced at the cluttered closet and flipped out a few CD-ROM magazines from the bottom. The coolly dressed woman on the disc and the enlarged handwriting on the magazine. The world's top 10 female performers. Jiang Fan twitched the corners of his mouth. Or an LSP. Jiang Fan silently flipped through the magazine, not missing the colors on each page. He has to look up if there are any rules hidden in there. Half a dozen times. Ahem, that is so big. But so, it seems there's no hiding rule. Jiang Fan coughed softly and put the magazine in the nightstand. turn your head to find out where the rules might be. Within a few moments, a rule note, crumpled into a ball, was found inside the trash can. Jiang Fan spread it out flat, and the handwriting on it was scribbled and somewhat messy. By the time you find this note, you'll be on your 7th reincarnation. I am you, the 6th reincarnation, and according to the information left behind by the previous me reincarnations, this could possibly be the last reincarnation, so please be sure to get out of it, or you will die completely afterward. Don't be nervous, don't be afraid, listen to what I'm about to say properly, and remember something that could potentially help you survive and get out of your reincarnation. 1. Each reincarnation exists for 7 days. 2. Always listen to your mom, or there will be horrible consequences. 3. Mom is a clean freak and doesn't like the house to be dirty, so please make sure to keep the house clean and tidy when you are home, especially your bedroom. 4. Mommy doesn't like bad children. Don't let mommy find out about any bad habits or behavior. If your mom finds out, please speak up and continue. 5. Bedroom. It's safe. 6. Your mom is very concerned about your personal space and will never enter your bedroom without permission. If you find the bedroom door open and your mom standing, you can ask her to come in and sit down. 7. If your mom calls you, please respond immediately. Find your mom within 10 seconds, and appear in front of her. If you do not find your mom in time, next please pretend not to see, ignore, and act as if your mom is not at home until you return to your bedroom. 8. If you feel like you're being watched, don't worry, it's mommy watching you. 9. Please remember that your mom loves you very much and would never do anything to hurt you. 10. Mom doesn't like children who stay up late and have an irregular routine, so please be sure to be in your bedroom and asleep by 10 p.m. No matter what sounds you hear, just pretend nothing is happening. 11. If you wake up at night and see your mother standing next to your bed, please do not be alarmed. It is just your mother worrying that you are not covered. Please ignore it and go back to sleep. 12. Mom is not a mom. 13. Must not. Jiang Fan noticed that the last rule was incomplete, and the handwriting was extremely scribbled, seemingly written in an emergency situation. Possessing an intellect that exceeded that of normal people, Jiang Fan instantly analyzed that Rule 3 was the correct rule, none other. Rule number 4. Mommy doesn't like bad kids. Don't make bad behavioral habits for mommy to find out about. Rule number 3 and rule number 4 corresponded to each other, dirty and messy, and also represented bad habits. So the moment Jiang Fan read the note, he began to quickly clean the bedroom, folding laundry, organizing linens, cleaning computer desks, etc. A small bedroom is cluttered but easy to organize. Not a moment too soon, a dirty bedroom becomes clean and tidy. Jiang Fan sat on the bed huffing and puffing. He swore that he hadn't even cleaned so carefully at home. This was simply using 12% of his strength. Rule number 5. The bedroom is safe. And rule number 7. Until you get back to the bedroom. The two also correspond to each other. If rule V is right, then rule 7, 2, has great odds of being right. Failure to find mom in time can be spooky, which can be avoided by escaping to a safe bedroom. Whether rule V is correct, however, is not yet known. Also, Jiang Fan paused and placed his eyes on the 12th rule, his brows locked in some confusion. A mom is not a mom? If, on a literal reading, there were perhaps 2 moms, it would be interesting to ponder whether these rules about moms would have to be converted to rejudge what is right and wrong. The last 13th rule is missing? That's easy. Jiang Fan's heart moved to use the rule prompt. On the note, the 13th missing rule is gradually revealed. As the missing rules were filled in, Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrunk, somewhat at a loss for words. 13. Don't hurt mommy. Don't hurt mommy. What if mommy is just creepy? Jiang Fan frowned tightly. In the world of weird talk, following the rules was placed first, followed by solving the weirdness, because failure to follow the rules results in immediate death. Unless, of course, your force is so strong that you can ignore the rules. But, it's not like there weren't cases of resolving shenanigans at the end of the day in the previous Weird Tales world in order to get through the Weird Tales. If moms were creepy, what to do when the two collide? The system suggests it. It can't be wrong, can it? Jiang Fan didn't think much about it. It wasn't the right time to think about this. After scanning the note and quickly memorizing it, Jiang Fan tore it up and threw it back into the trash can. Oh yeah, and rule number 1. So the deadline for this Weird Tales game, is it 7 days? Within 7 days, a way must be found to get out of the cycle of reincarnation or fail and die. Jiang Fan pondered silently. There's not much useful information in the note. At least, there is no obvious information indicating that there is a way out of reincarnation in it. But, the rules almost always mention one person. Mom. Pretty much any rule that could be broken, tainted, and has a chance of death, is a mom. Mom, it's dangerous. Maybe it has something to do with reincarnation. Or maybe it's spooky. The main clue is in the mom. And there has to be more contact with her. More contact with mom means that he's going out of the bedroom. Out of the safe zone. Increasing the probability of death touching the rules. Jung Fan looked at the clean and tidy bedroom and turned on the sign-in. Ding! The bedroom has signed in successfully. And you've won a photo album of mom's memories *1. Mom's memory album carries mom's fondest memories and can withstand 3 times the pollution. 3 times pollution? That could be comparable to that bully reward for signing up on the bus. Jung Fan took a deep breath. It's exciting to play so big right off the bat. Thinking of this, Jung Fan gripped the door handle and gently pushed open the bedroom door. Is it unlocked? Jung Fan looked at the unlocked bedroom door and frowned. Not only was the bedroom door unlocked, but where the door met the lock, there was some rubbing and signs of vandalism. The fact that the original body has unlocked the bedroom door means that something may want to get into one's bedroom. And, at times, was so grumpy that he tried to break down the door at one point. Rule number 5. The bedroom is safe. So is it a safe bedroom without a door? If the door is damaged, the bedroom, both may become unsafe. Jung Fan's body chilled. Although the damage to the door lock was minor. However, if the door is then violently struck a few times, the lock may be completely destroyed. At least, what's out there has the ability to break down the door and force its way in. It's not even certain that the bedroom is safe ground when the door lock is broken. Jung Fan took a breath and gently opened the door that was unlocked. After pushing open the door, the living room outside was somewhat unexpected to Jung Fan. It's not dirty, it's not messy, and it's not dark and chilling. Instead, it's a little cozy. The window was opened, and a ray of sunlight filtered in, spreading over the couch. The couch was leather, somewhat peeling, but it was covered with a plaid fabric. By the looks of it, it should have been hand-knitted by this body's mom. The dining room table had been set with a bouquet of fake flowers in a very cheap blue glass vase that hadn't collected dust. Next to the old TV, there was a picture frame. Inside the frame was a picture of a mother and son, both smiling brightly. Obviously, it's a picture of that mom of his with him. Everything about it was cozy and warm. Jung Fan didn't see the so-called mom, and he didn't actively search for her. After observing the home once more, turn on the check-in. Chapter 27, Mom's Love Lunch, Looking for Mom. Ding! The hall signed in successfully. Get ghost coin 100. Ding! The toilet has signed in successfully. You get a rule tip *1. Ding! The kitchen check-in was successful. Mom's Love Lunch x3. 3 turns in a row yielded nothing of much value. This made Jung Fan's wool-gathering mood go cold all of a sudden. Items signed in the bedroom will be worth a little more than in places like the living room kitchen. The more polluted the place, the better the items signed in. My bedroom is more polluted than the rest. Jung Fan looked back at the bedroom and then at the room off the hall. That room was locked. Jung Fan guessed that it could be the room where his mom was. The master key opens all the rooms. But, it's too soon to go in without being sure mom is in there. In addition to his mom's room, Jung Fan also found several boxes of medicine in the TV cabinet. The date of the medication was new, and some of it was eaten up inside. Jung Fan guessed that mom might be sick. Beyond that, Jung Fan didn't find any useful clues or rule notes anywhere. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xiao Fan, help mommy open the door. Mommy doesn't have her key. A very gentle female voice rang out. This sudden knock on the door directly pulled the crowd in the live room back to reality from the cozy cabin. I can't believe I just thought this was a TV show and not the dangerous world of weird tales. Agreed. Scenes like this really make you lose yourself and forget the dangers of the weird world. Sure enough, the gentlest are the scariest. But, mom's voice, it's so gentle. I like it. My mom's so gentle, too. Ha. Rule number 6. If your mom calls you, respond immediately by finding her and appearing in front of her within 10 seconds. Jung Fan didn't forget and hurriedly responded. Okay, mom. Jung Fan almost ran to the door and pulled the lock open with one hand. But, there's no one at the door. Jung Fan's pupils shrunk. The hallways were also empty of anyone. Mom's not in. Show up in front of mom in 10 seconds. Counting the response as well as the opening of the door. 3 seconds had passed. Jung Fan turned his head and looked toward the hall. No. 5 seconds. Run into the kitchen. No. 2 seconds. No. Haven't even seen mom. Jung Fan looked to the last room. The very one that was locked. Possibly his mom's bedroom. But, Jung Fan didn't run over to verify it again. Instead, use the rule prompts directly. Validation. Rule 7. Shoo, mommy's not home. Go back under the covers and wait for mommy to come back. Rule number 7. Is right. Bedroom. Safe. Jung Fan didn't hesitate and directly turned around and ran back to the bedroom. However, at the moment of turning around, A woman, appearing in front of the restroom door, like the woman in the photo. It's Mom. At the moment, he was wearing a smile and looking at Jiang Fan tenderly. Jiang Fan ignored it and walked straight into the room, closing the door and then unlocking it. Rule 7 is right, as is relative rule 5, and the bedroom is safe, since there's no way to count the exact seconds. Just ignore Mom, go back to the bedroom, and consider it reopened. The mom standing in front of the restroom door was seen by Jiang Fan. If Jiang Fan fulfills rule 5 and stands in front of his mom in 10 seconds, he can stop. But, instead of not being able to necessarily make sure it was in 10 seconds, he chose to avoid his mom and go straight back to the safe place, the bedroom. Mom, after all, is the biggest danger. In the meantime, all the chosen ones heard the sound of their mom's cries. Almost all responded to Mom. Rice. Hi, Mommy. Rice chosen author subconsciously responded. After the response, the rummaging continued, trying to find clues about it. Author was drawn to the medicine inside the cabinet. Being a doctor himself, he saw that the formula on the back of the medicine was different from what he knew, and a strong research mind rose at the moment. Oh, this drug will surely make me famous if I work on it. I didn't realize that the drugs in the world of Weird Tales were ahead of reality. Weird Tales? Wide-eyed and remembering that this was Weird Tales' world, Arthur rushed up to open the door for his mom. Mommy, Mommy. Arthur opened the door and saw no one. A turn. An aged man appeared in the hall. His face is full of wrinkles, his eyes are deeply concave, and his body is on a hill. Almost instantly, the figure went to Arthur. Why don't you listen to me? Where have you been? Mommy, if you like running so much, just stay with me forever. The old man smiled wryly, his face rapidly rejuvenating at the moment, restoring his original beautiful appearance. No! Arthur screamed as his body lurched, the spine of his back twisting grotesquely and curving downward, gradually turning into a human mass, his limbs bursting with blood from the immense pressure, and his neck snapping, leaving only his head. The woman picked up the ball of flesh on the floor and hummed softly. It was as if, with the person in his arms, he had just turned a full moon. Suddenly, turn around. The room was opened and the door was slammed hard. Bump dash. The Rice livestream went dark. Rice's chosen one, Arthur, dies. Strange Tales, then descended. The crowd outside was in an uproar. The chosen one has turned into a meatball. Scared old man's cell phone down the toilet pit. Who was it? Who was Mommy Tender just now? Come out here. I'll kill you. Yanaguni becomes the first chosen one to die in this Weird Tales. And rule 6 is right. Ooh-hoo. It's over. My mom just called me and I didn't answer. She's now frantically knocking on my bedroom door. Upstairs. Brother, take care. There were quite a few chosen ones who forgot the rules when Mom knocked on this door. There were almost 10 of them, all ending the same way as Arthur. And those chosen who hadn't forgotten the rules saw a second wave of extinction. Get to Mom in 10 seconds. Western Bluebonnet Country. Lisa opened the door, her face flustered. Mommy's missing. Find her. Lisa hadn't forgotten that she had to stand in front of her mom in 10 seconds. Kitchen. No. Lobby. No. Toilets. Neither. Lisa rushed off to screw the last room in the hall. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. Lisa blanched instantly. The door was locked. Ah. The bedroom. The bedroom. Going back to the bedroom. Lisa screamed. And at the moment her mom's gentle voice just now was hitting Lisa hard in the heart. One at a time. Like a figure of death. Like a hypnotic charm. Out of nowhere, Lisa saw her mom who was inside the kitchen. The kitchen. Didn't she look for it? Lisa subconsciously walked into the kitchen and looked at the woman who was busy cooking. Mom. Next. The woman who was busy turned her head and stared straight at Lisa with a wry smile. Lisa took a step back, shaking. The woman carried a sharpened kitchen knife in her hand. On the tabletops, a head rolled down, gurgling and smelling of blood. To Lisa. Lisa screamed in terror and kept backing away, her face pale and her hands shaking. The head of the man on the ground suddenly rolled, revealing his face. Blood was spilled and the human head looked straight at Lisa with a mocking smile eyes. Lisa's face instantly turned pale, her whole body creeped out, and she screamed. The face of the human head was no other. It was Lisa herself. The live feed faded to black, and the moment it did, people were horrified to see that Lisa's head disappeared into thin air and her body fell heavily to the ground. The head that had rolled off of Mom's tablet, grinning a weird grin, was set right on top of Lisa's body. Chosen one of the Western Bluebonnet Nation. Lisa, dead. Chapter 28. Mom's request can't be refused. Go out and look for a job. Lisa, the chosen one of the Western Bluebonnet Nation, dies and creepy randomness descends. What? The chosen one of Monkey Land dies and creepy randomness descends. Banana Nation's chosen Alice dies. Creepy randomness descends. But only for a few seconds. More than 2 dozen chosen died. This means that there will be more than 20 countries that will be invaded by weird talk about cities and suffer a huge crisis. This, just the first meeting with my mom, the top echelons of the countryside, and there was some disillusionment in their eyes. The difficulty of the Weird Tales game has, once again, escalated once again. This time, how many chosen ones will survive? In the world of Weird Tales, the bedroom through a door was quiet. Rule 7 is right. Rule 5 is right. Zhang Fan sank down, his hand gripping the handle as he prepared to go back out. Before Zhang Fan could open the door, outside the door, once again, Mom's voice rang out again. Fan, it's time to eat. Okay, Mom. The voice was as gentle as it had been a moment ago. But, after seeing what happened to the chosen among the nations, the crowd in the live room couldn't stop their fear when they heard the voice. I'm reminded of the death of the guy from the Bluebonnet Kingdom. Don't go out. Don't go out. If I don't find my mom again, I'll be in trouble. I'll get my ass kicked. The bedroom is safe. Might as well stay in the bedroom. Zhang Fan couldn't see the pop-up screens of the crowd in the live broadcast. Even if you see it, you won't shrink inside this tiny bedroom. You have to reach Mom to find the clues and win. Zhang Fan slowly pushed open the door, ready to go back to the bedroom again if he couldn't find his mom. In the hall, the sun seemed to shine brighter. As in noon, Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes and saw the so-called mom. In the kitchen, a woman wearing an apron was serving up sautéed greens. Turning to see Zhang Fan, he smiled softly. The woman was ordinary looking, with a few gray hairs in her hair, but she smiled with love, and her bright eyes were full of softness, making Zhang Fan feel a sense of affection. Zhang Fan was flabbergasted and stood in place. The closeness made him feel like his parents on the blue planet in his last life. What are you still staring at? Fanny, wash your hands. It's time to get ready for dinner, the woman said as she walked out of the kitchen with the dishes. Okay, Mom. Zhang Fan returned to his senses. Affectionate is affectionate, but his mom wouldn't be that gentle. Only yells. Standing there like an ancestor. Don't you know how to eat? Do you want me to invite you? Zhang Fan smiled helplessly and shuffled a hand back to the table. The table was very homely with 3 dishes. I've made your favorite back to the pot today. Have some more. The woman clipped a large chopstick of retort meat into Zhang Fan's bowl. Okay, Mom. The pork was evenly fattened and lean, with the addition of bean curd and garnished with sliced chili peppers, sautéed to a charred, burnt brown and smelling delicious. Zhang Fan ate slowly. The woman rambled on. The price of meat went up today. It's actually 15 a pound. Ahem. I give old Lu Cut the price of 13 are not sold to me. Xiao Fan. Ahem. I saw some jackets on sale at the mall. Someday when you're free go with me to buy a few. Upstairs Uncle Zhao's daughter is back. Ahem. I've asked. No boyfriend yet. Xiao Fan, you're not too young. Why don't I ask later? Cough up. You guys get along a little, try. The woman spoke as she spoke, not caring if Zhang Fan was listening. From time to time he coughed a little, and his face was a little pale. By the way, Xiao Fan, do you want to go out and find a job? This time, the woman didn't go any further. Raising his head, he stared straight at Zhang Fan. It seems that there must be an answer. Zhang Fan paused and slowly said, okay, go out and look for it some other day. Neither consent nor explicit consent was given. Another day, and another day in a month. The inside of the Weird Tales world is dangerous, and with the Chosen's main sphere of activity currently being at home, it's best to stay away from too much contact with the outside world, just to be on the safe side. The more you touch an unknown area, the greater the danger. Another day? Go today. Go today. Mom kept looking at Zhang Fan and kept chanting. It seems that, no matter what, I must get a job today. Something's come up today that might not make it easy to find a job. After thinking about it, Zhang Fan spoke softly, not looking at his mom with his eyes. It's a shallow rejection. Zhang Fan wanted to test what would happen if he refused the request made by his mom. Rule number 2. Always listen to your mom. There are many kinds of obedience. Taking mom's advice unconditionally is one of those things. Inconvenient today? Something's up. Playing on the computer. Lazy. Mom's mouth no longer deliberately forced Zhang Fan to go out to work, but kept guessing what Zhang Fan was talking about when he said something was wrong. With each guess, the smile on his face diminished, the wrinkles deepened horizontally, and the gray hairs on the top of his head became more and more complicated. Alarm bells went off in Zhang Fan's heart as he detected an aura of danger. As expected, the next second, Mom's eyes left traces of blood in her eyes as she looked fiercely at Zhang Fan, her face twisted in terror to the extreme. Why don't you listen to me? Why don't you get a job? If you don't listen to me, don't listen to any of them in the future. The temperature of the hall dropped dramatically, instantly changing from cozy warmth to darkness, the furniture weathering and disappearing. The damp, musty odor welled up, interspersed with the smell of burning. Zhang Fan stifled a grunt as his face turned pale. Mom's request can't be refused. Otherwise, it's a straight-up bizarre attack. At the same time, a photo album surfaced in front of Zhang Fan. The bottom font changed. Mom's memory album carries mom's fondest memories and can withstand 1/3 of the pollution. Just now, Shallow refused his mom's request, breaking the rules, and one chance to fend off contamination was gone. Zhang Fan looked over at his mom, who was still fuming as blood began to seep from her face. The room has weathered and disappeared a good portion of it. Clenching the crown of his teeth, he hurriedly said, "Go, Mom, I'll get a job today. Don't worry." The words fell. The pressure plummeted, and the hall was restored to its original state, warmed by the brilliant midday sunlight that shone in. A gentle and kind smile reappeared on Mom's face as she picked up a chopstick of Huayan meat into Zhang Fan's bowl and said with relief, "It's so good that Fan is going out to look for a job. Come on, eat more. You'll have strength for work." Everything that had just happened was as if it was just a dream, and nothing had changed except for the number of times the memory album had disappeared against contamination. Zhang Fan sighed in relief, his eyes drooping. Mom's words are to be listened to, and there's no denying it. One way or another, failure to do so will result in a serious attack. If he was an ordinary chosen one, he would have died just now. But, unless it's something Mom specifically emphasizes, the rest of the family talk is optional to listen to. Zhang Fan was thoughtful. Mom had just offered more than just to go out and get a job. She offered to go clothes shopping with her mom. He didn't answer, and Mom skipped over it. The difference between the two is not correct to say specific. Be specific. Mom wants him to have a job. Mom wants him to have a job instead of staying home and doing nothing. Like before, to take him clothes shopping. He already had clothes to wear, and buying a few more was pretty much the same, and didn't particularly change his life. Or, to put it another way, the job you go to today may have an impact on the progress of this weird talk and become an important event. After Zhang Fan agreed to go out and look for a job, the meal was quickly finished. Mom collected Zhang Fan's dishes into the kitchen when she finished eating. Not caring at all that Zhang Fan hadn't finished eating yet. Seemingly, the meal was to bring up getting a job today. The main event, and eating or not eating, was secondary. Zhang Fan looked at his mom who had disappeared in the kitchen, his eyes fixed. It's not just Mom who's disappeared. Those dishes disappeared too. The kitchen was back to being clean and tidy, as if the lunch that had just been eaten had never happened. At home, only Zhang Fan was left alone again. Seeing that his mom had disappeared, Zhang Fan didn't hesitate to re-explore his home once more, and after realizing that nothing had changed, he took a deep breath and opened the door to his room. He's, going out looking for a job. Since there aren't any clues at home, go out and look for them. There might be a surprise. Chapter 29, Security Guard Moncler sunny neighborhood again. Several hallway windows were open. Outside, the sun is shining brightly. An old-fashioned building close to each other. Some windows still have clothes hanging. Quilts, planted with vegetables. Full of life. There was also some talking and laughing. Zhang Fan took one look and withdrew his eyes. No one? There are a lot of buildings, and the atmosphere of life is lively. But, there is just no one. In the middle of the day, not a single person was there. But it was filled with the sound of conversations and the sound of cars driving, so it couldn't help but be a little spooky. Zhang Fan walked down the stairs. The empty staircase was silent with only the sound of his footsteps alone. Until Zhang Fan reached the first floor. Right now, it's changed. A few old men shook bushels and sat in chairs to cool off. The security guard was wearing a white undershirt and a cup of hot tea in front of him with white smoke coming out. Behind them, a group of children playfully jostled and rushed down the stairs to run outside. Is the view from the room different from down there? Zhang Fan looked at the lively scenery in front of him and turned around to head for the stairwell. As soon as you enter the stairs, the first floor scene disappeared again, leaving only the clamor. It's creepy and goosebumps to hear talking in the empty hallways and not see anyone when the ball is bouncing. Two worlds? If anything, the sound that he had just heard upstairs, along with the scenery he had seen downstairs, had given Zhang Fan a guess that upstairs was different from downstairs. Now, then, Zhang Fan was certain of his guess and narrowed it down. This last staircase, on the other hand, is the dividing line between the two worlds. Zhang Fan stepped down the stairs. The popularity of the view in front of me resurfaced again. Only, the downstairs was bustling with activity, but it seemed to be all virtual portraits. Zhang Fan looked at the child who passed through his body and walked in silence. Children, old people, security gurus, all of them couldn't see themselves, or rather, ignored them, until Zhang Fan was about to walk out of the gate. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, calling out to Zhang Fan. Van? Zhang Fan turned his head to look. It was as if the grandfather, who had just been drinking tea, had a soul. Moncler outlet online. Fan, Are you going out to buy medicine for your mom again? Buy drugs? Zhang Fan remembered the boxes of drugs in the TV cabinet. Shaking his head, he responded, "No, I'm out looking for a job." "Oh, Van, are you out looking for a job?" The security guard Moncler outlet online showed his surprise, as if remembering something, sighing, "It's also time to work. Xiaofan, not I say you are almost 30, the oldest is not small. Hurry to settle down. Your mom worries every day, and told me before. What are you going to do in the future if you go on like this?" After the security guard finished, he lowered his head and continued to drink his tea. Zhang Fan moved closer, wanting to obtain some more words, asked something, but the security Moncler outlet store guard didn't speak again, keeping drinking tea. The bottom of his eyes were lifeless, going back to the movements Zhang Fan had made when he had just come down. The original, "That's me, didn't have a job," and again, based on the setup in the bedroom, "I should have been lounging around all the time. Mom is very worried about me, but also very controlling. Listen to your mom and that's it," Zhang Fan silently said, not asking for more words, directly walking out of the building and starting to look for a job. He noticed their neighborhood. The buildings were one next to the other. The exterior of the buildings were old and there were some cracks in the broken ground. Building 7. So my house is in Building 7. 4th floor, 402. Zhang Fan looked up at the tall building overhead. The farther away the building is from the 7 buildings, the more virtual and ethereal it becomes. And in the distance there is no sense of the substance of the building itself, blurred like a painting. Other than the building that Zhang Fan was in, the rest of the buildings that Zhang Fan had tried, he couldn't get into. Too bad. I would have liked to sign in once for each building. Zhang Fan shook his head and continued to walk around a few houses, exploring and signing in as he went. Ding! Successful check-in at the flower bed. You get 5 roses. Ding! The Grove has signed in successfully. You get a hotel room card *1. Ding! The men's restroom is successful. And you've won a bottle of Mastodon perfume. Ding! The women's restroom check-in is successful. You get a broken lipstick *1. Zhang Fan quickly walked out of the toilet with his head lowered and sighed in relief after watching from the left and right to see that no one was there. He has sacrificed so much to find work and scout for news. His innocence, it's just gone. He swore that going to the restroom was just to probe for clues, including the women's restroom as well. Zhang Fan looked at the items signed in the small area. Most of the check-ins were small things, not too big items. Roses, bright roses are loved by every woman. Hotel room card, some young couple is looking for it. They've been driving for 7 days. Perfume for the fierce man, the perfume a man should wear. Broken lipstick, Barbie pink of death, perhaps, was deliberately abandoned by its owner. They were, more like, randomly discarded by the residents of the neighborhood. A hodgepodge of everything. Zhang Fan glanced at the hotel room card and skimmed his lips. Meh, he must open a hotel for a year when he gets out. 7 days. Who are you looking down on? On his way to sign in, Zhang Fan saw stores in the neighborhood and tried to go in to see if he could find a job and sign in on the way. Unfortunately, the store, like all the other buildings in the neighborhood, is inaccessible. The inside of the store was even more empty, with no semblance of people. On the way to finding it, Zhang Fan realized that these buildings were not separate, but formed a neighborhood. This store, can't go in again? Is it possible that the job I'm looking for is not in the neighborhood? It was the 10th store he'd seen, and the last one owned in the neighborhood. The neighborhood stores can't get in and they can't find jobs. Zhang Fan could only try to expand his scope and go out of the neighborhood in search of work. Zhang Fan followed the road out of the neighborhood. The houses outside were even more indistinct. Some buildings were even just a black shadow. It was even dark at a distance. Zhang Fan glanced back at the neighborhood and realized that it was somewhat familiar. Sunnyside. Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly shrunk. It was obviously a blazing sun, but he felt that his heart was cold and icy. Sunnyside. He remembers he came. Previous weird story, Grandma's Neighborhood. Chapter 30, Thanksgiving Benefit. Buy 2 get 1 free on Kahaku Pill's Code of Work. Isn't this the grandma's house from the last weird story? Sunnyside Neighborhood. The sunny neighborhoods here, however, are a little clearer than what we've seen before, but there doesn't seem to be much contamination, and the items that are signing out aren't very good. Last time Light stepped through the door of the neighborhood and signed the master key. This time, not only are there fewer signables, but the signables are even more garbage. It's the same Sunnyside neighborhood, but the difference is 100,000 miles. Zhang Fan walked to the road outside the neighborhood and signed in again. Ding! No check-ins at this location. This time, it directly shows unsignable. Apparently there is no pollution on the roads. There isn't much pollution on the road, compared to the home. But, the level of contamination is not particularly high. Of all the check-ins, Only the check-in item in the bedroom at the beginning. The mom's memories album roll will be awesome. But his bedroom, it wasn't too polluted. It's even, still, the only safe place in the house. Zhang Fan thought about it. Perhaps, he would have to find a chance to open his mom's room and take a look. Zhang Fan began to walk aimlessly outside the neighborhood, exploring the world. It's not a big world out there. Most of them were just shadows, and Zhang Fan couldn't even enter. After Zhang Fan searched for a while, he soon saw a small, slightly clear store, Conagra Pharmacy. Zhang Fan lifted his steps and walked in, wanting to see if there was any work. Before Zhang Fan could say anything, the clerk inside the pharmacy spoke up first. Thanksgiving benefit. Buy 2 get 1 free on small white pills. Buy 1 get 1 free on gas blood. And get a free tranquilizer pill with $100 or more. Excuse me, are you hiring? Thanksgiving benefit. Buy 2 get 1 free on small white pills. Buy 1 get 1 free on gas blood. And get a free tranquilizer pill with $100 or more. The clerk ignored Zhang Fan, repeating the words of promotional drugs in her mouth. Zhang Fan didn't continue to inquire and left the pharmacy after choosing to sign in. Ding! Conca Pharmacy signed in successfully. You get Xiaobai pills *1 box. Xiaobai 1, for dry coughs of all causes. After Zhang Fan walked out of the pharmacy, he realized that not far away from the pharmacy, there was also a store that was clearer. It's a small restaurant. There was a white sheet of paper taped to the front of the diner, which happened to say that it was looking for a clerk. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up as he lifted his steps and walked in. Excuse me, are you hiring? Recruitment. At the same time that Zhang Fan found a job, the rest of the chosen also stepped out of their rooms and tried to start looking for a job. Like Zhang Fan, he first walked around the neighborhood to see if there were any places where he could work. After a fruitless search, some of the chosen looked outside the neighborhood. Ugly country. Chosen Baker looked outside the darkened neighborhood and decided to look for work. After a tip from the Ugly Country Oddities group, Beck knows that rule number 2 is right about listening to your mom, so it doesn't run afoul of death. If I don't get a job today, then it's a violation of rule number 1, and something bad is bound to happen because mom cares about my job. Fark. Beck was a little exasperated. Having to listen to her mom reminds Beck of her mom in the real world. His mom, too, was so strict with him as a child, that at all times, no matter what he did, he had to report it. I'll be damned if I'm going to listen to my mom. I haven't listened in over 10 years. Beck was a little disgusted, but seemed to remember something, and a flash of madness and bloodlust crossed his eyes. All the wicked who stand in the way deserve to die. In the meantime, Ugly Country. Oh, Beck grew up with excellent grades thanks to his mom's upbringing, and now that he's entered the world of weird talk and listened to his mom, Beck shouldn't be able to violate it. After all, Beck is such a good boy that he was able to put his mom's mind at ease by just leaving it as is. A member of Weird Tales was excited too. The Ugly Kingdom's winning streak has been interrupted since the death of John the Chosen One in the last Weird Tales game, which has cost the Ugly Kingdom quite a bit of its economy. The president of the Ugly Country, in particular, had 1/10 of his petty cash directly missing. This seriously affects his next election, knowing that it's a hard thing to remain president without enough money. Yes, Bell has been very good since he was a little boy. This strange talk won't be hard for him. After all, he loves his mom very much. Let's celebrate. The splendor of the Ugly Country will continue. Long live freedom. Suddenly, a conferee looked at Baker's life story presentation and opened his mouth to offer. Baker's mom has been missing for 8 years. So let's help Baker find his mom across the country when he manages to get through this freak show. That's right. The hero of the Ugly Kingdom must be taken seriously. Sakura Nation chosen Nakata Shimako looked at the darkness of the outside world of the neighborhood with some trepidation. She's afraid to go out. The whole world knows about the dangers of the world of weird talk. Ever since the last time Nakata Shimako's cousin, Kawada Yu, was inducted as a chosen one, Nakata Shimako had a bad feeling. She may also one day be inducted as a chosen one into the world of strange tales filled with death-defying crises. Only, Nakata Shimako didn't think that this day would come so soon. After the death of his brother, he was chosen himself. Even though Nakata Shimako didn't want to leave the neighborhood and go out to face unknown dangers. But, the emperor had already given the Nakata family an order. Once Nakata Shimako did not pass this strange talk, then, directly reduce the Nakata family's fortune by half. No, I have to get through the weird talk or else because I lost half of the Nakata family fortune then they will definitely get my sister killed. Nakata Shimako overcomes her inner fears. Following the hints from the Sakura Nation's weird talk group, Nakata Shimako didn't explore the rest of the neighborhood outside, and went straight to the small restaurant where Zhang Fan was. Aligardo, may I ask if you are hiring? Can you take me? Nakata Shimako looked at the shopkeeper with pity. Yes, Nakata Shimako was relieved that she had found a job. No more fear of not getting a job and being killed by her mom. In the meantime, Chosen people from the rest of the countries have also found jobs. Some explored various places in the outside world and saw pharmacies, hotels. Some find small restaurants directly through national tips. Okay, no problem. Waiter, right? Zhang Fan's nodded and accepted the job in the store. The shopkeeper grinned as he watched Zhang Fan agree, and after a pause, he opened his mouth again. So let me tell you now, what you will be working on, and the do's and don'ts of the store. Zhang Fan shot to his feet. That would be the rule of having weird talk about the store. First of all, you get paid $50 a day. The working hours are from 8 o'clock sharp in the morning to 8 o'clock in the evening. Don't come late and leave early, or your wages will be deducted. During that time, you have an hour to eat, and you can eat at any time you like. But remember, never eat at this time from 11 to 1 in the middle of the day, or it will be seen by the guests and bring a bad influence on the store. The shopkeeper paused, turning his head to look at Zhang Fan. His face was icy cold and a weird smile hung at the corner of his mouth. If you give the store a bad name or upset a customer, you'll have to pay for it yourself. Secondly, in addition to serving the guests, you need to clean up the dishes to the back kitchen, as well as keep the hall clean, or your wages will be docked. Finally, never stay in the kitchen for more than 5 minutes. Well, that's all for now. You can come to work tomorrow. Zhang Fan nodded. The rules were simple, similar to the work code outside. Just a little bit of a problem in the kitchen. The kitchen, probably the most polluted part of this restaurant. After Zhang Fan agreed, the store owner instantly acted like a security grandpa and returned to the cashier's desk, sitting quietly, like a wooden sculpture ornament, his eyes lifeless. After several strange stories, people also realized something. The rest of the people in Weird Tales world don't have normal human breathing, heartbeats, and bloodless faces, except for the main NPC. Those people moved even more like puppeteers. So if you come across NPCs that are very much like real people, they are either important characters within the Weird Tales or they are creepy. Similar to Mom. Most of the passengers on the bus in front of her are the main characters. The boss, the drugstore clerk, the security guard, and the occasional scam like that, are normal characters. Residents walking in the neighborhood for the backdrop. In previous rounds, some chosen ones relied on distinguishing NPC traits to find key characters to get through the Weird Tales game. Zhang Fan looked at the boss sitting in front of that cash register, who was as good as dead, his eyes protruding and occasionally turning as if inspecting the store, quietly without making a sound. The scene is so eerie that people can't help but shiver and feel the coldness behind their backs. In particular, the boss opened his wide eyes from time to time and looked at Zhang Fan with an expressionless face, straight, showing the whites of his eyes, lifeless. It was as if, at all times, he was watching Zhang Fan's every move. Chapter 31, Obtaining the Demon King's Breath Gas Bottle. What's Mom looking at? Zhang Fan was okay with this scene. After all, having experienced the baptism of horror movies in his previous life, his heart wasn't half as strong. But the live viewers couldn't take it. It's really scary. I feel like the boss has been staring at Zhang Fan, feeling like a doll, the kind that kills people every now and then. I'm dead. I'm so sick of it. Just like my boss. He has a dead fish face all day long. I don't want to see my boss for the rest of my life. Oh, you think I want to see you? Fishy She-Man. After settling on a job, Zhang Fan began to explore the inside of the small store. The layout of the small store is simple. The waiting room in front of you, and the kitchen in the back. Ding! The lobby check-in was successful. Boss's ledger. Ding! The kitchen has signed in successfully. Obtaining Ghost King's Chi plus 10. Gas * 1 bottle. Zhang Fan glanced at the items signed in. Good lord! The owner's ledger? Are you sure this isn't a book that teaches you how to cheat on your taxes? But what is Ghost King Chi? Zhang Fan tapped on his personal attribute panel, only to see that underneath the original essence, there was an additional ghostly attribute. Demon King's Key, 10 points. Oh, that's too little, but it'll scare some little ghosts. Zhang Fan came to a sudden realization. The Ghost King's Chi, to put it bluntly, is a deterrent to spookiness. He had very little Ghost King Chi, so I guess he could only deter general creepiness. Kid, it's probably the Walking Dead in those little neighborhoods. The backdrop. 2 items were signed in the kitchen. One of them is still a never-before-seen Ghost King Chi. This kitchen. It seems to be more dangerous than I thought. Zhang Fan realized that there were an extraordinarily large number of sign-in items in the world of Weird Tales this time around. Cue the opportunity for add-ons to be few and far between. 7 days was too long, and in order to avoid some unexpected situations, Zhang Fan tried his best to avoid actively using hints. After looking up the small store, Zhang Fan didn't find any useful clues as well as hints, and then left the store and headed home. In case you get home late, Zhang Fan wasn't sure that his mom would get angry and turn weird. What? Deducting my paycheck? You're going to dock my paycheck even though it's only $50? Baker, the chosen one of the ugly kingdom, exclaimed. Beck has seen all of the Weird Tales videos and understands that in such a weird world with about the same level of consumption as the outside world, in a world where even a bus ride costs $2 in ghost money, $50 a day is obviously extremely small. Not to mention, working nearly 12 hours, working in a small store most of the time, it would have taken time away from Baker's exploration of his home. You don't have to do it if it's too little for you. The shopkeeper smiled wryly and said in a conspiratorial manner. The petty face, the gesture of charity, almost made Beck explode with anger. Beck was tempted to say no and slammed the door. But, this little store, is the only one within the world of weird talk that Beck has searched for that is hiring? If I can't find a job, hell if mom will kill me. Indignant, Baker agreed anyway. Only, unlike Jiangfan, after agreeing, the shopkeeper spoke again. Oh, it's only 40 for you now. Why, wasn't there 50 just now? You don't have to do it if it's too little for you. The store owner repeats what he just said, and the smile on his face gets even creepier. Beck didn't open his mouth to resist again, just grunted and turned to head out of the store. I'll come tomorrow. Jiangfan returned to the neighborhood. When you pass the first floor, you make a point of hanging around in front of the security guards. The security master did not respond. Jiangfan also did not tease. Directly upstairs back to the home. Period. Jiangfan also wanted to go to the other floors to turn on signing in. Unfortunately, the building was dark and by the time he saw light, he had reached the 4th floor where his home was located. In the neighborhood, you are not allowed to go anywhere except for some common areas. It's like it doesn't not exist. Passing by a neighbor's house in the same building. Not surprisingly, the neighbor's door is a poser. Jiangfan looked at the closed door in front of him and was about to reach out and knock on the door when suddenly, the door was opened directly. Mom appeared at the door with a warm smile. Fan, why don't you have your key again? Didn't you leave it here? Jiangfan took a look alone. On the door, a key, prominently hanging there. The key was exquisitely knitted by my mom with a cute boy doll. Jiangfan remembered that he hadn't had this key when he left the house. There was no way he wouldn't see it in such a prominent place on the facade. Unless, of course, the key came later. Jiangfan didn't break it down, but instead acted like he suddenly reacted with a look of surprise. Oh, I can't believe I forgot my keys again. Mom, the key on the door, so prominently displayed, shows that I, oftentimes, forget to leave the house with my keys, and my mom, who is used to me leaving the house without my keys, opens the door to my room just in time for me. But, Mom, how did you know I was home? It happened to open the door before there was even a knock, as if, was waiting behind it specifically. Jiangfan looked at his mom in front of him. Mom was ordinary, with a gentle smile on her face and a little more wrinkles around her eyes. Wearing a flowery girth, she looked as if she had just come out of the kitchen. Fan, you have to remember to bring your key next time. Who will open the door for you if I'm not around later? Mom snickered, her hands dripping wet as she hurriedly wiped them clean on her body. Xiaofan, come over for dinner. How's your job search going today? Jiangfan followed his mom to the dining table. The food is still the same as at noon. Returned pork, braised tofu, shredded potatoes. Got a job, Mom? Waitressing in a restaurant. Oh. It's good to find a job. Xiaofan is such a good boy. Come on, eat more meat. Mom made your favorite back to the pot again. Mom picked up another chopstick of braised pork into Jiangfan's bowl. Intimate gestures, no different than at noon. Fan, you're working tomorrow. Are you coming back for lunch? Mom asked again. To work from 8 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock in the evening. And I may not be back for lunch. Then Mommy will cook for you and you can bring it over for dinner. In the evening, Mom will wait for you to come back before we eat together. Okay, Mom. After the questioning, dinner, as usual, ended quickly. Jiangfan didn't eat much. It's best not to consume too much of the meals in Weird Tales world without being explicitly clean, just in case they're contaminated and you don't know what they're made of. Although, Mom's cooking looks delicious. Mom didn't disappear this time. After washing the dishes and bowls, sat down on top of the couch, turned on the old TV and watched with interest. Jiangfan skimmed the television and realized that nothing was playing on it, and it kept flashing snowflakes and making a slightly shrill sound. That's when Mom spoke up. Xiaofan, come over and watch TV with me. Don't stay on the computer all day. It's not good for your eyes. Okay, Mom. Jiangfan responded and quickly sat down on the sofa. Whether it's rule number 2, always listen to your mom, or rule number 6, respond to your mom and go to her. Jiangfan almost watched TV with his mom. The TV show plays like a comedy inside. Mom was always there, laughing and sometimes commenting. Fan, don't you think it's funny when you see that guy step on a banana peel he threw and fall down? Zhangfan looked at the flickering snowflake television set and nodded in response. Ha ha ha, Xiaofan, listen, he sings out of tune too badly. It's not as good as Mom's I Sing. Zhangfan raised a smile as he listened to the clicking sound of the TV set jamming. Fan, look what's that? Mom suddenly turned her head and pointed to the TV with a smile. It was as if seeing something funny. He discussed it with Zhangfan. The image on the TV suddenly flickered. The snowflakes disappeared and two people appeared. A man, all black as if burned, sat in the same motion as his mother. The other, on the other hand, was Zhangfan. The living room setup inside the TV is exactly like the living room at home. Exactly. It was as if the TV was playing the living room. Only, the Zhangfan inside the image was bleeding all over his body, and without his eyes. His face was extraordinarily oozing. The image that suddenly rose up caused Zhangfan's eyes to shrink in some surprise, and also caused the audience in the live broadcast room to cry out in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scared me so much I threw my cell phone out. It was horrible. Scared my head off. It's horrible. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scared me so much that I pressed Sadako to the ground and kissed her hard. It's horrible. Upstairs. It's already scary. But you guys are making me feel even more panicked. So I'm going to kill my classmates to keep the fear at bay. That's enough out of you. Help! Van? Mom looked at Zhangfan with an icy face. Her eyes seemed to be protruding outward. Appalling. Suddenly, like the man in the TV picture, the mom in front of her turned black all over and a foul odor poured out. There's also a strong burnt smell. Rolling up his miserable white eyes to look at Zhangfan, he seemed to be waiting for Zhangfan to answer. A body that slowly closes in, off the wall, as well as Mom's mutation. None of which suggests that shenanigans are in the offing. If Zhangfan doesn't answer the correct answer, there's a chance that his mom will find out that she can't see the TV and be killed in a bizarre attack. Chapter 32 Lying children are not good. You have to be back in your bedroom at 10 o'clock sharp to go to bed. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. Mom. Zhangfan controlled his expression and laughed in agreement. He did not answer specifically. From what Mom had just said, it wasn't hard to surmise that Mom was watching, basically, images that appealed to her happiness. Say interesting. No matter what kind of plot it is, it's able to be called interesting. A dog sitting there crouching and gawking isn't interesting enough? Definitely looks interesting to a dog. Mom was stunned and laughed along with her as her head slowly turned away and her whole body changed back. At the same time, the black figure on the TV turned its head around and laughed, making a piercing sound. The TV screen flickered and reverted to a snowflake with no signal. Mom, on the sidelines, continued to laugh out loud. The hall detached itself from the wallpaper, and the scent of resentment vanished into thin air. Obviously, Zhangfan was right about this answer. Monk, there was nothing to watch on TV, and Zhangfan didn't leave, but stayed with his mom, with a smile on his face, laughing out loud every now and then. It's like Zhangfan was watching a TV show with his mom like it was ordinary and mundane. The scene of Mom asking the chosen one to watch TV with her was also encountered by chosen ones from other countries. Their country. Ollerton, the chosen one, also heard his mom's question. Oh, what do you see there? Ollerton suddenly called, looked dazed for a moment and said casually, Mom, that's. Ollerton was stuck in mid-sentence, stuttering in horror as his eyes widened at the television. On the TV, two people were sitting on the couch, none other than him and his mom. But, in the picture, Mom isn't watching TV. Instead, they devoured the bloody, brutally dead body next to them one bite at a time. The corpse's head had been gnawed and mutilated, revealing a blood-soaked piece of brain white. Even though the corpse's face was no longer visible, Ollerton saw that the corpse was wearing clothes identical to his own. The body, torn and gnawed on by his mother, was himself. After seeing this, Ollerton trembled his body. His limbs were so cold with ice, goosebumps jumped up all over his body, and his heart seemed to be grabbed hard by a big hand, making it extremely difficult to even exhale. Mom, in the middle of eating his meat. Oh, when Ollerton didn't answer, Mom's gentle look disappeared for a moment. Expressionless, with a wry smile at the corners of his mouth, he eyed Ollerton, his body leaning forward ever so slowly to get closer. The smell of blood that Mom exhaled hit Ollerton in the face, sobering him up instantly. Resisting the urge to flee the hall, he opened his mouth with difficulty and replied, That's people. Mom. People who step on banana peels and fall down. People who sing well. Whether it's a movie or a play, there are people. Is it human? Yes. Mom, look at that guy. He's so good. Mom turned her head quizzically to look at the television that was flashing a snowy screen. Slowly, as if seeing something, a smile appeared. Ollerton felt that he had guessed correctly and couldn't help but feel relieved as he watched his mom's face turn to normal. Suddenly, Mom turned her head again and cracked her mouth, her expression becoming violent, her bleary eyes bleeding tears of blood. No, that's not a person. You're lying to mommy. That's clearly a puppy. Little O, lying children are not good. Ollerton's heart skipped a beat and he kept breaking out in a cold sweat, beating a sloppy hasty statement. Oh Mom, I didn't see it earlier. So it was a puppy. Mom, I won't be distracted next time. Went off the deep end? Must be tired from the day. Mom nodded with seeming understanding, and with a wry smile, the words changed to ask again. What about now? It's the dog. Ollerton replied without hesitation. No, 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 you're wrong again. That's you up there. It's clearly you. You're being eaten by your mom. In the old TV set, Mom had eaten all of the body, licked her lips, opened her mouth as if to say something, and suddenly turned her head to look, as if seeing Ollerton, the food, through the television, and let out a piercing, insane laugh. Ollerton pushed his mom away violently and hurriedly got up trying to get back to the safety of his bedroom. But a bloodstained hand grabbed Ollerton even faster, so powerful that Ollerton nearly broke his bones. It's Mom. Mom licked the blood gushing out of her mouth, her seizure hair falling loose as she pounced on Ollerton and snapped her mouth open wide, exposing sharp teeth down to her neck. Click. Ollerton was feeling intense pain. His strength was disappearing at the speed of light inside his body, and the blood spewing from his aorta splattered on his face, like the corpse in the television set, bloodshot and about to be gnawed on. Pain, weakness, loss of vitality. The vision began to blur. In a vague way, Ollerton seemed to see the mom from the TV set, slowly burrowing out of the TV, dragging her body full of broken flesh, impatiently crawling towards him. Ollerton, the chosen one of the bear country, is dead, and the strange stories begin to fall. The clock ticked down to 9:30. Jiangfan hadn't forgotten the rules. It was now 10 minutes before 10 o'clock and he had to get into his bedroom and go to sleep before 10 o'clock. Mom, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to bed first. Okay, Fan, go to bed. Early to bed and early to rise is good for the body. Jiangfan got up and headed straight to the bedroom. Behind him, there had been a gaze watching, fastened on him, until he entered the bedroom and closed the door, and then he was cut off and disappeared. Jiangfan closed the door to his room and locked it behind him. You must be in bed by 10 o'clock, and after that you must not go out no matter what happens outside. The rule, obviously, is right. Two of the rules, both of which are sidestepped, emphasize the accuracy of this rule. First, get back to your bedroom and into bed by 10 o'clock. Secondly, the bedroom is safe. If you go out, you'll put yourself in danger instead. In the meantime, most of the chosen also went back to their rooms and prepared to sleep. Stick country. Kim Dae-hee smiled happily, a little bored. He wanted to go back to his room and sleep, but was afraid of breaking the rules. After all, his mom had been talking to him, and by not responding, he was in danger of breaking rule number 2. Listen to your mom. Aha, good. Kim Dae-hee replied with another smiling sentence, not noticing in the slightest that the time on the wall. It was already 9:30. Little by little, time passes, until 9:50. Kim Dae-hee receives an alert from the state. Go back to bed. Stupid. It's almost 10 o'clock. Kim Dae-hee jolted awake and looked at the time on the wall. Mom doesn't like late bedtimes for kids who stay up late with irregular routines, so make sure you're in your bedroom and asleep by 10 o'clock. And now, it's almost 10 o'clock. Kim Dae-hee couldn't help but panic and have her heart skip a beat when she thought of the various ways to die in a weird story that violated the rules. What's wrong, Dae-hee? Mom seemed to see the panic on Kim Dae-hee's face and asked gently with a worried look. Mom, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going back to bed. Oh, is it 10 o'clock yet? Dae-hee watched TV with me again, just for a few minutes. It's so hard to get a chance to watch TV with Dae-hee. Watching TV with my mom again. Kim Dae-hee froze and looked at her mom blankly. He wondered if denying his mom this request counted as a violation of Rule 2. Dae-hee? Mom yelled softly again and hesitantly spoke up as she looked at Kim Dae-hee's silent demeanor. Why don't you? Dae-hee better go to bed. Mommy can watch it herself. Kim Dae-hee looks at the forlorn look in her mother's eyes and her heart softens, remembering her own deceased mother. His mom died a long time ago, and what seems like a very commonplace catch-up together is an image he hardly ever seeks. Kim Dae-hee clenched his teeth and subconsciously nodded his head. Okay, Mom, I'll watch a little more TV with you. Kim Dae-hee decides that by 10 minutes, he must go back to his bedroom and go to sleep. The rule said to be in your bedroom and bed by 10 o'clock, and the hall was such a short distance from the bedroom that a few seconds were enough to get back to it. Watch a few more minutes of TV with your mom and go back when it's time. You can keep mom company and you won't break the rules. Kim Dae-hee's taut heart relaxes as he looks at the delighted smile on his mom's face, nostalgic as if he's seeing his long-dead mother. Seeing Kim Dae-hee's agreement, Mom immediately raised a smile on her face and smilingly pulled Kim Dae-hee to sit down, appearing intimate and rambling about the usual funny things. 9:55, 9:56, 9.57. Kim Dae-hee looks at the clock on the wall while talking to her mom. 9:59. Mom, I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. Okay, go to bed. Dae-hee. Mom smiled and nodded in agreement. Kim Dae-hee hurriedly got up and headed for the bedroom. 59 minutes and 40 seconds. Dae-hee, wait. Mom's voice came from behind her. Kim Dae-hee paused and subconsciously turned back to respond. Mom, but, there was no one in the hall. Mom, sitting on the couch, disappeared. The whole hall was eerily empty and quiet, with only the constant sound of snowflakes from the old television set. Zip zip. Kim Dae-hee's face changed. A crisis rose in his heart. Fear amplified in this moment, and he hurriedly stepped into the bedroom, not noticing in the slightest, the clock on the wall had reached 10 o'clock sharp. CYN good. No more than 10 o'clock. This is Weird Tales world, not reality. Mom won't come back to life. I mustn't let my guard down. Kim Dae-hee sighed in relief and kept reminding herself. He'd just almost broken the rules, the closest he'd ever come to death. Kim Dae-hee turns around and prepares to close the door, noticing the hall, which had been brightly lit just moments ago, becoming pitch black. It was dark and cold and quiet, like the monster had opened its huge mouth as if to devour him. Just as Kim Dae-hee froze, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something. The thing was round, as if it were moving. When Kim Dae-hee got a good look at the thing, in an instant, his face turned pale, as if he had seen some great horror, and his whole body kept shivering, making it difficult to breathe. Corner by the door, a face covered in blood poked out. It's Mom. Chapter 33. Mom's in the bedroom? Tell him to get lost. The death of Kim Dae-hee, the chosen one of the Stick Kingdom, and the random arrival of strange stories. Through the hall to watch TV, then back to bed in the bedroom. More than a fifth of the chosen died in one night. No, the night has not completely passed. The outside world is in an uproar. I wonder, how many people will die during this day? Yes, it's only been a day. And the number of chosen ones who died during the day was 2/5 of 100 or so. More than 100 countries that have suffered the descent of strange talk. Daxia country. Weird talk group. Wei Jian sighed in relief when he saw the demise of the chosen one of the Stick country and then looked at Jiang Fan, who had long since gone to bed and closed his eyes to sleep. Luckily, Jiang Fan had gone into bed a long time ago. Visionary, I must say. Rule number 10 is correct. You must be in your bedroom and in bed by 10 o'clock. Wei Jian lifted his pen and recorded yet another rule on the board. In the conference room, there are two blackboards. One is either absolutely right, or the wrong rule. One is, from an extrapolation that the members of the Weird Tales team have yet to accurately confirm is right or wrong. There are very few absolutely correct panels, not quite a quarter of them. Only several rules were written on it. Rule V, correct. Rule 7, correct. Rule 2, correct. Rule 10 is correct. In a few strokes, it takes all the extrapolation, speculation, and gathering of information within the Weird Tales group, and compare that to the blackboard next to it, where the words directly take up the full panel. Rule May 8 be wrong. Surveillance is not watching. Once you're being watched, you may have an infection. Rule May 9 be wrong. Mommy loves you too much to do anything to hurt you. All the deaths were caused by Mommy, and that's a serious violation of Rule 9. Rule number 4 may be right. Mommy hates bad kids, and if she's found out, she's liable to die. Defend yourself against Mom's creepy attacks by weaseling out and continuing, showing that it's not a bad habit. The 7-day cycle may be a mistake. Referring to the previous game of Weird Tales, the chosen one escapes from the town and loses all chances of escaping after the 5th day. To be on the safe side, the chosen one had better figure out a way to get out of reincarnation and win the game on the 6th day. Dense speculations were written all over the board. This is the cumulative wisdom of the members of the Weird Tales panel. Do you have any more ideas? Wei Jian swept the crowd. The crowd pondered for a moment and shook their heads. That's all there is to the Weird Tales rules. And what you can think about. You've basically already thought about all of them. What remains? What cannot be determined? Can only be done by the chosen of another country making experiments and breaking the rules. Being an experimental sheep now, Wei Jian shook his head and didn't say anything. He couldn't think of any more speculations about weird stories. So far, only one day has passed. I've broken more than half of the rules that need to be followed in the notes I left in previous rounds. There are only 12 known rules, minus the chosen one touching them, and there's not much left to guess out of the flowers. Just then, someone suddenly pointed to one of the hundreds of screens and exclaimed, "Look, the chosen one of heaven. There's a problem." The crowd looked up and zoomed in on the live feed belonging to heaven. When they saw the scene of the live broadcast, their pupils suddenly shrunk and held their breath. How can it be? How did she get in here? In the bedroom. There's Mom. On the screen that belongs to the kingdom of heaven. The slightly darkened bedroom was silent when the lights went out, and on the bed lay the chosen one of heaven, familiarizing herself with sleep. But it wasn't the chosen one that the crowd was watching. Rather, it was under the bed, the hand that suddenly reached out. I don't know if it was the night, but the hand was extraordinarily dark. This reminded the crowd of the black shadow that sat beside the crowd of chosen ones in the TV screen just now. The hand slowly reached out a fraction of an inch and tugged the quilt that was about to fall to the floor upward. Then, it reached back under the bed, as if, just out to help tuck the chosen one in. The crowd fell silent as they looked at the sleeping chosen one. There was only one hand outstretched, but that didn't stop one from guessing that the owner of that hand was Mom. After all, the biggest creep in the house is Mom. Mom's hand appeared in the bedroom. The bedroom was safe and Mom wouldn't have joined the bedroom without consent. But, now how did Mom suddenly appear in the bedroom? Could it be that the rule is wrong? Mom can enter the bedroom whenever she wants? The people looked at the closed door of the room, and then looked at the quilt that had been pulled back, and couldn't help but shiver, and a cold sweat broke out behind their backs. Terror! The great terror! Mom's sudden appearance in the room violates the rules. But, the chosen one is not in crisis. This confused the Weird Talk teams of each country, and for a moment, they didn't know whether to tell their own chosen one the news or not, especially the Weird Talk group in heaven. Why don't we just not tell Stan that Mom came to the bedroom yet? Agreed. Now that Stan isn't in danger. What if Stan acts nervous in front of his mom after telling him the truth? But don't tell. What about the rules when the time comes? After all, Mom is breaking the rule, which means the rule is probably wrong. Mom doesn't need consent to enter the bedroom. In the end, Heaven argued for half a day and made a final decision, not telling the chosen one about the appearance of Mom at night. Let's decide that then, and give the informative Stan when Mom asks to go into the bedroom. The Heavenly Weirdness panel agreed, turning their heads to continue watching the broadcast. It was only then that I realized, live on air, that it was already light out. Bounce! Mom knocked on the door of the room from outside and called out gently to the chosen one. Tiny Tan, get up and go to work or you'll be late. Stan seemed to hear it, and awoke from his slumber with his customary lazy bed, half inclined to get up. Tiny Tan, is it okay if Mommy wants to come in and get something? Mom's gentle voice came again from the door. Stan answered in a daze. Okay, Mom, and then continued to roll over and sleep as if it were business as usual, with a peaceful sleeping look on his face. Seeing Stan obliged his mom, the lively conference room instantly fell silent. The Weird Talk group peered at each other, not saying a word, and the silence was terrifying. Stan spoke and agreed so quickly that the conversation was over before they could react. So, they're discussing a loneliness? What is the point of the discussion? There was a half silence. A member of the Weird Talk group spoke up weakly. Well, do we still need to remind Stan? The leader of the Heavenly Weirdness group closed his eyes and sighed, his brain bruised. It's all about letting Mom in, so tell me what's going on. Tell him to get lost. Chapter 30 for the mom who came in looking for her keys. Rule number 6. Could be correct? In the meantime, the same thing happened to the chosen people of various countries. The chosen ones lay under the warm covers, extraordinarily sleepy, forgetting about rule number 6 in the slightest, and without doing much thinking, they agreed to their mom's request to enter the bedroom without hesitation. Most of the chosen ones agreed and went back to sleep, not noticing at all that the door of the room, which had been unlocked before going to bed, was opened little by little. The mom standing in the doorway, her face with a wry smile, moved to look straight at the chosen one. During this time, the eyes don't even wiggle a bit and seem to be lifeless like a large puppet toy, just when countries are nervous about whether their moms will hurt their own chosen one. Half an hour later, Mom suddenly moved. Turning, he closed the door to his room and stopped waking the chosen. As if, really, they just came in to see the chosen one sleeping. The move was a relief to the crowd. Let's just say rule number 6 is right. See, nothing happened after agreeing to Mom entering the bedroom. Why can't Mommy go into the bedroom? This is Mom's home. I don't know why. Looking at Mom, that smile always feels something wrong. I can't tell you why. I feel the same way. But, the chosen are safe, and rule 6 should be right. Right? Most of the populace, after seeing that the chosen one was not in danger, planned the Rule 6 column as the correct option. This led to some countries directing messages to their own chosen who had not yet made a decision, messages telling them that they would not suffer danger by agreeing to their moms coming in. Of course, there are some chosen ones who wake up at the first sound of their mom's call. Spaghetti state. The chosen one McJ didn't stay in bed. He has been habitually waking up at 6 o'clock to run without being lazy, which is a necessary skill for fat loss and self-discipline in spaghetti countries. Rather than feeling sleepy, McJay fought the urge to quickly get dressed, put on his most affable smile, and opened the door to politely answer his mom's request. Mom, you need to get something. I'll help you find it. Mom looked at the suddenly opened door to her room, her face still mild, frowning, a retrospective look in her eyes. It's a key, that's what your dad left for Mom. Mom couldn't find it outside anyhow, so she wanted to come to your room to see if it was accidentally left inside your room before when she cleaned for you. Keys? I'll help you find Mom. It's too much trouble. I'd better come in and find it myself. I have a better memory. Mom paused and then carefully said, is it inconvenient for Jay? Then, Mom will look again in the living room. McJay hesitated to speak. Rule number 6. Your mom is very concerned about your personal space and will never enter your bedroom without permission. If your mom makes a request to enter your bedroom, be sure to promise her that she just misses you and wants to come in to see you. It is known that rule number 5. The bedroom is safe. And this rule is correct. And it's hard to say if mom is safe or not, after all. The only thing this family can give him to die for is mom's punishment when he breaks the rules. So, McJay doesn't know if he should let his mom into the only safe place in the house. Not sure, either, that this rule of letting mom into the room is the right one. Mommy said she could look in the hall or she wouldn't let mommy in the bedroom. Would she? Just as McJay was about to refuse, he received a prompt from the state. Say yes to mom's request. Nothing dangerous will happen when mom enters the bedroom. So if you don't say yes, you'll be breaking rule number 2. Rule number 2. Always listen to your mom. McJay suddenly remembered, and a cold sweat broke out behind him. He almost forgot to listen to his mom. Instantly, McJay opened his mouth and smiled, leaving the door to the room wide open. Mom, come in and find the keys. Mom smiled and nodded as she went into the bedroom and started looking for something, and in no time at all, found a key under the bed. During that time, it really just looked like mom came in looking for her keys. No other odd behavior. Mom didn't even stay long after finding the key. She took it and walked out of the room, and tenderly whispered before walking out of the room. Xiao Jie, Mom cooked breakfast. Hurry up and wash up and come over to eat otherwise it will not digest well if it is cold. Okay Mom, McJay answered softly, looking at his mom's busy back in the kitchen. It seems there is nothing wrong with rule 6. I was overthinking it. With a heartfelt sigh of relief, McJay walked out of the bedroom. Fanny, get up and go to work. Jung Fan opened his eyes and only felt his head was confused. His eyelids were heavy, wanting to continue sleeping. Fanny, Mommy wants to come in and find something. Is that okay? What is it that Mommy wants to find? I can help Mommy find it, Jung Fan said casually, taking the time to speak. He quickly got out of bed and put on his clothes, opening the bedroom door. To find a key. That's Dad. Let me help you find it. Mom, too much trouble. Mom said the same thing, a careful look in her eyes, as if she didn't want to trouble her son's precious time. Why don't we just forget about it? And Mom will go to the living room and look again and see if she can find. Okay, I hope Mom can find the keys in the living room. Jung Fan replied with a smile. Although, it's not clear that rule 6 is correct. But, it couldn't be clearer that the bedroom is the only safe place in the house. It's hard to say if Mom is creepy or not. But, there's no doubt that Mom must be involved with creepiness. Jung Fan would never let the bedroom, the only safe haven in the house, break into any suspected creepy creatures, including Mom. Rule number 2. Always listen to your mommy. But Mom gave 2 choices. It should be either no or yes, depending on how I answer. After hearing Jung Fan's answer, Mom's expression looked a little lost, making one unable to resist the urge to rise up and grant Mom's request, not letting her lose her mind and be disappointed. Hey, I've searched inside the room and in the living room. I just can't do it. So, forget it. Father of the child. I'm sorry I lost your stuff. Mom turned around as if wiping tears from her eyes, and her thin frame was extremely heartbreaking. Right Xiaofan, you hurry up and wash up. Breakfast Mom has already made. Eat it while it's hot or it's not good for your stomach. Mom turned around again, eyes a little red. She glanced at the half-open bedroom door, wanting to speak. It seems, there would have to be her missing key inside the bedroom, and she wanted to go in and look for it, and her horrible son didn't agree, so she respected his idea. But I can't help but feel lost and sad. After all, it was the only thing Dad left for Mom. The general public couldn't help but soften their hearts when they saw the scene, and that included the viewers of the live broadcast. Let her in to find the key. Countless people couldn't help but cry out. They were really heartbroken for this, the mom who had entrusted herself in order to fulfill her son's idea. Chapter 35. There's no danger in rejecting Mom. Keeping it as it is nothing less than a good way to go. But others are others. Jung Fan is Jung Fan. Okay Mom, I'll go wash up then. Jung Fan smiled slightly. He had to listen to his mom, didn't he? Dryly answered to. After walking out of the bedroom, backhandedly also put the bedroom door closed. Do not care about the aggravation in the eyes of the mother tears. Walked straight to the toilet to wash up. The people in the outside broadcast room were puzzled when they saw this scene. Why doesn't Jung Fan let his mom enter the bedroom? Obviously there is no danger. I think Jung Fan did the right thing. Just because there's no danger now doesn't mean there's no danger back there. And the bedroom, being the only safe place, shouldn't let anyone in. But it's safe to refuse mom's request. 2. Mom looked so pathetic that she gave up looking for the key dad left behind because she respected her child's privacy. In my mom's place, she would have just rushed in. Hey, I envy my mom in Weird Tales world. My family just removed the locks to prevent me from unlocking my room. Now, I've been away from home for 10 years. Hugs upstairs. It's okay, it's over. You'll be happy. The Great Summerland Oddities Group. Wei Jian's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. There is no danger in rejecting mom, and it won't violate rule number 2. Wang Jia, who was on the side, nodded and added. Rejecting mom presupposes that she gives 2 choices. Otherwise, once you reject her, it's wrong and life-threatening. Yes, when Kim Dae-hee from Stick Country was going back to her bedroom to sleep earlier, her mom also made a request to continue to stay and watch TV with her or go to bed. It's just that the words of refusal are not straightforward and easily ignored. Wei Jian nodded, agreeing with the added speculation from the members of Weird Tales, and then lifted his pen to write a summary on the correct blackboard. When 2 options are available after a request from mom, mom can be denied and does not violate rule 2. After writing, Wei Jian looked at Jung Fan, who was washing up, and after contemplating for a while, he opened his mouth seriously. Rule number 6, then, is to try to keep mom out of the bedroom if you can refuse her. After all, the bedroom is the only safe place in the house. Since mom can be denied access to the bedroom, it is possible to reverse the presumption that rule May 6 be an error. A rule that, since it was violated without encountering a crisis, can be seen from the side that the rule is not necessarily right. Although the chosen ones who have promised their moms access to the bedroom are not currently in any danger, there are some dangers, often hidden, that indirectly lead to the subsequent direction of the weird story. Wei Jian paused, his serious eyes scanning the expressions on the faces of the people in the conference room, and after seeing that they all came to a realization, he continued, as far as that goes, not granting mom access to the bedroom would be much less likely to be dangerous than granting access to the bedroom, because mom is the biggest creep in the house. All the danger revolves around mom. The people looked at each other, and after a few moments of careful consideration, they all nodded their heads. The Weird Talk Group, more than just analyzing which of the Weird Talk rules is right and which is wrong, has to determine which mortality rate, compared to 2 or more ideas, will have less chance of exposure to danger. And for now, since it was concluded to keep mom out of the bedroom, there would be no problem. Then, in the future, don't let mom into the bedroom either. The danger will be slightly less than agreeing to her coming into the bedroom. After all, on the first day, mom never entered the chosen one's bedroom. Keeping things as they are is, in some cases, nothing less than the best way to go. After Jiang Fan washed up, he sat down at the dining table to eat, and his mom was still accompanying him, chattering and talking to Jiang Fan. Breakfast was simple, noodles in clear soup and a golden omelette. Little Fan, remember to bring the bento mom made for you when you go to work later. Don't be lazy at work, don't get in trouble with your boss, and work hard. Don't come back too late at night, and remember to be safe crossing the street. Unlike yesterday when she was talking about the minutiae of life, mom was all about some advice for her son who was about to leave home for work. Word for word, it was full of worry and concern. Jiang Fan nodded and glanced at the time on the wall. The time had reached 7:40. The start time is 8 o'clock, and hell knows what will happen if you're late. In the world of Weird Tales, it's always best not to break and trample on either rule. Jiang Fan didn't continue to eat anymore, ready to grab his bento and hurry to work. Mom looked at Jiang Fan not finishing the noodles and quickly opened her mouth. Fan, have a few more bites, eat so little for breakfast. You'll be hungry at work later. Okay, Mom. Jiang Fan didn't care about the boiling hotness of the noodles and finished them in 2 or 3 bites. After taking the lunch prepared by his kitchen mom, when he passed the door, Jiang Fan paused and took away the key hanging on the door. After descending the stairs to the first floor, the lobby on the first floor is still as busy as it was yesterday. The old man was playing chess. The children were chasing after a leather ball and playing around, and the security guard was sitting at a table drinking tea. Everything about it is so cozy. The premise is to ignore the time of the moment. There was a group of people so lively at just after 7 in the morning that the timing of the bustle was wrong, rather than bizarre. Nuts. So noisy early in the morning. Not even 8 o'clock. It's a nuisance. A serious nuisance. Jiang Fan looked at it, disgusted, cursing and swearing through the rowdy kids. Just as he was about to walk out the door, the security guard sitting there drinking tea spoke up again. Fan, are you going out to buy medicine for your mom again? No, I'm going out to work now. Jiang Fan looked closely at the security master, hoping to find out any clues. The security guard nodded his head as if he understood Jiang Fan's words, somewhat agreeing. Oh, Van, do you go out to work? It's also time to work. Xiao Fan, not I say you are almost 30, the oldest is not small. Hurry to settle down. Your mom worries every day, and told me before. What are you going to do in the future if you go on like this? With the exact same words as yesterday. Jiang Fan was a little disappointed. His mom must be worried about him working. If he hadn't agreed to get a job yesterday, he'd be dead. Without getting any information, Jiang Fan did not continue to ask. In the order remembered, a quick weave through the city lanes led to the small restaurant. On the way, Jiang Fan didn't see a single Strange Talk World resident. There was no sun in the sky, not even a cloud to be seen, but the sky was exceptionally bright. Not only are there no people to be seen in the city, even after leaving the neighborhood, it's as if you've gone deaf. There was no half sound, no light wind, like walking in a world of ink paintings, extraordinarily quiet. This makes it a little hard for the chosen ones. As if trapped in a false world box, the mood was unconsciously low. The door to the small hotel was open. As soon as Jiang Fan went in, he saw the fat boss sitting in front of the cash register. When the fat boss saw Jiang Fan's arrival, it seemed to have turned on some kind of switch, and his empty eyes instantly came into focus. Stiffly, he turned his head and eyed Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan took a step, and the boss stared. Until the clock in the restaurant reached 8 o'clock sharp before the owner changed slightly and ventured some human odor. Kinda lucky you kid wasn't late. Remember to come early next time. I'll leave the store to you. Remember what I said yesterday, or else there will be consequences for you. The fat boss was bored with Jiang Fan going to work on time, cursed and got a little angry, gave a few random instructions and left the restaurant. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Fan was left in the restaurant. Chapter 36, Late Lamb. Use your body as a fine. 1/3. Have a good time with me? Little brother, do you know that statement is against the law out there? Threatening others can get you into a small black room to step on a sewing machine. Jiang Fan wasn't idle either. Picking up the rags in the restaurant and starting to clean up, the fat boss said so. Apart from serving the guests, he is also required to keep the hall clean and tidy at all times. It was just opened early in the morning and it is unknown if it was clean. Jiang Fan could only clean the hall himself to make sure it was clean. It's almost like doing multiple jobs and only receiving one paycheck. Very much in line with the laws of hiring people in the real world. Hearing Jiang Fan's tirade, the pop-up screen suddenly increased in the live stream, all trolling and agreeing with the viewpoints. In our company, we use girls as boys and boys as, even passing dogs have to work. The work is tiring, not to mention that the wages are pitifully low, and the most crucial thing is that the boss draws a big pie every day. But the company is full of regulations on deductions and penalties. How do I put it? When I got a job as a waitress, they asked me if I had a bachelor's degree. No money for 7 days of trial employment, then $1,000 for internship, 3 months of internship, and $3,000 after regularization. Family, the point is, who understands? This society has also been saying to us, you go this post a lot of people want. A salesman who works 12 hours for $600. Do you want it or not? When it comes to work, the on-air crowd isn't sleepy. It would have been fine before. At best it was just a mental implosion, an involution. The economy has plummeted since Weird Tales descended. Almost all industries were affected and many people were laid off. Increasing prices, unpayable mortgages, and the pressure of strange talk of death coming at any time have left many people facing collapse. A lot of people were struggling while hoping that the weird talk would come soon so they could end this once and for all. Even the city where the strange talk descended, while everyone rushed to evacuate, there was this group of people. Some of them came from another city. Some were originally native to the city. They were not like the rest of the population, who fled in a panic with their grief. Instead, a relieved grin all over his face, wobbly, fully dressed, walking in the opposite direction into the city of weird talk. Just die a quick death and end this up life. That's why so many people around the globe were watching when Weird Tales of the World went live. It's not just about novelty and focusing on rewards, more of a stress release. After releasing the pressure, then continue to resist the bitterness of life and move forward towards hope. After all, as bad as the world is, there are still family, friends, food, beauty and other nice little things they care about. The crowd looked at Jiang Fan in the world of weird talk. After the tirade, the eyes lit up again with anticipation and hope. While Jiang Fan was cleaning the hall, Some of the chosen were still running wild on the main road. Oh God! I should have known not to be lazy in bed. I'm late on my first day. How am I going to get another job to satisfy mom's words if that boss quits me? At the thought of his creepy mom at home, Lamb, the chosen one of the agriarchy, couldn't help but shake his head in horror even as he did so. He'll listen to his mom and pass the weird tales properly without breaking the rules. After a furious run, Lamb finally arrived at the small hotel. To Lamb's surprise, there seems to be a man standing in front of the small restaurant. Lamb looked closer and realized it was the fat owner of the diner from yesterday. At this moment, when the fat boss saw that Lamb was late, not only did he not get angry, but he also greeted Lamb with a smile and a face full of enthusiasm. Look at the fat boss's warm smile. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about this. It was as if, being targeted by a wild beast, he was about to be dismantled and boned and eaten into his stomach. Lamb felt a chill run down his back and his limbs stiffened. Despite his fear, Lamb walked boldly into the restaurant. Only the constant trembling of his hands easily revealed the fear in his heart. The fat owner eyed Lamb with rapt attention, watching him walk into the store with a growing look of enthusiasm. There was no movement, just a cracked mouth and a giggle. You're late. I told you yesterday. There's a deduction for being late. Hearing that, Lamb sighed in relief. How much this job pays? Lamb doesn't care. He only cares about getting through it successfully. Now hearing that it was only a deduction, and that the fat boss was far from a life-threatening idea, made Lamb snicker a little. Buckle up. I'm late. It's okay to reduce my paycheck a bit today. Just as Lamb breathed a sigh of relief, the fat boss suddenly stretched out his hand and smiled a little wryly. $15 for being late. Give it to me. I'm sorry. I don't have any money right now. Let's put all $15 of this fine on top of my paycheck for today. No. Deductions have to be paid now. Lamb froze. Paying now? He doesn't even have an official job yet and he needs to be paid? I'm afraid this isn't a shady store. Besides, where would he get the ghost money to pay for it? I don't have any money. Just dock my paycheck. Oh, kid, since you don't have any money, you'll have to use something else of yours to cover the fine. The fat boss rubbed his hands together in excitement and grabbed Lamb directly, carrying him from the dining hall to the kitchen like a small chicken. Looking at the kitchen, which was getting closer and closer, Lamb had its bad feeling. Lamb makes a strong attempt to escape, but the fat boss was just too strong. Even with all his strength, there was still no way to escape. Lamb barely put up more than a few moments of resistance before he was pulled into the kitchen. Some pots and pans were neatly arranged in the kitchen, among which, there was a sharply polished kitchen knife hanging on the shelf, slightly emitting a sharp light. It's as if the cooks here are constantly hacking away at something with these various knives. Lamb's legs went weak at the sight of the knife, and he collapsed straight to the ground, his face white, breathing heavily and hard. The fat boss smiled cheerfully, effortlessly tossed Lamb onto the chopping block. Grabbing a kitchen knife, he kept gesticulating at Lamb as if he was deliberately teasing him. What do you say? Do you use your heart as a fine? Or your kidneys? Or a leg? Lamb, like a fish on the plate waiting to be slaughtered, in addition to the feet to move a few times, can only stare at the fat boss wide-eyed, terrified, opening are constantly begging for mercy words. Please, I just accidentally overslept today. Don't kill me. I don't even want a paycheck for the rest of the day. I'll work for you for free. Leave me alone. No, 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 don't do that. Lamb looked up to meet the fat boss's eyes. Those eyes were cold and bloodshot. It was as if he was looking at him as if he were an animal to be slaughtered, snobbish and without any semblance of emotion. Lamb, seeing the big knife constantly gesticulating at his body, broke down at once and screamed in a huff. No, 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 garnish my paycheck, take all my paycheck, I don't want my paycheck, don't hurt me. Oh, what did you say? The fat boss bowed his head as if listening to Lamb's words, slapping Lamb in the face with his knife. He cracked his mouth open and grinned madly. Oh, you mean all is a fine? The fat boss's smiling face suddenly changed and went cold, his hand controlling the knife to skillfully slice down the artery of Lamb's neck. Ah! Blood spurted out of the aorta all at once and splattered on the fat boss's face. The fat boss didn't care, taking the big knife and little by little running it down the neck, from the neck, to the chest, to the limbs. Gradually, the whole piece of human skin was peeled away in its entirety. Lamb, lying on the casemate, couldn't move and had long since passed out from blood loss. The muscles and veins underneath the human skin, however, were still pulsing with a drum of blood and gore. Chapter 37. The Ghost's Resentment, it seems, is getting bigger and bigger. Workload plus 1/2. Seeing this scene in the live broadcast room, all of them had a cold back and shivered in their hearts. Digging, skinning. Without skin, can you still live? If you're late, you'll have to peel your skin. I can't. I'm going to throw up first. That fat man seems like RTD has been killing fish for 10 years. No mood swings at all. In vain. The fat boss turned his head as if he had seen something interesting and moved his body to look at the live broadcast with an icy look. Ferocious glared and smiled wryly as his hand raised the kitchen knife and slashed down hard. Click. The chopper cuts as if to everyone in front of the screen. The knife deadly and bloody. The live feed went black. The Weird Tales podcast came on with it. Lamb, the chosen one of a tribe, dies, and Weird Talk randomly descends. Outside, the final scene of the live broadcast was framed by the fat boss's menacing gaze. The crowd was silent. A shiver ran through his insides as he looked at Lamb, who had been skinned and chopped up into pieces of meat. The images were bloody and brutal, which made many people who were watching the live stream of the Weird Talk throw up. Digging, it's disgusting. Good guy, using body parts as collateral when you're late. Even the king of hell would call that an expert. I suspect that his last name is Joe, as in Joe Pippi. Have you noticed that this strange world death seems to be a bit brutal and bloody? The difficulty is obviously not very big. Yeah, yesterday Mom ate the chosen one, and today Chowder is out. In the past, the death of a chosen one after breaking the rules was not an unacceptable situation, and now the brutal death. How about the top 10 tortures? It somehow made them feel that this world of Weird Talk was, seemingly, not as dangerous as it appeared to be, only by their moms. And the resentment that seemed to belong to the ghosts and monsters was also much greater. In the world of Weird Tales, Zhang Fan was in the middle of cleaning up when a group of customers came into the store. The first few guests were fairly normal, slate-cold faces, green and gray as if they'd been dead for days. It's ugly, but it's good to see that it's a person. And the last female customer to come in, let alone a human being. Calling her a ghost would be overestimating her. The female customers looks directly scared Zhang Fan a few steps back, his heart pounding. The woman customer was beautiful, with nice eyes, pale skin, and a gaping mouth that exposed almost her entire face, revealing bloody chunks of flesh, as if someone had ripped her mouth open alive with force. That's a cute looker. It reminded Zhang Fan of the split-mouth woman. Seeing the group sitting down, Zhang Fan rushed up to warmly entertain the customers. He hadn't forgotten that the fat boss had made a request to serve his guests well. The faces of several guests were cold to the core, like corpses that had been dead for a long time, with expressionless faces that made people wonder if they were suffocating when they died. One of them held the menu and opened his mouth to reveal a raspy voice. Give us a return of pork, sharp pepper and fat intestines, fried thyme shoe, and tomato and egg soup. Yes, please wait, your order will be ready soon. Zhang Fan retrieved the menu, and after picking up a small writing tablet on the cash register and writing the 4 meals ordered by the guests, he then placed the note at a window outside the kitchen. The note was just placed in the window. In the next second, the note disappeared out of thin air in Zhang Fan's line of sight. Immediately after that, the empty kitchen began to emit the sound of lighting a fire, the sound of chopping and stir-frying vegetables, and an extremely good smell that came out of the kitchen. It didn't take long at the dining out. A hand appeared out of nowhere and several plates of steaming, freshly baked dishes appeared on the plate. Upon closer inspection, the severed hand was purple in color, and there was a constant flow of blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, sprinkled on the stovetop. Zhang Fan flinched and did not feel afraid of the hand that suddenly appeared. At the moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Hey, this severed hand is dirtying the countertop. Should I come over and scrub it up to keep the diner free of contamination? Zhang Fan skimmed his mouth, glared fiercely at the still bleeding broken hand, and cursed as he carried away the dish tray. Workload +1. The few dishes ordered by the guests were fragrant, bubbling with a bit of oil, colorful and flavorful, smelling appetizing, making Zhang Fan feel a bit hungry. Luckily, Zhang Fan had eaten the breakfast made by his mom in the morning, so he wasn't particularly hungry. The diners saw the lunch, their faces cold and dead expressions still intact, and picked up their chopsticks to wolf down their food. Rattling, several sounds that sounded like biting bones resounded through the restaurant. Zhang Fan followed the voice and looked towards the diners. At the moment, the diners were sipping their soup, gurgling, their mouths still chewing a few times now and then. Zhang Fan was a little puzzled. Obviously it was soup, tomato and egg soup. There didn't seem to be anything in it that could be chewed and rattled, right? Is it possible that this customer drank soup and got eggshells? Diner's eating posture began to move up, leaving the dishes directly on the hands, grabbing back to the meat slices into the mouth, chewing with a lot of flavor. The aroma of food wafted through the room. Zhang Fan was getting hungry. A glance at the clock on the wall showed that it had been 5 hours since he had finished his mom's breakfast. The rules say you can't eat at this time, 11 to 1 noon, so it looks like we'll have to wait a little longer. Zhang Fan held back his hunger and didn't think about breaking the rules. In the world of Weird Tales, in addition to the main rule, some of the rest of the additional rules are, Basically, right. For example, the rule in the note left by Mom before the bus is right. In this current copy of Mom's Weird Tales, it's clear that the one you find in the bedroom is the main rule. Then the rest of the ones you run into are negative rules, including, the fat owner gives the rules that the store needs to follow. However, while Jiang Fan intended to follow the rules, on the side, the diners who had come to dine were not going to let him go. Cracked female suddenly dropped her hand, wiping clean on the tablecloth. Because of eating, cracked mouth closed again. Face residual blood vaguely positive this once grew mouth over. Step by step, seemingly a little shy, he ran to Jiang Fan. Look, waiter boy, do I look good? Jiang Fan looked at the ripped open mouth and remembered a legend. If the answer is good looking, then the crack woman will turn you into her. If the answer is not good, then the person is gone. It might seem like the consequences of answering nicely were lighter, but Jiang Fan was a good boy with a conscience, and lying would make him and his hard. He couldn't, in good conscience, say that a ghost that was worse than a ghost was as beautiful as a ghost. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and said seriously and sincerely, Chapter 38 Everyone is a unique mess in this world. 3/3, Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and said seriously and sincerely, I think everyone is a unique mess in this world. Unique, and good looking, uniquely lame? So you think I'm uniquely ugly? The split-mouthed woman was clearly showing signs of anger. Her closed mouth was slowly cracking open to reveal her fangs. Jiang Fan was helpless as he tried to refuse to answer the question. It's the same as a woman answering love me or not. A woman will only believe that answer in her mind. Jiang Fan gripped his hand hard. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat the cleft woman. Otherwise, he would have given her 2 big slaps in the face to make the crackhead sober up. Don't you have any idea what you look like? Off. But even if you can beat it, fellow diners, including the owner of the store, surrounded him together, and he couldn't beat them. Jiang Fan wasn't confident enough to the point where I'm the best in the world of weird talk. Since hard doesn't work, we can only come up with soft. As the saying goes, if you can't answer one question, bring up another to divert attention. Ma'am, there's a reason why you care if you look good or not. The cracked woman froze. Her mouth slowed down its cracking and she looked at Jiang Fan with a face full of confusion. Seeing that there was a show, Jiang Fan opened his mouth again and spoke slowly. Oh, you see, you must not usually take care of your appearance. Look at your mouth. It's bloodless. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, the cleft woman suddenly stuck her long tongue out and dabbed a bit of the blood from her face and applied it to her mouth. The entire mouth, which appeared to be extremely blood-colored. Oh, or the 999 big red number. Jiang Fan. Nima. Jiang Fan dug into his pocket and pulled out a lipstick from the women's restroom. Ma'am, this blood color fades easily. Why don't you try this lipstick? It's sure to be the best match for you. The cleft woman took the lipstick and stayed frozen up staring at it, looking so flustered with her big open mouth. Curious, he then unscrewed the lipstick to reveal the lipstick cream. A giant piece of pink Death Barbie pink lipstick reveals itself. Pink to the point that Jiang Fan, a big straight man, couldn't bear to look at it. It's not for nothing that this lipstick was abandoned. The cleft woman looked at the lipstick paste, to the point where she didn't have much of an expression on her face, but just gently used her tongue to lick the blood from her lips clean, and then picked up the lipstick and delicately applied it to her mouth. A gaping, horrible mouth that instantly turned pink. Yes, that's it. Look, how pretty, as beautiful as a flower. This lipstick color is so perfect for you. Ma'am, actually you don't need to ask others if you look good or not, because every girl is the most unique and has the right to be beautiful. Jiang Fan looked at the large pink mouth in front of him and tried his best to hold back his laughter. Who could resist when this nifty big pink cannibal flower was in front of them? The point is, it's still bright pink. No, can't laugh. He's had training. Unless, it's really funny. Jiang Fan over here had solved the customer with lipstick without any mishaps. But the other chosen, they were out of luck. Stan, the chosen one of heaven. The lazy bed didn't make him miss work, but also because of work, Stan didn't eat the breakfast his mom prepared. Until now, the stomach was empty. Seeing the delicacies ordered by the diners, Stan felt hungry. Oh, next time no more lazy beds. Damn, why do you have to work when you're in Weird Tales world? Fark. Stan cursed and served the food. Feeling dizzy, watching the diners eat heartily, Stan remembered the lunchbox he had brought with him this morning. Oh yeah, don't I still have mom's cooking? Take a small bite. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Stan loved his mom's huevos rancheros. The peppery slices of meat with the rice were a masterpiece. That fat bastard said you can't eat between 11 and 1. So it should be okay if I don't get caught, right? Just one bite. Stan specifically hid behind a restaurant pillar, an angle where the diners couldn't see him at all. Quietly, he opened his lunchbox and picked up a piece of gyro meat from it and quickly dropped it into his mouth, clicking and chewing. as fast as it wasn't even a second before Stan was done eating and rushed to put it back. After eating his mom's lunch, Stan's hunger was greatly relieved, feeling less hungry and even clear-headed and refreshed. Ha ha, there's no danger of being caught stealing food. Stan shook his head in disbelief. He was not sensing the presence of any semblance of danger. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared in the corner of Stan's eye. The red color was bright and piqued Stan's curiosity. What's that? Stan wiped his eyes and fixed them on the red color that appeared on the diner's table. When he got a thorough look, Stan's heart trembled, goosebumps rose all over his body, and he sat down on the floor in a flash, his face white with fear. The original diners had eaten their meals with gusto, and color and flavor were gone. In its place were chunks of blood-soaked flesh. The back to basics turned out to be raw cuts with some broken bones on top. Pointed pepper fat sausage turned into a white sausage. Fried wing shoe. That's hair. Stan watched as diners ripped a whole head off and got a look at the tomato and egg soup. What tomato soup? Is clearly a piece of blood and flesh plus bones floating human soup. Stan tried desperately to stifle a yelp, but still, startled by the sudden horrific and bloody image, he took a slight step back and bumped into a soft object. Stan blanched and turned his head to look at the soft thing, his pupils saying abruptly as if he had seen something even more unbelievably horrifying. The diners turned their heads, and a wry smile appeared on their faces. It looks like we're going to have to add to our meal. The disappearing boss appeared behind Stan, and at this moment, the fat boss no longer had a humanoid appearance, but a huge black bear. The black bear was filled with the smell of blood, saliva dripping from its open mouth, and a few chunks of red meat tucked into the tips of its sharp teeth. Seeing this, Stan scattered the fat boss's strange appearance, the sudden appearance of fresh blood and flesh on the diner's table, and the diner's whispers did not hide the madness in their eyes. All signs are pointing to the fact that he broke the rules and got into big trouble, but Stan couldn't escape anywhere near as fast as the black bear monster, and within a few steps, he was referred to the kitchen by a handful of hands, and the empty kitchen reveals figures. A body was hanging from the roof of the house, with some organs missing and arms and legs missing. One by one, the monsters were cutting off chunks of meat from the corpses and throwing them into a pot to cook. In no time at all, it gave off a strong smell of meat. Hi, to the new ingredients. Kaka, the black bear monster, grinned, glanced at the cooks who were busy, and hung Stan similarly from the roof. A gust of wind blew through, the dryads on the roof swayed, and inside, a new face crept up. Death of Stan, the chosen one of heaven. Strange tales of random descent. Outside, heaven, the lively meeting fell silent and filled with silence all at once. Now that their chosen one is dead, do they need to discuss the rules of weird talk? Oh, it's okay to take a vacation. Dismissed. Go back and get some rest and wait for the next round of weird tales to open. The leader of the Heavenly Strange Talking Group waved his hand and spoke slowly after a half-day of silence. Look at the whole row full of rules reasoning in the back. The members of the odd couple couldn't resist a kick in the pants from one of them. Nima and reasoning a Jill. People are gone. Reasoning after burning down? Roll. Chapter 39. The Cracked Woman Who Gives Back Gifts. 1 hour of exploration time. 1/3. The crack girl is a good kid. After receiving the lipstick sent by Jung Fan, he also said that there was only one lipstick. What was Jung Fan himself going to do? No. I'm too big of a man to deserve this lipstick. After all, this lipstick is unique and can only be worthy of the one and only you. Jung Fan took a step back and waved his hand in a hurry. Very righteously refused. This death Barbie powder. Give it to whoever you like. He doesn't want it anyway. The cleft woman was a bit pleased after hearing the words, and looked at Jung Fan as if she could pull silk, getting stickier and smoother. Receive such a unique gift. The cleft woman stated that she had no merit. Kindly, he wanted to give Jung Fan what he thought was the best looking cleft in return. Jung Fan did not accept this return gift. This gift is too much. He stated that he was a good boy who was clean and honorable, so how could he give a gift to someone and still need to return it? Finally, after some tugging and pulling, the cleft woman left satisfied and said that she would come to see Jung Fan more often in the future. Don't you come? I can't afford it. However, it's a good thing I didn't learn the outside people and insist on stuffing me with gifts. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to withstand a few gift-giving sessions even if I had the system to protect me. After sending the cleft woman away, Jung Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. He stated that there was not that capacity to receive this great gift. After the cleft woman is gone, the small store has received a few more scattered customers. The guests afterward didn't take the initiative to strike up a conversation with Jung Fan like the cleft woman did, and were more like a backdrop. Dumb and Dumber. Just eating. Only. Although he didn't strike up a conversation with Jung Fan still had to go back and forth serving the food as well as cleaning up the leftovers on the table after the guests left. This made Jung Fan a little slightly upset. What's a backdrop for? It's not just for a backdrop. Why? You're adding to my workload. aren't you? I wish I could kill all of you one day. Jiang Fan cleared the table and took the dishes on the table into the kitchen and threw them into the sink. The job of washing the dishes did not go to Jiang Fan, who was only responsible for the tasks in the hall outside. Jiang Fan looked at the clean and dry dishwashing sink. Obviously he had brought in a large pile of dishes and chopsticks a few times before, but as soon as he went out, the sink looked like it had returned to its original state, and all those dirty dishes and chopsticks had disappeared. Could it be someone in the kitchen? Or is it a weird power? Jiang Fan looked around. The kitchen was small enough to see all of it at a glance, and he didn't notice anything out of place, except for, when you submit a menu, some stir-fry cooking sounds appear out of thin air. The rest did not give Jiang Fan any sense of danger. The kitchen is the place where you get the most check-in items in the entire copy of Weird Tales, except for the bedroom. It's a pity that there aren't many system items remaining at the moment, or else we could have seen what crisis would have arisen after 5 full minutes inside the kitchen. Jiang Fan shook his head and briskly walked out of the kitchen. And then, as if noticing something, he stopped and cast his eyes to the food outlet. Out of the dish spout, another round of new dishes was passed out of the kitchen by the purple arm. Blood dripped off his arm, but the dish was steady on the end. I told you not to get the stove dirty, but you didn't believe me, so I had to clean it again. And next time, you're done. Jiang Fan cursed and hit the purple hand a few times, his eyes filled with anger. As if Jiang Fan was really angered by such behavior from the purple hand. The fat boss said there were rules that needed to be followed, but hitting the purple hand is not included. The power Jiang Fan possessed now was already able to karma off some small backdrops. One of these little backdrops includes the purple hand. The purple hand seemed to be just a bizarre pendulum that fixed the passing of food, and after being hit a few times by Jiang Fan, it did not do anything, still firmly in the bara on the food out table. The absence of any behavior from the purple hand caused Jiang Fan to sigh slightly in disappointment. It seems that speculating and trying to spy on the shenanigans in the kitchen in a little way won't work, but you have to offend the shenanigans yourself. Time passes quietly. Soon, to 1 o'clock. This meant that Jiang Fan could eat. The fat boss has said that I have an hour to eat, as long as it's not between 11 and 1 noon. The rest of the time is optional. Does this mean that this 1 hour can be spent exploring the world of Weird Tales? Jiang Fan looked at the boxed lunch, pondering. The fat owner doesn't make it a rule that you have to eat in the restaurant. Perhaps he could try dining out at the hotel. Jiang Fan, carrying the bento prepared by his mom, raised his voice in disgust after looking up and around the restaurant to make sure there were no guests. It's so airless inside this store. All the fumes. Boss, I'm going to request to go to the door for dinner and be back in an hour. As the words fell, the figure of the fat boss appeared at the stairway of the small store. Jiang Fan was very sure that the fat boss was yet to appear before he spoke, and only after he finished speaking did the fat boss appear. His words were more of a call for a fat boss switch. The fat boss didn't say anything when he showed up, just sat quietly at the cash register and stared. Sud said, before saying with a slight malice, "Go eat, kid, you only have an hour." After getting a response, Jiang Fan immediately walked out of the restaurant with his boxed lunch, outside the small store. At the time Jiang Fan stepped out of the small store, nothing unexpected happened. Jiang Fan was completely relieved. Storing the boxed lunch prepared by his mom inside the Weird Tale space and taking out the boxed lunch he had drawn from his own system. He knew that his mom's boxed lunch was edible. But, still, Jiang Fan avoided eating his mom's boxed lunch. The vast majority of what is eaten in the world of Weird Tales is made with unknown ingredients, some with sobering effects. More than that, it has the side effect of contaminating the chosen one. The boxed lunches drawn by the system smelled great and were the same as the dishes prepared by my mom. Returned pork, braised tofu, and shredded potatoes. The huevos rancheros seemed to be spiked with edamame beans, which gave them a savory flavor, and were served with charred slices of pork and shredded chili peppers, which made for a great meal. Jiang Fan carried his lunchbox and ate as he hurried towards his home. Guess, Mom shouldn't be home at this time. Jiang Fan wanted to take advantage of this hour for lunch to open his mom's bedroom with the master key drawn from the system to see if he could harvest any clues. Chapter 40, Mommy's watching. Can't open the door. Uncollected Kanga Pharmacy, 2/3. The Sunshine District was not far from the small hotel, and Jiang Fan quickly arrived at the district. Follow the familiar path. Jiang Fan walked all the way to the 7th building where his home was located. The lobby on the 1st floor is still the same as it was originally. There were security guards drinking tea, children playing pickleball, and old men chatting and playing chess. In the middle of the day, these guys don't seem to find it disturbing at all. When the security guard saw Jiang Fan still looking down at the newspaper, there was no reaction. I wonder what would be in Mom's bedroom. There were merely 2 rooms in the house. One was Jiang Fan's bedroom and the other was his mom's bedroom. Intuition told Jiang Fan that inside his mom's bedroom, There might be a major discovery. Dum 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 dum. The sound of Zhang Fan's footsteps echoed in the building's hallway. The thud was obvious. It was clearly high noon. The hallway was still pitch black and out of reach. Paired with the echoing sound of thumping footsteps, like a heart beating violently in the darkness, it was suffocating. A moment later, a flash of light appeared in front of the building, and Zhang Fan lifted his steps and walked up. The building seems to have only one exit. Crossing the light, Zhang Fan appeared in the corridor on the 4th floor. Zhang Fan slowed down his pace and gently walked to the front door of his house. There were no remaining noisy sounds in the corridor except for the sound of Zhang Fan's breathing. The door was silent, as if Mom wasn't home. Zhang Fan took out his key and was about to open the door. Suddenly, a piercing chill dug into his heart. Shasta. As if he sensed something, the sweaty hairs on Zhang Fan's entire body unconsciously stood up as he sensed a crisis. The dense aura of death tightly suppressed Zhang Fan, as if walking carefully on a tightrope. If not careful, the next second will fall into the bottomless abyss of death. Zhang Fan held his breath and stopped preparing to open the door. The crisis he sensed made him not dare to move halfway. In a jiffy, that dangerous aura seemed to have stopped following Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took small breaths to stabilize his mind. Gently moved the key forward again. Snap dash. Danger. Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly changed. His face changed in shock, and he took a few steps back, raising his head and looking at the closed door of the room with palpitations. Just a moment ago when Zhang Fan tentatively tried to open the door. At that moment, the sense of crisis inside suddenly intensified, as if someone was watching from behind. It felt like being stripped naked. Anything in his heart was displayed in public, minimizing Zhang Fan's sense of security. Rule number 8. If you feel like you're being watched, please don't worry. It's Mommy watching you. Mom's home. Or maybe Mom sensed him and was watching and monitoring him. After Zhang Fan recoiled, his heart seemed to be held tightly by a pair of big hands. Sinking to the lowest level, his whole body creeped out. Mom was actually watching him. Chances are Mom is home. Zhang Fan raised his head and looked around. His family lives on the 4th floor and is subjected to strange talk. And the next door neighbor's house is set up. The long corridor was a safe passage in 2 places besides their house. Safe passage. Their home. Zhang Fan turned his head, his eyes eventually resting on the cat's eye on the door in front of him. The cat's eye is dark and doesn't allow for a reverse look at the house to see if anyone is there, and if someone in the house. But it was just enough to be able to see the people outside through the cat's eye. Safe passage. He just came up from there. Not much chance of a mom showing up. Then it's just home. Mom was watching him, spying on him, through the cat's eye on the door. No, it's not just surveillance. Zhang Fan felt that what was stated within the rules was not ordinary viewing. Otherwise, where did the crisis he had just felt come from? Through the system's sign-in and the redemption of the Weird Tales rewards, Zhang Fan's whole body qualities had been greatly improved, which also included his 6th sense as well as his body's perception. That crisis, it was real. Mom, trying to kill him. Realizing this, Zhang Fan pretended to have no upturn and spoke softly. I wonder how Mom is doing when I go to work. Will she miss me? I wish I could go back and see my mom. I wonder if she's home at this time of year. Afterward, Zhang Fan looked up at the sunlight outside the window and shook his head with a regretful look, saying, forget it. It's almost time to go to work, so I'd better get back to work. Zhang Fan said. As he ate, he turned and slowly descended the stairs. The look was light with a hint of regret, as if he really just wanted to come back and see his mom. Until you get into the security corridor and down to the 1st floor. The sense of crisis within Zhang Fan's heart only slightly improved and disappeared. It really seems like it could be Mom spying on me. I just walked into the building and I didn't feel the feeling of being watched, nor did the stairwell. It was just at the doorway when I was about to open the door that the watchful eye appeared. The preference is to try to open the door and the gaze that appears. A gaze that is supposed to remind the chosen one that Mom is close by and that crisis shenanigans are imminent. Mom's gaze made Zhang Fan give up the urge to open the door. And Zhang Fan didn't take any chances with his actions. That sense of crisis was just too strong. It was as if the next second the door was opened, he would be dead. After a few quick bites of his meal, Zhang Fan resumed exploring the rest of the Weird Tales world to see if he could find any clues about it. Hopeless. Zhang Fan searched for a long time, but could not find a venue where he could enter other than the Sunshine District. There is a way to have it, but it's a small diner that has been discovered as well as Conagra Pharmacy. Conagra Pharmacy, which is outside the neighborhood, is the only place you can sign up besides small restaurants. The small restaurant is where I have to work. The fat owner inside. The presence of pollution makes sense. What about the pharmacy? Zhang Fan didn't believe that the pharmacy was near a small restaurant to be visible and signalable. Pharmacies. There must be a reason for their existence. Zhang Fan thought about it and decided to enter the pharmacy again to explore and probe. In the pharmacy, It's still the same drugstore clerk who looks like a wooden man and says the same words one sentence at a time. Thanksgiving benefit. Buy 2 get 1 free on small white pills. Buy 1 get 1 free on gas blood. And get a free tranquilizer pill with $100 or more. As if sensing a customer entering, the pharmacy clerk began to repeat the phrase. What's gas and blood? Thanksgiving benefit. Buy 2 get 1 free on small white pills. Buy 1 get 1 free on gas blood. And get a free tranquilizer pill with $100 or more. The clerk didn't answer the words. Jiang Fan said again once more. Do you have to be over 100 to get the tranquilizer pills? The clerk remained the same, not even giving Jiang Fan a look, not paying the slightest attention. Jiang Fan was a bit helpless. It wasn't like he couldn't use the hint opportunity to get an answer. This time, within the Weird Tales replica, most of the sign-ups are items. The chances for hints left last time, and the chances for hints after signing in this round of Weird Tales, add up to 4. It was used up twice at home. Jiang Fan only had 2 prompts left available. If he used the queuing opportunity now, Jiang Fan was worried about an unexpected situation in the next 5 days. After seeing that he really couldn't ask for any clues, and the hour of rest was almost up, Jiang Fan simply exited the pharmacy and waited for the next opportunity. Chapter 41, Safe from Work. Bloody handprints in the building. 3/3, inside the small restaurant. The fat boss was sitting at the cash register as usual, looking at Jiang Fan, who had returned at the right time point. His face was a little unsightly. It seemed that Jiang Fan's on-time return had caused trouble for him, and he didn't want to see Jiang Fan at all. Jiang Fan ignored the fat boss's smelly fish face and started cleaning the small store on his own. Stinks? If I didn't still need to work for you and hadn't gotten to the bottom of things, I would have blitzed you long ago. It seemed that the fat boss heard Jiang Fan spitting. During the afternoon commute, there was an extraordinarily high number of backdrops coming in for dinner. This had increased Jiang Fan's workload so much that he barely had time to rest. Busy workload. It made Jiang Fan reduce his favorability towards his boss once again. Goodwill 99999. Favorability infinity. Time flies, and before you know it, it's time to get off work. Period. All of the chosen from each country survived safely into the night, except for a few unlucky ones who offended their guests. It was dark outside the store. Roadside lit up a street lamp. The light is dark, shining on the road, but there is no one. It seems that in addition to the small hotel are still in the picture world, Jiang Fan was also the only one in the small restaurant. After the hour of 7 o'clock in the evening, few people patronize small restaurants. The restaurant was quiet and there were no sounds coming from the kitchen. Even the purple arm that served the food disappeared. It seems, everything, both people and things, all gone at 7 o'clock. Little by little the time passed on the wall and came to 8 o'clock. When the time of 8 o'clock arrived, the fat boss appeared in front of the stairs on time, looked at Jiang Fan and opened his mouth. Kid, looks like you didn't leave early. Good for you. Come get your paycheck for the day. The fat boss put on a smelly face as if Jiang Fan owed him money. You did pretty well today and the halls were cleaned, which pleases me enough that I won't dock your pay. The fat boss looked around, as if Jiang Fan's serious work attitude had pleased him. Afterwards, he took out $50 of ghost coins from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Fan. At the same time Jiang Fan received the ghost coins. Snap dash. All the lights in the restaurant went out instantly, and it was silent, as if it had been abandoned for a long time, and the air smelled musty and pungent. The dark store is creepy. A neatly arranged chair looked like someone was standing there in the darkness. After Jiang Fan saw the fat boss disappear, he once again strolled through the entire restaurant. Nothing was checked before walking out of the small hotel. The night was a bit chilly. Jiang Fan wrapped his clothes and walked slowly home under the streetlight. 8 o'clock. It seems to be very late in the world of Weird Tales. Jiang Fan realized that at this hour, even the pharmacy next to him was already closed. The path was dark. No store was open for business, and there was darkness as far as the eye could see. Except for the dim lights, the whole world sank away like an abyss of darkness. The dark sky made Jiang Fan a little depressed. After a short walk to the neighborhood, the lights in the neighborhood were almost out as well. At home, in the 7th building, it was more like all the lights were dimmed, with only the lights still on in the first floor hall, as well as on one of the upper floors. Jiang Fan raised his head and looked upwards. His intuition told him that the floor that was lit up must be the 4th floor, the room that lights up. It must be Mom waiting for him. I don't know why. When he thought of coming home from work at night, there was still a light left for himself. Jiang Fan's depressing mood suddenly got a lot better. Jiang Fan walked into the building and looked at the quiet hall inside in relief. Luckily, the halls aren't as busy as they were this morning, and it's finally getting back to some normal routine. Gone are the children kicking a soccer ball, the old men chatting and playing chess. Only the grandpa security guard is left, standing dead at the door. As usual, he sipped his tea slowly and leisurely. Zhang Fan lifted his steps into the hall, and the security guard who was drinking tea suddenly raised his head. Just when Zhang Fan thought that the security guard was still the same fixed statement, the security guard opened his mouth. Fan, are you off work? Zhang Fan hurriedly came closer, and the security guard's tone changed. I wonder if there will be new clues. Yes, Grand Master. Zhang Fan replied smoothly. The security Moncler outlet store guard took a sip of tea and pointed his finger upwards. Full of sighs. Xiao Fan, go back soon after work. Your mom is still waiting for you. Okay, Moncler. By the way, Moncler, how do you know my mom is still waiting for me? Zhang Fan expanded on the topic and asked without leaving any traces. The security Moncler outlet store guard saw him several times and said things that seemed to tell him to hurry up and go to work, get a job, and go home. Similar to what his mom said. There are the rest of the backdrops in this building, even on the spooky main floor, with the various families. The security guards are just in the lobby. Is it hard to have perspective and know that his mom is waiting for him? The security Moncler outlet store guard didn't speak anymore. Sipping his tea, his eyes became hollow, and he seemed to have returned to his former puppeteer form. Seeing this, Zhang Fan inquired a few more times without dying. After seeing the security Moncler outlet online guards start repeating the conversation again, he had no choice but to walk away. So the security Moncler outlet online guards have different words to answer during the day and night, respectively. Hurry home, your mom is waiting for you? Zhang Fan looked back at the security guard. At night, the security guard moves slowly, drinking tea that never dries up. Don't look at the security Moncler outlet store. A few words are centered around Zhang Fan, but, inside the words spoken, all without Zhang Fan's explicit mom. The security guards, Moncler, seem to understand us as a family. Zhang Fan climbed down the dark corridor to the 4th floor. I don't know if it's nightfall, but there are safety lights in the painted hallways. The safety indicators are a bit worn. Dum 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 dum. The faint green fluorescence illuminated the stairwell. Along with the echo of Zhang Fan's footsteps, the atmosphere was eerie to the extreme, with a billion dots of netherworld. What's this? Suddenly, Zhang Fan's eyes were certain, and he crouched down, his fingers touching the wall of the stairwell. During daylight hours, stairwells appear dark without the illumination of safety lights. Zhang Fan could feel the steps of the staircase and didn't care too much about it. Until the night safety light comes on, Zhang Fan noticed some bloody hand traces appearing on the staircase walls. Traces of bloody hands, large and small, were branded on the walls, and there were some traces of blood dripping down, as if something tragic had happened here. People banging and pounding on the walls in desperation, leaving messy bloody handprints. Appalling in the extreme. The soft green light of the safety indicator shone on the bloody handprints, dimming them so much that they couldn't be detected without a closer look. Zhang Fan came closer to take a closer look and realized that these bloody handprints seemed to be very new, like it was printed on it not too long ago. As Zhang Fan came closer to observe, the crowd in the live broadcast room also saw the bloody handprints. First silent for a moment, then violently discussing it. Many people were shocked by the bizarre scene. Damn! These bloody handprints all over the wall look like a scene from a horror movie. The bloody handprints are in disarray, and it feels like the owner of the bloody handprints is filled with despair. Everyone, am I the only one who thinks that the bloody handprints on the stairs are from someone inside the Sunshine District? Maybe it's someone from this 7th building. Why did they collectively brand the walls with the bloody handprints of despair? Children and adults alike? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The more I think about it, the scarier I get. Zhang Fan looked at his hand and then at the bloody handprints all over the walls and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Zhang Fan raised his hand and carefully compared his hands one by one along with the bloody handprints. Perhaps there is my handprint in this. 7 days of reincarnation and the note was able to stay. Maybe the last reincarnation of me. I had printed my hand on the wall. Chapter 42, Mom waited for him for a long time. Why didn't you bring your keys? 1/3. Zhang Fan slowly compared the bloody handprints along the wall, from the first to the last. Even those mutilated handprints. Zhang Fan also had a comparison. Unfortunately, after comparing half a day, he didn't find any handprints that were almost the same as his own, which made Zhang Fan a little disappointed. Whose bloody handprints are these? Could it be the security guards downstairs? Zhang Fan frowned as he looked at the densely packed bloody handprints on the wall, not alarmed by the sudden appearance of the bloody handprints. Instead, after comparing the branding over and over again, a wave of compassion welled up in Zhang Fan's heart. Blood handprints are hardly ever repeated. So many blood handprints. If something tragic really happened in this hallway in the first place, how many owners of these blood handprints must there be? There were a lot of bloody handprints on the walls. There's barely even a blank space left. The bloody handprints below were even more overlapping, forming a blood-red wall. Near the bottom of the wall, The blood grew darker. Zhang Fan couldn't help but see that his scalp was numb and his mood was heavy. The number of bloody handprints, just those complete handprints that Zhang Fan was comparing, were 30 or so. Not to mention some fuzzy mixed up handprints. The number of handprint owners is unimaginable. In addition to the handprints, Zhang Fan also discovered something black on the wall during the comparison. These black marks filled the wall above, not like they had been maliciously painted. Zhang Fan felt somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen such black marks somewhere. It's like the black ash that gets burned out of the stove in the countryside. After the smoke and fire, these black marks like fog and clouds appear on the walls. Could there ever been a fire here? Other than that, there were no remaining findings. Zhang Fan turned back and looked carefully at the handprints as well as the black marks on the wall, secretly making a mental note of them, and then walked out of the safe passage stairs. Corridor. Zhang Fan returned to the front door of his home and was about to knock on the door out of habit. Suddenly remembering something, he took out the house key he had taken with him that morning and clicked it. Snap! The door to the room was opened. As soon as Zhang Fan pushed open the door, he was confronted with a pair of cold eyes. It's Mom! Mom sat on the couch and turned her head stiffly at an odd angle to look over at him. The sudden gaze startled Zhang Fan. Fan? You're back. In an instant, the person who seemed to be there was Zhang Fan, and the corners of his mom's mouth lifted up brilliantly, resuming her gentle smile, as if nothing had happened just now. Well, Mom, I'm home. After getting Zhang Fan's response, Mom's smile deepened. Hastily, he got up and went into the kitchen to bring out the meal that had already been cooked. Is little Fan tired today? Come and eat. Mom made it ahead of time and put it in a pan to warm up, and the food is still hot to this day. Mom touched the bottom of the vegetable bowl and looked delighted. It was as if being able to make Zhang Fan eat hot dishes was the thing she was happiest and proudest of. There was still some dew on the outside of the dish bowl, so you could tell that the dish had been kept warm for a long time. And Mom, too, has been waiting for Zhang Fan for a long time. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded, sitting down and picking up his own bowl of rice in response. Mom, it's not tiring. This is not as tiring as you waiting for me, Mom. Zhang Fan noticed that it seemed like it didn't matter if it was yesterday or today. Whenever he was home for dinner, his mom's food was always ready. Even the rice was served in a bowl full to him. Fan is good at saying what Mommy likes to hear. Tell Mommy what you did today. Mom was amused by Zhang Fan's remark. The chopsticks picked up a large piece of back-to-pot meat and placed it in Zhang Fan's bowl, then looked at Zhang Fan with relief. It seemed that Zhang Fan was her most precious. Zhang Fan wasn't very hungry, but still acted extremely cozy, chopsticks holding slices of meat wrapped in rice, greatly shaving a few mouthfuls. Mom, your gyro meat still smells so good. Today, the store can be busy. The small store is only me. That the boss does not help. Zhang Fan took a big bite of his rice while talking about the interesting things he encountered today. Sometimes you can't help but slap your thigh a few times when you get excited. Zhang Fan made an interesting point. Mom was also listening very attentively on the side, occasionally echoing a few sentences, with gentle waves of light in her eyes, containing a watery meaning. While the atmosphere on this side was harmonious and loving, the other chosen ones, however, were in a state of shock. The day's work was done, and except for a few unlucky ones, the remaining chosen survived safely until the end of the day. Graysman, the chosen one of Romance Nation, snickers a bit with his $50 ghost bill. $50 in ghost coins for one day of work, and at $50 in ghost coins a day, the wealth accumulated over the next few days of work would have to be at least $300 in ghost coins. If I live to see the next Weird Tales, these ghost coins will be a great help to me. Ghost coins, as the universal currency in the world of Weird Tales, can be utilized in almost every copy. Items, currencies, points, etc. earned in a copy of the Weird Tales can be taken out of the Weird Tales copy and accumulated for the next Weird Tales. The smile on Graysman's face grew wider as he thought. With a brisk pace, it wasn't long before I was back home. The downstairs security Moncler outlet store guard saw Graysman's arrival and opened his mouth. Mandy. Before the words were out of his mouth, Graysman simply crossed over to the security master and walked away without a trace. It seems that Graysman exceeded the set range. The security guard Moncler outlet store words karma cut off, and returned to the original, leisurely sitting in the doorway drinking tea. Graysman walked to the stairs and saw the lighted security indicator, as well as the bloody handprints on the wall. Hey, that scared me. Isn't that the obligatory bloody handprint from a horror movie? Ollie's heart skipped a beat at the shock and snorted in reaction. He was starving now, having eaten lunch a little after noon, and by now it was 8 o'clock in the evening, and he had long been hungry for. Graysman just assumed it was some horrific background, and without studying the bloody handprints on the walls too much, he rushed off toward home. Just walking up to the door of the house habitually raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Knock knock. The door knocked for half a day, but no mom came to open it. All Grixman could do was yell, "Mom, open the door! Mom!" As Grasman yelled after, the door suddenly clicked and slammed open. In the doorway, like yesterday, stood Mom. The difference is that today's mom is not at all as gentle as she was yesterday. Chilled, his eyes were icy, grimy with anger, and he looked at Grasman as if he were a stranger. What Grasman didn't notice was that Mom was dressed all in black, and the whole thing was different than it had ever been. The black dress was topped with a small white flower, as in the mimeographed garments worn at the time of the sacrifice. "Man, why don't you have your keys?" Mom opened her mouth to question, her voice becoming shrill and full of sound instead of the gentle whisper she had before. Every word was like a sharp bayonet thrusting hard into Grasman's heart, and a strong sense of oppressive suffocation surged in. Mom got mad because he didn't have his keys. Chapter 43, Always by Mom's Side Romantic Country Fire plus 30%, 2/3. Grasman met the expressionless Mom edging closer. The violent heartbeat was jumping out of his throat, and he couldn't help trembling. But still, he had the guts to please his mom and explain. "Mom, I forgot to bring it. I was in a hurry to leave the house this morning. Mom, I'll remember to bring it next time." "Forgot it? But I told you to bring your keys yesterday and you forgot them. You must have disobeyed me." "No Mom, I just forgot to bring it. I didn't disobey you." Grasman realized something was wrong and rushed to keep explaining it to his mother. "Unfortunately, it's already too late." Mom lifted her head to stare daggers at Grazie Manhwaedit, hissing loudly with maddening obstinacy in her eyes. "Since you don't listen to me, you should never leave the house again." Suddenly, a crack appeared on the slightly softer face. The crack split from the eye socket and spread and deepened all the way to the neck. The whole face was like a piece of broken ceramic doll, the pallor surfacing with the glossy feel of porcelain, gradually falling apart in pieces. There was a click. One of Mom's ears plummeted. Immediately after, eyes, mouth, cheeks, fell off in droves. "Ah!" Grasman's face turned white and he couldn't help but scream out. He saw it. The torso revealed by Mom's falling debris was actually an empty black hole. One piece, two pieces. Mom's entire head shattered and disappeared, leaving a headless body dressed in black. The warm lights of the house began to go out. Immediately afterward, all the lights in the floor obliterated, and there was no light at all. Plunging into endless darkness, as if he was blind, Grasman couldn't see the corridor from which he came, and could only use his senses to turn around in a hurry and try to escape. Suddenly, a coolness came behind her, like something crawling up her back, densely packed. With intense pain, the feeling of tightness and binding was spreading through Grasman's body. Grixman's eyes glazed over. The heart sank to the bottom as the intensity of despair almost overflowed his eyes. A puddle of hair as if it were water grew quickly along his legs, wrapping around Grasman's entire body in no time. A strong sense of suffocation came. Grasman breathed heavily, his eyeballs protruding from their sockets, his mind fading into a blur, his hands constantly grasping for something in the air. In a jiffy, the blacked-out live feed lit up. Grasman's hands hung limply, his long tongue lolled out, and his face was full of stiff purple. The eyeballs were dead wide, lying dead in a coffin. The huge casket was placed in the tiny bedroom. Next to her, a woman dressed in black tenderly caresses Grixman. "Be with mommy all the time and listen to her. Little man is the best." Outside, the crowd's hearts skipped a beat and goosebumps rose all over their bodies at the sight of Grasman's horrific death. Snap dash. The screen went off in the live room belonging to Romantic Nation. The Weird Tales podcast then came on. Romance Nation's chosen one. Grasman dies. Weird Tales randomly descend. Fire rate plus 30%. Kangaroo Nation's chosen one. Ingley dies. Weird Tales randomly descend. Category 10 Hurricane. Adam the chosen one of the River Kingdom dies and the weirdness randomly descends. Water minus 20%. It wasn't just Grasman who died at the no-key level. There were a dozen others, all without keys. The outside audience froze. A chill rose from his heart as he watched the chosen who died one after another because they didn't have the key with them. Death without keys. This belongs to what Mom said yesterday, and it can still be used today? This is too pitiful. That's awesome. Listen to your mom. If I go in there, I'm probably going to die in no time because I don't carry a key every day. I ask my mom to open the door. The crowds could not help but sigh and tell their gratitude as they looked at the chosen one who had died a gruesome death. After looking at the dead chosen one, he turned his head to look at Jung Fan, who was surrounded by his mom's loving care. A wave of surprise rose. Jung Fan is doing better than I've ever been treated outside. Mom's eating all the food herself. Nakata Shimako from Sakura Nation is doing well too. Except why do she and her mom look so weird? Have you guys noticed that Jung Fan seems to be a bit different from the other chosen? The other chosen are basically forced to talk to their moms and have a sense of stiffness when facing their moms. But Jung Fan does not. Zhang Fan is always taking the initiative to talk, and it feels like Zhang Fan and his mom are really like mother and son, with a sense of kinship. I feel it too. It's probably because Zhang Fan has confidence in this weird talk, and faces the possibly bizarre mom without any fear at all. Our country's Beck isn't afraid. Look, he can still talk to his mommy. People in various countries were discussing their favored chosen one, not budging in the slightest on the matter of who had the most guts and who had the best relationship with their mom. Among them, there is also a small group of people who are concerned about the countries that are being eliminated this time. Of all the nations, the romance nation suffers the lightest negative blow, with the exception of the strange tales descending on it, merely increasing the probability of fires. Everyone didn't take it to heart. After all, it's just a fire, which can be easily avoided and escaped with a little care. This includes Romance Nation, romancing the country. Bali, fire, increase the probability of fires, none of which will suffer casualties if you pay attention. Oh, God, you're protecting us, aren't you? Agent Daly, the supervisor in the Louvre's monitoring room, spoke up. The famous Deerfloat Palace welcomes many tourists every day to see the famous paintings inside. A casual painting is worth tens of millions of dollars. Strange talk descended, causing a significant drop in visitors. However, the Deerfoot Palace does not reduce some of the disaster protection measures inside. Daly idly watched the tourists on the surveillance screen, got a little bored and could have dozed off. Suddenly, a light lit up on a painting on the surveillance screen. What is this? Fark, it's on fire. The light grew larger and larger, turning into an orange fire. Famous paintings that spontaneously combusted. The flames gradually expanded, and a blazing fire burned eerily in the Deer Floating Palace, soon sweeping through the entire Deer Floating Palace. Chapter 44. Save the Mona Lisa or the cat? The worlds are, at this moment, beginning to intersect. 3/3, Kangaroo Nation, South Island. Because of the failure of the last weird tales, an 8-magnitude earthquake descended on the southern continent and almost all the houses came crashing down. A green tent rose up and was scattered throughout the streets. Countless people had to sleep in tents and wait for official relief. The moment. 6 o'clock local time. As the sun set, the aesthetically pleasing sun floated above the surface level. Countless people living inside tents lamented the fact that they could see such a beautiful sunset. Suddenly, the orange evening sun darted across a flash of black. Look, it's a shooting star. The populace was overjoyed as the black meteors grew in number in the sky and it seemed like a meteor shower was coming. People embraced each other and were about to go out and make a wish on a shooting star when they realized in vain that the shooting star above their heads seemed to become a mass and was getting closer and closer. When they got a good look, in an instant, everyone's face was shocked and they screamed and tried to flee the streets. It's a tent. It's people. No, that hurricane is coming right at us. Jesus, please bless me to be able to escape this damn gale. Instead of meteors, the sky was strewn with tents and a myriad of debris and people. Countless people scattered in all directions. Some clinging to large trees, others ducking into the sewers. Others couldn't run as fast as they could, so they could only grab a tent off to the side, praying that they would be able to land safely with the help of the tent when they flew into the sky later. A Category 10 hurricane carries strong winds and wherever it goes, not an inch of grass grows. Treehugger houses rise to the sky. Less than 10 minutes after the disaster fell, the real-time situation in each country then hits the world buzz and is known to the world. Among other things, the land of romance quickly climbed to the top of the hot seat with the news of the fire that burned down the Deerfoot Palace. The Louvre burned down in punishment for a strange story, destroying hundreds of paintings. A Category 10 cyclone in Kangaroo Land. A frighteningly realistic version of the Flying House tour. The water level of the largest river in the river state has dropped, exposing the surface for the first time, and the president of the river state has stated that the river state may cease to exist in name only. It is a time for all to express their compassion for the nation in crisis, because the Louvre was set on fire, and an order thesis that provokes everyone to think, also appeared in the world. The Louvre is burning. There's a cat on the floor. There's a Mona Lisa on the wall. You can only choose to take one thing. Which one will you take? This thesis question arose from what, on the bright side, didn't look like much, seemingly a boring argument. But it has ushered in numerous discussions. It may look like the selector takes away the items, but it actually represents the attitude of the people. The Mona Lisa represents art, wealth, fame and a few other extras. Kittens, on the other hand, represent life, and the choices of nations after the coming of the strange tales. Countless people are talking about it. I choose to take the Mona Lisa, and then I'll get the reward from the Deerfluff Palace. If you choose to take the painting, then if your country chooses between you and the economy of wealth, you'll be the one left behind. Please, the world's most famous paintings are the common treasures of all mankind. How can they be compared to a wild cat? Treasures are not as important as life. The treasure is just a dead thing. The wild cat has life. Not to mention that it can reproduce and give birth to new life. It lasts for 1,000 years. Wild cats? What's the point of having a life? A painting is worth tens of millions of cats. Upstairs, are you saying that life can be measured as a value? If it could, then the bottom line, the law, and so on, would all cease to exist. The populations of the countries argued, and no one could convince anyone, no matter what happens in the outside world. In the world of strange tales, Jiang Fan all lived comfortably. Mom, I ran into a girl today who actually asked me if I looked good on my own, and I think that every girl has the right to love beauty and become beautiful. Jiang Fan smiled and shared the day's events with his mom, and even pinched some dishes inside her bowl. Mom is creepy and has to do with creepiness. That much Jiang Fan knows very well. But, as long as you don't break the rules, you're not in danger. Ask a mom who is so gentle and kind to her child how she can't throw herself in return. Jiang Fan looked at his mother who was smiling brightly. He would be more kind to her as the rules allowed. I don't know why. Jiang Fan always felt that the weirdness inside the weird talks had its own thinking ideas. Like the driver in the last bus freakout. He could then trade the cigarettes for a chance for the bus to back up to the previous stop. If, for example, the bus including the driver was programmed to do so, then the bus driver would not have agreed to his request at all. It was his request that was granted. It was only then that Jiang Fan did not completely deny the conclusion that there were thoughts in the bizarre world of weird talk, but reported a certain amount of conjecture. Guess there's some weirdness in the world of weird tales, or some background character board that has a mind of its own. And Shinshin. Shinshin's last conversation with me shouldn't have been set up. That was Shinshin's own true thoughts, right? Xin is probably home by now too, right? Probably eating a delicious dinner, since mom is always there for her now. I wonder if my mom, in this copy of the weird story, has a real mind? Jiang Fan shook his head. Whether or not his mom had real thoughts is unknown. But, Jiang Fan was certain that the fat boss in the small restaurant must have a mind of his own, just by virtue of the way the fat boss treated him. It's really too much like the top boss in a previous life. That stingy attitude expression is exactly the same. For every anecdote Jiang Fan shared about his work, whether it was a tirade or a gripe about his boss, his mom readily took up the conversation with a smile and a word of comfort or the same opinion. Finally, Jiang Fan took out the $50 of ghost coins he earned today. Mom, here's my paycheck for today. That's great, Xiaofan. Our Xiaofan can make money too. The way mom spoke, she seemed to have completely forgotten that Jiang Fan's age was already an adult in his 20s. The tone of speech was more intimate, as if Jiang Fan was still the well-behaved child in her eyes. After dinner, the time soon came to 9 o'clock. Mom was still sitting on the sofa ready to watch TV and had invited Jiang Fan to watch TV with her. This time, Jiang Fan refused his mom's request. No mom. I'm feeling a little tired today and would like to rest early. Oh, well then, sure you don't want to watch it with mom? Mom didn't necessarily ask Jiang Fan to watch TV with her. The ambiguous answer gave Jiang Fan room to refuse. Looking at his mom's obviously lost eyes, Jiang Fan didn't take back what he said, but walked straight back to his room. Watching TV with my mom apparently didn't lead to much. Even, sometimes mom asked questions that would be difficult for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan wasn't worried about answering incorrectly. It was more like he wanted to go back to his room and look for something. Mom said, today, that she was looking for a key. I wonder if she used that as an excuse to try to get into the room or if she was really looking for that lost key. In response, Jiang Fan didn't dwell on it too much and directly looked up into the air, like looking out at the world through some place. I'd like some extrapolated rules so far, and if any of the other chosen have encountered mom coming and looking for the key this morning, and if so, where is it kept? Jiang Fan's words resounded through the Weird Tales livestream in all countries. People in two worlds. At this moment, it begins to intersect. Chapter 45. We should give Jiang Fan enough to look forward to. Jiang Fan wanted to be quiet. Outside, Daxia's weird talk group. Seeing this scene, the leader of the group, Wei Jian, immediately ordered the integration of all the presumed rules. The rules cover not only the main 12 rules, but also the rest of the hotel rules that the unlucky chosen one touches. Wei Jian looked at sorting out the few rules that had been established and paused, thinking for a moment before speaking again. Send those we deduced along with it. Jiang Fan saw it and it might help his own deduction take shape. Weird Talk member Wang Jia's face was all scrunched up as he heard this, his eyes hesitant and wanting to speak. Wei Jian looked at the entangled Wang Jia and directly waved his hand, signaling Wang Jia to open his mouth. Team leader, are all the inferences being sent together? Wouldn't it be too much? After all, that's nearly 10,000 words. The Oddball Squad backup team is a collection of the brightest minds from all over Daxia. Some of these talents are elderly, some are middle-aged, and some are students still in college, just to gather different people's guesses and thoughts on the rules of weird talk in all stages of genius. Dacia is so vast and populous that there are 34 people in one provincial capital alone. Not to mention, there are many cities in the provinces, and there are more than one person in the city who is willing to research on weird stories, so it is hard for the country to choose, so it just wants them all. Right now they had about 36 candidates inside the conference hall. There were also members of the sub-weird talk groups in the following provinces, adding up to nearly 500 people in all sizes. With so many people's extrapolations, Wang Jia estimated that if he didn't count some of the same ones, they could all make a book, the encyclopedic kind. Wei Jian paused, seemingly remembering the members' numerous speculations, thought for a moment, and said seriously, "Now, make sure you clean up some of the duplicate rule guesses as fast as you can, and try to narrow them down to 20 words or less. By the way, tell us again how the rest of the chosen died, preferably from the beginning until now." Wang Jia nodded and suddenly thought of something, and when he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted by Wei Jian. "I know what you're trying to say. I trust Jiang Fan. There is no word limit for the rule hints, but countries try to hint at the correct answer, and some guesses do not appear in the hints. A lot of people's tedious guesses. That's just guesses and won't help the chosen one much. Even the help that comes with it does far more harm than good. Because of the plethora and variety of conjectures, the people who came up with the conjectures were again talented in various aspects. The vast majority of them are justified by what appear to be correct guesses, but are actually wrong answers. These guesses, so messed up as to be false, are likely to muck up the logic of the chosen one at a critical moment and send the already hesitant chosen one down the wrong path. So, even knowing that the rule prompts can be used without a word limit, the vast majority of countries opt for a small and precise number of prompts, not too many words. But Wei Jian believed in Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's thoughts shown from the beginning until now have always been very firm in his thoughts, and it all feels like he's full of confidence. By offering our conjectures on weird stories, not only will we not disrupt Jiang Fan's thoughts, but we may also help some of the unspecified conjectures take shape and give Jiang Fan inspiration. Wang Jia nodded with seeming understanding and looked up at Jiang Fan on the screen. "Very firm in your thoughts? Confident?" He found Jiang Fan. "It doesn't seem to be quite the same as other countries chosen. There's a kind that no other nations chosen have. A fear of death." It was as if Jiang Fan was bound and determined to win the strange talk. "Did you see it too?" Wei Jian smiled, light welling up in his eyes. Even if Jiang Fan didn't say too many words of certain victory, however, there is always that confidence in his body, the presence of a fearless aura that somehow makes me believe in him. We should give Jiang Fan big enough expectations. In the bedroom, Jiang Fan waited for a long time, and this time the prompt was not as quick as the last time in the tunnel. Slowly, also that Jiang Fan almost mistakenly thought that the Dacia strange talking group hadn't heard his plea. In a jiffy, after seeing that the country's prompt had finally arrived, Jiang Fan clicked on the prompt with excitement. "I don't know. Where would the key be? Inside the top 10 global female awards?" Jiang Fan began to patiently watch the tips sent by the state and memorized them in his mind. 1 minute later. "Why is there another page?" Jiang Fan was flabbergasted and continued to scrutinize each piece of information. 2 minutes later. "Holy, that's 10 pages. Jiang Fan sighed and flipped straight back. Nothing more. He wanted to see how much information was out there. 5 minutes later. "It's finally over. That's almost 50 pages of information." Jiang Fan lay on the bed in a lifeless state, just wanting to be quiet. The state has categorized each tip. The key is under the bed. Correct rules. Error rules. The rest of the rules of death. The chosen one does it differently. Panel speculation as well as evidence. Above, all the information obtained by Dacia. We believe you can sift out the useful stuff by yourself. Go for it. Jiang Fan. **V all weird talk group. This made Jiang Fan look both a little relaxed and could not have to look around. A little tired again. These 50 or so pages of texture are densely packed throughout the dialog box of the Weird Tales prompt. Just one page alone is enough to make one's head spin, let alone 6 pages. Toward the end, Jiang Fan also saw encouragement from the state. "You guys really believe me? If it weren't for my unforgettable eyes, these guesses would be the limit without confusion, not to mention memorization. But, since you have high hopes for me, I can't let you down." Chapter 46, Damage to the Door. "Mom doesn't seem to want to hurt the chosen one?" Jiang Fan laughed bitterly and began to carefully watch these conjectures word by word. In a jiffy, it took a full half-hour for Jiang Fan to read the information from beginning to end and remove the inferred errors, as well as keep it in mind. So, restaurant rules are mostly not to be violated. The fat boss is actually a black bear spirit become, and the kitchen is still hanging the body? Yo, it can't be the episode of Journey to the West with the black bear spirit. Are the keys under the bed? After reading through it, Jiang Fan's mind was much clearer, and he had a hint of understanding about the Misty Kitchen. Immediately afterward, he bent down and felt under the bed. A cold key was quickly found. The fact that this key also appeared inside my room proves that it was originally present inside the chosen one's room, and not a lie that mom deliberately made up to make an excuse. Zhang Fan looked at the key and pondered. If mom was trying to make up a lie, the key shouldn't have appeared under the bed after Zhang Fan's refusal. Then why would mom want to go into the room and get this key? Is this key relevant for the chosen one or this current episode? Or is mom searching for her old memories and purposely trying to use an excuse to get into the room? Either way, Zhang Fan decided to put the key away properly. If the key is useless, then all is well. If the key works, well, it's useful. Don't I still have the master key? Which is the best locksmith? Dasha Strange talked to Zhang Fan. As for the hotel owner turning into a black bear monster, it was something he hadn't expected. The restaurant owner turns into a black bear monster, and the chosen one will be decapitated by the restaurant owner and made into a meat dish. As well as there is a cook inside the kitchen, but you can't see it until you violate the rules by eating between 11 and 1 o'clock at noon. Zhang Fan's brows stretched. The midday quandary finally got to him, and it turned out that it wasn't that there was no weirdness inside the kitchen, but that weirdness he couldn't see. Zhang Fan felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps at the thought that there were people in the kitchen and that there was a corpse hanging from the roof. Could the creeps? Could they be watching him as he entered the kitchen? Does the body wobble to his head? According to that hand might not be a human hand because the kitchen is full of monsters. So that hand belongs to a corpse? As for the other rules that have been judged, they are pretty much as I suspected. Rule number 2. Listen to your mom. Correct. Rule number 5. Bedroom safety. Correct. Rule number 6. Will not initiate into the bedroom. Correct. Rule number 7. 10 seconds to find mom. Correct. Rule number 10. Go to bed at 10. Correct. Known rules needed to be taken care of. And on top of that, Zhang Fan also paid special attention to the way countries died. He found that basically 60% died the most because of disobedience to mom. As indicated on the prime, at every moment at home, someone basically died because they didn't listen to their mom. Disobedience to mom seems to have been there from the beginning until now. Mom talks to us all the time and makes all kinds of demands on us. This shows that it is vital to listen to our moms, except when they make questionable remarks to us, and the rest is vital to the whole weird talk. And it seems like everything mom says to us is, for our good, get a job, bring your keys, go to bed early, etc. are just some of the advice that has been good for us. After reading about the chosen one who died because of his mother, Zhang Fan gradually deduced a guess. Is it possible that the underlying reason for what mom said to the chosen one was not a desire to hurt the chosen one? Rather, it's about wanting the chosen one to become good. This includes watching TV as well. While watching TV, his mom asked earlier what was on TV and Zhang Fan answered with interesting answers. Why wouldn't this be like wanting Zhang Fan to watch TV together and cheer up with some interesting TV? Now, Zhang Fan was even inside the bedroom. Both can still hear the sound of laughter coming from mom in the living room. Laughing heartily, Zhang Fan laughed softly and rubbed his eyes. He was a little tired from reading the information. Suddenly, Zhang Fan gave a start, his eyes plummeting as he looked at the unlocked door. When he came in just now, Zhang Fan hadn't realized it yet in his haste to explore the key. Now that it's free, some small variation on the door is evident. Zhang Fan approached the door of the room and rubbed against it. Traces of damage appeared on the door yesterday, and Zhang Fan speculated that something was trying to enter the room, and now there seemed to be more new traces of these damages. These new traces had evidently appeared only during the period when Zhang Fan had been out at work, for in the morning the door was as it had originally been. Did mom get into my bedroom while I wasn't home? No, it shouldn't be mom. Rule number 7. Mom doesn't initiate the bedroom unless I agree. Otherwise, on this morning, mom would have been able to force her way into my bedroom. Mom wouldn't voluntarily enter my bedroom. That's right. So with the damage to the door, there is only one remaining possibility other than something trying to enter the bedroom as deduced yesterday. The degree of damage to the door represents the degree of erosion by the bizarre contamination. Zhang Fan's face was a bit ugly. Yesterday he had speculated that the door might be broken by something outside, causing the bedroom to become less secure. Didn't realize. I came back today and the door damage had increased by a huge amount. Zhang Fan estimated that according to this level of damage, the bedroom door would be completely damaged in 3 days at most. 3 days time. Today is the 2nd day. That is, the 5th night when the door may be damaged. On the 5th day, it's far from lasting 7 days of reincarnation. By then, the door was damaged. Zhang Fan couldn't even imagine what it was like to wake up in the middle of the night and see someone standing at the door. That's got to be exciting. It was so exciting that Zhang Fan was able to do a high-flying cart push-up on the bed. Listening to Zhang Fan's analysis, the outside world was surprised. special except for other countries besides Daxia. They weren't surprised that Wu Jiangfan was able to surmise so many conjectures, but rather, they were surprised that Daxia actually provided the chosen one with numerous information. Crazy, you guys actually passed on so much information to Jiangfan. Aren't you afraid that Jiangfan will shake his own conjecture? We need so much information in a short period of time. Won't it be confusing? Wait, you'll regret this move. Poor Jiangfan, Daxia misled you. Why don't you come to our stick country? Most of the country's people were disillusioned by the many information that Daxia had passed on to Jiangfan. This is because the more information that is passed on, the more it will cause the chosen one's thoughts to be confused. There is a precedent for this one, verified as far back as the previous rounds. The people in the country also reported Jiangfan with disfavor, but did not express this disfavor. The choices made by the state are necessarily well-founded. They just need to believe. While believing in the choices made by the state, one can't help but worry when faced with the skeptical ridicule of nations. Until the country stood out. As the world questioned Daxia, Daxia sent out an official message. Daxia, we believe in Jiangfan. Jiangfan won't let us down. At once, everyone was reassured. Daxia's firm reply gave everyone confidence. Many people started to comment below disliking the words of the foreign reply. I believe Jiangfan won't be confused by too many qualities. Jiangfan can definitely do his best. Jiangfan, I believe in you. The country believes in you too. You'll definitely pass. Jiangfan will never come to your country. They're taking everything, saying it's your country's, and now they won't even let Jiangfan go, right? Jiangfan will be fine. Go for it. The countries of the world were silent in the face of Daxia's official reply. Subsequently, this was reported with scorn. The Emperor of Sakuragoku even mocked it in an interview. Oh my. We wouldn't dare give the chosen one that much information if we were in their place. If the Great Summer Kingdom doesn't have enough talent to deduce the correct answer to the rule, we in the Sakura Kingdom are willing to help with as little as 1,000 tons of supplies. Just as the world was talking, inside the world of weird tales, Jiangfan was already familiar with the inferences that had been transmitted from the country, and after memorizing them well, he soon reached 10 o'clock. It's time for him to go to bed. Suddenly, Mom, who was still laughing and watching TV in the hall, stopped making a sound. Immediately afterward, there came the sound of a light-speaking voice ringing out. Fan, are you asleep? The voice was soft, like a mother suddenly curious if her child was asleep. Jiangfan opened his eyes and just wanted to subconsciously respond to his mom. Suddenly, his body shook as if he had thought of something, and his body chilled up. Rule 10. Mom doesn't like late bedtimes for kids who stay up late with irregular routines, so please be sure to be in your bedroom and asleep by 10 o'clock. Period. No matter what sounds you hear, just pretend nothing is happening. Chapter 47 Xiaofan opened the door quickly. Mommy, I won't open it. Combined. During this time, whatever sounds you hear, treat them as if nothing is happening. Mom's cry is one of them. Of course it's not clear if this rule is right, but from the previous rule of going to bed before 10, one can guess that the chances of this rule being right are high. I can't answer Mom. Even to ignore Mom when she is not at home. Jiangfan did not respond. Sitting quietly on the bed, she eyed the bedroom door in the darkness. Knock knock. Another knock sounded on the door, echoing through the bedroom. The darkened bedroom was accompanied by a sliver of moonlight filtering in through the window, as if peering into the house. The bleak moonlight mixed with the black bedroom and intertwined into a deep blue color. Xiaofan. One eerie tone after another traveled through the wooden door into every corner of the bedroom. It's obviously far away. Jiangfan, however, felt as if someone was speaking softly behind his ears, the kind of ethereal and ghostly voice. The creepy, cool sensation gradually spread from the limbs to the heart. Mom didn't hear Jiangfan's reply and didn't stop, but continued to call out to Jiangfan. With the incessant shouting, the knocking sounded much faster. The knocking was more urgent this time, as if Mom was in a hurry. Gradually, the sound grew louder and sharper until there was a violent slapping sound coming from the wooden door. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Mom was getting impatient, like she was slamming the wooden door, making the whole bedroom shake with each impact. The netizens of the live stream were carefully holding their breath, nervously watching the rickety-looking wooden door in the room. Fearful, the worn wooden door would be slammed open by Mom. The wooden doors seemed solid. Mom bumped for a long time, even though Jiangfan was tired of it, feeling like my eardrums were about to go deaf, or even sleepy. From the knocking on the door, the wooden door was still standing firm, not the slightest bit loose. Chuckles, boring. Jiangfan yawned as he looked at his mom who was still knocking violently on the door. He's sleepy. Turning his head, He found a Kleenex at the end of the bed and stuffed it into his ears to shield them from the loud noise. Then, glancing at the magazine at the foot of the bed, he fell back to sleep. The bed seems to have a kind of magic. As if, to help Jiang Fan isolate his mom's voice, Jiang Fan slept on it, all feeling that his mom's cries had decreased so much that he could barely even hear them. It didn't take long for Jiang Fan to quickly fall asleep. The live feeds couldn't help but laugh at the sight, easing away from the tension. Good boy. Isn't mom tired of knocking outside? Take a break if you're tired. It won't wake Jiang Fan up. Mom, I don't mainly want to tell Jiang Fan to get up. I just want to knock on the door and exercise, not straight and not strong. Mom, cursing you're capable of stealing a man, not capable of opening the door. Jiang Fan, boring, sleeping, feel free. Ha ha ha. Looking at Jiang Fan sleeping so soundly, I suddenly want to buy Jiang Fan same mattress. Jiang Fan, not 999 yuan, not 99 yuan, just 9 yuan. Package delivery to the home. Families, what are you waiting for? Give me the order to rush duck. Almost everyone in the Dasha live broadcast room was amused by Jiang Fan's behavior. Jiang Fan on this side didn't reply to mom, but the rest of the chosen ones, as if in the morning, subconsciously answered mom. Cherry Blossom Country. Shamako, are you asleep? Mommy wants to see you about something. Who? Mom, what's going on? Nakata Shamako subconsciously infantilized a cry. She remembers having to answer and find her mom when she calls out to her. Nakata Shamako responded and was about to go down to the door when she suddenly flinched. A body shivered at the sight of the as if inky bedroom brightness. Oh, so Shamako's still up. The mom who knocked on the door seemed to hear it and said without any emotional ups and downs, quickly stopping knocking and not calling out for Nakata Shamako again. There was no more knocking at the door. It was quiet. Suddenly, another voice rang out in the darkness. Click 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 dash. Click 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 dash. This sound. Nakata Shamako stiffened instantly, her head turning cautiously toward the door. The sound. It came from inside the door. It seemed as if something was turning the lock on the door. Mom's coming in? Or, is it coming in? Nakata Shamako felt a little scared, shrinking her neck under the covers and shouting out in a hurry. Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you outside? There was no response from mom at the door. Contact with the faint moonlight could see that the unlocked door began to turn little by little. There was a thump. Click dash. The door was opened. By the faint light, Nakata Shamako realized there was no one at the door. Mom's not there. How did that door open? Who is knocking? Just when Nakata Shamako was wondering, suddenly, a face appeared in sight that was familiar. A face that was mom's. Nakata Shamako's pupils shrunk. Her face instantly turned pale, and her hands and feet went cold and stiff. See only. Mom was looking at her deadpan, her face so tightly barred against the door that it seemed to grow out of it as if it were only a sliver of skin. Upon seeing Nakata Shamako, mom became excited and her eyes were red. The face set in the door appeared in a maddened grin, lips parted to the cheeks. Why are you still up? Don't you know it's bad to stay up late? Is it possible that Shamako doesn't want to sleep? Mom mumbled to herself, her face expression changing in an unpredictable and eerie way, like a patient in a frenzy. Nakata Shamako's heart practically stopped when she saw this scene. The horror of a face with only human skin talking to itself on a door is horrifying in any case. However, there is much more to it than that. Mom's face gradually slid down the door as she spoke and dropped to the floor and crossed the threshold, straight from the floor to the bed, grinning and biting at the covers. His face was working its way up. Creepy, coming at her. Nakata Shamako rushed to dodge, but her mom's face flew straight up. With a full thickness of blood it fell low to the bed collapse and flew into Nakata Shamako's body all at once. With great speed, it crawled onto Nakata Shamako's face, and then, as if it had been coated with a layer of glue, it covered Nakata Shamako's entire face in a sticky mess. Nakata Shamako screamed and used her hands, trying to get this horrible face down. But mom's face was as solid as concrete and seemed to be completely set dead. Since you don't like to sleep, I'll take your place and go to bed early. Her mother's face giggled, excited and weird, and the piercing sound echoed in Nakata Shamako's head. As the words fell, black lines began to well up around the edges of her mom's face, boring into Nakata Shamako's face. Those black lines densely pierced through the skin and drilled into the flesh and blood. Ah, that hurts. Nakata Shamako was in agony, only to feel something gnawing at her face, sucking her flesh and blood. Struggling hands tried to scratch with all their strength, screaming and rolling on the bed. Slowly, the black lines on Nakata Shamako's face disappeared completely, and the edges of the face that had been set on it began to heal, leaving not a single gap to cover the original face. With the last bit of cheek fused, Nakata Shamako was no longer moving, lying quietly on the bed like a corpse, no breath rising or falling. It's so good that from now on our island will be able to go to bed on time. Mommy will always watch over you. Shimako. Mom lifted her hand and cocked her head with a satisfied, wry smile. The crowd outside the live room watched for a moment of trepidation. Haven't seen such an outrageous way to die. Is this a painted skin? Good man. All other painted skins have a body and look for their own face. But this face has evolved and can actually fly and look for another body. Don't say it. Woo woo woo. My mom's yelling at the door too. And I don't even know if I'm going to answer him. Mom's knocking. It's over. Help. Ha ha. Upstairs. I grew up without a mom. I'm not afraid at all. Wait. Where did this mom in my family come from? After watching my mom's face fly, I didn't feel horrible. But after reading all the wizards in the comments section, I'm pissing myself. Shimako Nakata dies in Sakurakuni. Weird talk randomly descends. The Weird Tales podcast resounds in every corner of the world. The chosen one of Sakura Nation perished because of one response. This is too scary. Mom set a death trap that is easy to step on if you're not careful. The failure of the cherry blossom state to model for more countries is a reminder that after 10 o'clock at night, you should never answer your mom. No matter what you do, the consequence of answering even just one sentence is extinction. Many countries rushed to send tips to the chosen. Unfortunately, it's late. Rule number 7. Respond immediately and always respond to mom has become their instinct. Many of the chosen were not lucky enough to wait for a prompt from the state, and most of them subconsciously responded to their moms. Countries could only watch as their moms entered the room while the broadcast of their chosen one's demise went off in silence. Fish country's chosen Smith dies. Weird Tales randomly descend. Death of Beishiatsu Nation's chosen one, Ruden, and the random descent of Weird Tales. Henry, the chosen one of the East Tower country, dies and the weird talk comes down randomly. Snapped. Mom extinguishes dozens of national lights at the drop of a hat with a single call. Strange tales descended on the world, killing and injuring over 1 million people. Until all of the remaining chosen avoided the pits and didn't answer until mom did. But there are still some chosen ones who are experiencing something even more horrific. Listening to the sound of their mom's violent knocking on the door, the chosen ones didn't respond, but they didn't go to sleep either. Even when I lay on my back, I was too disturbed by the noise to sleep. Looking at the chosen ones who had passed through, it seemed that only Jung Fan was able to sleep peacefully. Is it possible that Jung Fan stuffed the toilet paper and read the magazine? That's why he slept more soundly? Magazine. Reviews. CD-ROM. A certain country with severe insomnia. The local president's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he casually ordered it down. Come on, all the ABCDFGS, H's too. After a short while, the nations were relieved to see that their chosen one had managed to fall asleep. If they don't fall asleep, I'm afraid they won't be able to. The night is losing time fast. Just when states would have thought that the crisis of the night had disappeared, accidents happen. First, it was Jung Fan's live broadcast. In the darkness of the night, a hand suddenly reached out from under the bed, as if chosen Stan of heaven had experienced it. The hand did not harm Jung Fan, but merely pulled on the covers. But the same cannot be said for the rest of the country's chosen. It was not the arm that appeared in the bedroom, but the mom herself. The door lock was unlocked in the quiet of the night. Mom enters the bedroom in a white dress with a godless smile and lifts the chosen one's comforter and pulls it up slightly. Only, mom seemed to push a little too hard. It looked like they were tucking in the chosen, but in fact the quilt was so far over the heads of the chosen. Everyone was confused, and in their confusion, a chill was revealed. Such a way to cover a body. It's a cover for a corpse. The heavy quilt blindfolded the chosen as if it were a lock, locking the heads of the chosen hard and choking the breath out of them. Who? The rise and fall of his chest grew louder, and the sound of heavy breathing was about to take his breath away. Many of the chosen woke up from their sleep, pulling down the covers covering their heads with one hand to breathe heavily, while taking a breath. Notice mom standing by the bed quietly watching them, obviously with a gentle smile. It looked appalling in the darkness. Many people screamed in terror. No, don't talk, you'll die. When the country saw this scene, their eyes turned green and they hurriedly sent hints to stop it, fearing that their own country's chosen would meet their deaths. Unexpectedly, in the face of the chosen's screams, mom didn't kill the chosen and do anything to jeopardize the horror. Instead, he said softly, as if coaxing a small baby, no fear, mommy is coming in to tuck you in. Sleep well and don't catch cold. They're not dead? Didn't they say you can't react to whatever happens after 10 o'clock? The chosen one looked at his mother, who was gently and carefully tucking him in, and recalled that it was a different rule, and all of them sighed with relief. Rule 11. If you wake up at night and see your mom standing over you, please don't panic. It's just your mom tucking you in. They didn't die. It seems the rule was right. The chosen are not afraid anymore. The eyes likewise softened, and it was as if next to the bed stood their own mother. Mom, you go to bed too. I won't drop the covers behind me. Mommy wants to see you again. You go to bed. Okay, Mom. Mom's words seemed to work like magic. Many of the chosen who had been frightened just a moment ago quickly felt a strong sense of sleep after hearing their mom's words. Close your eyes and fall asleep in no time. The outside countries also reacted to the fact that the chosen one would not die if he reacted at this time. There's no Rule 10 prerequisite for mom to show up in the bedroom. Meanwhile, as the figures of moms appeared one after another in the sleep of the chosen from various countries, many people were puzzled. Looking at the arms of Jiang Fan and the other small number of chosen ones that had appeared, compare that to most of the chosen ones appearing to be moms themselves. All amazed. What is the difference? Exactly? Why would it be different? To know, all chosen one copies are the same. One of the options for experiencing the progress of Weird Tales is the same. Unless, of course, someone made a different choice that caused the original route to deviate. In other words, one of the chosen one broke the rules and was tainted. Chapter 48 Problems with Jiang Fan? In or out? The insistent Wei Jian. Someone has broken the rules leading to contamination, which leads to a different situation that arises. Who actually broke the rules? The nations looked at the different scenes that appeared on both sides and judged them almost immediately. Intact mom compared to a broken hand. At a glance, I was able to tell that broken hands was a little more creepy than mom, and then after associating it with the choices made by the chosen people of different countries in the morning, everyone reacted. Rule number 10 is right to get mom into the bedroom. The chosen one who didn't let her mom into the bedroom broke the rules, thus causing the broken hand to appear in the bedroom. After all, rule number 11 says it all. Please don't be alarmed if you wake up at night and see your mom standing next to your bed. It's just your mom worrying that you haven't covered up. It's normal for rule mom to show up in the bedroom to tuck the chosen one in, and it doesn't say, is it normal for a broken hand to appear in the bedroom? Compare the two and the answer is already apparent. It's wrong for a broken hand to be in the bedroom. Showing up mom is the right thing to do. Those countries that appear to have broken hands are making bad choices, breaking the rules, and have been contaminated by shenanigans. Ha ha ha, our nation's chosen one is right. I knew it already. Rule number 6 is correct. Certain chosen ones don't let their moms into the bedroom. Now you know the consequences, don't you? Sympathy for Daxia. It's a pity that it's not easy for smarter chosen ones to appear, but I didn't expect that they still can't last through the second hurdle, just like the previous rounds. Baker, the chosen one of the ugly kingdom, also made the wrong choice. End of story. We'll have to notify Baker tomorrow and get him to agree to mom entering the bedroom. Why do I feel it's right to tuck in before I break my arm? After all, it was mom who tucked me in the day before. Many people have been talking about this. Outside, Daxia, looking at Jiang Fan who was sleeping peacefully, they were all a little worried. Could it be that Jiang Fan made some wrong choices that led to the broken hand? After all, Rule 6 has been verified to be right by the chosen of other countries, and Rule 11 could be right because of Rule 6. Wang Jia, a member of the Weird Talk team, said with worry in his eyes, there is a suggestion in the rules that appearing to be a mom is normal, and broken hands are not mentioned. If one side is normal, then the other side is the opposite, abnormal and wrong. In Weird Tales, there is only one possibility for a wrong scene: contamination. Jiang Fan, contaminated. The leader of the group, Wei Jian, frowned at times and shook his head as if he was thinking about something. Serious and heavy-hearted is extremely bad, like thinking about something. For ages, Wei Jian paused before speaking slowly. But, it doesn't seem like Jiang Fan made any wrong choices other than not letting his mom in the door. There are a few others, including chosen Baker of the Ugly Kingdom who have made it this far, who have made the right choice. And no mom came in the door and received even less damage. A brief silence fell over the conference hall. Yeah, the chosen one who made the wrong choice would have been eliminated dead a long time ago. And the one who didn't die would mean, pretty much, making the right choice. But, this is not delayed and two different situations arise. But there are times when making the wrong choice does not necessarily lead to immediate death. Some of the panelists retorted, and then released a picture of Sakura Nation's last chosen one. Yu Kawada. Picture this, Kawada Yu, his eyes full of red parasites, raised a wry smile. After reaching the bus terminal, swinging stiffly, he turned toward the not-so-distant city of Weird Talk. It's like Kawada Yu, who obviously didn't really die, but still didn't or come out of the weirdness. To be infected by a parasite is to be gradually corrupted by weirdness, leading to eventual death. During this time, none of us realized that Sakuraguk had thought Kawada Yu had passed in the first place until the end. But what happened? Isn't Kawada Yu's state similar to how Jiang Fan looks now? Obviously making the right choices is, in fact, contaminated where we can't see it. Suddenly, a member spoke up. This flip-flop caused the members of the Weird Talk group in the audience to nod approvingly, indicating that they felt the same way. There was also a small group of members who had faith in Jiang Fan, who retorted, "But the severed hand was already inside all the Chosen's bedrooms last night. Could it be that the Chosen ones, yesterday, were already tainted?" The words fell, and immediately a member stepped forward. "Why can't it be contaminated? Maybe Mom is the sober mannequin prop that frees the Chosen one. But Mom herself is the biggest creep in the house." Rule 9 said that Mommy wouldn't do anything to hurt the Chosen. And those Chosen who died, they all touched the rules and didn't break them. And Mommy is still the same gentle mommy she usually is. The meeting was full of the members of the Weird Tales, all of whom were arguing heatedly, like a food market. It was so loud and red-faced that they were close to rolling up their sleeves and getting into a fight. This caused the group leader Wei Jian to cover his forehead helplessly, and his head was confused. Even he couldn't figure it out. Which side is right? The problem is that the two results are too confusing. Rule number 6. Mom enters the bedroom. Refusal and consent are not life-threatening. There is likewise no danger of both appearing to break an arm on the night, and appearing to cover a quilt with a mom. For a moment, this made it difficult for Wei Jian to choose. Right here and now, a phone call came through. The call quieted time in the noisy meeting. At the moment, Weird Talk is the most important thing in the country. Anyone who can make a call to the Weird Tales analysis team while the Weird Tales are in progress is not a normal person to call. Wei Jianma picked up the phone and listened to the voice on the phone with some surprise and some realization. In a flash, after hanging up the phone, Wei Jian looked at the curious crowd in the meeting and spoke slowly. "Just now, the Weird Talk group over at Ugly Country has decided. They will make a queue to Chosen one baker to let his mom into the bedroom in the morning. As a big country with one of the same unseen moms, the decision made by Yashikuni made the members who were still insisting on not letting their mom into the bedroom give up their insistence. Ugly Country, where almost all of the world's brightest scholars are gathered. The Ugly Country with the most wins and the most games won of all the weird games experienced. Now, even the Ugly Kingdom needed to specifically notify Baker to make changes. So what about them? Suddenly, another call rang. Less than a second after hanging up, it rang again. Several consecutive calls representing the decisions of several countries. Those countries that do not have moms in their bedrooms almost always follow the same ugly countries and make the decision to have moms in their bedrooms in the morning. Now, all that's left is Daxia, which hasn't taken a stand. Only Daxia was not ready to propose that Jiang Fan let his mom into the bedroom. Upon realizing this, a member of the Weird Talk panel immediately suggested, "Should we notify Jiang Fan now and suggest that he let mom into the bedroom in the morning?" This suggestion was given some thought by the congregation. In a jiffy, all the members of Weird Tales agreed, except team leader Wei Jian. Wei Jian pondered for a long time after seeing that everyone agreed. Dropping his eyes down to hide the inner turmoil, he still couldn't convince himself to agree with this idea of letting his mom into the bedroom. Why do you all think that the appearance of strange hands in the bedroom is an appearance of creepiness and that the appearance of the mom is the right thing to do? On the contrary, I don't think so. Although in everyone's subconscious mind, we all agree that that strange hand just doesn't look right. But you've overlooked one thing. Mom never seems to go into the bedroom without the chosen one's consent, but stays out all the time. What happened to Shimako Nakata, the previous Sakura Nation chosen? Was because she broke the rules and that's why her mom broke into her bedroom. Speculating on the case of Stamp Country, can we not assume that the chosen ones whose mothers broke in and tucked them in, also appeared to have touched the rules? After all, the chosen ones lock the door behind them before they go to sleep. The members of the Weird Talk team looked at each other, hesitantly torn for a moment, a disapproving look on his face. Obviously easy to see, it was trying to inform Jiang Fan to open the door. Only, they didn't speak up. They didn't want to discourage the man who was usually calm and collected, but for arguing his case in this matter. Tell him. That could just be him overthinking and twisting the answer. Tell him to stop obsessing. It harmed Jiang Fan and the people of the building. Chapter 49, Compromising Wei Jian. Purification of Evil Beck. The conference room was quiet, so quiet that dropping a pin could make a crisp ringing sound. Finally, Wei Jian dropped his arms, his face pale. He compromised, to cause Jiang Fan to go down the wrong path because of him. Even if Wei Jian kills himself to thank for the death of 1,000 cuts, nor can it make up for the horrific consequences that have ensued. He had no choice but to pat himself on the back for being completely unwavering. This conjecture, Wei Jian, can definitely guarantee that it is correct. He couldn't afford to be responsible for Jiang Fan's life. Even less affordable is the safety and security of everyone in Daxia. But, Wei Jian still tried to say, then let's turn letting Jiang Fan make the decision into telling him about the situation in each country. Okay? Let Jiang Fan make the final decision himself? The members could only nod when they saw the compromised captain. Usually when important decisions are made, the state just tells the chosen one what to do. Instead of posting a bunch of references, asking for the chosen one's opinion and letting the chosen one choose. After all, the state can't run the whole Weird Tales game though and tell the chosen what to do from time to time. But, being able to act as an overall decision maker on some key things, to reach, minimize losses and protect hundreds of millions of people. As for sending direct instructions, it's still a reference choice. Members stated that there was little significance. If it were before, they would never have allowed it. And this time because of all the references in which it was agreed to let mom into the bedroom. Zhang Fan would have made the same choice as long as he wasn't stupid. After seeing everyone agree, Wei Jian looked at the sleeping Zhang Fan in the live broadcast room with a grave expression. Zhang Fan, I can only help you here. Let's hope. My guess is right. After all, you don't want mom to come in, do you? The next morning, the third day of the Chosen One's entry into the world of Weird Tales, Baker, the Chosen One of the Ugly Kingdom, gets the hint. Baker, let mommy into the bedroom. You didn't let mommy into the bedroom yesterday. A severed hand appeared during the night. You're contaminated. Quickly agree to let mommy into the bedroom. Getting mom into the bedroom. Beck's face was cloudy and shifting, undisguised disgust showing. It's not that he didn't agree to let his mom into the bedroom yesterday. It's not that he thinks Rule 6 is wrong. Instead, he didn't want his mom in his bedroom at all by heart. Damn it, why does mom want to get into my bedroom whether it's in the weird world or in reality? So curious about my bedroom? What's there to see in those? Is it so fulfilling for you to spy on my toys and educate me? Crazy obstinacy appeared in the bottom of Beck's eyes. His face was grim, his fists clenched, hideous veins bursting from his hands. Ever since he was a little boy he has loved his toys. That's a toy he made with his own hands little by little. Watch the disgustingly slimy, jumping frogs turn into a quiet, excellently maintained frog specimen. Beck felt happy inside. Even, on seeing the static frog toy, Baker felt that it was he who gave the frog its soul and immortalized it. However, a single toy doesn't satisfy Baker, so he started making diversity toys. Frogs, rabbits, cats, dogs. But, his toys, they were all seen by someone, and yelled at him for being a devil. Baker didn't think so. He took all that was ugly and gave it beauty, clearly an angel, to penitentiate and destroy the messengers of evil. That man, how could he scold him like that? And sneaking into his bedroom and throwing away all his toys. It's just so hateful. The generous and kind Baker did not hold a grudge against the man, even upholding the idea that he purifies evil. He removes it. Let that man have eternal life. It was also the day Beck got a new toy. The toy, which gave Beck a better sense of himself. How can he, who is clearly a messenger sent from above to purify evil, obsess about purifying little toys down there? No, no, no. It's the big evils that are worth purifying more than the little ones. It's a shame that you can't be made into a toy. Otherwise I'd never see another toy again. Beck remembered his arsenal of toys as if they were a source of solace. The malice, the obstinacy, vanished from his face, and a gentle smile reappeared. Knock knock. Mom's knocking on the door again. Baker Baker. The key mom lost is just impossible to find. The hall, the bathroom, my room is all over the place. It's just your bedroom left. Let mommy come in and look for it. Baker fought back the emotions that were churning inside him and got out of bed, opening the door to his room. He smiled when he saw his mom standing outside the door. Okay, mom, you go inside. After seeing the ugly country send a prompt, all the remaining countries started sending prompts. Chosen people from almost every country opened the doors to their rooms and voluntarily agreed to let their moms into their bedrooms. Other side, Zhang Fan also received a prompt from the arrival country. Chapter 50, Sunset Red in Love. When did this big mouth flower come? There have been cases in various countries of mothers coming in at night to tuck the chosen one in. We have determined that the chosen one may be contaminated as soon as she enters. Mom entering the bedroom might clean up the pollution. All countries agreed to mom's entry. Above, the news we have probed. Early in the morning, Zhang Fan received a prompt from the state. The state's cue is simple. It's just a matter of letting or not letting mom into the bedroom. Although Zhang Fan was allowed to make his own choice, he had actually told Zhang Fan the answer, so that Zhang Fan would also agree to let his mom into the bedroom just like the crowd of chosen ones. Zhang Fan looked at it and snorted a little. Boring? Letting mom into the bedroom? The weird hand was there yesterday. So why do you guys think that a broken hand is weird when mom is normal? Zhang Fan shook his head. He had no intention of trying to get his mom into the bedroom, still keeping the original idea. The logic is simple. Broken hands appears in the chosen one's bedroom at the beginning of the night. Until later the reason for the change in status was because of the agreement to let mom into the bedroom mom came in. Zhang Fan thought that letting his mom in was the incorrect choice, and it was highly likely that she would encounter contamination. Rule number 6 says that mom won't voluntarily go into the bedroom unless the chosen one agrees. and for mom to go into the bedroom at night, even to tuck the chosen one in, violates this rule. Unless something wrong has happened so that mom doesn't have to follow it anymore. And that mistake, obviously. Knock knock. Mom's knock sounded at the door. Jiang Fan deflated and gave a soft reply. Mom. Beyond that, even if he guessed wrong, it didn't matter. He can let his mom into the bedroom again later. Since mom was able to clear up the shenanigans, it's not too late for a few more days. The bottom line is this. Don't forget, he's still got weird protection on him. Creepy protection, which removes 50% of contamination and is invincible for 10 minutes after removal. If he had just come in, he would have been contaminated. Then the weird protection on him would definitely turn on automatically for the purpose of removing the contamination. Fanny, I've looked all over for the key. Neither my bedroom nor the hall nor under the toilet couch. Van, can you let mommy look in your bedroom? Mom promises not to mess with your stuff. Please, that's the only thing dad left mom. Mom complained bitterly at the door. It seemed that there was really no way out before he was once again coy and embarrassed to bother Jiang Fan. The condescending tone of it made many viewers of the live broadcast feel sorry for the mom. Open the door and let mommy in. The chosen one of the other countries has let mommy in the bedroom. It must be the right thing to do. The country should have given Jiang Fan a hint, right? Why hasn't Jiang Fan opened the door yet? Jiang Fan, you don't want to open the door, do you? Don't. Other countries let moms into their bedrooms. Jiang Fan will be contaminated if he doesn't open the door. With mom's voice once again, Jiang Fan still didn't open the door and even covered his ears to sleep. Only, from time to time, a perfunctory answer to mom. Dasha, weird talk conference room. Everyone here was flabbergasted at the sight. Jiang Fan, why don't you open the door? Could it be that Jiang Fan couldn't read the underlying meaning in the prompt? The crowd looked at each other, their eyes revealing doubts and disapproval. Although they believed in Jiang Fan's ability as well as his actions, he was not someone who recklessly made random choices according to his mood. However, the fact that Jiang Fan didn't open the door at the moment still made them feel a hint of worry. After all the countries opened their doors to let mom inside the bedroom. Only Jiang Fan, the lone exception, doesn't open the door for his mom. Compared to the concerns of the crowd, group leader Wei Jian, however, was quietly relieved. Looking at Jiang Fan, who was perfunctory to his mom, Wei Jian silently prayed. It seems that you also think that mom might not be safe and don't want to let her into the only safe zone in the house. Let's hope our guesses are right. Inside the world of weird tales, Jiang Fan yawned before getting dressed and getting up late. The mom outside the door had stopped shouting, seemingly disappointed in Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan pushed the door open and his hand lurched, sighing softly. Mom, at this very moment is sitting on the stoop outside the door. His face seemed to be a bit uncomfortable and his eyes were red, as if he had just grieved over Jiang Fan's disapproval. Seeing Jiang Fan come out, he immediately stood up and carefully said again, Van, can you let me? Before mom's words fell, Jiang Fan immediately interjected. I'm sorry mom, I don't want anyone in my bedroom. Mom wants to go in and find the key. I already scouted for mom yesterday and there is no key inside my bedroom. Mom, dad's relics, just lose them. What's old isn't new. By the way, mom. Jiang Fan paused and hesitated for a moment before saying with a suggestive face, I think the security guard downstairs is nice. Why don't you two have a sunset romance? It just so happens that I have more than one father too, doesn't it? The most important thing is mom, you don't have to miss dad so much. I don't want mom to be unhappy. Jiang Fan's sincere eyes were full of worry, and his eyes were a little red. It seems, in full consideration for mom, wanted a new dad for myself too. After hearing that, mom was flabbergasted. The corner of his mouth twitched, wanting to say something. In the end, it was still silent, completely at a loss as to how to answer. Looking at Jiang Fan with a complicated expression, the outside audience also laughed and laughed so hard they couldn't take care of themselves. Damn, I'm laughing my ass off. And the security master downstairs. Jiang Fan, why don't you say you'll introduce the old king next door to mom? 66,666. Is this the legendary filial son? True filial piety. A great filial piety. But mom is pretty. If you don't mind. Look at me. I mind. Mommy's mine. Maternity leave every day if you're bold enough. So many singable loves throughout the ages. What with Nie Xiaoqian, Bai Suzhen, Dong Yong, all telling us that as long as two people love each other, it doesn't matter if the categories are different. So, Jiang Fan, go. Alas, I don't know if it's dangerous for Jiang Fan to say that. People were giggling and laughing, but keeping an eye on the live feeds, full of worry. Will mom be mad? In the world of weird tales, to everyone's surprise, after Jiang Fan definitely gave the answer of refusal, when he introduced his mother to his old companion, The security guard Moncler outlet. His mother's look seemed to be less sad. Eyes suddenly lit up, covering her mouth with a light smile. You little brat. Hurry up and wash up for dinner. That big man has a wife. Zhang Fan came to a sudden realization. No wonder. Moncler outlet store. The thermos cup is not far away from the hand all day. So it is false. Nodding, he walked into the restroom and began to wash up. Breakfast was still made by Mom. It was still clear soup noodles with a nice golden poached egg fried on top. Zhang Fan stuffed his mouth full of noodles and huffed and puffed as he ate. After yesterday's commute, Zhang Fan knew that the bowl of clear soup noodles made by his mom had a good anti-hunger effect. After a couple hours, he still doesn't feel hungry during his shift. Therefore, Zhang Fan woke up early this morning, wanting to eat more noodles to stave off hunger and prevent breaking the rules of the small store. Mom watched from the sidelines as Zhang Fan shivered the noodles with a big mouthful, her eyes full of love. Smiling, eat slowly, no one is taking it from you. If it's not enough to eat, Mom will make it for you again. Several bowls are fine, as long as our little fan is full. Zhang Fan took a bite of the poached egg, revealing the delicate and soft yolk. Mom, enough is enough. Mom's noodles are so good. If I wasn't afraid of being late. Zhang Fan really wanted his mom to make a few servings of noodles and receive them in the space to be eaten during the next weird talk. This is the noodle that has the power to keep you awake. And the white John is very flavorful. Time is quickly coming to work. Zhang Fan walked out of the neighborhood with a boxed lunch made by his mom. The security guard at the entrance to the neighborhood remained the same. Yo, did Zhang Fan go out to buy medicine? Zhang Fan walked quickly to the small restaurant and looked at the fat boss with a look of disgust. Feet lurching, sitting leisurely outside. Just stuck to the last minute before entering the restaurant. The move nearly pissed off the fat boss enough. Cursing and blushing, staring viciously at Zhang Fan. He seemed to be about to bring up to obliteration in the next second. What's the matter? I'm a minute early and you're not satisfied? I haven't even counted the work for this minute. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate to dislike him back. The fat boss was angry and anxious. But thinking of something, he finally said with an eerie and weird smile. You better pray you didn't do anything wrong today. Or kid, wait and see. In the meantime, almost all of the chosen have arrived at work. This time, there weren't many latecomers. Plus tips from the state and the fact that the chosen one woke up early on purpose. Only a handful of people died. After a long day of work yesterday, even if they see the odd person come to dine again, the chosen are not as flustered as they were before. Keeping their jobs, the restaurant is safe. When you reach the noon hour, you don't want to break the rules by eating, even if you're hungry. The customers that chosen people from all countries encounter are normal. Everything is on track, except for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan saw the smiling, grinning, wide-mouthed, lipstick covered with death Barbie powder in front of him, and seemingly somewhat bashful cleft-mouthed woman. A little, full of dishevelment. When did this big-mouthed flower come in? Chapter 51, a returning customer crack woman appears revisit Kongjia Pharmacy. Free tranquilizer pills for over 100. Zhang Fan covered his forehead and his eyes were full of nothingness. And there's a repeat customer for that sentiment? If he had done anything right, he would have changed it. Please, no more. Seeing a pink cannibal flower every day put Zhang Fan in a bad mood. Seeing Zhang Fan covering her forehead, the cleft woman violently opened her mouth wide, revealing her sharp teeth. Seeming to feel too much force, the cleft woman narrowed a little, as if she were a lady, and said softly, "What's wrong with you? Is it hard on your body? It's not supposed to grow a mouth, is it? Goddamn long mouth." Zhang Fan barely surfaced a smile and kept hypnotizing himself. "Don't be afraid. Don't worry. In front of me is just a cannibal flower. Pink, still very cute." Immediately afterward, without blushing or skipping a beat, he said, "No, I'm just happy to see you here. I can't believe I have repeat customers. Happy to be a little bit brain dead." Nothing. The words fell. The cleft female coyly turned her head and twisted it. The corners of his mouth split open a good portion of the way because of his heartfelt happiness. The crack was too large and countless blood spurted out. "My mom says you can't accept gifts from people for nothing. So here I go again. Are you sure you don't need a crack? It's pretty." "No, really, thanks. I want your life. Do I get it?" "Unfortunately, there are rules in the store about treating customers with hospitality. He's too enthusiastic." "No." Zhang Fan smiled and changed the topic. "This guest, you must be because our food is good. What are you going to eat today?" "To drink the soup of human heads." "Is it tomato and egg soup?" "Yes." The cracked woman opened her mouth, unable to stop drooling and splitting her mouth wide open as she remembered the red, delicious soup base of the tomato and egg soup. After pacifying the cleft woman, Zhang Fan thought that the cleft woman would leave after eating. Who knows? For the rest of the morning, the cleft woman sat inside the restaurant, while drinking the tomato and egg soup. He opened his mouth to ooze out clams to steal a glance at Zhang Fan. It was hard to get to dinner time. Zhang Fan hurriedly took the boxed lunch and slipped out the back door. I shouldn't have given out that lipstick yesterday. Zhang Fan cursed and walked towards the Kangja pharmacy on the side with his boxed lunch. He hadn't scoped out any useful information yesterday, so Zhang Fan decided to try again today. At the moment it's just the Conagra pharmacy, the restaurant, and the security guards who can probe. And the family definitely can't go back there right now in case mom is there. The security guard that can pass by every day. There's no need to specifically probe. It seems like the security guards are more like stationary NPCs with just those few words. Zhang Fan walked into the drugstore. The clerk in the drugstore still held up the sign. His face was godless and kept saying the same words. Thanksgiving benefit. Buy 2 get 1 free on small white pills. Buy 1 get 1 free on chi blood. And get a free tranquilizer pill when you fill up 100. Zhang Fan didn't open his mouth inquiring. He had asked for different words before, and the clerk still answered the same way, proving that he was wrong to try to get information. Through words, the little white pills, a bottle of which I've signed up for through the system before, are for all kinds of coughs. Meanwhile, Kahakumaru is in the clerk's words. What about the other 2? Isn't it true that by purchasing these, you'll be able to get any information out of the clerk? Zhang Fan crossed over to the clerk and began to search the pharmacy for chi blood and tranquilizer pills. The pharmacy shelves are full of drugs of all kinds. Zhang Fan wasted a lot of effort to find a few boxes of chi blood from the bottom of the shelves. The gas and blood packages resemble real-life medications, with a series of messages labeled on the back. Brand name, gas blood. Materials. Effects, hidden or dull pain in the chest or back, chest congestion and blood circulation. Price, $50. Small white pills, chi and blood. 1 for all kinds of coughs, and 1 to invigorate the blood for chest pains. Coughing. Mom seems to have a bit of a cough. On the first day, midway through the meal, my mom coughed softly. However, gas blood. Zhang Fan carefully recalled, and after a moment, shook his head. Mom doesn't seem to have anything but a cough. Is chi blood a background prop to make up the numbers? Make it $100? Zhang Fan paused, picked up the 2 boxes of chi blood and walked over to the clerk, pulling out another $100 ghost coin. Check out. I'm over $100. Is it going to be a free tranquilizer pill? If he had been paid yesterday's 50, there would have been no way for Zhang Fan to come up with 100, but he signed for $100 in the living room, and it was just enough, and a little more. Hearing Zhang Fan's reply, the clerk remained expressionless, still with the same original words. Thanksgiving benefit. Buy 2 get 1 free on small white pills. Buy 1 get 1 free on chi blood. And get a free tranquilizer pill when you fill up 100. Zhang Fan took the medicine and money and waved his hand in front of the clerk again. Check out. I'll take 2 boxes of pneumatic blood for $100. Just when Zhang Fan thought that the drugstore clerk had no changes, the clerk suddenly stopped the swaying motion in his hands and his eyes blinked, his dark pupils looking toward Zhang Fan. Chapter 52, The Effects of the Tranquilizer Pill. Successfully passing 7 days. 1/3. Seeing this, Zhang Fan hurriedly repeated another sentence. The clerk completely came back to his senses and looked at the drugs and money in Zhang Fan's hands, revealing a standard smile. Checking out, huh? 2 boxes of pneumatic blood total $100. 1 free tranquilizer pill for $100. Here, it's a freebie. The clerk smiled and placed the tranquilizer pill in Zhang Fan's hand and took away the $100 ghost coin. The pills are not packaged in pill boxes, but in small disposable plastic bags. And there was only 1 black pill. Zhang Fan looked at the satisfied expression that the clerk revealed as he put the ghost coins into his wallet, and silently chanted a sentence in his heart. No wonder I didn't hear back after all the questions I asked before. Since the old days, doctors don't treat the poor. So this is a case of money grubbing, isn't it? Zhang Fan took the small black pill, with the efficacy labeled on the back. Brand name, tranquilizer. Materials. Effects, enhances the essence in the body in order to cure all diseases. Product, Yongsheng Group. Contraindication, this product should not be taken with other non-Yongsheng Group products, or there will be serious consequences. This is the new tranquilizer pill from Yongsheng Group. It can get rid of most of the diseases. It works 100 times. And it can also strengthen your body. It is possible to treat anything from a cold and cough to cancer. The clerk kept introducing the tranquilizer pills. It's as if you've witnessed the miraculous effects of the tranquilizer pills with your own eyes. The introduction was accompanied by a box of tranquilizer pills being marketed. Now with Thanksgiving benefits, the tranquilizer pills are only $998. Would you like to have a box? Cure the disease if you're sick, and strengthen your body if you're not. Yongsheng Group? Zhang Fan gave a start, his eyes showing surprise. He felt that the word Yongsheng Group was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard and seen it somewhere. Think carefully for a moment. finally finding out from memory why there is a sense of familiarity with the Wing Seng group. It's that hospital. The bus stop in front of the Daxing vegetable market. Yongsheng Hospital. Zhang Fan came to a sudden realization. Whether it's Yongsheng Group or Yongsheng Hospital, the word Yongsheng is always there. However, Zhang Fan wasn't much curious. As you can see from the appearance of the Sunnyside neighborhood within this copy, the world of weird tales is almost one, and the presence of a previous Wing Sheng within it is not unusual. The clerk was still harping on recommending the tranquilizer pill, but Zhang Fan directly refused to buy it. After the rejection, the clerk was clearly sorry, but raised a confident smile. It's okay, sir. After you have tried the amazing effects of the tranquilizer pills, you will definitely come back to buy this product again. However, this tranquilizer pill is not to be taken with other medicines that are not under the Yongsheng Group's umbrella, or else it will have some side effects that may lead to coma. But don't worry, sir. This is all normal and you will wake up in a few hours. Coma? And other drugs? Zhang Fan glanced at the Qi blood in his hand and realized that he was not a drug under the Yongsheng Group. So, Qi blood and tranquilizer pills taken at the same time will result in a comatose state? The clerk spoke while and handed Zhang Fan a red glass bottle from behind. Very, very small. By the way, here's your freebie for buying airblood. Zhang Fan looked at the miniature pack of samples in his hand and was somewhat helpless. Good lord. He thought he was giving away formal wear. It's the same as the tranquilizer pills, which are given as a trial pack. Just when Zhang Fan wanted to ask anything else, the clerk resumed his initial dull look. Thanksgiving benefit. Buy one get one free on small white pills. Buy two get one free on Qi blood. And get a free tranquilizer pill with $100. After seeing the clerk return to his original form, Zhang Fan did not continue to ask. He had found a little clue that he could do without trying to ask. And again, Zhang Fan also did not have $100 to make the drugstore clerk see the money. Zhang Fan looked carefully at the tranquilizer pill, his brows occasionally locked, occasionally pausing in the middle of the road as he pondered the effects of the tranquilizer pill. It is definitely impossible for the Yongsheng Group to research a tranquilizer pill that cures all diseases. But, what the heck if it's possible? The most important thing is that the tranquilizer pills work. The tranquilizer pills, the clerk said, can cure diseases. However, with other drugs outside of the Yonsei Group's portfolio can cause people to pass out. Could it be that the tranquilizer pills were bought to treat mom's cough? Cure all diseases. Coma. Get a free tranquilizer pill with 100. The clues scattered in Zhang Fan's head were messy, and the swelling thoughts were complicated, with a lot of ideas. But it was never possible to thread it all together. Zhang Fan thought for a long time and walked, returning to the small restaurant once again. The small restaurant was open, there weren't many customers inside. Only the chubby owner sat at the register. When the boss saw Zhang Fan come in, he looked at the clock on the wall and cursed ferociously. Kid, you're on time this time. Count your blessings. Boss. Late. Deductions? It was like a bright light rose in Zhang Fan's mind. The moment disperses some of the fog, and the answers hidden in the mist are slowly revealed. Right. Wages. Excluding the first day. The chosen one will work a 6-day shift, and will be paid $50 in ghost money per day, for a total of $300 in ghost money for 6 days. And in the drugstore, a full 100 to send tranquilizer pills. To make up a full order of drugs. Gas blood also happens to be not the Yongsheng Group of drugs. The tranquilizer pills were definitely not for me, so it's highly likely that they were for mom. But, the positive effect of the tranquilizer pills is to cure diseases. Even if you work 6 days to the full, the $300 gained will not be able to buy the proper package of tranquilizer pills. 3 tranquilizer pills are obviously not enough to cure the disease, so there is only one effect. Zhang Fan paused and voiced his final guess. 2 different drugs taken together will put a person in a coma. These 3 tranquilizer pills that I bought are required to be taken in conjunction with Qi and blood, from giving mom side effects and a coma. Zhang Fan exhaled, feeling refreshed. According to Zhang Fan's original guess, the door in the bedroom would last for 2 or 3 more days, breaking down on the 4th or 5th day. Well, the prescribed period of play is 7 days. With 2 days left, are we going to sleep out on the streets? Staying out at night is considered a bad habit, and violating the rules in the note is clearly wrong behavior. Until, that is, the advent of the tranquilizer pill. What this tranquilizer pill does is to put mom in a coma after 10 p.m. for a safe answer to the dangers of the night. Chapter 53, Entering Mom's Bedroom. Buying the tranquilizer pills is imperative. 2/3, according to the number of days the chosen workers work. On the 5th day, it is just enough to raise $200 to buy 2 tranquilizer pills. 2 tranquilizer pills, just enough to get through the remaining 2 days safely. But what's the point of getting through the remaining 2 days safely? Zhang Fan furrowed his brows. He knew very well. Getting safely through the 7 days of the rotation is not the game's decrypted answer. On the note, it didn't say the word safe passage. Rather, Disengagement. Getting out of the cycle of reincarnation. How to escape the 7-day cycle is the ultimate problem in this copy of Weird Tales. In comparison, it's not even a conundrum to stay safe for the full 7 days when your bedroom is being eroded by weirdness or whatever. These, just the basics of the pass. It seems that a trip to mom's bedroom is bound to be necessary. Perhaps it is possible to enter the bedroom while mom is unconscious. That's the most efficient way to get into the bedroom. And while a normal chosen one would need a 5th day to put mom in a coma, I can do it on the 4th day. After Jung Fan managed to get the tranquilizer pill, one after another. There were also chosen ones who discovered the Kongja pharmacy on the side. Spaghetti State. McJ had a boxed lunch made by his mom, and as he ate it, he looked out at the street. Come to Weird Tales these days, except for the first day when I had free time. It was 2.5. Home, small restaurant work, home. Such busyness led to the fact that at the moment McJ hadn't found anything useful except some rules he had guessed at himself, and a reminder of the additional rules added by the state. The past condition for this Weird Tales is to get out of reincarnation, not to get through the 7 days safely. No, we have to find a way to go out and look for clues to see how we can escape the 7-day cycle. McJ wouldn't believe that he'd successfully complete his copy after spending 7 days in just 2 spots. As for waiting again for a lead from the state, McJ said, there are some clues that perhaps no other country has found, let alone provided a useful clue to the pass. You can get out of the bistro at mealtimes, and the state followed the rest of the tips yesterday. McJ took a big bite out of his boxed lunch and was ready to explore outside, just a short distance out of the hotel. McJ then noticed the pharmacy with the open door. None other than the drugstore was open and making noise in this empty city. Major walked in. The drugstore clerk repeated the same phrase. The drugstore clerk remained the same, no matter how much McJ asked or spoke, which made McJ a little disillusioned. Just about to walk out of the drugstore, McJ's eyes froze as if something had occurred to him. Turning back to the medicine cabinet, he grabbed a random box of medication. How much is this box of drugs? McJ inquired in a different way. Next, the clerk spoke up. $25. Sir, are you buying? McJ's eyes popped with excitement and the clerk had a response. He wanted to pull out his money and buy it, but then he thought of something and then shook his head to show that he wasn't buying it. The move was met with a blank stare from the clerk and a much harder look on his face. I would like to ask, what is this little white pill? Chi blood and tranquilizer pill? What does it do? The clerk seemed to think this was a petty customer and didn't answer McJ's question. It changed back again, and the pharmacy Thanksgiving event was repeated over and over again on his lips. Thanksgiving benefits. Little white pills. McJ had to put down his medication to explore the rest of the area again. He now only had $50 from yesterday's work and no way to explore what the activity the clerk was talking about was all about. McJ planned to buy these when the ghost coins accumulated $100. Maybe the paycheck from the job is to buy this. After all, after working today, you'll have $100 in ghost money. McJ wasn't the only one who noticed Conagra Pharmacy. Some of the chosen are also no longer afraid of the hotel rules, without the fearful dread they had when they first arrived. One after another, they all bravely walked out of the tavern to explore every corner of the city. Sure, there are still a small number of chosen ones who are not so bold, still cowering in the hotel for fear of going out and encountering danger. Outside, some countries were overwhelmed to see their chosen ones also traveling to the pharmacy to explore. See, their country's chosen people are brave. 2. Some were pissed off to no end at the sight of the chosen one huddled in the hotel. Why don't you go out and look for them when you know there are no clues? One wouldn't think that staying safe for 7 days would be enough to pass the 7-day round. Each focused on observing their own country's chosen, as well as sending people to check on other chosen's live updates. The news that Jiang Fan had obtained the tranquilizer pill was instantly spread to every country. Ugly country. See, Jiang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, obtained the tranquilizer pill at the pharmacy next door. The top leader of the Ugly State Intelligence Service said, Jiang Fan's extra money may have been gained from points in the last round of Weird Tales, but it doesn't matter. The clerk had said that the tranquilizer pills should not be combined with other medications or they will cause a coma. Based on what we guessed earlier, the bedroom may no longer be a safe place in the following days. At that time, at night, a bedroom without a door is not safe. In reference to Sakura Nation chosen one Nakata Shimako responding to her mom. So, my deduction. The tranquilizer pills may allow mom to slumber and be safe for the rest of the latter days without worrying about being contaminated by shenanigans. What's your opinion? The Ugly State of the Union's newspaper bureau noticed the broken bedroom door way back in the beginning. Even one step ahead of Jiang Fan, he guessed that the further back the 7 days went, the heavier the contamination was likely to be, and the bedroom would most likely become no longer safe. The white blondes in the audience nodded at each other. One of the members proposes the statement. Maybe we can get into mom's room while she's in deep sleep. After all, Mom's room is always closed. So maybe there are some clues to escaping the wheel. Zhang Fan wasn't the only one who wanted to explore his mom's bedroom. The rest of the countries, almost all of them, want to probe. All parts of the house are visible at a glance. Nothing useful. The only thing that's left is mom's bedroom. None of the chosen ones have ever been inside. Okay, when the time comes, we'll notify Beck and enter mom's room to explore while she's unconscious for a while. The ugly country is the one that responded. Gradually, countries are not stupid. After seeing Zhang Fan purchase Chi blood to obtain the tranquilizer pill, he quickly thought of this layer as well. All of them have guessed it out and used the tranquilizer pills to put their mom in a coma. Though the condition for passing a copy of the Weird Tales game is to get off the wheel. But, it's just as important to stay safe during the 7 days. Therefore, it is imperative to buy tranquilizer pills. Chapter 54, Hotel Reset. A world gradually corrupted by weirdness, 3/3. Inside the small restaurant, Zhang Fan looked at the cleft female who was still pretending to drink soup in the restaurant but was actually stealing glances at him and was helpless for a while. I wonder if all the items that the system signs up for have a magical effect, similar to the operation of increasing goodwill, that caused the cleft woman to want to return the gift? Zhang Fan sighed. He couldn't drive the cleft woman away either. The fat boss was right next to him keeping an eye on him at all times. There was no way for him to shoo away the guests or make a little irritating gesture. Because, the crack woman is a customer. Doing so would cause him to break restaurant rules. The fat boss had been watching him for a long time, just expecting him to make a mistake. Even the disappearing act in the store yesterday was gone, and he had been sitting at the register, staring at him with wide, menacing eyes and a wry smile emerging. It seemed that the pressure was being added to Zhang Fan so that Zhang Fan would break the rules. Pity. Until the end of the day, Zhang Fan still hadn't made a mistake. The clock points to 7. Inside the restaurant as if it were yesterday, all the guests had dissipated. Even the fat boss had disappeared. However, Zhang Fan discovered a hint of something wrong. The cleft lady disappeared too? That definitely didn't go off by itself. Zhang Fan looked at the cracked woman who had just been in the store and disappeared in the next second, leaving only empty seats. See, originally Zhang Fan thought, when the 7 o'clock hour came, there were no customers in the little store. Those guests are spooky, and it's not surprising that they disappeared in an instant. But, today the crack girl is gone too. The way the cracker woman had been sitting there all day, the cracker woman wasn't going to go easily. The small store, it seems, is not as simple as it seems, except for the store rules. Perhaps there are other secrets that are not revealed. Zhang Fan's face became grave and he almost wanted to use a rule tip. Sinking a breath, he looked around the hotel. Whatever hidden secrets there may be, it is certain. At this time, 7 o'clock, I am free to move around, as long as I don't leave early, because at 8 o'clock the boss has to pay me. The owner as well as the customers of the store have disappeared. Even the bowl of soup of the cracker woman. The clean seats are just like in the morning, when no customers ever appeared. This weird irrational behavior. All the weirdness is gone. Wait, did the hotel get reset? Reset to a time in the morning, when no guests are coming? Or reset to some previous time? Zhang Fan didn't bite his guess. He decided to do a test tomorrow. And if the hotel really was reset, then, reset, too similar to the 7-day cycle. Zhang Fan lowered his eyes, and the emotions under his eyes made it impossible to see. In the next few moments, Zhang Fan was idle, so he simply circled around the hotel and looked around. Walked up to the cash register and there was nothing in there. Walked to the center of the restaurant where neatly arranged tables and chairs are set up. Zhang Fan looked at some chair with a missing leg. He thought it might have been eaten by one of the diners who got high and ate it with the chair legs. There is a staircase in the restaurant that leads to the second floor. Zhang Fan couldn't get in, so he guessed that it might be the hotel owner's living room. Went into the would-be kitchen again. The kitchen was empty, with dishes underneath, and sharpened kitchen knives. Zhang Fan skinned it and left. He was afraid of bodies hanging around up there. It would be rude to him, but the creepy kitchen actually uses gas too? Zhang Fan looked at the old-fashioned gas bottle under the gas stove and glanced at it. Hey, I'd love to have the same gas bottle I sign up for, to cook over a wildfire someday? Zhang Fan laughed. Soon the time came to 8 o'clock. Once again, the fat boss shows up. It seemed that he didn't see Zhang Fan's laziness just now, and his face clouded over as he stinkingly took out the ghost coins. Here's your paycheck, kid. Zhang Fan took the ghost coins. Snap dash. Once again the lights went out in the restaurant and the fat boss disappeared once more. Zhang Fan took the coins and was about to add the 50 paychecks he received yesterday to make up $100 to exchange for the tranquilizer pills. Unfortunately, the pharmacy has long since closed for business. The night was cool and there was no one on the road. The empty streets are all dim. The dim street lights didn't dispel the darkness, but rather added an extra touch of eeriness. Jiang Fan looked at the shadows not cast by the street lamps under his feet, telling him that he did not exist in this world of weird talk. In the end, how can we escape the 7-day cycle? First of all, it's definitely not true that you can live safely until the 7th day, because the rules say escape above. Secondly, Jiang Fan guessed that fleeing this virtual city was not right either. The city is the center copy, not to mention the people, not a single car. These days, Jiang Fan had already determined that the Sunshine District where his home was located was the grandma's house that he had finally arrived at in the last copy, because he saw the exact same bus stop as it was in the beginning of the period. Jiang Fan thought that the key point of escaping the 7-day reincarnation pass was the need to escape the city. Jiang Fan naturally thought of the 402 bus he was riding, but, based on Jiang Fan's observations over the past 2 days, the buses don't even come. There's not even a ghost at the bus stop. It is not right to flee the city, nor is it right to survive. Past solutions: find the shenanigans and you'll know how to escape. For example, the last copy. As long as you encountered the weirdness and survived, it's basically considered a pass. After all, the test given by XIN in the tunnel is considered dangerous. So this time, Mom should be weird. Is it a pass to get Mom's approval? Jiang Fan's mind flashed back to the words his mom had said in the rules of the note. Everything looks. It seems to be a well-intentioned mom helping her child get better. Judging by the note, Mama's boy, that's me, was supposed to turn out to be a scruffy, disobedient, jobless, loveless, and even more of a bad boy who spent his days and nights upside down on the computer all day. If I really change these vices, will I be recognized by my mother and escape from the 7 days of reincarnation? Jiang Fan frowned. A moment's hesitation and a shake of the head. Don't rule out that outcome. However, it's possible that it's not. If this is the result, it should have been simple for me in my first few reincarnations to think that I could escape reincarnation by changing away my bad habits. So why am I still stuck in reincarnation 7 whole times? This past condition is too easy. There must be rest of the answer. Without realizing it, Jiang Fan walked back home. The security guard downstairs is still holding the tea and savoring it. Seeing Jiang Fan return, he looked up and opened his mouth with the same words. Fan, are you off work? Xiao Fan, go back soon after work. Your mom is still waiting for you. Jiang Fan shook his head. It seems that the mission of the security guard Moncler outlet online is to deliver 2 sentences in the morning and evening. Now, his mission is apparently over. Walking down the corridor flooded with green light, on the siding, still bloody handprints appeared. Jiang Fan noticed. This time the bloody handprints were not like yesterday's. Only the bottom was thick and dark. After a day of changes, now even the dull bloody handprints on it began to be deep red, as if they were substantial. In the corners of the walls, some of the siding appears to be falling off, modeled to reveal the gray concrete walls inside, as if just a few years passed in the building less than a day apart before and after. Strange forces are gradually corrupting the entire world. The stained siding and the deepened bloody handprints were extremely depressing. It was like the god of death was mocking Jiang Fan, who couldn't escape the 7 days of reincarnation. The change in the bloody handprints made Jiang Fan think of the destroyed door. This bloody handprint, as well as the damaged bedroom door, are gradually getting older by bizarre erosion due to the passage of time, and may be restored to their original state. Perhaps, when the day comes when the entire home is completely contaminated, the 7-day cycle, too, will come to an end. Jiang Fan crossed the building and returned to the front of his home, was about to take out his keys. Jiang Fan suddenly heard a sharp and tiny sounding cough. The cough, it came from inside the door. Mom's cough. Much worse. Jiang Fan lowered his eyes to cover the emotions underneath them and inserted the key into the door. Click. The sound of rapid coughing suddenly came to an abrupt end as the door was opened. Inside the door, Mom was still sitting on the sofa waiting for Jiang Fan to come home. But, Mom, this time, seemed a little older, with a few gray hairs on her head. Seeing Jiang Fan arrive home, his somewhat blanched face became rosy. Fan, you're back? Are you tired of working today? Go and wash your hands for dinner. Mom has made your favorite back to basics pork. Chapter 55, Mommy waits for you to have a family. Happy kindergarten, 1/3. Mom, the work is good. It's not tiring. Jiang Fan raised a smile and replied. Although his face was smiling, Jiang Fan's inner heart was somewhat subdued. He saw some gray hairs in his mother's hair and a few wrinkles on her face. There is also the home that is clearly the same as it was yesterday, but it feels a little more worn out. Mom seemed to follow the bloody handprints, peeling walls, and the entire home, gradually eroded by pollution. The evening's dish was exactly the same as the other day. Returned pork, braised tofu, shredded potatoes. Mom once again gave Jiang Fan a bowl full of rice, clipped a piece of back to the bowl of Jiang Fan, and talked to Jiang Fan about this interesting thing that he had encountered today. Suddenly, Mom's hand lurched. His face turned pale, and he hastily covered his mouth and kept coughing violently, wanting to cough loudly but not daring to amplify the sound of the cough. It seemed that he did not want to worry Jiang Fan. Mom tried desperately to control the coughing to become a little quieter. It didn't sound so bad. Jiang Fan felt his mom's hidden movements. Mom, what's wrong with you? Mom's fine. Ahem. Xiao Fan helped me get the medicine from the drawer under the TV. Mom hid it, but when she saw that the coughing just wouldn't stop, she had no choice but to ask Jiang Fan to bring her medicine. Jiang Fan got up and took out the medicine from inside the drawer, pouring out a few pills from the pill bottle. Jiang Fan felt that the pills looked somewhat familiar. It seemed it was the little white pill he had signed up for inside the drugstore. Shall buy one efficacy main treatment for all kinds of cough. Mom, here. After Mom took the little white pill, the violent coughing sound was slightly relieved and her face recovered. A little weak, but still with an elated smile. Hey, yesterday caught a cold. Cold, a little throat itch. Take medicine on it. Mom obviously didn't really want to dwell on the issue and hurriedly changed the subject. Van, you had your second day of work today and did a great job. Mom originally thought you couldn't stick to such a hard job, but it turns out that Xiao Fan stuck to it. Scratch that. If Xiao Fan keeps working, and saves up money later, and marries a wife, Mom will be very happy. Mom chanted and said words all about Jiang Fan's future path in life. There was not the slightest mention of what she herself was going to do. Jiang Fan nodded and suddenly asked, what about you, Mom? I'll take Mommy for a walk, okay? My favorite food is my mom's jiadan, and I'm told there's a place where it tastes even more unique, and I'd like to take my mom there with me in the future to see what it's like. Mom obviously didn't realize that Jiang Fan would suddenly ask this question, and was momentarily frozen for a long time. In a jiffy, as if slowing down, he slowly and hesitantly opened his mouth. Ah, does Van want to take Mommy out? Xiao Fan has this filial piety. Mom is very pleased, but it has to be logged until Xiao Fan becomes a family man. Well, Mom, there's no rush. Wait until then. Mom didn't answer this question positively to Jiang Fan, but found a reason to pass it off. Jiang Fan didn't know if it was his mom setting the words or his mom's own thoughts. Mom's stir-fried huevos rancheros were delicious, along with the melt-in-your-mouth braised tofu and the crunchy shredded potatoes, making Jiang Fan eat 2 big bowls of rice in a row. After these few days of observation, Jiang Fan confirmed one thing, but any food that her mom prepares for her, whether it's breakfast or dinner, is normal food and won't cause an infection. So, since it wouldn't be infected, Jiang Fan ate even more flavorfully. Jiang Fan ate while chatting with his mom about his daily routine. In the past, when Jiang Fan hadn't finished eating, Mom would disappear after the destination she wanted to talk to had been reached. Now, Mom survives a little longer. This meal went on until 9:30 tonight. After dinner, Jiang Fan didn't go into the bedroom to hide from his mom, but sat on the sofa to watch TV with her. Mom was still full of smiles as she discussed the TV with Jiang Fan. Ha ha, this clown is so funny, so unlucky. Wow, look. Xiao Fan, the giraffe. Ugh. Mommy took you there before. It's the H-City Safari Park. Did the happy kindergarten close down? What a shame. Little Fan, you even went to school there when you were a kid. Jiang Fan answered his mom without any trouble. The fact that he'd been watching a snowflake television set didn't stop him from picking up on what he was saying. Suddenly, Mom said, pointing to the snowflake TV and going a little pale, Xiao Fan, look at this, it's so horrible. This family actually forgot to turn off the gas. They all died of poisoning. Inside the television, still a blank snowflake shape, flickered and made a nuisance murmur. Oh, don't worry, Mom. This one was just an accident. Jiang Fan seemed to see some tragic news happening on TV and comforted his mom with his eyes open. Oh, and there's been a series of car accidents in the Ping'an Tunnel. So many people have died. It's so sad. It's amazing that a new type of virus has occurred in the city of H. It's unbelievable. The next TV my mom watched was no longer a comedy. It seemed that all the TV set showed were news stories of saddening events. This caused Mom to become a little unstable and tears welled up in her eyes. Jiang Fan sensed that if he hadn't still been here, his mom might not have had the heart to read on. Seeing the clock on the wall, it was almost 10 o'clock. Jiang Fan opened his mouth. Mom, I'm going into bed first. You go to bed early too. Good little Van. Ahem. Jiang Fan glanced at his coughing mom. The smile on his mom's face was so gentle and was waving at him as if she was saying good night and good dreams. Chapter 56, Identity of the Broken Hand? Jiang Fan, who decided to sleep under the bed, 2/3, after learning that you can go into your bedroom early and not watch TV with your mom. Almost a large portion of the chosen were discreetly hiding inside their rooms after dinner in case they encountered any danger on their way to watch TV with their moms. A small percentage chose to go out and watch TV with their moms, not missing a chance to get a clue. The Ugly Kingdom. Chosen 1 Baker. Beck looked at his mom's worried face and didn't care. He was fretting that tonight would be another day of wasting time with his mom. Oh, and there's been a series of car accidents in the Peace Tunnel. So many people have died. It's so sad. It's amazing that a new type of virus has occurred in the city of H. It's unbelievable. Mom was watching the news again, some fear showing in her face. Peaceful tunnel? Beck noticed the word. He had read the last copy of the strange story and the final answer was inside the Peace Tunnel. The little girl in the Peace Tunnel was a tragedy. And all the passengers inside bus 402 were some unlucky people. Beck didn't feel sad about all this. Empathizing. He just felt, with all his toys, that he seemed to be missing a girl. How much better would it be to make that girl into a toy for me? It's better than, say, getting into a car accident. It's not a good look when you get hit and die in pieces. My toys shall be exquisite, and there shall not be an ounce of evil in them. Death. Beck turned his head to his mom. Mom seemed to be sad and scared because of the news inside the TV. Death. Mom. Kill mom? Beck's eyes lit up and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It seems that there are some weird talk copies of the past for killing shenanigans just ahead. So can we kill the weirdness just as well with this weird talk? Oh, maybe try it. But how to kill mom? Beck's eyes glittered as if he was thinking about something. Closing the door to his room, Jung Fan's face was a bit heavy. Today's the third day. Tomorrow will be the fourth. Soon. What exactly is the way to escape the cycle of reincarnation? When Jung Fan exited to test his mom just now, just want to know what mom's wish is. Perhaps helping mom get her wish is the way to get out of the 7-day cycle of reincarnation. But mom didn't say what she wished for. If having a family is what mom wants, it's clearly not going to be possible in the time that's left. Not to mention finding enough money, even for a girlfriend. Jung Fan shook his head inside. He just barely recognized the security uncle, as well as the fat boss and the cleft woman, the three talking NPCs. Can't it be that he's looking for a security guard to get married and start a family? It's not impossible, but the key is that the security master he designated not happy. No, this one can't get out of the wheelhouse. We need to look again. The rule hints don't help him with direct hints on how to get through the level. Only, when he brings the thing he needs to queue in front of him, can he queue it? Like getting on the bus or not? Grandma's rice crackers, or existing rules. Some of the rest don't exist. E.g. ways to get through. The next copy of Weird Tales, why exactly Weird Tales descended on the blue planet, etc. None of this can be hinted at. However, I can guess the method of passing the level and then let the system suggest, right or wrong. There are a lot of guesses for the pass. With what Jung Fan had guessed so far, there were no less than 5. But Jung Fan only had 2 opportunities to prompt, and he didn't want to waste them just like that. After the search for a way out of reincarnation was put to one side, Jung Fan pondered on another matter. Who is the identity of the severed hand that appeared in the bedroom at night? As the house is set up, our house is just me, mom, and the non-existent dad that mom talks about. That broken hand, could it be dad? Or is that broken hand a mom? There are 2 moms? Jung Fan furrowed his brows and thought carefully. Both guesses are possible, but I'm leaning more toward dad. For the mother, appearing among the bedsides of the rest of the chosen at night, and the broken hand, only the broken hand, did not reveal its true form. I don't know. I turned down mom's request this morning. Will broken hand still come tonight? Jung Fan thought, getting down and shrinking under the bed. Follow the state's tips. The severed hand was sticking out from under the bed to help tuck him in. Then he would sleep under the bed tonight and see if he could tell from which corner of the bed the severed hand was poking out. Perhaps it would help him verify some of his suspicions. The floor was a little cold, and fine dust was scattered under the bed, so you could tell that the original owner of the bedroom hadn't cleaned it in a long time. Except for the key I got yesterday. Jung Fan also saw a few scattered magazines under the bed. Song Tsong's Youth Portrait, Hato Yuki's Secret, Yua's Sweet Date. Immediately, Jung Fan decided to go to bed right away to see if he could meet the broken hand in the night. In order to fall asleep quickly, Jung Fan also counted sheep to help him sleep. 1 A's, 2 C's, 4 B's, smaller. Chapter 57, Counting Sheep. All the friends in the world broken hands are moms? 3/3, outside. Dasha was still a bit confused as he watched where Jung Fan was glowering as soon as he entered the door, and then burrowed into the bottom of the bed. Until, seeing Jung Fan searching for the broken hand in order to quickly go to sleep, it dawned on him. Jung Fan has too much guts. He actually hid under the bed. Not afraid of waking up at night and seeing some horrible picture? Jung Fan is indeed very hard, but also in order to quickly sleep. Counting sheep. Is this sheep it? I also want to count. Ahem. I have the whole series. If you want it, private me. I'm not looking for your full-length video. I'm just trying to make friends with you. Indeed, all the world is a friend. so I've talked to you privately. Dacha. At the meeting, Wei Jian and the others looked at the large books and magazines in the live room and kept hypnotizing themselves again and again. Don't think too much. Zhang Fan was just using an auxiliary method as a last resort in order to get to sleep quickly. Zhang Fan, perhaps, was also looking inside to see if there were any clues. 5 minutes later, Zhang Fan in the live broadcast room showed his excitement, as if he had seen some useful information. Zhang Fan, this is to find a clue? 10 minutes later, Wei Jian's crowd watched as Zhang Fan was still flipping through the magazine and fell into deep thought. Does it take this long to find a clue? They, want to look for it, too. 20 minutes later, Zhang Fan finally fell into sleep. In the live broadcast room, the room was dark, and only with the help of the moonlight coming in through the window, he could vaguely see Zhang Fan's sleeping appearance. Wei Jian, as well as all the people in the Daxia live room, couldn't help but and hold their breath. At this moment, the camera of the live broadcast was presenting all the scenery under the bed as if it knew that Zhang Fan was sleeping under the bed. Tick tick, drops of water fell from the toilet and a small sound carried into the bedroom. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The cold wind at the bedside blew flapping against the window and a constant battering, bouncing, like something was pulsing, followed by huffing and puffing, bouncing, thumping. The thin little voice made the netizens who watched the live broadcast scared and had a feeling of gasping for air. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was still sending out pop-up screens one after another as soon as they became quiet. Everyone's eyes were wide open, mouths were open, and their faces turned white with fear. See only. A dark shadow suddenly appeared in the dimly lit bedroom. The black image was leaping and as if crawling, fast and somewhat disembodied. Follow the end of the bed and slowly appear by the head of the bed. As the black shadow approached Zhang Fan, the figure became much clearer. As the crowd looked to clear it, they suddenly realized that the black shadow was a severed hand. The severed hand, once again, appears in the bedroom. Shasta. The broken hand appeared silently, and the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The broken hand didn't appear from under the bed. It became outside the bed. It was as if the severed hand had been hiding in the bedroom until the night when it crept in. In the world of weird tales, Zhang Fan's eyes abruptly moved and his body flipped outward, as if subconsciously rolling over in their sleep. They all at once rolled over to the outside edge of the bed, exposing half of their bodies. The broken hand didn't seem to want to block Zhang Fan's rollover, instantly appearing out of thin air on the bed. Hands peeled at the bed covers and hung down, bobbing above Zhang Fan's head. Mom! Zhang Fan was confused, like a voice murmuring in his sleep. A mom was extraordinarily obvious. The words fell. Broken hand began to crawl slowly as if he had heard it, along the edge of the bed. Little by little, he climbed down to Zhang Fan's body. The coolness as well as the itchiness that came from the broken hand sliding over made Zhang Fan frown slightly. Breaking his hand won't hurt him. Even when the broken hand appeared, Zhang Fan did not feel the crisis. Broken hands is on the friendly side. Zhang Fan felt the broken hand crawling onto his chest and quietly opened a small slit. When he got a good look at the severed hand, his body stiffened. The severed hand was bruised and blue with a quick black mark. There were also some gray spots on it that were necrotic spots. In the night, although Zhang Fan was not quite able to completely see all of the appearance of the severed hand, however, an answer had quietly emerged in his mind. This one broken hand, not a man's hand. That is, the so-called appearance of a father in the house was just a guess by Zhang Fan. And the reality is, it's a woman's hand. Woman's hands. Mom's hands. Zhang Fan had a good memory, and after a little careful thought, he quickly judged the identity of this hand. Mom. At home. There are two moms. Mom doesn't enter my room without consent, unless it was present in the room before I came to the copy. So by the logic of reasoning, the one at the door is not Mom? Mom, is this the broken hand? Zhang Fan was getting confused by his own guesses. The one outside the door, he could be sure was the mom, because all rule violations were punished by the one outside the door. Again, it was Mom who told herself to go to work and see herself getting better step by step. But, what about this mom in the bedroom? Although there was only one broken hand, Zhang Fan was still sure that this was his mom. Mom's hand outside the door, and this severed hand, were almost identical. Rule number 9. Your mom loves you very much and would never do anything to hurt you, so explains why broken hand won't do him any harm. But, Rule 12. Mom is not a mom. It also seems to correspond to the current situation. The mom outside the door, not the mom? Or, the mom inside the door, not the mom? Zhang Fan closed his eyes as he sensed that broken hand had left. It seemed that broken hand had come to check on him. Which one is mom? If, for example, one of them is a creepy become, and the Rule 13 system prompt is to not hurt the mom, can I kill the other creepy becomes mom as a pass to get out of reincarnation? Originally, Because of the existence of the Rule 13 system tip, Jiang Fan hadn't thought in the direction of hurting his mom and killing Creepy. But, now there are two moms. Killing Creepy becomes mom. The thought came like a torrent of water, all at once. If that's true, it explains it. The 7-day reincarnation exists because Creepy appeared. As long as you succeed in killing Creepy, you can get out of the reincarnation. However, this way out of reincarnation will have to be determined which one is the real mom and which one is the weird becoming mom. Otherwise, it would also be a violation of rule number 13. You can't hurt your mom. Jiang Fan didn't make up his mind about the answer first. He looked forward to it, the moment he went to his mom's bedroom. Perhaps there it will be possible to know which one is the mom of the spooky change. Kill Creepy? Jiang Fan's eyes drooped into contemplation, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 58, Sympathy from Foreign Netizens. Xiao Fan will stick to her job right, 1/3. Black Country. Oba couldn't sleep in his narrow bed. He was one of the chosen ones who wouldn't let his mom into the bedroom. And just in the morning, his country sent a reminder informing him that he would have to agree to let her into the bedroom. Oba agreed, but the thought that, at night, his mom would silently appear next to his bed, watching him and tucking him in, made Oba a little sleepy. This kind of action is fine for other chosen, but for Oba, who lost his mom many years ago, it's a horror story. He couldn't imagine how horrible it would be to see his dark-skinned, full-body fat mom show her white teeth when she came to the bedroom to tuck her in. Oba thought in a daze. Just as he was about to fall asleep, beside the bed, a figure suddenly appeared. Instead of showing ghastly white teeth, as Oba had imagined, the figure seemed to gently reach out with both hands to tuck him in. Although, some of the nails were so long they were on the verge of piercing his neck. Oba came to his senses in a flash and looked in horror at his mom standing beside the bed. Mom! Oba forgot the rule that it's normal behavior for mom to come and tuck in. At the moment, all he wanted to do was avoid his mom's hand and get away from this mom who suddenly appeared in the middle of the night. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Oh, go to sleep quickly. Mom gently stroked Oba and moved gently to put the quilt over Oba's body without leaving a gap, as if she was worried about Oba catching a cold. Mom! Oba's sober eyes became mesmerized, and a hint of struggle appeared under them. It seemed sleepy, without the excited panic of a moment ago. Purely, she looked at her mom, her eyes full of longing and dependence. Sleep, 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 my baby. Mom's unique tone of voice, as if she were coaxing a child a few months old, had Oba drifting off to sleep in no time. After seeing Oba asleep, Mom hooked her mouth into a soft smile that curved at the corners and slowly walked out of the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Oba is sleeping soundly, lying quietly in bed. Nothing seemed to wake him up, except for Jiang Fan's side, who still comes to cover the quilt at night with a broken hand. The rest of the chosen ones have transformed into their mommy bodies to come to the bedroom. The tucking in was no longer so rough, turning to a gentle tucking in, and gently patting the chosen one when it was done, like he's putting her little baby to sleep and telling him, "Don't be afraid, mommy's here." Outside, the crowd was relieved to see the scene. They just knew that letting mom in would turn into mom proper. Isn't that better than a broken arm? After all, without triggering the rules, mom still treats the chosen pretty well. Take a look at the Dasha live stream again. At first the crowd was a bit confused. Jiang Fan's live broadcast seemed to have a bit of a different angle than the other chosen. It wasn't until later that he realized that Jiang Fan had slept under the bed in order to find clues to his broken hand. Although I admire Dasha's player Jiang Fan for acting so bravely, a broken hand would have been an answer in the wrong place. Dasha actually let Jiang Fan choose for himself. It's a pity. Jiang Fan might still be able to pass the level this time. Just because of this time, failed. This kind of spirit is worth learning from anyway. Just in time, for our countries to detect the identity of the broken hand. Jiang Fan, we will remember your contribution to the survival of mankind. Some foreign netizens had sympathized with Jiang Fan, and the pop-up screens they swiped made the people in Dasha cry and laugh a little. In fact, why did they all feel that Jiang Fan was dying and doing nothing? They felt, to the point of not originally skeptical. But when he saw that Jiang Fan bravely wore under the bed to sleep just to find out the clues related to the severed hand, that skepticism, that uncertainty they had, turned to support and settled in their hearts. Ask, would a chosen one with such a brave and fearless search for clues make a brainless and random choice? Although it wasn't clear what the purpose of the choice Jiang Fan made was. However, they still had expectations for Jiang Fan. They were convinced that Jiang Fan was able to bring them a surprise. Morning. Surprisingly, Mom wasn't outside through the door trying to get in. After shouting to wake up Jiang Fan, there was no sound of speech. There was only a burst of cooking sounds coming from the kitchen. Jiang Fan opened his eyes and frowned. He seems in bed. Jiang Fan sat up from the bed, feeling the warmth of the comforter, his eyes dropping to cover the emotions in his eyes. Did mom move me back into bed after I fell asleep last night? Other than that broken hand, Zhang Fan couldn't think of any other reason. Quickly dress and get out of bed and open the door. Zhang Fan's movements to open the door this time were much lighter. The bedroom door locks and the damage has been extensive. If he accidentally opened the door again and the lock was prematurely damaged, it wouldn't be such a waste to have an extra tranquilizer pill to fix it. Though, most importantly, Zhang Fan thought, what if there were more than 2 tranquilizer pills needed? In accordance with the number of pay days, the chosen redeemed 2 tranquilizer pills for the 5th night, and the 6th night, after the 5th day has passed. The solution to reincarnation should be the end of the 7th day. But, doesn't the day end at 12 midnight? After 10 o'clock, assuming that a way out of the cycle of reincarnation has not been found, it is inevitable that the tranquilizer pill will be needed. Today is the 4th day. Soon. One more day and I will be able to go into my mom's room to find out the truth. By then, with the 2 tranquilizer pills that I got in exchange for my salary, then I can stop going to work from the 6th day onwards and concentrate on speculating on the clues to get through. Zhang Fan slowly ate his breakfast. Breakfast was still clear soup noodles with a fried egg. I wonder if Zhang Fan's thoughts were sensed by his mom. The smile on my mom's face disappeared into a worried look. Fanny, I know the work is tiring, but Fanny will keep going, right? Mom, okay, I'll hold on. Zhang Fan paused and nodded. The face was a light and pleasant one, as if she had really listened to her mom. Zhang Fan took his boxed lunch to work after eating. The security man downstairs remained the same. Yo, is Zhang Fan out helping your mom buy medicine again? No, Moncler, I'm going out to work. Zhang Fan turned his head to look at the security guard. Perhaps, the security guard had been prompting the chosen one. When you go out to help your mom buy medicine, you should check out the drugstore. You will be able to find the tranquilizer pills for this reason and get through the last few days of peace. Chapter 59, Cleft Memory Altered the Giddy Countries, 2/3. The fat boss of the small store still cursed and waved a foul face at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked at the smelly face and couldn't help but open his mouth to suggest, "Boss, you could have actually switched to a stinky face pose. I'm tired of seeing such expressions. Don't you get tired of looking at a bad face every day?" After hearing Zhang Fan's words, the fat boss's face turned red with anger and became even more smelly, like a salted fish that had been stinking for several years. Stink Face was accompanied by an outburst of anger and bruises on his hands. It seemed that if it weren't for the restaurant code, the fat owner would have swung his fist. That's right, that's a nice face. Remember to get a new one every day. Zhang Fan walked into the restaurant happily. There was no way the fat boss could threaten him as long as he followed the rules here. Only, Zhang Fan's scalp still went numb when he looked at the pink oversized cannibal flower in front of him. What's with the crack girl again? Before Zhang Fan could react, the slit woman appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Today is the same as yesterday. Tomato and egg soup. Add another cumin potato. I need a change of pace. Zhang Fan nodded and wrote it down. The cleft woman looked at Zhang Fan's serious work attitude demeanor, seemed to be attracted by Zhang Fan, excitedly opened her mouth. Clams flowed down. Ah, sound of panting. Spit dripped onto the floor, and the cleft female sucked it in once, keeping her face elegant. Ma'am, your order has arrived. Please take your time to enjoy it. Zhang Fan said as usual, and suddenly, as if he had noticed the cleft woman and felt a sense of curiosity about her, he said casually, "Ma'am, you are so beautiful. Yesterday I saw you all the way in the store and planned to buy you a dinner after work, but it turned out I didn't see you when I came out." Zhang Fan, trying to figure out the whereabouts of the cleft woman. After all, Rift Woman was the only creep he could carry on a conversation with. "Oh, you mean yesterday? Didn't you even see me off at the door yesterday when I went home?" The cracked woman was a bit happy. Her mouth cracked open quite a bit more, and she hurriedly nodded in response with excitement. "I saw you off at the door yesterday? Oh, look at my memory. It's not very good. I can't believe I forgot." Zhang Fan's face was heavy. This hotel, it seemed to have more than just a reset effect. Rift Woman had disappeared in an instant yesterday. He remembered. There was nothing at all about him sending the cleft woman away. This incident, however, appeared in the memory of the cleft woman. Restaurants that seemed to be able to change the customer's memory. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan only felt a wave of exquisite terror and goosebumps rose all over his body. Since the hotel is able to reset time and change the memories of its guests, so, were his memories altered by the hotel as well? In Zhang Fan's eyes, there was a hint of confusion. Suds, shaking his head, sobered up. His memory, I don't think, has been altered. But, Zhang Fan looked at the cleft woman standing in front of him with a complicated expression. The split woman is a bit close to Zhang Fan. As if embarrassed, the cracked corners of his mouth tore all the way down to his cheeks, leaving some dark red blood that looked as if it were a shy blush. You You want to buy me dinner? No problem. Let's go out to eat now. It's the first time I've eaten with a man. And there's still the embarrassment. Hey, brother, are you serious? Jiang Fan was silent, then sighed, like he was lamenting and a little joyful. Really? Unfortunately, I'm still at work, so I might be too late to leave for the night. Why don't we go back in a week? I happen to be on vacation then. 1 week later, there are only 3 days left in rule weirdness. We'll see if he's still around to eat. Getting the answer he wanted, Jiang Fan didn't talk much to the cleft woman. After dealing with the cracked woman, with the excuse of being busy at work, he picked up a rag and delicately wiped the hall. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye it was time to break for dinner. In the Spaghetti Kingdom, Chosen One McJ walks into Kanga Pharmacy with the $100 he gained 2 days prior. After shopping for a few bottles of Kobayashi pills and paying for them, 5 boxes of Kobayashi pills for a total of $100, sir. The coins opened the eyes of the drugstore clerk and were accompanied by a warm smile, executing the principle that the customer is God. After McJ paid, the drugstore clerk offered to pull out the giveaway from inside the medicine cabinet behind him. Hi, this is a freebie with the purchase of Kobayashi pills. Kobayashi pills are buy one get one free, so you get 5 Kobayashi pills. This is a full 100 complimentary Anshin pills, Mr. Anshin pills can cure all kinds of diseases, is the Yongsheng Group's new research out of the drug. However, sir, note that the tranquilizer pills must not be taken with other non-Yongsheng Group drugs, otherwise it will make people comatose for a while. But don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon, and you can wake up after a few hours. The drugstore clerk sold the tranquilizer pills at great length, praising their miraculous effects. At first McJ was a little disappointed to hear it. The $100 seemed to have been spent in vain, with no leads. But, just after hearing the contraindications of the tranquilizer pills, McJ's eyes lit up. Does it cause coma? Is it okay to give it to mom? After mom passes out, then the biggest weirdness in the house is solved. And even if the whole house is infested with weirdness later on, it won't be in danger. 101 tranquilizer pills. 4 days of work, just enough to get through 7 days. In the meantime, the tranquilizer pills put mom in a coma, and I was able to get into mom's bedroom to probe for clues. McJ grinned with excitement and thrill. He knew there had to be some kind of clue in this drugstore. So, it's the tranquilizer pill that made Creepy pass out. He, perhaps with the help of tranquilizer pills, could pass this strange talk. The Ugly Kingdom, Chosen One Baker. Beck walked out of the diner and into the Conagra Pharmacy. In a matter of moments, he walked out of the drugstore with several boxes of medicine in his hands. A look of madness appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Look at that. Just when I was worried about how to fix my mom, help was sent to me. Tranquilizer pills mixed with other drugs can make a person unconscious? Isn't this for mom? Rule number 4. Don't let mom find out about bad behavior. Then with the tranquilizer pills, even if I kill mom, I won't break the rules, because mom is in a coma and can't even see the rule I broke. It's not a violation. Kill shenanigans, get through weird stories, and become a hero of the Ugly Kingdom. Oh, what a tantalizing ending. In the Black Country, the Chosen One, Oba, got his hands on the tranquilizer pills through a national queue. In the Bread Country, Chosen One Kini Taime gets her hands on a tranquilizer pill through a national prompt. Golden State, the Chosen One. As time passes, more and more Chosen Ones are getting tranquilizer pills and discovering the special effects of the pills. Some Chosen Ones have purchased tranquilizer pills through state prompts. While almost all of the Chosen got their hands on the tranquilizer pills, they all thought about their mom's bedroom, intending to go in and explore it while she was unconscious. A small number of them, on the other hand, guessed the way to pass the 7-day cycle. The 7-day reincarnation was created by Creepy, so wouldn't killing Creepy be able to break away from the reincarnation? All the Chosen Ones got copies of the important props, and such a scenario surprised a lot of people from the outside world. So far, there were still more than 80 Chosen Ones left. Most of them died breaking the rules during the first day with mom and the second day at work. After familiarizing yourself with the rules, there are basically not many deaths. Seeing so many surviving Chosen Ones, the countries were all a little excited and thrilled. One must realize that these 80-odd Chosen Ones represent 80-odd countries. Not so many of the weird stories of the past have survived. More than 80 chosen, although it was only the 4th day. But according to the current exploration of the progress of the strange talk, it was believed that it wouldn't be long before they could successfully pass. At a glance, the world's hotspots are almost entirely filled with celebration and joy. The Ugly Intelligence Bureau says that this is the easiest weird talk in history, and it's going to set the odds of the Chosen One surviving, most likely by as many as 50. The Bread Country is celebrating the upcoming passage of the Chosen One by reducing the price of all bread. The state of Myanmar has decided to carry out today a program of internal cleansing of drug tumors. to fight against illegal organizations, and has put out an international message that Myanmar will become the safest country in the world. Welcome to Come and Play. The president of the Spaghetti State said in a recent interview that the blue planet may regain its resources for 500 years because of the increased number of chosen ones surviving. All the countries where the chosen survived were partying, including Dacia as well. Maybe this weird talk can really restore some life to the blue planet. Group leader Wei Jian watched the cheers on the world's hot topic, and a smile appeared on his face along with it. The victory of a single country is not something to be celebrated much. It is the triumph of all nations, working together. That is a source of great joy and makes this blue planet more beautiful and full of life. Chapter 60. There was a roaring fire in this building. The day after tomorrow is Thanksgiving, March 3rd. Zhang Fan stayed at the store until 7 o'clock, when all the customers in the small restaurant disappeared into thin air once again. Even the kettle that Zhang Fan had brought and placed over the cash register had similarly disappeared. The reset of the small restaurant gave Zhang Fan a hint of an idea. Suppose, if I take something away from the store, does it reset back? Or does it just reset a replacement? Zhang Fan looked around and decided to take the tissues from the store. The time came to 8 o'clock, and Zhang Fan got his paycheck and left work. The weather seems to have gotten a lot colder. Walking on the road, Zhang Fan could feel the cold, shivering so much that he wanted to get home quickly and eat his mom's good, hot, warm meal. The security guard downstairs Moncler Outlet Online didn't change his words. Even the children playing downstairs and the old men playing chess would disappear as night fell. It's all as if it's set up. The bloody handprints in the hallway were even darker in color, and a strong smell of blood and paste was still faintly present. It was mushy, like something burnt. There were more black marks on the wall, and the top one even turned all black, blending in with the dimly lit hallway. This change that had completely manifested itself made Zhang Fan certain of his suspicions. There was a fire in this hallway, or in this building, and the fire was not one of those small fires, but one of those monstrous fires big enough to burn a building to the ground. Zhang Fan looked up at the wall above his head that was pitch black and accompanied by a thick smell of smoke emanating from it. A small fire is not enough to burn an empty hallway like this, because there is not much combustible material, as well as the melting point has not been reached. Only that kind of roaring fire, with the help of the rest of the combustibles and the super high fire temperatures, could have blackened the corridor together. But what does the bloody handprints on the wall, which don't have mom's handprints in them, or mine, have to do with this strange story? Is it just a backdrop for the creepy atmosphere? Zhang Fan walked through the hallway where the smell of paste was so thick that it choked his nose. The building was hot and seemed to be recreating the fire of the day. It dispersed a lot of Zhang Fan's coldness. Ahem. Mom's illness worsened again, and without Zhang Fan walking to the door, he could hear her coughing violently. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Zhang Fan realized that the corridor outside the door didn't seem to have been eroded by the pollution, and like the first day, it remained the same. Ka-chow. Zhang Fan opened the door and his mom appeared in sight wrapped in an apron as expected. With a weak smile, he told Zhang Fan to wash his hands and eat, asking about Zhang Fan's work today. The gray hairs on his mother's head, the worsening cough, and the changes in the house's worn-out furnishings and building were telling Zhang Fan that the world was being eroded by pollution. But his mom's concerned look and the meal that was always ready made Zhang Fan not feel the rapid passage of time. It was as if, still, it was that first day of descending into weirdness. Had dinner. Zhang Fan still accompanied his mom to watch TV, and afterward, returned to your bedroom by 10 o'clock to watch magazines and look for clues that might be hidden. The appearance of the broken hand had long been predicted in Zhang Fan's rippling emotions. Morning of the 5th day. After eating the clear soup noodles, Zhang Fan went to work at the small restaurant and saw the cleft woman again. He realized that the paper towels he took yesterday were not present in the restaurant. It seems that it can only be reset at 7 o'clock. Repetition calms the chosen and speeds up the passage of time. 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Fan nodded thoughtfully as he looked at the reappearing tissues. It seems that the contents of the hotel reset at 7 o'clock even if they disappear. 8 o'clock in the evening of the 5th day. Zhang Fan got today's paycheck, plus the first 3 days, making up $200. The fat boss disappeared as soon as Zhang Fan received his paycheck. This left Zhang Fan with no way to open his mouth about resigning. Had to walk out of the little store and head for home. A light, white snow fell on the dimly lit roads. The world, which had been dark, was somewhat slightly whitened by the arrival of snow. On the way, Zhang Fan spotted a beam of light. Zhang Fan turned his head to look over. A store was open. Conagra Pharmacy. The clerk inside the drugstore was happily talking. Thanksgiving benefit. Buy one get one free on small white pills. Buy two get one free on chi blood. And get a free tranquilizer pill with $100. In the past, Kangja Pharmacy was closed when Zhang Fan was off duty. Today, it's actually open. Zhang Fan walked into the pharmacy. He planned to purchase the remaining 2 tranquilizer pills tonight. Hello, that's $200 in total. Here's your freebie. The drugstore clerk maintained the excellent tradition of seeing money and handed Jiang Fan the tranquilizer pills. Jiang Fan was about to turn around and go home after receiving the tranquilizer pill. Something seemed to come to mind and asked casually, "Why is your store open until now today? It used to be closed at this time." Seemingly because of Jiang Fan's generosity today, the clerk opened his mouth to explain, "Because the day after tomorrow is Thanksgiving. There are more customers in these days, so we delayed the opening hours. By the way, guest, would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers for your family? It's only $10 a bunch, and I'm sure they'll be happy to receive it." The clerk pointed to the packaged flowers on a side table and began to sell them. Most of the flowers on the table were roses, carnations, and lilies. "No thanks." Jiang Fan refused the sales pitch from the clerk and walked out of the pharmacy. Looked at the tranquilizer pill in his hand. Is Thanksgiving the day after tomorrow? 7 days in the round, and the day after tomorrow happens to be the 7th day. Chapter 61, Increasingly Weak Mom. Use the tranquilizer pill. 1/4. 5th night. Jiang Fan returned home. Building contamination deepens again. The darkness was filled with the smell of burning while a wisp of fire rose from the corner of the wall. Obviously there was nothing in the hallway, but it was as if the fire had appeared there out of thin air, and it had been nourishing and burning violently. As Jiang Fan walked through the hallway, his shoes made a poofing and burning sound due to the hot temperature on the ground. The temperature was so high that the shoes melted off. It's not just fires that appear out of nowhere. Jiang Fan looked at the bloody handprints that started bleeding beads on the front. It seemed as if someone had just passed by here. The bloody handprints were constantly dripping blood downwards, and some mincemeat had been glued to the center of the handprints. It was extremely hot in the hallway, and he didn't dare reach up to make comparisons like he did last time. Even without touching the wall, Jiang Fan could tell how hot it was rolling at the moment. It's bound to burn blood blisters on his hands. It was stuffy and hot in the hallway, and there was a fire. It smelled of smoke, paste, blood, and a hint of meat. The depletion of oxygen forced Jiang Fan to hurry and escape the corridor. One more day and I don't think I'll be able to get home through the corridor. At that time, this corridor is estimated to become the fiery prison of the 18 layers of hell, covered in roiling fire. Jiang Fan opened the door. Mom's cough doesn't sound strong anymore. A weak coughing sound that seemed very, very weak. If you cough, you have to wheeze several times. The body seemed to be afflicted with disease, and the face was waxen and waxy, as if it had a short time to live, leaving no doubt that Mom would be dead in the end the next second. Mom's face was hard and there were a few drops of sweat on her miserable forehead. Although she was already so sick and weak, she still managed to hold on to her strength, make dinner and quietly wait for Jiang Fan to arrive home for dinner. The dinner classic remains unchanged. Returned pork, braised tofu, and shredded potatoes. I wonder if it's because Mom's health is weakening down. Jiang Fan felt that all 3 dishes were a bit salty, but Jiang Fan didn't say anything, still gulping down the food with a deliciously satisfied look. Oh, did Van think the food was salty? Mom must have accidentally put too much in the stir-fry. Jiang Fan didn't mention it deliberately, but his mom took the initiative to say it. With a self-blaming look on his face, he seemed to be blaming himself for not preparing a qualified dinner for Jiang Fan. "No Mom, I think your fried pork tastes better. Phew, I happen to be a little tired today, but as soon as I ate Mom's cooking, my whole body gained strength." "Mom, it's not salty, I think you tasted it wrong?" It seems to validate that he was not wrong. Jiang Fan also clipped several chopsticks of huilai pork into his bowl and gulped it down. The satisfied smiles and stuffed cheeks seemed to prove that Mom's stir-fried gyro meat wasn't salty and still tasted as good as ever. Jiang Fan's words amused his mom. Mom's worried frown lifted and she giggled. Her face flushed a little. There was no further mention of the savory intent of the return. Lifting his head and looking at Jiang Fan with eyes full of love, he looked at the white snow outside the window again. "Xiao Fan, look, it's snowing. I remember you always used to go out and build snowmen whenever it snowed. It was snowing so hard then. It almost drowned you in it." Xiao Fan built a nice snowman, taller than Xiao Fan. But it's just that every time Xiao Fan comes back, his nose is red, and the next day he's bound to have a cold and a fever. Mom's eyebrows rose a little as she seemed to remember something funny. "Oh really Mom? Now we can go out and build a snowman. A snowman that looks like Mommy, too." Mom hesitated for a moment and shook her head, some regret in her eyes. Smiling, he rejected Jiang Fan. "Mom is old. She is tired after going out for a while. She won't accompany Xiao Fan to build a snowman. It's okay for Mommy to watch you build a snowman upstairs if you like." Little Fan. After dinner, Jiang Fan was originally going to watch TV with his mom, but the bedroom door, he noticed, had changed somewhat. The door, it's broken. Zhang Fan tried to close the door of his room and unlock it. But the door will still slowly open. Sure enough, guess right. The door is really broken. The bedroom is safe. But with a broken door, the bedroom may become less safe. It's time to get mom on the tranquilizer pill tonight to get through the dangerous night. Zhang Fan looked at the door lock and made a decision in his heart. So, while watching TV with my mom, Zhang Fan took out the chi blood as well as the tranquilizer pills, handed them to his mom and brought a cup of water. Full of heartfelt mom, she said softly, "Mom, I see you've had a bit of a cough and gas for the past few days, so I brought my paycheck to buy medicine. This is gas and blood. This is a tranquilizer pill. I heard the drugstore clerk say it will help your condition, Mom. Take it and you'll be fine. Mom must get well soon. It hurts me to hear her cough." Mom froze as she looked at the pills in Zhang Fan's hand, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes filled with tears as she was moved. "Can't believe it. It seems a child's first paycheck is not to be spent frivolously or taken to rush the game. Instead, they would buy medicines to treat her for fear of her condition. Good. The medicine that Fan bought will definitely help. Maybe Mom won't cough tomorrow. Little Fan is so good." Mom looked at Zhang Fan with relief, and the smile on her face gradually grew bigger. Without the slightest suspicion of Zhang Fan's purpose, he took the medicine with the water and swallowed it in one gulp. At the same time that Zhang Fan realized the door was broken and damaged, the rest of the chosen also saw the door broken. Ugly country. Baker. Oh, shit. The door's broken. Luckily I was prepared, or else I would have surely died tonight. Beck looked at the thoroughly damaged door and kicked it twice in a vicious fury. Bedroom doors can be damaged, even if prepared for. Still, Beck hadn't expected the day to come so early. Spend tonight by means of a tranquilizing pill, and another tomorrow night, and the day after tomorrow will be exactly the 7th day. I have to pass the level by 10 o'clock at night on the 7th day, or there won't be a third tranquilizer pill. Even though Baker could have gone to the 6th and 7th day shifts as a way to get another tranquilizer pill, but with a long commute to work and no clues, that greatly delays his search for a pass-through. Maybe I don't have to go to the 7th day. I can pass early. After all, as I suspected, killing Creepy would also pass the test, wouldn't it? Beck glanced at his pale mom in the living room and raised the corners of his mouth in an evil grin too. Mom looks a lot softer than she did the other day. That's a lot of good news. Perhaps, in killing Mom, it didn't even take much effort to achieve the goal. Chapter 62. All the rules of the house are out of effect. Opening Mom's room. 2/4. Jean Gua. Oda also saw the broken bedroom door. He was a little sad. Just yesterday morning he was unlucky enough to be late. As a result, $15 were deducted by the shady owner. Originally, Mrs. O thought it was nothing, just $15. His priority was to get through the level. As for making money or anything else, it didn't matter. It's just money. As long as he doesn't die, feel free to withhold it. No big deal. But, just at noon, a bolt from the blue came through. It was his country that moved to use the Weird Tales prompting opportunity to give him a prompt to buy the tranquilizer pills. That's when Oda realized. The tranquilizer pills within the drugstore next door will allow Mom to pass out, subsequent to the bedroom door being damaged, and thus get through the possible dangers that may occur in the course of the night. With such a miraculous medicine, isn't passing the barrier a piece of cake? Mrs. O confidently went to the drugstore to buy tranquilizer pills, only to find out that the tranquilizer pills have to be over $100 to get one free. And so, when other countries have $200 for 4 days of work and can buy 2 tranquilizer pills, Mrs. O, however, only had $185 and could only purchase 1 tranquilizer pill, $15 short of the exact $15 deducted for being late. Oda was remorseful, hating herself for why she had read too many magazines that night and delayed getting out of bed. So, he still had to go to work tomorrow to get enough money to buy the last of the tranquilizer pills. Damn, wasted a day exploring the house. But it's a good thing I listened to the state and bought one of the tranquilizer pills. Otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it through the night. After all, a bedroom is safe. But a bedroom with a broken door is most likely dangerous as hell. Oda sighed in relief, somewhat thankful. Subsequently, while watching TV with my mom, Mrs. O took out the tranquilizer pills and the kahaku pills. Mom, this is what I bought to honor you. I saw you coughing and coughing, so I bought the medicine you always take, the little white pills. And this one, the tranquilizer pill. This one, according to the drugstore clerk, is very useful. Take it together with the little white pill. It will make you get better faster. Mom stopped watching TV and her head turned to look at Oda with a waxy face, raising a smile. He didn't doubt what Oda said at all. Oh really? Mom is so relieved that Oda is actually that filial. Mom took the medicine and complimented Oda with a smile on her face. It seems to show joy for the sake of it. Mom immediately took 2 pills, and after taking them, I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but her face was much rosier. Oda is awesome. This medicine makes mommy feel so much better. Mom smiled, eyeing Oda. Dark pupils, bottomless, and a somewhat frighteningly waxy face. Look at Oda's heart. He remembers. Rule number 4. Mommy doesn't like bad kids, and don't let mommy find out about any bad behavior. If I'm not mistaken, lying is bad behavior too, right? Mom, you're not going to find out he's lying, are you? But, well, Mom didn't stare at him for long before she drifted off to sleep. The drugs have kicked in. Oda was a little pleased, and after a pause, pushed at her mother uneasily. Mom, are you sleepy? Mom, what's wrong with you? After a long time, Mom didn't even wake up and seemed to be sleeping so deeply that it looked like she wouldn't even wake up tonight. Otai's nervous heart slowly relaxed. Okay, now, explore Mom's bedroom before it's 10 o'clock. It's not just Mrs. Oh, the chosen ones from each country all started feeding their moms tranquilizer pills after they realized the bedroom door was broken. The side effects of tranquilizer pills are obvious. No matter how much the chosen one called out to his mom, she didn't respond. One of the first things the chosen one does after they've charmed their mom is to get up and walk to the bedroom, which they want to explore. But, soon, the chosen ones realized something. The bedroom door was locked. How are they supposed to explore the bedroom? The chosen one froze. Ugly country. Baker. Oh my god. The damn door. It's actually locked. Beck opened the door roughly, even kicking and body slamming it. The door seemed solid, and not only was it unbroken under Baker's vigorous impact, even, not moving, not a trace left. Look at the tightly locked door. Slowly, a chosen one reacted. Oh, it must be that key. The key Mom came in looking for. Dad's legacy. The chosen ones reacted and started looking for the key. Turned the house upside down and never saw where the key was either. Finally, the gaze was turned to his mom, who was unconscious on the sidelines. The key? Could it be on Mom's body? The chosen hesitated for a moment. They were afraid that while they were searching the keys, their mom would suddenly wake up staring at them with wide eyes. Once Mom finds out, she breaks the rules and is bound to die. But in the end, the chosen couldn't resist the temptation to explore Mom's room. Bravely, in my mom's purse, I found the key. The moment. The time had come to 10 o'clock. No good. You must be in your bedroom and in bed by 10 o'clock. The chosen subconsciously returned to their bedrooms. It took a good half a day to respond. Mom is in a coma and they don't seem to have to follow that rule anymore. The house rules all but disappeared? The chosen ones looked at their unconscious mom and knew in their hearts. Sure enough, Mom is the biggest creep in the house. 10 minutes past 10. The chosen ones will find the key to insert into Mom's room. Click. The door to the room opened. In comparison, Jung Fan's side was much smoother, directly mesmerizing his mom and taking out the master key to open the door of the room. The door to Mom's room was gently opened. Upon seeing the scene inside the door, Jung Fan froze, his pupils shrinking. All the chosen ones froze. There's something incredible and creepy in Goosebumps. Chapter 63 Mom's Room. The exact same world. 3/4. The moment. Everyone outside held their breath and watched the live feed carefully. The worry almost jumped out of his throat. Could there be spookiness in Mom's room? Will it contaminate the chosen one? Will a monster attack the chosen one the moment he opens the door to his room? After all, that room. But the biggest creep in the house. Mom's room. The door to the room was opened. I had expected it to look like the chosen one's bedroom, with Mom's bed and all sorts of things. Unexpected. To everyone's surprise, no. What was in the back of the room dazzled the crowds outside and made the chosen scalps tingle. Mom's room was not furnished with a bed or the rest of her things. Instead, they went down the stairs together. It's like a secret passage to the basement. The chosen ones looked at the deep staircase, their exposed skin constantly shivering as they felt the cool air coming from underneath. The long staircase seemed to lead to the devil's lair. Leads to an endless abyss. The answer to that mysterious unknown is so far away that you can't see it at first glance and feel chills behind your back. Except for the first few steps which can be seen as stairs. For the rest, it was all pitch black. Phew. The bottom was like a deep black hole, and stream after stream of cold wind echoed out the sound. It seemed that there was a pair of eyes, a monster hiding in the darkness that made the chosen one's hairs stand on end, and his spine shiver with chills and shivers. At once, the chosen one hesitated. Should they go down? What if, down there, we run into shenanigans? Stumbling upon the creepy in this narrow hallway was almost certain death. It wasn't as if no chosen one had ever thought of using lights to illuminate the darkened hallways. But, there are no separate small table lamps in the house. Hesitate for a long time. Knowing that this was Mom's bedroom. Knowing that it could be spooky. Knowing better. Going down there might be able to find clues to pass the weird talk. The chosen ones sank down, and eventually, after several minutes of hesitation, they went down the stairs, one step at a time. Sure, it's not like there aren't different chosen ones. Negro Nation. Oba looked for his clothes inside his closet. Oh, there's no light in the dark hallway. Wouldn't it be nice to bring a torch in? Oba tries to soak his clothes in oil and light them to make an improvised torch. He found the cooking oil in the kitchen. But the gas stove on the cooktop seemed to be like a pendulum. How could not open the fire? After looking all over the house, eventually, Oba rang the lighter that appeared on the computer desk for smoking at the time. The lighter was an original accessory in the room that Oba hadn't thrown away, and it came in handy at the moment. The depth of the stairs seemed a bit long. Oba's torch, too, could only illuminate a few more steps than the other chosen. Spare a thought. Oba was already satisfied. Oh, at this distance, at least you won't suddenly see a mouthful of white teeth in the dark, enough to react even when in danger. Oba smiled, showing his own pure white teeth, and walked slowly down the path in the darkness, holding a torch. Jiang Fan also thought of finding something to illuminate the dark stairs, but the lighter in the bedroom had long since been thrown away by Jiang Fan on the first day, and he had nothing to light up the darkness. I should have known better than to throw the lighter in the first place. At first, Jiang Fan thought that playing with fire was also a bad habit, so he threw the lighter away. Hopeless. Jiang Fan could only follow the hallway and slowly grope his way down. Meanwhile, mentally chanting sign in. Ding! The building check-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the prompt opportunity X1. Q opportunity? That's much better than out there. It seems that the final contamination is within Mom's room. Jiang Fan's face was tinged with a smile, but his pace slowed down a lot. The better you sign up for something, the more rewards you get. It also means, the more pollution. And that's just one staircase to sign so many. You can see how much pollution is coming next. At this moment, Jiang Fan put his breathing footsteps to a minimum. His whole body tensed up, like a wild wolf on the hunt. Alert to the extreme. There was no sound of anything in the darkened hallway. Only the sound of Jiang Fan's soft footsteps. Although Jiang Fan had minimized the sound of his footsteps, it was still loud in the silent hallway. Dum 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 dum. Like a big drum beating. It's the sound of a beating heart. In the absolute silence, Jiang Fan was able to hear the sound of his blood rapidly passing through his heart, making a rapid beating sound. A slight light breeze met his face and kept blowing on Jiang Fan's face, which was cold and piercing. The further back the building went, the narrower it got. By the end of the day, it was almost just a little distance away. The walls on both sides heavily squeezed Jiang Fan, making him a little breathless. I don't know how long I've been gone. Suddenly, a point of light lit up in the pitch blackness and all the chosen ones who saw this point of light got excited. The point of light meant that they were about to walk out of this deep corridor. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! Bang! Bang! Bang dash! The heart was beating faster and faster. Who dash? The sound of the breeze diminishes. Chosen Gate couldn't help but pick up the pace. At last, close to the light. The moment you step out of the darkness, the light was a bit harsh, causing the chosen to close their eyes to ease the discomfort in their eyes. In a jiffy, slowly open your eyes. The crowd outside also finally saw what was behind the light at this moment, waiting to see the moment. Have the purpose of jumping up in fear? The bottom of the heart a whole shock wave. What the hell is this hallway? Mom's room leads to another world. Isn't this the hallway outside the house? I can see room 402. It's so weird. It's like a Russian nesting doll. It feels like a Russian nesting doll. And when you open the door, there's another door. It's not like we've found a world where the weirdness really begins, is it? The chosen one also froze, his scalp numb and afraid to take a step forward. Behind the light was a hallway. The corridor was familiar, and it was the same corridor that the chosen walked through every day after work. At the moment, the sky outside the corridor was dim, and not a single light was on. It was as if the world was nothing. Not only did the exact same hallway appear, but even their home appeared at the end of it. Chapter 64, Gas-Filled Home. Only 9 minutes to explore. 4/4 plus. So, could the clue be at home in this weird world? The chosen have turned their attention to their home not far away. Room 402. Not much hesitation. Open the door to your home directly with the key you have with you. It's a good thing I listened to my mom and took my keys with me, or I wouldn't have been able to get into the house. Oba took out his keys. His vision was very clear. The torch in his hand was still burning, and it lit up all around him. The key in the door clicked. The door opened. Before Oba could get a good look inside the door, suddenly, a whole fire suddenly struck and the sound of an explosion rang out. At once, the camera in Black Country appears as if it has shifted for a split second, appearing in front of an entire scene in the Sunnyside neighborhood. The seventh building belonging to the family was ablaze. As if it had gone mad, the blazing fire spread its territory rampantly, covering the entire dozen-story-old residential building in no time. The fire burned violently, pulling the entire building into the flames. Watch from afar. The burning building, like a beam of rushing sparks, and the terrifying giant of fire, made people not feel afraid. The sound of the explosion shook the entire building and startled the hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast. Black country. The black people watching Oppa looked at the scene with question marks. What's that? It's like home? Where's Ob? What's with the explosion and the fire? This fire came out of nowhere. Fakor. Is that Oba still alive? I think so, right? Subsequently, the voice of the Weird Tales podcast without the slightest bit of emotion rang out. Death of Black Country's chosen one, Oba, and the random descent of Weird Tales. Countless countries have also noticed the scene. They were filled with confusion and doubt. How come when Oba opens the door, it explodes? Where did this fire come from? Is it hard to break the rules and have some kind of open door and die rule? A weirdly given death penalty? Immediately after, the next image confused them even more. It's like firecrackers in the country's live rooms. One after another came the sound of explosions. Bang, bang, bang dash. Some chosen ones opened the door to a dim picture of their home and subconsciously hit the light switch to turn it on. Boom dash, like the sound of ammunition blowing up. The live feed was instantly covered in a blazing fire, and Strange Talk was declared dead. Then there are the chosen ones who, instead of turning on the lights at the entry door, walk down the hall before turning on the lights. Still can't escape the explosion, potential burning and death. Death of the chosen one of Myanmar, Kyozi, and the random descent of Weird Tales. Bread Country's chosen one, Genie too pretty to die. Weird Tales randomly descend. Death of Galia's chosen one, Ramph, and the random descent of Weird Tales. Until one of the chosen exclaimed, "Oh, it's gas! What a strong smell of gas!" Moment. The nations reacted with exclamations of surprise. Another home with gas. There are gas leaks everywhere. If there is a gas leak, you can't turn on the lights or light the fire or it will explode. So the chosen ones who turned on the lights and lit fires died because they detonated the gases that had gathered in their homes and exploded. How is this home different from the one above? With gas filling the home? The world is blinded. Strange talk about this tawdry maneuver flashed their backs. Immediately after, realized that the house is filled with gas. Countries rushed to launch a prompt, so that the chosen do not turn on the lights to light the fire lamps, make detonation of gas and other dangerous behavior, or to explode to be eliminated. Due to the rapid prompting of countries, many of the chosen ones who were about to turn on the lights and explore the home survived. But, a minute had passed since the time of the first explosion. The number of chosen ones who died at this level of entering the gate this minute was more than 30. In the blink of an eye, only 50 of the chosen survived, dodging a bullet because of the country's timely prompting. The house smelled heavily of gas. The smell made many of the chosen feel uncomfortable and began to experience dizziness and nausea. It only takes 10 minutes in a gas-rich environment for a state of shock to set in. After collapsing from shock, one is bound to die in this world of weird talk. The chosen one grimaced and tried to open the door to let the smell of gas out of the house. But, after opening the door to ventilate for tens of minutes, the strong smell of coal remained unabated. The toxic gases in the house seemed to appear in an endless stream. Even in the corridor, the smell of gas appeared. One is left in no doubt that by leaving the door open like that again, excessive concentrations of gas would also collect in the corridors. By then, even if they were able to explore the world a second time, they would be unable to do so because of the gas gathered in the corridors. After all, one can only spend 10 minutes in an environment with excessive gas concentrations, which is not even enough time to get back and forth to the building. However, as long as they close the door during exploration, they can go back and forth repeatedly. However, something else happened that horrified the chosen. The door, it won't close. It was just wide open, and countless thick, toxic gases poured into the corridor like seawater irrigation. No, the way it's going, the door can't be shut, and sooner or later the corridor will be filled with gas. There's only one chance to explore this world, excluding the time it takes to return to the passage. The otherworldly home must be explored in 9 minutes. All the chosen ones realize this. Rush into the house as fast as you can. Chapter 65. Mom's room is my bedroom? My diary. 1/3. It's a different world, but both homes are the same. The chosen ones looked at the home furnishings, identical to the one above, and without the slightest hesitation, crossed the room and walked into the home. The house is covered in dust everywhere. The familiar couch, the TV even had cobweb knots on it. Home, as if it had existed for a long, long time. The signs of dilapidation and corruption were plain to see. The chosen ones had to sprint right up to their mom's room in an environment where dust and gas went hand in hand. Mom's room is locked inside and the chosen ones want to use the same key to open the room. But it turns out that the key on it, which had opened Mom's room, won't open the room here. The good thing is, the room in the spooky world isn't like the one above. Solid and sturdy. Spaghetti Nation. Chosen one McJ. Seeing that he couldn't open his mom's room, McJ fired off 2 hard kicks. Boom dash. The door of the dilapidated room could not withstand such a great force and shattered open, falling to the ground in response, stirring up a sheet of dust. I wonder what clues I can find inside Mom's room. Wait. This isn't Mom's room. McJ looked at the familiar layout of his bedroom and instantly reacted to the fact that it was his own room. In another weird world, the mom's room is, in fact, the kid's room? Then, by that extrapolation, the location of one's room would be the room of one's mother. The chosen ones looked across the closed room in amazement, their faces somewhat incredulous. However, now that the rooms were all open, the chosen had chosen to quickly go in and explore them once more. Weird tales of the world. As soon as Jung Fan entered the house, he similarly ran towards his mom's bedroom. After using the universal key to open the bedroom door, he realized that this was his bedroom, and a flash of realization appeared in his eyes. By speculation, that originally my bedroom was Mom's bedroom, which is why Mom's severed hand was in my room. Even though it was my bedroom, Jung Fan didn't leave. It's all open. Might as well look for clues. The room was set up exactly as it was in the bedroom above. Without looking for long, Jung Fan found a diary in the dusty closet. The pages of the diary are yellowed and somewhat worn. Jung Fan flipped open the diary, and the blurry handwriting on it recorded something intermittently. Follow the first person in the journal. It is easy to see that this is a diary written by me. October 15th. Sunny, my mom, not knowing what's wrong with her, suddenly asked me to go out and look for a job and said that if I don't find a job, she'll stop giving me living expenses. No way. I can't live without the living expenses my mom gives me. October 16th. The weather is sunny. I found a job not far from my neighborhood. Although the salary is a little low, but it's okay, mainly close to home. I don't want to get up early every day to run to and from work. According to the front, the original me would have been at home with no job and nothing to do, and my mom defaulted to my state. Why would you suddenly tell me to get a job? Could it be that you can't look at it anymore? Jung Fan carefully flipped through the diary and continued reading. October 19th. Overcast. Mom actually wants me to clean up my bedroom every day? I don't want to clean it up. I have to go to work and I don't have enough time. But once again, Mom threatened me with living expenses. So forget about it and clean it up. October 21st. Weather overcast. I don't know if I've agreed with my mom too many times, but she actually told me to go to bed on time and not play games or smoke? No, absolutely not. October 22nd. Weather sunny. I can't stand it anymore. My mom asks me to do so many things every day. She didn't ask me before. I had a fight with my mom and it didn't end well. October 27th. The weather was cloudy. I compromised because my mom didn't cook for me for the past few days. I was really tired of instant noodles, and my mom made my favorite dish. Back to the pot. November 2nd. The weather was cloudy. I don't know if it was the cooling, but mom had a cold and the coughing noise kept me awake. I don't know if it was originally my own problem, or if I'm just overthinking it. In the diary, mom appeared to be coughing later in the day, before the first day arrived to look for a job. I, however, don't seem to care too much about my mom, but rather think she's disturbing my sleep. Jung Fan added one more impression to the original me. No filial piety, or not caring about mom. November 8th. The weather was cloudy. Mom's cold was still not over, so I had to buy medicine for her cough every day, which was a pain in the ass. November 10th. The weather is sunny. My paycheck is issued. $50 a day for 24 days of work should be issued 1,250 yuan, but the black-hearted boss docked me $200 for being late. But it's okay, my mom gave me another $2,000, so I can finally get my game characters together. November 12th. Weather, sunny. My mom found out that I had flushed all my money into the game and had a big fight with me. I was so annoyed. Does my mom have to be in charge of where I spend the money I earn? November 13th. Sunny weather. What bad luck. The gas in the store leaked. The nausea was unbearable. I almost got gas poisoning. Gas? Jung Fan furrowed his brows, his eyes in deep thought. Is there any correlation between an otherworldly home, filled with the smell of gas? November 15th. Weather cloudy. I want to leave this home more and more. Every time I go home, my mother always accuses me, always talking about the shortcomings in me, and make me correct. Where is the former gentle mother gone? November 16th. Sunny weather. Oh, look, what have I found? An insurance policy? But why would mom buy insurance? After all, she always used to think insurance companies were just scams. Look, nah. The beneficiary is me, and there's actually $1 million. Why would mom suddenly buy insurance when she originally felt she didn't trust insurance companies? In Jung Fan's mind, some vague thoughts seemed to ignite a fire, and a conjecture surfaced faintly. November 17th? Sunny, I took off work to go online, and it was a great feeling. But, how did mom know I skipped work? Oh, it's really annoying. November 18th. The weather is cloudy, mom is getting more and more annoying, always chattering, every day in my ear chanting all kinds of things. A little sesame-sized things have to talk to me, so that I play the game Do Not Hurt. Mom is very annoying. How I hope that mom disappeared so that I can be at ease to play the game. November 19th. Overcast, mom's cough hasn't cleared up. She seems to have lost weight and her face is withered, like she's dying, but still yells at me for not cleaning the bedroom again. November 20th. Weather overcast, mom's bugging me early in the morning again. Doesn't she just want to quit her job? November 21st. Sunny, mom actually cancelled my game account? Mom is really annoying. Why don't you go die? November 22nd. Weather sunny, tranquilizer pills? What is this stuff? Why is it so expensive? November 23rd. Overcast, it snowed a little today, and the sound of my mom coughing is really loud, but soon I won't be bothered by her voice. Chapter 66. My plan. The truth of the matter. The rules to make up for it. 2/3. You won't be disturbed by mom's coughing? Did you cure mom with the tranquilizer pill? After all, the tranquilizer pills are claimed to cure all kinds of diseases. Jung Fan continued to flip through the diary. November 24th. Sunny, I quit my job. I didn't need to tell my mom, and I don't need my mom anymore, because if nothing else, I'm going to have a ton of money soon, so wish me luck. The things recorded in the diary seem to have come to an end. As of the November 24th diary, scroll down further and no new diary entries have appeared. However, the last diary entry caused Jung Fan's pupils to shrink. I quit my job? As per the previous diary, my mom doesn't approve of me quitting my job and I don't need my mom anymore. Is it what I think it is? I'm going to have a ton of money soon. It really seems to be what I thought it would be. Jung Fan's heart sank as he looked at a diary entry in front of him. November 16th. Sunny weather. Oh, look, what have I found? An insurance policy? But why would mom buy insurance? After all, she always used to think insurance companies were just scams. Look, nah, the beneficiary is me. And there's actually $1 million. $1 million is indeed a great deal of money for me who only earns $1,500 a month. So that's why the smell of gas is here. It all makes sense. Because of my mom's sudden change. The original me got bored. The meager paycheck jaded job, coupled with my mom's harsh discipline and the big $1 million insurance policy got me up in arms. At the same time, something happened in the store and the side effects of the tranquilizer pills made me implement the idea. Jung Fan lowered his eyes to cover the emotions in his heart, his expressionless face making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The outside world saw the contents of the journal and fell silent. How can he lay his hands on the thread in the hands of a loving mother, and the clothes on the body of a wandering son? Actually, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Killing a mother to cheat on her insurance. Killing a wife to cheat on her insurance. You don't see clearly what kind of evil heart is hidden under the exterior of a regular person. This is worse than the children of those starving old people. Have you heard of the case of the mother's murder? In fact, how could mom's monstrous coddling not be the source of all this? The chosen ones from various countries have also discovered the diary. After reading it, there was a bit of silence and an understanding of how the whole weird story started. The last diary entry coupled with the strong gas in the bedroom. I should have succeeded in my plan. So the way through. What is it? Will I apologize to my mom or will I go through the ending of the diary again and kill her with the gas in the hotel? Apologize to mom. Is it true that mom won't get angry and kill me because I killed her and know the truth? The Ugly Kingdom. Chosen one Baker. After reading the diary, Beck, for some reason, always felt like a pair of eyes were spying on him. Oh, this diary records something similar to what I went through, but I'm not as much of a loser as you are. It's better to kill mom to cheat on her insurance than to get rid of her evil and reach immortality. The original me killed my mom, and according to the reincarnation of the strange story, my mom should know that I killed her, and therefore she has developed a great deal of malice towards me. So, the way to pass the level is simply to kill mom again. Once more, the diary reinforced Beck's thoughts. After all, when there is someone who has strong ill will towards you, what you have to do is not to diffuse the other side, because the malice, there is no diffusing it at all. Hard to diffuse unless you pay a great price, like death for death. Since we can't do dissolution, we have to remove the source of the malice. After all, the source is all gone, and what bothers you, is gone. Oh, just like mom. I can't change her ideas about me. Agree with me, then have to make everyone who opposes me disappear. In this way, my ideas are always right. Beck smiled dementedly, his eyes showing maddening obstinacy. Jiang Fan finished reading the diary. Just put the diary back. Just then, the diary suddenly dropped a note. Instead of being worn out like the diary, the note was somewhat new and seemingly out of place in the world. There were some words on the note, and Jiang Fan's eyelids fluttered as a serious look emerged on his face. Those words, their rules. The rules on the paper ball were the same as the ones he had gotten earlier in the bedroom. In the meantime, or in a journal, it's in the closet, or in the trash. Almost all the chosen ones found the same note one after another. They looked at the note they found in amazement and their faces perked up with excitement visible to the naked eye. By the time you find this note, you'll be on your 7th reincarnation. 1. Each reincarnation exists for 7 days. 13. Make sure you don't tell your mom the blessing on the 7th day of Thanksgiving. She's turned into a demon. 14. Every time a reincarnation reaches 8 p.m. on the 7th day, everything will be reset. And the hour before the reset is the time when mom is at her weakest. Please make sure to kill mom after 7 p.m. and before 8 p.m. arrives to get out of reincarnation. Otherwise you will die completely. Chapter 67 The Right Rules. Rule number 14. Mom, 3/3. All the chosen couldn't contain their joy and excitement when they saw the back rules. The missing rules, revealed. They're out of the wheelhouse. And the way to get through the weirdness. There's a way. Kill mom and it will all be over. Sure enough, mom is the biggest creep in the house. So kill the creepy and I'll get through. Great. Finally found a way out of reincarnation. Oh, great. One more day and I'll be able to kill creepy. I killed my mom in the diary, only to kill her again in this weird story. All the chosen were cheering. Their hands holding the note were trembling with excitement. The replenishment of the rules in the other world was undoubtedly the biggest gain of their operation, as recorded in the diary. All it takes is for them to do the same act and kill their mom to get out of the 7-day cycle. Just like the original me, killing my mom. All the difficulties and troublesome problems disappeared. The chosen ones cheered, leaving the crowds outside a bit confused. Inside all the live streams, the chosen one enters the home. After reading the journal, a blank note suddenly and eerily floated down from the sky. Picking up the note, he began to laugh out loud. This has to worry the internet. Are the chosen ones contaminated with weirdness? But soon, the crowd reacted. I remember. In the beginning, the rules of weird talk seemed to be such a mass of paper. So, could there be message clues written on it that we can't see? It should be. The weird talk are going to cover the behavioral actions of the chosen when they get the pass clues and make their choices to prevent the chosen from copying the homework in other countries. Phew. Seeing as how the chosen are laughing so loudly, they should have gotten an important clue, right? Why didn't Big Summer Selector Jiang Fan smile? Maybe it's calm and collected? In the world of weird tales, in Jiang Fan's hand, on the note that was covered from the outside world by the weird tales mechanism, rules that were different from all the chosen appeared. By the time you find this note, you'll be on your 7th reincarnation. 1. Each reincarnation exists for 7 days. 13. Don't hurt mommy. 14. Perhaps you should apologize for the mistakes you've made. On the ball of paper, the missing 13th rule was filled in, and a 14th rule was added. Moreover, some of the rules that Jiang Fan had guessed incorrectly were changed to the correct ones. 4. Mom doesn't like bad children. Don't let mom find out about any bad habits or behaviors. And if you are found out by mom, please be brave enough to admit your mistakes. 6. Don't let it into your bedroom. 8. If you feel like you're being watched, you're doing something wrong. So fix it. 11. Mommy will tuck you in. Please don't be afraid of her. After seeing the 13th rule, as well as a couple of changed rules, Jiang Fan realized, this ball of paper may be the real deal. The rules written down by me in previous reincarnations. But the mistake I made. Is that the thing about feeding mom the tranquilizer pills? Should I apologize to my mom? According to the rules that were changed earlier, maybe it's the right thing to do. Except for the 2 extra rules. Jiang Fan also found a sentence at the bottom of the note. If you can, please say a blessing to mom for me on the 7th day of Thanksgiving and tell her, I'm craving her back to the table. The sentence is not in regular handwriting and even breaks at the end. The previous reincarnation of me should have written this with mixed feelings. At the same time, based on what was done in the diary, I, in reincarnation, should have realized my mistake. So, the pass for this time should be to correct the mistake and apologize to your mom. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he obtained important clues, Jiang Fan still did not leave. In the 2 or 3 minutes remaining while it lasted, he wanted to check out his mom's room, take a stroll around the house, see if there were any more clues. By the way, really stopping by to sign in. Ding. All sign-in successful. Get rules % correct judgment, permanent. Ding. Successful check-in to the kitchen. You've got pork in a pot X3/PC. Ding. Toilet signing in successfully. Gain willpower plus 200%. Percentage of rules correctly judged, permanent percentage of rules that can be judged to be correct. Plague hint, e.g., 1 out of 10 rules wrong, 90% correct. Note, this function is limited to the original rules, and the host cannot extract rules by itself to exclude wrong rules. Pork in hot pot x3/serving, pork in hot pot full of mom's love, plus 20 favorability after eating it. Strength of will plus 200%, 200% more than the original strength of will, applicable to a specific part of the body. Ahem, this willpower tripling is great. Of course, the most to my heart is the rule judgment. With this function, in the future, there is no need to guess one by one. After signing in, Zhongfan walked to his mom's room and sank his breath. Take out the master key and gently push it open. Wait until you see the bedroom layout in mom's room. His body shook, his pupils plummeted, and waves of shock rippled through his heart as he resisted the idea of turning around and leaving. The inside of mom's room was smelly. The smell of burning was strong, and there was a roaring fire burning in the walls. The temperature was extremely high, like the fire hell of the 18 layers of hell. On the floor, in the room, like broken glass, there were limbs, bits of flesh scattered everywhere. There was also a bump on the bed where the quilt covered it. The blood that constantly flowed out of the bed made the whole room seem like a fiery hell on earth. Horrible and bloody. Zhongfan held back his nausea and walked into the room. With each step, the sticky black blood stuck to the soles of his feet, glued by the flesh and blood. Walking over to the bed, he looked at the raised area of the bed and gently lifted the covers. The covers were lifted and the bed presented itself to appear. Zhongfan closed his eyes as he saw the scene in front of him and couldn't bear to look at it. A thin body on the bed was bowed, and even though the withered face was deeply sunken, but Zhongfan still recognized the identity of the corpse. Mom! Mom's eyes were deep-set, her hair was yellow and withered, and there wasn't a trace of blood on her lips. The body was bent over. Not a bit of flesh visible under the wrinkled skin, so thin that even the shape of the bones was visible. The face was contorted as if Mom was experiencing great unbearable pain. Mom's state was somewhat familiar to Zhongfan. Mom seemed as if she had some serious illness, not just a cough and cold. This situation is very much like a loved one in a previous life who had an incurable disease and was skinny before he died. A 6 feet 8 inches man who didn't even weigh 80 pounds. Zhongfan sighed and helped his mom put the covers on. Suddenly, a piece of paper exposed under the pillow caught Zhongfan's attention. There were some Sioux words on the paper. Zhongfan picked up the paper and fixed his eyes on it. These words are written in one careful stroke, and the comparison by handwriting is that this is not what the original me wrote. Instead, the so-called mom wrote it. Chapter 68, Letter from Mom. Signing off Mom's hand-knit sweater. 1/4. Fanny, by the time you read this, Mom will be gone. Mom had a little accident and unfortunately may not be able to accompany Van on his journey. Because of this accident, Mom had to be tough on you. Mom hopes that Xiaofan can become a person who can be independent and can live each day in the future when Mom is not around. Remember Xiaofan, you must have a job and be able to support yourself. Mom doesn't want you to be rich or famous, but I want you not to starve. You have to clean your house every day so that you won't be disliked when a girl comes to visit your home in the future. Stop playing games day and night. It's not good for your health. Oh, Xiaofan, you like to eat back to the meat. Mom has already made a dozen copies in advance and put them in the refrigerator. Xiaofan, don't eat too fast, otherwise there will be no more. Ha ha ha, Mom went shopping for a thing. Hopefully, after I'm gone, that thing will provide you with the help as well as the hope of supporting Van to continue on his journey. As the salesman said in the beginning, Mom is so sorry that she didn't give you the perfect home, the perfect clothes and the perfect food, and that she didn't have the destiny to be with you for the rest of your life. Goodbye, my dear Fan. Dated October 8th. Poor thing. Mom probably developed some kind of physical ailment and left the suicide note early. But, to her surprise, her children didn't seem to understand her intentions. After all, how can a child who is used to being clothed and fed accept a sudden change? In the end, not only did not make a change, but it took things to the other extreme. But that thing that Mom wanted, which was insurance, should have been put in place to give help to the child, right? Although, the method of implementation may vary somewhat. Zhongfan wiped his eyes. He's got rocks in his eyes. It's a bit of a big rock. Darn it, it's making his eyes red. No wonder. I signed back in the kitchen. I guess, that's the meal Mom prepares in advance for her kids. Only, instead of the child eating it, it fell into my hands cheaply. Zhongfan looked at his mom, who was curled up in a ball under the blanket, and reached out his hand, trembling a little, and stroked his mom's face. Lowering his head to his mom's ear, he hesitated for a moment and said softly, Mom, it's okay not to have a perfect home. I'm the happiest I've ever been with you. Mom, I'll take care of myself. go in peace. Perhaps, in many people's minds, moms are, for their children, coddled. However, Jung Fan didn't feel the same way. In the original family, a single parent, it was a normal thing for a mom to overcompensate for her child's fear of lack of fatherly love. There is no hesitation in saying that in a single-parent family, the child is the parent's only hope for survival. Leave your child behind after you realize you are sick. That is too much coddling, not teaching kids how to behave and live. Jung Fan thought that if he didn't have a system and had an intact family, he would probably do the same. In this life, on the other hand, I don't want to live much longer. Grow old the people who raised me, and raise the people I raised. As for himself, he'll leave it to time. Unfortunately, he didn't have the parents who raised him to adulthood. To be honest, Jung Fan was quite envious of this kind of coddling. At least, there is love. While lamenting, Jung Fan didn't forget to sign in. Ding! The bedroom has signed in successfully, and you've won a sweater hand-knitted by your mom. Mom's hand-knitted sweater. When wearing this sweater, you can summon creepy mom, S-rank, for 10 seconds. Mom will protect her baby wherever she is. Mom is superhuman. Plague tip, after this item has been used, it can be used again 72 hours later. Levels of weirdness? SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, equivalent to a 3-day interval where you can summon the invincible artifact mom for 10 seconds? Legend has it that you go home and tell your mommy about it, right? In the future. I'll finally be able to experience what it's like to be bullied and get my mom to back me up. 2. Jung Fan remembered the black-hearted boss. He didn't think of anything else, just trying to teach the black-hearted boss how to behave. Friendly greetings for a moment. Inside the country's live streams, while Jung Fan was reading the letter, the other chosen ones came to mom's room. Inside the room, the strong smell of gas, burning, blood, and the stench of corpses mixed together, combined with the fact that the room was full of blood clots and minced meat strewn everywhere. It made many chosen feel nauseous and revolted. What the hell is this? Beck frowned and lifted the covers with a look of disgust. Underneath the quilt, a dry, showing black body is revealed. The thin torso seemed more like a large black carbonized log. Recognition by face. Beck guessed that it could be mom. After all, it's only mom that shows up in the room that belongs to her. Beck waved his hand somewhat obtrusively, stifled his nausea and began searching his mom's bedroom to see if there were any clues. After rummaging through the bedroom, he turned his attention back to his mom. Could there be any clues about mom? But in the end, Baker was nowhere to be found. The room was turned upside down, even the covers on the bed, and mom's torso was thrown on the floor in a random mess. Waste of my time. Forget it, just do what the rules say and kill mom. Killing mom is the final pass condition, and the rest of the clues, I guess, are gone. Beck shook his head, clearly bored with the lack of clues he had found. Without exploring the rest, he walked out of the room. Baker didn't notice. After he walked out of the room, the body, which was thrown on the ground, suddenly moved. Jung Fan's eyes lit up, flashing with excitement. Mom's sweater is like a Pikachu summoner. But, not even a second later, the face instantly stiffened. Chapter 69 Resuscitated Mom. Crisis descends. 2/4. But, not even a second later, the face instantly stiffened. Mom's sweater. Enough to hang on to all the props he had acquired so far, and that included the one-time bizarre protection as well. In the system, the better the check-in, the heavier the contamination. Creepy protection was kind of the strongest sign-on prop in the last Weird Tales, and it was signed on the bus. The bus was full of shenanigans. Signed items good. Jung Fan is not rare. But, mom's bedroom. There doesn't seem to be anything dangerous about it at the moment, except for this bloody creepy bedroom layout. That, dangerous. From where? Something seemed to come to mind. At that moment, Jung Fan was sweating. His scalp was numb. His hands and feet were cold and prickly, and his hairs were erected in fear. The smile disappeared from his face and he turned a little stiffly to move his feet. Click 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 dash. Like the figure of bones breaking, it rang out from under the covers. It seemed as if something was reviving. Ahem. Since there's nothing here, then I'll leave first. Mom, I'll see you next time. Don't miss me. Grass. Dangerous to who else but the mom lying on the bed? Jung Fan didn't believe that a corpse could provide great contamination and be able to bring danger to him. Unless, of course, it's living spooky. Mom, it's alive. The is actually alive. And, by the looks of it, it's already awake. Aha! The sticky blood on the ground flowed as if the entire world had poured over. Countless amounts of blood seemed to flow backwards as if it were a monstrous river. The blood was pooling, flowing in a highly uncanny direction towards the bed. It was like something in the bed had opened its bloody mouth and was drawing all the blood back. Zhang Fan rushed out of the bedroom as fast as he could, the sticky and constantly surging backward blood on the soles of his feet giving a great boost to his advance. Suddenly, a sliver of blood seemed like a thin thread. It was drawn out abruptly, wrapping circle after circle around Zhang Fan's ankle. Grass. I just came in to say hi to my mom, so you don't have to keep me for dinner. Mom, I'll be damned. I said I didn't have to stay for dinner and you cuties are still pestering me. Are you not listening? Zhang Fan cursed and gathered his whole body strength to make a strong pull on his foot. After a systematic increase in power, as well as weird talk about redeeming stamina, the power that made Zhang Fan emanate was far greater than normal. In an instant, the bloody threads wrapped around his feet were torn apart. Now, Zhang Fan's muscles snapped and his face was serious to the extreme. The entire body was like a cheetah that had been storing up its strength for a long time, catapulting out at an extremely fast speed. All the lines of blood that wanted to wind up again, before they had a chance to do so, were pressed down a bit lower by the vapor waves that came out of the shock. When he tried to gather again, he realized that Zhang Fan was no longer in sight. Holy, it's not like I killed you. Don't chase me. After Zhang Fan escaped the bedroom, he didn't think about searching for clues, and rushed out of the house with the speed of watching a movie in his previous life. But, the moment he was about to step out of the room, boom, the iron door, which had been unable to close, was suddenly heaved shut. In the meantime, Mom's room, a pair of deeply sunken eyes opened. Outside, although Zhang Fan didn't see what happened in the bedroom after he left, but, netizens were treated to an incredible scene under the Weird Tales Live. Mom, who had been curled up in bed, bulged like a little ball under the covers. As the blood continued to flow to the foot of the bed, the blob seemed to get filled with blood and gradually swelled up. Bang, bang, bang dash, like a heart that keeps quivering. Suddenly, something sat up from the bed. It was Mom. The body, thin and showing bones, seemed to swell and gradually recover from the return of flesh and blood. The yellowed, parched face swells up like a balloon filled with gas. Naked limbs with deepening monoblack necrotic stains show the true state of Mom. Mom, resuscitate. The biggest creep in the other world, the home closest to the truth of what happened in the first place, comes to life. Countless people froze at first, looking at their mom's resentful, blood-red eyes and sweating. Pop-up screen cover. Mom is actually alive. This is even scarier than the previous ones. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even through the screen, I don't feel like my own hands and feet. If I were in a weird story, I probably wouldn't even be able to run. Don't be afraid. Mom's dead? Coated with egg wash and breadcrumbs, deep fried once. Mom's steak is ready. With the smell of the corpse, it tastes even better. Makoto, where's the king of hell? A few other live feeds are showing up with Mom's recovering. Baton Rouge. The chosen Gath was about to walk out of his house when he looked at the door that suddenly closed on its own. Slightly confused. Why did the door close on its own? Lobster Nation. Is it creepy out there shutting the door? The land of the Turks and Caucasians. No, it's dangerous. The dozen or so chosen anticipated, almost simultaneously, that they were in danger. His face turned pale, his body trembled continuously, and his head turned stiffly to the place where he felt the fearful gaze. A body slowly crawls out of the room. The black and purple limbs move stiffly, lifting their swollen heads and looking over with wide, bloodshot eyes. At once, all the chosen who were trapped in the room thought about the body that was found in Mom's room. No, it's Mom. Mom, it's revived. Chapter 70, Raising an Adult and Being the Best Mom in the World. 3/4, in the direction of the crawl. Mom, it's crawling towards them. The horrific crawl that clung to the ground caused dark blood to drip from Mom's body. All this blood, leaving a curved trail behind Mom. The horrifying image caused the hearts of the chosen to abruptly stop beating for a split second. A chill went up to the top of his head, like being in an ice cellar. Shivering, even breathing was extra hard. Run, what are you waiting for? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is not a mom. This is a corpse. When I meet such a picture, not to mention the chosen one, I don't even want to run away. I simply don't have the courage to escape. Phew, it's a good thing the corpses in the morgue I was guarding weren't so active. They were quiet and just kept looking at me with their eyes open. Gus, what are you doing? Oh, my God. Send him a cue to run. Fortunately, McJ had already left home long ago, or he was afraid that he would be in the wrong danger as well. The nations watched as their chosen one froze in fear at the sudden scene before them, itching to rush into the strange talk and drag them away. Of course, some countries are celebrating, grateful that their own chosen had not explored all of their time, choosing to return to the surface sooner rather than later. I don't know if the crowd's nervous cries worked, or if the chosen ones remembered that if they didn't leave, their lives would be lost. They all came back to their senses, resisted the fear in their hearts, and opened the door to their rooms. The door to the room appeared to be just closed, not locked. The chosen one opened the door to the room and fought their way out. None of them were thrilled and excited when they saw the passage from which they had come. They're, like, about to get out of sight of the chosen ones. Mom had climbed out of the room. Mom climbed slowly, as if her huge torso was slowing her progress. But, behind him, the curved, eerie scratches of blood began to surge, densely packed, like countless veins. It wrapped around the entire home, pulsing. At the same time that Mom spread a wry smile, lines of blood suddenly spread from within the house, in all directions, covering the entire hallway. Almost instantly, the line of blood grew to the soles of the chosen's feet, endless twists and turns that quickly climbed all over his body. No! Gaff looked at the near mouth of the passage and let out a cry of resignation. It was obvious that I would be in soon, so how is it that at this point, my mom caught up with me? With all his strength, Gaff tried to rip the bloody threads from his body, but the line of blood was like a tightly bound wire, so sharp that it even cut Gaff's hand. Gradually, lines of blood wrapped around Gaff's entire body, and from a distance, it looked like a blood-red mummy. The creepy crawly mom's body twisted and made clicking noises all over her body, only to see the crawling mom suddenly stand up, as if uncomfortable with standing, her body wobbling and twisting. Click 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 dash. Mom stood up and looked at Gaz, who was wrapped in a line of blood, her bloodshot eyes showing mad anger. Suddenly, Mom snapped her mouth open and swallowed the bloody mummy in one gulp. The dark purple belly gradually bulged along with Gaz's disappearance, as if she was carrying a baby. The scene changes. Scary creepy mom disappeared. A beautiful woman appeared on the air, holding her bulging belly, her loving eyes curved with a happy smile. Come on out, baby. I'm going to raise you to be the best mom in the world. Ding dash. The woman walked into the house and closed it. Softly, the door plate on the door revealed 402. Batanguk's live feed blacked out, and the emotionless voice belonging to the Weird Tales mechanism rang out. Batangoku's chosen Gaff dies. Weird talk randomly descends. The moment Po, the chosen one of the Earth Kingdom, saw the door eerily shut, he instantly reacted to the fact that he might be in danger. Nor did he hesitate too much, nor did he care about the sudden rattling behind him. Hurriedly, he opened the door to his room and ran as fast as he could to the passage. Phew! Phew! Po went through the passage, the crisis in his mind vanishing into thin air. I don't know what it is, but it must be dangerous. Lucky's running fast, gotta get back on the ground. The dark passageway was somewhat narrow. Po slowed down and couldn't continue to run fast enough. Not long after the walk, a small white light appeared in front of him. Po blushed with delight. It was the exit of the passage. Mom's room. Abruptly, just then, Po felt the light around him. Not so dark. A dark red light, lit up from the darkness, flickered. It's like something that was originally present in the passageway has been awakened. As the light gradually illuminated the entire passage, Po also got a good look at what was glowing in the passage. Endless horror, fear, and dread appeared on Po's face. It's a vein-like thing. The stars were scattered, tightly encircling the passage. It was glowing at the moment, bulging, like something was flowing in the red tube. It was the sort of thing that made Po feel bad and pick up his pace again. It could be that this other world is about to be restored to its original state because of the horrible appearance of something. I have to get back to the surface before the other world collapses altogether. But a scene that made Po despair appeared. What had been a sturdy step underfoot suddenly turned into a red tube of flesh. Like a red sponge, Po couldn't help but sink into it with every step. Sheer softness with a slimy tug made Po's entire body nearly unsteady on its feet. Gradually, the red tube at the top started dripping out liquid. Liquid drops, large and small, fell on Po's body as if it were raining heavily. It seemed that the passage was sealed and the liquid began to gather and accumulate, bit by bit, spreading Po's ankles, calves, until the entire lower half of his body was in liquid. The liquid stank and smelled like blood and rust. More and more liquid builds up, turning the passageway into a sea of red. Po didn't grieve or despair too much. He couldn't think about that much anymore. For out of nowhere a bloody red tube came through and connected his body. This bizarre thread wrapped out of his entire body, down his stomach, and through, finally, pull him into the liquid. The red thread seemed to be like his mother's umbilical cord, giving Po a powerful vitality and making Po feel a sense of familiarity. The eyelids were getting heavy. Po's huddled form was accompanied by a wry smile on his face. The body was secured in the liquid by the red threads. Peaceful, blissful slumber. Chapter 71. He's in a weird body. Jung Fan died? 4/4 plus more. Batangoku chosen Po dies. Weird talk randomly descends. Lobster Nation's chosen one, Hemi, dies. Weird tales randomly descend. Yashikuni's chosen one Quin dies. Weird tales randomly descend. Less than a minute. Almost all of the chosen who stayed in the other world, all of them died. Except for some lucky ones who left early. No one escapes the horrific consequences of Mom's recovery. The nation sighed as they looked at the dead chosen. Don't they have the strength? No. To have survived long enough to open Mom's room and enter the otherworldly world is to have enough strength. They were just, well, that much less lucky. But, it's that little bit that brings death. The countries ordered it down with heavy faces. They'll put up a monument to these, the chosen ones who worked so hard and bravely for the survival of their country. Honor, remember, and thank them. Oh, wait, there seems to be one lucky survivor. The countries turned their attention to Zhang Fan, who was running hard. In the world of weird tales, Zhang Fan was the first chosen one to feel his mother's revival. Coupled with his strong physical qualities, Zhang Fan's escape speed was far ahead. Zhang Fan had already run to the entrance of the passageway before the other chosen had realized his mother. The moment. The white light in front of me was getting bigger. The exit, it's just around the corner. Likewise, the red light that surrounded them began to light up in the darkness. A flickering manifestation. Damn. You're worried that I'm lost and you're giving me light, right? No. You guys are too kind. Zhang Fan clenched his teeth. Even though the shoes on his feet were running off, he still exerted 200% of his running speed. Dum 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 dum. It was as if the sound of a heart beating was ringing overhead. The passageway of the wall, made up of lines of blood, began to flow and contract. The slippery touch of the soles of his feet, as well as the liquid filled with a strange odor, made Zhang Fan involuntarily think of one thing. Uterus. The passage seems like a uterus, and the bloodline is slippery. Isn't it the umbilical cord? As for the echoing heartbeat sound, I should be in my mom's belly. How can there be another world in my diary when the original 402 has long since been blown away? A home that smells of gas? The exit is to the world of Mom's heart, or rather, her last memories. At the thought of it, the possibility of being inside a creepy body, Zhang Fan then felt his scalp go numb and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Should I summon my mom? Have her have a PK with creepy mom? However, the two moms must have the same strength, and if I can't beat the creepy mom, there's still no way to mitigate the contamination I've been subjected to. Zhang Fan couldn't dare to imagine it. During a fight between two moms, he got liquid here and drowned. That would be outrageous. Snap dash. The other shoe, too, was run too fast and thrown off. The exit is getting closer. The blood light around them, too, all lit up. The sticky liquid had spread to Zhang Fan's neck, cheeks, mouth, nose. Just as the liquid was about to submerge Zhang Fan altogether, the passageway exit, just around the corner. Snap dash. Zhang Fan fought to move towards the exit, his hand already picking at the exit wall. The veins in his hands rippled, and he exerted all his strength to pull himself out. But, suddenly, the liquid is like the ocean, the calm sponge. In an instant, rippled, the waves churned, and a great wave struck. Zhang Fan's hand, which was grasping the mouth of the passageway tightly, was detached by the strong force of the wave, and was knocked back more than 10 meters at once. Holy, it's still capsizing. Quickly, system, use the stand-in-wa. The words were not finished. A thread of blood wrapped around Zhang Fan. The bloodline seemed to have infinite magic power, causing Zhang Fan's cursing facial expression to become tranquil all of a sudden. The words that had not yet been spoken were also disconnected. With heavy eyelids, Zhang Fan slowly closed his eyes with a serene smile. The outside world sees this with regret. The only lucky one, gone. Dasha, conference room. Zhang Fan, no more? If only, it had just come out earlier. Member Wang Jie's numb eyes looked at the live broadcast dead on. He couldn't believe that Zhang Fan was just gone. Like venting, Wang Jie kept tapping the solid wood table in front of him. The thick palm of his hand was red, and Wang Jie didn't seem to feel any pain. Zhang Fan is obviously so smart and the fastest one to run. How could this happen? Maybe, there is still hope for Zhang Fan. Maybe, the leader of the group, Wei Jian, saw the scene and said nothing in silence, just trying to stare straight into the live feed. The red blood is coming out and my eyes are so sore that they are leaving tears in my eyes. Wei Jian still didn't blink. It seemed that, by taking another look, he was able to produce a miracle. Zhang Fan would be able to escape the immediate predicament. The people who were sitting there were all looking at Zhang Fan, who was wrapped in bloodlines, with their eyes, attempts to find a glimmer of hope in it. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The anticipation in the hearts of the crowd disappeared. Pity. No. At this moment, everyone in Dasha was all ashes. Zhang Fan failed. Their hope gone. Looking at the live broadcast, Zhang Fan, who was wrapped in red bloodlines, everyone in Dasha lowered their heads with sadness in their hearts. In the world of weird tales, just when everyone was expecting it. Seemingly, there was a turnaround. The unconscious and slumbering Zhang Fan didn't hear it. A voice that rang in his head. Warning, host is being contaminated. 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%. Warning, contamination levels are over 50%. Ding. Automatically use the weird protection to get rid of all the contamination and continue the domination effect for 10 minutes. Chapter 72 10 Perfect Pills. Tearing the bloodline with bare hands. 1/3. Mom, is Brother Jiang Fan dying? Oh no. Brother Jiang Fan just went to another world. The young mother tenderly stroked her child's head, and tears continued to drip from her reddened eyes. The moment. Countless people were saddened by Jiang Fan's death in their hearts. It's not just sad that this copy of Dasha didn't pass. It is even sadder that another brave man has given his life for Dasha. They would, forever, remember Jiang Fan. But, Brother Jiang Fan moved Ugh? The little girl was a little puzzled, her young face showing her doubts. Pointing to the screen in the sky, he spoke. Jiang Fan, moved? The young mom looked up, incredulously watching everything on Weird Tales Live. Like he couldn't believe the amazing scene his eyes were seeing, he froze in place. The screen that belonged to Jiang Fan in the projection playback of the Weird Tales world had not yet gone black. The large screen. People could clearly see that Jiang Fan's eyes moved. Immediately afterward, like a king sleeping for 1,000 years, he opened his eyes and woke up. Jiang Fan, not dead. Everyone subconsciously held their breath and watched this scene nervously. Until, confirming that he wasn't mistaken, a look of surprise erupted on his face. Rejoicing, leaping, and clapping constantly with excitement. Jiang Fan, not dead. There's still hope. In the world of Weird Tales, Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes. The viscous liquid squeezed his body so heavily that he kept falling back. Phew. Good thing the system works. Jiang Fan looked at the 10-minute countdown of the hegemony on the system's screen. His face snapped and his hand exerted force, grabbing the bloodline connecting him to his stomach and violently pulling it. Rip. The line of blood snapped open. Jiang Fan felt his body lighten as he regained control of his body. The countless blood threads at the bottom seemed to sense that Jiang Fan was out of his control, and they all of a sudden surged up, waving their tentacles and attacking Jiang Fan. It seemed to want to re-trap Jiang Fan, not allowing him to escape his grasp. Like a group of devils that had gone mad, the swarm of devils danced, and the blood-colored lines of blood covered the entire sky above. Rip! Jiang Fan didn't have a weapon at his disposal, so he could only use brute force to tear apart one bloodline after another. The obstruction of countless threads of blood made it exceptionally difficult for him to advance. Jiang Fan estimated that if he didn't have a hegemonic body, I'm afraid that a random thread of blood would be able to connect to his body again. How are these countless threads of blood not the same thread that connects the hearts of mother and child? They say mother and son are connected to each other. Mother and son are connected to each other. But I'm not your son. I can't be connected to you. Oh hey. Jiang Fan cursed, but the movements of his hands didn't slow down. Reaching out, he grabbed a handful of the gushing lines of blood and his muscles snapped into action. 1. Rip. 10 roots. Click dash. 100 roots. No matter how horribly weird and strong the bloodline is, at this moment, they were all reduced to pieces in Jiang Fan's hands. Jiang Fan tugged at the blood threads as if he were tugging at the weeds that grew wildly and savagely in the field. With one hand, dozens of bloody threads were uprooted. Jiang Fan took one step forward, and behind him, gradually, from the countless threads of blood, a small path that only one person could pass through was vacated. Jiang Fan, using the hegemonic body, plus the strength of his entire body with 200% of his staying power, for himself, in the midst of a myriad of shenanigans, to kill hard. It seemed to be stripped naked by Jiang Fan, and it seemed to be scared. In front of Jiang Fan, the line of blood blocking him slowly became less and less. The stench and nausea was like a torrent of liquid, wanting to make another huge impact. But, hopelessly, impact after impact, it still didn't manage to knock back the invincible bully sustained mechanic. Open the hegemony body. It's like a 10% pill. The source constantly strengthens all aspects of the body's qualities. Intelligence, physical strength, speed, etc. All being enhanced by 100-fold. Although my basic physical fitness is still low in all aspects, but, strengthened, it's enough to face a copy of this star. Suppose, after the body's various basic physical abilities come up, with the all-around strengthening of the dominating body, I may not be unable to tear down the SSSS level shenanigans with my hands. Buster, similar to the decathlon. The Jiang Fan just now hadn't been able to tear the bloodline. You can only dodge the bloodline. Even, a bloodline connects to his body and he loses all resistance. But, with the added support of the dominant body, a weird and scary line of blood that instantly turns into a weed in seconds. Jiang Fan was able to destroy dozens of them with a single hand. Jiang Fan's brutal action caused the outside world to be shocked with it. I'll be damned. This man eliminates the creepy with his bare hands. Jiang Fan should have exchanged his weird tails points for strength in order to kill Bloodline. Don't you guys think this scene is hot? I can't wait to get in there and experience the thrill of killing a creep. Do you want me to piss on you, brother upstairs? Wake up. You went in there to be struck down by creepy. Oh no. One glare from creepy and you're dead. In a jiffy, Jiang Fan once again walked to the entrance of the passageway. All he needed now was 1 foot out the door to get away from this other world. Jiang Fan looked back. Numerous lines of blood grew in the narrow passage. At the moment they were all scattered around the passageway as if they had been anesthetized, disheveled and powerless. The red glow around them, too, dimmed a lot, but far away. The line of blood under Jiang Fan's torn side seemed to glow again as if it had revived. Is mommy here? Jiang Fan sank his breath. 1 foot out of the mouth of the passage. Seemingly thinking of something, he turned his head again to look at the rapidly lighting up bloodline and spoke softly. Mom, I'm sorry. Subsequently, stepping out of the passageway completely, the door to the room belonging to his mother closed heavily. Article 14. Perhaps an apology is in order. A mom within the other world is also a mom. In case the past referred to apologizing to his otherworldly mother, then Jiang Fan would be finished. He was incapable, again, of going through this crisis-ridden passage, facing the crisis directly, and meeting his mother to say he was sorry, whether mom takes it or not. I said it anyway. Jiang Fan skimmed his lips and looked at his mom who was mesmerized on the sofa. Moms in other worlds can be so welcoming. He even kept him down for dinner when he was about to leave. Jiang Fan felt that it was good to still be with this mom. At least there wouldn't be actions like forcing him to stay for dinner. Now then, just wait until the last day and say a formal apology to your mom as well as admit your mistake. Oh, and Thanksgiving wishes. Jiang Fan whistled. In the letters I see from my mom in the other world, she does everything for her own good. The past condition, too, is to apologize and admit your mistake like your mom. But Jiang Fan didn't intend to let his mom wake up from this. Continue to use the tranquilizer pills not only today, but tomorrow as well. It's only when you do something wrong that you need to apologize. One has to start with one thing and stick to it to make it a complete thing, including the wrong things. Chapter 73 The Key That Wasn't Returned. It's bad behavior to cheat on your mom. 2/3. Jiang Fan pretended that he couldn't see his mom and walked peacefully into the bedroom. The bedroom door won't close. Jiang Fan looked at it and always felt uncomfortable. The door was wide open. Mom was unconscious, and the night was safe. But he didn't want to wake up in the morning to see his mom standing in the doorway with no expression on her face. That must have scared him to death in his weak mind. He had to block the door to his room with something so he could sleep in peace. In a jiffy, Jiang Fan patted the non-existent dust on his hands, looking at the tightly closed door of the room. His face was soothed. Finally, the problem is solved. The door to the room that wouldn't close was hardened by a heavy object. Outside netizens were filled with confusion when they saw the item. This thing, it's like a 50-kilogram gas bottle. When did Jiang Fan have this? Blind guess. Probably took the gas bottle in passing when exploring the kitchen. Good guy. Jiang Fan is a passing bandit. He won't stop until his mom's house is emptied. Right? Ahem. It's actually been emptied. The gas tank's in mom's house. Mom's bloodline. And yes, the door to mom's house, when it came out, was also hammered through by Jiang Fan's fist. Am I the only one worried that the mom who revived inside that other world will not come rushing up? The sleeping Jiang Fan didn't see it. Mom's room that was forcibly closed. Something seemed to be squeezing the door of the room, trying to break through. The door to the room was propped up to expand and bend out of shape, but the door to the room was solid and never broke. The things in the room seemed to realize that she couldn't come out, and slowly, the movement decreased and disappeared. Just a smear of blood out of the doorway. Spooky as hell. Early morning. Mom, as usual, woke up Jiang Fan. There was no knocking on the door, much less pushing it in. Today, Jiang Fan's appetite has changed. Had 2 big bowls of noodles and clear soup, and 4 fried eggs. Oh, did I just fall asleep on the couch last night? Why do you feel dizzy and sleepy? Mom looked pale and coughed softly halfway through her sentence. Frown and cover your forehead. Seems to have forgotten what happened last night. Oh Mom, I saw you sleeping soundly on the couch last night, so I didn't wake you up. Jiang Fan's face was not red, his heart was not jumping, and he shivered 2 mouthfuls of noodles. Mom doesn't like kids with bad behavior. But, bad behavior that is not detected, then it is not bad behavior. Besides, he wasn't lying. Jiang Fan did see his mom sleeping soundly on the sofa, but didn't tell Mom that he was the one who put her in a deep sleep. Mom then subconsciously assumes that she is in the process of watching TV and falls asleep. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Fan had not lied. Oh, Is that so? Hurry up and eat. Fan. You'll be late for work soon. Jung Fan nodded, although he didn't really want to meet that pickpocket boss. But, remembering his mom's letter, he must have a good job. Jung Fan was still planning to work another day's shift. Jung Fan's side was incredibly safe, but some of the chosen ones are experiencing a crisis in their live room. Golden State. The chosen one, Odie, was a bit mopey as he ate his breakfast. Ugh, why do I even need to go to work this morning? Why do you need to kill mom after 7 p.m. tomorrow, and not earlier? Tai was extremely depressed. The past condition is to kill mom. It'll have to wait until tomorrow to kill mom. And because he hadn't purchased enough tranquilizer pills, Mrs. O needed to work one more day to make sure that tonight would be a safe night. For Mrs. O, one more day on the job means one more day of danger. Might as well stay home. While Oda was depressed, he didn't see a hint of doubt appear on his mom's face behind him. The doubt seemed to gradually deepen again into anger. Immediately after, came to the table and opened his mouth. Oda, are you cheating on mom about something? Mommy doesn't like lying children. Mom was pale, but her eyes were very powerful as she looked straight at Oda. It seemed, for sure, that Oda was lying. Otai's body trembled and said with some unnaturalness, Mom, no, you must be overthinking it. How can you tell mom now about charming her? I'm afraid, once he says it, he'll be killed by creepy mom. Is there really none? Then, why are the keys missing from my person? Say, did you take it? Oda, what are you doing with the key? Is it into my room? Mom sank into an angry tone and looked Oda dead in the eye. Otai was like a thunderbolt. All of a sudden he was able to freeze, his eyes full of unbelief. Key too. Key? Right. The room key he found on his mom last night seems to have been subsequently placed on him after he returned from the other world. Thought, I'd explore the other world again tonight. The keys are all found and mom's past condition is there. As for whether or not to put the key back, Oda didn't even pay that much attention, because mom was going to die anyway. A key is just a key. What I didn't realize was that mom actually caught him in a lie because the key was missing from his person. Damn, he should have given the keys back to mom. Oda looked at his mom's increasingly angry face, and it was clear to him that he could never admit to this. Otherwise, by the way mom was angry, he would have been killed for sure. Rule number 4. If a bad habit behavior is caught by your mom, speak up and weasel out. His behavior of not going through his mom to get the keys is bad behavior. He could never admit it. He had to change the subject. Odie's eyes lit up. At once he spoke. Mom, you lost your keys. I didn't take them. What do I need your keys for? Just ask for them. Maybe mom, that's where you accidentally left it. Just like before, inside my room. Mom, unfortunately I have to go to work right now. Otherwise, I would have found the key for you, Oda said. Acting like she was going to be late for work, she hurriedly grabbed her lunchbox and walked out of the house. At the moment Oda was extraordinarily grateful that he had to go to work. Otherwise, staying at home is surely a way to suffer the wrath of your mom. Oh, yeah? Mom's face clouded over, like she could sense the presence of the key. The movement became suddenly swift. In a flash, he appeared in front of Otai's body, his hand reaching forward. A key that appeared in mom's hand, and it was the key that was fished out of Oda's pocket. The key turned out to be in Oda's pocket, and Oda really did take mom's key. Oda, you don't seem to be very obedient. Oh, still won't admit it. Mom whimpered and laughed as cracks began to appear in the walls, revealing the general burning of the fire. Inside the room, an endless stream of resentment poured from mom, and her eyes, too, became bloodshot. At this moment, Otai was like falling into an ice cellar, and his heart stopped beating. Mom suddenly grabbed Oda and her strength became enormous, carrying Oda, as if she were a chicken, to the door. The door to the room was opened with a snap. Inside the room, there was a scene exactly like the otherworldly mom's room. On the bed, a body charred to black was unrecognizable. Oda, since you want to go into mommy's room so badly, Oda can talk to mommy. Mom, it's not like you're not allowed in. Oda seems to be curious about mom's room. So now this room, it's yours Oda. Mom laughed out loud as the charred body on the bed suddenly disappeared. No, Mom, I was wrong. Otai cried out, his voice miserable and his face as white as a corpse. He felt the intense heat and his body began to spontaneously combust. Not a moment too soon, the strong and powerful Oda was then burned into a thin black corpse, lying stiffly on the bed, identical to the body that had just disappeared. Golden Kingdom's chosen one. Oda dies. Weird tales randomly descend. Chapter 74. Happy Thanksgiving. Mom worked hard. 3/3. Shortly, 7 or 8 chosen died that morning, and the reason for the deaths is all because mom found that key, obviously just about to pass. Being so careless, lives were lost, and even more so, the chance to pass. Many countries shook their heads and sighed. I shouldn't. When bad behavior goes undetected, then bad behavior is not bad behavior. When the bad behavior is actively detected, well, a whole lot of people are rotten to the core and loathed by people. Inside the hotel, Jiang Fan, who came to work, seemed to have changed his spirit. While the fat boss stared at him, Jiang Fan directly disliked him, in a wide-eyed state of unconcealed arrogance with the fat boss. What are you looking at? Won't you go to work? The fat boss was a little annoyed. Obviously, he used to be the one to keep an eye on Jiang Fan. Why has it changed now? Obviously, the employee was already obnoxious. So why was he able to do something that disgusted him even more? In the past, all those disrespectful behaviors of this employee had made the fat boss feel uncomfortable. Today, this damn employee doesn't know how many pounds of gunpowder he's taken to be so bold? How will you know I'm looking at you if you don't look at me? The fat boss was silent for a while as he looked at Jiang Fan's behavior that was almost face to face with him. It's so obvious. You need to see it? Even he could smell the odor of eating garlic in Jiang Fan's mouth. It's like the quiet before a volcano erupts. The fat boss's face was getting redder and redder, like a gunpowder that was almost about to explode. But the store didn't need Jiang Fan to be busy at the moment. Therefore, Jiang Fan did not violate the rules of the store. The fat boss looked like a deflated ball. His grip loosened and pinched and loosened. Kid, you wait. Just wait and see. And I don't know how many times you've said that. With mom's sweater. Jiang Fan felt that he could even make a scene in hell at the moment. Anyway, he has his mom to pinch. He can't beat anyone who bullies him. He's going to cry to his mom for revenge. After getting $50, Jiang Fan disliked the fat boss's disgusted look in return. As he passed by the pharmacy, he took out the 5 roses that the system had gotten from signing in earlier. Oh, look at that. I spent a day's pay. $50 on 5 roses. I'm sure that mom will be very touched when she receives the flowers then. Jiang Fan returned to the Sunshine District, looking at the 7th building of their home. The gas that had leaked in their house must have exploded if it was as he suspected. As a result, this entire building, there was a fire. In the passageway, the fires that appeared out of nowhere and were restored by bizarre erosion were proof of that. Once again, I saw the security man. There was a hint of sympathy in Jiang Fan's eyes. Going by the piss-poor nature of Weird Tales World, the security Moncler outlet store guards, no doubt, were innocent people lost to the fire. Walking towards the building, Jiang Fan practically ninja'd the pain of the fire and walked home. The fire burned ferociously, and the intense heat scalded several blood blisters from his feet. I can't go to work tomorrow, so I'll just stay home and say I'm taking the day off. While Jiang Fan opened the door to his room, Mom became even weaker. But still, he braced himself and came to the door to greet Jiang Fan. Dinner is still the same, pork back to the pot, braised tofu, and shredded potatoes. Jiang Fan slowly ate and talked to his mom about deliberately pissing off his boss today. Oh yes, Xiao Fan, mom put a lot of already fried back pork in the fridge for you. Remember to eat it, Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan paused his chopsticks. Think of the letter you saw in the other world. His heart was mixed, but he raised a smile and nodded. Okay, Mom, I'll eat. But, Mom, I still prefer to eat your freshly made ones. They're better. Time came peacefully to the last day of the round. Day 7. The moment. There were still nearly 20 chosen ones left. The countries in the outside world that saw this scene were relieved. Although there was a difference from the previous visualization of over 50 surviving chosen, it seemed good that 20 chosen were able to pass. Day 7. None of the chosen ones went to work. Mom, it's Thanksgiving, so I'm going to stay and spend Thanksgiving with my mom instead of going to work. Mom, it's Thanksgiving. Wish your mom a happy holiday and may she always be happy and young. Jiang Fan took out the prepared roses from behind his back. The roses were red and colorful, each blooming with a large rosebud. It's bright and colorful and smells great with a strong rose scent. Is this for me? Mom was in some disbelief. Her eyes were full of redness as she looked at Jiang Fan, who was seriously holding a rose in front of her. Right. Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving for mom. The best looking roses. Naturally, for the best mom in the world. Xiao Fan. Mom's miserable face glowed as she took the rose. The eyes flashed with endless light. And in this moment, the decaying body was filled with vitality. Turning around, shoulders shaking slightly, Mom gulped out softly as she hugged Rose. Jiang Fan shook his head, some relief in his eyes. The original mom didn't wait for her son's blessing on Thanksgiving Day. The mom who now turns out to be creepy is waiting for Jiang Fan's blessing. Mom never wanted any particularly expensive gifts. A casual happy holidays and a word of Thanksgiving. Or even a, you've worked hard, Mom. All of them were able to make Mom happy for a long time. But the simpler the pleasure, the harder it is for Mom to access it. A bouquet of flowers is able to make mom happy all day. Likewise, 2 or 3,000 game draws are able to keep the original happy for a while, but I choose to make mom happy. Jung Fan smiled slightly and walked forward, taking his mom's arm, like a toddler pampering his mom. Mom, I'm craving back to the pot. Okay, mommy's going to make it for you. Mom seemed to have just returned from a grocery shopping trip, somewhat happy, with anticipation revealed in her eyes. Jay, it's actually Thanksgiving. I saw all those neighbors downstairs having Thanksgiving, and they bought so many things, and one of them bought roses for his mother. Spaghetti Nation. Chosen One McJay was sitting on the couch in a daze when he heard the words and snapped back to his senses. It's easy to tell from the envious tone of her mother's voice that she wants Thanksgiving and some of McJay's blessings. But McJay didn't give the slightest indication, just a faint response. Oh mom, I'm hungry. McJay always kept in mind the rules of otherworldly acquisition. Can't say blessing to mom. Mom has turned into the devil. If he said the blessing to his mom, he would definitely break the rules and might be eaten by his mom who turned into a demon. The anticipation in mom's eyes didn't fall when she got McJay's answer, although McJay had no desire to give her Thanksgiving. Still, mom said with a gentle smile, okay, I'm going to make dinner. The chosen ones in each country who survived remembered. Can't send mom a blessing on this rule. Some of the soft-hearted chosen, unwilling to see their mom's lost expression, were more than just out of sight, out of mind, and hid in the bedroom. Until, after 7 o'clock in the evening, the chosen appeared in the living room in unison, looking at his mom, who was alone watching TV. He enthusiastically served water and tranquilizer pills. Mom, it's time to take your medicine. Take this and it will help. After 7 days of change, mom still went from being a gentle, beautiful mom to a frail, skinny, bony, waxy, will-o'-the-wisp mom. Mom nestled on the couch, her eyes deeply sunken, her cloudy eyes looking at the medicine the chosen ones were handing out. It seemed to sense the chosen's concern and lit up with a relieved look. Good. That's good. Chapter 75 Hit the Mom. Ugly Kingdom Past? 1/3. Mom's face was pale, her lips bloodless, and her sickly appearance nestled on the couch. After 7 o'clock, it's the time when mom is at her weakest. It's as if it looks like it's gradually showing weakness. Talking to the chosen ones, his eyes fluttered shut and he was on the verge of falling asleep. Mom spoke in a very, very soft tone. It seemed to waste the strength of his whole body, and he was breathless. But these words were like a heavy stone that slammed into the chosen one's heart. A shiver from their souls made the chosen not dare to look their mother in the eye. Mom has aged a lot and looks like she's not going to live long. But the eyes that looked at the chosen one still held the most peaceful and loving hearts. Mom, you, eat it and you'll be able to get better. Spaghetti Nation. Chosen One McJay hesitated, but opened his mouth, only, not daring to meet his mother's eyes. For days pay was only able to purchase 2 tranquilizer pills. After seeing the past conditions, almost all of the chosen were torn. After 7 p.m. On the 7th night is when mom is at her weakest. However, even if it was weak and weird, they did not dare to strike it down. Nothing else. Mom hates kids who do the wrong thing. They have to make sure that there is no room for error at every step. But, even if they worked for 2 more days and bought a new one of the tranquilizer pills, they wouldn't have enough time by the end of the day. Because, off-duty is at 8. They have to kill Creepy between 7 and 8. The timing doesn't match the rules. So there must be some tiny point they didn't think of. After all, weird talk, while dangerous, still leaves a silver lining. And after seeing the miraculous effects of the tranquilizer pills, a guess bubbled up from a portion of the clever chosen. Since tranquilizer pills can cause a healthy person to pass out for hours, what about the frail mom? I'm afraid the side effects will come more violently. So, they chose to cut off a small portion of the tranquilizer pill. I don't know if it's just the chosen ones getting lucky. And perhaps, it's the reason why mom is getting weaker and weaker. They guessed right. Mom's physical fitness was in serious decline, resulting in an incomplete tranquilizer pill that could put her to sleep for a long time. The side effects of the tranquilizer pills lasted until the morning of the 7th day when mom was fed the tranquilizer pills on the evening of the 6th day. And she hadn't woken up yet. You know, after they were fed the tranquilizer pills the day before, mom was able to get them up on time to go to work. According to how sick and weak mom is right now, a small portion of the tranquilizer pills, along with an equal portion of the medicine, was able to knock mom out for several minutes. Killing is nothing but a headache. Not to mention, for a mom who was in a coma for a few minutes, enough for the chosen one to strike several times. Mom took the tiny bit of the tranquilizer pill, as the chosen ones thought she would. Soon, mom fell into a deep slumber. The other part didn't think about it so much. Oh, rule number 14 is right. It seems, mom has fallen into weakness. Ugly country. Chosen Baker looked at his mom, who was lying passed out on the couch, and an excited smile lifted the corners of his mouth. Yesterday he fed his mom a whole tranquilizer pill. The tranquilizer pills were better than before, enough to keep mom unconscious until noon. I don't know if it's a matter of overdosing on the tranquilizer pills or if it's a matter of Rule 14. Mom has been groggy all day, and her speech to Beck is often slurred and incoherent. Even more so, as soon as the 7 o'clock hour arrived, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The moment. Almost all of the Chosen on Air's moms are either asleep or passed out. Outside, watch the Chosen one move exactly the same way, appearing in the hall at the same time. The nations instantly guessed that it seemed the Chosen ones had deliberately put mom in a coma. Why did the Chosen ones put mom in a coma? There's only one answer, and it's tied to this weird Tales pass. Could it be that the Chosen ones already know the clue to the passage? This is the last day, but it seems, nothing very obvious hints appeared before. Could it be the clues gained when entering the other world before? Blind guess. The Chosen ones are supposed to stun mom to kill her. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a matter of getting through the day? Safely spent, before the Chosen one fed mom tranquilizer pills all after 9 o'clock. So early today. Surely it's not just a night to spend dangerously. Oh, look at that. Baker's got a knife. One after another. Or go into the kitchen and get a knife. Or just go up to mom and choke her. Or maybe pick up a stool or other heavy object and hit mom hard in the head. The vast majority of the Chosen, one after another, performed actions such as hurting mom, killing mom, and so on. In the world of weird tales, seeing that his mom was already asleep, Beck calmly went inside the kitchen and grabbed a sharp kitchen knife. Oh, this knife is not delicate at all. It may cause me to get rid of the level of evil. Baker's eyes glittered with excitement and a touch of madness passed over his face. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly and he looked at his mom like she was looking at some kind of treasure. Extremely conscientious. He took the kitchen knife and stabbed his mom's neck open bit by bit. The blood from the aorta spurted out all at once, splattering Baker's face. There wasn't much blood in mom's skinny body, which made Beck a little disgruntled. As the blood flow slows down, mom stopped breathing, her weakly heaving chest no longer rising and falling, like a long dead dry corpse, with stiff limbs and wrinkled skin that was ghastly white without the slightest trace of blood. Oh, it's a shame that this toy can't go to the next step, but I got through. There are more toys out there, waiting for me to make them. Baker shook his head slightly sadly in disinterest. Disgusted, he kicked the body aside and gently wiped his blood-stained hands with a cloth. The live feed belonging to Beck went violently black. Viewers in the Ugly Kingdom are familiar with the rules of Weird Talk. There was a lot of anticipation watching the blacked-out broadcast, waiting for all the Chosen ones to finish their Weird Talk and announce that it was theirs to win. Yeah, I wonder what kind of reward we'll get for this Weird Talk. Oh, my god. Immigrating to the Ugly Kingdom is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Ha 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 ha, my fortune is going to increase. Long live the Ugly Kingdom. Baker is our hero. Good. The crowds in the Ugly Country cheered and leapt for joy, not noticing in the slightest, as the broadcast went black. The already killed mom on the floor had a wry smile on her lips. Chapter 76, Jung Fan is contaminated? Mom's sorry. Jung Fan's apology, 2/3, Spaghetti State. The Spaghetti Nation crowd, having heard that the Chosen one of the Ugly Nation had already made his final choice, turned their eyes expectantly towards the Chosen one of the Spaghetti Nation. McJ. The moment. McJ on the screen didn't have a knife, but his hands were already around his mom's neck. McJ's intentions are not the least bit difficult to guess. He wants to kill mom. Kill. We're about to win. Oh, the Chosen one from the Ugly Kingdom has already killed Creepy. Can't McJ move any faster? That's right. If you have to strangle Creepy slowly, just use a knife. Mom. After all, the Chosen one is still a good mom when she's not breaking the rules. Alas. Alas. This is Weird Tales, and you have to kill mom to get through. The Spaghetti Nation audience was very understanding of McJ's hesitation. Mom. Who can strike down their own mom? Although, it wasn't really mom. Weird Tales within. McJ looked at his bony mom and, with a trembling hand, gently pinched her neck. Through the fragile skin underneath, McJ could feel the faint beat of his mom's pulse, the movement of blood flowing through her veins. It seems that the tranquilizer pills that McJ bought touched his mom to the core. Even as she slipped into a deep sleep and passed out, mom still had a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth, full of kindness. Why? The way to get through is to kill mom? Mom, I'm sorry. Behind me, there is my family waiting for me. McJ closed the corners of his eyes sadly, and as if he had made some decision in his mind, his hands pressed hard and rippled with bruises. Dum 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 dum. Knock knock. Dang. The pulse beat was getting weaker and weaker. Mom subconsciously opened her mouth to try to breathe heavily, her pale face uncomfortable. Eventually, the mouth slowly closed and the corners of the mouth drooped. Hands down. Faintly alive. Annihilated. Mom, die. McJ crumpled to the floor. The mixed feelings and sadness were mixed with a hint of joy at the impending clearance. Bang! The live feed belonging to Spaghetti Nation instantly went black, accompanied by the chosen ones making moves to kill creepy mom. One after another. The sky lit up with live feeds. One after the other went black. Dozens of chosen ones, all of whom made the final choice then, successfully killed creepy mom and entered the final ending, waiting for the Weird Tales mechanism to announce the results, while watching the various chosen ones who killed their moms. At this moment, viewers around the globe couldn't help but cast their eyes to the only live broadcast room in the sky that was still lit up. There was some confusion and some surprise. Which country's chosen one is this? And why hasn't he made his choice yet? That's Jiang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom? Looking at its leisurely movements, how did it not have the slightest intention of trying to kill creepy mom? On the contrary, not only do you not strike your mom down, but you sit on the couch with her and watch TV? Could it be that the clues Jiang Fan obtained to pass the level were different? Different from the puzzled attitudes and astonished expressions of the countries were the people of Daxia. Holy, even though I believe in Brother Fan, but all the other countries chosen have struck down their moms. Isn't this a bit unique for Jiang Fan? I'm panicking at the bottom of my heart. The pass condition should be to kill the weird mom. Jiang Fan doesn't seem to have gotten this pass condition. I've thought of it. Jiang Fan didn't let his mom into the bedroom. Could that be the reason why there are fewer clues than the other chosen? It feels like Jiang Fan has been contaminated and treats his mom as his real mom. Help! The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. The Weird Tales team should quickly give Jiang Fan a hint. Although they had faith in Jiang Fan, they still panicked when they saw that Jiang Fan was different from all the other chosen. Herd mentality, and the choice that all countries are the same. Let the people of Daxia immediately anxious. Have been running to Daxia official message. Daxia, the Weird Talk group. Give Jiang Fan the hint. Let Jiang Fan make his own choice. Wei Jian's face was serious as he stared at Jiang Fan, who was watching TV with his mom in the live broadcast room, and rubbed his forehead. He had guessed it. It could be that Jiang Fan didn't let his mom into the room in the first place, resulting in a very different choice from the crowd. He wasn't sure if Jiang Fan's current state was the right one, if it had been contaminated. The chosen from other countries made their choices and the broadcast went black. I don't know yet, if it's right or not. If, indeed, Jiang Fan is contaminated because of that choice of words in the first place, he, Wei Jian, is to blame. Right now, Wei Jian could only pray that Jiang Fan had not been contaminated, or be able to follow the hints he makes and kill creepy mom to salvage a dangerous ending. Jiang Fan, the chosen of all nations have made their picks, all of whom will kill mom after 7. Jiang Fan looked at his mind, at the hints given by the state. Face unchanged, still with a smile, he chattered to his mom about the family. Rule number 13 is prompted out by the system. Make sure you don't hurt mom. The chosen one of those countries killing mom is bound to violate Rule 13. Even if his clearance was wrong, he couldn't be in the toilet with a lantern looking for death. Hitting the mom was the wrong choice of judgment. Mom, are you sleepy? Didn't you say you're going to take me clothes shopping? The clothes are on sale. Why don't we go shopping tomorrow? Mom, I feel as if you're trying to sleep. Not even answering much for a few moments. It's okay, I'll keep talking. Just listen, Mom. In the living room, the snowflake television set was on, making a constant nuisance sound. On the sofa, Mom leaned on Jiang Fan's shoulder. Mom seemed to be a little sleepy. Her head kept slipping down. Jiang Fan could only use his hand to support her mom, and kept softly saying one sentence after another, or little everyday odds and ends, or the scenario of today's angry boss, or hopes for the future. Feeling his mom's faint breathing, Jiang Fan put his movements to the lightest, even talking carefully, for fear of disturbing mom. Mom's body was thin and weak, like a young child, lightly leaning on Jiang Fan's body, but like a big mountain, making Jiang Fan's heart heavy down. Spare me the fact that he lightened his dose of tranquilizer pills yesterday. Mom's body was still weak at the bottom, like a leaky house, shaking and about to collapse. Jiang Fan was still talking without any reaction, like lulling a child to sleep, gentle and whispered. Outside, Wei Jian sighed as he looked at the scene in front of him on the live broadcast. The people in the audience also had red eyes and kept shaking their heads. Jiang Fan, I'm afraid I've fallen into contamination. The hints given just now seemed like a stone's throw away. None of them could see a single change in color from Jiang Fan's face. Still kept talking to my mom as if I hadn't gotten a hint from the state. There is only one explanation for not receiving a prompt from the state. Gang Fan has been tainted by weird talk, tainted by his mom. Thinks the mom in the Weird Tales copy is his mom. Alas, Jiang Fan, wake up. You're an orphan with no mom. Even if you want a mom, you can't treat creepy like a mom. Live in the booth. The clock on the wall went to 8. Jung Fan was still rambling on. An hour passed. 9 o'clock. Jung Fan still didn't say anything. Still sitting with my mom on the living room couch. The crowd's hearts went cold as they watched the scene. Jung Fan, indeed, was contaminated. The nations of the world had known the end of Jung Fan when they saw that he had not yet made a choice. No noise, no excitement. There was only pity for Jung Fan. All of the chosen were about to pass, and Jung Fan was the only one who had folded. In Weird Tales, Jung Fan rambled on for a long time without a word back from his mom. Look at the increasingly lifeless mom. Jung Fan paused, his face devoid of playfulness. Mom, let me tell you a little secret. I did something that I'm sorry for? Mom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bought the tranquilizer pills. They mixed with other drugs will make you pass out. Oh, I'll be damned if I'm going to lie to my mom and let her down. Mom, I'm sorry. If I could start over again in time, I would work hard to get ahead to earn big money, cure you mom, and take you to see the sights everywhere. If time could start over again, Mom, I would definitely start a family earlier, so that you can hold grandchildren earlier, so that you don't have to worry about my not being able to find a date and being alone for the rest of my life. If time could be started over again, Mom, make sure you don't give birth to me. I would just be a constant disappointment to Mom. I was a bad boy. Jung Fan closed his eyes with mixed emotions, feeling the fading breath of life in his arms. Faint breath, like a candle in a cold wind, about to go out. It has almost burned out and passed away. Mom, yes, I'm sorry. You make a great back to the pot, but unfortunately, I will never be able to eat it again. The words fell. The second hand on the wall goes to the number 12. 10 o'clock arrived. All the lights in the house quietly went out. Just then, the weak, wobbly candlelight, seemingly with all its might, blossomed into its last splash of color. Mom's fingers, moving, gently touching the hem of Jung Fan's clothes. It seems to say, I know all that. It's okay, baby. In your mom's eyes, you're the best kid ever. Mommy can't make you back to the pot. Mommy, gotta go. It seemed that as the lights went out, the candles disappeared. The last bit of shimmering light, gone. Chapter 77. It seems to see us. The nations of the world are horrified. Rose, 3/3, outside. The countries were overwhelmed with emotion as they looked at the live feed that had finally gone dark. Unfortunately, Jung Fan, the chosen one of the great summer kingdom, is still good. It seems that no chosen one from any country has ever been able to get through Strange Tales. Oh, God, you're not at all lenient with us. Are we too much of a waste of the blue planet's resources? You've sent us weird stories to punish us. Alas, almost past a dozen chosen ones this time. Wait. How come the Weird Tales mechanism hasn't announced the results yet? Holy, you guys look at Jung Fan's live broadcast. People looked at the grayed out live broadcast in the sky, filled with incredulity. Weird story that actually continues? See only. Jung Fan's originally dark live room was flooded with a grayish bright light. It's Jung Fan. Jung Fan walked into the bedroom. As it turns out, the live feed that just went dark wasn't the end of the weird talk, but the 10 o'clock light went out. In Weird Tales, Jung Fan was also puzzled. He clearly did it all, admitted his mistake, apologized and all, and didn't hurt his mom. Jung Fan had thought that the moment after 10 o'clock, when his mom's body disappeared into thin air, would be the end of the strange talk. I didn't realize that it didn't end there. The weird talk didn't end there, and the rule that you have to go to bed in your bedroom after 10 o'clock wasn't violated, tainted by the bizarre attack. This means that the rules are gone and it should be a pass. Could it be that, with the 7-day cycle, 7 days means until 12 o'clock at night? So now, it's until 12 o'clock, isn't it? Or do I have to wait until morning? After all, when you enter the copy, it's daytime, and according to the 7-day rotation, you have to wait until the morning of the 8th day. Jung Fan froze as he looked at the darkened living room. With great speed, immediately closed the door of the upper bedroom room and take the gas bottle back out and hold it against the bedroom door. Though he wasn't sure why the answer hadn't been announced yet after passing the Weird Tales mechanic. But, Jung Fan was cautious and not careless. Sitting on the bed, he eyed the closed bedroom door. He was going to stay up tonight and wait for the Weird Tales podcast. 10 seconds later, kavu, kavu. The sound of Jung Fan's slumbering snoring came from the bedroom. Outside, when the crowd saw this scene, you looked at me and I looked at you. All silent. The weird talk isn't over yet. They could only watch Jung Fan sleep. Suddenly, everyone looked at the screen in the sky with unbelievable, horrified expressions on their faces. In Weird Tales, the door, which Jung Fan had held against the gas bottle, slowly opened. The gas bottle fell heavily to the ground. And the loud noise did not wake Jiang Fan. The door opened. A thin woman appeared quietly in the doorway. Standing there silently, his body, withered like timber, was wrapped in dense threads of blood. Blood-red eyes flashed with great resentment, and behind them, countless sticky blood gathered into a sea of red, soaking the entire living room. It's Mom! Countless people stared in disbelief at the scene in front of them. It's actually Mom. Rather, it's the same Mom who's locked up in an alien world and can't get out. Even through the screen, they could feel the power of their moms in the world of weird tales, emanating thick to the point of contamination everywhere. Endless grievances, blood and water, red threads. It seemed to pass through the live broadcast, causing their hearts to stop, their bodies to stand up and sweat, their scalps to tingle, and their guts to tremble, like feeling them. Mom turned her head suddenly, her eyes deeply sunken as if they were puddles of stagnant water looking straight up. It was as if, like a great horror from some world, it had traveled through the layers of barriers and dropped its sight on the blue planet and gazed at them. When you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. The moment they met their mother's eyes, countless people screamed as their faces twisted and sweat dripped down as if they had experienced some desperate pain. They saw countless seas of blood surging up 1,000 feet high, carrying uncountable agonizing despair and torment that were sweeping towards them. The world was in chaos. Ah! It's so hard. Someone help me. Come on, come on, come on, kill me. It was as if thousands of years or moments had passed since that glance had met his eyes, just when everyone was on the verge of committing suicide in despair. Mom shifted her eyes. Once again. Back. The pressure disappears. Despair recedes like a tidal wave. And everything returns to normal. But, souls trembled as everyone looked back to their moms in the sky within the live feed. The top brass of the countries jumped up in alarm as if they had realized something. Their faces full of fear. Not good. The weirdness in Weird World is real. They can see us. These are all true words. Then will there be a day when there are endless great terrors that come down through the live broadcast? Hurry up and notify all the countries to discuss it. In the world of weird tales, Mom looked back as if what she had just done was just a casual look. Looking at the sleeping Jiang Fan on the bed, he slowly moved his feet. As Mom's body advanced, the blood behind her passed through the soles of her feet like a torrent of water, and the blood poured into the bedroom in an instant. Jiang Fan, who was sleeping on the bed, seemed to feel his mom's great resentment pollution in his sleep and frowned with difficulty. Mom was blissfully unaware of this and walked with her to the bed. The endless stench of blood had flooded past the bottom of the bed. Suddenly, just then, Mom seemed to have run into something and lowered her head, her wooden face, her withered face looking extremely horrible. Waves of blood flooded the entire living room, and following the flow of blood, several red roses scattered and dipped in the blood were brought into the bedroom with them. Shasta. There was more than a hint of alienation in the endless resentment in Mom's eyes. The surrounding waves of blood seemed to sense something and became calm. In a jiffy, Mom stiffened and held out her hands. Dark purple corpse stains with cracked fingers lurid as hell. Gently, he grabbed the quilt that had been scattered aside by the rush of blood. It was as if he had pushed too hard, and his hand had pierced several holes in the quilt. Mom grabbed the torn quilt and stiffly and incomparably pulled it over Jiang Fan. Ian gathered on Jiang Fan's side. Mom is tucking in Jiang Fan under the covers. Though, maybe Mom had pushed too hard and pulled the quilt over, causing Jiang Fan's other foot to be exposed. Mom paused for a long time after the quilt was tucked in. Time passes quietly. The moment the sun shines in through the window, Mom, in the bedroom, disappeared. Endless blood, receding. Beside the bed, there was suddenly a red rose drenched in blood. The thread in the hands of a loving mother. The clothes on the body of a wandering son. I'm not sure if I'm going to be late for my trip. Who says an inch of grass is good enough to repay the 3 spring suns? Mengjiao, Jiang Fan. Chapter 78. There are some things he has to do. Old and confused, 1/4. This is Mom's rose? Morning. As soon as Jiang Fan woke up, he saw a blood-red rose next to his bed. He hadn't waited for Weird Tales to announce the pass. This made Jiang Fan a bit puzzled. I clearly followed the rules. Why is it still not announced that I passed? According to previous copies of Weird Tales, some of the Weird Tales that are copied in days seem to announce the passage directly after the chosen one completes the passage conditions. Could it be that there is something I haven't done? So, Strange Talk would not declare me a failure or a pass before the 7-day round was over. Jiang Fan looked at the rose in his hand. The roses seemed even redder than yesterday, and there was a coolness slowly emanating from the hold. It's resentment. However, I don't know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Fan felt at ease in his heart when he held the red rose instead. It's like warmth of being back in my mom's arms. Jiang Fan walked out of the bedroom. The living room seemed to be restored to the time when the copy had first arrived, with no signs of creepy corruption. Apologize to Mom. Admit mistakes. Wish Mom a happy Thanksgiving. And don't hurt mom. Apologize? Rule number 14. Perhaps you should apologize for the mistake you made? Of all the rules, it seems, this is the only one that doesn't mention mom. This includes the bedroom being safe, and the 7-day cycle, which is all about mom. In the correct rules acquired in the other world. Rule number 4. If your mother finds out about a bad behavioral habit, be brave and admit your mistake. This rule as well has a reference to apologizing to mom for admitting a mistake. So the apology in Rule 14 is not addressed to mom. Perhaps it's them. Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with complex emotions. He didn't know how much time was left until the 7-day cycle. But there was something that he had to do. Zhang Fan quickly stepped out of his home, pausing his body when one foot had just stepped out of the doorway. On the door, a key hung. On the key, there was a small doll that had been very delicately knitted. Upon closer inspection, the doll seemed to resemble Zhang Fan in appearance. Remember to take your keys with you when you go out. Who's going to open the door for you when I'm gone? Vaguely, Zhang Fan's mom's words rang in his mind. Sighing, he turned and took down the key hanging on the doorway, holding it tightly in his hand. Open the door. I'll always have my keys with me from now on. Just the key, never to be used again. Walk through the hallway. Zhang Fan looked at the hallway covered in fire and took a deep breath. He finally understood why the men had been set on fire, leaving desperate bloody handprints on the walls. Gas. Not only did he kill his loving mom, it also led to a fire in the 7th building, in which countless innocent people were burned alive in the midst of the blaze. These are the people that I'm apologizing to. That is, the final condition of this clearance. The fire in the hallway was blazing, and the intense heat caused Zhang Fan to be scalded back a few steps before he even stepped into the hallway, his face drying out and cracking open. The fire burned violently, as if it were like the flames of hell burning evil spirits. It seemed, wanting Zhang Fan to also taste how painful it was to be burned by the blazing fire. Zhang Fan sank his breath and his face became serious. It's as if a fearless, thorny warrior, without the slightest hesitation, with a move of his feet, he bravely stepped into the hallway towards the building filled with a blazing fire. The moment Zhang Fan stepped into the building, the endless heat of the surrounding fire seemed to burn even more violently, carrying a temperature that was hot enough to dissolve all the evils in the world, roaring towards Zhang Fan and engulfing him in an instant. The rolling fire pounced on Zhang Fan, and countless thick smoke rolled out and filled the surroundings. But the fire filled the building. Zhang Fan was not covered with the slightest physical injury. The fire was so ferocious that it looked like a mirage, setting Zhang Fan's soul on a charcoal fire and roasting it. It continuously scorched Zhang Fan's soul, over and over again. So hot. Zhang Fan clenched his teeth, his face pale. The bright flames of the blaze burned violently while illuminating the otherwise darkened hallways of the building. 12th floor. Zhang Fan trembled as he walked down the steps, and the tears appeared before his eyes. 11th floor. Zhang Fan's lips cracked and peeled, and countless drops of sweat dripped down. 10th floor. The soul is seared with fire, and endless rolls of smoke are sucked into the lungs. Zhang Fan felt like his body was rolling, and with every breath of air, he burned his nasal passage and throat. The pungent and thick smell of smoke made Zhang Fan cough with almost every step he took. 7th floor. He couldn't imagine the ones that were there in the first place. How desperate it should be to bear the burning fire, surrounded by smoke, staying on a floor that is still far from the first floor. Zhang Fan panted heavily, wondering if it was because he was closer to the 4th floor. The fire's getting bigger. The steps down were barely visible, all covered by the monstrous fire, and the eye was red. Suddenly, just then, a coolness spread from Zhang Fan's chest in all directions. It was as if cool water had warmed the dryness within Zhang Fan. The heat from the illusion disappeared in an instant. Zhang Fan looked down. The blood-red rose was swinging slightly in the pocket of his blouse. Mom, protecting him. With Mom's protection, the roaring fire was no longer frightening. All the rolling heat was gone. Zhang Fan walked in the midst of the fire. Not only was it not uncomfortable, it was also as comfortable as being washed by a cool stream on a summer day. On weekdays when I leave work, I am able to walk through the darkened hallways in no time. But at the moment, it was as if it combined all the steps of the 7th building. Zhang Fan walked for a long time before he saw the exit of the passageway on the 1st floor. Like always, early in the morning, the 1st floor lobby was bustling. The security guards drinking tea, the children playing soccer, the old men playing chess. Zhang Fan glanced at them, and he understood that these people were the ones he wanted to apologize to. Mr. Security Guard, I'm sorry. The security guard who was drinking tea stopped his hands, seemed to have heard Zhang Fan's apology, and spoke with a regretful face. In the beginning, your mother explained to me. She said that she was afraid she'd pass out before you got home, and wouldn't be able to make you dinner in time, for fear that you'd know to worry about her. So I was given a key and told to come to your house every day when I was free. Your mother is not well and is very weak. I don't understand why she doesn't go and see. I've seen her unconscious on the floor several times. Who would have thought, on that particular occasion, that I would turn on the light when I clearly smelled something wrong? Harm. People are old and confused. Chapter 79 Baker's Misery. The tombstone appears. 23/4, 4,000 in large sheets. The security Moncler outlet store guard was a little self-conscious, as if blaming himself, why he did not react to the wrong odor, which was a strong gas. Don't blame yourself, Moncler, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Thank you for taking care of my mom. Zhang Fan lowered his eyes and looked at the rose in his pocket. It turns out that the security guard Moncler outlet store said every night that his mom was waiting for him and told him to hurry home. Is that the original reason? Harm. It's all right for neighbors to help each other, but I can forgive you. They can't. The security Moncler seems to recover a little memory, full of shifting faces looking at the remaining few people in the hall. Zhang Fan thanked the security master and walked towards the little boy who was kicking the soccer ball. The boy didn't know if it was intentional or not, and once again kicked the ball to Zhang Fan. After seeing the kick, he pulled his eyelids together towards Zhang Fan and made a face. Zhang Fan shook his hand and sank the emotions in his heart, speaking with a smile on his face. Sorry. The words were not finished. It was interrupted by the little boy. Don't drop it. I won't forgive you. The little boy smiled wryly and spat out his long tongue. A look of being in need of a beating made Zhang Fan want to punch hard and give a young boy a deep memory. But Zhang Fan thought about it. He decided to make peace. Zhang Fan didn't say much. He just took out the sweater that his mom had hand-knitted and put it over his body, which he had signed into the system earlier. The beige sweater looks warm and fits well. It's just a little bit like something is stuck in your neck and you can't breathe. Is mommy on his back? Zhang Fan fixed his eyes and expressionlessly took off his sweater and wore it on a different side. The sweater is on backwards. After Zhang Fan put on the sweater, the little boy's mischievous face stiffened with the naked eye. His eyes filled with panic. Oh, for your information, this is a sweater my mom knitted. Yes, that's also upstairs in room 402. The boss here. My apology if you don't accept it. I can cordially invite paging my mother to come out and talk to you. My mom is very gentle. Why don't I call my mom out now? Mom, someone is looking for you. The words had not yet fallen. The little boy hurriedly shook his head vigorously and opened his mouth with a panicked expression. No, no, no. I accept your apology. But for me to forgive you, you'll have to find my mom in 10 seconds. The corners of the little boy's mouth raised in a weird smile, and before Zhang Fan could agree, he opened his mouth and counted down. 10, 9. Find the little boy's mom? The first one must be in the 7th building. After all, he couldn't get into the other buildings. Such a short period of time in 10 seconds means that mom is close to him. There were no female creeps in the halls on the first floor again. Well, there's only one answer. Before the little boy could count to 8, Zhang Fan instantly opened his mouth and replied, Your mommy's in your ball. How do you know? The little boy was dumbfounded, his ugly face completely unaware that Zhang Fan was able to find the answer. It's nothing. It's easy. You're asking 2 easy questions. And, to thank you for forgiving me, I decided to help you with something. The little boy froze and opened his mouth. What is it? Of course, help you get back to your mom. Suddenly, Zhang Fan took advantage of the little boy's inattention and fiercely picked up the leather ball on the ground, and with both hands, he gave it a tug. Rip! The ball burst open all at once, revealing a bloody human head. There's absolutely no way a normal kid would kick and play with their mom. Even if it turned out to be creepy, it wouldn't be logical. In the moment of seeing a human head, the boy's face instantly went pale and he turned and ran upstairs. Zhang Fan laughed playfully as he looked at the human-headed mom who was bouncing out, looking extremely angry. I'm a real nice guy. Letting your mom feed you a bamboo braid stir fry. Not bad. Ha! Zhang Fan turned to look at the old man who was playing chess. The old man seemed startled by this, and hastened to state his terms of forgiveness. Just beat him at chess. Zhang Fan stepped forward and without thinking, he moved, knight, to Shuai's side and ate Shuai's piece. My horse is a god's horse. It makes sense that it has wings and can fly, right? Zhang Fan tugged at his sweater and seemed to be getting a little hot. I concede. You, pass. The old man, cursing, said with a smile on his face. Ding dash. In the back of his head, the pass-through broadcast belonging to Weird Tales finally went off. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the copy, Mom, 1 star. Is it the end of this strange talk? Oh, hasn't the 7-day turn time ended yet? Okay, I've got to go do something big. Nothing else. It's just a complaint. Zhang Fan felt that he still had a bottom line. Never peek at the young lady to wash. Bath. Never read LSP books in the middle of the night. Never delay revenge. If you have a grudge, You have to take it. This is, bottom line. Just as Jiangfan passed through, the outside world's blacked out livestreams all came back on again. Everyone was puzzled. Shouldn't we be announcing the results of this weird talk? Among them, the crowd in the ugly country watched the live feed lit up in the sky with some horror. Behind Beck, the dead mom actually comes back to life. The ugly country, Chosen Baker's face showed a puzzled look. Why hasn't Weird Tales declared him a pass after he killed his mom? Could it be that the 7-day cycle is not yet over? So it's going to be later? Beck shook his head in distracted disgust. He's got to get back to his toys early. After he becomes the chosen one, the entirety of the ugly kingdom will be watching his behavior. In time, his secret base was broken into, and that was a big deal. Though Beck doesn't really understand why people don't like to purify themselves of evil, or even, a feeling of disgust after discovering his behavior. But, Baker knew, people won't like a hero with a stain on him. Ha ha ha, I guess I'll be able to make more toys after I become the hero of the ugly kingdom by then, right? After all, after gaining the Weird Tales points, I'll be the hero of the ugly kingdom and will be liked even more. Beck thought wonderfully, and couldn't help but laugh at the thought of his toy being free. A crazy look flashing across his face. Click dash. Something, it seemed, had broken open. It was unusually loud in this quiet room. Beck frowned and turned his head in confusion to where the strange noise was being made. Could it be the Weird Tales podcast? The words had not yet fallen. Baker's doubts Karen cut off. From puzzled, to dumbfounded, to horrified. See only, Mom, who was lying on the floor, already killed by him, moved. The body stood up with an extremely twisted amplitude, swaying like a zombie in the apocalypse. I don't know if it was the blood being reflected, but Mom's face was unusually gray and purple, without the slightest trace of blood. Inside the deeply sunken eye sockets, the pupils took on a lurid will-be white color, as if they were a white glass ball. How did Mom get up? Didn't he kill Mom? Could it be that it hasn't been killed completely? Think about it. Letting go of the panic in his heart caused by his mom's sudden resurrection, Beck looked at the bloodstained knife on the floor and walked over to pick it up. Since I can kill you the first time, then I can kill you the second time too. Beck rushed forward, his face glowing, and kept swinging his knife at his mom. Suddenly, Mom's face shifted one. Beck's grip on the kitchen knife dropped for a split second. Exclaimed incredulously, Mom, the mom in front of me is gone. I don't know when, but it became Beck's mom who had been dead for 8 years in the long memory of Beck. Mom looked as she did then, with a pained, bitter look and blood vomiting from her mouth. The incredulity in the eyes that looked at Beck, the sadness that overwhelmed Beck a little. Mom, no, you're not my mom. Ah ha 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 ha. My mom has been made into a toy by me long ago and died 8 years ago. You must be what creepy mom turned into. Ha ha ha. Beck laughed epileptically and kept backing up his pace. Bang! As if hitting something, Beck subconsciously turned his head. The exact same desperate eyes with endless resentment, tear-stained, and filled with a hint of death. Inside the living room, another woman appeared. The woman's presence cut off Beck's laughter violently. A red grotto of blood on the woman's chest continued to ooze blood. It seemed as if someone had stabbed it with a knife. 1 drop, 2 drops, several drops of blood dripped down his body and onto the ground. All over his body, blood and gore. The woman was holding a child next to her. The bottom of the child's eyes, compared to the woman's, was all resentment. Look at Beck, without a trace of warmth. Icy cold. Beck instantly felt the temperature of his body drop to its lowest point. Horror, confusion, disbelief, doubt, and insane bloodlust constantly exchanging in his face. Don't blame me. Blame yourselves for finding out my secret. Didn't you say you love me? Why can't you accept my secret? Everything. You brought this on yourselves. The kitchen knife that had fallen on the floor. Beck no longer had the strength to bend down and pick it up. Epileptic laughed out loud, and as he laughed, he seemed to understand something. Ha ha, you're all creepy. Y'all moms get creepy. I got the rules wrong. Oh no, why are the rules wrong? It must be that Weird Tales didn't intend for me to pass at all. It's not fair. God isn't fair. Beck screamed at the top of his lungs, messy as a madman. Suddenly, Beck turned and ran for the door at breakneck speed. He's going to escape. The house was full of spooks, and he mustn't stay here. There must be something about the past condition that he overlooked. Mom becomes the devil. Wasn't he running away from the house? Will he be able to pass? It seemed that Beck was running so fast that Mom and his wife didn't react. Standing straight there, emotionless eyes looked up at Beck, eyes fast approaching the door. Beck's face snickered as he pulled it open. However, the very moment Beck pulled the door open, Beck stiffened as if struck by lightning. The door was not the empty hallway of old. Instead, it's a hallway filled with endless blood. 14 people stood in the corridor. They didn't move as if they were corpses, their eyes wide with resentment and unwillingness. Oh no! Why are you guys here? Damn you toys! Get out of my way! Beck shouted furiously and loudly, trying as hard as he could to push away the few people blocking the doorway. The big fat man blocking the doorway was very bloated and dripping like he had been fished out of something. Beck remembers that the toy was his neighbor. Having peeked into his secret, it's possible that God punished the peeper by making him fall into the pool. Baker was excited as hell when he fished him out. Who doesn't want a big, fluffy, chubby toy? In particular, there's a scaled-down version of this big toy. These were people he knew, toys he had purified. There were neighbors he loathed, a family of 3. There's the plumber who inadvertently discovers his secret. Also, his first boss. These people were made into toys by him and purified of evil. It should have been kept in his secret base. How did it appear here? Coco. The toys let out a chuckle and all raised a wry smile, staring straight at Beck as they slowly leaned toward him. These toys want to come inside. Beck instantly panicked and was just about to turn around when he realized that his wife, son, and mom were surrounding him behind him. Their eyes were red, and they let out strange cries in unison. Seeing Baker, as if he had seen some tasty food, he opened his mouth and bit down ferociously on Baker's body. No! I'm the hero of the ugly country and I'm going to pass. Drowned out by the weirdness, Baker screamed miserably too, and soon drowned out the crowd on the bunk. Dozens of people eat very slowly, savoring the flesh and blood of the wicked as if it was like tasting some extreme delicacy, just like Beck in the beginning. So delicate to make toys out of their corpses, and they're going to return the favor. Beck felt an excruciating pain in his body, an unbearable pain every second. The feeling of vanishing flesh and blood, the feeling of being gnawed on by tens of thousands of ants. As in an instant, countless sharp and chilling knives pierced into his body, piercing it with 1,000 holes, and then coming out with a horizontal hook of flesh and blood. It was as if the toys had agreed. Each mouthful was in a different place, with the same chewing speed. Sharp teeth in his mouth slowly pierced through the flesh and blood, churning. This comes with a non-lethal attack and slow, intense pain that makes every second Baker spends as agonizingly painful as if he had spent 1,000,000 years. The wicked. One should eat their blood and flesh to relieve their hatred. Outside, the nations of the world were silent at the sight. Even through the screen, they could all feel the eerie, endless resentment, with deliberate torture. Especially, the ugly country. Commissioner. Beck's missing mother has been found in the attic of Beck's house. According to the searchers' report, in addition to Baker's mother, they found an additional 16 bodies in various parts of Baker's home. Among them, according to the investigation, were Beck's wife, who divorced 3 years ago, his son, who was taken out of the country by Beck's falsely claimed ex-wife, the owner, and a neighbor at the original home address. We suspect that it was Beck who killed these. The director of intelligence silenced his face and waved his hand. There's no need to wonder. These people were killed by Beck. The intelligence agency member froze, looked at the sky and nodded at Beck, who had been bizarrely gnawed on with only half of his flesh left, frying and distorting his face, and was still alive. A hint of disgust as well as gloating appeared in his eyes. Baker, good death. It's a good thing I didn't pass, otherwise it would have been God's eyelessness. The director of intelligence waved his hand and motioned for the members to come closer. Immediately afterward, he spoke slowly in the member's ear. When something this big happens, it's bound to get reported. I don't want the world to know that we, the ugly kingdom, are uninformed. Go ahead and shut up all those people who know Beck. Baker is nothing more than a laborer in a heavy prison. Only the strange talk happened to pick him. What's Beck? It's not even from the ugly kingdom. He's just a little black kid who moved here. Chapter 80, Generous Boss. Get rid of the weirdness. 4/4 plus more. Thanks for the support. Cuties. Spaghetti Nation. The crowd watched the relit live feed. In his heart, there was a hint of a bad feeling. Inside the live feed, McJ appeared in the living room with a blank face, like a walking corpse that had lost its soul. Take a closer look. The living room, including the home, seemed a bit dim. Dusty furniture pieces, none of which no longer showed where McJ was. That, the otherworldly world inside Mom's room. The moment, as if seeing something, McJ stiffened and surfaced with a smile. Mom, Mom, with his incoherent voice, awkward head turns, and small swings, it was as if McJ had turned into a puppeteer, lacking an ounce of life. The door to the room was opened. Outside the door, a fancy paper man made of papier-mâché appears in the home. Gently, the paper man moved with the wind and floated to McJ. The paper man's blank face seemed to be looking at McJ. McJ was delighted to see the paper man, and the look of longing showed on his face. And again, he called out again. Mom, McJ seems to be alive and well and didn't suffer the gruesome end that Beck did. But McJ will never have a pass. Everyone in the spaghetti state was at a loss. They failed. Isn't killing Mom the real pass condition? Immediately after, the live feeds that were lit up in each country all went out again with the sad downfall of the chosen one. Bang! The live feed goes black and the Weird Tales podcast voice comes on. Spaghetti Nation's chosen dead. Strange Talk randomly descends. Ugly Nation chosen baker dies. Weird Talk randomly descends. Jade Kingdom's chosen one coffin dies. Weird Talk randomly descends. Congratulations to the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom. The pass has been successful. National fortune plus 50W. Mineral resources of Great Xia plus 10%. Grain growth rate plus 10%. Physical fitness of all Great Xia citizens plus 1%. Weird Tales in space. Jiang Fan moved his arms and legs, moving his muscles that were just a bit tired. Through this strange talk, he felt the love of mankind. It's not just mom's protection. It's also the wonderful quality of a fat boss, generosity. He went to the small restaurant, originally just wanting to have a good talk with the fat boss about quitting. The exchange process was harmonious and demonstrated an enviable camaraderie between employee and boss. Halfway through, Jiang Fan also discovered that the fat black-hearted boss liked radio gymnastics. And so, Jiang Fan showed it on the spot, to repay his boss and embody gratitude. Left hook, right hook, up a violent dunk, down a monkey to the moon, and finally a roundhouse kick. The fat boss saw Jiang Fan's handsome gymnastic pose and said that he didn't see it clearly and wanted to see it a few more times. Thus, Jiang Fan performed it over and over again. 3 times. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Jiang Fan would have wanted to do it a few times. Upon watching Jiang Fan's performance, the fat boss felt ashamed inside and decided to make up for the ghost coins he had deducted from Jiang Fan during his work. That's outrageous. A talent like mine is obviously worth 1,000 ghost coins a day. And you're giving me 50? Luckily, I have my mom. She's so nice. I love her super much. As for the black-hearted boss, oh no, should be called the fat boss. The fat boss knows how to make amends, knows his mistakes and corrects them. Very good. Jiang Fan was moved to tears. His protective mom, his generous boss, the security guy who keeps prompting him, oh yes, and the little boy and the old man who let him through. I didn't realize I'd only just gotten out of my copy and already miss you guys. Especially you, my dear boss. May I meet a good man like you again? Jiang Fan put away the memory's thoughts, wiped the tears left at the corner of his mouth looking at the harvest this time to get strange talk points. Mom's copy and the bus copy are the same 1 star though, but the difficulty varies greatly. Of course, the weird talk points gained aren't bad either. Name, Jiang Fan. Country, Daxia. The points earned this time are as follows. Pollution level 0, plus 2,000 points, plus 1,500 points for finding the correct rule. Grateful mom, plus 1,500 points. Gain real mom favorability, plus 10,000 points. Total, 24,500 points. Remaining points, 3,000 points. Total points, 27,500 points. Excuse me, do you use points to exchange items? Nearly 30,000 points made Jiang Fan instantly rich. Without much thought, he spoke directly. Redeem me 25 points of mental strength, 25 points of intelligence, 50 points of luck, and 75 points of physical strength. Nearly 2 replica experiences. The benefits shown are strongest with increased luck as well as physical strength. If Jiang Fan didn't have the stamina he had initially signed up for, there was no way to violently beat the headless man. Including this time, Jiang Fan needed to threaten ordinary shenanigans in his mom's name. Also because of the lack of physical strength. Plain weird lack of resentment. But an entire building was covered in fire. And the grievances generated by countless residents were enough to influence the rules and become one of the pass conditions. In guessing that he needed to go down and apologize, Jiang Fan thought nothing of it. His goal? Just pass. But someone stopped him from getting through. If there's enough stamina, Jiang Fan would be able to directly slap the little boy and teach him to behave. He's just the chosen one, not the true original body of the vice principal. Resentment, it shouldn't be held against him. Call mom. Ultimately, it's a lack of strength and luck. Jiang Fan looked at the blood-red roses in the space and a smile appeared on his face. Rose from mom, as a reward for the child's bravery in admitting her mistake. She can be protected by her mother, reducing the contamination of the spooky fantasy world. Warm reminder, the props are only useful for illusions created below the S-level weirdness, ABC. The lower the level of weirdness, the less contamination. Below the level of C is not into the stream of weirdness illusions. Do not react. Props against illusions. The first time he's ever owned one. No wonder. The fires on the upper floors were felt hot. So it's an unearthly grievance. The weird resentment below from the 6th and 7th floors is near the source of the spooky incident, which is estimated to have been pushed up to sea level. But also, because the level was so low, it was straight up blitzed out by mom. After the physical exchange, Strange Talk rings out with an announcing voice. deduct 17, 500 points. Remaining, 10, 000 points. Zhang Fan looked at the remaining points, paused, and slowly spoke. Redeeming creepy clearance. Da Xia, 7 contaminated cities. Please select the city where the weirdness is coming. Zhang Fan swept through with a single glance and settled on the name of the latest contaminated city. South City. There is no way to remediate a city that has been contaminated for so long that almost everyone there has evacuated. Only the latest polluted city. Getting rid of the shenanigans is the only way to minimize the damage significantly. Deducted 10, 000 points. Remaining, 0. Remove Ziri descent into the city. South City. Clearing successful. Chapter 81, thanking Zhang Fan. Nanchang strangely disappeared. 1/3. Beyond this cordon. Is the south side up ahead? Outside South City. A scruffy man looked up with deadly intent at the cordon that hung not far away. His face was devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if he had rushed to the South City. His body was smelly and sour. His hair was disheveled, and he didn't look half human. Men are not the only ones who dress this way. Or a sophisticated and chic woman. Or a little brother with a haggard face. Or an old man who will walk on old wood. They dress differently. They're different ages. They look different. But what was the same was that the eyes were filled with death. Like a puddle of dead water without any ripples, staring blankly at Nanchang. Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he took a step into the south side, South City Center. There were also people with panicked and frightened faces, running out of South Town with a big bag of stuff, rubbing shoulders with them. The two different directions are conspicuously unique. The surrounding police officers standing outside the cordon watched the scene and shook their heads helplessly. Since the strange talk descended on the city, some have chosen to survive the plight. Some choose, painfully, to die. There are many of these people who choose to die. The terminally ill patient who is about to die. The person whose stress is about to become unbearable. The person who wants to solve all his troubles with one death. There was nothing they could do to stop these people who wanted to die. Only some warmth and persuasion as they passed through the cordon. Is it in some kind of trouble? I might be able to help you. There are so many happy and wonderful things in life that you haven't even done yet. Wait a little longer. Maybe, the weird talk will be over tomorrow. But not many were persuaded to return. They all want to die by descending into a bizarre death so that it will be a quicker death. Honey, I'm sorry, I don't want to heal. Lung cancer. It can't be saved. And it's not worth it to give me a delay of a few months and use up all the family's money to save me. I heard that the grandpa next door got cancer and ended up with a very painful and bitter disease. Honey, let me go to the south side. It's not far from you, and I want to keep my best face in your mind. Li Jianfei glanced at the photo in his hand and shed tears of struggle. The photo shows a woman holding her newborn baby with a big smile. Eyes curved with happiness at the man beside her. Here's a family photo he and his wife took a year ago. Unfortunately, life has changed drastically in a year's time. Li Jianfei wiped the tears. Fierce face full of death intention to the south of the city in a seemingly dilapidated house rushed. The dilapidated house didn't fit in with its surroundings, and the red walls seemed as if they were bloodstained, emitting a strong stench. The people who had fled aside were far away from the house, their faces pale with horror. The house's weird talk descending on the south side of creepy, and if you go in and can't find a way to get out, you'll be dead after 24 hours. Strange tales descended on the city, and it wasn't as if countries didn't try to crack them at first. After all, the descent is all about the weird talk shenanigans of first off. But soon they realized that the rules inside would change at any time. The bizarre rules that descended from each place were different. And, descending on the city spooky, it will also move everywhere. There are some people who pull into the shenanigans and are able to come out, but the vast majority are dead. The countries have no choice but to evacuate the residents of the city suffering from the strange talk in the dumbest way possible. Upon seeing the dilapidated red house, Li Jianfei was not the only one who rushed towards the weirdness. Some people who were looking for death also dragged their numb bodies and slowly walked towards the red house. The closer he got to the red house, the more Li Jianfei could feel the eeriness tempting his heart, even stopping and not wanting to seek death. But it still couldn't stop the eerily controlled body movements towards the red house. Eyes were about to enter the red house. Honey, I love you. Li Jianfei burst into tears, once again pulling out his wife's photo and shouting. Then, closing his eyes, he let Eerie pull him closer inside the red house. Just then, suddenly, the broadcast rang out in the sky. Congratulations to Zhang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Xia Kingdom, for his successful clearance. National fortune plus 50W. Mineral resources of Great Xia plus 10%. Grain growth rate plus 10%. Physical fitness of all Great Xia citizens plus 1%. Zhang Fan passed? The Great Summerland. Oh, it's their own country. Physical fitness of all Daxia nationals plus 1%. And so on. Everyone in Dacia got excited. Physical fitness plus 1%. All aspects of the body, including intelligence, strength, health, and longevity all add 1%? At once. People froze, followed by cheers. That's great. I can live a few more months. Long live Jiang Fan. My hairline is back. Holy, I just had a high fever and now I'm actually better. My mom's illness is lighter. Thanks to Jiang Fan. Inside the 7 cities where the strange talk descended, everyone stopped rushing into the weirdness. Some heard the broadcast and turned and ran away from the shenanigans on the spot. His mining company, saved. Some had phones ringing on them, and suddenly hope lit up in their eyes. His boss hired him back again and at plus 20% of his salary. Life was in sight. Other critically ill patients heard it and instantly laughed like a child. He's got a few more days left in him. Within the city where the weirdness had descended, many death-seekers ran out because of Jiang Fan's victory. Jiang Fan gave them hope to live. People who were lost and sad in the ordinary city were instantly filled with smiles and were in a much better mood as they encountered all sorts of lucky things because of Jiang Fan's win. The resource rewards of Jiang Fan's victory gave them joy. Physique plus 1%. Then wouldn't I be able to not have to die so soon? Li Jianfei's death-filled expression was flooded with a flash of hope. Of life. No, I don't want to die. Let me go back. I don't want to go into the weird. Li Jianfei looked at the eerie red house close by and tried to back away. But the eerie had taken control of his body. The dilapidated wooden door had opened, and it was pitch black inside, like a demonic abyss, full of endless terror. After seeing hope and then dying helplessly, Li Jianfei was not happy. Suddenly, another broadcast voice sounded in the sky. Ding! Jiang Fan, the chosen one of the Grand Xia Kingdom, has consumed 10,000 points to clear all the weirdness in the South City of the Grand Xia Kingdom. South City. Spooky removal successful. Ding! For a city that has been descended upon by the spooky and has gotten rid of the spooky, the chosen one may spend 100,000 points to keep the city permanently free of the spooky. Ding! When all the cities in the country have been permanently cleared of spooks, or if you spend 100 million points, you can opt out of the game of Strange Tales, with the sound of the Weird Tales podcast. The moment all those spooky red houses scattered all over South City have disappeared, those people in the red house who had been weirdly dragged in earlier reappeared. Looking at the familiar place, their tortured faces showing the elation of having been rescued. In the southern city, all those who were rescued were in tears and shouted loudly in excitement. Thank you Jiang Fan. Thank you Jiang Fan. Chapter 82, End of Mom's Copy. In the world of Weird Tales, after the Weird Tales podcasting mechanism dropped, the latter one dispels the South City's weirdness, and Jiang Fan can't see it. However, gaining physique points in front of him was something Jiang Fan felt strongly. A whopping 75 points of physical strength was instantly injected into Jiang Fan's body. This stamina point that was 5 times higher than even Jiang Fan's original stamina made the body feel like an inflated balloon, full of power. Jiang Fan felt uncomfortable at the same time. There also seemed to be a stream of warm water constantly washing over every part of the body, pounding every tendon, blood and flesh, comfortable and incomparable. At the same time, it was as if his mind was being straightened out of some messy lines. And Jiang Fan's thoughts were clear as countless thoughts crossed his mind every second, even as close as a copy just cleared, as far as the expression on the face of the heroine of a romantic action movie in a previous life. Jiang Fan was able to take in every frame of the scene as if he were watching an ultra-high-definition video. It was as if he had seen years in Jiang Fan's mind, yet his spirit still did not feel tired. I feel like I'm, able to just thump that little kid right now, pretty much. Taking unimpressive power and bringing it up to the level of abusing C-ranked common shenanigans. This physical strength not only increased the original 5 times simply from one world to another world. Jiang Fan opened the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. Name, Jiang Fan. Age, 18/90 plus 20. Mental strength, 37 plus 25, up to 10. Physical strength, 22 plus 75, up to 10. Intelligence, 21 plus 25, up to 10. Luck, 19 plus 50, up to 10. Ghost King Key, 10. Open function, willpower plus 200%. Rules 100% system of correct judgment. Special items, sweater knitted by mom, banned for 71 hours. Rose from mom, album of mom's memories, 1/3 times. Back to the pot X3. A copy of the scapegoat doll *1. A chance to get a rule prompt *3. And, common items, master key, tranquilizer pill, chi blood, xiaobai pill 1 plus 10. Ghost coin 3, 815 yuan, 950 *5 plus 50 plus 15-1, 000. Hotel room card, fierce perfume, boss's ledger, gas bottle, marinated chicken thigh *1. This copy of Weird Tales has a lot to offer. Not only did it give Jiang Fan access to special items and permanent functions, but there were also a whole bunch of ordinary items. Even that tranquilizer pill that could mesmerize the bazaar was purchased by Jiang Fan and brought out some more. Not far to go for ripping apart bazaar targets with your bare hands. Jiang Fan closed his eyes and his figure disappeared within the strange talk space. Just as Jiang Fan disappeared into Weird Tales space. Copy. Mom's in the world of weird talk. Inside my room in the other world. The notebook that sat in the depths of the closet revealed some writing. December 14th. Sunny day, they didn't find anything. Oh, $1 million. I'm rich. March 26th. The weather is sunny, damn. Why does this weather change so quickly? It's causing me to catch a cold. If Mom were here, she'd be boiling ginger water for me. Oh, why do I think of her? March 27th. Weather sunny, talked to the drugstore clerk today and she said she envied me for having a good mother. Only not so good health. April 1st. The weather is cloudy, the staff of Yongxing Group called me. He said that they are short of a lung cancer patient for experiments over there. Just kidding. I'm not sick. What's the point of calling me? This can't be an April Fool's Day joke, can it? 4/2. Sunny weather, the staff of the Yongxing Group called me again. They said there was an experiment that would allow me to meet the people I wanted to see. I smiled. It seemed like there was no one I wanted to see. May 25th. The weather is sunny, today is my birthday. But unfortunately there is no one to celebrate me. I want to eat back to the pot. May 29th. I promised them. Mom, I'll soon be able to eat your back to basics pork. Outside. As the final Weird Talk announcement rang out, everyone was silent. The Weird Tales game actually has an opt-out? But, with 100 million points, who can come up with that? The country sighed as they thought about the 2 consecutive all-out copies of Strange Tales. When he heard that Jiang Fan had chosen to get rid of the weirdness in the South City, everyone shook their heads, including the Daxia crowd. Although it was good for Jiang Fan to get rid of the shenanigans, it was more important to keep it to improve himself. In the midst of the weirdness, surviving is the best thing you can do for your country. Looking up at the man who was still in the weird talk space. This time, Mom, there are more than 200 copies of Strange Tales from all the countries participating in the game. Even at the last minute, there were still a dozen surviving chosen. Why was Jiang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, the only one who could survive? The nations of the world soon came to mind. The difference between the two. The rest of the dead chosen seemed to be making last-minute moves to hurt their moms. Only Jiang Fan didn't hurt Mom. Even stayed until the morning of the 8th day. Jiang Fan survived and also get such high points. A full 20,000 or so, more than 20,000 points. Suddenly remembering the previous chosen one in our country who passed the barrier, when he only gained 2,000 points. Sometimes the difference between man and man is greater than the difference between man and dog. Let's not talk about 2,000 points. I remember the one who gained the most points in the world was the chosen one from the Ugly Kingdom, who gained 4,000 points, but he still died in Strange Tales. Actually, the difference in points is still very well calculated. After all, it was a 0-star copy before, and now it's a 1-star copy. I don't know how Jiang Fan's managed to get through twice without any problems. The world, the nations looked at those 20,000 plus points. They craved and came out not having seen so many points. At the same time, all know the final answer. Hitting the mom was wrong, but I don't know how the midway point was unlocked. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. As a result, countries turned to Daxia and Jiang Fan for help. I hope to be able to disclose the process of getting through in Weird Tales for the benefit of subsequent chosen ones. To this, returning to the real world, Jiang Fan didn't hesitate too much before announcing the process of clearing the level twice, including some of the illusions encountered as well as his own conjectures. Announcing the method of passage would not only be good for him to Daxia, but also for all the countries that worked together to resist the strange talk. Jiang Fan v. Bus Copy Puzzle Process. Mom's copy of the puzzle process. After the country saw the weird talk strategy after Jiang Fan announced it, there has been a call for all the smart detectives in the country, scholars, and even the heads of big companies, only to completely split the solution to the copy, so that the subsequent chosen can have one more chance of survival. I would have thought that a 1-star copy with so many dead chosen would have been difficult as hell. However, after comparing the method of passage given by Jiang Fan, as well as the process and conjecture, the countries were silent. It's not that the Weird Tales copy is hard, but it's overly easy. The difficulty of the Weird Tales copy has been increased from 0 to 1 star, but the actual method of passing the level is still easy to find. Chapter 83, Tombstone Su Fu. 3,000 Boys and Girls. A Dog's Way Home, 3/3, bus copy. Mom left $10. 5 of those dollars were for buying rice crackers for myself at the supermarket downstairs. 2 for the bus ride. and the remaining $3 is to get off at the Lutong station to purchase expired rice crackers, which will allow you to enter the illusion through the purchased rice crackers. Upon entering the illusion, the vast majority of the clues to pass the level have already appeared. The clues had been presented, and no chosen one who had survived to this point was stupid. All that was left to do next was to answer the woman in red's questions and to bring the real Shin Shin home with her. It's simple. But the vast majority of the chosen, including them, I might have guessed that I would have to buy rice crackers inside the store to satiate my stomach, and I wouldn't have guessed that I would also need to get off the bus in the middle of the ride to buy expired rice crackers, because it's safe on the bus. They don't have to go down there. The second copy mom, on the other hand, amazed the countries even more. How is it so easy? Detectives, scholars, and people of all countries looked at the published passes and were silent. Compared to the first copy of the bus, the second copy of the mom is easier to pass. Keep mom out of the bedroom to get to the otherworldly world to get the real Weird Tales code as well as clues to pass the level. Apologize to mom and wish her a happy Thanksgiving. If you send a flower that is on sale in the drugstore, you will also get your mom's protection and safe passage through the fire in the building. All of this is written above the rules. Just do it. Everything seems so simple. But first you have to make sure that you can all deduce what is wrong and right with the rules. A 0-star copy that only requires extrapolation of the rules. The 1-star upgraded copy also requires guessing the backstory of the weird talk in order to make a choice. Both 1-star copies have difficult rules, plus a hidden story behind them. Being able to get through the level, complete with unearthing the secrets underneath the darkness, without breaking a single rule to see. Enough to understand. Zhang Fan is thoughtful, intelligent, decisive and confidently firm in his choice. Countries will look to the east, eyes with stunning, complex murmur. The Daxia state has Zhang Fan. Blessed. I hope that our country, too, will see such a chosen one. Zhang Fan didn't absolutely think that the pass condition was only his path. At the end of his mom's copy, he also writes, Zhang Fan v. In fact, there is more than one way to pass. My guess is that they should have let the mom into the house so that they could get another kind of clue to pass the level. Kill the mom, and kill the creepy. But, with the current strength of the chosen one, it wasn't strong enough to do a complete kill of mom. So not only is this method of clearance not the right one, on the contrary, it will lead to their death. Weird stories are hard though, but if we pay attention to the details and choose carefully, we will be able to resist the horrific shenanigans and gain ultimate victory. Zhang Fan's words were recognized by almost everyone. They greatly praised Zhang Fan for the process of clearing the level as well as the conjecture he had shared out. Countless people ran to Zhang Fan's comment section to leave messages. Oh my god, Daxia Zhang Fan, you're the first one who's willing to share the method to pass. I thank you on behalf of Ba. I also think that there is more than one way to get through. It's just that your strength allows you to get through by only one way. I can't even tell the basic rules of weird talk right from wrong. I'm a loser. We, the bread country, would like to maintain a friendly friendship with the great summer country. Bread is sold at 20% off. Daxia Zhang Fan, you're the second Daxian I've admired. Thank you Daxia Zhang Fan for sharing your pass method. It's useful to me because I'm from the western blue flower country and I don't know when the weird talk will draw me. The news that Zhang Fan had announced the process of clearing the copy immediately hit the world's hot search. It didn't rank very high. Ahead is breaking news from around the world, or the damage done by the strange talk that befell the nations, or the news that Baker brutally murdered 17 people, or that horrible glance from creepy mom. All kinds of news, all of them extraordinarily significant, have caused a lot of talk around the world, until an even more significant piece of news that emerged. With lightning speed, it appeared in the world's No. 1 hot search. Sakuragoku's last weird story punished the earthquake by the appearance of a tombstone under the collapsed Yasukuni shrine toilet. It's suspected to be the tomb of Su Fu from the Qin dynasty. This news, like a huge wave, stirred everyone's heart. Today there is a strong information base. The countries are also aware of some of the cultures. After learning that appeared Qin dynasty Su Fu's tomb appeared underneath the ground of the Jingwa god's toilet, instantly thought of the historical record recorded in the history of Daxia, when Su Fu took 3,000 boys and girls to the immortal island to seek the elixir of immortality. Su Fu's tomb, which appeared in the Sakura country. As we all know, Sakura Nation has been a bullet point place from the beginning, much like an island. And the location is not far from Daxia. Then, according to the inference, the ancestors of Sakura country are the 3,000 people, boys and girls, who were brought there by Su Fu in the Qin dynasty, Cherry Blossom Kingdom, passing down the bloodline of Daxia. This is just more doggone than even the king next door. Countries have shifted their gaze to the Sakura country, their eyes shifting. The government of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom immediately issued a proclamation. With regard to the tombstones that appeared when the Yasukuni Shrine toilet collapsed, it was a prank played by someone, and we have arrested that person. So please refrain from making such jokes. Oh, states looked at the tombstones clearly visible on the news. The tombstone was covered by a small portion of dirt, but it was still possible to see that it was not small and carried a strong aura of ancient flavor. A tombstone weighing about 100 kilograms was actually thrown under the collapsed Yasukuni Shrine in broad daylight? Think they're stupid? Below the news. The people of Sakura Nation resisted fiercely. How can this be? This must be fake news. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nishihachi, there can be no contamination of our finest Mikado blood in Sakura Dani. If we're really split off from Dacia, then, this time the weird talk fails, the weirdness descends, and Dacia is going to be descended by the weirdness too. Agreed. Dacia is going to be weirdly contaminated, too. Just as the Sakura Nation crowd was clamoring, Dacia, too, sent out a message. There are some who live, and they are dead, and there are some who die, and they are alive. The sixth princess of Dacia Terrace even temporarily changed the movie that was shown. Sun Tzu. Birdman, A Dog's Way Home. Call Me Dad Again. This wave of maneuvering came out. It drew big laughs from the domestic online game. Good man. We don't want to admit it. Our ancestors didn't have such ungrateful grandchildren. Sufu, I didn't realize that I had died but lived a better life than some people. Dog. My dog got lost today, too. Coincidentally, my family's Sean was stolen. I wonder which little thief it was. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom also saw Dacia's operation and instantly understood the significance. But, there was no gnawing sound at the moment. Which one of you put the news out? Am I not forbidden to divulge anything about the tombstone? The emperor was angry and desperate at the moment. Angry that someone took a picture of the tombstone and published it for the news. Desperately, the tombstone was authenticated and was actually real. This also meant that everyone in the Sakura country, including him, was probably from Dacia. No, I don't know, Emperor. We haven't found out. The squire cringed. With all their efforts, they couldn't find out which media outlet put out that story. Like, out of thin air. Get out. The heavenly emperor roared, his face red with anger, his body on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, the emperor breathed a little heavily, swayed, and fainted. The squire turned pale and shouted in a hurry. Quickly, someone. The emperor is pissed off. Chapter 84 New copy, teacher. 2-star copy. 1/2 fever leave. Make up for it tomorrow. Immediately after that, the news that the emperor of the Sakura country had been exasperated was quietly spread by an unknown person. The world is wearing a diverting smile and buzzing about the Sakura Nation dogfight. For 3 full days, there was something about the appearance of Su Fu's tombstone in Cherry Blossom Country, which did not go under the world's hot search, and was steadily in the first place. The second one is the one that just made it to the top of the list with great speed. The incident of the emperor of the Sakura kingdom being infuriated. It could be said that people from all over the world, including Jiang Fan, were pleasured to spend their weird talk breaks. The matter of Jiang Fan spending a large amount of points to get rid of the strange talk in the South City was also publicized everywhere in the Great Xia, praising and appreciating Jiang Fan as a hero of the Great Xia. With the image of the hero who dispelled the weirdness added to it, the attitude of the Dacia nationals towards Jiang Fan had almost reached its peak. Countless people gathered not far from the neighborhood where Jiang Fan lived. They tacitly didn't disturb Jiang Fan, but just held their cell phone cameras high, in order to be able to quietly take a picture when Jiang Fan went out. Soon, the 3 days of rest went by in a flash. A new round of weird talk is promised. All the faces of the nations of the world are grave, and their hearts are apprehensive and heavy. I wonder, who is the chosen one this time? Also, how many people will die? Soon, the Weird Tales podcast sounded. The names of the chosen from each country will be announced in 10 minutes, so please prepare in advance and make sure to stay awake in the world of weird stories. Dacia, Jiang Fan, we're about to enter the world of weird tales in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. Chosen ones, randomly selected from the copy of Weird Talk in. Successful. Weird Tales, Teach A. Copy completed. Difficulty, 2 stars. Customs clearance standards. Simple model, conversion to internship. Difficult mode? How come it's a 2-star copy? Surprisingly, there are 2 pass criteria to get through the easiest internship. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the copy. He thought it was a 0-star copy, or a 1-star copy. I didn't realize that it was actually a 2-star copy. Compared to the difficulty comparison between a 0-star copy and a 1-star copy, a 1-star copy has a greatly increased chance of death. 2 stars are expected to be even more difficult, maybe even he'll fall in the pit. However, In accordance with Strange Tales' copy mechanism, Jiang Fan felt that it wasn't as difficult as it appeared on the surface. Looking at the ease of this pass, I'm sure it's easy to get through the internship by meeting the conditions for an easy mode pass. It's the only way to follow the logic of the weird talk mechanism. After all, if the easy pass is hard, the hard pass is even harder when the conditions are not even given. Jiang Fan stabilized his mind. He was fine. But, the moment the outside countries, including the chosen ones who had just been chosen, saw the copies being drawn, there was instant silence, and his face turned pale. Sporadic copies went through 10 before progressing to 1-star copies. Originally, according to speculation, a 1-star copy would also have to go through 10 before it could be converted into a 2-star copy. I didn't realize that I had only gone through 2 of the 1-star replicas before the 2-star replicas came along. Thinking about the 2 previous 1-star copies, it had only cleared Jiang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, and this time, it was violently upgraded to a 2-star copy, with predictable results. It was almost possible that the entire army would be wiped out, and even Jiang Fan wouldn't be able to pass. The world is filled with sadness to go emotionally. They are ready for the end of the strange talk to come, and that includes the country of Daxia. The chosen one, who was already inside the weird tale space, was even more disheartened. Soon, a minute passed. Strange voices rang in their ears, and all the chosen's eyes went black. Welcome to the world of weird tales. Alas, it's time to go to work again. And today, Monday, the director of the school will come to speak. It's almost time to pick up the kids from school. I don't want to face those kids. They're so small. What do they know? It's a pain in the ass. It's no trouble. Just tell them to go out and stand. Jiang Fan opened his eyes, and what met his eyes was a solid wooden table with some miscellaneous items on it. The sound of a group of people complaining came to his ears, the information gained from it, and the name of the copy. Jiang Fan quickly deduced the identity of this time. It should be a kindergarten teacher. The first rule of entering the world of weird tales is to seek out the rules of weird tales and follow them first. The chosen one is desperate for a copy of the weird tales this time around, but still responds positively. Searching for the weird tales rules, it took little effort to see a thin book from the pile of clutter on the table. Looking over the first page, it was clear that there were rules they needed to follow this time. Happy Kindergarten Teachers Rules. In order to comprehensively improve the work of our teachers and to adapt to the work of our teaching staff as soon as possible, following rules have been formulated. 1. The class you are responsible for is a large class A. There are 30 students in this class. 2. Please make sure that you count the number of students after each free activity to ensure that students can continue with the next activity schedule. 3. If you find less than 30 students after counting the students, they must have been playing, so please find them within 10 minutes. If you find more than 30 students, please pay attention to recognize which one is not your student, and find and expel him/her. 4. As a responsible teacher, you must fulfill the schedule of the class on time. If you forget an activity at a certain time, ask the teacher of class B next door who will tell you the correct schedule. 5. Due to the large number of classes in our school, the schedule of activities for the students may change at any time, so don't be confused. You just need to follow the new schedule of activities. 6. With you, there will be 6 teachers, a director, 2 cooks, a janitor, and no extra staff. 7. It is normal for some boarding students in the Happy Kindergarten not to be alarmed by anything they hear or see after 7 p.m. 8. In order to ensure the healthy development of the students, at each lunch, please make sure that you supervise the students to eat all the food for that meal without wasting any of it. 9. In order to prevent strangers from entering the park, each member of the park staff wears a corresponding work tag, so please make sure you wear it at all times and do not lose it or take it off. If you find a person not wearing a work tag, please stay away from him immediately and tell the director of the school, who will expel him. 10. Some parents will come to pick up their children after 4 p.m. If a student has not been picked up by 6 p.m., please send them to the director's office. Please ask the staff of the Happy Kindergarten to keep all the rules in mind and to enforce them conscientiously, as they will be very helpful to you in your work at this school. After seeing the rules, Jiang Fan immediately probed the correctness of this page of rules. The system quickly presented the correct rate, but the correct answer was out of Jiang Fan's expectation. I wonder if it's because there are 2 pass criteria for copies. The system gave the correct percentage and 2 different answers appeared, 70% correct, and 30% correct, respectively. Going by the percentage of correctness, 70% should be the easy mode pass, while the remaining 30%, is that no pass criteria? The hard mode pass. So, according to the percentage of correctness as well as the number of rules, one got 7 rules right, and one got only 3 rules right. The difference between these two is 40%, which in combination is again exactly 100%. Is the motive passing hard to get rid of the easy 70% and abide by the remaining 30%? Or is it subtracting 40% of the correct rules from the easy ones? That is, subtract 4 rules. Chapter 85 Reasoning 10 Rules. Signed, Gold Lecturer Full Book. 2 halves. Since this copy of Weird Tales is 2-star, Zhang Fan only needed to meet the criteria for passing the simple pass. He wasn't prepared to meet the criteria for clearing the level in hard mode. It was too risky for him. After all, hard clearing, there wasn't even a standard way to clear the level. But these 2 different guesses of correctness would give him a signal. According to Zhang Fan's guess, either answer could be the correct difficulty pass essential. The first kind, to get rid of the simple 70%, obeys the conjecture of the remaining 30% rule. That is, out of the 10 rules, there are 7 easy pass rules and 3 hard pass rules, and he just needs to find out which of those 3 rules to follow. In the second, subtract 40% from the 70% correct rule, and the remaining 30% is the difficulty pass. It's equivalent to having 3 rules that overlap and are equally correct in the hard and easy pass rules. After thinking about it, Zhang Fan ruled out the first guess. According to the rule of rules being either wrong or right in Weird Tales, there's no way he's only following 3 rules and the rest are all wrong. The mere fact that there are 30 students in Rule IA class is a counterpart to the Rule 3 headcount of 30 is a counterpart to each other. Assuming conjecture 1 is correct, then Rule 1, Rule 2, and Rule 3 are the right 3 rules. So, Rule 9, is it wrong to wear a work badge? Zhang Fan glanced at the work tag already worn around his neck, and it was clear that it wasn't guess 1. If conjecture 1 can be realized, it presupposes that the remaining 7 rules do not die when violated. But this premise violates the 70% correctness of the simple pass. 70% correct. 7 are correct from an ordinary viewpoint, and the remaining 3 may be contaminated, or dead, if complied with. So, by giving 2 pass criteria, the Strange Tales copy is adding difficulty to the original easy criteria to meet the standard conditions for a difficult pass, not either/or. Conjecture 1 removal. Remaining guess 2 is basically the correct difficulty pass guess. The 7 rules of the simple pass right contain the 3 rules of the difficulty right inside them. The remaining 4 remaining rules are yet again not death rules, as they have to fulfill the prerequisite of a 70% correct rate for simple rules. Then, within the 7 rules, 3 of the remaining rules must be obeyed, while the remaining 4 can be obeyed, or disobeyed, without bringing death or being contaminated. This is because these 4 rules are adding to the difficulty and preventing the completion of a hard mode pass. 2 difficult passes are guessed, as well as the different rates of correctness gave Zhang Fan a great hint. Of these 10 rules, 3 are mistakes, rules that will be tainted or dead when followed. There are 3 mandatory rules, and the remaining 4, optional compliance with the rules for completing the easy pass, or non-compliance with meeting the difficult pass prerequisites. According to this division, then, the 10 rules are easily distinguished. Rule I, the class in charge of the administration. The large class A, with 30 pupils, corresponds to Rule 3, counting 30 pupils. Rule number 1 is a good call. Zhang Fan easily found a piece of paper with names printed all over it on the work desk piled with clutter. On it was none other than the roster of students in the older class, Class A. Zhang Fan looked straight through, and by the end there were exactly 30 students. So, Rule 1 is right, and Rule 3 is extremely likely to be right. Since I am responsible for 30 students in Class A in Rule 1, I have to go for the lack of students in Class A, while more students are out of my hands. After the 2 must-follow rules are found, there is only 1 must-follow rule within the remaining 8 rules. Zhang Fan tried to find the rules of which must be done, but the remaining 8 rules are vague. There are 5 rules in the middle that are all do-or-die rules, especially the 9th rule, and the 2nd rule. Zhang Fan looked like he was right. 1 was wearing a work tag, which he put on as soon as he arrived. Rule 2, on the other hand, corresponds to Rule 3. After 10 seconds of careful thought, Zhang Fan decided not to make things difficult for himself and directly utilized the system prompt. After the move, I don't know if it was the system that felt Zhang Fan's tangled heart and gave a prompt that made Zhang Fan surprised by it. A work license? I know that guy, and sometimes it does protect you from being driven away by the head gardener and being in danger. But, it loves to snitch on the head gardener sometimes. I hate snitches. All staff at Happy Kindergarten will bring their work tags. Well, snitching. The work sign sometimes informs the director of what the staff in the park is doing and has done. Or rather, the job board is the eyes of the director, watching over the entire Happy Nursery. Zhang Fan's pupils contracted as he looked at the blue work tag hanging on his chest and raised an eyebrow. As the system suggests, the work card protects me from being expelled by the head gardener and being in danger. But, hypothetically, not when I've done something. After all, according to the word snitch, snitching is not a good word. Rule number 9. induction and do-or-die rules. Still, most of the time, according to the first hint of the system, you have to wear a work license or you will be in danger or be expelled by the gardener. Besides, I only pass simple standards, so keep it with you. Zhang Fan looked at the 1-inch photo on the work card. The man on top of the photo on the red background was handsome, so handsome that even he fell in love with him. He decided, never take off your work badge for more than half a second, except to shower and use the restroom. And when not wearing a work badge, presumably I did something with the difficulty pass, because as previously deduced, this rule, if followed at all, would be a barrier to a difficult pass. In other words, the gardener is good in a simple pass, but it's the chosen one who stumbles in the difficult pass. From this statement, then, it can be deduced that all that pertains to the gardener is not the overlapping of those 3 correct rules, the must-do rules, but it's the option of doing it without dying. Then, according to the gardener, Rule 10 can be excluded. There are still students who have not been picked up at 6 o'clock and sent to the director's office for optional work or no work at a specific time. Again, judging by Rule 3, it is correct to count the people in Rule 2. However, since the number of counts is only 1 at the end of a free activity, it may be highly likely that the lack of counts will lead to gradual contamination and so on. After all, the Rule 2 count is designed to be able to ensure that there are 30 students continuing on to the next event. So, Zhang Fan intended to, not only at the end of the free time, but also during the rest of the day. Coupled with the fact that I don't forget, rule number 4 is probably not going to forget a certain time period of activity unless it's contaminated. But the last copy left behind, Mom's memory album, I've only fought off 1 contamination, and I still have 2 chances left. Rule number 4, exclusion. Rule number 1, 3, correct. Rule number 2, all time period counts. Rules 9 and 10, which could be left out at a fixed point in time, but in order to ensure that the simple pass condition was met, Zhang Fan intended to comply. Rule number 4, exclusion. Remaining, of rules 5, 6, 7, and 8, there exist a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3 rules that will kill or contaminate if followed. In the blink of an eye, less than 30 seconds, Zhang Fan had then deduced the basic guess of the over half rule. After the rules were roughly sorted out, Zhang Fan rubbed his temples. Without any other clues, there was no way he could guess further. Zhang Fan lamented, while signing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's office for successfully signing in and getting a gold medal instructor's book. Gold medal lecturer complete book. When you start to lecture and talk, no matter whether it is true or false, any shenanigans will be plus 10% trust in you. You are the most powerful gold medal lecturer in the world of weird talk. The marketing team would like to worship you as a teacher. Gold medal lecturer? He understands the first one. As a kindergarten teacher, lecturing is inevitable. But what does the latter one mean? Marketing. Zhang Fan glanced at the last copy signed in within the system space. The old, steel, board, tax, leak, account, tax, book. Close your eyes and keep meditating in your mind. I'm a teacher. He doesn't have any idea. Really? Chapter 86 Happiness Kindergarten closed? Event schedule. 1 quarter. After signing in stuff, Zhang Fan suddenly felt that this rule was somewhat familiar. Looking over, his eyes gazed to the full name at the top of the 10 rules. Happy Kindergarten Teacher's Rules. But the Happy Kindergarten in the rules seems like something I've heard somewhere. Happy Kindergarten. Toddler. As a child? Zhang Fan flipped forward along his memory and finally looked for where the sense of familiarity came from in his last copy. He watched the 6th day of a TV show with his mom while she talked a lot. One of those words is about a happy kindergarten. Did the happy kindergarten close down? What a pity. Little Fan, you even went to school there when you were little. Chapter 55. That's what Mom said. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Fan possessed an unforgettable memory and an excellent memory, I'm afraid a casual remark made within 7 days has long been forgotten. I know from the words that the happy kindergarten ended up closing down. And, when I was a kid, I also attended a happy kindergarten. Well, this copy shouldn't be like the first 2 copies. What with the fire, the car accident, and all the deaths? Since it's a closure, it narrows it down a lot. Maybe it could be a clue to a difficult pass? Of course, it's possible that it's not, because the timing of these 2 copies is not the same at all. Zhang Fan began to organize the messy desktop. In a jiffy, when everything was neatly arranged, Zhang Fan could only find one useful thing except for the roster of the large class. A calendar. Dozens of days in front of him on the calendar had been marked with a big cross in red pen, and the new date without a big cross was labeled the 26th. The date above the 26th corresponds and is Monday, and the whole month, by the end of the month on the 30th, was drawn in a big circle. From the conversation they just had, it's Monday, and they're going to be welcoming students into the hospital later. And there's a speech to be given by the director of the Happy Kindergarten. Then, check the calendar trail. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, ending on the evening of the 30th, which is Friday. Follow the simple clearance tips for your copy to get through the internship. The 30th, at the end of Friday, passes the internship, and the number of days for this copy is 5. After Jiang Fan saw the calendar book, one by one, the rest of the group finished inferring the rules. It is almost always judged that Rule I, as well as Rule 9, is correct. Bear Country. Chosen Odd was a little scared when she was picked by her 2-star copy. After all, this was a 2-star copy, and the difficulty was far greater than 1 star. After searching for the rules, the correct one of them was quickly deduced from the clues provided by the items on the table. Rule number 1 should be right. According to the roster, I am indeed the teacher of the older class, Class A. Rule 8 should be correct. After all, wasting food is bad and it is normal logic to eat all meals for the sake of healthy students. And rule number 9. They're all carrying work tags, and I'm carrying a work tag to prove that Rule 9 is correct. Odd looked at the rest of the teachers in the office who also carried blue work tags and touched the one on her chest. She must not have lost or taken off her job tag. Maybe the job tag is the only protective prop in a happy kindergarten. Outside, after seeing all the rules of the 2-star copy, they have stepped up their speed to study the rules. After the study, the countries were relieved. The rules aren't too hard to follow, plus the rosters, calendars, rule books, etc. that the various live rooms get. They can all confirm 2 or 3 of the right rules. It's a great joy to have such a great start to the season. A 2-star copy, which doesn't seem to be that hard. In the world of weird tales, when Jiang Fan surmised that this game was only 5 days old, a person walked in outside the office door. The man was also wearing a blue work tag, and from the information on it, it was easy to see that it was a teacher. Teacher of the middle class A. The middle school teacher had a couple of printed forms in her hand and handed them out to several teachers in the office in droves. Here, this is the schedule of scheduled activities for small class A. Here, this is the schedule of classes for the activity program for the middle B class. When it was Jiang Fan's turn here, the teacher of the middle class gave a schedule of classes with the same schedule of activities. Thank you. Jiang Fan thanked him and began to memorize the contents of the entire schedule of scheduled classes. He is a kindergarten teacher with a large kindergarten class. The curriculum is not complicated and there is a lot of repetition. Schedule of activities organized for the older class A. 7:30 to 8 o'clock admission. 8:10 to 8:30 radio gymnastics, flag raising on Monday. Speech by the director. 8:40 to 9 o'clock breakfast. 9:10 to 9:40 study. 9:40 to 10 o'clock dim sum. 10 to 11 o'clock outdoor games, hide and seek, watermelon picking, hopscotch. Wolf, for the sake of children's good sense of play, please ask the teacher to participate in the game together. 1 per day may not be repeated play. Wednesday for swimming. 11 to 11:30 free time. 11:40 to 12:20 lunch. 12:20 to 14:20 nap. 14:40 to 15:40 craft reading books in the activity room. Monday, EVA activity room. Tuesday, VB activity room. Wednesday, C activity room. 15:40 to 15:55 afternoon snacks in the activity room. 16 to 17:55 class study. Dismissal. 18:00 closed. The curriculum is easy to remember, but the corresponding times are a bit complicated. Jiang Fan paid attention to the time as well as the activities, some of which were 10 minutes, 5 minutes apart from each other. The study after breakfast, 10 minutes apart halfway through, is obviously recess, etc. And there are some activities that move right on to the next one, such as having a midday snack after learning. All event breaks, off or not, vary. Most importantly, through this course schedule, Jiang Fan knew that he would have a lot of signing opportunities in the coming days. Chapter 87 Addressing the Root of the Problem. Happy Kindergarten Director. 2/4. This kindergarten looks pretty big. Just as Jiang Fan was looking at the course schedule, a male teacher came up beside him, looking like he was on good terms with Jiang Fan. What are you looking at this for? This is pretty much the same lesson every week. By the time class is over, the bell will ring, so just do what you have to do. Jiang Fan glanced at the male teacher's work tag and realized that he was the teacher of the large class B. Nor did he deny it, and spoke directly with a smile. Oh, my students are more of a water drinker. I have to check the time so they don't miss class for a bathroom break. Love water? Jiang Fan, you wouldn't have realized it yet, would you? The male teacher grinned and quietly whispered in Jiang Fan's ear. Jiang Fan, it's not that I'm talking about you. Those kids simply can't control going to the bathroom at a set time, so you have to get to the root of the problem. Oh, roots? Yes, reduce the number of times they drink water. That way you don't have to take them to the bathroom every second. Jiang Fan froze. He also thought the solution to the root cause was to teach the child to use the toilet. After a pause, as if enlightened, and with some delight, he then asked, "Why didn't I think of that? You're so smart. What about when they're thirsty? It won't do any good to be thirsty for a while. Just give it to them before school." When the male teacher said this, he paused, as if he had thought of something infuriating, and opened his mouth to curse. "You don't know that fat pig in our class. He's hungry and drinks a lot of water every day. And the last time I forgot to take him to the restroom. He straight up stinks up the whole classroom in our class. But luckily, then giving him less food and no water and a little punishment took care of that. His mother, thinks the child has caused me great trouble and keeps apologizing." Jiang Fan laughed along with the male teacher, but his heart sank. Less food, no water, plus a little punishment to solve the potty problem. However, this was not at all what Jiang Fan considered to be the solution to the problem. Such a solution is as if, like having a pet, plus a little tiny punishment. According to this solution, I'm afraid it's not a small punishment. A smile appeared on the faces of the teachers on the sidelines, apparently having heard the two talking, and in unison they agreed with the male teacher. Jiang Fan laughed with the same male teacher, slightly frowned again and shook his head with some sighs. "How am I different from you? I gave them their punishment. The kids' parents came to me for a reaction." "Jiang Fan, this is where you can't talk." The male teacher obviously knew this kind of thing by heart and was happy to pass it on to Jiang Fan, his fellow teacher in internship. "Jiang Fan, you're still in your internship. You've only just entered kindergarten. This kind of thing, I'll tell you. Just tell his mom directly that the child made a mistake inside kindergarten, didn't get along with the group, didn't take the lesson seriously, and disrupted the classroom. Those kids are little. They don't know anything. They're already doing a lot of things wrong, and they're giving me a lot of trouble. Say something nice to the kid again. Something about getting a parent, being a meanie, and telling the other kids not to play with him. Such a thing. It will not happen again. Still need me to teach you a Jiang Fan?" Jiang Fan opened his mouth and was just about to reply something. Suddenly, a light bell rang. "It's opening time. Time to go pick up the kids and get them into school." Several teachers next to him immediately packed up their things and walked out of the office with smiles full of kindness and graciousness on their faces, including the male teacher, who had just been indignant in blaming the child for his troubles, raised his best smile. It was as if the male teachers were so kind to their students that they couldn't wait to receive each and every one of them as if they were babies. Jiang Fan looked at the schedule on the office wall the same way. "Just now, it's 7:30. The time is right. The school will ring." Jiang Fan also packed up his things and brought the roster with him, raising a full smile on his face. He seemed very friendly and walked out with the teachers to welcome the children into the school. In the meantime, various chosen follow the ringing of the bell and walk out of the office. The scenery of the park outside the office was not as shabby and full of eerie feelings as Jiang Fan had imagined. On the contrary, it is very sunny and childlike, and you can't help but love the place when you look at it in your heart. Outside the office is a large playground with all kinds of slides, seesaws and swings, and the building he stepped out of was the first floor of the building. There were several more floors above, which Jiang Fan presumed should be the children's classes. The outside corridors and even the fences inside the school were beautifully painted with sunny childlike graffiti. The playground wasn't the plastic blue ground of reality, but it was cleaned up. Even the playground was planted with flowers next to that one big tree. There is a sink area, a drinking area and everything in between. Walk across the small playground and the exit to the happy nursery. The rows are filled with green trees and flowers. A large chalkboard was also set up. On top of the chalkboard are various children's smiling faces, paintings, calligraphy, and more. It gives a good impression that this nursery is often very good and can give children a superb environment as well as a good quality education. Even, Jiang Fan also saw the class he needed to be in charge of on the blackboard's excellent work exhibition class. The work of the older Class A. That's a very good drawing. A big class kid is gifted to be able to draw like that. And this calligraphy, I can't even write. Jiang Fan glanced at it and suddenly gave a start when he saw a certain corner on the blackboard. The best exhibition work is done by the teacher assisting the child. And there is a beautiful teacher-student relationship. Auxiliary. If, on the other hand, this is done by the child himself, it's fine if the work is overwhelmingly done by the teacher. Then, still, real world such is quite common. In order for parents to see their children excelling and to be pleased that the effort they have put in has not been in vain, most of the works have teacher-assisted behaviors. After walking through the exhibition of outstanding works, Jiang Fan came to the entrance of the kindergarten. At the moment, the iron gates of the kindergarten were thrown wide open. 5 teachers with blue work tags, as well as a janitor with a yellow work tag, and a middle-aged man stood in the doorway. Through the remaining 5 teachers looking at the middle-aged man with warm fawning gazes, Jiang Fan guessed the identity of the middle-aged man. the director of the happy kindergarten. Chapter 88, Zhengdiren AI Bo Shui Quality and Certainty of Learning. Something for the parents. 3/4, the director of the happy kindergarten. The director of the school follows the teachers at the moment, full of friendly smiles, talking constantly with the parents who bring their children here. A very amiable gardener, it seems. Not only was the gardener very kind and gracious, there was no hint of a stance. Zhang Fan saw that the male teacher who had just scolded the child for being a stinky pig was talking and laughing to the parents in front of him. No trouble, no trouble. I'll take good care of him. Really too much trouble, teacher, you. My child every day in the school naughty. I have gone home to educate him. He will be good. The mother looked at the male teacher with gratitude and pushed the child in her hands forward. It's a little boy, a little chubby. The boy's face was expressionless. The corners of his mouth pursed, and his hands squeezed and unclenched. Sullenly, teacher, I'll do as I'm told. Zhang Fan turned his head, and the boy appeared to be apologizing at first glance. But, Zhang Fan saw the boy's movement to retort, and in the end, he didn't open his mouth because he didn't know what. And, underneath the boy's look, there was a hint of fear. Zhang Fan didn't think too much about it as the students belonging to his class arrived as well. Say hello to Mr. Jiang. Jiang. Hello, teacher. Zhang Fan receives his first student, Liang Heike. Liang Heike was a quiet-looking little girl with 2 ponytails. She stayed quietly beside Zhang Fan after being sent by her mom. Not noisy at all. Zhang Fan picked up the roster, found Liang Heike's name, and ticked it. As time passes, one after another, basically all the children in the older class arrived. Zhang Fan also took advantage of the morning to use clever words to ask all the parents to send the child's name inadvertently. Rule number 3. Counting students to see if there are 30. Fewer he needs to find, more he needs to identify. This is when it is important to memorize the name that corresponds to the student's likeness. On his way to pick up his children, Zhang Fan heard compliments from parents about the kindergarten from time to time. This kindergarten environment is really good. When I sent my child to the happy kindergarten to send the right. That's right, the teachers here are gracious too. Even the kindergarten director came out to pick up the students. They said it was to make sure they all got to school, even if the tuition is higher. No matter how hard I work, my child will go to school here. That's right, we can't let our children lose at the starting line. The kindergarten layout here looks cultured. Zhengda, Boai, what's the word for that? I don't have a lot of culture, but I hope my kids do. As Zhang Fan picked up the children, he looked up at the same writing on the wall next to the door. The letters were large, square, and branded with red paint. It looks like a kindergarten school motto for children on the true path of life. Righteousness, erudition, benevolence, equality, and conscientiousness. These 5 words, even Zhang Fan couldn't help but feel that the kindergarten was very erudite and lofty when he looked at them. But, Zhang Fan thought about it and shook his head. If this were put in college, it could be really leading kids in the direction of the path of life. But this is a kindergarten, and those 5 and 6-year-olds don't understand the significance of it. So, instead of being an admonition to the children, it is for the parents. After all, parents see this kind of kindergarten and absolutely think, this kindergarten is good. Excellent education. Actually, one solution to keep your child from going to the bathroom too often and soiling and bothering yourself is to not feed your child water and to eat less. This method of education, Zhang Fan didn't feel that it was much more excellent. Maybe, it's just individual differences. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Zhang Fan lowered his eyes and greeted one child after another that was brought to him with a smile on his face. Little by little the time passed. Zhang Fan looked at the clock in the kindergarten security room. It's 8 o'clock. At 8:10, he needed to meet at the playground to hear the head gardener speak. Almost all the teachers set off for the playground with their children. But, Zhang Fan had not yet departed. In Rule 2, ensure that the child is able to continue to participate in the next activity. It doesn't take much thought to realize what happens when you are late for an event and fail to comply. Infection, or death. Not only Zhang Fan, but most of the chosen had yet to depart. Although the rules only say, students need to be counted at the end of the free period. However, at the beginning of their entrance into the garden, the chosen subconsciously took a clean count. It was found that only 29 students had arrived. That means one more student is late. They were waiting for the last student. There was also a small group of chosen ones that didn't notice this. Fruit Nation. Oh, where are you going? Tanny the chosen couldn't help but ask as she watched the rest of the teachers getting ready to leave. Going to the playground to hear the head gardener speak. Aren't you going? It's going to be bad to be late by then. Oh, wait for me you guys. Tanny looked over at the nursery, which had closed its doors. The kindergarten gates are all closed, so it should be the end of admission time. Tanny turned her head to face the large group of children behind her and smiled. Follow the teacher to the playground. Oh, Line up and don't mess up. The children were adorable, raising their childish faces in their uniform-colored red school uniforms. Good teacher. Mr. Tower, you look beautiful today. Come on, Mr. Tada. We won't be able to keep up if we don't go. The children chattered to Tanny. The cute face, the young voice, the good behavior soon made Tanny feel compassionate and full of smiles. Okay, come with me, little darlings. Tanny turned and led the children, following the rest of the teachers to the playground together. But not noticed. The child, who had just been full of childish innocence, raised a wry smile on his face, wide-eyed in unison. His pupils whitened to death as he stepped into the playground already. Tanny, outside. The top brass of the Fruit Kingdom watched as a large portion of the chosen stayed where they were, with only a very small portion leaving. There was some confusion at first. Could it be that the progress is different in the copy of Strange Tales? Also, with the chosen ones moving midway, it could lead to a time difference. Until, this time, it dawned on me after seeing another new student appear outside the door. Those departing chosen ones, it seems, didn't seem to receive 30 students, and the chosen one of their country, Tanny, was among them. Oh no, quickly send a tip to Tanny. Tell her to go back and pick up the students. Chapter 89, sorry I did it on purpose. Words to parents, 4/4 to make up for yesterday. Just 3 minutes past 8 o'clock. The last child, finally, reaches kindergarten. The mom was dressed plainly, sweating profusely as she carried her baby off the bike. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I was too busy today to remember to send him over. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Fan took the last student from his mother. It's a little boy named Qi Shuai. Yo, Ji Shuai ah. You're quite handsome then. The words fell. The boy in front of him waved the key in his hand triumphantly. Apparently, the boy agreed with him on that one. Immediately afterward, as if seeing someone, he pulled his hands together over his eyelids and made a ghostly face. Lol. It reminded Jiang Fan of the downstairs boy who played with his mom's head. It seemed to him that this child named Ji Shuai was a bit naughty. If it's too naughty, he'll have to educate it. He should never be allowed to be the last copy of the leather replacement boy. At the moment, it was 5 minutes short of 10 minutes to 8. Jiang Fan counted the number of people once again. After making sure the number of students is 30 and there are no unfamiliar faces, lead the child toward the playground. The playground had been reached by many children at this time. Jiang Fan and his class were the last to arrive. Looking at the empty place, Jiang Fan directly led the children there. The gardener on the stage had obviously been waiting for a long time. Ding! A light bell rang throughout the kindergarten. 8:10 arrived. The gardener on stage took the microphone and spoke with a kind smile and a hint of confident excitement. Inside the Fruit Nation livestream, the channel bell rings. Tanny dutifully stood and looked at the gardener on the stage. The cue suddenly came to mind. What's the state giving me hints for? Are there any clues? Tanny clicked on the prompt and waited until she could see inside the prompt. Her face bristled. Tanny, get back in there. Your class is only 29. One student short. How could it be less? When the kindergarten door is closed. No, isn't it only necessary to count the students at the end of free time? Tanny's body almost went limp, but managed to hold on to her confused brain, her broken heart, and turned to run for the nursery door. I wonder if I tripped over something. With a snap, Tanny fell to the ground, her face contorting in pain. Mr. Tower, I'm sorry. Oh, I meant to. Within the class, the child that Tanny felt was the most well-behaved raised an evil grin and slowly retracted the foot that had tripped Tanny. The rest of the 20 or so students laughed out loud, and each of them changed from innocent toddlers to demons radiating evil power. That smile was like a taunt and icy as hell. Tanny braced himself and tried to get up. Suddenly, just then, a light bell rang. It's 10 minutes past 8. Time's up. The rule said to only use counting students after free time. Less students the rest of the time should be fine. Maybe, that student took a leave of absence. Hearing the bell ring, Tanny shivered and kept speaking. Her face grew white as she looked at the swath of children in front of her. And all Tanny could think was that these children were demons. The microphone held by the gardener didn't seem to be trying to speak. Eyes glanced over the playground, eventually dropping his gaze to where Tanny was. The gardener. Tanny didn't understand why the gardener was looking at her. But, in the next second, goosebumps plummeted over her body, creeping her out. See only, all the students on the playground, as well as the teachers, looked at her in unison with wide open eyes and expressionless mute faces. Inside the nursery, which had been full of goodness, the rust began to start fading at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was as if the world had turned upside down, showing black, white and gray colors. Click dash. A boy covered in rotting flesh crawled out of the crowd, as if out of nowhere, and crawled quickly toward her. Maggots were writhing and falling off his body, and hanging bits of flesh clashed with bone with a dark, chilling sound. The white blob simply seemed to be like an enlarged version of a meatworm. Ah! Tanny screamed and kept backing away, but soon the road behind them was blocked by students. At this moment, the group of 5 or 6-year-old children let out giggling and shrill laughter. Mr. Tower, don't go, we like you. Stay with us, Mr. Tower. Am I not your student? Why? Leaving me behind. Weird Talk Live went dark. The Weird Tales podcast voice plays. Fruit of the Loom chosen Tanny dies. Weird Talk randomly descends. The chosen one of River Country. Except for the Fruit Nation chosen, who left after 8 o'clock. And the River Nation chosen, who died because they were too late to return to receive their students. The rest of the chosen ones were saved by state prompts for meeting at the playground early, or walking halfway there even later. The outside world watched the death of the 2 unlucky people and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, their countries chosen are smart. However, also based on the deaths of the 2 chosen ones, the nations have established a message. Perhaps, some of these times after the event, no headcount is necessary, but counting the number of students from time to time is necessary to make sure you don't run afoul of the rule shenanigans, not just after free time. In the world of Weird Tales, the flag-raising ceremony is over. The gardener began to speak. Jiang Fan listened quietly, going in with his left ear and out with his right, but still nodding his head from time to time to show his approval of the gardener's speech. As long as you are 1 step behind, you are 1 step behind. If you lose at the starting line, what will you do in the future when you go to primary school, junior high school and then university? To read a book is to cross a solitary bridge with 1,000 horses, and you can only pass if you win over the others. As long as you are serious about your studies, I am sure that the teachers on our campus will provide you with the best environment for life. Teach and educate. By as our happy kindergarten motto says, I want you to be children of good character, knowledgeable and caring. Above all, if you don't study, you will fail your parents. They have worked hard to send you to our garden. The gardener was speaking impassionedly from the podium, but Jiang Fan was listening more and more outrageously, looking at the children beside him with his afterglow. One turned his head and whispered, full of laughter. Occasionally a child is listening, looks confused, and then joins in the talking. How can a 5 or 6-year-old understand these words? Is it possible that the director's speech is meant to indoctrinate and baptize the children's hearts? Whether they understand it or not, just speak first? Jiang Fan stared at the gardener who was speaking passionately. He wanted to learn how this transference of intent to the children was done. The gardener's speech continued for half an hour, 8:30, until the bell rings, concluding remarks by the director. Immediately afterward, the sound of an excited clapping of hands rang out extraordinarily loud in the playground. The children weren't clapping. It was their lead teacher who was clapping and could tell by the eager looks on their faces that they thought the gardener had made a good point. For the sake of not being too obvious, Jiang Fan clapped along furiously. After the gardener left, the cell phone on his body suddenly rang with a bang. This is the cell phone Jiang Fan found on his desk. No password. It works. There are only a few simple dialogue boxes in there though. Jiang Fan opened his cell phone and fell silent after seeing the message being sent on it. Wang Song Song's mom, video, Mr. Wang Song Song's mom, Mr. Jiang, the director is so right. Children should win at the starting line. Mr. Jiang, you teach him to be a good human character, but also do not forget to teach him to be grateful to his parents. Too hard teacher. Soybean smile, rose. Jiang Fan clicked on the video, and the video was exactly the scene of the gardener's speech just now. Jiang Fan was silent for a while, casually returned a few words and put his cell phone away. There was a long pause as he looked at where the gardener had just left, although he didn't understand how this Wang Song Song's mom had the video of the speech just now. But, Jiang Fan suddenly realized something. Just like those 5 words on the door, they look high and mighty, but they don't actually do anything to educate the children. The director isn't talking to these kids. He's talking to the parents of the kids. Chapter 90 Jiang Fan who leads the children in sports. Sign in ring ruler. 1/3. The 5 school mottos at the entrance of the happy kindergarten and the words spoken to the parents gave Jiang Fan a renewed perception of the happy kindergarten. The actual state of this kindergarten is not clear, but, on the surface, it must be on good and excellent behavior, especially in front of that group of parents. Not only the speeches, but the teachers with their gracious and kind smiles, and the tops of the passing class display boards, and a whole host of other things, are showing kindness to the parents. What does having a good relationship with parents have to do with getting through? Jiang Fan looked up at the small school building in front of him, his eyes flickering with a complicated look. After the director's speech, there is a 10-minute gap between the next process. Judging by the usual activity which was morning exercises, Jiang Fan didn't feel that the 10 minutes was a time for them to be left to explore and do nothing. According to the next process, it should be to take them to a breakfast place in advance. The nursery is beautifully dressed, but at a glance you can see the full area. Other than the building where their office is, the playground, a pool, and in the back there's just a small house in the back. The small house wasn't big, and with the movements of the other classroom teachers leading the children up the stairs, Jiang Fan surmised, the place where you eat breakfast should not be a regular cafeteria. Rather, enjoy it inside the class, because after breakfast there is studying and on the top of the activity timetable, reading books in the afternoon in the activity room, and after that also afternoon snacks in the activity room. So, those 10 minutes should be the time we lead the kids to the class. Jiang Fan turned around and looked at the students who were lined up neatly behind him, once again counting the number of people. After confirming that he had reached 30 students, he greeted the children and took them upstairs with him. Also, mentally turn on check-in. Ding! Check-in at the playground was successful. You'll get X10 stickers/150 stickers. Pinky stickers. A well-behaved student deserves a reward from his teacher. And a pinky sticker is something all children want to get. Ding! Check-in on the stairs. You get a jar of sweet candy. Sweet candy, the sweetest taste you can share with your best friend. The architecture of the school building resembles a back shape. There are many rooms on each floor. Seeing the situation, Jiang Fan turned his head and raised a smile as he spoke to the children. What about before breakfast? Making sure our body is awakened so it knows, oh, I'm up. It's time to eat. Children, don't you think so? The children looked confused, but smiled childishly and nodded in response. Yes, Mr. Jiang. No, body, he's already up. Mr. Jiang, you're so stupid. Jiang Fan ignored the obvious voice of disapproving reply and glanced at the child who had retorted. Oh, so it's you, Marshall Key. You're a good and honest boy. Kishore, I'm going to give you a reward later. After receiving the children's answers, Jiang Fan began to lead the children through the building. Come on, kids, clap your hands with me and walk with me. Snap, snap, snap. Jiang Fan ignored the sparse clapping behind him. Turn on check-in as you pass through each floor and memorize the classroom setup at the same time. Ding! Successful check-in on the second floor. 6 deluxe lunches. Ding! Third floor check-in successful. Get a chance to prompt *1. Ding! The fourth floor sign-in successfully and received a large class textbook *1. This back-shaped school building has offices on the first floor in addition to the health room and the principal's office. The layout is this. Second floor, small classroom, and activity room A, nap area, unknown room. Third floor, middle classroom, and activity room B, nap area, unknown room. Fourth floor, large classroom, and activity room C, nap area, unknown room. A map of the classrooms is located at the stairs on each floor. During that time, it wasn't as if he hadn't tried to accidentally break in, but unfortunately, the closed room was like some kind of barrier that restricted his access, and he couldn't even open it. Jiang Fan traveled through the back-shaped corridors, looking at the classrooms that had students, or were vacant, and was moved to leave tears from the corners of his mouth. This, and this, aren't they all waiting for me to open and use them? Students, they shouldn't just stay in one classroom. They have to move around more. It's more important for me, as their teacher, to do my part and lead them to explore the world. Jiang Fan skimmed the universal key within the space. He decided that he was going to explore the rooms tonight to see if there was anything to teach in them. Everything, in order to be able to better students. Jiang Fan took the 30 students behind him and moved back and forth, layer after layer. By the time we got to the fourth floor, after a big class didn't stop and some movement was added. In Jiang Fan's words, to awaken the body, one could not stop in the middle of the process. One had to persist in completing the awakening exercise. This confused the outside world. Looking at the other chosen who had long since entered the classroom, then he looked at Jiang Fan who was still leading the students around in the building's hallways and wandering around. Eventually a conclusion was drawn. Jiang Fan, probably scouting the terrain. Da Xia. Wei Jian watched Jiang Fan's swaying movements. Not only did he travel through the various hallways, but every now and then he would put his hand on the door lock and venture a word. Oh, this isn't our classroom. Oh, wrong place, wrong place. Wei Jian glanced at the large letters labeled on the classroom door on the live feed screen. Activity Room A. There was a moment's silence and a hesitant opening. This classroom name isn't always right. Maybe misleading. Perhaps Jiang Fan wants to go into the various classrooms to see if there are any clues. Wang Jia, a member of the strange talk group at the bottom, opened his mouth, wanting to speak, and finally his face turned red to hold back a sentence. Why do I feel that Jiang Fan's swaying movements are a bit familiar? Seems like I've seen it somewhere before. It seems that in the bus copy, the chosen one is at home. The words fell. The conference room was instantly quiet. Thinking of the strange movements of Jiang Fan lying under the bed when he was at home, the crowd flinched for a moment. Zhang Fan deserves to win 2 Weird Tales games in a row. Sure enough, being careful and cautious is the biggest key to victory. In the world of Weird Tales, finally, in Explore, after exercising each area of the 4th floor, Zhang Fan led the children back to where the large class was located. Looking behind him at the group of panting children, each one transformed from pale face to rosy red, Zhang Fan smiled in relief. Looks like the kids are woken up enough for breakfast. Children, your bodies are up. Now follow me back to class for breakfast. No answer was heard from the children. Zhang Fan sighed. Exasperation. What happened to all the well-behaved, childlike students? Just answered his words. What? He's kind enough to take them for exercise, and he resents him? Even though Zhang Fan had already turned around and entered the classroom. But, behind him, the sight with resentment was like ice condensation, stabbing towards him. Zhang Fan tugged at his clothes and looked at the new things he had signed up for in Class A. Ruler, a good tool for teachers to have a certain degree of repression on students. He decided that with a ruler to point and a sea of learning, the children would be able to go 100 feet further. Chapter 91 Real Caterpillar Bread. Fuming student. 2/3. It wasn't long before Zhang Fan entered Class A. The clock on the wall, then, had come to 8:40. This is the time for breakfast. When the time came, 2 men with green work tags appeared at the door of Class A. The 2 men were carrying boxes of food. Apparently 2 cooks from the kitchen. Teacher Jiang, this is today's breakfast. Please distribute it to the children. Zhang Fan nodded and took the food from the cook. The kids had a simple breakfast. An egg, a bottle of milk, and a vegetable packet. When Zhang Fan was distributing the food, he realized that these breakfasts were actually cold. Both the eggs and the vegetable buns looked like they had been sitting out for a long time, without a hint of warmth. I don't know when the vegetable buns were made, but they were still a little hard. As for milk, it's not much better. This milk is a 3-no product. No production address, manufacturer even. There is no production date. Zhang Fan looked at the disposable packaged milk in his hand. There is nothing on the top of the package except the word milk printed on the front. The liquid inside was somewhat pale, not milky at all, but clear white. After Zhang Fan distributed all the food, he also saw a different breakfast at the bottom of the box. There was only one, and it looked like it was a teacher's breakfast. It's milk and bread. Again, it's a trifle. Zhang Fan didn't care. After all, in the bizarre world, these things, it was still normal to not have them. What made Zhang Fan care was the name on top of the milk. Pure cow horse net content, 250 milliliters. This milk looks like a cottage. Support the genuine. Start from me. Luckily, there's bread. Caterpillar bread. Oh, this bread's I've eaten. Zhang Fan picked up the bread and wondered if it was his illusion. Inside the bread wrapper, there seems to be some movement. Tearing open the bag, Zhang Fan was about to take a bite when his eyes suddenly glazed over. The red bread package was torn open. Inside, a fat black caterpillar moved and crawled out of the mouth of the package. The countless small tentacles crawled extremely fast, almost poking out half of their bodies. This is genuine bread. Genuine, true, caterpillar bread. The crowd in the live broadcast room instantly froze and laughed when they saw the scene. Pure cow's milk and genuine caterpillar bread. Milk's fine, but I'll take the bread. I threw away the caterpillar bread I was holding in my hand in fear. This thing is horrible. Caterpillar bread. For every piece eaten, a little cutie loses its life. Not to mention such a big caterpillar. Even if it is a small caterpillar thrown at me, I can go up and down and curse his whole family. The family tree. Inside the world of Weird Tales, Zhang Fan's hand shook and directly threw out the bread in his hand. It's not like you have to eat this breakfast. The large caterpillar flew off and snapped, landing on top of the head of one of the students at the bottom. Zhang Fan took a look. Hey, it's this Kishore kid. Seeing the caterpillar above his head, Ji Shuai's breakfast eating stopped. The color of his face instantly went cold. His face began to crack. His whitish pupils looked at Zhang Fan in death, and his body rapidly decayed. It was as if the air carried endless anger and resentment, attacking towards Zhang Fan. Creepy fumed. The surrounding students stopped eating their breakfast and revealed weird smiles as they looked at Zhang Fan in unison. There was a playfulness in his eyes, as if some fun time was about to happen next. Upon seeing this scene, the laughing live broadcast crowd stopped and revealed worried gazes. Zhang Fan had pissed off Creepy. It's over. Zhang Fan is in danger. Even through the screen, the people of Daxia could feel that a crisis was beginning to descend. What are we going to do? Zhang Fan has pissed off Creepy. All the weirdness in the world of Weird Tales has its own set of rules of behavior. It is extremely difficult to encounter danger unless you break the rules. But, aside from breaking the rules and getting unlucky, it's not as if such things don't happen. Some unlucky people have encountered creeps that look at them in a bad light, and have also encountered creeps that initiate attacks. Those shenanigans, which are usually a few levels above the normal mindless shenanigans, come in. The chosen ones couldn't even deal with ordinary weirdness, let alone these higher-level weirdness. Encounter both death. At the Daxia meeting, the faces of the people were worried. Don't worry, have you all forgotten? Zhang Fan successfully cleared the first 2 Weird Tales games and was able to have extra points to clear the Weird City. He must have already exchanged his points for enough strength. Zhang Fan might be able to use those exchanges to tide over this crisis. Besides, it's not like Zhang Fan didn't beat up the bus passengers in the beginning of the bus. Wei Jian opened his mouth to comfort the crowd. Although Wei Jian spoke easily and believed in Zhang Fan's strength, his eyes still unconsciously showed tension and worry. Wei Jian, also not much certainty and confidence. He could only pray that Zhang Fan would be able to get through this crisis. Zhang Fan wasn't the only one who suffered a sudden change. Various chosen ones, too, are in crisis at this breakfast. Cherry Blossom Country. The chosen one, Noraheim Nakata, looked at the breakfast in her hand and blanched in horror as she hurriedly threw it out. Since the last time her sister died after being extracted into the world of weird tales, the Nakata family has drastically decimated her resource entitlements. It is believed that it was the failure of her sister, Shimako Nakata, that caused the Nakata family's reputation to be ruined. Coupled with the exposure of Su Fu's tombstone in the world, the Nakata family transferred all of the emperor's resentment towards them to Nakata Noraheim. After a few days of relaxing all over the world, Noraheim Nakata is having a hard time. Luckily, the Weird Tales game drew me. I will live well and make the Nakata family regret and pay for their actions. Nakata Noraheim held back her fear, her eyes full of resentment. As long as she succeeded in clearing the Strange Tales copy, then, when she went out, she would be able to gain the emperor's approval. At that time, whatever Nakata family, Shimoda family, will have to beg for their lives under her. Nakata Noraheim thought with a slight smile on her face. Just then, a small hand reached out to her, handing out the bag of groceries in her hand. Mr. Zhong, I don't like vegetable buns. Will you help me eat them? Obviously an innocent and cute child, but at the moment, he was wearing a devilish smile, spitting out a long tongue. His body turned greenish-purple and emitted a strong corpse stench. The vegetable bag on his hand, also stained red by the blood that flowed out, became disgusting and horrible. No. Nakata Noraheim looked at the blood-soaked bun and opened her mouth to refuse. No way. Mr. Nakamoto. The child raised a wide smile and large cracks began to appear on his body as terror surged towards Nakata Noraheim. It was as if Nakata Noraheim didn't agree, she would face death in a bizarre attack. Chapter 92, There's nothing wrong with rejecting a teacher. The well-educated Zhang Fan, 3/3. Okay, teacher, help you eat. Nakata Noraheim gritted her teeth and suppressed her inner fear. Taking the bun, he tried to put it aside, but had to start taking small bites of it under the child's direct gaze. The bun was so hard that Nakata Noraheim felt like she was sinking her teeth into it. The dark-colored blood mixed with the bun was so foul-smelling that it was hard to swallow, as if he had eaten blood and flesh that had been rotting for several days. Nauseated, Nakata Noraheim threw up at once. Mr. Zhong, no wasting. Wasting is a bad habit. Mr. Zhong, drink the milk. Another student came over and raised a smile to hand over the milk in his hand. Nakata Noraheim took the milk and drank it in one go, trying to use the taste of the milk to get rid of the strong stench of blood in her mouth. But, the moment he drank the milk, his eyes snapped open and he spat it out, his body constantly moving back in horror as he screamed. This is not milk. See only, the milk that was spit out on the ground. The clear white-colored liquid looked like it had been hatched by countless eggs and the larvae had broken out of their shells. A white fleshworm, slowly moving and crawling on the ground. It was densely twisted and spread out in all directions. Everyone stiffened at the sight. It was as if there was some itch in his mouth, and also a myriad of white larvae had burrowed into it, crawling along all parts of his body in 1,000 different ways. In the world of weird tales, there's self-awareness? Zhang Fan frowned as he looked at Ji Shuai, who was gradually rotting away, and the students who were watching the show. This 2-star weird game seemed to be more dangerous than he had imagined. Like in the last copy, even though the difficulty is already so high, the backdrops remain backdrops and only repeat the mechanics. Not many are able to speak on their own. And now, in the happy kindergarten, it's not just the individual teachers who will speak to normal people, it's the 30 children within the classroom who have their own behaviors. Even, there will be a relative response given because of some of his behaviors. Students who watch the theater, students who get angry. If we go by the bizarre guesses from previous Weird Tales games, these students with autonomous behavioral actions, then, are importantly bizarre within the weirdness of the story. And, Zhang Fan glanced at the students who were rotting, feeling the anger that was constantly assaulting the air with cool air. All of these bizarre, seem to be entry-level bizarre. the level at least in the C grade. The greater weirdness in the happy kindergarten, then, is probably at least at the A level. The number is unknown. Jiang Fan sank his heart and his face became grave. I'm afraid, there is a possibility of S-rank shenanigans. It didn't help that he called for his mom. The biggest shenanigans in the happy kindergarten that he probably couldn't beat. But, there is still no problem in educating these little carrot heads. Jiang Fan took out his ring ruler from space and slammed it heavily on the podium table, loudly scolding. What are you looking at? Why don't you eat? It's only a bug. What's all the fuss about? Especially you. Ji Shuai. How cute is that caterpillar? A gift from your teacher to take you to explore the meaning of life. A small ruler, plain and nothing special. A piece of wood sharpened. But it seems the ruler has magical powers. The ruler tapped toward the podium and a loud noise issued through the classroom. Moment. All the children, who had been watching the play with reckless abandon, quieted down. The little face whitened up and looked at Jiang Fan, shrinking his body, his eyes full of fear. It seemed to be in surprise as to why Jiang Fan had it. Even the student Ji Shuai, who was constantly rotting and seething, stopped the spread of his bizarre aura. Deadpan stared at the ruler and clenched his fists. The countless white worms born from the rotting of his body were trembling, as if afraid, and burrowing back into the rotting flesh. Eventually, Ji Shuai lowered his head and gradually recovered, whispering, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. Ruler, useful. Jiang Fan picked up the ruler and walked towards Ji Shuai. As Jiang Fan got closer and closer to Ji Shuai's body began to tremble gently. The body was constantly rotting and bubbling with blood, and recovering quickly. It seemed, in fear of Jiang Fan's ruler hitting him. Jiang Fan walked over to Ji Shuai and took out the ruler and placed it on top of the student's head. He could feel the student tremble even more as the ruler was placed over his head. Students, who are extremely fearful of the ruler. It seems that, not because of the function attached to the ruler itself, but, the ruler he remembers something that frightens and terrifies him. The surrounding students saw this and cast seeming glances. Seeing Jiang Fan take out the ruler, resentment permeated inadvertently, yet he didn't dare to make any moves. Just when the students thought that Jiang Fan was going to punish Ji Shuai with the ruler, suddenly, Jiang Fan's hand moved slightly. The ruler was picked and the caterpillar was picked to the ground. Immediately afterward, he lowered his head and his face eased. One hand held the ruler behind his back to cover it. A hand gently patted Ji Shuai's head and said seriously, something for you. You can refuse if you don't want it. There's nothing wrong with rejecting a teacher. And not everything is right with the teacher thing. Don't get angry. Kids' anger can be bad. Jiang Fan smiled and pointed to the half-eaten breakfast on the table. Don't eat your breakfast yet? You'll be in class by then, so you can't eat during class time. Ji Shuai nodded, looking at Jiang Fan with suspicion in his eyes, and then looked at the ruler that was covered behind him. He was flabbergasted for a long time before speaking slowly. Good, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fan watched Ji Shuai obediently and seriously eat his breakfast and smiled with satisfaction, turning to look at the other students who were watching the show. You too, why don't you have breakfast? I'm ahead of you all. I've finished eating long ago. The students stole glances at the pure cowhorse on the podium and stared at the dead caterpillar on the floor. This ate up. Finally, he placed his eyes on the ruler in Jiang Fan's hand. This was followed at breakneck speed by a big bite of vegetable-covered egg. Mr. Jiang eats so fast. I want to learn from Mr. Jiang too. Mr. Jiang, this vegetable bun is so bad. I don't want to eat it. Mr. Jiang, can I give you the milk to drink? Mr. Jiang. The classroom, all of a sudden, came alive. Once again, the students had big, childlike smiles and kept chattering away. Not bad. I'm the one who taught you well. Jiang Fan was satisfied when he saw this. Put down the ruler in your hand. Start patrolling up the classroom and answering questions from individual students. It can't be helped that the vegetable buns are hard to eat. We're not good cooks here. So hurry up and eat. Tomorrow's breakfast might not be as good as today's. Don't drink milk. Allergic to milk. This student. Why don't I send you another bottle of pure cow horse milk? SHHHH. Keep the eggs if you don't eat them and bring them back to your parents after school. Chapter 93 Not compatible with children's learning. Uprooting. Happy Mother's Day January 4th. Outside. The countries looked at the way Jiang Fan was getting along with the students, and then looked at their own chosen one. How is fat for? And why is it different? Jiang Fan's classroom students you ask and I answer. It's happy and cozy. And the rest of the chosen one's live. Either that or they were maliciously fed milk by a student and spit out little white meaty worms. Either that or forced the chosen to eat their breakfast caterpillar bread and terrorize the chosen. Then again, it's either that or being forced by a bunch of students to feed the chosen one their own breakfast and eat it after they've had their fill. The vast majority of chosen ones were given a hard time by the students. Except for some few portion of the chosen who got lucky with their well-behaved students and faced themselves. The countries were silent as they watched 3 live broadcasts with sharp contrasts. Perhaps it was some previous action by the chosen one that caused the students to be treated differently? However, these horrible treats are okay. Everyone was relieved after seeing that the chosen were caught by the students and there were no deaths. These students have been a little naughty, but thankfully they haven't killed the infected chosen one. More than a little naughty. If these students were my students, I'd have to show them what it means to honor their teachers. This level seems a bit easy. Until now, only 2 chosen have died without counting their students at the beginning. The rest have safely survived until now. Ahem. Am I the only one who's worried that whatever game is coming up next will cause numerous deaths? The name of the game sounds like a game for wasted people. While the netizens of various countries are discussing it, in the world of weird tales, looking at the 30 students all eating breakfast peacefully and quietly under his supervision, Zhang Fan smiled with satisfaction. It seems that these students are more obedient than I thought. It was definitely not the ruler that did it, but because my personality was liked by the students. Zhang Fan gripped the ruler in his hand tightly and didn't put it down for a moment. The ruler, an item signed for in the older class, functions as a threat to the children. Suffice it to say, it's not a ruler, it's a weapon for dealing with shenanigans. It's the strongest prop he's signed up for in the happy kindergarten so far. Zhang Fan didn't feel strange. In a classroom where the creeps congregate, where each creep has his or her own independent behavioral thoughts, the contamination is great, and it's not uncommon to be able to sign a ruler. At the same time, Zhang Fan realized that there was a book sitting on the podium. It looks like the original teacher taught the students the textbook. Next to the podium, there was a television. Zhang Fan guessed that it should serve to entertain the children. Taking advantage of the breakfast time, Zhang Fan flipped through the books intending to find out what to study in the big class. The contents inside the books were simple for Zhang Fan. However, Zhang Fan was able to determine that this was definitely not the content knowledge that a large class of children should learn. In the books, if Zhang Fan hadn't guessed wrongly, this knowledge was enough to take to teach the 3rd grade of elementary school. However, there are some kindergartens that have over-the-top learning, mostly knowledge-based education set up for students who are gifted and talented. Maybe the happy kindergarten is this kind. Zhang Fan didn't suspect anything and picked up the book and flipped it open after the class bell rang. The books were new, and one by one the children below took them out of their bags and turned them over. Where is this new book about? There were barely a lot of marks on the top of the book, as if it looked like it hadn't been turned over in a classroom. Zhang Fan casually looked at it and opened his mouth. Class, we're going to review what we learned in the last class, and I'm going to see if you've solidified it. Now draw a person to answer. Who will it be? It's you, Helen Liang. Zhang Fan didn't draw Ji Shui to review his knowledge. Looking at that mischievous behavior, Kishore is likely to disrupt the level of instruction in the course. Liang Heike was the little girl who had been standing quietly when Zhang Fan picked up the students in the morning and was the first child to arrive. One was quiet and looked like a schoolteacher instead. Liang Heike didn't seem to expect Zhang Fan to be able to whip her up to answer the question. He froze for a few moments before slowly standing up. Lowering his head, he said somewhat coyly, Jiang, teacher, I can't memorize the C that you asked us to recite in full in the last class. The C, right? Zhang Fan glanced at the books and quickly found the text of the sea in them. The sea is a poem that celebrates and praises the sea. It's just a bit long, taking up 2 pages of the textbook. Zhang Fan paused, frowned, and opened his mouth to add, no need to memorize, you read it as it is. Zhang Fan wanted to know if this big class he was leading was an overlearning class or not. As he thought, if so, that's okay. If not, then something is very wrong. Good, Mr. Jiang. Liang Heike opened the book, held it in her hands, and began to stutter and read. Oh see, you are, 1 by 1, a grass-colored sea. As Liang Heike read, Zhang Fan's face became more and more ugly at the contents of the book. It's not in anger. Heike Liang can't even read it as it is. Instead, they're pissed off at why they're teaching this stuff to kids. Originally, Zhang Fan thought that the children in this large class were all gifted and very smart, so he taught them learning that did not belong to their stage. But, in the way that Heike Liang reads, far from what he thought it was. Liang Hoi-ki can't even recognize all the words and belongs to the IQ level of an average toddler. Even the blue letters in blue, recognized as grass. According to the normal level of Liang Heike's perception of knowledge, it is supposed to teach what the older class should learn. Only in this way will the children not learn as if it were difficult, as if it were a book in heaven. It's like a kid who graduated from middle school and is going to graduate school. Overpulling will only hurt the child, and not only will they not learn anything, but they will lose their heart for learning. Besides, this isn't learning. This is daydreaming about flying. Chapter 94 Fill in Education. A different way of teaching. 2/4 Happy Mother's Day. Zhang Fan told Liang Heike to sit down and then extracted 2 more children to get up and read the full text of the sea. Not only do the 2 students not know how to read, but they even read at a level completely inferior to that of Liang Heike. No, if I continue to teach the sea like my last teacher, I'll just fail to make these students understand. This book, in its entirety, is beyond the students' comprehension, and in conjunction with the last time I looked at it, the last time I told them to memorize it, it was simply filler. Zhang Fan read the book for a while and closed it up after making sure that it was all over the top. Take the Sign Large Class course book out of the system. The books for the older courses are much simpler, mostly some basic addition and subtraction arithmetic problems, as well as phonics letter recognition. There are also some easy-to-understand short stories interspersed throughout. Now, please close your textbooks and just look at the board and listen to me. Zhang Fan smiled with a smile on his face and used chalk to write the numbers from 1 to 9 on the tiny blackboard. Class, do you recognize this? The words fell and all the children nodded. They know each other. Immediately afterward, Zhang Fan escalated the difficulty by matching the numbers with addition and subtraction. Class, who can give me an answer? Now, it's no longer all the kids who understand. Some of the children looked puzzled and their heads rolled down with a grunt. Some of the children shook their heads in a trance and played with their broken feet immediately afterward. Some of the children were excited while shouting loudly and gushing blood all over their bodies. One of Zhang Fan's questions instantly turned the entire classroom into hell. Bloody to the core. Mr. Zhang, I know. It's equal to 9. Yes, that's right. The child who answered correctly was a small boy with a relatively large block for his age. Zhang Fan recognized this child as Zhao Xin. With one question, he already knew the general picture of the children's learning. Then the next step is good. Zhang Fan took out the small red flower from the system sign-in as well as the sweet candy and opened his mouth. Congratulations to our Zhao Xin children answered the questions correctly. You can get a little red flower. Reward Zhao Xin children actively participate in answering questions. Oh, good performance. For every correct answer, the teacher awards a little red flower. If the children collect 3 little red flowers, they can get a candy from the teacher. Likewise, at the end of the day's program, the 5 children who did the best get a candy bar from their teacher. Teacher, here candy, especially sweet, a package inside to it, but also can share to the best friend. Zhang Fan put the candy jar on the podium. The clear-colored glass is filled with a colorful candy that is very tempting. Zhang Fan tore off a small red flower sticker and pasted it on Zhao Xian's forehead. Zhao Xian's children were obviously very happy with the little red flower rewards they received. He snapped his eyes out, splattering scarlet blood, and cheerfully placed them in his hands. With a roll of the eyes and a jump of excitement, it was as if his eyes saw the little red flower on his forehead, turned, and rolled down to the ground in delight. Gulp gulp dash, snap dash. The blood-filled eyes rolled to Zhang Fan's feet. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will collect all 3 little red flowers for candy. Zhao Xian shouted happily. His eyeball-less sockets were very oozing, and blood flowed all over his face and stained his teeth red. It looks like a corpse with its eyes cut out. The wide smile at the corner of his mouth on the corpse was eerie. Expressing excitement and happiness like this made Zhang Fan take a step back, covering his forehead. He cried and laughed, somewhat helplessly. Okay, then teacher is looking forward to your next performance. Oh, this side of Zhang Fan reswitched the textbook. The chosen ones on the other side had the same problem. The Ugly Kingdom. Chosen Pete looked at the books. He was a little confused. Even if he wasn't a teacher, he was able to see that the content within this book was not something a kindergarten child should learn. In their national kindergarten, don't say anything about learning. It's basically a kindergarten routine of some games and watching cartoons. And school lets out at 2 p.m. Pete flipped through the book, not realizing where the last one I taught. After flipping through the pages for a long time, Pete thought for a moment and then spoke to the students below. Let me read aloud to you this lesson. I hope that my reading aloud will teach you something. Pete was resourceful enough to pick up the book and recite text after text from the beginning. In the Kingdom of the Stick, chosen one Han Jundong frowned. He examined one of the students and tried to inquire from it which lesson he should teach. Ask what the study is about the sea. Finding someone to get up and read aloud. I realized that not only could the students not read the text about the sea, but they stumbled over some of the words. Chosen one Han Jundong's eyes lit up as he looked at the text of the sea in his book. Write the word ocean on the board. So class, let's recognize words today. When will all the words in this text be learned? We will move on to the next text. Han Jundong smiled slightly. This ocean had a few hundred words. Even teaching 50 words a day would be enough time for him to teach the game for 5 days. And there's no need to worry about what to teach next. Each chosen one has found their own way. Or read it in full to your students. Or teaching students what they should be learning. Or one by one, the students are taught to recognize words. Other chosen ones who really couldn't think of a way to teach chose to tell stories to their students. The chosen ones make different approaches that make the hearts of nations clench. With so many different approaches to teaching, which is the right one? If the teaching is wrong, will it die? I wonder if the rules don't specify what to teach, or the students are satisfied with the chosen ones teaching. From time to time in the classroom, they perform horrific actions, such as dropping their heads, scattering body parts, and rotting and producing worms. All of the chosen ones made it through class time peacefully. There's no danger though. Still, there were all the gory and horrific images that scared the chosen, blanched, scared, and heartbroken. But these experiences of fear are many times better than dying and being eliminated. Teacher, I want a boo-boo. One student suddenly raised his hand, looking a little flustered. The features of his face were sunk into the flesh, leaving him with a blank, twisted face. Okay, you guys read the book for yourselves first. Zhang Fan took the children out of the classroom and went to the restroom on the same floor. There is a restroom on each floor. Inside the restroom there is a sink, a urinal. The toilet was dim and the lights were out. Zhang Fan looked at the somewhat gloomy toilet, always prepared mentally, holding the ruler tightly in his hand, confronted with the bizarre and horrifyingly gory side of an impending corpse in the restroom. Unexpectedly, no weirdness appeared except for the students he had brought with him, whose flesh and blood were in tatters and emanating resentment. Zhang Fan patiently took the child to the restroom and prepared to return to the classroom. On the way back to the classroom, passed by the classroom of the older B class. The classroom in Class B was quiet, as if no students were in class. Zhang Fan curiously leaned over the window to look into the classroom. In the classroom, all the children were quietly watching the television set next to the podium, like watching a cartoon during class study, with the teacher in the back not teaching. To Zhang Fan's surprise, inside the cartoon, surprisingly, it was a corpse dancing, occasionally waving endless amounts of blood, dropping chunks of flesh from its body, and the sight of death. This made Zhang Fan wonder. The cartoons and weird tales are really up to date with the times and meet the needs of children. Zhang Fan looked for a while and didn't find any clues. He was ready to leave. Suddenly, the cartoons have changed. The corpse's dancing moves disappear and the scene shifts to reveal a dilapidated classroom. There was no one inside the empty classroom, but the TV was intermittently showing a hanged body. The body wobbled in the air, revealing a ghastly dead face. The inside of the classroom was empty, but there was a dark group of people standing by the classroom window. Blackened figures all staring dead on at a man sprawled out by the window, kept coming closer and closer, crowding around the entirety of the window. This classroom, it's Class B, and wasn't that man lying by the window himself? When he saw the scene in the teaching TV, Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly shrunk and his body went cold. Behind his ears, a cool breath came with the rise and fall of a thin breath. It was as if, behind Zhang Fan, just like in the television set, there stood a black mass of silhouettes. Those silhouettes surrounded Zhang Fan, silently watching him as he peered into the classroom. Zhang Fan turned his head to look behind him and quietly sighed in relief. No figure appeared behind him. Just as Zhang Fan turned his head to look behind him, the crowd in the outside broadcast room saw the classroom behind Zhang Fan inside the picture and got goosebumps and chills, only to see the students who were originally watching cartoons turn their heads in unison, staring stiffly at Zhang Fan. He didn't move a muscle and revealed a weird smile. The ghastly white face, the staring, lifeless eyes leaving bloodstains, was horrifying. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, was still looking behind himself. Chapter 95, Watching Cartoons, all made into a small barbecue. 3/4, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. They've discovered Zhang Fan. They're spying on Zhang Fan, too. I can't even imagine. If I were Zhang Fan himself and turned my head to see this scene, I'd be scared out of my soul. So scary that I ate the soul upstairs to comfort my broken heart. I want one too. Give me a bite. Mr. Zhang, what are you looking at? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A corpse-covered teacher with a blue work tag walks out of Class B. The skin on his face was bruised, and his eyeball slid down almost to the point of falling out, leaving only a single bloodshot dangle fishing for a stiff white eye. The stench of decay was constantly emanating from his body, and his face was expressionless as he coldly looked at Zhang Fan. Terror! The great terror! I can't believe the Class B teacher found out. The people of Daxia shivered up, revealing worried eyes. Oh, I saw how good the atmosphere was in your class and thought I'd ask how you taught them. Those children in our class can't know what's in the book even after half a day of teaching. Zhang Fan opened his mouth with a leathery smile, not at all intimidated by the horrifying appearance of the teacher in Class B. After the improvement of his willpower and spirituality, Zhang Fan's terror tolerance was much, much higher. Understandable. The nerves have become neurotic due to much widening. Teach knowledge? I didn't teach that either. The Class B teacher resumed his smile, his dangling eyes curving up as if he was observing Jiang Fan. The eyes were involved with thin red bloodlines, moving back and forth in front of Jiang Fan's face, coming up to Jiang Fan's face. The pupils above the eyes are moving. The whites of his eyes were scattered with dense cracks around them, and his blood was low. Jiang Fan looked at the eyeball that came closer, and he wondered what it would feel like to crush it with one punch. It should be like popping a water balloon. Snap dash. The thick slurry from the eyeballs burst all over his hand. It's cold. It must be, like, soothing. Unfortunately, the Class B teacher didn't give him that chance. Seemingly sensing Jiang Fan's thoughts, the next second, retracted the eyeballs into their sockets. The book, the day they don't learn it, they don't have to reteach new ones. Just show them cartoons. They love watching cartoons. Teach? Oh who? I understand. Thanks. Jiang Fan nodded in realization and led the child back to his class. Teach? Sure you're not letting the kids teach themselves? Can't learn to play cartoons all the time? Are you sure it wasn't untaught and just a cartoon? Playing cartoons? Jiang Fan turned his head to look at Class B. The children in Class B were still looking at him with bloodshot eyes, not moving in silence. Gulped, as if gauging how tantalizing this teacher from the next class was. After Jiang Fan returned to his class, he looked at the television set next to the podium and suddenly understood. So, is that the reason for having a TV set inside this class? Instead of teaching the proper lessons in class, you let the kids watch cartoons? This book, I believe, is what the students are going to take back with them? Jiang Fan closed his eyes, his face complex. Even without guessing, he could think of the kids when they got home. Parents will be happy to see such a learned book, because Happy Preschool allows their children to learn so much and take running steps before their peers do. If you examine your own child and find that he or she swallows nothing, they will only think, your own kids are stupid. The teachers at Bright Happiness Kindergarten are so harmonious and friendly and knowledgeable, still can't teach their kids well enough to be the teacher's problem. So there's only one answer. Stupid. Eventually, in the case of a teacher snitch, the entire blame will be placed on their child. Blame them, they're too stupid. Blame them, they don't do well in class. And wonder why you can't learn when other kids can. Must be why you don't want to study. Instead of thinking about how their children are actually just ordinary people learning things they shouldn't be learning. More than just learning problems, there are other problems with this group of kids. Jiang Fan shook his head and kicked away the heads surrounding him with a forceful kick of his foot. Watching a classroom full of students stained red with blood left behind by their fallen heads gave off a fishy, ugly odor. A good classroom doesn't look like a classroom. It's like a hell of a place. He felt that he should be educated. Teaching students the correct content knowledge is secondary. Educating them and learning some good habits of being a human being is the main thing. Jiang Fan put down the chalk and picked up the ruler again. Class, that's all for this lesson. Next I'm going to teach you something important. Learn basic manners before you learn anything. Jiang Fan picked up the bloodied severed hand on the table and raised it high. The first thing is to take care of your belongings. Jiang Fan grinned and looked at the heads that were still rolling on the ground. Don't just throw away your belongings or I'll think it's unwanted and I'll take it away. Oh, for example, this one. This hand doesn't work. Then I'll take it home. Anything you guys don't use can be given to me. I'll go home. Take it. Sprinkle some cumin on it. And have a nice barbecue arm. And that student, do you not want your brain? I can have your brain. I haven't had charcoal grilled brain flowers in a long time. As Jiang Fan spoke, a look of reminiscence flowed from time to time as he licked the corners of his mouth with his tongue. The words fell, and the noise between the classrooms came to an abrupt end. Looking at the broken hand held in Jiang Fan's hand, he looked full of malice. They panicked. Fearful. Jiang Fan also took away their body parts. Fearful. Jiang Fan made them all into a little barbecue. Chapter 96. This teacher is so scary. All the students cried, for Fourth's Happy Mother's Day plus. He was trembling with fear. Some of the heads rolled quickly, rolling back onto their bodies with circles of blood. Some of the 5 fingers of the broken hand were running in an unorthodox manner, breaking bones before they managed to return to their original position. Other broken feet were even more panicked and jumped around in fear, kicking over several students' tables and chairs in the process. Those scattered eyeballs, tongues, and flesh and blood were quicker, escaping back to their shells almost during Jiang Fan's speech. In a jiffy, look at the classroom where only traces of blood remain and there are no more scattered blood clots on the floor. Jiang Fan smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. That's good. You're all great. Know to pack your belongings. All of them perform to my satisfaction and all of them get a little red flower. Jiang Fan knew it deeply. The reasoning behind hitting a stick and then giving a sweet date immediately afterward. We're already a mature kindergarten student and have to know a little bit about cleanliness. I know that you guys, for some reason, may not have a clean classroom, and I can understand that. But then, when we're at home, We have parents who can help with the cleaning. At school, there can be only one janitor. To avoid the cleaning ants working too hard, and so that my parents can take it easy. So, I decided to clean the classroom an hour before school each day to see who polluted the classroom and bled the most today. If the classroom is kept cleaner throughout the day, then you get a little red flower or candy, depending on the situation. Is this kind of decision okay with all of you? Zhang Fan took the ruler and swept the children in the classroom. See only. The student, who was bleeding all over his body, suddenly stopped the flow of blood. The dismembered and corrupted students, as good as new, re-emerge with a renewed glow of humanity. There was another student who bled, not blood, but water, and his face was pale and his hair swollen. It's like a body soaked in water, like a big white bun. Suddenly raising his hand weakly, he said, Mr. Ku Jiang, I can't control. Zhang Fan took the ruler and walked over to the student. There were water stains all around his feet, and he walked as if he had sunk into a cold hole in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he felt one coolness after another all over his body. Is it really out of control? Zhang Fan knew this student, a young boy named Dong Gage. In class, he doesn't misbehave or let his own blood fly, just sitting quietly in his seat, watching him, studying. The aura on his body was so weak that people around him unconsciously ignored him. If it wasn't for Dong Gage's initiative to strike up a conversation, Zhang Fan would have subconsciously forgotten that there was this student in his class. Dong Kaiga is fat, not a physical fat, but a water-bloated kind of fat. The moment. Even though Zhang Fan had already stood beside Dong Kaiga with the ruler, beads of water kept coming out from Dong Kaiga's body. The red school uniform on his body had also long since been rendered faded and lightened by the constant beads of water. Then you don't count. However, you have to do some small favor for the students who cleaned the classroom that day. Zhang Fan nodded and turned back to the podium. He realized that these students were mischievous, yes, but they had no intention of deliberately harming him. As long as the students were subdued, the force value was greater than theirs, and with a little help from a small prop to help hold them in place, the students still wouldn't object too much to his words, including just now in class. Although there are little red flowers and candies as rewards, but students don't want to go to class and are perfectly capable of answering questions without raising their hands. These students, not bad. Snap dash. Gobble gobble dash. Zhang Fan glanced at the head that snapped off again and fell to the ground, and the smile on his face stiffened. Hey, somebody's getting in the way of the old man's head? Violating his word in front of him? Oh, it's Marshal Qi. Zhang Fan spoke softly with a kind smile. Kishore, you want to clean up today? Well, then, the teacher grants you this wish. Later, just charcoal grill your head. These students aren't bad. They just, need to be coached up a bit, especially someone in it. Zhang Fan decided to pay good attention and increase his education. Ding bell. A light bell rang through the garden. Zhang Fan looked up at the clock in the classroom and confirmed that the time was accurate before letting the children leave the class. Study sessions are followed by snack time, only to see that a kitchen employee had already arrived at the classroom door with a box of treats. Zhang Fan was about to turn around to get the refreshments when a stiff purple arm reached out and tugged at his clothes. It's a student. The student looked at the ruler in Zhang Fan's hand and asked cautiously with weak words. Teacher, what about my hand? I still want it. Don't you eat it. Oh, and a hand. Zhang Fan looked at the broken hand that he had just used as an example, and he felt that something should be used as a counterpoint. Kill a chicken to make an example of it, and take a handful of willy willy willy. With that, the righteous refused. I'll keep this hand for now, and if you're good, I'll give it back to you. If you misbehave today, I'll barbecue it. The words fell. The student shuddered and retracted his arm, holding himself tight with his one remaining hand. Dense little white fleshworms drilled out of the 5 senses of his face, mixing with the blood and water running all over his body. Like crying, but it's like not daring to cry too loud. Never letting the blood run low and keeping the floor tidy. 5555. This Mr. Jiang is so scary. Wanted to take his arm and make little barbecues. Little gazpacho. Dirty, actually spying on his body. But, what if you can't beat it? The people around them saw this and couldn't help but think about it. Then their faces split in two, bleeding, and they cried along with them. Zhang Fan came back with the midday snack and saw all the students bleeding all over the place. Can't help but be a little puzzled. Oddly enough, these students, are they having an attack? Why are they bleeding everywhere? Could it be because I'm too well educated and overexcited? It must be nothing else but this. Zhang Fan smiled kindly, displaying his amiable image to the fullest. The moment Zhang Fan revealed his smile, suddenly, the blood flowed faster from the students underneath, like a stream in an endless stream. Chapter 97, Eating Cookies. Actively killing the chosen one through the game? 1/3. The noon snack at Happy Kindergarten is cookies. The outer packaging of the cookies has English letters written on it, and a whole lot of it looks high class. The cookies inside were dark, and Zhang Fan didn't feel too good when he looked at them. After taking a bite of the cookie, Zhang Fan directly spat it out. This stuff is back. It's not crisp when it's wet. Combined with the breakfast, Zhang Fan had already made up his mind about the Happy Kindergarten's meals. This is an unscrupulous kindergarten, cutting corners in children's meals. As for lunch as well as the afternoon tea snacks, Zhang Fan no longer had any hope for them. After handing out all the cookies, the children saw what they looked like and there was no expression on their faces. Tearing open the package with aplomb, he slowly ate the cookie. By the looks of it, it's clear that this is not the first time these cookies have made an appearance in a midday snack. This time, I don't know if it was Zhang Fan's illusion. The kids still needed him to supervise them while they ate their breakfast and ate their cookies instead at an extremely fast rate. Click dash. Some of the eager students broke their heads off and just took the cookies and crumbled them up and poured them into their mouths. Rip. There are other students who don't even want to chew. The stomach was ripped open, revealing a huge pile of intestines, and then the cookie was stuffed in. Zhang Fan's eyes took a look at the thousands of strange ways the students in the classroom ate the cookies and his eyebrows raised. Yoo-hoo! Still hiding spoons inside your stomach and stealing kindergarten eating tools. This one's even worse. Shoving cookies in your eyes? Holy, I told you to eat cookies, not turn them into brains. Until I saw a student who ate an unusually prominent cookie. Zhang Fan cried and laughed, unable to hold back any longer. With the ruler in hand, he walked up to the student's desk. Touching the ruler to the brains laid out on the desk, he said somewhat sternly, "You're using cookies as brains. Don't you want your brains? Giving them to me to make roasted brains for dinner?" The brains on the table were pulpy white, encased in a layer of red veins. The brain that had just been taken out was fresh and constantly bleeding. The tail has a long fleshy thread running down the brain and into the cerebrum. Abba abba. The student was a little demented. His eyes were dull, and little white meatworms kept oozing out of the corners of his mouth. The skull cap on the top of the head was left wide open, and the inside of it was stuffed with black cookies soaked in blood. Seeing the situation, Zhang Fan sighed and had to do it himself. Pick out the cookie with a ruler and slap the brain back into the cerebrum. Then, looking at the slightly more sober students, he spoke, "Li Chi-hung, stay after 4 today to clean up the class." "Ah, teacher." The student who had just switched back to his brain heard Zhang Fan's words and obviously hadn't reacted yet, asking dumbfoundedly, "And I'll confiscate your brain if I ever see you put a cookie in it again." Zhang Fan didn't have the good sense to turn around and walk back to the podium. He finally understood why the kids had turned out to be creepy. In a jiffy, Zhang Fan looked at the time that had only passed 5 minutes, and then looked at the students who had already finished their snacks. Sure enough, it wasn't his fault. These students, really, are eating much faster than they did in the morning. The students seemed as if they were extremely excited after eating the cookies. Gollum dash. The bleary eyes dropped. Knock dash. The freshly removed head bounced on the ground with a wry smile on its face. Pf dash. Seemingly a little too excited. A student's brain exploded violently, like blooming fireworks. White brains splattered everywhere. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled. These students, what are they excited about? In the meantime, it wasn't just the students Zhang Fan had brought with him who were excited. The students of the various chosen ones all perked up at the same time. Cherry Blossom Country. Nakata Noraheim looked at the students that surrounded her towards her and collapsed right to the ground in fear. One student surrounded with a weird smile, blood flowing all over his body and spraying out everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly staining Nakata Noraheim's entire body. Smelling the thick stench of foul blood, Nakata Noraheim felt a wave of nausea and shivered. Seemingly seeing Nakata Noraheim's appearance, the students got even happier, and a pair of yoho eyes looked at Nakata Noraheim in unison with a wry smile. That cold look as if looking at a dead person made Nakata Noraheim's heart feel as if it had been pierced by cold air, and her face instantly turned pale. Did she break any rules? No, it won't. How could it? His throat felt like it had been slit by a knife, and he trembled and kept screaming in terror. "Aha! You guys stay back!" As Nakata Noraheim screamed, the students' severed intestines spilled out all over the floor, and in unison they reached out their green and purple hands to grab Nakata Noraheim. Just when Noraheim Nakata thought death was imminent, the students opened their mouths as if they were replicas and made eerie noises. "Mr. Nak, start playing the game. You have to play the game with us." Game. Good. Inside the country's live streams, everyone broke out in a cold sweat as they looked at the suddenly rioting students. Did the chosen one break some rule? It wasn't until, after the students opened their mouths about playing the game, that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. According to the next schedule, it is indeed outdoor playtime. But why does the mention of the game get the creeps so excited? Dash ya, Weird Talk Group. The spooks looked excited. Like, they couldn't wait to play the game. The game in the bazaar is surely as full of death-defying crises as it is unusual. But why be happy that the chosen are able to play games with them when the creepy students are ready to catch the chosen? Member Wang Jia was puzzled. All the members present were filled with confusion. They weren't sure why the creepy student was so happy at the mention of the game. Spooky students. Next up is the outdoor program, which has several games. The game. Games? Wei Jian's eyes lit up as he seemed to understand why the bazaar student was so agitated and excited. At the same time, a chill rose in his eyes. Only 2 chosen have died since the beginning, and both of them died because they broke the rules. During that time, whether it was the chosen ones attending classes or distributing food between classes, these weird students only caught the chosen ones and didn't maim and kill them. Then there's only one reason why this group of creeps mention having fun playing the game, or even being impatient. There are losers and winners in the game, and perhaps, this is the only way, besides the rules, that the creepy student can take the initiative and hurt and kill the chosen one. Chapter 98, Spooky Without Its Own Bindings? Pick the watermelon game. 2/3, the words fell. The members of the Weird Talk group in the audience shuddered and felt their scalps go numb. Wei Jian's words disproved some of their previous important guesses about the Weird Tales copy. Follow previous copies of Weird Tales. Those who could kill the chosen unless they broke the rules and were struck down by shenanigans. Actively killing the chosen one's shenanigans. Unless the shenanigans lead the chosen ones to break the rules, which later harm kills the chosen ones. Even the last copy of the chosen ones got into Mom's world by sneaking into the subject's creepy territory. Broke the rule that moms don't like bad kids and was weirdly actively hunted down. The first condition for all of this death, all of it, is to break the rules. Everyone, including Dasha, thought, the chosen ones only die if they break the rules in their copy of Weird Tales. At the time of the choices made in the ending, it was also because the rules were violated. As in, a copy of the bus. Shinshin got home safely. Mom's copy of Escape from the 7-Day Reincarnation. It's all a violation of the master rule. As for the rest of the shenanigans, the chosen won't die if they stay true to themselves and aren't tempted to break the rules. Otherwise, the headless man who was in a friendly embrace with Jiang Fan on the bus, the Moncler Jackets outlet downstairs talking to each other, and the little boy will be able to take the initiative. There was no reason for not making a move. None other than the fact that Jiang Fan hadn't violated the rules of the subject. And now, this statement from Wei Jian disproves that speculation. Directly reshaped the basic guidelines in Weird Tales. Equivalent. Originally a dog on a leash was only able to bite if someone approached him or if the person untied the leash. But now, dogs that can actually unleash themselves and bite on their own own. This is as much a reversal of the most basic underlying logic as the ability of an egg to conceive without fertilization. After Wei Jian realized it, he hurriedly tried to use a hint opportunity to remind Jiang Fan to pay careful attention to the next game. Suddenly, the member underneath pointed to one of the screens in surprise. Look, Captain, the Kingdom of Heaven. The crowd looked up in unison to set their eyes on the heavenly live stream. The live feed had reached the playground by now. I don't know if I'm disturbed by the creepy students or if I'm worried that I'll be late for the next scheduled activity. Heaven's Chosen One led the creepy students to the playground ahead of schedule. Started playing games with the students a second after the bell rang. At this very moment, it was only belatedly that the other chosen led the students out the classroom door. This chosen one played with the kids by picking out watermelons. The game is simple. A group of people sit in a circle and make motions of the watermelon getting bigger and rounder as the music plays. Until the music ends. One of the ones playing the role of grandpa would come to the watermelon pile and pick out watermelons. Saw a playmaker playing a watermelon and asked, "Is this watermelon ripe?" If the playwright answers, "Ripe, ripe," this watermelon is big and sweet. When the player's answer is cooked, it is removed and put aside. If the playwright answers, "Not ripe, not ripe," this watermelon is small and bitter. Players aren't ripe, so they don't get picked and stay in the melon patch to grow slowly. Sounds like a cozy game, but is a real-life simulation game. Ripe for the picking. The crowd saw the chosen one answer, "Cooked," and so, in the next second, the chosen one's head was separated from his body, and his head was literally removed as if it were a watermelon. Even, the students also split the chosen one's head in 4, and you took a bite, and I took a bite all over it. Like, really eating the watermelon, and they're really picking it out. The death of the chosen one of the Kingdom of Heaven instantly sends huge waves through the world. Everyone panicked as they looked at the chosen one who was being divided. Tomorrow's electors didn't break the rules, so how did they die? Yeah, playing a game, and not losing or winning. This death is outrageous. Are there rules to the game? Is there a rule in the game that the one who answers a question that's ripe for the picking? This game is a real-life simulation. It's a real simulation of a watermelon being picked. The populace at the bottom feared the gory aspects of the strange tales. But, the top brass of the countries, however, realized a speculation in the fine print. Creepy students are able to kill the chosen with the help of games that don't exist on the subject's rules. Win or lose. Tricky. It is possible to disregard the rules and ignore one's own limitations and strike out at the chosen one, according to this speculation. So what if there are even more powerful, and not controlled by a copy of the rules, shenanigans? I'm afraid. At the first sign of a chosen one descending on a copy of Weird Tales, you can strike to kill the chosen one. Creepy. Able to bypass the rules and kill the chosen directly. Bang! This conjecture was like a tsunami sweeping through a landslide, exploding in the minds of countless people. The top management of each country thought of this successively as they looked at the extremely excited and weird students. All of a sudden, everyone was scared and in fear. The mortality rate of the original copy had made them cringe, but it wasn't completely hopeless. As long as their chosen follow the rules, they can pass without any problems. Now, tell them. Some shenanigans don't need rules to control them to kill the chosen. It was as if a hand had snuffed out the faint candlelight, plunging everyone into darkness, unable to see the slightest bit of light. Stick country. The plutocrat's eyes glowed red and he slapped the table angrily. Tell me it's not true. Bear country. The president was furious and in a hurry, weirdly ignoring the rules of the Weird Tales replica and transgressing them to directly kill the chosen one. Am I dreaming? Rice. Oh man. What's the difference between running into such shenanigans and just getting killed? Ugly country. No. The chosen one must be prevented from participating in the students' games. The director of intelligence yelled. This is the moment when the world has used queuing opportunities to prompt the chosen to avoid the game. Weird Tales of the world. After learning that the students wanted to play the game, Jiang Fan casually agreed, but didn't just take the students down to the playground to play games. Instead, they waited until the bell rang before slowly and leisurely leading the students out the classroom door. You're kidding. It's not even a problem that I don't get paid to be a teacher here. But you want me to sacrifice my free time to attend class early to play games with you guys? What's the difference between that and working overtime and your boss not paying overtime? Jiang Fan wobbled and led the students to the playground. He remembers having to play different games the other 4 days, except Wednesday, which was swimming. Just as Jiang Fan was deciding what game to play, suddenly, a voice rang out in his head. Hints from the state emerge before your eyes. Jiang Fan, don't grant the students' request to play games together. The spooky students may want to ignore the rules of the main body and kill the chosen by playing games. Some of the shenanigans may not have basic self-binding rules like our previous nation speculated. The chosen of heaven play a game of picking watermelons. Creepy students can kill me by playing the game? Able to kill me even if I didn't break the rules? Pick a watermelon. No game winning or losing judgment. And simply answer ripe and get killed by shenanigans? Jiang Fan looked at the hints given by the state and frowned, falling into deep thought. Chapter 99. Simply playing hide and seek. The watermelon exploded. 3/3. Jiang Fan knew. The rules in a copy are like the code in a program. You can't run without the code. The shenanigans in the Weird Tales copy all have an underlying logic. All one code like this. Just like when he dared to despise and violently beat up passengers on the bus. And his later friendly exchanges with his boss. All because he didn't break the main rule. These little shenanigans, naturally, couldn't attack him with the power of the rules of strange talk. Now, actually tell him. These shenanigans can kill him with the help of the game. But to a certain extent transgress the rules? Even Creepy in the back can just kill him out of disgust, completely ignoring the rules, ignoring its own constraints? It's the same as on the last day, when other chosen ones were killed by shenanigans because they hurt their moms. Whereas my mom came out of the other world to tuck me in like she did, without the aid of the rules to come out. And likewise ignored a portion of the rules, her own bindings. Ignoring a portion of the rules, however, seems to be in every copy, just a matter of size. Most spooks have to be bound by a non-existent rule that prevents them from actively attacking to harm the chosen. But, for example, the words mom talked to me about during the rest of the day, such as Shin's answers, those are the good side. Then there's the bad side, where the kids downstairs are so disgusted with me that they can't take a direct shot, but they can kick the ball at me. So, Jiang Fan paused. At the moment, many images flashed through my mind. Xin told him. I know brother. Goodbye brother. Mom told him to watch him upstairs as he built a snowman and waited for him to have a family. The boss told him, here's $5, 000, back pay. The old man downstairs told him, I concede, you win. So instead of saying they can ignore the rules, say that they have autonomous emotions and know how to drill holes in the rules that bind themselves, thus, showing a different side to the chosen one, or loathe, or flat out, or give help, or actively entice the chosen one to break the master rule. It's like the law. It's so complete. And there are still people who cheat on their taxes. With the aid of playing the game, the spooky students can exploit the game. After all, the rules don't say how much of a penalty there is for losing. The main rules say to go along with the activity sheet. Then outdoor activity games are essential. But, correspondingly, I can also use the game to drill the students. Zhang Fan took out his ruler and looked at the students who were excited because they were about to play a game. Let him teach how these games should be played. Zhang Fan cracked a smile, a face full of excitement revealing more excitement than the students. He had already been unable to control his irritatingly trembling heart, the heart that thrills, trembles, and rejoices at teaching students to play the game correctly. So today, let's start with a simple game of hide and seek. Zhang Fan tried to calm his heart, laughing with the creepy students. His face looked unusually charitable. Outside, countries have notified the chosen ones of the change in the creepy student, advising that they are not allowed to participate in the game. But, the next scene made them dumbfounded. Yale, the chosen one of the A tribe, dies, and weird talk randomly descends. Death of the chosen one of the land of Earth, Baramu, and the random descent of Weird Tales. The Weird Tales mechanism broadcasts over and over again. These chosen ones are the unlucky ones who died because they refused to participate in the game too soon. The chosen one may not refuse to participate in the game. Even if you jump out of the course schedule arrangement, you will face death. Rule number 2. Count your students to make sure they can continue with the rest of the event schedule. Some of the chosen ones refused, which didn't break the rules but resulted in the collective students not participating in the game activities due to the lack of teacher involvement. Indirectness leads to a violation of Rule 2. No wonder. The timetable has that little row of words for the sake of a good gaming experience for the students. At once, the nations of the world beat their chests, chagrined and a little fired up. It says that students will be counted after free time, but they will also be counted when they come onto campus in the morning. I thought the rule might be wrong, but it turns out that the sentence that follows it is correct. Didn't it used to be that the front one was correct and the back one was wrong? How come it's the other way around this time? The nations looked up at the screen in the sky in unison and cursed. In particular, several of them, led by the 3 kingdoms, were black-faced and cursed the most fiercely, because the state prompted their chosen one to voluntarily walk into the pit and die. It's not like they missed the rules and caused their own chosen one to fall into a hole. Definitely because of the weird talk. Yeah, it's all the fault of the Weird Tales copy. Good thing, because of the tips that followed, and the chosen one's own cleverness. Most of the chosen participated in the game. Some of the choices were made for the rest of the game due to the previous experience of heaven. Some, on the other hand, chose to pick watermelons. Ugly country. Pete shook his head as he looked at the alerts sent over from the state. No, I should not be able to refuse to take part in the game. On the curriculum I remember the back of the game. It said that it was best for the teacher to be there to participate in the game. It's not in the rules, but the chances of dying if you turn it down are supposed to be greater than the chances of dying if you participate in the game. The watermelon picking game. Ripe and picked? Pete thought about it and decided to go with this game. Once the game starts, Pete then steals the role of the old grandpa. He was tasked with picking the watermelon and was the active party in picking it. Instead of being a watermelon and being picked by shenanigans, Pete sank back and steadied himself, looking at the students whose heads swelled dramatically open in front of him and stepped forward. With his hand, he gently patted the creeps on the head. Is this watermelon ripe? The student with the huge head on his neck gave a cheeky grin and made a horrifying noise. The voice was low and seemed really eerie, like a large watermelon growing inside a melon patch. It's ripe. It's ripe. This watermelon is big and sweet. Accompanied by the sound of student responses. The head was getting bigger and bigger, a thick-shaped vein bulging out. Dark red blood crowded the tubes, sticking to the head and imprinting through the swollen, reddened face next to it. One bright, one light, one shallow, dark reddish blackened and swollen with translucent red. The 2 different shades of red, which seemed to be the lime green lines on the surface of a watermelon, were horrifying. Meanwhile, the head swelled too big, like a giant water balloon, as if it was going to pop next. Just as Pete was debating how to get the watermelon off. Suddenly, bang! There was a loud bang. The huge head abruptly burst open. Countless deep red blood mixed with chunks of flesh and white splattered brains splattered everywhere, spreading all over the ground. Pete held back his nausea. A trembling hand slightly wiped away the layer of mush covering his face. Looking at the exploding creepy student, Pete knew that he had survived. The students on the sidelines were not only not surprised to see the explosion of shenanigans, they clapped their hands and giggled, revealing their tongues to lick the splattered flesh and blood from their faces. Zizi laughed and raised an innocent smile. Watermelon is ripe. Watermelon's ripe. Bang dash. Watermelon overripe. Exploded. Chapter 100. Copying Zhang Fan's homework. Hide and seek. 1/3. News of ugly nation's chosen one. Pete, Picking a watermelon through a bizarre game quickly reaches the ears of all nations. Some of the chosen ones who had not yet chosen a game immediately received a prompt from the state, and after choosing the game of picking a watermelon, they quickly and smoothly survived. There are still some chosen ones who have already picked other games and have no choice but to consider themselves unlucky and continue with their own games. Among them, of the 4 games, the watermelon picking game has already been broken by the chosen one, Pete, and the remaining 3 games, hide and seek, hopscotch, and crying wolf have all been chosen by the chosen one. As for the countries where the chosen ones who chose to play hide and seek were from, at this moment, all of them cast their gazes on Zhang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Country who also chose to play hide and seek. But anyone who had watched the Weird Tales game live was familiar with Zhang Fan, this man who had cleared 2 one-star copies in a row, with his intelligence and luck as well as the addition of various points, was far more than an ordinary chosen one. So, they all came to probe and learn how Zhang Fan faced the weird game of hide and seek. After all, the same choice of hide and seek, Zhang Fan's chances of victory were definitely higher than their country's chosen one. If Zhang Fan had first won through a game of hide and seek or escaped a trap in the game, then they can also draw on the answers and report back to their chosen one. Soon, Dasha's live broadcast room was flooded with countless foreigners. They post different words, but they all express the same meaning. The netizens of the Dasha country cried and laughed as they watched the crowd pouring in. These guys are here to copy Van's homework. At the same time, there was a surge of pride. See, once upon a time, the losing streak of Dasha finally rose to prominence because of Zhang Fan's consecutive survivals of the Weird Tales. Even the rest of the countries, all of which believed in Zhang Fan, came to Zhang Fan's live broadcast room at the first time wanting to copy the homework. At this moment, everyone was looking closely at Zhang Fan in the world of Weird Tales, looking forward, how Zhang Fan will get through the tricky game, hide and seek. Weird Tales of the world. After Zhang Fan determined to play hide and seek in this class, instantly know the rules of hide and seek. Hide and seek has the same rules as hide and seek in the outside world. One of all participants was drawn as a ghost. Ghosts just close their eyes in place and count from 1 to 90, then open their eyes and start grabbing people. If you find one, say so. I found you. Catchers versus hiders. A 1-minute countdown begins while the penultimate person is found. If the countdown ends in 1 minute and the last person has not been found, then the ghost loses. Conversely, find everyone, people lose. The rules of hide and seek are simple and easy to understand, but, having seen the watermelon picking game inside the national tips, Zhang Fan didn't believe that it was really as easy as it seemed. According to the game of picking watermelons, first of all, it must be hard to escape death if you are found. Secondly, if all of them are found, the next game becomes one of hiding by yourself, and it's hard to escape being found dead. And those who do not find all of them after finding the penultimate hider and the countdown is over are judged to have lost, and may also be dead. So, it is necessary to maintain the 2 results in a balance that produces the other result. Zhang Fan's eyes twinkled and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Let him teach these students how hide and seek should be played. Zhang Fan gathered all 30 students in his class together. Showing a kind smile, he said softly, "You're all young, so let the teacher be the ghost. How about the teacher coming to see you?" The words fell. The outside world and the ghost students were flabbergasted and stunned for a long moment. The outside world is thinking that since this is a copy of Weird Tales, the weirdness inside must possess some power. Even if the happy kindergarten is small, it's hard enough to find just a few people. Not to mention, you can't find all the students and lose. Might as well be a hider. At least there's a chance of survival. The ghost student, on the other hand, was filled with confusion. How come the only person between them has to be a ghost? The surrounding creepy students looked at the ruler in Zhang Fan's hand and all happily agreed with the proposal. Like he was extremely happy to be able to play a game of hide and seek next. The whole body was in pieces, and countless blood gushed out and spilled onto the ground. Stiff white eyes, a deathly green face, and a constant stench of rotting corpses emanating from the body. Zhang Fan had long ago turned his face away, accustomed to the sudden lesions of his students. So, I'll start counting now. Zhang Fan turned his back to the students, ignoring the burst of horrifyingly cold gazes behind him, and closed his eyes as he began to report the number. 1, 2, 32. As the number gets closer to 90, all the sounds around them seem to have disappeared. The noisy sounds of children playing games in the class next door, the wind blowing leafy figures, the sound of tiny footsteps. Zhang Fan felt like he had arrived in a silent space, dark and dead to the touch. Who dash? Count to 80. A faint breathing sound came to his ears. The exhaled gas was cool, as if there was a corpse standing motionless behind Zhang Fan, constantly blowing its breath onto Zhang Fan's neck and piercing into his heart. Tick-tock, count to 85. The tiny sound of water drops fell and splashed in the cold pool water. It was like someone had been brutally murdered, with their heart heavily pierced by a sharp sea, and blood dripping down their arm and onto the ground. Count to 89. A tiny gust of wind blew through, sending out a rustling, eerie sound. It was like leaves drifting by, or something slowly creeping out of the darkness. Terror was like a black, dark cloud, a huge wave that rolled up and pressed over with a suffocating atmosphere. Instantly, the heart contracts and stops beating. Knock, 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 and the last number fell quietly. 90. I'm coming to get you. Zhang Fan slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his pupils abruptly contracted. The large playground was gone. The ground on which his feet tread carries grains of dust, and the dampness constantly emits a strong earthy odor. Endless weeds grew out of the earth, seemingly sucking up some sort of nutrient, growing all over the place and taking over the entire ground. The weeds were tall and tall, some yellow, some leaning and twisting on old trees, lush and green. Gone is the school building full of sunshine and childlike graffiti, covered in thin spider silk. Worn-out tables and chairs lined the hallways. The tables and chairs were dusty and old-fashioned, and it seemed as if no one had used them for class in a long time. In the distance, the sign of the Happy Kindergarten was at the very top of the gate, and time had left a blood-red rust on it, seeping out of the lettering like blood gradually spreading out. The mottled gate was deadbolt by an iron lock. The original style faded and sunken old, revealing that it was covered in rust all over the handle. The sky was dark, and there was a gray fog everywhere. It was clear that he could not feel the wind blowing, but the weeds around him kept skewing to one side and swaying gently. Phew, as if there was someone hiding there, through the thick weeds, quietly watching Zhang Fan. Chapter 101, Copying Zhang Shuabao's Homework. Play the game to be safe. 2/3. This is Happy Kindergarten? Zhang Fan frowned and looked at the old tree in front of him. He remembered that there was such a tree in the playground of the Happy Kindergarten too. Only, not as lush as this tree. It was all like being in a happy kindergarten hundreds of years in the future, deserted and full of death. Creepy couldn't have taken him to the unknown. It's either an otherworldly world similar to Mom's or a bizarre fantasy world. Zhang Fan meditated on signing in his mind and revealed a look of realization after realizing that the system showed that he was unable to sign in. Sure enough, this is a weirdly created illusion. Originally, he thought that hide-and-seek was being played in a kindergarten, but who knew that Creepy had actually forced him to pull him into the illusionary realm to play the game. Zhang Fan swept around. The phantasmagoria was strewn with a thick, cool emanating mist, which obscured most of the blissful nursery with only a few meters of visibility. This visual distance of a few meters allowed Zhang Fan to see the classrooms not far away, but not the second floor of the school building. Zhang Fan's mind moved and took out the rose that his mom had given him. The blood-colored rose emitted a slight coolness that penetrated into Zhang Fan's heart. At once, with Rose's help, the illusion was much less oppressive. This group of creeps has reached the entry level, as the guest, at least C level, and it's possible that it's a C rank medium strength, with all the weirdness together creating illusions to a C rank upper degree, or a B rank lower degree. Only this can explain why the illusionary realm did not disappear all perception at once under the scarlet rose, as it did in the last copy of the building. Zhang Fan waved the white fog around him. He could feel it in the air, a touch of dampness that belonged to the fog. The ruler was then held tightly in his hand. Zhang Fan looked at the happy kindergarten that was obscured by the mist. The uncharted territory, heavily obscured by the mists, makes one shiver without encountering anything before the defenses of the heart begin to crumble. It would be stressful for him to find 30 ghosts on his own in this scary environment. One could guess with one's toes how the mischievous ghost students would scare him. What with the sudden sight of rolling heads and a scalping battle, blood and gore are minor. A little more naughty, it was possible to simply drown him in blood and severed limbs. Actually, Zhang Fan could have stayed where he was. Yes, this is one of the ways to crack hide and seek. After the ghost finds the penultimate person, a 1-minute countdown begins. If the remaining people are not found within a minute, then the ghost loses. But, as long as he keeps from searching, or keeps his finds below 28 and doesn't enter the countdown, then, when class time comes and the game is over, it's natural to get through the death crisis without incident. Another method, on the other hand, is to keep the last 2 people in the search, just 1 bell before the end of class time. 1-minute countdown to victory after finding the last man. Go straight to dismissal time and end the game. Classes are over and so are the natural outdoor activities. With free time attached after the outdoor activities, he wouldn't have to continue accompanying the creepy students in their games. Well, since we're teaching them to play hide and seek, we must have to find them. Zhang Fan craned his neck and moved his muscles. There was a crisp clicking sound between bone and bone, like something came to mind. Zhang Fan stopped his warm-up movements. looked up to the sky and murmured, "For those playing hide and seek, try to be a ghost. You don't have to find a ghost student. Just wait until the end of the outdoor class." Then, casting his eyes into the deep grass in front of him, as if there was something there somewhere, outside. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, all the countries that were paying attention to Jiang Fan shook their heads. Play hide and seek? Try to be a ghost? This they understood. But the words that followed, what did they mean? Don't you need to find students? If we don't find all the students, we'll lose. Finding incomplete students. Finding the second countdown. After less than a few seconds of confusion, countries have come to a realization. Yeah, in the game of hide and seek, the countdown starts only when you find the second one, and you only lose if you can't find the last one at the end of the countdown. But they can work as long as they don't find the full, or simply don't find it, because the game of hide and seek only specifies the rules of the game, not the time. It's the same as the watermelon picking game. There are loopholes, and as long as you find those loopholes, the chosen one has a chance of survival. Hide and seek game and found the answer to the solution. At once, those countries where the chosen one chose to hide and seek have rejoiced. They then said that Jiang Fan of the Great Summer Kingdom must have a way to pass. I thought it would take some time to find it, but I didn't expect to come up with a way to get through it so quickly. This wave of homework copying, properly able to copy pass. Countless foreign netizens spoke on the live broadcast, thanking Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan of the Great Summer Kingdom definitely guessed that a chosen one, like him, might have chosen the game of hide and seek. Jiang Fan is too generous not to keep the Ghost Student Games pass method private. In a strange story, I thought of others, and cried, moved. From now on, our Western Bluebonnet Kingdom and Jiang Fan will be good brothers. Good buddy? Buddy, let me borrow your homework. Countries got answers to their homework and rushed to send them to their chosen one. Seeing my own chosen one stay still or pretend to look for ghost students after being given a way to survive the game was on the verge of tears of excitement. This homework, which belongs to Scholastic Van, really smells good. At once, some small countries had made up their minds to keep an eye on Jiang Fan's live broadcast from time to time. Jiang Fan's homework, they're set to copy it. In the world of weird tales, 1 meter long weeds were messily strewn across the ground and were currently swaying slightly, as if the wind was blowing gently. Among them, on a few blades of grass, grain after grain of white fleshworms were attached to the surface of the leaves and were slowly wriggling. Out of the blue, the blades wiggled gently again. A plasma white larva, falling from the air. Jiang Fan moved his feet and stepped back, looking at the bugs that kept falling. His hand touched the smooth, straight ruler and murmured, "Little friend, you're exposed. When playing hide and seek, don't make dangerous moves or lose your things." Jiang Fan smiled. Suddenly, in the next instant, the head snapped up toward the old tree. "I found you." A heavy fog filled the surrounding area, filling it and making vision blurry. On the old tree, between the heavy dead leaves, a highly decomposed child stood silently in the branches of a tree. Countless tiny fleshworms burrowed out of the meat, wriggling and densely covering the entire body. After lowering his head and flipping his white pupils, he met Jiang Fan's gaze. Suddenly, knock dash, the extremely rotted head thumped to the ground, and the face, gnawed by fleshworms and riddled with holes, lifted up in a wry smile. The rotting flesh of his face clattered down. "Mr. Jiang, you found me." Jiang Fan looked at the ghost student who appeared suicidally and clenched his fist. Who is the class that likes to burrow bugs all over their body the most? There's no one else but Marshall G. It was even if Kishore stood on top of his head. Jiang Fan had the virtue of a teacher and wouldn't talk to a child. Forget about nearly shaking the bugs off your body on him. Jiang Fan has a big temperament, and the Prime Minister can hold a boat in his belly. But his students make high-risk maneuvers and actually climb trees. That definitely doesn't count. Nurture yourself with the fragrance of books and educate people with love. Jiang Fan felt that he should teach the students and teach them, when playing games, to be safe. Chapter 102 No Shoes. Dirty Classroom Hygiene. Who dares to think of ghosts? 3/3. Eventually, Jiang Fan didn't educate too much. His students were obedient. He, too, could not be cruel. The student apologized on his own at the mere sight of the ruler, with a good attitude of admitting his mistake, making Jiang Fan unable to lay his hands on him. Seeing that the student knew his mistake and was able to correct it, Jiang Fan didn't make it too difficult. Just have the ghost student, Ji Shui, hold the top of his fallen head with his hands held high in the air and face the wall. Yes, move your head a little more. Well, good. Wait until the game is over before you're allowed to put it down. Also, don't ever make such a dangerous action like climbing a tree again, or I'll punish you once I see you. Fleshworms continued to emerge from the rotting head, with the ghost student standing correctly. The falling fleshworms were scattered all over the ghost student Kishui's body, not wasting any of it. Seeing this, Jiang Fan began to look for the others. Joy smiled as her eyes swept over the bloody footprints that had appeared out of nowhere in the hallway. Yo, found another one. Let me guess who it is. I can't believe it's so obvious that you're hiding. Jiang Fan's words had not yet fallen. Suddenly, the classroom window above the hallway reveals a ghostly face. The handprints were on the window, leaving a lurid, bloody handprint that was eerie. Jiang Fan smiled even more, his face full of joy. The ruler was copied and rushed in the direction of the classroom. Not bad, not bad. Found one. Comes with one, huh? Just right. Gee shui, this kid faced to the wall until the end of class is probably quite bored. Have to find someone to accompany him together. In a jiffy. In front of the moss-covered corner, there were two more looming black shadows. The black shadow let out a thin whimpering sound that echoed through the layers of mist, appearing terrifying. The rotting corpse next to the dark figure, with its head held high, suddenly opened its mouth and made a rough sound. You guys? For what were you called here by Mr. Jiang? The words fell. After a while, two eerie voices rang out. Mr. Jiang. Burp. Mr. Jiang said I don't wear shoes and told me to face the wall. Woo woo. Ooh. I'm even worse. Mr. Jiang said I dirty the window. Not only do I have to face the wall, but I have to participate in today's hygiene cleaning. The two dark figures spoke and cried louder. The ear-piercing sound transmitted an endless chill, and the blackness of his body turned to a dark red color. A steady stream of blood bubbled up and seeped into the earth, giving off a strong bloody stench. Listening to the cries of the other two ghost students, the rotting man's head dropped fatworms and looked extremely happy and cheerful, like something came to mind. The rotting human head suddenly stops dropping bugs. He seems to be cleaning today too. At once, dark black blood oozed from the surly eye sockets. Pieces of rotting flesh fell off his body, making a sound even more ominous than the dark figure next to him. Three eerie oozing cold voices echoed repeatedly within the happy kindergarten. The hiding ghost students gave a lurch, somewhat confused. Their companions? What happened? 1 minute later, the ghost students were once again stumped. What? Is there suddenly an extra voice? Strange, didn't we agree to play a game? The ghost students looked at the familiar sight in front of them, and suddenly, for some reason, shivered in unison, their backs going cold, as if they were missed by someone. Who's thinking about ghosts? Who dares? Listen to the oozing cries that permeate the mists. Jiang Fan felt in a good mood. Now that 4 ghost students have been found and 26 remain, I have to control the number of controls to avoid going over. Jiang Fan murmured, looking carefully at the arrangement within the classroom. It's an illusion. But, at the same time, it's not just as simple as an illusion. Having experienced the first 2 illusions, Jiang Fan guessed, the phantasmagoria is supposed to be a variation on the setting of the spooky itself, or the original character memories of the entire copy. For example, when the bus stops at the Lutheran church station, because he bought rice crackers, he enters the illusion created by Hin through the medium of rice crackers. He was in the illusion and got a general clue about the whole copy. The woman in red answered in the back and took Shin Shin home. As in, the fires in the building that burned more and more violently as time went on. If he hadn't noticed the fire in Building 7 at the time, he wouldn't have guessed that the fire had not only killed his mom, but burned the lives of an entire building's residents. So, on seeing that in order to play a game of hide and seek, the ghost student creates an illusion. Jiang Fan wanted to explore the entire kindergarten in a game of hide and seek with the help of the illusions created by the students. There aren't many clues here, but, based on the location of the happy kindergarten, this would be the teacher's office. Jiang Fan walked out of the classroom and looked at the classroom door, which was covered by a thick layer of dust on the class sign. Small class B. This is a small class. No wonder, not only are there no clues inside, but not even a book, mostly toys. Next to the abandoned small classroom, there is another classroom. That's the classroom of small class A. The classroom tables and chairs in small class are not arranged haphazardly like those in class B, but are stacked on top of each other like a small mountain. Jiang Fan noticed that there was also a pile of toys in the space underneath the stacked classroom chairs. Suddenly, just as Jiang Fan saw the toy, in the pile of toys, a white marble bounced and rolled. Ding! Tink! The white marbles were topped with blood, and ran all the way down to the ground, revealing splotches of blood. Marbles roll without wind. It made a gurgling sound in the empty classroom. It was as if there were like an unseen pair of hands that were pushing the marbles. Spooky as hell. Splat! The marbles stopped in front of Jiang Fan. The blood on top of the marbles was branded all over the ground, bringing some thin dust with it as well. Losing its blood covering, this marble reveals its full appearance. White marbles, not marbles, rather, an eyeball. Chapter 103, Give me back my eyeballs. It's too humiliating for a ghost. 1/3. Oh, found another one? Jiang Fan picked up his eyes and looked at the toy tables and chairs piled up like a small mountain. After the eyeballs were taken into Jiang Fan's hands, once again, there was a horrific scene in the toy pile. A ghastly white hand poked out of the pile of toys. Pulp purple hands pawed at the ground, and slowly, a little girl with a cape and a red dress emerged from the pile of toys, slowly crawling between the seats. In an extremely twisted position, he crawled towards Jiang Fan's side. Splat! Another red eye dropped, gurgling and rolling. As the ghost student crawled, he eerily followed to Jiang Fan. There was a click. The girl's skull suddenly rotated 360 degrees. The head, which had been facing downward, immediately bulged out, covered in the black spots of a dead corpse, and the eye sockets without eyes left a few bloodstains imprinted backwards on the stiff white face. The head looked like the neck below had been twisted and broken. Wobbling, the black eye sockets that were flowing with blood stared at Jiang Fan dead in the face, and the bizarre degree of bending of the body caused goosebumps and creepiness to rise all over the body. The eyeball next to it was still ticking and jumping, knocking out oozing sounds. Knock, knock, outside. Seeing this bizarre scene, they were all almost scared silly. What the hell? Lose your eyeballs? And a 360-degree rotation of the head? If I see this scene, I'll kill myself right where I am. Do I have to live? Help! I think I hear glass bouncing upstairs. I heard it too. But, I'm on the roof of a ING building. Trivia. The sound of the glass bouncing on the roof is the sound made by the thermal expansion and contraction of the cement reinforcement. Nothing to do with ghosts. We have to believe in science. Believe in science? Okay, I believe in science. But can you tell me how the weird talk came down to it? The end of science is the end of theology. The countries looked at Jiang Fan in the screen. They had already conveyed Jiang Fan's speculation to the chosen ones. And almost all of the chosen ones who chose the hide-and-seek game did not look for the ghost students, standing still and not moving. But, why? After telling the chosen one not to look for ghost students, was Jiang Fan looking up so hard? Or even, seeing horrific and bizarre phenomena and not being afraid? Did. The countries looked at the calm look on Jiang Fan's face, and then looked at their own chosen who had also been pulled into the illusion. There was a moment's silence and a realization dawned. I told you so. It's not for no reason that Jiang Fan was able to triumph twice over strange talk. Look at the other chosen ones. They know to chicken out and stay put, waiting for their homework to be copied. The other person, Jiang Fan, was taking the initiative to look for clues that might appear in the illusionary kindergarten. As expected of Jiang Fan, it's too brave to pass the Weird Tales game. At this moment, Jiang Fan instantly turned into someone else's child, full of excellent points all over his body. The chosen one of his own family was truly inferior to Jiang Fan in every way. In the world of Weird Tales, Jiang Fan looked at the suddenly twisted and rotating head as if he hadn't seen anything. The great weirdness became a pose before him. Jiang Fan slowly walked forward and picked up the other eyeball that had fallen on the ground and muttered, "Oh, whose eye did this fall out? Don't want it? If you don't want it, I'll take it home and coat it in flour and make popped eyeballs." Jiang Fan hooked the corners of his mouth into a bright smile as he spoke, seemingly, genuinely excited to have such a delicious meal for the evening, not caring in the slightest about the little girl who was radiating resentment, broken limbs, and terror. Since no ghost wants it, I'll take it. Oh, where have these kids been hiding? Why are they all gone? Jiang Fan said and put his eyeballs into his pocket, turning around with the intention of searching for the rest of the hiders. He didn't look at the little girl halfway in the slightest. It seems like he really just came to the classroom to meet two eyeballs. As the words fell, the netizens and ghost students in the outside world were confused. What? How come there are no more ghosts? Didn't she stand up for herself? Eyeballs have ghosts to be. Can't take it out and blow it up. The little girl began to get anxious as Jiang Fan turned away. It was covered in exposed blood, suffused with black gas, and dangled a long tongue. The ghost student excitedly crawled out towards Jiang Fan of his own accord, then waved his arms, wanting to get back the two snatched eyeballs. But the bending of the head complicates the simple act of reaching out, seemingly looking at Jiang Fan about to walk out of the classroom. The ghost student's face kept leaving bright red blood, opening his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth, and letting out a horrifying and eerie sound. Caustic. In the midst of the ghost student's constant screams, Jiang Fan finally realized that there was still that one ghost in the classroom and turned his head, revealing a surprised expression. Yo, there you are. I found you. What? You have worse eyes than even I. A ghost with no eyes. The ghost student shuddered and cursed. Just when the ghost student thought the game was over, he reached out to Jiang Fan to ask for his eyeballs. Jiang Fan, however, only took out one eyeball and raised it high above his head. Here, why don't you answer it? Don't you want it? If you don't want it, give it to me. The crawling ghost student was not as tall as Jiang Fan, and his reach was even less than half of Jiang Fan's body. Looking at the eye high above his head, The ghost student let out a roar and then jumped up. It seems, trying to get his eyeballs with the help of jumping. Bang! A loud bang issued. The ghost student pushed too hard and jumped straight to the top of the building. His head set dead and stuck in the wall. Jiang Fan couldn't help it when he saw it. These ghost students don't look scary on the outside, but are, in fact, douchebags. There's no one else when Creepy is able to have strength beyond the norm and can actually shove his head into a wall. Wouldn't it be like that Li Qihang student, whose brain is made of whole-body cookies? Jiang Fan looked at the ghost student and had no choice but to step forward, trying to pull the ghost student down. Slightly harder, grabbing the cold feet. Suddenly, splat, the ghost student came down. But the head was forced apart from the body, scattering a great deal of blood across the sky. From the following, a rain of blood sprinkled down on Jiang Fan's body. Seeing the situation, Jiang Fan was silent for a moment, looking at the head set into the wall, then copied the ruler and picked it upwards. In a jiffy, corner edge, welcome to the fifth shenanigan. A ghost holding its head, which had fallen apart and was overflowing with black gas, stood silently in the corner. The rotting headless man smiled cheerfully at the sight of the newcomer. How did you get called over to the teacher? The ghost student touched the head in his hand, especially when he felt the empty eye sockets in the head, and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ooh-hoo, the teacher said I was littering, so she called me in for punishment. Trash? My eyeballs are garbage. The rotting, headless man held his own head up high, showering it with worms that had fallen from it, and grinning with a ha-ha crack. Fortunately, he still has eyes. The ghost student heard the headless man's laughter. Can't wait to hug and cry. So much for calling his body parts garbage. But why take back the trash? She wants her eyeballs back. 5,555. Don't play like that. The more the ghost student thought about it, the more sad he felt, and like a few still dark shadows aside, he hugged his head and cried in pain. The campus echoed with the sound of 5 eerie crying voices. This made the ghost students hiding in the shadows freeze. It took a while to think about it, but I could barely convince myself that they were crying because they were caught. Heck, they don't want to play with these crybabies. It's too embarrassing for the ghosts. Chapter 104, The Locked Gate. The higher up the mountain, the thicker the fog and the heavier the pollution. 2/3. In the meantime, Jiang Fan had already finished exploring the first floor. Sure enough, the layout here is nothing like the layout in the Happy Kindergarten. The first floor is actually small groups, 2 small classes, and a lounge for the small classes. Jiang Fan glanced at the cluttered lounge and looked up above the school building. The top was all shrouded in mist, so you couldn't see half of it, much less the second floor. Gotta try the second floor. Jiang Fan walked around the first floor, looking for the stairs leading to the second floor. After finding the stairs leading to the second floor, Jiang Fan discovered something. The original Happy Kindergarten in the outside world had a kitchen in the back and an area owned next to it, in addition to the school building. But in the illusion, none of these through and through. Not only is there none, but the kindergarten is pathetically small. Aside from the small patch of playground in front of it, this was the only building. Could it be, because these shenanigans aren't interested in other places, that they aren't etched into the illusion? Jiang Fan walked up the stairs. He found out. A large iron door had been added to the center of the stairs leading from the first floor to the second. It was as heavy and huge as a kindergarten exit door. The large iron door was covered with rust and locked below by an iron lock. This iron gate, adults can easily push away with their strength. But this is a kindergarten. It seemed as if the gate was stopping the toddlers from coming down from above. Jiang Fan exerted his strength and kicked with his foot. With great strength added, he directly kicked the door to pieces, and the iron door fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up gusts of dust and dirt. After walking up to the second floor, the white fog on the second floor. I don't know if it is Jiang Fan's illusion. The fog seemed to be colder than the fog below, as if it were in an ice coffin, penetrated by cold air. Jiang Fan waved the fog that was almost as thick as water and frowned. The fog downstairs had a visibility range of just 10 meters, and the visual range of the second floor, reduced to 3 meters. Such severe fog, plus the weirdness found downstairs. Jiang Fan guessed that the higher up he went, the more bizarre hideouts there were, and the more contaminated they became. No wonder, you can't see the second floor from the first floor, and the second floor is also obscured by the fog. It's only 3 meters away. So what about the third floor? How much is there? Jiang Fan walked to the edge of the corridor and looked down. He couldn't see the first floor, much less the old tree on the first floor. It stands to reason that the old tree on the first floor, which is taller than the first floor, should be visible from the second floor. But, not only could he not be seen, but even buried under the fog, the bottom was like an abyss of 10,000 feet, with cold air constantly gushing out. When you look up, you can't even see the third floor. This coupled with the mist that filled the area around him, gave him a puzzling thought. It's as if this building is like an isolated space between buildings. Jiang Fan thoughtfully waved the fog in front of him. If it wasn't for the gates that connect the buildings to each other, Jiang Fan might have thought that he was being lassoed by space after space and was no longer in his original space. As Jiang Fan moved, it was as if those fogs were moving as well, dispersing the fog in front of them. The view of what was visible behind them resumed to be submerged in heavy fog. It made Jiang Fan's visual distance, always only 3 meters. Jiang Fan found the first classroom in the corridor. It's the middle class. Then according to this layout, the third floor would be a large class. Jiang Fan pushed open the classroom in front of him. Wow! The decaying door to the classroom was pushed open, revealing a small visible area. Knock! Knock! Grumble grumble! Click click click! Giggle! It was as if something unknown was spying on him in the fog. It makes a soft rattling sound. It seemed like glass was rolling, and it seemed like tables and chairs were falling apart. Interspersed with these little giggling noises, they're like talking. There's weirdness in this classroom. But when Jiang Fan went to listen carefully, the tiny voices, again, were gone. It was as if it was a hallucination of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's visual distance was only 3 meters, and he couldn't tell how much weirdness surrounded him. There might even be a few creepy ones, standing ahead, staring him dead in the face. The eerie voice dwindled and seemed to change location, sounding further away. Over here. Jiang Fan turned around and looked at the fog in front of him. Creepy sounds, coming from this direction. Suddenly, the horrible cackling in the fog faded again once more. Subsequently, it rang out on Jiang Fan's left flank. Coo coo coo. Sounds like dolphins laughing playfully rang out from the layers of fog. The sound grew louder and louder, as if something was behind Jiang Fan, gradually approaching him. Slowly, in the fog, a severed hand appeared silently, dragging a handful of blood. He stained the ground with blood. 5 fingers split apart and slowly crawled, twisting and shaking as they appeared from behind Jiang Fan. The broken hand followed Jiang Fan's heel, one by one, and quickly crawled upwards, calf, thigh, back, and finally lay on Jiang Fan's neck. Jiang Fan looked as if he didn't feel it, his gaze still firmly looking ahead. The 5 fingers of the severed hand were slightly open, as if it wanted to choke Jiang Fan's neck and suffocate him. The outside broadcast room was shocked to see this scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Break my arm. Vango Vango. Run. The broken hand is on your shoulder. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who's looking forward to it? Jiang Fan could pick up an eyeball that suddenly appeared on the ground under a building, let alone a hand. Hands? Sure it's not a little barbecue? Come on. Gaga dazzle my mouth. Daxia Country. Weird Talk Group. The members of Weird Talk who were present laughed joyfully at the sight of this one hand crawling up Jiang Fan's back. If it was an ordinary chosen one, they would still be worried about it. After all, the Weird Horrors and the Weird Tales replica can be very dangerous. If you're not careful, you can cost the chosen one his life. But, if Jiang Fan follow the previous behavior of violently punching a passenger on the bus and punishing 5 kids downstairs for FaceTime, they felt backwards. Should worrying about ghost students so as not to be brutalized by Jiang Fan. Ah no, and kind behavior to scare to death. Jiang Fan, it seems to be more frightening than bizarre? The members of Weird Talk felt a chill on their backs as they looked at the smile that Jiang Fan suddenly raised on the screen of the live broadcast. Looking at the unsuspecting broken hand, one could only pray that what happened to broken hand would be well. Chapter 105 Smudging. Hopscotch? Voices in the realm of illusion, 3/3. The next image on the live feed seemed to validate the suspicions they were looking at. See only. Jiang Fan slammed down to the ground when that big hand was about to pinch down. Bang! There was a violent ringing sound, and Jiang Fan just fell straight down. Didn't care one bit that there were still hands behind him. With the addition of physical fitness and stamina, Jiang Fan was an existence that was able to fight Guile to a draw. The huge body fell heavily to the ground. There was an extremely small sound that erupted in the center as a thud was emitted. Pu snap. Like something was being crushed and exploding. Jiang Fan also felt the thick wetness behind him. Immediately after, Jiang Fan drew out the thin smear of hardness with his hand. Looking at the flattened broken hand, Jiang Fan smiled happily. Here's another thing no one wants. That's great. Now it's ready for soup. The words fell. The eerie sounds around them disappeared all of a sudden. The marble skipping sound is gone. The whispering voices were gone. It was as if all the fog in the air stopped flowing at that moment. Look at the broken hand that was crushed and exploded. The creeps weren't expecting it, and the outside world froze. How does that even work? That's a creepy hand. What? It turns into a pancake when you press it? Creepy. When was he bullied to this point? Instantly, Creepy raged. Especially, the owner of the broken hand. Brush dash. A soft ticking sound came from the fog, like blood dripping on the ground. The surrounding temperature dropped to its lowest at this moment, as if it were ice. Snap dash. Snap dash. The sound of dense footsteps came to his ears. Once, twice, heavy on the ground. The murmur harsh and terrifying to the heart. Slowly, in layers of fog, a mutilated body covered in bruises appeared. To his right, the broken limb continued to bleed dark blood, dripping and dripping to the ground. The corpse's face was twisted, its eyes were red, and it was covered with a thick private aura of resentment. The black gas that loomed behind them was almost on the verge of turning into substance, flowing viscously through the fog and mixing with it. The corpse's mutilated arm happened to be the one that had been crushed and exploded by Jiang Fan. It looked as if it was a person who had lost his arm and had come to retrieve his arm from Jiang Fan, though the face was twisted and horrible. But Jiang Fan still recognized it. This is his student. With that, silently, he took out his ruler. I found you. This student. You can play the game. Why do you want to dirty my clothes? Look, the back of my shirt is covered in blood, and it's all because you messed it up. Jiang Fan's face became serious, as if he was angry. Hearing Jiang Fan's words, Broken Hand creepy flinched and froze in place as if he hadn't reacted. Raising his head, he revealed his blood-red eyes to look at the crushed and burst hand on Jiang Fan's hand, and then at the puddle of minced flesh and blood marks on Jiang Fan's back. What? He remembered that it wasn't Jiang Fan who crippled his hand? Why? And wickedly, that he soiled Jiang Fan's clothes? The boy with the broken hand was very angry. He decided that he must give this new teacher Jiang a good time today, so that he would understand that you can't be too arrogant as a human being. What are you looking at? You've been caught by me. You've lost. The ruler in Jiang Fan's hand tapped on a side table. There was a thud, and the table split in two. The boy with the broken hand scrunched his neck and subconsciously took a step back. When it comes to realizing that he's a creep, when it comes to realizing that he's a creep, when it comes to realizing that he's a creep. Gathering up the courage to take another step forward, he radiated a great deal of resentment and coldness. Yo, I like it when you're untamed. Jiang Fan laughed merrily, and in return, he decided to play a set of radio gymnastics to repay his dearest students. In a jiffy, the campus echoed with the cries of the sixth channel. The rotting boy looked at his new companion and couldn't help but shake his head. You're going to come over here to face the wall for soiling your teacher's clothes? It's just not too bad. But what are these bruises and purple marks on the head? Do ghosts walk and accidentally fall to the ground? Should. Will it? This side of Jiang Fan explores the happy kindergarten one after another. On the other side, the outside world. Through the constant trial and error of various chosen ones, the countries quickly summarized the 4 game breaks, and how to play them. Game Pick Watermelon. Just play as the grandfather who picks watermelon. A game of hide and seek. When that ghost stands still and does not look for the hider, or keeps the number of people looking under 28 to do so. Hopscotch. For the real-life version of hopscotch, line up with the ghost students for a rooftop jump. Jumping from one building to the roof of another in an illusion. The top of the building is the line between the roof and the top of the building. If you can't jump over it, or climb over it, you are stepping over the line, and you will die. Jump straight off the building and die too. The solution is also simple. The roof of the building is a grid. Just follow the play of hopscotch and stand on one foot without moving half a point. The last one, Wolf, is a game similar to Woodchuck. Ask the old wolf what time it is. The ghost students walk in accordance with the number of steps answered by the chosen one. If the number of steps is too much to touch, the chosen one will die. If the answer to the opening of the meal, it will also die. And the chosen one has been answered midnight. You can get through the game by card bugs. The gameplay of these 4 games is wasted. Didn't waste many people due to bugs being found early in the first 2 games. The latter 2 games, especially the third hopscotch game, almost wasted more than 50 chosen ones before they could summarize the hopscotch game alive. But the nations watched as one after another chosen one died because they couldn't stand on one foot for long, and their hearts were stuffed. There are some games that are hard to get through, even when you find a way. After finding the passes for each game, State soon found another bit of an anomaly in the game. 4 games, pick the watermelon as well as the wolf. Just follow the rules of the game, and hide and seek, as well as hopscotch, are games that appear in the fantasy world. Hide and seek needs no explanation. With Jiang Fan's exploration search, countries guessed that there might be certain clues in the illusionary bliss kindergarten inside hide and seek. Another hopscotch game, the scene inside the illusion was not at all in the happy kindergarten. It looked more like the chosen one was in a field of residential buildings of various styles. There are short tile houses, there are sturdy wood rooms, there are tall buildings. There are also garden houses. The mix of different styles of architecture is eerie, and even weirder. On the roof of the first building, they could actually hear arguing underneath. The nations turned their attention to the live broadcast of Sakura Nation. Inside the live feed, Sakura Nation's chosen one, Noraheim Nakata, stood on one foot on the roof. I don't know if it's due to Nakata Noraheim's better luck or not, but there's a small tin house on the roof of the building she's on. Nakata Noraheim leaned on the house, standing on one foot for a long time and blushing, but still barely managing to survive. It has been much better than the rest of the chosen ones whose roofs are blank. After Noraheim Nakata has been standing for some time. Downstairs, there were faint sounds of arguing. It didn't sound like it was coming from a ghost student who was playing, but more like a soundtrack sound evolving in a phantasmagoria. It's a couple who are arguing. All you do is drink and play cards every day. What else do you do besides that? Money, money, money. All day long it's all about money. Yeah, how dare you hit me? You're finished. A loud bang was soon ushered in amidst the sounds of a couple arguing, as it seemed the two men were wrestling. Immediately afterward, there came the sound of a child crying. After the crying was done, there was a cycle of the initial sounds of couples arguing, over and over again. Countries recorded the sounds that eerily emanated from this residential building. Soon, they realized that all but the Sakura Nation chosen heard the voices downstairs. The rest of the chosen ones who chose the hopscotch game and were able to survive heard different voices one after another. Some are the same, some are different. Different phantom voices, all located on top of different residential buildings. Most of these eerie sounds from the phantasmagoria are from within the home. Couples quarrel. Parents chastise their children. There's a good side to the sound, too. Different voices converged and resounded through the various buildings, like there really was that one family downstairs that was arguing. Although the countries did not understand why such a bizarre scene appeared in the illusion, they had speculated that it might be some clues. Watch carefully and take notes on the content of the voices in the illusion. The moment. Everyone's mind is on the chosen one, or game-related clues. No one noticed the unusual movements of the ghost students in those games. As voices rang out from inside the building, one or more of the children who were playing, their lifeless eyes twitched. Immediately afterward, as he jumped toward the house across the street, he dropped without hesitation, smashing heavily and vertically, shattering into a puddle on the ground. It's as if the game of hopscotch changed into, well, suicide by jumping off a building. Chapter 106, Weird Forms Related to Death Looks? Decay, 1/2 hospital leave for patient care. The second floor has the same layout as the first. There are middle school classrooms everywhere, as well as restrooms. Only, the middle class has fewer toys compared to the small class and has begun to step into learning. Jiang Fan looked at the books searched out from the classroom on the second floor, which were the same as the books in the large class and belonged to the superlative books. Also, what surprised Jiang Fan was, there aren't a lot of ghost students on the second floor either. So far, he'd searched the first and second floors, and there were only 10 people combined, a third of them, on campus, because Jiang Fan found the ghost students one by one. The oozing cries and howls gradually increased. Mixed together, it makes the cries both hilarious and eerie. Jiang Fan returned to the hallway and continued walking up. At the junction of the second and third floors, there was the same rusty iron door. The iron gate was as thick as the one below, the difference being that the one below had few creases other than the haloed marks of time, and the iron door leading to the third floor had more than a few dents in it. It seemed that, at some point, someone had kicked the iron door with their teeth, with their feet, trying to break free of it and come below. According to this arrangement of small classes on the first floor and medium classes on the second floor, then the third floor would be the large classes. Jiang Fan kicked the iron door open with his foot. Foggy conditions enveloped the entire happy kindergarten. The second floor was already thick as water, and the third floor was even more so, with a hint of blood red mist mixed in on top of that. The white and red mists mixed together and constantly drifted in the air, as if a horrible and bloody killing had happened here, and countless blood had dyed the sky blood red. A great sense of oppression burst forth. Every time Jiang Fan breathed in, it felt like something was being sucked into his lungs, heavy with a strong smell of blood. The soles of his feet were even more sticky, and every step was like walking on top of plasma, sticky and full of pulling sensations. This feeling made Jiang Fan seem to have sensed it somewhere. It's like the bedroom in Mom's. And if you take the idea that the higher the floor, the more contaminated it is, this is where most of the ghost students are hiding. Unfortunately, this is an illusionary realm, so it's impossible to sign in. Otherwise, it would be possible to judge something. The scarlet mist reduces the visible distance again. Jiang Fan could only see a mere arm's length around him. It seems, however, that the ghost students, in their weird and horrible forms, vary. Jiang Fan lowered his eyes, looked at a classroom in a bloody haze, and walked in. He found a total of 10 ghost students. Of these, 8 varied from each other outside of 2 students of the same bizarre form. The first ghost student he found, Jiang Fan remembered his name, was called Ji Shui. Ji Shui was very mischievous, and every time he got angry or showed his resentment to give off a weird aura, his body began to rot and countless small fleshworms emerged. At first Jiang Fan didn't think there was anything to be concerned about. After all, in the world of weird tales, creepy can be whatever scary he wants to be. Until, in the happy kindergarten of the illusion, Jiang Fan found Ji Shui again. Ji Shui stood in a large tree, highly decomposed, like an abandoned corpse that had begun to rot freely. The repeated appearance of the same bizarre form caused Jiang Fan to venture a shocking guess. Perhaps, highly decomposed and covered in tiny insects. This is what Kishore looks like when he dies. That's why Kishore had remained unconsciously highly decomposed after he became creepy. Because that's what obsession looks like after death. The bizarre appearance of Shin Shin changes in the bus replica looks, at first glance, like a suffocated child. And in fact, the snakeskin bag in the trunk is the real cause of Shin Shin's death. And the second copy, while mom is all normal looking, the mom in the other world is all skinny, with a look of being sick and miserable. And the last thing she looked like before she was born, Shin Shin suffocated and died, and her mother suffered from the disease. So, what about the highly corrupted Kishore? People who die a normal death are dragged to the crematorium or buried in the ground. But, first rule out that Marshall G died a normal death. After all, the Weird Tales replica seems to be full of unnatural deaths or bizarre ones with last wishes yet to be fulfilled. So, in which manner of death did the unnatural death of Marshall G occur so that the body was highly decomposed and even gave birth to small insects? The only scenario in which a high degree of decomposition occurs is if someone is killed and then hides the body, or buries it. Nor, of course, does it include death in summer, when decomposition of the body can occur in the course of 2 or 3 days. In addition to the uniqueness of Kishore, Jiang Fan also recalled that there was a kid in their class with a unique weird form. Sitting in the last row is Mr. Dong Kaiga, somewhat shy, swollen and white, with water constantly bubbling out of his skin, a puddle always brewing where he passed. So, if my deduction is correct, this child named Dong Gage drowned. Jiang Fan lowered his eyes, looked at the ghost student he had found once again, and shook his head. The student's bizarre form was all too common, either with a broken hand or bleeding chunks of flesh flying all over his body. What with bleeding all over the body? What with the missing eyeballs? And then the body skin is covered in corpse spots. This spooky form, but any dead spooky, is able to change out. This student's death was not worth studying, nor could it corroborate Jiang Fan's conjecture. Jiang Fan kindly released the student, allowing the other party to face the wall and accompany those pals below. Chapter 1072 Missing Students. Storage room. 2 halves. If I'm creepy, I'm definitely showing myself in the most intimidating way. Form. What is shown, then, is most likely what I look like in life, or what I look like after death, because this is the form that I know best, and that is the most relaxed and resentful, and not just casually the same as any other spooky one. Still have to find Dong Gage and see if he's dripping as usual. Jiang Fan explored classroom after classroom, trying to find Dong Gage. However, after searching the entire 3rd floor, there was no sign of Dong Gage. It seems that Dong Kaiga disappeared into thin air. Similarly, more than just the class's bizarrely shaped special Dong Gage, even the one Jiang Fan was more familiar with, Liang Haiki, was nowhere to be found. That peaceful and quiet girl never seemed to have exposed, in front of Jiang Fan, an overly terrifying and bizarre form. Most of it is just a small act of bleeding and showing white eyes. However, the 2 ghost students were not found. Jiang Fan was on the 3rd floor instead, and had made an additional discovery. Outside, there is a room on each floor that is not marked by a door sign. Jiang Fan didn't open it, having wanted to wait for the night or free time to open and explore. I didn't expect to find this unmarked room in the illusion. A thin whimpering sound kept coming from the room, like there was a child locked up inside, sad and scared and constantly banging on the door panel. There's weirdness in it. Jiang Fan opened the door, and as he did so, the thin sound of crying disappeared, as if it had never appeared, and the house was quiet. This room is small. A small room piled high with school clutter appeared dark. The clutter was leaning against the walls everywhere, with all sorts of small and large clutter laying on top of each other. Jiang Fan, who had originally come in to look for the ghost student, had his thoughts drawn to a corner of the utility room. Jiang Fan looked at the empty corner of the utility room. This empty place made him feel something abnormal. The corner is to the front left of the entry door. The unusual utility room, which follows the order in which you put things, is the entryway, even if there is an empty space. And this empty space, located in the front left, is as if a school staff member deliberately ignored this location when arranging miscellaneous items. The utility room was actually set aside for a large spot in this small space. In itself, it is an irrationality. In particular, He hadn't encountered this unknown room on the first or second floor, and now he actually saw it on the third floor. This uniqueness adds a touch of mystery to the utility room. This place was not big enough to accommodate Zhang Fan. The utility room could be seen through at a glance, and there were no ghost students in it. Just as Zhang Fan was about to leave the utility room, thinking, as he was overthinking, that this had once been the location where the barrels had been placed. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's eyes gave a lurch as he gripped the ruler. Sharp eyes, looking to the doorway. A pair of ghastly white feet appeared between the wall and the door panel. The feet were small, greenish and white, and motionless, as if a body had stood there, dead for a long, long time. On the backs of his feet, a steady stream of dark red blood oozed out, slowly trickling down, seeping through the doorway and piling up in a puddle. There's Spooky, standing behind the door. In the meantime, the whimpering sounds again. Unlike the crying voices of the few students who were punished by Zhang Fan, the sound of crying emanating from inside the utility room made Zhang Fan sense danger. The little sobs held sadness, fear, dread. These negative emotions were like a watery mist that constantly surrounded Zhang Fan's ears and seemed to penetrate his heart and hit his soul. Zhang Fan's body exploded with goosebumps, and a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head bubbled up, creeping him out. His mind unconsciously recalled the difficulties he had encountered in his previous life, and a feeling of sadness welled up within him. The weird pollution didn't last long. Just a second passed. Zhang Fan returned to his senses, took the ruler, and gently picked open the door panel. Crunch! The wooden door moved to close gradually, and the darkness in the utility room encroached like a tidal wave. With the help of the sliver of light outside the wooden door, Zhang Fan saw behind the door a figure with its head bowed and blood continuously flowing from its face. Xin Zhao, the big guy in the class. Zhang Fan had seen Zhao Xin bullying other ghost students with the help of his own bulk, but at this moment, the big man Zhao Xin had his head down, a far cry from the way he had bullied the ghost students outside. His eyes were lifeless, revealing a touch of fear. This smudge of fear was not fear of the ruler in Zhang Fan's hand, rather, fear of the door that gradually closes on Zhao Xin. In fear of the dark. Fear, the utility room behind the closed door. If you're scared, why are you hiding in the utility room? Unless, the storage room, the place where Zhao Xin died. Zhang Fan looked at the trembling Zhao Xin, paused, and suddenly moved. His hand jammed on the wooden door of the utility room that was about to close. The wooden door was not completely closed, and there was still light in the small utility room. The light that shone through the wooden door shone on Zhang Fan's face. Zhang Fan reached out his other hand and touched the head of Zhao Xin, the large ghost student, and gently said, "I found you. Get out. Next time, don't hide in the utility room. It's a bad place. Too dark." Zhao Xion's face went pale and he nodded stiffly. Turning around, he came out from behind the door and looked at Zhang Fan, his godless eyes looking like they were about to say something. The crowds outside were in tears when they saw this scene. Ooh, Van is so gentle. Reminds me of the last copy of Zhang Fan, who was also so gentle with Mom. Creepy, I can't believe someone's treating me so gently. I'm touched. No, you guys look. Zhang Fan Suddenly, the pop-up screen came to a screeching halt. Countless people looked at the live feed and paused for words. The expression was so complex as to be indescribable. In the world of weird tales, Zhang Fan spoke again once more. And, Zhang Fan picked the door open with the ruler and pointed in one direction. Go to the corner of the first floor and stand over there until I finish looking for the other students. The words fell. Creepy, who was about to open his mouth to say something, closed it and had a normal smile on his face. Mr. Zhang was okay and gave him a place to stay. With that, he silently turned around and went down to the first floor, no longer disturbing Zhang Fan as he continued to look for ghosts. Yo, there's a new ghost. Welcome. The ghost student looked at the rows of students lined up in the corner, especially the first, somewhat beaten up, rotting, creepy Gishuai. Go stand in the corner. The ghost student Zhao Xin turned his head and walked away. He might as well go back to the storage room. Suddenly, it's tempting to keep facing the darkness. Zhang Fan explored the entire third floor and found 6 more students one after another. 10 on the first and second floors, plus 6 on the third floor. A total of 16 students have been found, 14 short of all of them. Zhang Fan looked up at the building that was covered by a large red and white fog. 4th floor, what could it be? Or is it a classroom? Or some other classroom not appearing in the illusion? Chapter 108. The 4th floor is more polluted than Taipan. Health room? 1/3. After exploring the first floor, a small class appears. The second floor is the middle class. A large class appears on the third floor, as well as a storage room that does not appear on the first or second floor. If we follow the layout of the Happy Kindergarten, Then the fourth floor is most likely the teacher's office. Jiang Fan walked carefully through the building's hallways. From the slightly thinner fog on the first floor to the blood-laced fog on the third floor, the color of the fog as well as the visibility range decreased. Until now, when he walked into the hallway leading to the fourth floor. As Jiang Fan got closer to the fourth floor, the fog around him could no longer see a bit of white, and had completely and utterly turned into the color of thick blood. The color of blood was so dark that it was like staying in an ocean of blood. Endless coldness and negativity that pressed towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan slowly advanced through the blood-colored ocean, and with each step of the ladder, it was as if the monstrous blood-colored sea in front of him was set aside, revealing the ground beneath the fog. The passageway leading to the fourth floor also had a steel door, but, in contrast to the several iron doors below that were locked, this one was open instead. The iron gates were worn out and wide open, exposing the hallway leading to the fourth floor, like a predator luring in prey that belonged to him. Through the gate in less than 10 seconds, Jiang Fan then found the first ghost student hiding on the fourth floor just after he stepped into the last flight of steps on the fourth floor. In the sea of blood that was out of reach, Jiang Fan had thought that he would encounter ghost students similar to the ones that were messing with him below. But, surprisingly, the ghost students on the fourth floor seemed to be quiet, just stood there straight up with a blank face. There was no anger to be seen in the dark eyes, and the horror was frightening, like a corpse, making no sound, silent, until Jiang Fan took the initiative to bump into him. It was only as if the ghost student had been awakened that he blinked and raised a wry smile, then turned his head stiffly and fiddled with his limbs to get down the stairs. This peculiar phenomenon is not as horribly frightening as the ghost students below show. Jiang Fan looked at the last glimpse of the ghost student's figure within his line of sight. The ghost student walked normally, as if it wasn't for this blood-colored fog. Jiang Fan almost felt that this was in the outside world, but in the world of weird talk, creepy acting normal is not a good sign. A dog that bites does not bark, and the harder it barks, the weaker it actually is. According to my speculation, the higher up in the illusionary kindergarten of bliss, the more contaminated it becomes. Just watch the fog that turns from white to a dark, blood-colored fog. Furthermore, on the following 3 floors, only 16 people were found, so I'm afraid that the remaining 14 bizarre ones are all gathered on this last floor. Jiang Fan looked at the decaying wall in front of him with a grave expression on his face. This is the place that was supposed to be the passageway to the upstairs. The fact that the passage is now gone, turned into a wall on the 4th floor, can only prove one thing. The school building in the illusion has only 4 floors. The 4th floor, which is the most contaminated, also has the most weird gathering places. I had thought that the first class was the most contaminated. After all, I mainly lead the first class, and usually the identity of the chosen one entering a copy of the Weird Tales is tied to the main quest clue. Signing in through the system. The large classroom sign-in item on the 4th floor, the ruler, is the strongest of the existing sign-in items at Happy Kindergarten. But, in the illusion of the game of hide-and-seek, the first class is only on the 3rd floor. The higher the floor, the more polluted it is, and the classroom rooms on the 4th floor are worse than the older classes. It's the rooms on the 4th floor that are the most contaminated part of the Happy Nursery. What could be worse than a large class of 30 ghost students gathered together? Through some small tests during Jiang Fan's lessons, as well as the illusion created, Jiang Fan deduced that the ghost students within the class were at least at level C in terms of strength, and the location where the large class A is located is only on the 3rd floor of the illusion. Taipan isn't the most polluted of the Happy Kindergartens. That should have occurred to me. After all, how can a bunch of C-rank shenanigans be the final boss of an entire 2-star replica? Jiang Fan slowed down his steps, even his breathing was much lighter. The dark blood-colored mist that was like an ocean blocked the line of sight, causing Jiang Fan to bump into it with every few steps he took, or walls painted with horrible graffiti, or broken hallway railings, or some weird broken dolls, trash cans, and other items. Jiang Fan was a bit thankful at the moment. Luckily, the 4th floor featured a wall railing, or he could have walked right up to the edge and, unbeknownst to him, plummeted down. Bang! There was a rattle in the mists of silence. Jiang Fan shook his head and looked at the classroom that appeared in front of him. The name of the classroom still hangs on the classroom door. Healthcare room. The health room, as I recall, is on the 1st floor, next to the teacher's office. This classroom is similar to the private infirmary of a Happy Kindergarten. The restroom. How come it appears to be the 4th floor in the illusion? Jiang Fan frowned as he looked at the health room he found in front of him and pushed the door in. The health room is next to the teacher's office. In the morning when he went to pick up the children to enter the school, Jiang Fan took a shallow look across the corridor. Inside is similar to a regular infirmary, except with more toys and childish stickers. It looks clean, neat, peaceful and comfortable. It's the kind of environment where kids go in and don't get sick and panic. Such a classroom appeared on the 4th floor, causing Jiang Fan to be somewhat surprised. Is the health room actually more polluted than the large class? Could it be that my logical reasoning is wrong? Jiang Fan walked little by little, touching the walls and starting to explore along the perimeter of the health room. The bookshelves that line the walls, some small toy statues, a cabinet of medicine bottles, and stethoscopes, and so on. Various small ornamental posts look cozy, under the cover of the blood-colored fog. I do not know if it is infested. Some black traces overflow from the items. It looks eerie. Jiang Fan opened the medicine cabinet, and there was no hiding of shenanigans inside. The medicine cabinet was full of common cold remedies, fever reducers, and cough syrup. Jiang Fan casually glanced at it and was about to close the medicine cabinet door when he suddenly paused and bent down. Dozens of medicines were still unopened, neatly arranged in rows and columns, all covered with thick dust. But it was the back of this neatly arranged medicine that left a few bottles empty. Empty place. It seems to have been used to take away the medicine there. If a child is sick and needs medication, shouldn't they take the medication in front of them? Also, the medicine behind this medicine seems to be different from the medicine placed in front of it. Jiang Fan reached for a bottle of medicine that was placed at the very back of the medicines. Chapter 109, Unknown Medicine. Suffocating Illusion. Li Qi Hong. 2/3. The top of the small white vial was not labeled with the name of any medicine. The vials were placed at the back of the many medications and looked, well, similar to the ones in front of them. Jiang Fan crouched down. Again, I found this medicine with no name written on it from a couple of medicine cabinets below. Most of the medicines in the medicine cabinet are arranged vertically. These little white vials with no medication names are almost always placed horizontally in the last row. The small pill bottles are the same height as the medicines that are placed in front of them. If Jiang Fan hadn't seen those empty places, he really wouldn't have been able to discover that there was this drug in the medicine cabinet. And Jiang Fan also discovered a strange phenomenon. Most of the medicines in the medicine cabinet are only a vertical couple of boxes, and commonly used medicines are only 2 verticals at most. This kind of medicine, which is not labeled with the name of the medicine, is actually up to dozens of bottles inside every medicine cabinet. The fact that the unknown drug exceeds other medications by several times side by side makes the point that it's the one that's given to kids the most in the healthcare room. Only as much as it's used is placed in the medicine cabinet. But what is this medicine? Why is placed so far back? Jiang Fan opened the small white bottle. Inside the pill bottle were some white flattened medicine rounds. The same white medicinal rounds reminded Jiang Fan of the little white pill he had obtained in his last copy. But the difference is that the little white pills are round, spherical pills. The white flat pills are very small. Jiang Fan estimated that a bottle of medicine probably had hundreds of tablets. Jiang Fan tried to look for the medicine list in the medicine cabinet, and after searching for a long time, he couldn't find it. Beyond that, Jiang Fan also found a bottle of white medicine in an empty bottle in a trash can near the wall. I wonder if there will be a list of medications in other parts of the health room, such as desk drawers? Jiang Fan stopped exploring along the walls of the health room and slowly approached the center. The blood mist obscured much of Jiang Fan's vision. As Jiang Fan adjusted his walking path, the blood mist in front of them began to recede, and the wall behind them gradually disappeared. Since there were no buildings or objects in the path, in a thick blood fog, Jiang Fan had no wall to lead him and could only see the floor beneath his feet. Other than that, it's all blood. It was as if I had been walking for a long time, and as if I had been standing still. The health room is not large and can be walked through in a few steps, but Jiang Fan had taken hundreds of steps since he had left the wall's forward guidance, and still hadn't touched the other side of the wall, or the items in the healthcare chamber. Until a dead face quietly appeared in Jiang Fan's line of sight. Wide-eyed, pain was revealed in his dark eyes. The face was pale and the mouth was wide open, as if someone had choked him and he was suffocating. Obviously no eerie sounds appeared, just a distorted face. But it was precisely this face that made Jiang Fan unconsciously fantasize. The sound of one sharp intake of breath after another slowly appeared in his ears. Phew, hoo. It seemed as if the oxygen in his chest was depleted. The lungs were squeezed to the breaking point, and his head began to spin. The strong sense of suffocation caused Jiang Fan to unconsciously open his mouth wide and try to inhale every mouthful of air. Phew, hoo. There's less and less oxygen. The body felt like it was being held down by something hard, agonizingly dull. Consciousness slowly disappeared. Pupils were lax and lifeless, and the soul fell into endless suffocation. Suddenly, an icy current spread from the heart and went straight to the mind, pulling back the sinking consciousness. Jiang Fan instantly came back to his senses, wet with sweat. Not good. The illusion on the 4th floor has exceeded the level of the illusions on the following floors. Jiang Fan's body tightened to the extreme. The ruler in his hand gripped tightly as he looked down at the ghostly face that had suddenly appeared. The owner of the face was his student, and Jiang Fan remembered his name, Li Qi Hong. the student who stuffs cookies inside his brain. Students who seem so disoriented are actually hiding on the fourth floor. With a face of his own, he was able to pull him into the illusion. It was important to realize that having the rose from his mother was already enough to save Jiang Fan from most of the illusions. The higher the level of the illusion, the weaker the Scarlet Rose's ability becomes. And on the fourth floor, ghost student Li Qihong's strength, a dead man's face, could make him feel the sense of suffocation in the illusion. Although in the end, the illusion was still dissolved by Scarlet Rose, it was enough to prove that ghost student Li Qihong's strength was not weak, within the boundaries of the happy nursery. So far, this was the first danger Jiang Fan had encountered, still in danger under the protection of the Scarlet Rose. In other words, this student who stuffs cookies into his brain has a greater level of resentment than the average ghost student. Unknown shenanigans aside, number 1 on the list of happy kindergartens, Jiang Fan took the ruler and slowly approached the ghost student. It was only after he got closer that Jiang Fan realized that the ghost student Li Qihong hadn't deliberately played tricks on him, like the first creepy encounter on the fourth floor. The ghost student, Li Qihong, didn't make any noise. The dead face that was revealed was only because it was lying on the bed in the health room, face up, due to the fact that he was standing, plus the direction of the bed. That's why Jiang Fan saw the ghost student's twisted face at first. After Jiang Fan said those words, "I found you," ghost student Li Qihong's hideous expression instantly eased, and the pained look in his eyes disappeared. In its place, a face full of dumbfoundedness as well as confusion. "Ah, Mr. Jiang, did you find me? I obviously hid so well." Jiang Fan stared at the ghost student's dumbfounded appearance, as if he was the landlord's second little cutie. There was nothing at all to see that the illusion created to pull him inside was currently the number 1 ranked powerful mold in terms of weirdness. Is shenanigans so well staged these days? In a jiffy, go stand on the first floor. There are found ghosts over there. Jiang Fan shook his head inside. Let's say he's blind and clumsy. As the ghost student Li Qihong disappeared, Jiang Fan didn't take a few steps and soon found the desk in the health room in a fog. Lots of clutter in the desk drawers. Jiang Fan searched for half a day and couldn't find the list of medications. There was no choice but to exit the health room and head to the rest of the fourth floor. The speculation about the fourth floor and the encounter with the ghost student who could pull him into the illusion made Jiang Fan even more vigilant, because I agreed to participate in a game of hide and seek, and the hide and seek was in a fantasy realm. So, technically, the ghost students in the illusion will be using the most power. Then I may be in danger next while looking for other shenanigans. Jiang Fan stopped where he was. Complicatedly, he looked at the blood mist in front of him that was like substance. The mist of blood obscured his vision. He couldn't see anything except the viewpoint revealed by the wall at the edge of the corridor. If he encountered another situation in the health room, where he was lost in the fog, Jiang Fan could wait until the end of class. However, if he encountered a powerful and bizarre attack, Jiang Fan had no other choice. Right now, there are 11 ghost students still to be found. Jiang Fan groped his way back along the wall and was able to get through this game of hide and seek as well. Should we move on? Or stop this quest for a happy kindergarten? Chapter 110, Jiang Fan's decision. The information coming from the pharmaceutical company. 3/3, if I'm in danger during the rest of the process, at best I'll only have my mom's photo album, the scapegoat doll to ward off the crisis, and my mom's sweater. The album is to resist bizarre pollution. Pollution, most of which comes from breaking the rules, or arriving at a place that is heavily polluted. The illusion should be considered a kind of pollution. If you meet an illusion that cannot be solved by the Scarlet Rose and kills you, you can eliminate the illusionary pollution. Mom's sweater, in the face of bizarre attacks, is ineffective against illusions. The substitute doll, on the other hand, faces all the bad situations. But, if I encounter more than 3 more illusions that are harmful to me and cannot be solved by Scarlet Rose, I expect to be finished. Jiang Fan was a little hesitant. He is not just an individual. He is the future of the country. Having a system where the items signed in are strong, there's still a good chance that you'll be able to live through some of the lower-level Weird Tales replicas if you meddle a bit. But, if I leave, this time the game is over. The curriculum said 4 games in 5 days, not to be played over and over again, and that the game of hide and seek, as well as the realm of illusions, were not to be re-entered until the replica was over. A hide and seek illusion is an illusion created by the ghost students. Strictly speaking, Phantasmagoria is more worth exploring for clearance clues than the blissful kindergarten outside. It's like Mom's Otherworld, the missing rules, my diary, and the letters left by my mom and the home that smells like gas are all present in the other world, the otherworldly, equivalent to the illusionary realm inside the current hide and seek, presenting the ghost student's innermost memories. It was also the only place that Jiang Fan could, without fear of breaking the rules, freely explore. The most important thing is that I haven't found Dong Gage yet. If I find Dong Gage, I will be able to verify if my guess is right. Once it is verified that the bizarre form is related to a living death, then it is greatly related to a copy-pass clue or context. XIN suffocated and stayed in the tunnel. Copy-pass condition. Bring XIN home. Mom is suffering from an illness and losing her last flicker of life because of the tranquilizer pills I purchased. Copy-pass condition. Apologize and don't hurt mom. This guess, if verified, will greatly increase the chances of survival, and will be of great help in clearing copies in the future. Zhang Fan fixed his expression and took out something from within the system space. Take mom's sweater and put it on. Take the scapegoat doll and put it in your pocket. Finally, a glance at the blood-colored rose on the chest inside the dress. Gripping the ruler tightly, his eyes revealed determination, and without hesitation, he walked along the wall and into the deeper blood-colored mist. Zhang Fan wanted to find the ghost student, Dong Kaiga, and see his eerie form. Trying to explore? What else would be on this more contaminated fourth floor but a health room? He bet. The 2-star copies have yet to show up, ignoring the rules and actively attacking for shenanigans. He bet. The ghost students still have to abide by their own rules and cannot take the initiative, but have to rely on the illusion to contaminate them. He bet. He had something on him that was able to fix a little in-game illusion. Outside, as the game went on, fewer and fewer chosen died. Monkey Land chosen 1 Irie dies. Weird Talk randomly descends. Golden Kingdom chosen 1 Carney dies. Weird Talk randomly descends. The nations glanced at the blacked out live feed and shook their heads in pity. Since all 4 games were cracked out, the only people who died were the unlucky ones who chose to participate in the hopscotch game. Because there is nothing to lean on at the top of the building, standing on 1 foot is not enough physical strength, and you are forced to break the rules of the game and die. The rest of the surviving chosen are the same as always. Choose the chosen one for the watermelon picking game. Because of the watermelon ripening bizarre head explosion, the live broadcast is filled with a screen of blood-colored mincemeat. The chosen one who participates in hide and seek. Standing still, letting Creepy be as scary as he could be, never looking for a hider. Playing wolf to the chosen one. Repeating the words over and over again. Midnight, and losing my voice. It's also just a game of hopscotch for the chosen one that's somewhat watchable. Failure to hold on. Death. Hang in there and listen to the weird gossip coming out of the building. And hide and seek chose to look for the spooky Zhang Fan, only because the blood-colored fog obscured the view. Again, most of the live feed was red. Dasha's Weird Tales group. The panelists didn't let the boring and repetitive backdrop of the live room relax them. As Zhang Fan advanced, even though it was still the same blood-colored fog, the team members remained focused on finding clues. Hearing Zhang Fan's speculation, the detectives, police chiefs, and criminalists on the panel immediately analyzed it. Aside from dumping the body in the wild, what kind of death would result in a highly decomposed body? Seeing the shenanigans found in the storage room, the education department, various teachers, and psychologists give different guesses. Why is this creepy named Zhao Xin hiding in the storage room? Is it because the kindergarten teachers use private punishment? Or is there a psychological problem? Seeing the white pill that Zhang Fan took out in the medicine cabinet, team leader Wei Jianzhu was about to take pictures of the pills as well as the bottles and pass them on to the oldest established pharmaceutical company in Daxia. By the way, take a picture of all the medicines inside the medicine cabinet and ask the pharmaceutical company to make sure they look for the corresponding medicines. From the moment Zhang Fan entered the copy of Weird Tales, the machine that is Daxia, the whole country has been running at high speed. At every moment, there are countless speculations, clues, and information conveyed into the Weird Tales group. Even the director of the school with the same name as the Happy Kindergarten, the principal, was called over for tea. As time passes, some more precise information was also sifted through. Team leader Wei Jian looked at the dead face that appeared in the blood-colored fog, and in passing took another picture to give to the Dr. Criminal Police to give a guess about the death in question. After seeing that Zhang Fan's face did not look right, everyone put down their weird talk materials and got worried. Seeing Zhang Fan out of danger, showing hesitation in the fog and then continuing forward, the crowd prayed. In order to explore the copy and get the clues to pass the level, Zhang Fan sacrificed too much. Zhang Fan, very brave. Group leader Wei Jian nodded in relief. No matter what decision Zhang Fan made and whether it would bring about unpredictable consequences, they would firmly support Zhang Fan. Suddenly, ding dong, the cell phone rings. Wei Jian picked up the phone and it was the information coming from the pharmaceutical company's side. After comparison, there are more than 100 kinds of white pills that match the following. Similar in shape to regular medicines include fever reducers, cough suppressants, vitamins, sore throat medicines, headache medicines, sleeping pills, worming medicines, stomach medicines. Chapter 111 The Janitor's Office? Graduation photo of the class of 29. 1/4. So many medicines. It's good to have the right ones, but without the right ones. Jiang Fan speculated so much that I'm afraid his head would be spinning. Wei Jian shook his head, still saving this information. He intended, like last time, to pass on the information they had harvested to Jiang Fan through and through. The last time there were more than 50 pages of information. Jiang Fan was able to read and reason through it in less than an hour. Then this time, dozens and hundreds of pages of information, but also a simple piece of cake. Right. Wei Jian coughed dryly and looked at the other country's chosen one's live broadcast, then turned his head to look at Jiang Fan's cautiously exploring appearance on the screen. Of the 4 games, only the hopscotch and hide-and-seek games are played in the fantasy world. The 2 remaining games are on the happy kindergarten playground. There are clocks hanging on the walls of the Bliss nursery, which the chosen ones who are playing the game are able to see, as are their spectators outside. The clock on the wall, at this moment, had come to 10:55. There are still the last 5 minutes left to finish the outdoor program. Soon, with 5 minutes remaining, Jiang Fan, you will be able to end the game of hide-and-seek without having to be in a dangerous situation, risking your life for your country in order to find clues to pass the game. Wei Jian murmured with relief. Straight from the booth. As Jiang Fan explored, a new object was revealed in the blood-colored fog that filled the screen. Looking at the new image that appeared above the live broadcast, Wei Jian was a bit puzzled and exclaimed, "The illusion that belongs to the school building. How did this place appear?" Weird Tales of the World. Jiang Fan froze as he looked at the newly appeared classroom. There was no classroom name labeled on the classroom door, or even, for that matter, a classroom door. Floating into view was a glass and iron door. This door, Jiang Fan had some impression. He remembered seeing the door in the morning as he stood at the entrance to the campus greeting students. And the house that owns the door is the janitor's room at the entrance to the Happy Nursery. On the 4th floor of the illusionary teaching building, such a place would actually appear? Could it be that the janitorial grandpa is like the previous security grandpa, a hidden NPC? Jiang Fan pushed open the door and walked in, and before he could take a few steps, he found 3 or 4 ghost students. These ghost students are just scary looking and don't have the ability to create illusions. They seem to enjoy being here and all gathered in the janitor's room playing with small toys made of wood. Jiang Fan sighed in relief and told the ghost student to go stand downstairs. The janitor's room was a bit cluttered with items, and the layout of the inside looked a bit out of place with the outside door, glass windows, and all. It looks as if a door separates the new age from the old. Every few steps that Jiang Fan took, he was able to see some of the junk items that were displayed, dusty and filled with a sense of age. There are ornaments, books, but mostly toys, paper windmill, wood carving, chicken shuttlecock, small iron ring, wooden euro, with a variety of toys, dolls, and completely different style toys in the small classroom on the 1st floor. In addition to the janitor's room outside that received guests, Jiang Fan also found a small compartment inside. Apparently, it's used by the janitorial master for sleeping. This is. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and looked up to scrutinize the wall. The moldy walls were plastered with sheets of newspaper that looked like they were decorated as wallpaper. Jiang Fan swept all the way down. The newspapers are full of accounts of miscellaneous things. It wasn't until he saw the headline of a newspaper that Jiang Fan froze slightly. Yongsheng Group expects to invest 5 billion in the H-City to create a new first-tier city. Yongsheng Group? Yongsheng Group also appeared in the Happy Kindergarten. The last copy of the tranquilizer pill was researched by the Yongsheng Group, including the bus copy within the Yongsheng Hospital. Follow the year in the newspaper. Jiang Fan made a chronological order of the few copies he encountered. First of all, the earliest copy timeline would be the current Happy Nursery. Secondly, there are bus copies, because the bus copy is reaching Grandma's house by bus from within H-City. Suffice it to say that the Sunnyside neighborhood was still intact at that time. And behind it, the Sunnyside neighborhood was destroyed by a gas explosion. Within all 3 copies, the word Eyes of the Wingsheng Group appears. The Yongsheng Group may, like the Sunshine Garden that the bus copy reaches at the end of the day, belong to the follow-up copy like the Happy Kindergarten that Mom watches TV about, except for the news of the Wingsheng Group appearing in the newspaper. Jiang Fan also found an iron box under the bed. It was covered with discarded papers, and at the bottom of the tin box, there was a photo album. Jiang Fan looked at the first photo in the album. The photo was a little old, and in the center of it stood a couple of people. The slightly yellowed film base made the faces and figures of the men somewhat blurred, rendering them a white mass. And the photo. The view behind the white mass is even more obscured by the old weathered cracks in the photo, which cover most of it. It can only be ascertained from the tiny pictures of the view that the men were standing in front of the garden of the Happy Kindergarten when this picture was taken. Jiang Fan flipped back through the photos again. One after another, children appear to play in various scenes inside the Happy Kindergarten. Only, the view as it appears in the photo is somewhat worn. If it weren't for the fact that every now and then a tree peeks out in the photo that looks exactly like the one on the playground at Happy Kindergarten, Jiang Fan really couldn't recognize that the photo, which looked like a humble kindergarten, was the Happy Kindergarten that now looked polished and high-flying. The further back you turn, the younger the year of the photo. From a black and white photo at the beginning, it gradually became colorful. Inside, there are not only some photos of the children playing happily, but also a group photo of the teachers, and a kindergarten graduation photo. Each child on the graduation photo has a different expression, from the beginning with a full smile on top of the old photo, to the expressionless face in the new photo behind, regular and mature looking like a young adult. The halo of blood-colored fog, combined with perhaps the age of the illusions, made each photo stained with blood, creepy, and somewhat eerie. Behind every graduation picture stood a row of teachers. On the teacher's face, there was a fake kind smile that Jiang Fan was familiar with. Jiang Fan also saw the current head gardener in the group photo of the teachers. Graduation photos are spaced out, while the front graduation photos are yellowed. The back graduation photos are as good as new. What started as one large class graduation photo has been split to 2 graduation photos for the last large class, more than doubling the number of students. The background behind the graduation photo has been gradually renovated and remodeled as the years have gone by. A few dilapidated rooms turned into a 4-story school building. The playground is changing. The crumbling fence is rebuilt and flowers are planted around it. Until the background of the Happy Kindergarten in the last graduation photo of the 29th AB class is complete outside of the fantasy world, and beautifully appears to be high on the list of things to look like. There weren't many photos inside the album, and Jiang Fan quickly flipped through them, just about to close the album to look for other clues. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's eyes flinched as he flipped through the album again from beginning to end. This time, as the photos were looked over, a puzzled look appeared on Jiang Fan's face. Why aren't they in these pictures? Chapter 112, 31 students missing? 2 gardeners. Swimming pool, 2/4. The big graduation photo deserves to have the big kids in it. And Jiang Fan realized that out of the 30 students he had brought with him now, not a single familiar face appeared on it. Jiang Fan flipped through the photos while pulling them out of it, until, after going through all the photos, the album was closed heavily. There were 9 photos that were drawn. Jiang Fan took 8 of the photos and ordered them in order of the year of graduation. There's another photo, which is at the bottom. After the photos had been sorted, Jiang Fan set his eyes on the 8 photos that were lined up together. If you look at each large class graduating 30 students, these are pictures, all of them, of students who did not graduate the full 30. I wonder if it's a coincidence. Inside every big class graduation photo, all students, no more than 30. At most, there were only 30 students, and of those photos he found, 8 out of 9 were graduation photos of students who hadn't reached 30. Fewer, missing 1 or 2 students. More than that, 5 or 6 students are missing. The smallest graduation photo, with only 23 students in it, was of the last, 29th I class. If all of this missing students are not graduating because they died, that explains why there are not a full 30 students in these pictures. Students who die don't graduate at all. Naturally, the graduation photos were taken without them. Thus, the number of people inside some graduation photos is not up to 30 students, only 29 and 28 students. But that wasn't what surprised Jiang Fan the most. According to Jiang Fan's guess, these missing students should be exactly 30 students, corresponding to the large class he teaches, Class A, with 30 students. However, Jiang Fan calculated according to 30 students per sheet and added up all the missing students, but was surprised to find that, in all, 31 students were missing, not equal to the 30 students he taught. 31 students are missing, and these students turn spooky when they die. In the copy, I only taught 30 students, so didn't the other one turn out to be creepy? Jiang Fan looked at these photos that had been taken out additionally, and complex emotions flooded his eyes. 8 photographs, if indeed it was impossible to reach 30 students because of a lack of students. The years of these missing student photos span 19 years, from the earliest one to the latest year one, nearly 20 years across, and 31 students lost dead. And one of the earliest graduation photos of a lost student, the 11th graduation photo, coincided with the beginning of the renovation of the school. Also, when the gardener shows up, Jiang Fan cast his gaze above the 9th photo. The 9th photo, a graduation photo from the session before the earliest lost student. The 10th grade graduation photo, the graduation photos before this one, including this one, for the entire 10th session, reached 30 students. And the gardener, at this point, is not in the photo. Appearing in the very center of the faculty was an old man with a blurry face. Jiang Fan presumed that this old man should be the previous director of the Happy Kindergarten. There are 2 directors in the Happy Kindergarten, and since the new director took over, Happy Kindergarten has been losing dead students one after another. Could these dead students have something to do with the new gardener? Was the death due to the irresponsibility of the new gardener? Or was it killed by the new gardener? Or, perhaps, an accidental natural death? Jiang Fan rubbed his forehead. Don't say this is Weird Tales world. Even in the normal world out there, ask any school that doesn't have dead students. Unable to cope with the pressure from all sides, jumping off buildings abounds. The director is, at best, an educational caretaker in dereliction of duty. Apart from the photo album and the newspaper, Jiang Fan didn't find anything else. Walking out of the janitor's room, Jiang Fan paused and looked at the two different colors of floor tiles inside and outside the door. Dark versus light colors, dirt and hardscrabble. This outside janitor's room is the current janitor's room of the Happy Nursery School, while the layout inside is the janitor's room layout from many years ago. Two different eras of janitorial rooms, it seems, have impressed these ghost students. More than ghost students were impressed with the janitor's room and enjoyed staying inside and playing with their toys. Even Jiang Fan had many speculations about the janitor's room and the illusion. The various layouts of the janitor's room and the illusion seemed to be that of a janitor's room from a decade or so ago. But that album, in turn, contains photographs from the graduation of the first large class to the last, 29th of large class. It can be said that the album is not a photo album, but a book of historical records of the Happy Kindergarten. However, it was with that photo album that also confused Jiang Fan's mind. There have been two presidents of Happiness Kindergarten. What happened in the year of graduation from the 10th to the 11th? Not only did the director change, there was the first lost death of a student, but even the environment of the Happy Kindergarten started to change. What is the connection between the new director and the 31 students lost in 19 years? And the medicine inside the health room? The locked doors on each floor? The varying deaths of students? These, again, are not past clues? Jiang Fan didn't believe it. The only requirement for a 2-star copy to pass is to turn through the internship. As per the previous copy, go to grandma's house and the hidden condition is to take XIN out of the tunnel, escape the 7-day cycle and actually apologize to your mom. And now the getting through the internship is mostly accompanied by other hidden conditions. The game of Weird Tales is so intertwined that if you miss one of the details, then you may infer wrongly and lose the whole game. This was likewise one of the reasons why Jiang Fan firmly wanted to continue exploring the hide-and-seek illusion. One game of hide-and-seek hides a lot of things worth exploring. So what about the remaining 3 games? Perhaps there are hidden clues in the rest of the game. You can only play each game once, and I have to make the most of my chances. Jiang Fan murmured, a resolute gaze in his eyes, looking up at the newly emerged classroom in the blood-colored fog. Or rather, a row of lockers. This is the locker in the pool. There was some surprise and some realization. Swimming pool? Perhaps. I should have thought that if Dong Gage's death was connected to water, then it was most likely related to the swimming pool in the Happy Kindergarten. Chapter 113, Spooky Forms? Both death forms. Drowned ghost. 3/4. While gathering in the morning to listen to the head gardener's speech, Jiang Fan saw the swimming pool not far away next to the playground. There is a swimming lesson every Wednesday, suggesting that the pool is where they have their lessons. In the illusion, since a janitor's room can be found on the 4th floor, it's not unusual to see a swimming pool. If Dong Gage likes water, or drowned in water, then, in the illusion, it is estimated that he is also hiding in water. Jiang Fan looked at the dark pool of water that was exposed under his feet and settled down. The blood-colored mist blocked the sight ahead, and even if he knew that this was a swimming pool, Jiang Fan couldn't see exactly where the ghost student was. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The dark pool of water was like the ocean, and it was flooded with a circle of waves. From nowhere, the water's surface was flooded with layers of white floating oil, like chunks of meat from a corpse. It was as if a stinking rat had been drowned in a stinking gutter, emitting a strong putrid odor that was disgusting and unpleasant. He needed to dive into the pool of water, which was like a stinking gutter, and look for shenanigans. Look for, perhaps, Dong Gage hiding inside. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, touched the blood-colored rose on his chest, and plunged into the water. Whoa! The cold, bone-piercing pool water instantly flooded Jiang Fan's entire body. The pool water was so heavy that it all came up to his body, and as if his feet were gripped by something, Jiang Fan kept sinking. The water of the pool, which obviously doesn't look deep, is like an abyss of 10,000 feet, and you can't touch the bottom of the pool. The endless pool of water squeezed and the cold water went crazy up his nose, depleting the oxygen in his lungs. Even his heartbeat slowed to a dull stop. Out of the blue, the scarlet rose gradually surged with power. Like his mom was protecting him, Jiang Fan's whole body warmed up. The bottom of the pool looks like a world of total blackness, except for the scarlet rose, which glowed slightly red in the darkness. There was not a hint of color to be seen. All around Jiang Fan, he was plunged into darkness, like falling fast in an abyss, depressing, lonely, and bleak. The endless pools of water around them squeezed over and poured into their ears. Gollum. Knock knock. The only silence around them was the sound of heartbeats, blood flowing and thumping. I don't know how long I'd been swimming, or years, or moments. Finally, in the endless darkness, Jiang Fan saw a bit of white light. Jiang Fan was getting closer and closer to the light, which seemed like a door that was enlarging infinitely and was somewhat blinding. Brush. Jiang Fan slammed through the light. The bright white light blinded the vision for a brief moment. Immediately after, like swimming out of the bottom of a swimming pool, his head was cool and the sound of lapping pool water came to his ears. Before his eyes, there was no longer a dark pool of water, but, instead, a dim sky. Jiang Fan turned his head to look around. This was the swimming pool in the happy kindergarten, or rather, the pool in Dong Gage's illusion. The dim sky was covered by layers of dark clouds, and there was not a single person in the happy kindergarten, which was desolate and silent. In the pool, water piled high with dead leaves. A chubby little boy cowered in the corner of the pool, sinking silently to the bottom and not moving. It's Dong Gage. Jiang Fan was relieved to see Dong Gage. He guessed correctly that Dong Gage's death was related to water. The weird form, that is, the death-related look. Dong Armor Song, who was also able to pull him into the illusion, was not weak in his resentment. But, as things stood now, Dong Gage hadn't harmed him. At least, Jiang Fan was not feeling the last suffocating illusion. The pool water was so shallow for Jiang Fan that his feet were able to touch the bottom and walk. Jiang Fan slowly approached Dong Gage and said with a smile, "I've found you. Dong Gage, come out with me. It's not good to be alone in the pool. The water is freezing. What if I catch a cold?" Dong Gage acted as if he hadn't heard it and kept moving, quietly sinking under the water. Flushed face, as if in a deep sleep. Seeing that Dong Gage did not respond, Jiang Fan directly pulled with his hand and raised Dong Gage out of the water. Just the moment it was raised to the surface. Wow dash! The surroundings changed. No more outdoor pools next to playgrounds. Rather, a dark and foul-smelling pool of water. Jiang Fan, at this moment, was in the corner at the very edge of the pool. The very corner that he had seen through the blood-colored mist when he had walked into the pool earlier. Jiang Fan, who had been at the very beginning of the descent, had never dived under the water. That was just, like, an illusion. The illusion produced by Dong Gage. Jiang Fan looked at the stone wall beside the swimming pool beside him, and then at what he was carrying in his hand. A swollen, whitened body peeks out of the black water. Purplish face, tightly closed eyes, silent look. It's the ghost student, Dong Gage. Jiang Fan looked at Dong Gage, who had been fattened into a ball by the blisters, and a picture suddenly flashed in his mind. It was like someone was constantly slapping the water, sending out desperate cries for help, opening their mouth to try to breathe, only to have the endless pool of water gush into their throat and pour into their airway, deadening their last glimmer of hope. Eventually, it had to sink into the murky, cold water. No one saved him. No one found him drowning in this pool. Until, that is, it becomes a soaked, swollen, water-covered corpse, forever and ever with the company of deep and terrible water. Be a water ghost in the pool at Happy Nursery. Chapter 114, Game Over. Next time, I'll let you guys have it. For 4th reissue. Jiang Fan shook his head and sighed as he looked at the boy whose blisters were swollen like a bun on the water. You're the one who drowned, aren't you? How come no one came to save you when you drowned in the school pool? Next time, stay out of the water and don't be greedy. After finding Dong Gage, Jiang Fan was sure of his suspicions. Creepy forms, associated with death in life. Dong Gage, drowning death. The place of drowning, perhaps in the swimming pool in the happy kindergarten. In keeping with the style of the pools in the fantasy world, it can't be too long ago. Dong Gage, perhaps, may have been the student who disappeared and died after the 20th graduating class. According to this, the other Ji Shui, whose bizarre form stands out, may have been trapped somewhere, resulting in being starved to death, rotting all over, and no one noticing. If, indeed, the swimming pool was the scene of Dong Gage's death, then Zhao Xin, perhaps, died in the utility room. Li Qihong, dead in the health room? Oh yeah, the one downstairs probably died in a pile of toys. Suffocation? What about the one in the hallway doorway on the 4th floor? Fell to his death? Jiang Fan didn't go back into the water after finding Dong Gage and walked up around the pool to see if he could find anything. Unfortunately, there's nothing of note. Count the hours. After all this searching, the class time is probably almost over. See, again, if you can find the teacher's office, the kitchen, and the rest of the rooms. It would be great to find the director's office. Jiang Fan once again returned to the blood-colored fog, and at this moment, It was only 1 minute away from the end of class. Jiang Fan walked along the wall, not knowing if it was due to luck. It didn't take long to see the next building. Jiang Fan's eyes shrunk. This was toilet? The tiles on the wall outside the restroom weren't very old, almost like the restroom outside the illusion. This was the closest to the current style of happy kindergarten arrangement that Jiang Fan had encountered in the entire fantasy realm. As Jiang Fan explored the entire illusory realm, the location where it was located was like it was close to the core of the entire illusory realm, the deepest part. The blood mist around them, too, became deep, red. Tick-tock dash. It seemed that the faucet in the toilet had not been turned off tightly, and drops of water fell to the floor, making a harsh sound in the empty environment. A cool breeze blew through quietly as Jiang Fan stepped into the restroom. What's this? Just stepped into the bathroom. Seemingly stepping on something, Jiang Fan lowered his head to take a look and his face instantly became odd. He expected a head, or a limb. I didn't realize it was a book bag? The book bag? How did it end up in the toilet? This book bag, it seems a bit familiar. Jiang Fan frowned, thinking carefully, and his eyes flashed. This book bag he's seen before. The first student to be dropped off by a parent at morning pickup carries a backpack like this. And this book bag, it belongs to Heki Liang. Liang Huiqi is hiding in the toilet. Liang Huiqi, why are you hiding in this place? Jiang Fan really couldn't imagine that Liang Huiqi, who seemed to be well behaved and quiet, would be in this place. The toilets at Happiness Kindergarten are divided into two areas, containing the toileting area and the washing area. The washroom area is generally used as a place to wash your hands, face, rinse your mouth, and clean the dirt off your body. Perhaps, Helen Liang is hiding in the washroom area. I wonder, what kind of bizarre form will Heki Liang be in? Why? Did you leave your bag here? This toilet. The layout of the washroom area is new and old, almost identical to the one outside, combined with the photo albums found in the janitor's office. Could Heki Liang be a student who lost her death in recent classes? Perhaps. There is a possibility that the student who died in the 29th class. After all, with the addition of Liang Huiqi, and the number of ghost students not found, it's just about 5. And the number of students who died in the 29th class is also 5. Just as Jiang Fan stepped into the washing area, suddenly, a light bell rang. Class is over. With the bell ringing, ka-chow, the illusions around them were collapsing. Countless tiny blood-colored fragments scattered. The playground of the happy kindergarten, gradually revealed. The illusion is going away. After Jiang Fan realized this, he let go of his speed and ran through the mist. Now that we know that Heki Liang might be here, it's a complete exploration of a shenanigan. Jiang Fan wondered about Liang Huiqi's weird form. Ding! The last fragment of the illusion completely disappeared. Outdoor activities. Hide and seek game over. On the playground, Jiang Fan froze in place, an unreadable look flickering in his eyes. At the last second, Jiang Fan still didn't find Liang Huiqi inside the washroom. But, instead, he saw a red hairpin on the ground, like it was left behind. The speculation behind dropping the book bag with the doorway and showing up in the washroom sends chills down the spine. What is Liang Huiqi doing dropping these two things for no reason? Unless, the deaths of these 30 students, and the one lesser one, may all be unknown. Jiang Fan shook his head and looked at the ghost student who came out of the illusion, showing pity. The moment. Ghost students are divided into two types. One type was not found by Jiang Fan. His face was pleasant and raised a smug smile. One that was found by Jiang Fan and punished downstairs. The ghost students, led by Ji Shuai, were bleeding all over their bodies, and silence filled the cold black paint around them. Of these found ghost students, there are ghost students who have had their eyes confiscated. There are ghost students who have had their legs removed. There was also the ghost student who scared Jiang Fan and was punched in the head. In particular, the creepy one whose arm had been crushed and burst by Jiang Fan was hanging his paper-thin arm on his shoulder, gently swaying, letting out a whimpering oozing sound, as if crying. Jiang Fan had done inhumane things to him, although the tragic method varies. But the only thing that's the same is that they all have to participate in today's sanitation. Two of them, Ji Shuai and Li Qihong, had to clean for 2 days, because a class penalty is not the same as a game penalty. Well, don't all be sad. Isn't it just being found? Big deal. I'll give you guys a break next time, teacher. Jiang Fan pulled out his ears and laughed joyfully. The words fell. The ghost students collectively shook their heads. Next time? A dropped eyeball is something you say you don't want. To be taken to be coated in flour and deep fried? Hiding in a tree was punished by you standing in a classroom and saying don't do anything dangerous. And then punished by cleaning up afterward? Leaving bloody handprints on a window was dirtying the window and penalizing cleaning? Also, why did you wrongly accuse me of being the one who soiled your clothes when you were the one who crushed my arm? You've got to clean up after you've been found. So what's the point of playing? The ghost students exuded an even darker and denser gas now, silently turning around to face their asses towards Zhang Fan. You're great. You're noble. We're done. Eat farts and go get you. Yo. Still angry. Kids are hard to coax. Zhang Fan looked at the puckered asses of each one, and he wondered if he should let the children experience the hard work of sanitation workers. Like, cleaning for 5 days straight? After thinking about it, Zhang Fan nodded. He thinks it's okay. However, any experience is put on the back burner for now. As for now, Zhang Fan turned his head to look at the classroom that he hadn't explored into yet. He wanted to check it out first and look for clues to clear the level. By the way, sign in as you look for clues. Chapter 115, The Paperman in the Health Room. 1/3 Grandma is discharged from the hospital. Resuming her update schedule. After Zhang Fan settled the students, he walked through the playground to the teaching building area. The area of the happy kindergarten is simple. The playground, the swimming pool, and the school building and the unknown building behind it. Zhang Fan walked straight towards the recently unexplored classroom. It is in the health room next to the teacher's office on the first floor. On the fourth floor of the Phantasmagoria, the health room appears. By the logic of reasoning that the higher up you go, the more contaminated you are, the health room should be able to find some clues. Most importantly, I wonder if there are any medicines inside the medicine cabinet in the health room outside that are not labeled with the name of the medicine in the illusion. Zhang Fan had just walked to the area of the school building when he heard tiny voices of conversation. Turning his head, he saw that it was coming from the office. Mr. John, come here, come and smoke some? Several of the teachers, bleached white and with deep-set eyes, huddled together, all holding a thin finger in their hands. Seeing Zhang Fan, he pulled out a few broken fingers from his pocket and handed them out. One of the teachers clamped down on the bloodied hand bone and took a big, hard suck. The blood staining his mouth was appalling, matched with the listless pupils and mute expression. Afterwards, a circle of blood mist was spat out, filling the entire office. Ha ha ha, no. I'm not used to smoking this stuff. Zhang Fan smiled cheerfully and waved his hand to refuse. Watching the teachers congregate to suck the severed fingers from their hands made their insides twitch slightly. This thing, it looks like smoke? Good guy. If he told him to smoke Huazi, Zhang Fan also gave some face to smoke a few. But, it's ing finger jerking. Doesn't it make you feel bad? Doesn't it seep in? Zhang Fan shook his head. He didn't have this fetish. Look at the length and thickness of the finger smoke. A child's finger. It seems. When the teacher saw that Zhang Fan refused, he didn't persuade him anymore and smoked again on his own. Zhang Fan glanced at the blood mist hanging over the office full of people. It looks like these ghost teachers have been smoking in the office for a long time. The free-for-all has just begun, filling the air with smoke. It's been smoking since last class at least. These teachers, instead of adhering to the curriculum and playing games with the kids, seem to have gotten out of class early and hid in their offices to smoke. Zhang Fan was not surprised. After all, how can a teacher who can play cartoons for the kids in class play games with them for the entire class? Perhaps, for them, being outdoors is no different than being free. The health room is right next to the teacher's office. The health room was unlocked and wide open, seemingly so that the children could go to the health room in time to get their medication if they needed it. However, I remember that the rules say that the only other teachers at Happy Kindergarten besides the 6 are the head cook, janitor and janitorial staff. It doesn't say that there is a doctor or a pharmacist. Could it be that the pharmacist who looks after the health room is filled by the rest of the faculty? Zhang Fan walked into the healthcare room and was about to open his mouth to exchange pleasantries with the faculty and staff inside. But before he could say anything, his footsteps stopped. There's someone inside the health room. But, not the faculty he was thinking of. Instead, a paper man. The layout inside the health room was not far from the layout in the illusion. A number of medicine cabinets were placed around, with a wide range of medicines neatly discharged inside. Near the inside was a desk. Immediately after that, there were small white beds isolated by curtains. The cot has bedding on top, a pillow, and some toys. It looks like cribs for students who come in sick in the health room. The yellowed paper man's eyes appear to be crayon scribbled and appear as a black dot. Blood spilled vaguely from his eyes, rendered on the old paper face. He was wearing a white coat that was crayon with pockets, buttons, and even a pair of stethoscopes. The paper man sat quietly on the chair, his face looking towards the doorway of the health room, and those two round black eyes seemed to be quietly looking at Zhang Fan. Hollow and breathless, the black dots in his eyes really did look like they were spinning. The oval outer edges of the eyes and the crooked features add a touch of creepiness to the paper man. A paper figure sitting in a cramped health room facing the doorway, coupled with red crayon scribbles, made the live feed scream in terror. Isn't this kindergarten haunted? Why is there a paper man? Nima, this paper figure looks like it's from children's words. Although it's drawn with great care, It's really scary. Paperman, I still have a stethoscope. Ahem. My grandfather died of a heart attack, and I'm going to make him a customized paper doctor. 2. Jiang Fan's heart plummeted when he met the face of the paperman and was taken aback. The children in the happy kindergarten. Let them become as bloody as they want. Jiang Fan had gotten used to it. The sudden appearance of a paperman is like a living, breathing zombie in a crowd of zombies. Extremely out of place. Hello? I have some nausea. Can you prescribe me some medicine? Jiang Fan opened his mouth to speak as he approached the paperman sitting on the chair. The paperman seemed to be an ornament, sitting silent and motionless in his chair. The mouth, drawn in black crayon, did not open in horror. Hello? Are you asleep? I'm nauseous. I want to throw up. Is there anyone here to give me some medicine? Jiang Fan rambled on, waving his hand in front of the paperman, then wanted to try and see if the paperman was a living thing. Suddenly, there was a click. It seemed as if something had broken. The original intact paperman, being slapped by Jiang Fan like that. A large hole broke right through the chest, revealing the black wooden slats of the skeleton inside. It looks like it was violently driven through the heart. Jiang Fan coughed gently and withdrew his hand resentfully, pretending to look around as if nothing had happened. When he saw that there was no one at the door, he exhaled. This is just a paperman? I thought it was a physician from the health center. Ahem. I'm not the one who broke you. Ah, get reimbursed by the head gardener. The paperman is a pendulum with no signs of activity. This was within Jiang Fan's expectations. However, the black wooden strips inside the paperman made Jiang Fan a little puzzled. After Jiang Fan returned to the real world, he had specialized in understanding the horror legends at home and abroad, as well as some special things. Usually, to make a paperman, ordinary wooden strips are used, showing a yellow mottled pattern, and then embellished with colorful paper, as if the person is dressed in flowery clothes. Only the eyes of the paperman are not lit on. After all, it is burned to the dead. How can you draw the eyes? And some legends say that when the eyes are lit, the paper person has a soul and is able to come into the world. Paper figures appeared in the healthcare room and lit eyes. Doesn't it also mean something? With this useless paperman ornament for the children? It's even still made of black wooden strips. Pendulum. Useless. The paperman is just for show, yet he has eyes and appears in the health room. Does it mean that this health room, too, is a decoration? Things like the school motto on the wall, the principal's speech, the roadside exhibit of artwork, are they all just for parents? Paper figures are placed as decorative items. Jiang Fan was relieved that there was no weirdness, and he was better off exploring the health room. Immediately afterward, Jiang Fan walked directly to the medicine cabinet and rummaged inside it for the unknown drugs that appeared in the illusion. Same as in the illusion. These unknown bottles and jars are placed at the far end of the medicine cabinet, and you can barely find the bottles without looking closely. Jiang Fan picked up the drug, still without depicting any name of the drug. Turning his head, he glanced at the paperman sitting on the table and chair. The paperman sat in the chair even though he was posing. Jiang Fan wasn't sure what would happen if he removed the paperman. We'll just have to wait until there are no papermen in the health room and rummage through the drawers for any clues. After looking through the rest of the health room, Jiang Fan didn't find anything else. With that, open the sign-in. Ding! Successful check-in at the health center. The missing vial. Lost vial, he's searching for it. It's important to him. Signed to the pill bottle. Perhaps, for the unknown drug. Jiang Fan glanced at the signed medicine bottle, and his hopeful look disappeared. The vials are a different size than the unknown medication and are labeled with the medication inside. Drug name, Tong Chi San. Effects, used for the treatment of bronchial symptoms such as asthma, shortness of breath, and shortness of breath. Chapter 116, Lost Drugs. Li Qihong's cause of death? Red hair card, 2/3. Ventilator? Asthma? Jiang Fan held the medicine bottle, lowered his eyes, and fell into deep thought. The word asthma reminded him of the ghost student he had found in the health room and the vision. Li Qihong. If anything, creepy forms are what creepy life's death-related looks like. So could the Li Qihong that pulled him into the illusion and choked him to death, trying to gasp for air, have something to do with the missing bottle of medicine? Breathing, choking, gasping. There is, it seems, some slight connection to pharmaceutical efficacy. At that time, Li Qihong's appearance, as well as the illusion, showed that he was trying to breathe heavily. His face was pale, and he was in some pain. These forms, more than being strangled, seem to have suffered sudden deaths from their own diseases. Perhaps there is a correlation between this missing bottle of medication and the death of Li Qihong. To speculate further, perhaps this drug is the drug that the ghost student, Li Qihong, lost. Li Qihong lost his medication, which led to his death in the health room. Jiang Fan looked up and gazed out at the children playing outside. The sun was just right and the kids were having a great time. throwing their heads around the playground like sandbags. Some of the ghost students were having fun, while others were sitting quietly on the ground, expressionless, looking like they were in a daze. Among them was Li Qihong, who had taken his brain out and was in a daze. Zhang Fan walked out of the health room. A probe of the health room failed to give him a clue to the little white bottle of unknown drug, but, instead, signed the pill bottle. Indirectly, he learns the cause of death of Li Qihong, perhaps because he lost his medication and died in the health room. Zhang Fan walked along the school building. He wanted to sign in at the janitor's office. The illusion of the janitor's room is a presence that ghost students aspire to have all. A total of 29 classes graduating from the happy kindergarten in the graduation photos of the older class. In the janitor's office, it might lead to some clues. Zhang Fan was halfway there when he saw the dried-up janitor who had walked out of the janitor's room to bask in the sun, and immediately turned his head back to the school building. There was no reason for him to enter the janitor's room now that the students were free. In the janitor's room, Creepy was also on guard. When I finish dropping off the kids after school, maybe I'll be able to borrow some excuse to stop in and sit down. The Happy Kindergarten building is the largest building on the campus. The school building contains almost all the children's activities and classes. Under the pretext of taking the kids to exercise in the morning, Zhang Fan signed in for something on each floor. But, some classrooms are not easy to get into. The children in the older class are free down there, and there is another teacher in the teacher's office slacking off and smoking. Gotta sign in while the teacher is smoking and no one is inside the classroom. Zhang Fan quickly walked up the stairs and started the Great Harvest signing mode. Ding! Successful check-in at the second floor toilet. Get mineral water * 24 bottles. Mineral water, new clothes make tap water more expensive. Ding! Class A signed in successfully. The drop is a milk bottle * 1. Bottle, Sanlu milk powder. You deserve it. Ding! Successful check-in at the second floor nap area. 100 horror stories * 1 book. Horror stories, perhaps some ghosts love to hear them. Zhang Fan looked at the small Class B students who were playing around in class and shook his head. Why don't you go out in the sun with the A-class students? It's not even good behavior to have to get dirty. The classroom of Class B was bloody, with all kinds of broken meat and bones flying across the classroom. Those who have lost their hands, those whose eyes are gone, those whose heads are crooked, even fully transformed into thick water. These small groups of children crawl around on the walls in a ghost baby act. Zhang Fan looked at a bloody man crawling towards him and raised his foot to kick, followed by a walk towards the third floor. The second floor didn't sign up for much, mostly small items that didn't even get a chance to tip. Zhang Fan looked at the things within the space, especially the bottle of mineral water. Signing up for mineral water within Weird Tales world is, predictably, low on contamination. Zhang Fan could only pray that the third floor would be able to sign something good. Ding! Successful check-in to the third floor restroom. Obtained leftover instant noodles * 1. Noodles, ghoul leftovers, highly corrosive, essential for suicide, corrupts your stomach. Ding! Ding! Class B on the third floor has signed in successfully and won a lighter * 1. Cigarette lighter, cooking a little barbecue? The third floor was not too polluted, and most of the check-ins were also small items, which was expected by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan once again went up to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was the floor where the large class was located, and had been mapped out by Zhang Fan, so there were far fewer places to sign in. The difference was that the storage room on the fourth floor was opened by Zhang Fan, as well as, playing games down there. No one's B class. Ding! Successful check-in to the fourth floor utility room. You get a broken toy car * 1. Toy car, Grandma gave him a toy car. The only toy he's ever had. Ding! Class B has signed in successfully and has been given a chance to prompt * 1. Ding! Successful check-in at the fourth floor nap area. Obtaining finger cigarettes * 1. Ding! Successful check-in at the fourth floor restroom. You get a red hair card * 2. Red hair card, Mom dressed him up and put his favorite red hair card on him. Chapter 117, The Toy Car is Zhao Xian's Teacher's Dormitory. 3/3. Zhang Fan couldn't help but blacken his face as he looked at what he had obtained by signing in an entire school building. The entire school building, except for the large Class B signing up for queuing opportunities, is full of items. The cumbersome items piled up in the system space were more like useless things randomly thrown away by children. And Zhang Fan is their custodian, keeping the items stored. But the red hair card actually reappeared. Zhang Fan looked at the red-haired card. There were a few thin strands of hair caught on top of the red hair card, as if it had been pulled off. The red hair card was an item signed in the toilet on the fourth floor, which was exactly the same as what Zhang Fan had seen in the illusion. Assuming these items are the things they lost, then the red hair card should be Liang Haiqi's, and the medicine bottle is Li Qihong's, and the things signed in the storage room on the third floor. Among them, the toy car signed in on the fourth floor is more like the things lost by the ghost student Xian Zhao. because in the illusion, Zhao Xin was hiding in the utility room. According to the healthcare room is the place where Li Qihong died. Inside the toilet on the 4th floor, it might be the place where Liang Heike died. Similarly, if the toy car is really something that Zhao Xin lost, Zhao Xin most likely died in the utility room on the 4th floor. Zhang Fan collected his items and turned around to go downstairs. Some of the items that you sign in for may seem useless, but in reality, may be props that will clear the level. At this moment, Zhang Fan's thoughts were turning extremely fast in his mind. He was trying to get information out of the items, as well as connecting information from items that seemed to be of some use, bringing together guess after guess. While Zhang Fan was exploring the teaching building, the rest of the surviving chosen took advantage of the free time to explore. Most traveled to the school building, trying to find out if there were any clues. After a morning's time, not many chosen have died from breaking the rules, only a slim few. The only mass killing of the chosen is in outdoor event games. As many as 180 some of the lucky ones survived after being alerted by the state. Among other things, these hundreds of chosen ones explore in different ways. Some of the chosen ones passed by the teacher's office and agreed to Mr. Ghost's invitation, taking the opportunity to smoke their fingers and try to get some words out of him. Some of the chosen came to the health room and looked through the medicine cabinet after realizing that the paper man was for show and not dangerous. Others of the chosen crossed over to the area behind the school building. Ugly country. What is this medicine? Why is there so much of it in the medicine cabinet? Chosen Pete picked up the drug with a puzzled look on his face, opening the medication and pouring out the white pill inside. He looked down and smelled the pill. This medicine. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Like some kind of medication to help you sleep or something? Sedative tablets? And kind of like a nerve drug. Pete quickly settled on drugs in both ranges. He was a frequent insomniac and could not sleep throughout the night. Most only slept for 5 or 6 hours before waking up. And for this reason, Pete had taken a number of tranquilizers, sleep aids, or sedative-type drugs with the help of medication. Why would this drug be in abundance in a kindergarten? If memory serves, these ranges are prohibited for children, no matter what type of medicine they are. Pete poured out a few pills and put the bottle back down. He intended to taste for himself. This drug, which one he had taken. Maybe there's something about weird talk pass clues. Cherry Blossom Country. What's this? Nakata Noraheim looked underneath the sink in the toilet's vanity area. There seems to be something. Nakata Noraheim got down on the ground and reached down to get something out. Like, a little clip? The red barrette had a tiny bow on top, and the iron clip part underneath the barrette had broken off. The entire bobby pin was wrapped in dust and tossed in the corner under the sink. This is something the kids here accidentally threw away, right? The happy nursery is full of children, and it's easy for children to leave their things behind and lose them. Finding a worn-out red hairpin in the restroom is nothing, but it was the only thing Noraheim Nakata could find. On the 2nd through 4th floors, some classrooms are unlocked, but even if it wasn't creepy inside, Noraheim Nakata was afraid to go in and explore. In case if you are discovered, you may encounter danger. Noraheim Nakata can only explore some public areas. This hair clip is the only thing that Noraheim Nakata has found after traveling all over the place. In the outside world, it might have been accidentally dropped by a child, but in the world of weird talk, it couldn't help but give me some clues. Noraheim Nakata held the hairpin tightly. She expected that it was some kind of weird drop. If she switched back, she might be able to get weird help in return. All the chosen ones were actively searching for clues, and in the process, some problems were discovered one after another. The outside countries are also working hard to record what the chosen of each country have found, or clues. Although, a single clue doesn't reveal much, but when some tiny clues come together, they may be the conditions for a way through. In the world of weird tales, as Zhang Fan descended the stairs, he probed to see where else and what had been left out. Currently an entire school building, except for in the classes with ghosts in them, and ABC a few activity rooms, the rest had been pretty much signed in by him, including some classes that went out to play, and the utility room was opened up to him. Zhang Fan took the broom he had shunted from the storage room and instantly threw it aside after seeing that there were no other teachers. Ahem. I just couldn't find a broom and went into the utility room to see if there were any. Definitely didn't mean to break in. Zhang Fan went down to the 1st floor and walked along the wall of the teaching building to the position at the back of the building. The back of the teaching building, and not only was there the kitchen that Zhang Fan had discovered at the beginning, there are a few remaining small rooms. Zhang Fan looked in through the window, which was furnished with beds as well as various sundries. It seems that it is the dormitory where the faculty and staff of the park rest and sleep. See, I left something in there. I'd like to go in? Forget it, it's not good to be misunderstood. Zhang Fan glanced at one of the teachers' dormitories. The classroom houses were in a row, just corresponding to the number of faculty and staff on the campus. No more, no less. Rows and rows of them went by, foursquare in shape, the white walls still painted with various patterns, with a small window peeking out in the center. But strangely, there was no door to the room, no roof, and the house is a little high. It looks like a cottage with the roof removed. The height of the floors of the house, in relation to the width underneath, is extremely odd and disproportionate. Jiang Fan walked through one house, watching the arrangement inside each room through the windows. It looked like a cozy feeling at first, but the further back you went, the weirder it got. Not only is the shape of this house the same, but even the arrangement of the furnishings inside is the same. And where is the door to the house? Walking past several classroom bedrooms in a row, Jiang Fan was surprised to find that the house looked like a copy, both on the outside and inside. It was exactly the same. If you remove the graffiti from the walls. Jiang Fan moved farther away from the house and looked at the house's appearance, his eyes suddenly shrinking. He finally realized where that creepy, nuanced point was. The house is foursquare with no roof. A house with no doors and only windows. This is not a house. This is clearly a row of dead people's tombstones. The white wall is the monument wall, and the window in the center is a posthumous photo. When Jiang Fan saw it clearly, he only felt that the originally sunny sky had become extremely illusory. There was clearly no breeze, but I felt a seeping cool breeze blowing through my neck and a cold sweat broke out on my back. The clear glass window in front of him shifted. A black and white face appeared in the middle of the house as the sun shone through the silky black air. The confused face, with its distorted features, seemed to be looking at someone. Chapter 118 Tombstones? Dirty kitchen. Mr. John, what are you doing? 1/3. Teachers' dormitories are tombstones? Is it a tomb? What does the look of the teachers' bedrooms represent in the happy kindergarten? When parents are shown the school motto, the health room that is used as a decoration, and the blind trust of the parents? Could it be the place where the group of teachers from a dozen years ago are buried in the vision? Or perhaps hiding some deeper meaning? Or just the scary side of weird talk? Jiang Fan looked at the house that was like a dead man's grave. His face was a bit gloomy. If nothing else, the place where he rested at night was presumably among these tombstones. But what was more concerning to Jiang Fan was, what did these houses represent? Why were they in the form of tombstones? Jiang Fan walked from the first house to the last house. There were 13 such identically spooky houses found. According to the 6 teachers, the director, 2 kitchen workers, a janitor plus the janitor. It's only 11. So, the 2 extra rooms, who are they for? Or was there 13 faculty members before? 13 teachers' chambers, 13 dead men's tombstones, neatly erected there. It was nothing like the rest of the classroom buildings on the campus. It made Jiang Fan raise his guard against these 13 houses. After this area, there is the kitchen. The last teacher's dormitory is just a meter away from the kitchen in the middle of the campus. The moment. I wonder if it's about to be lunchtime. The door to the kitchen was slightly ajar, and white smoke rose above it as if someone was cooking inside. The fire was burning brightly, and there was a crackling sound coming from it. Click click click. The chopper cut down hard, and the sound of chopping on the chopping board was extremely harsh, as if chopping up some large chunk of broken bone. Mixed with the white smoke of the meal, a strong rusty odor filled the air, making people sick. The kitchen door was so worn that the red paint on it had finished falling off, revealing splotches. Near the threshold, the light red color changed to a darker red and kept spilling a black and red liquid that dripped outward. The sound of cooking was accompanied by the sound of rustling conversation coming from the kitchen, occasionally low, occasionally changing to a female voice, and a toddler's voice or two ringing out. It seemed that the kitchen was bustling with a bunch of people in it. A mixture of miscellaneous sounds, paired with the sound of a kitchen knife chopping heavily on a chopping board in the kitchen, made for some somber listening. It was as if they were pulled into the kitchen to become mincemeat under the knife. Didn't the rules say there were only 2 cooks? There are a dozen people listening in here. Could it be that that rule is wrong? Or, at some point, people who don't exist will pop up? Jiang Fan controlled his breathing and cautiously approached the kitchen doorway, squinting his eyes to look in through the sliver of a doorway. The kitchen door opened very small, and not much could be seen with the help of the exposed gap. When Jiang Fan saw the view inside the kitchen, his face flinched, and he only felt a touch of coolness, which quickly leapt from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his hair set up. In the kitchen, a large fire blazed, and an iron pot on the stovetop gurgled as something cooked. The cabbages were thrown casually on the ground, mixing with the garbage and sewage on the ground in a very dirty way. Next to the stove, a large piece of blood-red meat was cut in half, and next to it was a tub of white, fatty meat, and several flies made a buzzing sound, landing on the meat and licking it. And below the stove, several bloody heads looked like garbage, highly decomposed, with white larvae crawling out of the eye sockets where there were no eyes. Tick-tock. The meat seemed fresh, and droplets of blood trickled down the chopping board, suffusing the gray sewage along the floor. The kitchen walls were even covered in grease as if they had been plastered. Most importantly, there was not a single person in the kitchen. Empty, yet still making lively noises. It was as if a bunch of unseen people were crowding the kitchen in terror. Could it be that there is an illusion within the kitchen? Because the illusion is too low, the Scarlet Rose can't play a role. And that's what caused me to be able to hear some peculiar sounds? Maybe the weirdness isn't in there. Zhang Fan gently pushed open the door and was about to go in and explore. Suddenly, the worn-out red wooden door became extremely heavy, and Zhang Fan could not push it no matter how hard he tried. Just then, Zhang Fan felt a chill and stopped pushing the door. Looking upwards, the narrow wooden door revealed two pairs of lifeless eyes. Two stiff white faces were clamped at the gap in the door, staring straight at Zhang Fan, as if peering there to watch Zhang Fan for a long time. Zhang Fan was flabbergasted. These two faces he had influence over. It's the two delivery cooks that are creepy. Mr. John? What are you doing here? Suddenly hot, a somber voice rang out. Two obese bodies stepped out of the door, dark and smelling of grease. In his hand was a sharp kitchen knife, which seemed to have just chopped minced meat and was constantly dripping blood. Tick-tock. It seemed that if Zhang Fan answered incorrectly, in the next second, the fat cupboard was about to slash the heavy kitchen knife in his hand ruthlessly on Zhang Fan's body, chopping it into mincemeat. Oh, I was a little hungry and thought I'd check and see if there was anything to eat. Zhang Fan smiled and was about to walk into the kitchen. The two cooks stopped by hand, and their bodies began to rot and reeked with a foul odor. Mr. Jiang, it's almost lunchtime. You are not allowed to enter the kitchen and will here to ensure the sanitation of the children's meals. The fat cook had no face, all the features of his face had disappeared and were uneven. The face clamped on the doorway didn't move either, and the cold eyes remained dead center on Zhang Fan. Two cooks, unusually fat, crowded at the doorway. No matter the action, or the words, all of them are warning Zhang Fan not to enter the kitchen. Don't snoop on what's inside the kitchen, otherwise, there will be terrible consequences. Chapter 119, The Kitchen is Inaccessible. Saving Ghost Students? 2/3. Looking at the black aura of resentment that was getting thicker and thicker on the cook, Zhang Fan took a step back and didn't try to force his way into the kitchen. It looks like you can't go in there now. At least, not during the day. Perhaps, at night, come and explore the kitchen. The cook watched Zhang Fan leave from afar before returning to start cooking, and close the kitchen door without a crack. Ensure that the children's meals are hygienic? Zhang Fan shook his head and snorted. If he hadn't seen the inside of the kitchen with his own eyes, it's not likely that he really thought that it was a kitchen rule that he couldn't just enter. Some moldy and smelly ingredients are randomly placed on the ground, and there are even small green insects nibbling on top of the green vegetables in the pots on the stove. The grease-covered stove, the walls, the almost blackened kitchen, the randomly discarded bags. Zhang Fan didn't believe that not letting him in was really for the hygiene of the kitchen. Not to mention, creepy, what's the need for kitchen hygiene? The kitchen is not clean, yet they make excuses to keep me out. There must be something else. Unfortunately, the kitchen door had been closed. Zhang Fan couldn't go in to check. There wasn't even a chance to get down on the window and watch. Zhang Fan carefully explored all around the park along the school's fence. Aside from the classroom area, which you can't get into, there aren't many clues as well as things to get. After exploring the two new additions of the teacher's apartments, as well as the kitchen, were two places for Zhang Fan to keep in mind. It is listed as an area of focus along with the director's office, janitor's office, and the health room. What exactly does the shape of the room in a teacher's dormitory apartment represent? Why is the kitchen off limits? The rules read between the lines to reveal what would be in the office of the highest-ranking director of this park. The death of Li Qihong in the health room, and unknown drugs. Does the janitor's office house the older graduation photos and any other materials? These 5 places all created a strong curiosity in Zhang Fan. And there was also an intuition that told Zhang Fan that there would be important clues inside. As of now, I have checked all the happy nurseries. At the moment, the clues that are known are basically skin deep on the surface, and most of the clues are so disorganized that none of them can be tied together. Zhang Fan followed the wall back to the original playground. As if in thought, he looked up to where the pool was. Unfortunately, the pool he can't get into right now, otherwise he could sign in there and maybe get something. As of now, all the clues found basically point to the cause of the students' deaths. The weird world of weird talk is full of weirdness and causes of death. How do the deaths of these students relate to the past clues? The condition for the simple mode pass is to get through the internship period. Since spending the internship period, the additional conditions are again related to the deaths of the students. Zhang Fan stood still, his mind racing at this moment. Countless memories, clues flashed by, blossoming out as if they were flowers in fire. Mixing, intertwining with each other, weaving a tattered web. According to the first two one-star copies, it's not possible that this time's pass is similar to a bus copy, is it? It looks like the chosen ones are getting home safely, but they're actually going to be taking Shinshin home with them in the tunnel. Then, in the happy kindergarten, the transitional internship, which means that the playtime is 5 days and ends on Friday night, mixing in the previous conditions, then not only do I need to survive the internship period, but even the students within the class I'm taking will have to successfully survive until after Friday? Only then can the past condition be connected to the clues obtained so far. Perhaps, during these 5 days, the class will reenact the various ways in which they have died before, and all I need to do is make sure they don't make the same mistake and survive Friday safely, and by the way, get through the internship, because I am the administrator of a large class and need to be responsible for the students inside the class? Thinking of this, Zhang Fan's eyes brightened. Perhaps he could operate on that line of thinking. Hypothetically, according to my deduction, the red hair card is something that Liang Heike dropped. Hiding in the toilet may be the place of death. Or the most impressive in life is the toilet on the 4th floor. In the Phantasmagoria, Heike Liang's school bag appears inside the lavatory, and Heike Liang leaves the bag inside the lavatory, which must be at the end of the school day. Maybe her parents didn't pick her up, maybe someone brought her to the washroom, or maybe something else. Although I don't know how Heike Liang died or on what day she died. As long as I keep a close watch on Heike Liang after school and don't let Heike Liang enter the toilet on the 4th floor, isn't it possible that I can thus avoid death? It wasn't hard to watch over Heike Liang and keep her out of the 4th floor restroom after school on those 5 days. Zhang Fan nodded. Perhaps he could try. Suppose the conditions attached to the pass method really keep students from repeating their mistakes. Then, the rest of the students will be fine. Just follow the same approach that saved Heike Liang and just fall on the rest of the students. Similarly, Li Qihong lost the bottle of medicine for asthma, and it is possible that he had a disease of his own and thus died in the health room. I've signed up for medicine bottles in the health room, and by giving the medicine in time when the ghost student, Li Qihong, is sick, it will allow Li Qihong to avoid what turned out to be a way of death. The other Zhao Xian, the toy car could be Zhao Xian's. The toy car was found in the utility room on the 4th floor. Zhao Xian was also hiding in the utility room and most likely died in the utility room. Sundry room. Did you break into the utility room and get shut down and put alive to starve and suffocate? Zhang Fan decided. In the next few moments, he's all about focusing on Zhao Xian. Maybe the kid just ran into the utility room and died there again. And Dong Kaiga, who presents himself as a water-soaked corpse in the pool in the illusion, has a high probability of drowning. And the place of drowning is presumably in the school pool. There were swimming lessons on Wednesdays. Is that when they drowned? Or maybe it's the pool that you go to every day when you're free? As long as we don't let him enter the pool, we'll be able to save Dong Gage. Chapter 120 Look after the students, which is precisely the vocation of a teacher. 3/3, that the rest of the students. Zhang Fan thought, and his mind suddenly became confused, the fiery excitement in his heart instantly calming down. His face was a bit complicated, and he wanted to say something, but he wanted to stop. So far, even if he had guessed correctly, he had only guessed 4 or 5 dead students and where it happened. There are 30 students in total. Where are the remaining 25? Anyway, he didn't have a clue at the moment. Where is it found in the illusion? Where is the place of death? The ghost student found on the 4th floor stairway. Is it hard to believe that he fell to his death? I have to watch over him to keep him from climbing the stairs? It seems that keeping an eye on ghost students is ostensibly easy and breezy. However, Zhang Fan realized that he didn't even understand the weird forms of all the ghost students and the way they died, the location of the incident, and the time of death. Not to mention that he found 24 ghost students in the illusion, and a large portion of those 24 spooky forms were duplicates. He simply couldn't tell, with any accuracy, who died how. Zhang Fan thought about it. It would also be impractical to, for example, pin the rest of the dead students on the various items he signed up for. Some items, such as mineral water for toilet check-in. Could it be that some student choked to death on a drink of water in the restroom? And the bottles, the Sanlu brand of formula. Don't tell him that it's due to drinking this brand of formula for too long. The toxicity builds up and then dies? Just kidding. Zhang Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. New thoughts about the past are in a mess again. Thoughts are disrupted. Looking at the time when the class was about to end, Zhang Fan could only wait for the follow-up to see if he would find other ways of ghost students' deaths, and carefully and slowly research new clues. Though he didn't know the manner of death of the remaining 20 or so ghost students. But, he can try to watch over and protect these students, doing his best not to let these students die before Friday comes, all intact and alive. Nope, it's all about not repeating the same mistakes. Zhang Fan looked at the sight of the playground being a bloody mess. with heads flying in the air and blood and flesh flying all over the ground. Being intact is a little hard for him. It's also only this dumbest way to keep an eye on the students at every time slot. But watching out for the students, that happens to be a teacher's vocation as well. Grumble grumble. A head rolled in front of Zhang Fan. Around them, a few kids who were having fun stopped. Teacher, do you want to play sandbag toss with us? No. You guys can play by yourselves. It's almost time for class to end. Zhang Fan shook his head and refused. If his head was removed, it would never be attached again. With that, the bloodied head was picked up and gently tossed. Heads were thrown overhead, thrown in the exact direction of the headless boy. Countless amounts of blood scattered down from the air, emitting a strong bloody odor. Fine blood, as if it were a red drizzle, bloody and violent. This sandbag even has a sand leak? It's not very good. Zhang Fan couldn't help but laugh as he watched the students covered in blood dripping down their bodies in a ghostly manner. Some of the children twisted their features, their faces split open, bugs burrowing out of their bodies, their eyes white and dead, seemingly accusing him of being bad at throwing sandbags. Time passes quickly. Ding! A whole light bell rang through the campus. The outdoor program ended and the time came to 11:30. Zhang Fan didn't forget to count the number of students at the end of the free time. Even if the rules didn't require him to, Zhang Fan would still take inventory, in order to keep the ghost students safe and not repeat the mistakes of the past. From now on, he'd have to make sure that he kept these students as far out of his sight as possible. Safe and sound. The ghost students saw the ruler in Zhang Fan's hand and were filled with joy, resentment, and indignation. Picking up the fallen heads and assembling in a disciplined manner did not covet the game. After seeing that none of the playgrounds had ghost students, Zhang Fan began to count the number of spooks. 123. 31? Seems one more creepy. It was as if they had quietly blended into the group during the assembly. Without realizing it, a cool breeze blew across the empty playground and darkened the sky. The ghostly student covered in blood red stood silently in the playground with an eerie smile. The moment was as if it had been printed in a mold. These 31 ghost students are completely unrecognizable from their original appearance. All seem to be his students. It also seems that none of them were his students. Netizens watching the live stream outside were also creeped out. An extra student? Oh, my god. It's like having another person in the house. Even though my parents aren't home, but I see them. These students have blood covering their faces. How can they tell the difference? Underscore. Should we take them to wash their faces? But will Creepy listen? If you don't listen, you'll get a small whip. Ruler. Zhang Fan frowned and counted again. Still 31 ghost students. Rule 3. If you find more than 30 students, please be careful to recognize which ones are not your students, and find and expel them. The number of students was 30, and one Creepy quietly blended into the group. Zhang Fan looked at the students in front of him and rubbed his head with a headache. The ghost students were, at the moment, covered in blood, minced flesh, all over their bodies, including their faces. Because of the game of throwing sandbags earlier, only a pair of hideous eyes remained for Zhang Fan to watch. A face covered in blood, with chunks of flesh turned up on top, completely unrecognizable from its original appearance. These ghost students, they do it on purpose, perhaps, knowing that another ghost student had come in. You're not being nice. To this, Zhang Fan directly grabbed the first ghost student, and his hand gathered the strength of his whole body, flinging the ghost student and shaking him vigorously. In that case, let the teacher let me wash your faces. Wash it with air. It's absolutely fast. Splat. The ghost student's entire body fell face down, dropping a portion of his face in mincemeat. Splat. With another fling, the ghost student faces the sky, dropping some more blood clots. Ka-chow. With the final fling, a crisp ringing sound was emitted, like a bone breaking. Immediately after, a bloodied head flew out horizontally, smashing heavily on the ground and rolling several times. The minced flesh on his face was rubbed clean by the ground with only the bones left. Oh, it's you, G. Marshall. Zhang Fan looked at the ghost students who revealed their clean faces, nodded gratefully and made a small check mark on the roster. Then, turning his head to look at the remaining ghost students, he cracked his mouth, showing his large white teeth in a grimace. Since a student from another class came in and I'm a little faceblind, I couldn't tell if you were myself through the dirt on your faces. So, it's just going to have to wash your faces. Is that okay? Now then, who's next to wash their face? The ghost students stiffly turned their heads to look at Ji Shuai, who had his skin rubbed through the floorboards to expose his bones, and blinked their whitish eyes, shaking their heads in unison. No, they don't want to wash their faces. I don't want to wash my face with air. It's too damaging to my face. Subsequently, as if by agreement, backing up to make way for an open space, inside the clearing, a ghost student was holding his head. frozen in place. It seemed to have not reacted to such a raw scenario in front of him. When he would get over it, he realized that he was the only one left standing at the front of the class. Jiang Fan looked at the creepy being pushed out by the ghost students. Apparently, it was that one extra creepy that blended into the class. The little boy, covered in blood and likewise holding a head in his hands, seemed to be involved in a class game of sandbag toss, originally unassuming in the ranks. At the moment, however, they were offered up by the ghost students and appeared to be cranky. Chapter 121, Counting the Number of Students. Genetically Powerful. 1/3 large sheet 4K. Looking around at the emptiness, there wasn't a single ghost student. The young boy reacted instantly, then viciously turned his head to look behind him at the group of ghost students who had offered him out. Grinning, showing sharp teeth, seemingly accusing a friend of not keeping his word. You go. The boy turned his head and his face changed, looking at Jiang Fan with confused eyes, as if he didn't understand why he was expelled. Mr. Jiang, why are you kicking me out? You are not a student in our class. Please go back to your own class. Jiang Fan replied patiently. But, I'm the student of the big class A. Although the ghost student had already given up the little boy. But the little boy continued to try to argue relentlessly, his body's black aura looming, his blood-stained face gradually blurring, unable to see his features. The young boy's tone was very firm and didn't seem to be lying. And if it wasn't for the fact that the ghost student had offered him up, as well as the fact that there was no such face in Jiang Fan's memories of Class A, he would have almost thought that the young boy was a student from their Class A. Seeing that the little boy won't leave, Jiang Fan coldly said, slowly approaching. He hadn't forgotten the rule that extra students had to be expelled. Do you need me to help you remember? Or, help you wash your face? The veins on Jiang Fan's hands rippled, and in an instant, the long ruler was raised high, as if it was going to be swung down in the next second. Seeing the situation, the little boy stepped back in a hurry, the blood stains all over his body aggravated. Like a glacier melting, the bloody head on his body turned into liquid and gradually disappeared, leaving only a puddle of foul-smelling blood on the ground. Jiang Fan looked at the disappearing boy and counted the number of students once more. Only after making sure that the number of students was 30 did they lead the students up to the building. The process of Jiang Fan over here counting the number of ghost students went smoothly. On the other side of the chosen one, none of them forgot that they had to remember to count their students. Some finished counting their students without encountering any difficulties. Some, on the other hand, were looking at the students in front of them, desperately confused, their bodies trembling slightly with fear. The ghost students didn't seem to be having fun yet, tossing up their heads in the ranks. Heads crossed in the air and some fell to the ground. Splat! It shattered into mush with a bang. Some of the heads were flung onto the necks of the remaining ghost students, set and merged together, looking extremely grotesque. The chosen ones looked at the mess in front of them and held their heads, already beginning to despair. It's tough to remember the faces as well as the names of the ghost students. Now, not only is the face gone, but it's been replaced on top of some other corpse's head. So how does that count? And those, headless bodies, how are they gonna be counted? As well as, what about the countless pieces of broken flesh and blood on the floor? The ghost students seemed to be teasing the chosen ones as if they were playing a game, constantly moving and disrupting the chosen ones' discernment while they were counting the number of people. There were quite a few chosen ones who encountered this kind of strange drawing style, and there were 5 or 6 unlucky ones. Black Country. The chosen one, Baru, stared down at the group of black-skinned brats below with wide eyes and an extremely confused mind. Again all dark skin, white teeth and slightly curly hair. The skin was so dark that you couldn't even see the blood that had gotten on it, making the horror that the ghost student had brought with him diminish a lot. But it was even more horrifying to see a group of pitch-black people revealing dozens of pairs of white eyes in the center. Wherever Balu went, dozens of pairs of eyeballs stared. The number of students that were counted, and before they reached 10, there was a blackout, and these students were moving around again. The ghost students blended into the black crowd, casually moving as if they were ink, and it was hard to see anywhere and everywhere, and Baru's eyes blurred as he counted. It's hard to count. Balu was filled with doubt, skeptical of the number of students he had counted. 32? That's 2 extra students. I have to find them out. Baru rubbed his eyes and resumed his search for the one extra student in the group of black figures. In a jiffy. No, 27. Wasn't it 32 just now? How come 5 less came out? Balu was silent, his mind dizzy as if there was a patch of black shadows dangling before his eyes. Help! Fark! I hate black and I hate curly hair. Ghost students stood in a pile, 3 dozen of them filling the entire broadcast room. This, coupled with Balu's dark skin, occasional wobbly glazed eyes, and teeth exposed when he spoke, made the outside audience look at him with amusement and fear. It's so black, you can't even count it. Seeing that Baloo couldn't identify them, Black Country decided to help Baloo identify these students. Intercept the video student profile recorded earlier and compare it with all the students now. Finally, with AI discernment, found the extra student. But the top brass of the Black Nation looked at the ghost students who kept moving inside. What the hell? Weird Tales can't pass on pictures, so it's hard to tell the extra ghost students' traits? But the problem is, it's all black plus curly plus skinny. The ghost students in the live room move around a bit, and even they can't tell which one it is and have to find it again. The countries of the remaining unlucky ones also used facial recognition systems to find the one extra or missing student. Eventually, only one relied on the state to help with the search, calling in ghost student faces for comparison before finishing the headcount in time. The remaining 4 were too late to be counted in 10 minutes, resulting in death by rule violation. Of these, Baru of the Black Country is the worst. After the state had just told him what the students looked like, and where they were located, it was over 10 minutes before I had a chance to confirm it. It's also the first chosen one to die an extremely unjust death since the Weird Tales games. Outside, Negro Nation Baru dies. Weird Talk randomly descends. Rubber State Ricky dies and Weird Talk randomly descends. As the outside world's Weird Talk podcasts ring out, quite a few people have consoled the chosen one, unlucky one, for dying in the country. There were also countries that watched what happened to the Black Nation's chosen one and suddenly got goosebumps all over their bodies. Especially, Romance Nation. The president of the romantic state looked at the number of new babies born in the year, and his hands kept trembling, and the skin of his mouth turned white. Oh shit, I can't believe how strong the genes are in Black Country. Damn, the new black-skinned babies are reaching half of them. No, I can't let the genes of our romantic countrymen disappear. Just the thought of standing underneath the silver tower of the Bally Eiffel in the future is all black. The president of the romantic nation nearly went into cardiac arrest and couldn't even catch his breath. No. He can't romanticize the country white becoming a rare species. No, he couldn't have the chosen ones of the Romance Nation who were involved in Weird Talk years from now have Black Country genes running through their veins. Inside the world of Weird Tales, lunchtime is next. Lunch meals continue to be served in the classroom. Dishes were brought in by 2 cooks and placed on the porch. Meals contained in several steel buckets were provided to 2 classes of children in the older grades. These meals are then distributed by the teachers. The food looked freshly cooked and freshly steaming. Zhang Fan glanced at the food inside the iron bucket and shook his head, his mind recalling the scene inside the kitchen just now. The children's lunches are made in extremely dirty conditions. Food cooked in such an environment, not to mention whether it is good to eat or not. Basic hygiene and safety are not guaranteed, and there is a big problem. Lunch looked evenly matched. Braised tofu, sautéed cabbage, potato stew, and seaweed and egg drop soup. There are meat and veggies. They just don't sell well. Purple cabbage and egg flour soup. Zhang Fan estimated that such a big bucket used no more than 5 eggs. And Brussels sprouts. Zhang Fan came closer to take a look. The Brussels sprouts came out green, but there seemed to be some sort of line of something inside floating on the surface. The thing was slightly greenish and had a black line down its back. Feeding on vegetable leaves, it grew so fat that it chewed through almost every leaf, revealing a small hole. It was cooked into the food and turned into a green worm carcass. As for the potato stew, there's meat in there, but it's white and fat. As far as tofu goes, it's normal, but you can imagine it with your toes. The pot in which you cooked the bok choy floating up the bodies of vegetable worms, and then cooked braised tofu. Maybe not braised tofu, but meat foam tofu. These meals, which are light, do not at all fulfill the daily nutritional needs of the child. The children have brought their own lunchboxes. Zhang Fan presented each child with a meal in turn. Beat the potatoes in the potato stew and the tofu that looked fairly clean for the students. The remaining greens were ignored as if they were not there. The teacher of Class B is also feeding the children. The difference is, the teacher of Class B hit every single thing. Bowls of cabbage mixed with small green worms, pieces of greasy fat covering the top of blackened rice. Finally, a spoonful of grayish nori soup is spooned on, making all the rice float on the surface of the soup and look extremely rich. The children broke into smiles, thanked their teachers, looked like they enjoyed today's meal, and chewed their mouthfuls of food, not caring about the bug carcasses within the meal. It's not just the kids in Class B next door. Even the kids in Class A didn't care when they saw little bugs in their lunch. It's as if, see, it's not weird. Hugging his meal, he ate in silence. They ate whatever Zhang Fan hit them with. The cook delivered a teacher's meal in addition to the children's food. Snap in a large bowl. It looks a lot more normal than Brussels sprouts fried with worms. Zhang Fan looked at the Class B teacher's meal and opened his own copy as well. But, it seemed, this meal of Zhang Fan's was not the same as that of the teacher of Class B. Zhang Fan looked at the half-corpse of the bugs on the green vegetables and the white fat. Not a single one of the 4 dishes was left out. There was also some gray soup poured on top of the rice. The black flocculent nori is like strands of hair that wrap around the entire bowl of rice. It's hard to tell whether you're eating a meal or the leftover garbage from the sewer. Nice one. 2 teachers for the price of 1. Ha! Zhang Fan put the lunchbox into the space before taking out the deluxe lunch he had drawn. 6 copies of the deluxe lunch were drawn, along with mineral water, and a variety of food items drawn from the last copy. Zhang Fan had no need to eat food that was hard to swallow just by looking at it. The deluxe lunch was brought out, startling Zhang Fan for a moment. The huge thermos box filled half the podium tabletop. It's no longer considered an insulated box, but an insulated box. One opens the lid of the holding tank. A puff of hot air revealed the delicate meal inside. So sumptuous? Zhang Fan prettily took out the meals from the thermos box. In the meantime, the chosen people of the various countries also gave the students their meals. Grab your own meal. Sit on the podium and eat while watching to monitor the students eating underneath you. Rule 8 said that to avoid waste, they have to supervise every student who finishes their lunch. Cherry Blossom Country. Nakata Norahime looked down at the children who were all eating. Take out the red hairpin and place it prominently on the podium. If it's a tricky throw there is to see it, it's bound to come up and get the hairpin. She'd also be able to use this opportunity to see which ghost student had taken the hairpin, so she could get a good look at the other person over the next few days. Say maybe. The ghost student who lost his red hair card is the key character in the copy of Weird Tales. Pity. Nakata Norahime waited for a long time, but didn't see any students come up to get their hairbrushes. It was even as if the students couldn't see the hairpin for what it was. Not even a hint of a mood swing. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Nakata Norahime looked at the students at the bottom and wondered if it was just her. When it came time for lunch, the ghost students weren't as rowdy as they were in the morning. Quietly, he bowed his head and ate from his bowl. Perhaps the red hair card isn't something creepy threw away, but a weird talk item that can silence the creeps? At breakfast, the ghost student treats her in an extremely unfriendly manner and even catches her eating caterpillar bread. And now, the ghost students not only ate quietly, but even the blood-stained black aura on their bodies was much less. The contrast between the two. It was like something made the ghost students stop being restless. The difference between morning and noon was just that at noon she pulled out her red hairbrush. At that thought, Nakata Norahime's eyes lit up and she clutched the red hair card tightly in her hand. With the red hair card, I might be able to control the ghost students so that when the red hair card appears, the ghost students will subside and I won't have to be bullied by the ghost students. Although the noon ghost students were quiet and didn't tease Nakata Norahime. However, Norahime Nakata still can't get away with eating the disgusting food. Nakata Norahime took out her lunchbox and couldn't help but vomit as she looked inside. Swarming ants lining the yamas, densely covered with the remains of large green insects. Her boxed lunch was worse than the students. Not only bugs, but all kinds of food with long black spots. It looks like moldy, expired bad food, but let's be thankful for that. At least it's not food made from human flesh, as in the previous weird stories. Just think, this is Weird Tales world. Nakata Norahime welled up with an infinite desire to survive. And even though she couldn't eat the dark lunch, she still managed to pick and choose what was edible from it and barely ate it. If I don't eat this food, maybe I'll do something bad this afternoon out of hunger. I'm going to pass this Weird Tales game and then stand on top of the Nakata family and stomp on their faces and make them regret treating me like this. Facing a lunch full of bugs, most of the chosen ones chose to eat it. There's more than creepy, tainted, death threats in the world of Weird Tales. It also greatly aggravates their perception of the outside world. Hunger, fear, psychedelia, and so on and so forth, a range of feelings which can cloud their judgment of weird stories if they are unfortunate enough to encounter them. Not to mention, it's just extremely lucky not to have met any human meals. Chapter 122 Deluxe Lunch. The abnormal state of the ghost students. 2/3. Originally, some of the chosen ones still didn't understand why. Within the previous bus copy, the chosen ones of the live broadcasting room were eating rice crackers with contamination after just a 4 or 5 hour bus ride. Just like people who had been starving for days. But, now they get it. Because of the addition of the weird power within the world of Weird Tales, after 2 or 3 hours of continuous schedule, they were starving to death. There were even some chosen ones who added rice twice, ignoring the texture of the dark-tasting hard slag of rice, just so they could eat a little bit more, so that they wouldn't let hunger get the better of them and lose their lives at critical moments. There were also some chosen people who didn't eat. They thought that the evening meal would surely be good. And how could they eat a lunchbox full of worms at noon? It made the people of their country shake their heads and be doubly worried. Alas, we're all in the blame game. It's good to have something to eat, but we're still picking and choosing. If you don't eat it normally, it's not human food. But in the world of weird stories, life is the most important thing. God, I'm so impressed with the Sakura Nation chosen. Nakata Norahime can eat a girl. I really hope she passes. 2-star copies all end the same way. with death. Why suffer before you die? Am I the only one paying attention to Jiang Fan of the Great Summer Kingdom? I admit, I'm greedy. The people of the world were moved and supportive as they watched one chosen one after another who endured the humiliation of eating a meal of worms. Until, lo and behold, the dasha live. Everyone froze. Wasn't the deal that all the chosen ones were eating bug box lunches? How come it's Dasha's turn to change? No bug box lunches. They can understand that. After all, he was also the man who had successfully cleared 2 copies, with a bit of points on them. Redeeming the Weird Tales space for food is something they can understand. But, when you exchange for food, people usually just exchange for convenient food, right? Like some kind of bread, rice balls, cookies or something. And what did Jiang Fan eat? Inside the live feed, upon seeing Jiang Fan take out a huge box out of thin air, they wondered, what's in this box? When Jiang Fan opened the box, the Weird Tales mechanism zooms in and zooms out of the contents of the box as if it knows what they're going to see. Plate after plate of beautifully presented food. It's smoking hot and has a wide variety of food. Big, red Cheerios, plump blueberries, large strawberries, and even a few slices of watermelon make up a platter of fruit. Immediately after, a plate of steaming tomahawk steak sat on the far side of the case, and by the pink and white pattern of the cut meat, it was clear that it was of top quality. Big fat lobsters, sliced roast duck with thin, juicy skin, caviar, foie gras, black forest cake, chocolate, even. After taking out all the food, a bottle of red wine appeared at the bottom of the box. Knives, forks and chopsticks are also available. This is more than an ING meal. Saying that Jiang Fan is eating a gourmet feast, located in a 5-star hotel, they all believe it. Other chosen ones eat bug lunchboxes and you eat seafood dinners? Other chosen ones eat black rice. You eat tomahawk steak? Other chosen ones drink bland, grayish nori soup, and you have a glass of red wine to rinse your mouth out? Not only was the food good, but it was also more comfortable than the lives of the people they were watching live outside. Looking at Jiang Fan's enjoying himself, he also looked at the chosen one next door who was eating bugs. For a moment, the crowd in the broadcast room lamented that people can't be compared to each other. Sometimes the difference between a man and a man is as great as the difference between a man and a dog. Not only other chosen can't compare to Jiang Fan, even us. I've never eaten a strawberry. Are you there, Jiang Fan? Give me a taste of the leftover plate. I've lost my taste for dirt. Thanks for the invitation. I've got a lot of northwest wind in my house. Drinks are on you. The crowd watched Jiang Fan as if they were watching a down-home video, leaving tears of envy from the corners of their mouths. Totally forgot that this is Weird Tales Live. In the world of Weird Tales, this is a luxury meal? It's enough for several people. Jiang Fan ate while paying attention to the students below. With a tomahawk steak in hand, there was nothing to do but bite off a chunk of meat. The meat of the steak was very good. Melt in your mouth. Tender with a creamy flavor and excellent taste. However, eating too much of it is not as real as a packet of instant noodles. While eating, Jiang Fan suddenly realized a strange point. The ghost students, it seems, are extraordinarily quiet. I shouldn't. They were talking about it this morning, saying they didn't want it. What? Once it's noon and lunch is still worse than breakfast. They like it instead? Jiang Fan narrowed his eyes and frowned, carefully observing the perverse ghost students. Jiang Fan thought that it was whether the ghost students were scared quiet by his method of finding people to wash their faces. But, as time passes, Jiang Fan lunch are finished. Still do not see ghost students clamor up. The ghost student just sat quietly in his chair, not fussing or bleating, like a normal child, eating his lunch obediently. This state of calmness made Jiang Fan feel that there was something abnormal. Suddenly, a ghost student's status altered. No more silence and quiet. The ghost student's head whipped around, his eyes wooden and lifeless, as if he were a puppeteer and no longer had a soul. Even the movement of eating was much slower. The ghost student's change froze Jiang Fan, and the thoughts in his mind cleared instantly. The ghost students have not become quiet, but have lost the resentment as well as the horrible forms they possessed. When ghost students no longer evolve horror, when the spooky no longer has the ability to send chills of terror down one's spine, then the spooky will not be spooky, but a commonplace marionette. In other words, the ghost student's status at the moment is as harmless as the harmless backdrop shenanigans, diminishing from a C-ranked level of resentment to not quite shenanigans. This state, as if it were a period of weakness, could not have been better for the chosen one who had no strength. Because of the weirdness of the present, it is highly likely that they are at their mercy and are not a danger to them. But for Jiang Fan, the sudden offline behavior of ghost students is negative behavior. Based on speculation, Jiang Fan must ensure the safety of the ghost students. The ghost students were weakened, as if their souls had been drained, and all their grievances were gone. Such a situation is dangerous for ghost students. Jiang Fan walked up to Ji Shui, trying to speak up to interrupt this bizarre state of the ghost students. Kishore? Teachers. Ghost student Ji Shui lifted his head lifelessly, his bulging eyes no longer open wide and almost about to close. Faceless. He answered Jiang Fan intermittently. Seeing the situation, Jiang Fan frowned tightly. In exchange for before, the ghost student Ji Shui's mischievous character, it is estimated that the head would have been removed to scare him. Jiang Fan opened his mouth to ask several more ghost students. Almost all of them were similar to the ghost student Ji Shui, answering a few words off and on, and some didn't even answer. Ghost students, there is a real problem, or rather, it seems, into a period of weakness. So, from whence it came? Jiang Fan lowered his eyes and looked at the silent ghost students in the classroom as memories flashed rapidly through his mind. Soon enough, it found the time when the silence went down and the state of being like the Walking Dead began to appear. Just now, shortly after the lunch hour began. Chapter 123 Multiple Logical Reasoning. Third party, 3/3 growing a brain 3k yen million. Just now, when lunch was served, after Jiang Fan finished giving the ghost students their meals, the ghost students fell silent one after another and became awkward and stiff. So, the thing that makes the ghost students behave strangely is the meal? The meal served by the cook was able to restrain the ghost student so that his weird resentful form was no longer strong? Or is it? Jiang Fan looked at the clock on the wall at the back of the classroom. The time has come to 12:10. In 10 minutes, it will be time for the ghost students to take their naps. Or is it that, due to the proximity of napping and sleeping, the weirdness, due to the suppression of the rules, is starting to weaken, like the mom on the 7th day? It is because the ghost students have to move around according to the schedule that this weird state occurs, and they can't recover from it until the end of nap time? Jiang Fan wasn't the only one who noticed the abnormal behavior of the ghost students. The remaining portion of the Chosen also noticed the strange phenomenon. Inside weird stories, weird and perverse behavior is usually not a small problem. Some speculate that the meal is the cause. There is some speculation that perhaps this point in time is a time of eerie weakness. There is also speculation that due to some unknown factor, or a certain item, it has resulted in a bizarre change of appearance. Compared to the tedious speculations of the Chosen in the various broadcast rooms, the countries in the outside world get a head start on confirming the answer. It's the happy kindergarten lunches that are the problem. Originally, when they saw the very behavior of the ghost students, the countries did not dare to jump to conclusions, until the nations noticed a few of the Chosen suddenly becoming as dull as the ghost students. After researching the findings, the point at which these chosen ones who had an accident differed from the others was that after eating a teacher's lunch, they hit a bit of a student lunch. Lunch, which can hold down the ghost students, can also hold down the chosen one. The realization dawned on states. No wonder why separate meals are allocated to teachers and students separately. This is because the students' meals can inhibit the ghost students and keep the teacher from being contaminated and harmed by the ghost students. For now, except for the rules, the chosen one's main contact is with ghost teachers and ghost students. And ghost students are the number one cause of death outside of the rules. Well, correspondingly, rule number 8, supervise students to finish their lunches, is also known as the right rule. Ugly country. According to Rule 8 is the correct answer, and the ghost student made an active attack on the chosen one during the outdoor activity game. From this, we can see that the biggest spook in the happy kindergarten would be this group of ghost students. Again, by the simple past condition, getting through the internship can be guessed. It should be to avoid being contaminated and eroded by the ghost students, and to utilize something, such as lunch, to inhibit the ghost students, so as to achieve the hidden past condition. After all, if you can't even suppress the students inside the class, how can you be a teacher in this garden? That group of students, but they are extremely mischievous, just like the students who are disruptive in my class. The oldest teacher in the Intelligence Bureau, the most experienced in teaching in the Ugly Kingdom, spoke up. The Director of Intelligence nodded. He agreed with this, glancing at the rules in the copy before speaking again. Hey, I agree with you, Mr. Mize. Suppose that, according to your point of view, then Rule 10 should be correct. Rule number 9, wear a work tag. Oh, so far they've all worn teacher work tags, so it should be right to tell the director when someone shows up without one. The head gardener, perhaps, is an important person in helping the chosen ones get through the Weird Tales game. As of now, the troublemakers are the only spooky. Rule 10, ghost students that have shown up and attacked the chosen ones. And by 6 o'clock it was discovered that they hadn't left the park yet, so it's conceivable what these leftover ghost students would do. Absolutely attack or contaminate the chosen ones. So hand them over to the head gardener, who will then trap the creeps who want to harm the chosen, so that the chosen can spend the night in peace. Oh God, make sure the gardener applies some help and gives our chosen one, Pete, some help. The director of intelligence made a gesture of prayer. Originally, he would not have believed in God. But this damn weird talk has turned him into a believer in God. Weird stories are popping up. So maybe the god angels of Greek mythology might exist too. Stick Country. The biggest plutocrat in the Stick Country. The head of the Sami group. The Happy Kindergarten's meals are able to curb the weirdness. Next time you give a tip to Han Jundong, make sure that Jundong collects some meals. They may be of great use. The president of the Stick Country nodded and answered down. Looking at the Zaibatsu executives in front of him, he bent down and bowed 90 degrees, looking extremely respectful. If meals can curb the weirdness, maybe there are some weird talk props within the kitchen that can help Junto pass this copy. Let Junto go to the kitchen more often. Maybe he can get some kind of props to fight the weirdness. The South Korean president nodded again and waited for all the plutocrats to finish speaking before respectfully turning to leave. Da Xia. Since ghost students are the biggest threat to the chosen one at the Happiness Kindergarten, the power of ghost students is suppressed through meals. The rules were suggested by the mechanism of weird talk within the entire kindergarten, and further speculating that, perhaps, the Happy Kindergarten is a weirdness accommodator, much like the bus copy of Bus 402, both stopping the chosen from messing up and being able to keep the chosen safe at the same time. Then, again, by Rule 9, it's highly likely that the director of the Happy Kindergarten is the same kind of weird talker as the bus driver, who doesn't show his role in normal times, but at a certain point, will help the chosen one. For example, when the bus broke down, the driver reminded Jiangfan to arrive home safely and did not hold aggression towards Jiangfan like the rest of the passengers. We can inform Jiangfan at the next prompt to get in touch with the gardener more and see if we can have a talkable deal like the bus driver. As per Rule 10 versus Rule 6, the director is an important plot copy character for the Happy Kindergarten, and may be far more important than the average creepy faculty member. Perhaps, with a bit of luck, one will be able to learn some hidden clues to pass the level from the gardener's mouth. Wei Jian, the leader of the Weird Tales team, pointed at the ghost student who had become harmless and opened his mouth. After a pause, something seemed to occur to him and he added, "Ghost students hurt the chosen one and actively attack the chosen one, plus lunch's restraining effect on ghost students and the role of the gardener." Well, it reminds me of the camp game. If you divide the Happy Kindergarten by camp games, there are 2 camps in it, i.e., black camp ghost students, as well as faculty and staff such as white camp gardeners, since the simple pass condition is to pass the internship period, as well as the status of the chosen one. The chosen one automatically joins the white camp. Then, the pass hidden clues are most likely related to whether the 2 camps win or lose. To make ghost students lose, just suppress the ghost student, not only with the aid of meals, but possibly the rest of the things. It was natural for Wei Jian to set his sights on White's camp. The White camp is the campus staff, with 6 teachers, as well as the director, cook, janitor and janitorial staff. Perhaps it would be a good idea to look for clues about the creeps and things that could help. Check out the office, the kitchen, and the director's office. The words fell. Everyone here nodded. A ghost student actively attacking a chosen one is on the hostile side of shenanigans, as opposed to disinterested shenanigans, and friendly shenanigans. The general direction of searching for clues is to lean towards friendly weirdness while avoiding the contamination of uncontrollable weirdness. Of course, there are questions being raised. Team leader, why isn't Jiang Fan on the black side, belonging to the ghost student side? After all, so far, the ghost students are still getting along well with Jiang Fan. The member who spoke was Jay Wang. Wei Jian didn't answer, but rather another member of the Weird Talk group who countered. Jiang Fan is able to get along well because Jiang Fan has enough force. Furthermore, if Jiang Fan belongs to the black side against the white side, the headmaster and other faculty members, will he strike them down or let the Happy Kindergarten close down? Don't forget, the simple pass condition is to get through the internship. It's all hostile forces. The head gardener is gone. How do you get through it? Even if it is a difficult pass, it is still based on the conditions of an easy pass to satisfy through the internship. Wang Jia nodded, but quickly shook his head again. Pointing at Jiang Fan within the live broadcast, he opened his mouth. But Jiang Fan doesn't seem to be what you think so. On screen, after realizing the abnormalities of the ghost students, on Jiang Fan's face, a wave of worry appeared. It's rare, but it does happen. It looked as if he was worried about the ghost students' well-being. In the conference room, the crowd looked at Jiang Fan's expression, and when they looked at it clearly, they instantly quieted down, and the silence was terrifying. His face was a bit complicated and he looked hesitant. Jiang Fan actually got worried about the shenanigans that were trying to hurt him? They didn't see it wrong, did they? Worried about what? You're not worried about the safety of ghost students, are you? Could it be that Jiang Fan is really on the black side? The crowd was filled with confusion. Their original inner firmness began to waver with a look from Jiang Fan. Could it be that they guessed wrong? After all, Jiang Fan was right about many choices. Jiang Fan joins another third-party camp other than black and white? Third-party camp, making peace between black and white? Or, exterminate both sides? What were the chances of Jiang Fan being right? Or their guesses being right? It should be Jiang Fan bar. The crowd was silent for a long time. The thoughts in his head were rearranged, and the look on his face began to drift. Chapter 124 Bedtime. Parents who send messages. 12/3 combined chapters. Jiang Fan's two guesses were not easily discernible. Rule 8 had said that he had to supervise the students and finish their lunch, preferably without wasting any of it. Two guesses, the first of which could be that the lunch meal suppressed the ghost students, belongs to some weird talk props for removing contamination and warding off weirdness. A second guess would be that because of the ensuing nap time, the ghost students are following a class schedule, and at the moment the park's rules against spookiness come into play to limit the spookiness. Two guesses, it's easy to prove which one is right. All it takes is for one of the ghost students to skip lunch to verify the truth of it. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan had no way of determining whether Rule 8 was right or half right. If he is right, he violates must die. If it was half right and half wrong, which was what Jiang Fan had originally guessed, and belonged to the rule that he would not die even if he violated it, then he could test it. What would happen if, for example, the students did not finish their entire meal? It's unfolding new plot threads. Or is it limited by its own rules and reacts to nothing? Still going into offline behavior and taking a good nap? The ghost students became stagnant, but continued to eat from their bowls, bit by bit, until all the meals were eaten. Jiang Fan realized that it seemed like the ghost students were able to finish all their meals without his supervision. After eating, the ghost students sat quietly in their seats, their godless eyes staring blankly ahead, their eyelids closing and closing as if they were about to fall asleep. It was almost time for the lunch break. Jiang Fan led a few ghost students who were sleepy from eating first to the lunch break area. The lunch area is slightly larger than the classroom. Inside, the beds are iron frames with some rust and peeling skin. There was a layer of white bedding and pillows. It reminded Jiang Fan of the healthcare room, as if it were a hospital bed. When Jiang Fan led the children inside, he discovered the nap area and the teacher of Class B next door, who had likewise brought the ghost students over to sleep. It looks like the nap area is a common resting place for both classes. Jiang Fan led the children to rest well in bed. The ghost students seemed impatient to get to bed and climbed right into it, closing their eyes and falling asleep in less than a moment. His face was cold, his chest didn't rise or fall, the covers were lifted above his head, and he looked as lifeless as a morgue corpse. The teacher of Class B next door came earlier than him. After Jiang Fan had led the three students to their last lunch break to sleep, a large portion of Class B next door had already slept. After Jiang Fan got 10 students, the students in Class B next door had all gone to bed and were completely asleep. When the teacher of Class B saw that Jiang Fan was still placing his students, he opened his mouth and bared his teeth to reveal the dense worms in his mouth, oozing blood as he greeted Jiang Fan. Mr. Jiang, do you want me to help you? The Class B teacher was very enthusiastic and walked up to Jiang Fan. His mouth was like an earthworm-like worm that kept falling down, blood red, causing Jiang Fan to have to take out his ruler and hold it against the Class B teacher so that he would not continue to move forward. No, my side will be ready soon too. Jiang Fan wasn't sure what the teacher of Class B wanted when he suddenly became so enthusiastic, but intuition told him, in the park, even if these ghost teachers are warm and kind with him and seem to be a friendly creep, don't trust them so easily. Weird Tales copy in. Is that there are some shenanigans favoring the chosen one that will give important hints, but smoking in the office, as well as bad attitude towards the students and other behaviors are shown, contrary to the goal of Jiang Fan's behavior. He guessed that not letting students repeat their deaths was aimed at protecting them, instead of being like these teachers who casually leave their students alone. Two opposite behaviors and goals. In order to ensure the safety of the ghost students, Jiang Fan would not allow any ghost teachers to intervene in the process. Sometimes he might even have to act contrary to Mr. Ghost. After all, ghost teachers' behavioral actions are the opposite of his. In this case, going against the grain may yield greater results. With the lunch break coming up, more and more of the ghost students in the class appear sleepy, and some have even closed their eyes and fallen asleep on their desks. Jiang Fan hurriedly led the Class A ghost students to the nap area. Finally, in time to get all 30 students in Class A into bed before nap time came. 12:20 p.m. Nap time has officially begun. In the nap area, all 60 ghost students in both classes were in their dreams. Jiang Fan realized that these ghost students slept extraordinarily sweet. Even the sound of rolling over and rattling their breathing was not there. The quilt was tucked over his head with a wool-white sheet coverlet, and under the white bedding, his head and feet protruded, motionless, and lying straight. After arranging for the students to sleep, Jiang Fan was also a bit sleepy. 12:21 p.m. Like it's stuck in time. Tick-tock. The cell phone he carried with him rang. Jiang Fan hurriedly took it out and looked at it. He's now split between what the cell phone does. He is only able to use his cell phone if his parents send him a message. For the rest of the day, no cell phone use is allowed. Very few weird stories have things like cell phones. There are usually, and important props, the same as the $10 left by mom and the key under the bed, which are highly likely to hide some kind of clue that is closely linked to the copy. The person who sent the message was the parent of a ghost student. Wang Hao's mom. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I want to see if my child is a good napper. He's usually very noisy at home, and I'm afraid he's disturbing the other students during nap time. If he's too noisy, please make sure Mr. Jiang takes care of him. Rose. Message. Again. From a parent. I can only use my cell phone if the only messages I can use are from parents, and those messages are about students. It's highly likely, then, that there are clues hidden in the parent's message to me. Jiang Fan found the ghost student according to the docketed name and picked up his cell phone to take a picture over. Jiang Fan, Wang Hao's mom. Wang Hao has fallen asleep and is not disrupting the class. Please don't worry. Wang Hao, usually a very disruptive non-sleeper, sleeps quietly in kindergarten. Is the problem with the mechanism of the happy kindergarten or the meal suppression? Jiang Fan took advantage of the fact that his cell phone was able to function properly and sent a few more messages. Jiang Fan, Wang Hao's mom. Is he usually naughty at home? I don't feel that at school. I feel that Wang Hao is very well behaved. Can Wang Hao's mom tell me what her child is like normally? If there are any bad habits, I will try to supervise Wang Hao to correct them. The cell phone message was sent over for a long time, but Wang Hao's mom didn't reply. Just when Jiang Fan thought that the so-called Wang Hao's mom and the cell phone would not reply, the cell phone rang again. It's Wang Hao's mom. Wang Hao's mom. Sorry, teacher. I was just at work and was busy. I didn't have time to reply. Wang Hao's mom. My child. Teacher, you take it easy. He grew up in the home is very naughty. Not at all idle. Every morning to send him to school have to delay a long time. And also, eat does not like to eat. Usually, just love to eat snacks. Wang Hao's mom, and usually at home just know to play with toys, play until late and do not go to bed. I did not expect to come to your happy kindergarten is to change a lot, but also because of MS. Jiang, you educate the good. By the looks of it, this Wang Hao mom is a busy working person. Procrastination? Doesn't like to eat? Usually mischievous, often not sleeping because of playing with toys? Mental energy sufficient? Jiang Fan shook his head. He can't educate much in his influence. A normally flawed and mischievous child who entered kindergarten changed. Not only did he not even waste the food he ate, but he also went to bed on time and was not a glutton for punishment. The difference between the two is so great that it's hard to tell that it's a student at all. Maybe, there is something wrong with what Wang Hao's mom said. Either Wang Hao's mom lied or Wang Hao came to school and really changed his behavior. Many of the ghost students were sleepy early and looked like they were listless and wanted to sleep. As for Wang Hao, he even went to bed early. Even the normally rambunctious Ji Shui became quiet. Was it suppressed by the rules of the park? Both the role of meals and the role of course schedules fall under park rule suppression. Jiang Fan borrowed the child and wanted to talk more with Wang Hao's mom, but before he got halfway through the conversation, Wang Hao's mom stopped talking back. At the same time, the cell phone couldn't send a chat message. It's as if this phone is broken. Jiang Fan put his cell phone back in his pocket. This cell phone accompanies the parents to finish chatting and has lost its original purpose. One can only wait for the next time the phone rings to see if they can learn anything from another parent. The children seemed to sleep soundly, not even turning over or talking in their sleep, just lying straight and silent. The slightly dim light shone on the bed, and some of the white quilts were still a bit bloodstained and speckled, giving Jiang Fan a feeling as if he was the corpse keeper of the morgue. Jiang Fan was a little sleepy. Just then, the blood-colored aerosol that gushed out of nowhere gradually filled the air and the entire nap area. The blood-colored aerosol shrouded the air over the classroom with a pungent smell, causing Jiang Fan to frown. This blood mist he had seen before, like a gas that would float away. And the place where the blood-colored aerosol appeared in the first place was the teacher's office, where the group of teachers gathered to pump their fingers to appear as a blood mist. Now, this blood mist has also appeared here. Jiang Fan turned his head to look. As expected, the teacher of Class B had taken out her finger and smoked it delicately, with a look of frank enjoyment. I guess it wasn't the first time the B-class teacher had done this. Smoking in the nap area after the children have gone to bed, openly, is not good behavior and exposes children to secondhand smoke and a harmful environment. No wonder. I would have signed for finger smoke in the 4th floor nap area before. The fact that you can sign for finger smokes really says something about teachers who smoke not only in their offices, but other places as well with impunity. The teacher of Class B looked at Jiang Fan looking over and naturally took out finger cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Jiang Fan, signaling Jiang Fan to smoke food together. Jiang Fan waved his hand in rejection and looked at the ghost student who was sleeping and suddenly whispered, "Do you think they'll find out and tell the parents if we do this? When parents complain about us, it's not going to work. Why don't you go to the restroom and smoke? At least they won't see it." The male teacher shook his head and took a large deep drag of his finger smoke. His voice said coldly, devoid of temperature, "Don't worry. I haven't seen them wake up at nap time in all the time I've been at this preschool. So, feel free to smoke it." Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Wake up at nap time? It seems that this ghost teacher seems to know something. What if a student wakes up with urine? No, they won't be woken up by suffocation even if the birds are in bed. You haven't been here long. It's only natural that you don't know about this. Mr. Ghost waved his hand and played with the last of the finger smoke in his mouth, casually dropping it on the ground and stamping it out with his foot. What is it? Jiang Fan took out the signed finger cigarettes from the system space and handed them over with a curious face. Teacher Ghost was obviously happy to see Jiang Fan handing over cigarettes. Taking the cigarette, the look on his face was much better and he opened his mouth. I don't know exactly what's going on, but the teacher in front of me told me that these kids won't wake up. In the nursery, children sleep well and parents are reassured. Probably, after eating and drinking, sleep soundly, and in any case doesn't wake up is all. Don't worry about smoking, Mr. Jiang. Even if they wake up, they won't know what this is, let alone tell their parents. The teacher of Class B seemed to have been in kindergarten for a short time, and smoked skillfully, talking about it with a certainty in her tone, very sure that the students would not wake up in the middle of the day. Jiang Fan nodded and took the finger smoke without smoking, just holding it, then asked, "Won't wake up? These kids are sleeping too much. Then there were no children who woke up before?" Jiang Fan wanted to know. There are no accidents in this. The fact that the ghost student would not wake up and fall into a period of weakness had something to do with the two answers he had guessed. If there has been a matter of waking up a ghost student in the middle of the day, then it is highly likely that it has something to do with the meal. After all, nap times are fixed, and if a ghost student wakes up in the middle of a lunch break, it means that this piece of speculation is wrong and doesn't exist. As if, Class B's teacher paused, some blurring in her eyes. It seemed as if there was something he couldn't say, and stayed frozen, and slowly, blood began to ooze from his features and run all over his body. It seems like, why are you so curious, Mr. Jiang? The Class B teacher suddenly stiffened and turned her head. The finger cigarettes in his hand also stopped smoking, and a pair of godless eyes coldly looked at Jiang Fan. Seemingly, noticing Jiang Fan's intentions, the teacher of Class B stood up and slowly approached. The moment, Jiang Fan's sweaty hairs were erected all over his body. His body unconsciously tightened up, and even his breathing slowed down a lot. A sense of crisis welled up inside, as if some powerful monster was staring at him, about to deliver a fatal blow. That feeling of being intensely watched made Jiang Fan almost suffocate, and his mind almost couldn't help but say something sincere. Luckily, the spiritual power had been strengthened a lot by Jiang Fan and had become strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have already stated his destination. Jiang Fan stabilized his mind and kept his face unchanged, as if he hadn't noticed the change in the teacher of Class B, and said casually as if it were business as usual. Just thought, if I really won't. I'm tired at noon, and since I won't wake up, who wants to watch these students? Oh, really? Mr. Jiang Fan? The teacher of Class B looked at Jiang Fan expressionlessly, his black aura turning into substance. His eyes were like a deep dark netherworld abyss, bottomless and cold and piercing to the bone. The teacher in Class B, indeed, doesn't talk quite the same way as before. The previous teacher of Class B spoke with casualness. It didn't give him any sense of danger. And at this moment, the Class B teacher spoke with a wary air, the implication of wanting to attack him. It was as if a different person was talking to him, to the extent that Jiang Fan's current physical strength was able to overpower the ghost students. But now even a glance at the teacher of Class B sent chills and trepidation through his body. It's not right. Class B teacher, not Class B teacher. There's powerful shenanigans coming. It felt a little stronger than even facing my mom in the other world. Jiang Fan looked at the teacher of Class B in front of him, who had his hands behind his back. His eyes widened angrily, and a kind of terrifying majesty unconsciously permeated out. Suddenly, his eyes gave a lurch and stared at the work tag worn at the chest of the teacher of Class B. It was as if thunder flashed in his mind, and he was instantly startled and his whole body was creeped out. Used the system prompts before. Hint said that work cards like to snitch on the head gardener. According to his guess, the work sign might be the eyes that the director used to keep an eye on the entire nursery. It may not be impossible, then, for the gardener to descend upon the teacher of Class B with the help of a work card. Now, it wasn't the B-class teacher who was talking to him. Instead, Gardeners. Chapter 125, Safe Jiangfan. The garden manager's strength is S rank or above. 1/4 large sheet 4K. The head gardener descended on the teacher of Class B with the help of a work sign. Jiangfan didn't doubt it in the slightest. If he gave away a single trace, he would be attacked by the head gardener. Since he was able to descend on the Class B teacher, it was only a matter of time before he attacked him. Jiangfan stabilized his heart and nodded. Yeah, these little kids are so much trouble. I'm getting a little sleepy now. Jiangfan yawned softly and shrugged his shoulders, then sat down on an empty bed and lay down upside down. It seems really sleepy and planning to take a lunch break from babysitting the kids. Based on his speculation, some of these teachers' behavioral actions in private are visible to the director, and so far, there is no control over the teachers of that kindergarten, for the reason that the director is not very concerned about what actions the group of teachers do, or rather, the director and the teacher are one and the same. As long as the parents are reassured that they can't be picked out on the surface, whatever else they do is fine. Even Jiangfan felt that the gardener thought the same way as the teachers and didn't care about any of these children. As long as he behaves like these teachers, you will be able to avoid the suspicion of the gardener. Yes, he had now aroused the suspicion of the head gardener. Jiangfan was already able to feel the intense suffocating terror coming from his breath, hovering tightly around him, and as long as he made any movements, he would be able to kill him instantly. Answered. The head gardener didn't open his mouth to speak again either, just quietly staring at Jiangfan. In those cold and dark eyes, it seemed that they had already seen through Jiangfan's heart. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just when Jiangfan was wondering if he was revealing himself and needed to call his mama to help, suddenly, the appalling suppression was gone. As if the gardener recognized Jiangfan's answer, it disappeared. Just before disappearing, the terrifying aura that was almost on the verge of coalescing into substance still tightly filled Jiangfan's side. It seemed threatening and alarming. Jiangfan was warned not to try to explore what was within the happy kindergarten and not to break the balance. Otherwise, the next time you show up, it's death. With the departure of the head gardener, the Class B teacher also returned to her original form, still with the same somewhat blurry eyes. Mr. John? Where were we? Oh, just now you said you were getting a little sleepy, so I suggested that we both get some sleep while we're at it. Seeing the head gardener leave, Jiangfan sighed in relief after being safe and sound. Sitting on his bed, he looked at the ghost students who were motionless in the napping area. Lift up the bedding on the bed next to you. The entire ghost student who was asleep stared at the blood-red eyes, full of cold and motionless. Jiangfan turned his head to look at the time on the wall. It's now 1:30, an hour past nap time. The ghost students also seemed to be gradually regaining their own eerie powers as blood spilled from their bodies and stained the sheets. It can be seen, near the end of the lunch break, the ghost students wake up one after another. After this time, the gardener possessed the body of the teacher of Class B. Although it was incredibly dangerous, the good thing was that Jiangfan managed to escape the gardener's probing sight. At the same time, the gardener's possession also brought several points of information to Jiangfan. First, as he suspected, the job boards were the eyes of the director watching over the entire happy kindergarten. The ability to descend and possess a ghost teacher through a job tag. And it was highly likely that he would use his own powerful and bizarre power to attack Jiangfan. Second, the meal may have been the key thing that suppressed and caused the ghost students to fall into a weak slumber. The arrival of the head of the park was precisely due to Jiangfan asking the park if there had been any exceptional cases of waking up ghost students appearing in the middle of the day before. No exact answer from the ghost teacher though, but it is also precisely because of the gardener that the ghost student proves to be non-regularly asleep. Even the fact that a question of whether or not they woke up in the middle of the day alarmed the director to come here is a sideways indication that the problem of ghost students slumbering in the middle of the day, is a serious one. Perhaps there was some unspoken secret that was why the head gardener was paying so much attention. Third, the gardener is very strong. The eerie aura of contamination emanating from the gardener was a bit stronger than the mom she had seen back within the otherworldly world. Via Mom Knits Sweaters system tip. But it's weird to know that Mom's strength is S level. Then, the head gardener is at least S rank medium strength, which is even better than the ghost mom. After this news was understood, Jiangfan's heart instantly fell to the bottom. The strongest he currently possessed was nothing more than the ability to summon his mother to come. And the fact that Mom's creepy strength is weaker than the gardener's means that there's no way that Mom with her S-rank power can beat the gardener, and that a draw with the gardener would be considered a good situation. Once he took on the head gardener, there was a strong possibility of death. A scapegoat doll can take a life. He didn't escape the happy kindergarten after the attack, and he couldn't escape the eventual extermination by the head gardener's contamination. Escape from the happy kindergarten. That point is out of the question. Jiangfan shook his head. When he picked up the students in the morning, Jiang Fan had seen beyond the happy kindergarten, beyond that one road where the parents stood. A little farther on, it was empty, and the front and back ends of the road, as if blocked by a fog, could not be seen. This means that he can't escape the happy kindergarten and has to stay within the campus. The gardener is likely to already have a skeptical heart towards me, although I don't know if it's because I've fooled him or because I can't go easy on him due to my own rules. But, in the future, when faced with the gardener, have as little contact as you can, and try to maintain the status quo as much as you can. The fourth and most important point, from the above information, it can be concluded, the head gardener is not a good ghost. At the very least, he'll launch an attack on the chosen one. Then the director of the school is on the same path as the ghost teachers, both of whom don't care about the ghost students, maintain a cavalier attitude, and arbitrarily enforce some incorrect education, the opposite path of his goal of protecting ghost students. There is even the possibility of an adversarial relationship, hostile with a S-level creepy. Jiang Fan felt a little irritated just thinking about it. A lantern in the toilet looking for death. If it's the usual state, the gardener won't be a threat to me. But if I offend something, such as asking the ghost students the reason for their slumber, or removing my work card, etc., it will change the gardener's attitude and remove the gardener's own rule bindings, thus turning into a big boss. But if the condition of the pass is tied to the safety of the ghost students, then the head gardener, the biggest creep leading the crowd of ghost teachers, will have to be a little more careful when confronted. The gardener's own rule bind. Perhaps I was able to look for what the gardener's own strictures were and try not to run afoul of them. Jiang Fan shook his head. How hard could it be? Nope. Taking off the job tag will be able to delay or isolate the gardener's arrival. In a system queue, the work card likes to snitch on the head gardener. Since the job boards are the watchful eyes of the director, they are also able to descend on various parts of the park through the job boards. Does that mean that by removing his work tag and the shenanigans around not carrying it, he may have prevented the gardener from finding out what was going on, and prevented the gardener from actively attacking him? This does count as a rule binding. The job board is a gardener's weapon and a gardener's yoke. Speculate on this thought. Jiang Fan paused and seemed to have thought of something, a frantic look appearing in the bottom of his eyes. Find a chance to snatch all the spooky job tags, take them off, and inform the gardener. So will the gardener eliminate the spooks? Your own ghost beating your own ghost? When all the job tags are removed, at least, the gardener won't be able to possess his shell. There's a lot of room to maneuver without a work badge to act as eyes. This presupposes that how to bypass the gardener's watchful eye and successfully remove the job tag? As of now, Jiang Fan's contact with the gardener was minimal. Becoming hostile is also just a guess. However, if he were to follow Jiang Fan's speculation that he had to protect the ghost students from any accidents during these 5 days, and the park was hiding some ulterior secrets, and kept moving forward, it would be a matter of time before he met up with the head of the park. Best situation. The head gardener is a no matter what shenanigans and a backdrop in regards to the copy. No matter what Jiang Fan did, the head gardener wouldn't come out and mess around to stop it. Worst case scenario. Jiang Fan's desire to protect the ghost students runs counter to the gardener's goals. Perhaps it is the ghost students who have to go through one death after another. Or perhaps it is the director who, as the main will of the park, collects the grievances of the ghost students as sustenance to support the operation of the whole happy kindergarten. And then again, perhaps, the deaths of the ghost students have a close connection with the director. Whatever that reason, if Jiang Fan was to pass, sooner or later, he would inevitably go to war with the head gardener. So then, unassuming job cards can be a deterrent at the first hurdle, and those ghost teachers, there is a strong possibility that it could be a deterrent to the second pass. Not to mention, Jiang Fan wanted to lure the head gardener out and explore the head gardener's office. Going into the office and signing in was no problem, but if he went through it carefully, in case he was found out, even if Jiang Fan's acting skills were good and his eloquence was top-notch, he wouldn't be able to explain it. As the most powerful creep in the entire park, something was bound to exist in the head gardener's office. Perhaps, the most crucial clue in the whole copy. How to unknowingly remove the ghost teacher's job tag and how to sneak into the office without being noticed. This was all something that Jiang Fan needed to think about. In a jiffy, Jiang Fan shook his head and looked at the clock on the wall. The clock was ticking and soon the lunch break would be over. He could only take his time to figure it out after he had gone through a full day's schedule of curricular activities. Perhaps, in the next course, at nightfall, I can find a little clue. The time came to 14:10. At the moment, there were still 10 minutes before the end of the lunch break. One by one, the ghost students woke up and rolled their heads off the beds, spilling blood all over the floor. Jiang Fan saw this and raised a smile. That's his students, with self-reflection, not the backdrop shenanigans of a puppet on strings. The silent nap area instantly clamored. Not only did the ghost students from class A splatter their heads, blood clots, and limbs in all directions, but even the ghost students from Class B next door played along. But, after a vicious glare from the Class B teacher, the ghost student in Class B immediately settled down like a quail and sat quietly on the bed, waiting for the rest of the students to wake up. 14:20. All 30 ghost students in Class A came to their senses. The beds that each student slept on were swooshed in blood red, constantly ticking down blood, and everywhere smelled strongly of rusty blood. A dozen or so ghost students wanted to go to the restroom, so to be conservative, Zhang Fan took all the students in Class A to go to the restroom with him. Ghost students lined up to enter the restroom. When Liang Hoi-ki was about to walk into the restroom, Zhang Fan quietly stood in the doorway and inadvertently took out his red hair card to view it. If, on the other hand, the red hair card belonged to Heki Liang and was signed in the lavatory, well, Helen Liang might be able to trigger something when she sees this hairpin. Pity. Liang Hoi-ki walked straight into the washroom, not even noticing the red hairpin for a second. Red hairpin. Isn't that how it works? Or, is the red hair card not lost by Heki Liang at all? Zhang Fan frowned and took out another pill bottle. It was a pill bottle he had signed for in the health room, so he should always be sure it belonged to Li Qihang. But, unexpectedly, Li Qihang didn't show any abnormality even when he passed by Zhang Fan, and was still playing with his eyeballs as marbles as usual in a dumbfounded manner. Until, when the whole class passed by Zhang Fan one after another, nothing changed. It was only then that Zhang Fan finally determined that it was his method that was being used wrongly. You can't use these check-in items like that. These ghost students are at their most dangerous when they lose their items, and possibly the time of death. Wacky forgets everything that happened before he was born. It's also natural to not remember lost items. He can't even get past the fact that he pulls out the item to see who reacts and determine who left the item behind. This method, it doesn't work. Zhang Fan pondered silently, looking at the ghost students entering and exiting. Suddenly, eyes blinking a few times, he fixed his eyes on a spot in the restroom. After using the restroom, the ghost students washed their hands. Under the sink, there seems to be something. Zhang Fan walked into the toilet and bent down to pick up something under the sink. Froze as she looked at the dusty and broken red hair card. Isn't this the red hairpin I signed in here with? Zhang Fan took the red hair card he saw and compared it to the signed one, and was surprised to find that they were identical. Not much of a difference except that the pickup is a little older. I was able to find some of the items I signed up for earlier within the fixed premises. The red hairpin that was signed just happened to be 2, and the one that was picked up was only 1 and broken. So that tells you one thing. The system signs up for items, some of which, among other things, are not created by the system out of thin air. Rather, something that is owned within that scene, or something that has been there before. System. It was equivalent to just helping Zhang Fan take a shortcut to be able to find something like this faster. Zhang Fan also discovered a thin, long strand or 2 of hair was caught on top of the red hair card I picked up under the sink. Hair strands? Girls? And the length of a hair strand. Zhang Fan looked at Liang Hoi-ki who was walking towards him. Liang Hoi-ki's long black hair, the length of her hair, was almost as long as the length of the hair on top of the barrette. The hair clipped on the red hairpin is the same as the hair on Heki Liang's head. The owner of that red hairpin speaks for itself. The red hair card is the item that belongs to the lost Liang Hoi-ki. Liang Hoi-ki, indeed, died in the toilet. Hide and seek in the realm of illusion is just as I thought it would be. The place of hiding is the place of death. The items found in the toilet allowed Zhang Fan to confirm his suspicions. If it turns out to be just suspicion, that's a yes now. Liang Hoi-ki died in the toilet. The red hairpin. It's Helen Liang's. Chapter 126, Rule 5 appears. Refusal to change the activity room. 2/4. When all the ghost students have finished using the restroom. The time came to 14:35. Zhang Fan led the ghost students to the second floor. There's 5 minutes until class starts. Monday classes after the lunch break are held in the activity room until after snack when they return to their classes to study within their classrooms to wait for their parents to pick them up after school. However, right after Zhang Fan arrived at the activity room A on the second floor, only to find that a group of ghost students, as well as a ghost teacher, were similarly ushered across the street. Teacher Ghost obviously recognized Zhang Fan and immediately greeted him with an open grin and some confusion on his face. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here? Our class will be in the activity room next period, so I'll bring the students to class early. The words fell. The ghost teacher across the room was clearly surprised. Taking the class schedule out of his pocket, he pointed to the timetable and spoke. That's not right, Ms. Jiang. The small class I'm leading, Class B, is the activity room A? You're not. Zhang Fan looked at the activity schedule in Mr. Ghost's hands. The exact same handwriting as Zhang Fan's on it after the lunch break. And the same both say activity room A class. Zhang Fan also took out his course schedule and froze slightly. See only. the schedule above him changed. From Monday Activity Room A became Activity Room B. It was as he remembered, the Activity Room A was just a fantasy, and he had come to the wrong place. In the meantime, the chosen of each country had brought ghost students to the Activity Room A on the second floor, and had encountered the same thing with various excuses to get the chosen to change classes. Really changed the schedule. And since my Activity Room C classroom is occupied by the middle school teacher and I have a soft pottery class, I have to come to Activity Room A. Mr. Oh, just go straight to the Activity Room B on your side. Odd. The chosen one of the bear country looked at the ghost teacher in front of her who had borrowed the class with some hesitation. If you don't believe me, you can look at the schedule. It's a real class change. The ghost teacher seemed a little angry. Angry that Odd was blocking the doorway to keep him out, and began to rot and ooze pus all over his body. Countless chills surged towards Aodai, drilling into her heart, scaring her into a bit of a panic and taking out her class schedule to check. See only. The Monday class at the top of the schedule became a class in the activity room. Rule number 5 said that due to the large number of classes, there would be things that would be transferred, and that I just needed to follow the rules. Odd nodded and turned to lead the ghost students to the third floor activity room. There was nothing spooky inside the activity room B. The door was wide open, as if it was waiting for a teacher to come here and teach a class. Looks like Rule 5 is right. Odd led the ghost students into the activity room and was relieved to see that nothing had happened. Stick country. Chosen one Han Jundong shook his head and then refused Mr. Ghost's request to change classrooms. I can't go to activity room B. I have to have class in activity room A. Han Jundong came down a little late, and at the moment it was almost time for class, when a ghost teacher suddenly appears and wants to switch activity rooms with him. Han Jundong refuses the request without thinking, showing up at a time when class is almost in session, rather than already in the classroom itself. Says something, at least, in their stick country. The teacher grabbed the class and changed it, but he would enter the classroom in advance, and would not come in a pinch to jam the time. So, it must be wrong to suggest a change of activity room only when class is about to start. Banana Nation, the chosen one, Punitai, is escaping the schedule to check out the curriculum when it's time. Suddenly, the ghost teacher in front of him had taken advantage of the fact that he wasn't paying attention and had stood in the doorway of activity room A, blocking the doorway so tightly as to leave an opening for only one person to pass through. The ghost students were allowed to line up to enter the activity room A. After noticing Nightai looking at him, the ghost teacher said with an apologetic look, "I'll go into the classroom first on my side. I have to teach the students to make clay figures. Mr. Pooh, hurry up and take your students to the activity room or it won't be good when class time arrives later." Punitai flinched, and he immediately put the question behind him when he was still thinking about it. The ghost teacher had let the ghost students into the activity room and Punitai didn't have the guts to dare to face the spooky straight on and let the spooky out. Hearing that class time was approaching, he hurriedly took the ghost student to the third floor activity room. Da Xia. Rule number 5 has appeared. Rule number 5. Due to the large number of classes in this institution, the schedule of activities for students may change at any time, so don't be confused. You just need to follow the new schedule of activities. So, is he experiencing a schedule change now? Seeing Jiang Fan's doubts, Teacher Ghost raised a kind and enthusiastic smile and patted Jiang Fan's shoulder and spoke. Mr. Jiang, maybe the curriculum has been changed. Originally I was going to activity room C, but since the teacher of class in activity room C is going to bring it to lead the children to paint works to hang on the class display board, so the activity room B has been switched with you. I come to activity room A and you go to activity room B. Activity room A just happens to have the handmade clay figures I need. Activity room B doesn't. Mr. Jiang is sorry. You go to the activity room. Teacher Ghost warmly and politely waved his hand and signaled Jiang Fan to lead the children to the B activity room. But, Jiang Fan shook his head and opened his mouth to refuse. No, activity room just happens to be what I need, too, and you guys didn't notify me, so I'll just take my classes here. I'm sorry, my students are here and as a teacher I don't want to make them walk more than they have to, so I'll work your students hard. By the previous rules 100% correct rate Jiang Fan has ruled out determining a part of the rules. Rules V, 6, 7, and 8 have a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3 rules that will kill or contaminate you if you follow them. Rule number 8. Supervise the students as they finish their lunches. He was not dead or contaminated due to the ghost students finishing their lunch on their own, causing him to be forced to comply. Because mom's albums didn't use up the chance to fend off pollution, then this one can be boiled down to the rule of being right, or doing it and not dying if you don't. Remove a correct rule. 1, or 2, of the 3 remaining rules exist, and following them is a false rule of death, and at most one of the rest is either correct or, not doing it won't kill you rule. That is, 1 right, 2 wrong. Doing the math this way, it's highly likely that Rule 6 is that one and only rule that favors the right one. Rule number 6. There are 6 teachers in the park plus you. This one has been seen by all faculty and staff so far, except for janitorial who has not seen it. The does, as the rules say, is this number of people? If Rule 6 was wrong, by now I should have been contaminated or dead long ago, yet it wasn't, so Rule 6 can be ruled out according to the wrong rule that excludes Rule 6's death if you do it. Well, in that case, the remaining Rule 7, along with Rule 5, go into the 2 error rules. Both are error rules. Compliance would be contaminated or dead. Rule number 5. Follow the new schedule of activities. He can disagree. Chapter 127, Copying Homework from the Western Bluebonnet Kingdom. Mortal God, save me. 3/4 makeup shift. Hearing Jiang Fan's refusal, Mr. Xiaoban hadn't reacted for a moment and asked in a somewhat confused, as well as fuming tone. What? Mr. Jiang, do you abide by the new arrangement of the schedule? Yes. I will not change my course without notice. Jiang Fan smiled faintly and led the children into the A activity room, leaving the ghost teacher out to dry. Ignoring his cold, chilling eyes, time passed by second. The young classroom teacher was still standing in the doorway of activity room A, blood beginning to flow from her body and a constant black aura emanating from her. It seemed as if he was about to strike Jiang Fan down because he had broken the rules by not following the curriculum. The ghostly student outside the door has also changed. Wide-eyed, their pupils blood-colored, they stood straight beside the window of the activity room, looking at Jiang Fan through the window in unison. It was as if Jiang Fan had robbed them of their classroom, being stared at by more than a dozen pairs of eyes. Jiang Fan saw this and was relieved inside instead. If the schedule is indeed changed, all the more reason, then, for a small group teacher to do is to enter the activity room rather than get angry at the door. The more incompetent a person is, the more they love to lash out. The same applies to creepy. At the moment, the various chosen faced different sights, and regardless of the process, the result was for the chosen to change activity rooms. The choices made were either faster or slower due to the time difference between the chosen ones in the various broadcasts. The crowds in the outside world were able to see the different choices of the chosen one. Some are adamant that they won't allow it and want to take classes in the activity room. Some hesitated and eventually went to the activity room. Others, on the other hand, haven't chosen yet. The crowd was surprised to find out that there wasn't much danger of the chosen ones agreeing or disagreeing to go into activity room or B. It was a bit confusing. Which room is this? Alas, another rule that can't be immediately seen as right or wrong. This reminds me of the choice of letting or not letting Mom into the bedroom in the last game of Weird Tales. Letting her into the bedroom, and Naya. It's only towards the end of the round that the problem becomes apparent. Quick look at the Western Bluebonnet state. I've never met anyone who can make a choice like that. After most of the chosen have chosen whether to go to activity room B or stay in activity room A, there is still a small group of chosen who have not made a choice. This includes Donald, the chosen one of the Western Bluebonnet Nation. Donald was also torn between adhering to the new schedule or not. After all, Rule 5 had said that there would be some changes to the schedule, and he just needed to comply. In the outside world, when I used to go to school, there had been a change in their class schedule as well, so with the current scenario, Donald was stuck in a dilemma of choice. The time for the class to begin was approaching. The creep in front of him grew angrier and angrier, yelling at him for not adhering to the schedule and not letting them into the activity room for class. Suddenly, Donald seemed to think of something and lit up. Looking up at the sky, he whispered, "Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I need your help. Can you help me to see how Jiang Fan of the Great Summer Kingdom is chosen? I would like to know. Thanks." Donald chose to turn to the state for help. After Jiang Fan shared some notes from the Strange Tales game earlier, as well as the first 2 ways to pass the game, Donald has been having a serious study and applying it to weird stories. There were scares. He survived the vast majority of crises, even the game, and was lucky to find a way to survive. This time, faced with the appearance of the rules, Donald was unable to make a choice and could only pray that there was homework to copy. Donald's move froze the outside world. They have never seen that the chosen one in Weird Tales seeks the answers of the appointed chosen one. This is unbelievable. It's the equivalent of putting your life in the hands of another chosen one. However, once they thought that they were trying to copy Jiang Fan's answer, the crowd released their minds. Perhaps, when a choice cannot be made, following a strong person to make the same choice is a way to save your life. The Donald's approach to this recourse has been a wake-up call to many small countries. Since their domestic talent is not outstanding, they might as well learn how Jiang Fan did it. At once, some of the chosen nations that had not made a choice, seeing that the chosen might leave the second floor and go to activity room B, gave hints to stay in activity room A classroom. In the world of Weird Tales, Donald got a tip from the state. The state sent him the choices of the crowd. as well as the choices of Zhang Fan. Donald saw that Zhang Fan chose to stay in classroom A, and then without the slightest hesitation, he followed suit. Oh, there are still 2 more chances to prompt. I hope Zhang Fan. No, Fan Heavenly God, you are able to save me. Let me live through this weird Tails game. Donald prayed too. This made the executives of the Western Bluebonnet Nation outside look a little angry and a little happy. Angry that instead of looking to the state for options, they resorted to Zhang Fan's move for reference. Happy to be. Hey, this guy, he still knows how to use his brain to find Zhang Fan. The top brass of the Western Bluebonnet Nation couldn't stop laughing. On the screen, the Dasha Country live broadcast room was adjusted to the same size as the country's live broadcast room, and watched it together. Looking at the exact same move of his own chosen on the live broadcast as the Great Summer Kingdom's heavenly choice, he couldn't help but feel some anticipation inside. Expectation. They really can copy the homework copy successfully. Chapter 128, Clay Pinchers. A ball full of art. 4/4 to make up for yesterday's shift. The time came to 14:40 and it was time for the ghost students to go to class. Just the moment the park clock struck, the small group of teachers standing outside the door in anger left. As he left, he also stared wide-eyed and fiercely glared at Zhang Fan, raising a bizarre smile, his face pale and split in two. It seems to say, you're not going to end well. I'll remember you. If you have the ability to come in, don't beep. When a creepy can't learn from my ghost students. With the help of the game active attack, Zhang Fan snorted and laughed, turning his head to look at the chaotic students at the bottom. Then, in all seriousness, he picked up a piece of mortar inside the activity room. For this class, the schedule doesn't say above what exactly is being taught. But, he came to activity room A. The activity room A is filled with a few toddler books, but more than anything else, it's a lump of gray clay. With the help of what Creepy said again, Zhang Fan planned to teach the students to pinch clay figures. You now have a piece of clay in front of you, and we can use our imaginations to squeeze it into whatever we want. Look over here, all of you. Teacher will show you first. Zhang Fan picked up the mortar and broke a piece off of it. One will gently knead it, the other will pinch it into long strips and dimple out the eyes. 5 minutes passed. The clay figure that Zhang Fan had fabricated took shape. A clay figure with a big head, a small body and 2 unequal, ugly eyes was born. Zhang Fan looked at the clayman, wide-eyed, and after a pause, he silently put the clayman aside and picked up another piece of mortar and pinched it. He decided to lower the difficulty and pinch a small flower. 10 minutes passed. A flower with 6 petals appeared. Flowers of varying sizes, and just barely able to stick together. Look a little weird. Zhang Fan clenched his fist and looked at the ghost students below who were clearly looking at him with disgust, took a deep breath and picked up another piece of mortar again. This time, it only took 10 seconds. Look everyone, this one ball just made it to my pinch. Look, isn't it round? Zhang Fan held the mortar ball high and displayed it extremely quickly in front of a group of ghost students. Then, with deep meaning, he said, the teacher didn't pinch very well, but, we have to be courageous in our craftsmanship, persevere in kneading clay figures. Even a ball is a life you create. So, class, start making clay figures, anything you want to make. Your teacher is sure you'll do a great job. Zhang Fan coughed lightly and kneaded and mixed the 2 pinched clay figures in front of him together with the orb. He really couldn't afford to lose this one. It's really handmade junk. Ask him to rub a ghost student's nose in it, and he'll make sure he's well behaved with a ruler. Asking him to knead clay figures is, ahem, too much of a stretch. The crowd in the outside broadcast room went numb with laughter as they watched the re-kneaded clay figure. Ha ha ha, my brother Fan can break into weird stories and hit weirdness, and now he can't even knead a clayman. Ahem, upstairs. What do you know? Fan is not good at everything. This is outside. It is called, born to do the work of the brain. Wow. This circle kneaded by Zhang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, is full of art. My country is willing to spend $30 million to buy it and store it in our rice museum for the world to see. 6,666. Some artists are afraid to hang themselves from the beams with a noodle on the spot. Actually, I also think that this troupe of Fan kneaded very well. Not to mention, I want to have it too. Inside the world of weird tales, as if they understood Zhang Fan's words, the ghost students began to pick up the mortar in front of them one after another and pinch it bit by bit. Zhang Fan walked over to the ghost student and began to give technical instructions. Ghost student Heike Liang pinched a normal clay figure, a cute little girl with a backpack, which fits Heike Liang's quiet personality. Zhang Fan picked up the mortar and rubbed 2 strips of clay, sticking them to the top of the girl's head. How can a little girl not have hair clips? Aren't cute and adorable hair clips so much more real when you add them? Liang Heike glanced at the hairpins that looked like 2 bugs on top of the girl's clay figure's head. The eyes suddenly fell out and rolled to the ground, spraying thick blood staining his entire body, and he lowered his head. Silent. Ghost student Zhao Xin pinches a very abstract clay figure. It's a rock. That's a great stone to pinch. Mr. Jiang, this is you who has been dead for a long time and has rotted. Jiang Fan touched the clay block. Feeling happy that his student had pinched his statue, the ghost students seemed to love him. With that, he spoke. Why don't you accompany Ji Shuai and the others to clean up after school today? There's also a lot of rotting blood and flesh on the floor. You should like it. The words fell. Ghost student Zhao Xian suddenly oozed pus all over his body, gradually rotting into blood and meat mince, gathering into a puddle on the ground. Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the ghost student Zhao Xian seems to be very excited now. Ji Shuai pinched 2 clay figures, making Jiang Fan look a little confused. One of the clay figures was missing arms and legs, and another had a split head and stomach. The ghost student, Ji Shuai, seemed happy to see Jiang Fan come over and pointed at the clay man and spoke. Mr. Jiang, look, you're being eaten by me. After Ji Shuai finished speaking, his mouth opened violently. His face skin boomed and cracked, revealing sharp teeth, constantly approaching Jiang Fan, as if in the next second, like a clay man, he was going to eat Jiang Fan. To this, Jiang Fan directly picked up the clay figure on the table and shoved it into the ghost student's mouth. 2 clay figures kneaded into a ball, just enough to stuff their mouths. Hungry, eat, I'll make a big one for you later. All the ghost students were happily pinching clay figures, although, most of them were stylized in 1,000 different ways of Jiang Fan's various deaths. But, Jiang Fan said that he was generous and could accept it. Even, some cleaning was given as a gift in return. One by one, Jiang Fan gave back gifts until, walking to the far corner of the activity room. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water running was constant, and drop after drop of cold water fell to the ground, forming a thick puddle. Only then did Jiang Fan notice that there was another person who didn't seem to be involved in the clay figure pinching class. It's Dong Gage. Ghost students around the room play with each other, trashing each other's clay sculptures, but Dong Gage was the only one who didn't pinch the clay figure, nor did any ghost students come to chat with him. Sitting calmly in the corner, even Jiang Fan almost ignored him. This one was drowned in a pool of creepy. In the classroom, it seems to be so lonely and non-existent all the time. It's like he died alone in the pool. No one noticed until the body appeared to be rotting. Chapter 129, Squeezing Clay Figures. No ghost wants to play with me. 1/3, Dong Armor Song? Why aren't there any clay figures to pinch? Mr. Jiang, ghost student Dong Gage stammered, his face pale with water droplets clattering down. His body, swollen from blisters, constantly reeked with the stench of a stinking gutter, malodorous to the core. After a few intermittent words, nothing more was said. You don't know how to squeeze? Teacher will teach you how to pinch. Jiang Fan picked up a clay figure on the table and kneaded it into a ball in no time. It's round and smooth. We can start by pinching a ball and letting it go before slowly transitioning to other shapes. Look, like squares. With a pinch of Jiang Fan's hands, a concave 3-dimensional square came out. And, add 2 small circles to the square, which are its eyes. More little long strips. This is his leg. Not a moment too soon. A rudimentary version of a square figurine was made. The pinches aren't very pretty or delicate, but, it was this imperfect clay figure that made Dong Gage's eyes brush up. The little droplets of water on his body changed into little streams that were rushing out in a steady stream of clatter. Dong Gage, you also come and do some kneading. The teacher's kneading is not good. Maybe Dong Gage your kneading will be very good and surpass the teacher. Jiang Fan's face was tinged with a smile, not caring at all about the activity room that was almost on the verge of forming a pool of water. Ghost student Dong Gage gives him a not bad feeling, with a somewhat lonely and shy personality, much like one of the withdrawn students in Jiang Fan's class after hours. That student was the only friend Jiang Fan had in the class, and was usually not talkative, even a bit stupid, often misunderstood by teachers because of incoherent speech and shyness and fear of life. Only Jiang Fan knew. That friend of his wasn't shy or didn't want to talk, but wanted to talk. Wanted to make friends, but didn't know how to talk. Ghost student Dong Gage looked straight at the somewhat comical square villain in front of him, cracked his mouth, countless sewage flowed out, and in the end, didn't say anything, just shook his head. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, I can't pinch well. I didn't pinch much either. Dong Gage, try it. Under Jiang Fan's repeated persuasion, the ghost student Dong Gage began to slowly fabricate with his hands. The arms, swollen by the blisters, were fat, and with every movement, the miserable white flesh on top of the hands would droop downward, as if they were carrying a bag of water, heavy and unimaginable. Dong Gage moved very slowly. The tiny clay ball was a bit small in his fat hands, and his chubby fingers often failed to pinch a square, and the water dripping from his hands eroded and dissolved the clay on top of the ball. On the desks, a stream of muddy water brewed into a puddle from the top of the clay mass. Mr. Jiang, I'd better not pinch it. It seemed to be because of his own clumsy movements and the constant flow of water from his body. It led Dong Gage to think that he couldn't pinch and wanted to give up. Look, doesn't this lump of clay have to be polished before it can be transformed into a beautiful and exquisite clay figure? Mr. Jiang. Dong Gage plucked up the courage to knead the unfinished clay figure again. Maybe he was a bit impatient. Maybe he was worried that Jiang Fan had waited a long time to pinch his clay figure. Dong Gage's strength increased, but the clay figure became more and more rotten, and the small stream on his body turned into a stream, like an open faucet, constantly overflowing with sewage. The sewage water irrigated Jiang Fan's calves. Jiang Fan simply picked up a stool next to him and squatted on it to patiently teach the ghost students to pinch clay figures. The sewage was smelly, and a white, oily layer permeated the surface, like muddy water in a stinky gutter that has not been cleaned up for years. Not only does it stink, but it is also permeated with little bugs. Some of the ghost students have been flooded with sewage up to their waists due to their height. Instead of loathing the foul-smelling sewage, the ghost students swam in it. Seeing this, Jiang Fan could only stand on the desk to avoid the sewage encroaching on him. Little by little the time passed. It took most of the class. Ghost student Dong Gage finally pinched a complete square figurine. Looking at the mold, the square head is slanted a bit from the upper left corner of the body, as if the flesh and blood had been cut off. The eyes, one large and the other small, dissolved under the current, dissolving some of the mud traces all over the mass and giving off a pungent odor. The hands and feet are even broken off, unattractive and a little creepy at the same time. Though the square figurine is very unattractive, one might even say ugly, and more humble than a round ball of clay. But, Jiang Fan felt that whether it was good or not, being able to get his hands dirty and overcome his inner koi dilemma was the greatest progress. Seeing this, Jiang Fan did not hesitate to open his mouth to encourage him. Look, the clay figure is easy to knead. Dong Gage is great. It's even better than the teachers. Here, reward our Dong Gage with a small flower sticker. With a smile on his face, Jiang Fan took out the sticker from his bag and tore off the little red flower sticker on it. Without any look of disdain, he put the little red flower sticker on Dong Gage's sewage-bubbling forehead, his eyes full of sincerity. Collect 3 little red flowers and you can exchange them for candy from the teacher. Dong Gage is so good at making clay figures. Can you teach the other students how to do it? Dong Gage hesitated for a moment and lowered his head hesitantly. Can I teach them? Right, but no ghost wants me to teach. Why? Because none of them play with me. They hate me for leaking. They hate me for being fat. No, they just don't see the good in you. Wait, they'll play with you. Jiang Fan poked the ghost student in front of Dong Gage with his ruler. The ghost student's body didn't move and his head turned 180 degrees. Blood bubbled from his eyes and his opening gave off a foul odor. What happened to Mr. Jiang? Don't you know how to pinch clay figures? You can ask Dong Gage to discuss about it. The ghost student looked confused. Since when does he not know how to make clay figures? Just because of the good pinching. It was also rewarded by Mr. Jiang once for cleaning the classroom. The ghost student was a little indignant, and his eyes were on fire. Pinch it and you can skip the hygiene cleaning today. Really? Mr. Jiang? The ghost student's reluctant face became happy all of a sudden, and he hurriedly interacted with Dong Gage, asking for advice on how to pinch a clay figure. Jiang Fan was relieved to see that the ghost student understood his words. Looking at Dong Gage's embarrassed and coy appearance, Jiang Fan called 2 more ghost students over. That's right, we all have to get along. How can we isolate anyone? Jiang Fan nodded in relief and looked at the sewage on the floor that was almost about to fill the table with some sorrow. He hadn't explored the activity room yet, which was now full of sewage and a myriad of tiny fleshworms, blood clots, and rotting flesh skins in it. This was undoubtedly giving him a probe that greatly deepened the difficulty. Just then, something seemed to be tugging at his shirt. Jiang Fan turned his head to look over. It was Dong Gage. Chapter 130 Obtaining Props. A clay figure made from ashes paste. 2/3. Mr. Jiang, thank you. The introverted Dong Gage finally said a smooth sentence. Instead of sewage flowing out of his face, blood rushed out and stained his entire face red. You could tell that Dong Gage was very shy. The corners of his mouth, which always drooped downward, also split, revealing sharp teeth, like a treasure, radiating his own light. You're welcome. Dong Gage pinches clay figures very well, just like a crown. It should shine among the ghosts instead of drowning itself in loneliness. Right, Dong Gage? The words fell. Dong Gage was even more embarrassed as his entire head thumped and exploded. Countless white splattered brains with traces of blood bursting and scattering throughout the classroom. Obviously, what kind of psychological shock Jiang Fan's words had given him. Gollum. Teacher. Gollum. This is a clay figure I made and I want to give it to you. Dong Gage's headless body handed over a small, gray, square figure. This is his first work. The blasted open mouth spoke muffled words in the sewage, gurgling as if choking on the water. Okay, thank you Dong Gage. Teacher will keep it in her collection. It's the first gift she's ever received. Jiang Fan smiled and took the square clay figure. Suddenly, just this moment, the sewage that filled the air around them receded quickly and disappeared. The stench was as if it had never been there, and instantly became fresh and nice. The dilapidated activity room has also become popular. The broken light in the activity room clicked on and glowed, illuminating the somewhat gray classroom. All around, the ghost students swimming in the sewage had disappeared, replaced by children who were smiling as if they were sunflowers. As if, in a split second, Jiang Fan traveled through the world to a polished and bright kindergarten classroom with many cute children. Not that cold, scary, unpopular haunted classroom. Jiang Fan smiled and shook his head. A good teacher is still rewarded, isn't it? In the ghost classroom restored to its original state, one source of cold air after another came from his hands. Although it was cold, it warmed Jiang Fan's heart just as much as the blood-colored roses. It was the cold air that reached over the top of the square clay figure that the ghost student had sent. This feels like a weird prop. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked at the clay figure in his hand, revealing a look of surprise. The words fell. A cold mechanical voice rang in his head. Unlike the system voice, this voice seemed to carry a strong deathly aura that was gloomy and cold. Congratulations to the chosen one, Jiang Fan, for his gift. Dong Gage's gift. The clay man. Mudman. A mudman made of paste from ashes is Spooky's best gift, and it might be able to do something for you. It's the sound of the Weird Tales podcast. The Weird Tales podcast actually comes on at this point? The gift of Dong Gage. Jiang Fan's eyes were certain, surprise tumbling over his face. I can't believe I got a creepy prop? Jiang Fan froze and turned his head to look at the Dong Gage, who raised a smile and carefully taught the ghost students to pinch clay figures. He was teaching the ghost student next to him how to pinch a clay figure. Cheerful and completely unlike the lonely, introverted and fearful ghost student from a moment ago. Didn't realize. He teaches the ghost student how to make clay figures, and the ghost student returns the favor by giving him weird talk props. It wasn't just Jiang Fan. In the meantime, various live broadcasting voices rang out. The chosen ones in Activity Room A were all given weird tales props in one way or another. Some as a skeleton-shaped clay figure. Some found hidden items on the shelves. And then there are the ones that just touch something and turn it into having props. The props vary in their usefulness, as well as their benefit additions. The crowd looked at what they had gained and rejoiced. This is the first time they've gotten a Weird Tales prop. In the past, it's not as if no chosen one has ever been awarded a Weird Tales prop, or glasses that can hint at the rules, or a fruit that increases stamina. And then there are props that can be used to get help from NPCs. The chosen ones who made it through the 0-star copies were the ones who made it through the Weird Tales game because of the disposable props they got from the copies. Now, they're also getting weird talk props, without a doubt, greatly increasing their chances of getting through this weird talk. Western Bluebonnet Country. Donald the Chosen looked at the props in front of him and was ecstatic. He didn't pay much attention to the condition of the ghost students. It was just inevitable that I was bored during class, and I couldn't help but pinch the dirt in front of me as I looked at it. Immediately after pinching the piece, one of the ghost students came running up to him and said he would trade what he had pinned with him. With that, he acquired a clay figure pinched by a ghost student. Sure enough, going to the activity room is the right thing to do. Otherwise, where would I have the chance to get this thing? Donald was so excited that he wanted to rush into the Weird Tales parallel dimension where Jiang Fan was, to thank him properly. It's Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan brought him such benefits. Cherry Blossom Country. Nakata Norheim froze when she heard the broadcast that belonged to Weird Tales. She was bored with idleness when she entered the activity room and rummaged around for any clues. Rummaging around to find a bookcase folder inside the activity room, Norheim Nakata saw a black cat ornament. Just as I was curious to pick it up and read it, a broadcast voice suddenly sounded. So, this thing, it's a weird prop for a weird story? Gosh, I'm in luck. Nakata Norheim was flushed with excitement. She gets props that add 2 points to her luck. It's not much, but maybe those 2 lucky points will get her through. Outside, after seeing some of these chosen ones all get weird talk props, there is still some doubt. Why didn't the rest of the chosen get the relevant props? It was found after a comparative observation. Only the chosen one who enters Activity Room A will have a chance to win the props. And the chosen one who entered Activity Room B didn't get a single prop. Countries have come to their senses. Perhaps it would be correct to follow the course schedule and enter the relevant activity room. The chosen one who entered Activity Room B presumably went the wrong way and broke the rules. Rule number 5 is the error rule. But why doesn't Rule 5 die when it's been violated? Could it be that belonging to the contaminating rules, just subsequent even to change over? The chosen one went into the country happy with the event room. And there is some melancholy in those countries that have entered the wrong event room. There have been tons of brain pounding and hating. Alas, our country's chosen one has entered the wrong activity room. Not to mention whether or not he's gotten a gift. It's a blessing if he doesn't die. Rule number 5 is actually wrong. Gosh, it feels like it's right. All of a sudden it feels like our country's chosen one Donald is very smart. Actually referencing Zhang Fan's answer. Zhang Fan YYDS. Hey. My country is also referencing Zhang Fan. God forbid. Some countries that didn't get props saw the pop-up screen and their eyes got red. Why didn't their country's chosen one enter the event room? They also want to have props too. Chapter 131, Rewarding Little Red Flowers. Reward. March 3rd, I caught a cold yesterday from blowing the air conditioner. I'll make up the chapter tomorrow. Some countries' eyes are red with envy. Some countries seem to have discovered something and are somewhat elated. Why would the Western Bluebonnet sneak in a reference to the Great Summer's answer? No, they don't allow the Western Bluebonnet nation to refer to it. At the very least, take them with you and refer to the answers of the Big Summer chosen. And so, more and more small countries are entering the Dasha live. They were right here watching Zhang Fan. Weird talk hints that there wasn't enough opportunity for them to do anything exactly like what Zhang Fan had done. At least, in the general direction, it has to be the same. The smaller nations are going crazy at the moment. They want reference answers too. They also want to learn from Zhang Fan. In the world of weird tales, Zhang Fan looked at the square clay doll that had arrived. Even though the Weird Tales podcast only had a few words, but Zhang Fan knew that the clay doll given by the ghost student was of great use. Used well, it can, even, be worth a photo album of mom's happy memories. The clay dolls might be able to do something for me. That is, something I'm not comfortable doing can be done by the clayman. For example, luring the principal out of his office at a critical moment. And then, for example, help me explore the unnameable and weird contaminated areas at night. As well, go help me explore the inside of the kitchen. There are many uses. The equivalent of a puppet doll. Zhang Fan packed up the clay dolls and began to explore the activity room. The activity room was restored to its original form. Plus with the light, some tiny areas were able to be observed. The event room is strictly speaking, with very little contamination. Zhang Fan turned on the sign-in as soon as he entered the event room. Unfortunately, only the handiwork of the ghost students in Class A was obtained. It was something that Zhang Fan had seen on the blackboards of the class's exhibitions in the corridor leading to the entrance of the park. Only, it doesn't look as good as the ones that go out on display outside. Some of the flaws have been modified as if they were AZ evil makeup. I can't say it's exactly the same. It's virtually unrecognizable. Inside the assignments, there are still some that look good, but they are not of the same high caliber as those on the board, which are drawings drawn by normal toddlers. Sure enough, as I suspected, most of what was exhibited above the blackboard was created with the help of the teacher, or, even, by the teacher himself, with but a few strokes by the students. This is more than a student exhibition. It's almost an exhibition of teachers' work. Looking at the extent of the changes, the event room gained few things, items for signing in, and a square figurine gifted by ghost student Dong Gage. Other than that, Zhang Fan didn't find anything else useful inside the activity room. The items signed in are of little use and the activity room is not deeply contaminated. Zhang Fan searched a few times before excluding the activity room from the focus list. Ding dong, an icy children's song plays. Once upon a time I had a home and a dear mom and dad. One day dad got drunk, lifted the axe towards mom. Dad chopped a lot. Red blood stained the wall red. The icy song was interspersed with a clicking sound in the middle that seemed like an axe coming down hard. There was also the sound of some women screaming piteously. Zhang Fan listened to the song with interest, and he realized that it was okay and fresh enough. At least, not coming home from school and walking down a country road. With the song, the time came to 15:40. It's time for an afternoon snack. The kitchen staff also served afternoon snacks. It's some apple with a wormhole in it. Zhang Fan had already seen it all. There was no teacher's meal for afternoon tea, and after distributing the apples, Zhang Fan took out an untouched chicken leg left over from lunch from within the system space. This is his afternoon tea. Afternoon tea was held in the activity room, where ghost students were stopping to make clay figures and eat apples. Ghost students seem to be extraordinarily fond of eating the worms inside the apples, one by one, pulling them out as if they were shivering spaghetti. Curved fat white worms were sucked down, eating horrible to the extreme. Listening to the scary songs on campus again puts the ghost students in a good mood. Zhang Fan shook his head. These ghost students, it seems, turned into little birds. Only small birds specialize in eating bugs. The time came to 15:55. Zhang Fan led the ghost students back to their classes. The next time is class study. Jiang Fan looked at the dozen or so ghost students who were sitting at their tables in a regular manner. From the time I saw these little shenanigans at 8 a.m. to the time school was about to end in the afternoon. After a whole day of bonding, these mischievous ghost students had gotten much better, or at least, didn't dare to drop their heads, blood randomly, on the ground anymore, knowing, too, how to respect him as a teacher. The moment they are cleaning the classroom, you guys clean up quickly and sweep the floor with a broom. That who? Li Chi-hung. You're a sweeper. You're not told to mop the floor with your head. Take your brain back. Jiao Xin? You don't sweep the floor and bleed at the same time. This will increase the workload of the students mopping the floor behind you. Ji Shuai. Mop the floor. How do you mop the floor with meat? Jiang Fan was a bit angry, but still patiently taught the dozen or so students who cleaned the classroom within the class. When you see a bad cleaning, you will be encouraged to continue tomorrow. Those seen cleaning up will be told to return to their seats and sit. Reward a week's worth of classroom cleaning with a prize package if you see a muckraker. Such a move made the ghost students who didn't have to clean the classroom sit even more upright. A good student's look oozing out. After a moment of chicken feeding panic, the classroom finally became bloodier. There were still patches of white on the classroom floor, but now all of it was permeated with blood and flesh. And the ghost students not only stepped on the bloodstains, but also left dirty, bloody footprints on the walls and on the ceiling. Jiang Fan had to call the ghost student, Dong Gage, to flush the classroom again with the water that came out of him. Jiang Fan was relieved when the classroom became brand new. Looking around at the ghost students below who were sitting in an orderly manner, Jiang Fan took out small red flowers and candies and began to reward the crowd. The 5 students who performed the best today are Liang Haiki, Wang Hao, Ran Xiaowei. Jiang Fan held the candy in front of the ghost student and said with a smile, "You are the best behaved students today." Rewarded with a candy bar. 5 ghost students get their candy. Jiang Fan read the name again and tore off the little red flower sticker to put it on the ghost student's forehead. You all did a great job today. 1 little red flower each. The saffron is used quickly. Every time Jiang Fan labeled a small red flower on a ghost student, the ghost student's face oozed blood and looked a little excited. It seemed like I hadn't seen the little red sticker before, and it seemed like I was being complimented by the teacher. Ghost students treat their first pinky reward with great value. Some tore off the little red flowers and reattached them to their eyes. Some put little red flowers in their brains and stuck them on the white pith of their brains. Others eat the saffron directly, allowing the stomach to protect it. Jiang Fan didn't have special treatment. The little red flowers were posted until the last ghost. Also the most mischievous ghost student within the class, Ji Handsome. The mischievous Ji Shuai didn't look at Jiang Fan and kept staring at his desk. Appears calm and doesn't care about the little red flower at all. Still, the broken hand, dripping slightly with beads of blood, couldn't hide the anticipation of wanting the little red flower inside. Here, award a little red flower to Marshal Ji. Reward, Ji Shuai knows his mistakes and is active in the class atmosphere. The ghost student, Ji Shuai, looked up and seemed a little surprised, his eyes dropping out. He hadn't expected that a ghost as mischievous as himself would be able to earn a little red flower. Little red flowers, that's a reward that belongs to good students. That's all. 30 ghost students within the class have little red flowers. Even the most mischievous Ji Shuai got a little red flower. I don't know if it was Jiang Fan's illusion. The classroom, after the last little red flower was posted, was noticeably quieter. The ghost students all lent their eyes falling out, their heads spinning 180 degrees, and some even lay on their backs on the ceiling, quietly, looking straight at him, icy cold, clueless, a flash of unknown emotion on his miserable face, like the way kids look at their moms and dads. It seems to be, ruefully. Chapter 132. Jiang Fan is more like someone from Weird Tales. Parents who picked up the ghost students. 1/4. Outside, the nations watched the scene with some unspoken meaning. Look at Jiang Fan and Dasha leading the ghost students to clean up and reward them with little red flowers. And look at the other chosen. Either that or the ghost students were brought to the classroom unattended. Either that or hide behind the podium, cowering in fear of all the bloody antics of the ghost students. The difference between the two was like an abyssal chasm that separated the two worlds. I have to say, Jiang Fan really seems to look like a kindergarten teacher. Jiang Fan of the Dasha country has the ability to suppress the ghost students. Our country, not to mention suppression, don't be bullied by the ghost students is good. Actually, I don't think it's helpful. It's just weird. There's no need to be that way about theirs. I also think that direct force suppression, what rewards, lectures and other behavior, in fact, a bit superfluous. The most important thing is to pass the level is okay. The countries were a bit puzzled by Jiang Fan's behavior. In their view, creepy is creepy, and no amount of amicable attitudes toward them will still not make them human. Why spend all this energy? After all, a copy of Weird Tales, pass is good. Even as a teacher, casually making a show of being a teacher. Not being a real teacher in this kindergarten. There's no need to be so dedicated. Except for Dasha. Dasha still had some understanding of Zhang Fan's approach. Dasha's Weird Tales group. Wei Jian looked at the scene in the live broadcast. He didn't understand why Zhang Fan would do this. But, based on the first few copies, Zhang Fan must have his reasons. Zhang Fan always had his unique way of thinking about getting through. They just have to be unconditionally supportive. I noticed something. Did you observe it, team leader? Zhang Fan seems to put goodwill into every good party shenanigans. Like xin. Like mom. Looking at what Zhang Fan did. I don't know if it's just my illusion, but I always feel that Zhang Fan, it seems as if he's someone from the Weird Tales game. Member Wang Jie suddenly spoke. Reason told him that Zhang Fan was a native of the Dasha kingdom, not the weirdness of strange tales. But, on the last time out, Zhang Fan had a passionate blood, but the emotions revealed on the surface were actually not much. It seems, always, to be a sure thing, and mature enough to make you feel secure. And to the copy of Weird Tales, Zhang Fan, however, would shed that touch of gentleness and treat some weirdness, seems to see them as their family, friends, and not just weird talk game NPCs. Then within the great summer of the outside world, Weird Tales world, Zhang Fan is more of a person now. Show joy in the face of weirdness. I feel it too. Zhang Fan's perspective on weirdness is different from ours. It feels, in his eyes spooky, that each one is a living, breathing human being with communicative qualities and both sides are maintained on a more equal footing. Don't we view the weirdness in the copy of the weird talk, as something horrible that threatens the lives of the chosen? However, I do like Zhang Fan's mentality character. At least, it doesn't control the mind by the weirdness in the Weird Tales, the tightness when facing danger all the time. In the following, even if you pass the Weird Tales copy continuously, sooner or later, you will become crazy. After all, there is only a difference between genius and madness. Wei Jian had a kind smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Fan, who was praising the ghost students in the live broadcast. Whatever the reason, either to get through or simply from the heart, Zhang Fan was all emanating a steady stream of light. That was the unique personality charm that belonged to Zhang Fan himself. Inside the world of Weird Tales, as time slowly passes, one by one, parents are starting to pick up their ghost students. They will be notified by the security guard and the ghost students will be allowed to leave the classroom and go home. Ding! The cell phone rings. It was the security guard who told the news via cell phone. Zhang Fan looked at it and turned his head. Ran Shelwei, your mom is here to take you home. The ghost student named Ran Shelwei stood up with her backpack. Zhang Fan held Ran Shelwei's hand and sent her all the way down the school building to the entrance of the park, nodding a smile at the sight of parents waiting outside the park entrance. This is the ghost parent who sent Ran Shelwei here in the morning. Ghost parent status? No questions asked. Zhang Fan handed the ghost students to their parents. The parents were obviously thrilled to see Zhang Fan and rushed up to ask Ran Shelwei about various school situations. Ran Shelwei did a great job today. One of the few best performers in our class. Oh, really? Hearing the words praising their own children, the ghost parents were a bit pleasurable, full of smiles as they kept pulling Zhang Fan to ask about things through the campus iron gate. At the end of the day, after greeting Zhang Fan, he took Ran Shelwei and left out of Zhang Fan's line of sight, disappearing into the misty fog as if he had never appeared. Parents left the park with their children, and Zhang Fan was not required to come down. Just send the ghost students straight downstairs on their own and follow their parents back. But, Zhang Fan wasn't sure if Rule 10 was right. If Rule 10 isn't right, or if there's no such thing as a parent picking up a student early, then, it is possible that the ones who come to pick up the ghost students are the rest of the strangers or scammers. And by the time they don't come down and don't know what's going on, they may be breaking the rules. Likewise, there is no guarantee that the ghost students will be safe. Zhang Fan intended to do it himself. As he said, he needs to keep every ghost student safe. It's not just about words, it's about action. Chapter 133, Liang Heiqi's mom. Single-parent family. 2/4. Zhang Fan went upstairs again once more. It didn't take long to bring two ghost students downstairs and hand them all over to their parents in turn, one after another. Nearly half of the ghost students were picked up. The number of ghost students in the class is also less. Ghost students are also picked up and dropped off by ghost parents in the live rooms of various countries. Some personally go downstairs and deliver ghost students to their parents. Based on their observations, it seems that the ghost teachers on this campus, as well as the director, have a somewhat warm attitude toward ghost parents. In the world of weird stories, one creepy treats another creepy differently. Then it must be worth looking deeper. The chosen want to see it. If they had treated the parents just as warmly as the rest of the ghost teachers, would they have triggered any drama and learned any clues? Some of the chosen did not send the ghost students down. No other way, These chosen ones are almost scared out of their wits by the ghost students. So where do they get the courage to send a few corpses down the stairs? By 1750 minutes, Zhang Fan sent the last ghost student away. The last ghost student is Heki Liang. Heki Liang's mom arrived late, almost closing the park before she rushed in. Zhang Fan had a strong impression of her. She is the first parent to drop off her student at kindergarten when it opens in the morning. At this moment, Liang Heike's mom was a bit tired and full of sleepiness, riding a broken bicycle to reach the entrance of the park. Seeing Zhang Fan, a smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with respect for his teacher. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'm late. Heki Liang's mom exudes simplicity. Seeing Zhang Fan, he panicked and wiped the sweat from his head, as if he was worried that his dirty appearance would give Zhang Fan a bad impression. The factory is working overtime. I've been busy for a while now, and I have to trouble you, Mr. Jiang, to wait. It's okay, it's no trouble. Zhang Fan smiled and responded that it didn't matter. Liang Heike mom, this situation he understands. Usually appear in the migrant workers. The usual. The earliest you can get to work, the latest you can get off. Pick-up and drop-off times are also discussed and decided according to the commute time. Even sometimes it's too busy to pick up the kids at all. Looking at Zhang Fan's affectionate gestures, Liang Heike's mom's smile became even brighter and her speech was less formal. Zhang Fan made use of Liang Heike's situation at school to chat with this ghost parent. In a jiffy, looking at Liang Heike, who was waiting quietly on the side, not making any noise and being serene, Zhang Fan tenderly rubbed Liang Heike's head. Liang Heike was a single parent and it was not easy for her mother to raise her. Not only do they have to raise Heike Liang on their own and transport her to and from school, also responsible for everything in the house, as well as carrying on with the daily grind. No wonder, Heki Liang has always been the best behaved creep in the class. Liang Heike's good behavior and her single parent background made Zhang Fan a little more curious about the way she died. The hiding place in the hide-and-seek illusion is on the 4th floor, the one with the deepest contamination and the place where Helen Liang died. Zhang Fan wanted to know how Liang Heike died and why she died inside the toilet on the 4th floor. Who is it that has the heart to hurt such a well-behaved child and destroy an already difficult family? Although Zhang Fan wasn't sure of the answer. However, Zhang Fan was able to perceive from these words of the ghost parent. Perhaps it was just this week that something tragic happened because of yet another late pickup of a child by a parent of Liang Heike. After all, it can be confirmed by the book bag on the toilet floor in the illusion that Heike Liang died during the time when school was out, with Liang Heike being picked up. At this point, all 30 ghost students in class were dismissed from school and left safely. This made Zhang Fan breathe a sigh of relief. At least, there's no need to judge whether Rule 9, the rule about giving ghost students left after 6 to the head gardener, is the right one, rightly or wrongly. He didn't want to meet up with the head gardener at the moment. At this moment, there are still 10 minutes left before the park closes at 1800 hours. The Happy Kindergarten has dinners in the building, and these dinners are delivered to the dormitories by the cooks, so that the teachers can eat them when they return to their respective dormitories. Zhang Fan didn't want to go back to his dorm room for dinner yet. First, dinner on campus, which, when you think about it based on the teacher breakfast lunch comparison, isn't much better. He has a deluxe lunch as well as a variety of foods to eat on the go. Secondly, the appearance of the teacher's dormitory apartment was just too lurid, and Zhang Fan did not want to enter inside the tombstone early. Third, and most importantly, Zhang Fan wanted to take advantage of this time to explore the classes. Large, medium and small. Excluding the large class A that he led, the rest had a total of 5 classes. Zhang Fan wanted to know if there were any students left in the class within the other classes, and if they had all been transported home by their moms and dads. If all of them are transported home, then it is possible that Rule 7 is wrong. After all, where are the boarding school students at night when they've all gone home? The bottom line, Zhang Fan didn't realize that there were dormitories in the park for the ghost students to stay in. The campus is not equipped with dormitories for ghost students to board. Ghost students were also all dismissed from school to go home and leave the campus. Then, it would be a scary thing to see a ghostly student out on the campus at night. Zhang Fan quickly cruised through the various floors of the school building, looking at the lights that were all extinguished within the classes, confirming that all the ghost students had already returned home from school. On the way, Zhang Fan also met the teacher of small class B, the ghost teacher who wanted to switch classes with him in the afternoon. The ghost teacher was covered in blood and had some black lines on his body, like a mannequin that had been stitched together after being dismembered, staring at Zhang Fan with wide, stiff white eyes with a thick aura of resentment. Mr. Jiang, what are you strolling around here for? It's hard to believe that you want to find something? The ghost teacher gave a wry smile. As if he had grabbed Zhang Fan's handle, he let out a piercing laugh. No, I dropped something so I came to look for it. By the way, what are you doing here? It's not like you've done something nasty, is it? Jiang Fan kicked the ball back again and hooked up the corner of his mouth sarcastically. Yeah, I was looking for my finger. Did you see it, Mr. Jiang? Mr. Ghost lifted his severed hand that had left blood on it, as if to scare Jiang Fan. His neck suddenly stretched out several meters and violently came to Jiang Fan, cracking his mouth. His blood-red eyes kept looking at Jiang Fan, as if he wanted to swallow Jiang Fan into his belly. Jiang Fan took out his ruler and held it against the ghost teacher. Back off. Did you eat garlic yesterday? Your speech stinks like a fart. Your finger? You mean that thing? Jiang Fan raised his hand and pointed to the broken finger on the ground not far behind ghost teacher. Dry, purple fingers writhing in a pool of blood were slowly crawling towards the ghost teacher, dragging out an extraordinarily oozy trail of blood. Chapter 134, Kick It Off. The Happy Kindergarten at Night. Ghost Teacher's Offline Behavior. 3/4. The ghost teacher not only didn't feel happy when he saw his broken finger, but even extended his other hand, which was full of nails. Mr. Jiang, thank you for finding my broken hand. So, I lost my dinner too. Can you help me find it? The ghost teacher's whitish eyes revealed bloodlust, sticking out his blood-red tongue and licking his mouth, looking at Jiang Fan as if he had seen his dinner, overflowing with a crazy and bizarre look. Oh, no need to look. My dinner is you, Mr. Jiang. Before he could finish his words, Mr. Ghost realized that Jiang Fan had run away. There was something strange about the direction of escape, actually running towards the pool of blood. Dinner? I'm sorry, but you probably won't get your dinner because how are you going to eat it without your hands? Jiang Fan bared his mouth and smiled to reveal his large white teeth. Immediately after, the foot kicked, sending fingers far, far away, straight down the stairs. Fingers fall off. That kick from Jiang Fan went a long way. It made the finger land directly on the top of the tree in the playground downstairs. Jiang Fan hooked his mouth in a smile. Ouch! What kind of crap is this? Ah, so it's your finger? I'm really sorry about that. I meant it. The ghost teacher watched his finger being kicked down below, so angry that the well-sewn black threads on his body snapped apart, and his body's resentment continued to bubble up, pressing towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan directly raised his leg again. A kick. This time, it directly kicked even Mr. Ghost down. Clunk. Like something hitting the ground hard. The ghost teacher directly face down on the ground stirred up gusts of dust and dirt, and the flesh and blood on his body instantly split apart, turning into a pile of flesh and mud. Without the interference of the ghost teacher, Jiang Fan explored more smoothly next, until, looking at the entire school building, Jiang Fan made sure of his point. Now that all the ghost students have gone home from school, any further appearances or sightings of ghost students at night will prove that Rule 7 is wrong. In parks that have gone through ghost students reappear at night, and in addition to being contaminated themselves, that's a problem with the rules. After strolling through the entire school building, the time came to 6:30. The sky dimmed like a scene from a horror movie. Faint gray night light spilled over the entire park, like a thin layer of blood gas, diffusing and enveloping the entirety of the park, causing the chosen to shiver with a coldness in their backs. It was as if all the teachers on the campus had returned to their teachers' bedrooms. Jiang Fan wandered all the way down without running into any more ghost teachers. None of the ghost teachers, including the one he had just kicked down, had come after him. There were no lights on at the happy nursery. A dimly lit landscape illuminated only by moonlight. Walking in the empty park. Silence. A cool wind blew. The leaves issued a rustling sound. Through the moonlight through the ground. Quiet. Eerie. Jiang Fan walked to the teacher's apartment. Shrouded in gray moonlight, the rows of strangely shaped teachers' apartments, now sitting in the shape of tombstones, were claustrophobic. Only, while observing the park during the day, there are no doors on the teachers' apartments, only windows. Now, there was an additional blackened wooden door on the clean white wall. This teacher's apartment can only be entered at night, so it shows out at night? Jiang Fan pushed with his hand. According to his guess, the 13 tombstones, the 13 teachers' dormitories must have had his dormitory. All he had to do was find his bedchamber and spend the night in it in peace. Jiang Fan pushed for half a day, hopelessly. The first door was not his dorm room. It was empty and soundless, and apparently devoid of shenanigans. Jiang Fan walked to the second door again and pushed it with his hand. Ka-chow. This time, the wooden door was opened. The second door could be opened. But, again, it wasn't Jiang Fan's dorm room. A creepy came out covered in blood, a ghastly white face, lifeless eyes, and a rigid form. Looking at the weirdness that suddenly came out, Jiang Fan's pupils shrunk. A body silently appeared from the tombstone-like bedchamber, and instantly, the atmosphere was eerie to the core. Jiang Fan remembered that this was the kitchen cook. The kitchen cook is at the second door. Is there another kitchen creepy living inside that first door? Jiang Fan pushed the door downwards. A third door was pushed open. A creepy one with a big belly appeared. The thick smell of grease wafting through the air. His clothes long since filthy and stained with black grease. Is this a kitchen cook too? Who's in that first door? Jiang Fan continued to push the door. Out of the fourth door came a swollen, ghastly white corpse. It's security. The fifth fan was pushed open. What surprised Jiang Fan was, the one who came out of this was actually Mr. Ghost, the teacher in charge of small class A. Teacher Ghost stared at Jiang Fan dead in the face, as if he was angry that Jiang Fan had disturbed his rest, and he exuded a gloomy cold aura. It's very angry looking though. However, it did not take the initiative to attack Jiang Fan. This made Jiang Fan breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the way he pushes through the knockers doesn't break the rules, and these shenanigans can't do anything to actively attack the chosen one with the help of the game like the ghost student did. Belongs in the backdrop category of creepy. Jiang Fan looked at the layout inside the teacher's apartment through the ghost teacher. Nice guy. It's pitch black. It was like the giant mouth of an abyss, which dispelled Jiang Fan's thoughts of going in as a guest for tea. Sorry, knocked on the wrong door. The fifth door was not his dormitory. Or rather, the fifth door had only begun to belong to the sequence of teachers' dormitories. Jiang Fan then came to the sixth door and pushed it. This time, out came Jiang Fan's enemies. Quartered body like falling down the stairs smashed. Brain matter stained all over the body a white. With this bizarre appeared. All around the air is emitting a strong smell of blood. It is the teacher of small class B. The ghost teacher was as expressionless as the last ghost teacher, looking straight at Jiang Fan. This made Jiang Fan realize that there was a hint of something wrong. It seems that Mr. Ghost is not as lively as he is during the day. The teacher of this small class B hated him that much and he wrestled the ghost teacher down the stairs. How come when you see him now, you're calm instead? Shouldn't it be extremely angry? Mr. Ghost is in such a state. It made Jiang Fan think of the ghost students who were forced to go offline during the lunch break during the day because of the meal suppression. Could it be that this teacher's apartment has a suppressive effect on the ghost teacher? Or, after the time passed 6 o'clock, the ghost teachers went on a collective hiatus because of the limitations of the rules of the park itself? In the park, ghost teachers and ghost students have corresponding restraining props. Ghost students are meals, while ghost teachers are back in the teachers' apartments. Chapter 135, The Eyes That Appeared in the 13th Teacher's Apartment. Death and Doom, 4/4 filler. It wasn't hard to verify this conjecture of Jiang Fan's. Jiang Fan walked to the 7th teacher's apartment again and pushed open the door. Similarly, out walks a third ghost teacher. A teacher from the middle class, Class A. Still expressionless, his body was permeated with a cold aura, as if he was a living dead man who had walked out of an ice coffin. Sure enough, this apartment has a suppressive effect on the ghost teachers. Or perhaps, by the time the garden closes, all these ghost teachers have gone offline en masse. Jiang Fan turned his head to look at the 5 doors in front of him that had been pushed open with shenanigans. Those ghost teachers who were disturbed out by Jiang Fan. The faculty and staff didn't go back to their dormitories, but turned their heads and looked at Jiang Fan with unblinking eyes. Motionless, as if it was a human puppet. It gave people unconsciously goosebumps and chills all over their bodies. Jiang Fan didn't care, ignoring the watching eyes behind him. Going down in this order, the doors correspond in turn to the class teachers. The 6th door is the dormitory of the teacher of small class B. The 7th door is the dormitory of the teacher of the middle A class, plus the bedrooms in the front. By now, Jiang Fan had understood the apartment dormitory layout. The first 4 doors, in order, are no creepy, cook, and security. The back is sorted by classroom teacher. Take this as a word of speculation. It would be the janitor who lived inside the first door. Then, the 9th door, which is Jiang Fan's dormitory. Jiang Fan did not directly open the 9th door, but knocked on the 8th door. There's a saying that lice don't itch. Jiang Fan wanted to see what shenanigans lived inside these 13 blocks of teachers' apartments. With the faculty and staff, including him, there are only 11 rooms total. What shenanigans live in the 2 extra rooms? Perhaps that extra weirdness could be the clue. It will also verify that Rule 6 is the correct rule or not. The shenanigans inside the 8th door came out. Is the teacher of the middle B class? Jiang Fan crossed the 9th door and went to push the 10th door. The teacher of the older class B came out. Then, by that reckoning, the 11th door is the gardener's bedchamber. Jiang Fan skipped the gardener's dormitory and directly pushed open the 12th door. Unexpectedly, there was no spooky coming out of the door. Is it possible that, like the janitor at the first door, you go to work at night to clean up? Jiang Fan pushed the 13th door again. Still, no shenanigans coming out. Jiang Fan frowned. It seemed he wasn't able to tell by pushing the door. The teacher's apartment. How much weirdness was inside? Jiang Fan looked at the same tightly closed kitchen, and then turned his head to look at the creeps who were always staring at him. He decided that it would be better not to explore the kitchen tonight. Zhang Fan hadn't had the guts to reach the point of being able to sneak into the kitchen in full view of everyone. This is dangerous, especially if the head gardener already suspects him. With that, he had to turn around and go back to his dorm room. Places in the park, daytime including nighttime, he had just explored. There doesn't seem to be anything of note. Even the campus at night didn't seem too different from the daytime, except for the extra door on the faculty apartment side, which was the same as during the day. Furthermore, Zhang Fan did not intend to show such obvious movements in the middle of the night with all the weird stares. Just as Zhang Fan was about to turn around and go back to his dormitory room in an instant, suddenly, a pair of white eyes peeked out of a window in the wall of the unresponsive 13th room. It was similarly emotionless and ice-cold as he looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was stunned. These eyes were too small. Not like adult eyes at all. It seemed like the boy's eyes from The Curse, giving off an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Inside the 13th room, living spookily as a child. Are there still ghost students on the campus who haven't left the campus after school? That's not right. If it's not leaving the campus, how come this is the only kid? And ran away to the teacher's apartment? A child. Zhang Fan looked at the pair of eyes that were sticking to the window. Suddenly his mind seemed to think of something and he raised his eyebrows. He remembered the photo album that had appeared in the janitor's room in the vision. Since the establishment of Happiness Kindergarten, 29 classes of students have graduated. 31 of those students were missing during the current director's administration. Originally, Zhang Fan had thought that with 30 ghost students in his class, it was possible that the one with less had not turned out to be weird. As a result, it's now a little spooky to see a little spooky in a teacher's apartment. Perhaps, instead of appearing within the class, the 31st ghost student was trapped within the 13th teacher's apartment tombstone. In the meantime, outside, the Daxia strange talking group, Wei Jian looked at the eyeballs peeking out of the window of the live teacher's apartment, froze in surprise. Didn't Zhang Fan already explore the entire park just now? Those ghost students were obviously sent away, and now there are actually ghost students remaining in the park. Rule number 7. For the wrong rule. However, why does this creepy not stay anywhere else but within the teacher's dormitory? Perhaps there is a clue as to why? Wei Jian's eyes lit up. The crowd at the bottom saw this and thought about it. Suddenly, a man spoke up. Group leader. I think it might have something to do with the number of teachers' apartments. Oh, group leader. I have had the experience of studying abroad, and in some places, the significance of numbers represent different. You mean 13? The members nodded without saying anything more, and the crowd understood. The people here are all elites, possessing a wealth of knowledge as well as experience, and instantly thought of the points that had been overlooked before. The number 13, which can mean nothing in this country, is a commonplace number. Compared to special numbers such as 4, 8, 6, 13 is unassuming in Daxia. But, in some Western countries, the number 13 represents unlucky, unfortunate, evil and other meanings. On the campus, there are exactly 13 teachers' dormitories, and the dormitory apartments are shaped as if they were tombstones. Tombstone, representing death. 13, for misfortune, evil. Does the 13th teacher's dormitory, then, have a double overlay of significance? Of extremely grave evil and misfortune? Death and doom go hand in hand? That's why it attracts the stay of ghost students. Chapter 136, Truly Happy Kindergarten. The Upside Down World. 12/4 combined chapters 4K+. Inside the world of weird tales, scarlet red eyes were glued to the window and the room was dark. Zhang Fan came closer wanting to take a closer look at what the owner of these eyes looked like. The helpless thing is that after observing and scrutinizing for half a day, you still can't see the rest of the 5 senses. The ghost's eye saw Zhang Fan locking eyes with himself on, as if it was curious, moving up and down, following Zhang Fan's line of sight as it kept changing in the darkness. As Zhang Fan looked on, he suddenly noticed something. The height of this teacher's apartment window, which reaches almost to the side of my neck, is 1 meter 7, and the creepy eyes seem to be children. But, children aren't this tall. Also, the bloodshot eyes stay mostly above the window, only occasionally coming below, and only for a second or two. The black pupils inside the eyeballs are forever looking down, as if the creepy inside is so high up that it needs to look down at me. This feeling was strange, making Zhang Fan a little puzzled. Looking up at the height of the floor of the teacher's apartment, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes suddenly narrowed with a strange expression. The teacher's apartments are not very high, similar to small bungalows with simple furnishings. I don't know if it was a matter of Zhang Fan thinking too much. He always felt that the creepiness inside was backwards. The height of an average child is almost 1 meter 3 or 4, and if the room was an upside-down view, little Creepy just happened to be standing on the floor. It also explained why Creepy's pupils were always looking downward, with eyes higher than his. and existed only for a second or two on an equal footing with him. Because, Spooky is jumping up to be able to show this phenomenon. Think of the scene inside the house or perhaps of the world in reverse. Jung Fan couldn't help but be shocked for a moment even though he had already gone through multiple horrifying stimuli and reinforcement. The world of the netherworld and the world of the sun are two different worlds, flipped upside down. Just as the world of the netherworld is in a different dimension. So, does he still want to enter his teacher's dormitory? Jung Fan turned his head and glanced at his teacher's dormitory number 9, as if it was a tombstone and erected there, white and miserable with a gloomy glow. Another look at the creeps who were staring at him dead in the face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 creeps plus a pair of eyes all over me. You guys are really looking down on me. Jung Fan took another close look at the eyeballs in room 13. Intuition told him that the extra room 12, room 13 must have some clue. Unfortunately, no matter how much Jung Fan looked at it, the rest of room 13 was pitch black and nothing could be seen except for the eyeballs on the windows. Under the eyes of everyone, Jung Fan was also unable to use the universal key to directly break in. Hopeless. Jung Fan was only able to return to his dorm room. The moment I pushed the door open, it was dark inside and blew out a gust of cool, icy wind. The door was like a monster with a huge gaping mouth that seemed to be about to swallow Jung Fan in the next second. Jung Fan took a deep breath and lifted his foot to step into the room. Suddenly, it was as if time and space had gone back, and heaven and earth had been reversed. Jung Fan felt a wave of dizziness, followed by his body being uncontrollable, as if falling towards an abyss. The darkness in front of him, like thick water, gradually dissolved as if a drop of water had been dropped into it, revealing the interior of the house. The house was a bit run down, with creaking boards on the floor, an old TV, a wooden table, and a moldy single bed. In the meantime, Jung Fan fell to the ground with a loud thud. Sure enough, the view inside the house was two flipped worlds from the outside, and I entered the bedchamber, seemingly through the doorway, but actually falling through the ceiling. Jung Fan stood up, turned his head to look out the window and murmured, and not only is the world upside down, but even the outside world is different from the happy kindergarten. Through the window, a large blood color came into view, scarlet-colored tree. The tree stretched out countless pairs of young hands, wantonly extending outward, climbing on the walls of the school building, forming a dense net, enveloping the building. A number of highly decomposed corpses piled up under the tree, chunks of intestinal flesh hanging from hairy branches, providing a steady stream of sustenance for the trick tree to nourish the beating heart in the middle of the tree. Knock, knock. Strong throbbing sounds continued to ring out. A dozen or so large trees fed out dozens of hearts, emitting a faint blood-colored red light that grew on a large net made of hands that flickered and shone to illuminate the entire happy kindergarten. The ground was covered in blood-soaked stone tiles, blood gushing out, and the road was no longer a road, but a large river several meters long. In the sky, the blood-colored moon hung in the sky, illuminating the whole weird world. This blood moon is somewhat similar to the one that appeared at the very beginning when we opened the Weird Tales. Jung Fan looked out of the window at the suddenly changing scenery and his expression became grave. The windows are small and you see very little, but just by virtue of this scene, it was already clear that the happy kindergarten scene outside the door was nothing like the one inside. Compared to the blood-colored world inside the door, all those horrible things that appeared outside the door during the day were child's play. This kind of world made up of limbs, endless blood, and grievances. I think I've seen it there before. It's somewhat the same as the otherworldly world in Mom's room. But Mom is restoring scenes from her deepest memories, and the happy kindergarten is going to be a little more serious. Blood moon, the great tree, heart, hide and seek, the fourth floor and the hide and seek illusion? Jung Fan's eyes widened as he seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. This scene is similar to the fourth floor in the hide and seek game. It's all surrounded by blood mist, except that the fourth floor is so heavy that you can't see your surroundings, but you can see out the window, and the world outside the window may be a truly happy kindergarten. Jung Fan withdrew his line of sight and looked at the layout of the dormitory. He was going to look around the dormitory and see if he could find anything. Jung Fan turned on the bedside television, and a snowflake screen appeared inside, making a nuisance sound. There was nothing inside the TV that he wanted. Immediately after, on the bed, under the bed, in the cupboard, etc. Jung Fan searched for them all, carefully not missing every corner. In the process of looking for clues, Jung Fan opened the sign-in. Ding! Dormitory 9 checked in successfully, and received a broken camera. The old camera, the old head gardener always used to use it to record the children's interesting life. It could take in a lot of things, including some of them that didn't exist. I can't believe it's the old gardener's camera. It can photograph a lot of things, including some non-existent them. Does this them mean spooky? Jung Fan took out the camera. The camera showed an oily green color, The top seemed to have been used many times, showing mottled traces of history, ancient and worn out. There's not much film left inside the camera. Just one. This caused Jiang Fan to be greatly disappointed. Does this mean that the camera can only be used once? Jiang Fan spat, putting away the camera and preparing to explore the outside world when, as if he had discovered something, he suddenly gave his hand a lurch. There is a hole running the entire length of the front and back of the camera. That is the lens of the camera. Through the lens of the camera, Jiang Fan vaguely saw a flash of black. Black? Can the camera capture something else? Maybe the camera doesn't just take pictures. It's through the pictures that you can see those things. Jiang Fan raised the camera and pressed the lens of the camera tightly to his eyes. When he saw clearly what the black thing was, Jiang Fan took a deep breath. See only. Through the camera's viewpoint, the entire house goes dark. At first Jiang Fan thought the camera was broken. Until, that is, when Jiang Fan tried to move his feet to look for any clues inside the house. Jiang Fan realized that he couldn't move and couldn't lift his legs. The very point where he lifted his leg, it was as if he had kicked something with a dull thud. The surrounding space seemed to be compressed, leaving only the small empty space where Jiang Fan was. That voice, something's wrong. Jiang Fan reached out his hand and tried to touch the surrounding area. Feeling the icy cold touch coming from his hand, Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. His left eye didn't look inside the camera and saw the same teacher's dormitory layout. In his left eyesight, his hand reached halfway up in the air and could no longer rise higher. And in the vision of the right eye camera, his hand clearly hit the block. The two different images looked very bizarre. What surprised Jiang Fan even more was, he was actually able to touch the image that came out of the camera. The hand that was raised touched the border of darkness inside the camera. It was as if it was touching another parallel time and space. There's something next to him, or rather, something imprisoned him. Jiang Fan raised his camera and kept feeling for the edge of the darkness. Slowly, Jiang Fan realized that the boundary lines around him seemed to be connected together in a rectangle, and he could feel the splash of 90-degree angle where the two sides and the front met. It wasn't just the sides of his body that were cold to the touch. Even the top of his head, which was but an inch away, had the same touch. Jiang Fan knocked on the surrounding borders again. The droning, dull sound, as well as the smooth, cold touch, and the 90-degree angle of the rectangular space, caused an incredible thought to slip through Jiang Fan's mind. Rectangular, and just enough to confine me, and with this dull knocking sound, is not, coffin? In the camera's view, I'm trapped inside a coffin. It wasn't just Jiang Fan. The rest of the chosen ones from each country who entered the teacher's bedroom saw a different kind of happy kindergarten outside their windows. Ugly country. Isn't a happy kindergarten during the day really a happy kindergarten? Only when night falls can the real kindergarten be revealed? But why wasn't it when I came back just now? Chosen Pete looked out the window with some concern. During the day he didn't find any useful clues within the happy nursery. Perhaps he would only be able to figure out the clue to the past if the real kindergarten appeared at night. But, looking at the changing world, Pete didn't even have to think about it to realize that the world outside must be the most polluted at the moment. Should he go out and look for past clues? Cherry Blossom Country. No. Why is there another happy kindergarten? Nakata Noraheim took a step back in fear and blanched. Outside the window, the world filled with the color of blood everywhere made Nakata Noraheim feel a strong sense of death crisis. Especially the blood moon in the sky. It seemed as if something was watching her. I absolutely cannot go out at night. The blood moon represents grave impurity. Maybe if I go out I'll be contaminated. Noraheim Nakata chickened out. Even knowing what clues might be found by going out now and exploring the blissful kindergarten that has been transformed. But, the fear inside keeps Noraheim Nakata from going out, and no courage to go out. Broccoli Nation. Donald glanced out the window at the transforming world, horrified and inwardly deciding, only to see him turn around and lay down on the bed and fall back to sleep. Donald understands that the outside world is not something he is capable of exploring. 99. No. 100% will die. He was a rookie strength, and he could still see it. Perhaps, Great God Jiang Fan is going out to explore, and when Great God Jiang Fan finds the clues to pass the level, I'll just copy the homework directly. Donald has positioned him well. Do not touch any danger, he is not capable of it, nor is he blessed by God. At best, copy the homework while staying safe. The rest is left to fate. Outside, when the house is seen to be the upside-down world, the crowd was mesmerized. Never met a situation like this before. But, again, when seeing the blood-colored world outside the window, the hint of confusion was fleeting. Surprise, confusion, panic, fear, dread, and so on came out in droves. Blood-colored worlds, large trees dotted with limbs and bones, roads paved with endless blood. To top it off, there was the blood moon hanging in the sky. This blood moon, isn't it the red moon that appeared on the first day of Weird Tales Advent? What? There's one in Weird Tales? The faces of the people all dropped to their lowest point and stared, and a glance at the live feed gave them palpitations. Why is there a red moon in Weird World? Is it possible that our world is in the same space and time as the world of Weird Tales? God, forgive me for disrespecting you at this moment. The world is a horrible place. Upside down world? Houses that look like tombstones? Could it be that this is the world of the underworld? Help! It's scary just watching the live broadcast. I don't know why, but I feel like this is the real happy kindergarten. The ones in the daytime don't deserve the name of a 2-star copy. Weird Tales, the appearance of another world, the significance of which countries can guess. The blood-colored world seen through the window is like Mom's other world, with not only clearance clues but countless death-defying crises. And in Mom's otherworldly world, it felt scary to look at it at first. Now the blood-colored world of the happy nursery. On the other hand, it was even weirder than Mom's would have been. A world drenched in blood and drenched in red, with such horrific visions. It didn't take much thought to realize how dangerous and heavily polluted the outside world was. The nations watched the chosen one in the live broadcast with their nervousness at its highest. They are more concerned than ever about what's going on in the live stream right now. Because, once their chosen are out exploring, then they have to deliver the correct news to the chosen in the first place, so that they don't miss the best time when it's too late to cause the chosen to be contaminated. The chances of death are definitely greatly increased in a blood-colored world. Looking at a happy kindergarten that is heavily polluted, all states attach great importance to it, except for some countries, led by the Western Bluebonnet. Their chosen one chose to go to bed after seeing the other world. A bland gesture that proved to the world that they had no desire to go out and explore the unknown. Since you don't have to explore, then they'll just copy their homework en masse. Hey. A portion of the country had a tacit agreement to amplify Jiang Fan's live broadcast to watch. If anything, any of the chosen here can get out and be able to safely find clues in the contaminated world. Then, it was none other than Jiang Fan of the Great Summer Kingdom. Chapter 137, The Teacher is Dead? 3/4, Teachers' apartments are shaped like tombstones, and what's inside the tombstone speaks for itself. In the view of the camera, I'm trapped in a coffin, Jiang Fan murmured, taking the camera down with a strange glint in his eyes. Originally, it was thought that the camera would be able to get in some of the shenanigans, but with only a single piece of film, it was of great use but not durable, and was a disposable item. And after what I just saw, Jiang Fan instantly got the hidden usage of the camera. That is, look at the camera as if it were a video camera. As long as he kept the camera up, it was the equivalent of wearing a pair of glasses that could see them. Turned a disposable item, a camera, into a permanent item, a ghost mirror. Is there some meaning in the fact that the teacher's apartment is a tombstone and the place where the teacher sleeps is a coffin? Coffins and tombstones all represent the meaning of death. So, the teacher of the happy kindergarten has died? This should not be a superficial death, but a death that represents this meaning of teacher. Teachers should teach and educate, and the teachers inside the happy kindergarten are not doing that. So the teachers inside the happy kindergarten are already in name only. So, do I need to save the meaning of teachers or submit to the end of teachers who have perished? It should be a rescue, but the good thing is, nothing I do is out of the ordinary, and teaching is being practiced, Jiang Fan murmured, after looking for the teacher's dormitory. Unfortunately, Jiang Fan didn't find any relevant clues. The inside of the teacher's dormitory was empty, except for the furniture furnishings. The rest was not even a piece of paper. He was going to go out and explore. There are so few clues gained during the day. All the mysteries were mixed together, crowded in his head like a tangled mass of wool. Unable to tell which end was the end, unable to rationalize his thoughts or solve the puzzle. Perhaps, after nightfall, the Scarlet World Happiness Kindergarten, much like his mother's otherworldly world, is able to give him key clues. But before that, gotta take off the job tag. The work card is the eyes of the head gardener. In the daytime, I'm already suspected by the head gardener. If I appear in the other world at night, then the charge is considered to be completely cleared. Besides, it doesn't feel good at all to be watched by a ghost. Jiang Fan paused and removed the work tag from his neck. Taking off your work license is not a good thing. With the rule hints 100%, he could determine the division of the rules into 70% error for the hard mode, and 30% error for the easy mode. 3 points where doing it will result in death by contamination. 3 correct points where both are accounted for, and 4 points where timing will have to be determined. Rule number 9. Always carry a work tag with you, and the system suggests that the work tag will tell on you and be the eyes of the gardener. The 9th rule, then, is the rule of watching the moment, and the time, methinks, is now to enter the blood-colored world of the happy kindergarten after nightfall. Jiang Fan couldn't wait to enter the Scarlet World. If you can sign up for a lot of things in a happy nursery during the day, can you sign up for something better at night on the upside-down world of blood? The blood-colored world seen from the window was terrifying. It doesn't take much thought to realize how dangerous it is, given the contamination inside. Even Zhang Fan had to be careful and cautious when he had so many life-preserving items. Zhang Fan pulled the door and quietly walked out of the teacher's dormitory. The door pulls open. The familiar sensation of falling came as if he were entering a time portal to a session point between two worlds, and weightlessness was always with him. In a jiffy, Zhang Fan opened his eyes as he went out of the teacher's dormitory. I wonder, will there be a sign up for the outside world? Zhang Fan froze before he could finish his words. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of him was a little puzzling. The view in front of him was not the blood-colored world, but the world before. No more big trees, no more heartlights, and no more blood-red moon. Everything that was there disappeared. It was as if what he had just seen of the outside world through the window was an illusion that had never existed. Is it true that the scarlet world can only be seen from the window? And from the outside, you can't see the scarlet world? The scarlet world is somewhat like the fourth floor of the illusion. Could it be that the hide-and-seek illusion is a door to the scarlet world? He had to go from the fourth floor of the hide-and-seek illusion that to enter the scarlet world? Zhang Fan thought about it and shook his head. You can only play each game once, so it shouldn't be the only way to enter the scarlet world. Two upside-down worlds. One yin, one yang, upside down, upside down. So, can I find the door to the scarlet world by turning the current world upside down? Turning the world upside down sounds tough, but it's actually not that hard. Zhang Fan directly bent down and turned his head downwards, and after bending down, he then looked at the world behind him. The blood-red world, once again, came into view. The large tree made of fingers, the glowing heart, the flowing blood-colored river. It was exactly the same as the sight I had just seen from the window. Only the window sees the view. Zhang Fan could still feel the touch of the sticky blood streaming coldly over his ankles at the bottom of his feet. The sound of hearts pounding. The harsh sound of fingers rubbing against each other in a large tree. Everything. It was as if what he was seeing in reverse was not an illusion, but a truly existent blood-colored world. In addition to these sights, Zhang Fan also saw a miserable little face. At the moment he bent over to turn the world upside down, a creep crept into view. Creepy's face was unusually white, like a corpse that had been dead for days frozen in an ice coffin, and a constant stream of cool air emanated from his body. The great rivers of dark red liquid underfoot all avoided the weirdness and flowed elsewhere. Little Creepy faced up to him expressionlessly. His fat body was still and motionless, seemingly looking at Zhang Fan for a long time. Zhang Fan lowered his head and went wide-eyed with Little Creepy, stiffening for a moment in time. Chapter 138, There's still a weird existence in the Scarlet World? 4/4, inside the Scarlet World, there's still a spooky presence? It looks like. Zhang Fan frowned. Why did he feel that this Little Creepy face seemed to have been seen somewhere? The Little Creepy body was fat and wore a dirty school uniform, stained with time and slightly faded, looking wrinkled and worn. The uniform was a red and gray color, with a few splashes of darkness in the red spreading to various parts of the body, which appeared to be blood. Zhang Fan looked at it for a while, and a picture flashed through his mind. It's an image of the teacher of the B class next door talking to her students as they are being picked up in the morning. There is a chubby boy with his head bowed in the picture, the very student whose teacher in class B called him Fat Pig. So, in the upside-down world, all the students of the kindergarten perhaps exist within the happy kindergarten? So, will there be any of my students included in this? Zhang Fan thought silently as the little creep in front of him suddenly raised a smile, oozed blood, grinned, and slowly walked over. The rivers of blood on the ground suddenly rose and swirled in the sky as a terrifying aura burst forth. It was bizarre and attacked Zhang Fan. Chuckle. The Scarlet World is indeed extremely dangerous. Just going out and being strangely attacked. Should I say it's good luck or bad luck? However, if you want to contaminate and kill me, first ask if my ruler agrees. Zhang Fan took out his ruler. Swish. Directly against the open mouth of Creepy Pounce. The gaping mouth was just full of the ruler, which went through the mouth and into the deepest part of the throat. Little Creepy froze, his fat face quivering as he looked at the ruler against him. A hint of fear bubbling up on his icy face. Even tried to back away, but Zhang Fan's ring ruler was stuck too deep, and Creepy couldn't move at all. Move again and this thing will stab you in the throat and run through your body. GG. Zhang Fan revealed his large white teeth and smiled with a voice that was even weirder than weird. The laughter not only made the Little Creepy freeze in place, shivering and shaking the rotting flesh on his body, it also left the outside audience astonished, digging in. This laugh of Fan's, I'm afraid it's more terrifying than eerie. Suspecting that Fan has become a demon. Ahem. Stab in the throat. Am I overthinking this? Sure enough, the only ones who can beat weirdness are perverts. Boing boing. Van don't. It's against the law to be underage. A bunch of LSP. Not me. Van. Please make sure you take your ruler to me. Seeing that Creepy was no longer moving, he had been bowled over by the power of the ruler. Jiang Fan sighed in relief and held the ruler tightly at all times. Sure enough, the ring ruler has a strengthened restraining effect when faced with small shenanigans, and neither the Class A shenanigans nor the other small shenanigans in the kindergarten can escape the ring ruler's suppression. Not only those ghost students, but ghost teachers too. Jiang Fan craned his neck. The long hours of bending his head down made his neck a little sore. No, this method of looking down at the upside-down world can't be used for long. If I encounter greater weirdness when I explore the Scarlet World, am I going to be able to walk backwards? That picture was too good for Jiang Fan to imagine. Jiang Fan murmured and shook his head. Looking at the little Creepy in front of him, he seemed to have thought of something and took out a camera with his other hand. Since the camera was able to help me see things differently in the teacher's dormitory, is it possible to see the world outside upside down? Jiang Fan held up the camera, still with his right eye on the camera's lens. The right eye looks at the world in the camera. The left eye looks at the blood-colored world bent upside down. As Jiang Fan moved, at first both eyes saw the same sight. Later, Jiang Fan slowly got up, the blood-colored world in his left eye. The little weirdness disappeared into thin air, and in the right eye, the world seen through the camera is still there. Feasible. A camera would help me be able to see the bloody world without having to bend over and look down. So, if the camera is off, will I be out of the bloody world? This is critical. In the normal world, little creepy things don't exist, like the inside of a coffin in a teacher's dorm room, completely untouchable, and by bending the world upside down, the presence of the camera was able to connect the two worlds and he was able to touch another parallel kindergarten of happiness. Look for clues not found in the normal world in the blood-strewn happy nursery. But, what if there's a crisis? The coffin confinement space in the dormitory is gone when Jiang Fan goes to the next camera. So, if he were to encounter a crisis within the Scarlet World, would he be able to avoid it by taking off his camera? Thinking about you. Press F to exit the current world. Having already exited the Scarlet World, two disparate kindergartens of happiness cannot create a connection. So, is what's in there as much of an illusion that can't get out or hurt him? Jiang Fan looked at the little creep in the camera. Little Creepy stood in front of him, unable to see out of his left eye, and within sight in his right eye. Little Creepy was pinned against the wall by the ruler, unable to move. Jiang Fan slowly moved the camera away, and his right eye gradually regained its original view, no longer blood-colored. Just when Jiang Fan thought that he would be able to exit the Scarlet World by moving the camera. See only, the end of the ruler still came with a drooping weight, as if the ruler was touching something, but that, of course, was a void. Nothing. Jiang Fan walked up along the ruler and touched the lower end of the ruler with his hand. Swinging his hand over, he only felt an icy cold breath. Other than that, he didn't touch any blocking objects. Seeing this, Jiang Fan frowned and shook his head, his heart sinking downward. It seems that I can't quit the Scarlet World, or rather, I can't quit of my own accord when there are shenanigans going on, whether or not Creepy is weaker than me. For now, this little creep with the ruler against him was significantly weaker. However, even though he had complete control over the little weirdness, Jiang Fan still couldn't exit the Scarlet World, or rather, the eye sees the withdrawal, but in reality, the perception does not withdraw. Creepy still exists, connecting to the present world with the help of the traces he left behind. So what about letting go of shenanigans? Will he be able to exit the Scarlet World when the weirdness goes away? Jiang Fan raised his camera, looked at the small Creepy in front of him who was shivering, and began to experiment. As Jiang Fan walked out of the dormitory room to meet the weirdness, the rest of the chosen also encountered shenanigans. They didn't go out of the dormitory, but were inside the dormitory. With the weirdness they saw through the window. Spaghetti State. Chosen Canidia looked out the window at the world and thought, in the end, the sight I see, is it a real happy kindergarten, or is it an illusion? The different happy kindergarten scene reminded Canidia of her last copy. In her mom's world, he was the viewer, and he saw clearly that the two worlds, though different, were indeed real worlds. Maybe, I'll just go out and look around. Canidia shifted her feet, thinking about stepping out of her dorm room to see if it was an illusion, or the real world. Right about this time, suddenly, above the window, a ghastly white face appeared. It's a kid. The child's eyes were wide, blood trickling down his features, and he was staring straight at Canidia. That stopped Canidia in his tracks momentarily. It's a ghost student. Looking at the face showing in the window, Canidia remembered the rules at the top of the teacher's manual. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a rule that corresponds to the situation that has now arisen. Canidia doesn't have a very good memory, so he keeps his teacher's manual handy. Flipping through the teacher's code, Canidia quickly found that one rule. 7. It is normal for some boarding students in the happy kindergarten not to be alarmed by anything they hear or see after 7 p.m. Kanedia's eyes glazed over, panic rising inside. Rule number 7. Appear. Chapter 139, 3 Clues About the Scarlet World. Happy birthday, 1/3. Don't panic after 7 p.m. No matter what you see, count the hours. It's long past 7 now. So, the weirdness that is now appearing outside the windows. Are those students boarding on the campus? Don't be alarmed. Perhaps. I can't go out and watch? Kanedia wimped out for a moment. Originally, the sight of the blood-colored world, the big tree with the long hands, had been terrifying. Now, another ghost student appears and keeps looking at him through the window. It was as if Creepy was crouching on his doorstep in Kanedia. As soon as Kanedia opens the door, the creeps will swarm over him, gnawing and devouring him, even if Kanedia wasn't sure if the rule was right. But there was shenanigans outside the window. He should never go out now. A dorm room might be safer than the outside world. And whether the blood-colored world outside was an illusion or a truly blissful kindergarten, Kanedia no longer cared. More important than finding clues is the safety of his life. Kanedia closed her eyes, making herself try not to look at the face picking at the window. Shivering in bed, the quilts were moldy and smelly, and from a distance Kanedia could smell the stench of dampness. Kanedia didn't care about the damp mold of the quilt, wrapping it all over her body, even over her head. The quilt was the only thing that could give him some sense of security and make Kanedia forget that outside the window, there was Creepy staring at him every second of the day. It's not just Kanedia. Many of the chosen ones who were about to go out stopped in their tracks. Nothing else. The sudden creepy appearance outside the window was just too threatening. Fear that if they went out, they would be eaten by the weird pollution. Cherry Blossom Country. Nakata Noraheim, who was in a state of fear, saw the eerie moment and let go of all her worries. She didn't want to care if she went out there and explored new clues or how polluted the blood-colored world outside was, because she gave up on the idea of going out. A hint of fluke showed in the terrified look. Ugly country. Oh, is this Rule 7? Ghost students who stay on campus? Pete didn't care about the face in the window and walked straight to the door. Rule number 7 says so. Do not be alarmed if you see students staying on campus. So, Pete surmised that the shenanigans wouldn't hurt him. Pete was more worried that he hadn't found enough clues to get through the Weird Tales game than that there might be shenanigans outside the door. Fear of the spooky now. Then, without a clue sooner or later. Death. Only courage. The courage to explore the unknown. Can find the relevant clues to get through the strange game and escape. Pete opened the door to his room, his body tensing to the breaking point. If Creepy was able to attack him, there was Creepy crouching outside the door to guard him. Then he was also able to close the door to the room quickly. But unexpectedly, there was no creepiness outside the door or the blood-colored world that I had just seen from the window. Pete looked at the world outside the door in amazement. It was the same happy nursery as it had been during the day without a single change. He began to wonder if the world he was seeing was real, or perhaps just a vision. The chosen ones of each country reacted differently when confronted with the horrific sights that appeared on their windows. Some panicked at the first sight of blood. Some decided they wanted to get out and explore. Of these, the ones who decided they wanted to get out of their rooms and explore the world. Another large portion were so frightened by the weirdness that appeared in their windows that they gave up on the idea of exploring. There is only a small percentage of people left who are truly able to walk out of their teachers' rooms without fear of crisis. Panic. But, upon seeing the still normal world outside the door, these chosen ones who walked out of the room began to get skeptical. Was the sight they saw at the window, in fact, an illusion? Is it possible that they are overthinking it? And that there is in fact no such thing as a truly happy kindergarten? And that there has been only one kindergarten from the beginning? The spectators outside looked at the chosen one who had encountered fear and behaved in a variety of ways, and then looked at Jiang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom who had resisted the bizarrely ferocious Jiang Fan, and shook their heads and sighed. Surely the difference between man and man is greater than the difference between man and dog. At a time when the chosen people of the Great Summer Kingdom have already found a way to see the other world, these chosen people are still afraid and fearful of going out or not. With the passage of time, half of that small group of chosen who had stepped out of their rooms to explore the world thought it was a mirage and went back inside their chambers. There are no more than 10 chosen ones who insist on exploring outside. In this case, one of the chosen was bending down to pick something up when he saw the blood-colored world behind him and managed to find a way to enter. That is, walking backwards. But even with a method to enter the Scarlet World, countries didn't waste hint messages to inform their own countries chosen of the method. The blood-colored world. Even without being there, just by feeling it through the live broadcast, he was already able to know how dangerous it was. In this extremely dangerous situation, any further exploration by unarmed chosen would be a death sentence. Countries were joining Jiang Fan's live broadcast. intending to just have their chosen to imitate after Zhang Fan explored it once more. Not only would this greatly omit the tedious and dangerous process of exploration, but it would also be able to reduce the number of chosen who perished. Looking at the powerful appearance of Zhang Fan controlling Creepy in the live broadcast, he also looked at the chosen one who had seen the blood-colored world, was being chased by Creepy, and fled back to the teacher's dormitory in a panic. Sure enough, people are not like people. Not everyone has that strength to explore the unknown. In the world of weird tales, Zhang Fan didn't know that his every move was being watched by countries across the globe. Tens of billions of people watching. All he knew was that he had found some rules about the Scarlet World. By constantly experimenting with little shenanigans you catch, Zhang Fan had gotten 3, with clues about the Scarlet World. I fell asleep in the early hours of yesterday morning while coding, and I was sleeping during the day, and I didn't even have a birthday. However, you can have a birthday anytime, but you can't delay the words. The readers are still waiting for me. So, wish me a happy 23rd birthday. 6. What an auspicious day. Blessings to my parents for their well-being and to my cuties for their good luck. Chapter 140, The Camera Has Become a Ghost. 3 Secrets. Blood River. 2/3. First, whether he enters the Scarlet World by going upside down or the camera sees the Scarlet World, he can't exit with shenanigans going on. If one had to quit, then the result could only be that the sight went out and the body was still in the blood-colored world, and the perception endured everything in the blood-colored world. This represents, once in danger, Zhang Fan could not reach the goal of exiting the blood-colored world and getting out of danger by taking away the camera. For this reason, Zhang Fan was scratched by Little Creepy. Second, after entering the Scarlet World, you can only exit by re-entering the teacher's dormitory, and there is no other way to do so. After returning to the dormitory and then going back out, the outside world remained the same, requiring re-entry into the Scarlet World. The equivalent of a teacher's dormitory is a door that connects 2 worlds, and through which one can return to the original world. Follow what is already known. Zhang Fan deduced that the teacher's dormitory could possibly be a safe house. Not only can you return to your original world through your dorm room, but hiding inside your dorm room after encountering danger also provides mandatory isolation from outside dangers. Third, in the Scarlet World, the group of creeps at the Happy Kindergarten are considerably more powerful. The little creeps that originally belonged to the class next door to the backdrop were able to attack him on their own, reaching the intensity of a C-rank creep. Then, the 30 students in Class A would most likely be elevated from their original low intermediate level of Class C to a high terrifying strength of Class C. The Scarlet World is the home of the creeps, and it is not subject to the rules of weird tales. With the rules that bound Creepy himself gone, not only was his strength strengthened, but he could also attack and kill the chosen without restriction. Zhang Fan estimated, if you met a student from your own class inside the Scarlet World, one was okay, he fought through it. If 2 or 3 surrounded him together, Zhang Fan would have to consider whether or not to run back to the teacher's dormitory and exit the Scarlet World, or tell mom that a brat is bullying him. Thinking of this, a flash of color crossed Zhang Fan's face. It's a shame that you can't even beat a little kid. Gotta add another ghost teacher to the mix to cooperate against him. Zhang Fan didn't let the Little Creepy go after his experiment was completed. He couldn't be sure that Little Creepy would escape to divulge the news of his arrival in the Scarlet World. If he were to find higher shenanigans to attack him, then he would have to go back to his teacher's dormitory, and the night would be a waste of time. It's not a good idea to hold this thing up all the time. You have to find something to hold the camera to your face. Zhang Fan searched for some of the items signed in the system space. It was found that there were no items to hold the camera well on the face. After searching for half a day, Zhang Fan sighed and had to take out his mom's knitted sweater. The sweater doesn't hold the camera to the head, but it wraps around the head nicely. Zhang Fan put the sweater over his entire head and then tucked the camera through the collar there. The neckline of the sweater is not too big, just enough to reveal the lens of the camera, and the body is stuck just inside the sweater, tight enough to fall out. After stuffing the camera, Zhang Fan reinforced both sleeves of the sweater around his neck once more, just in case the camera falls out from underneath. After going through minor adjustments, the camera was completely fixed on Zhang Fan's face. The right eye is able to see the blood-colored world through the lens of a camera, while the left eye can also see the normal world outside through the thin slit between sweaters. Zhang Fan was clearly interested in this outfit. Not a care in the world about how you look now, and how it's different from robbing a silk sheath. Stockings. The Little Creepy on the side saw Zhang Fan dressed in such a novelty, and directly turned his eyes. His blood-colored pupils disappeared, revealing the stiff-colored whites of his eyes behind him. It seemed to be in contempt, and it seemed to be in shock. How dare you roll your eyes? I'll kill you. Zhang Fan's voice seemed a little low through his sweater. The malevolent expression was covered by the camera and looked as if it was a camera-enabled monster talking. It was as if the ruler had the power of extremely terrifying restraint. Silencing the little creep. Jiang Fan held down little creepy with one hand and held the ruler in the other, carefully walking towards the direction of the school building. In the Scarlet World, the entire teacher's apartment was completely transformed into a whitened tombstone messy grave, and next to it, the kitchen. The kitchen has an even worse image than the teacher's apartment, becoming a straight-up pile of garbage, broken meat, and bones that looks a bit like a mass grave. Rather than going through the principal's office and digging through the kitchen trash for clues to find answers, Jiang Fan planned to explore the rest of the place first. Jiang Fan brought Creepy to the Scarlet River. Countless dark black blood was heaving like running wild horses, flowing recklessly in the entire road of the happy kindergarten, emitting a cold aura as if it was pouring out from the middle of hell. The stench, the strong smell of blood filled the surroundings. As soon as he got close to the blood-colored river, dense and sharp sounds reached his ears from the river, causing Jiang Fan's entire body to tighten up. Mommy, I want mommy. Teacher, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Ooh-hoo, ooh-hoo, ooh-hoo. I'm so hungry. It is as if at the bottom of the river, there are many young children's souls, experiencing suffering and misery, screaming, crying, sadness, and other negative emotions emanating from the rapid flow of the river's water. Jiang Fan plummeted his eyebrows and pushed Creepy forward. Just now he had seen that this river of blood forked when it passed by Creepy's side. Jiang Fan wanted to use the bizarre aura to follow closely beside the little bazaar and pass through this blood river together. With the ruler in hand, Creepy looked obedient at the moment, slowly descending into the river of blood. See only. Rushing rivers of blood split the forks at Little Eerie's feet and gushed out in both directions. Seeing this, Jiang Fan immediately followed suit and also descended into the blood river. Just as Jiang Fan stood still, the Creepy beside him raised a strange smile and gave a playful laugh. Hee, you fell for it. The words just fell. The bifurcated blood river suddenly kept drawing closer to Jiang Fan's feet. The red liquid in the river of blood was cold and piercing to the bone, as if it was polar ice, and it penetrated into the body at once. A cold gas spreading from the center of the feet all the way to the limbs and rising to the brain, causing Jiang Fan's heart to slow down by half a beat and his body to stiffen up. Immediately after, a small, ghastly white hand reached out from the river of blood, and dozens of pairs of ghostly hands surrounded and grabbed. The ghost hands were as difficult to entangle as the water plants in the river, hovering and imprisoning Jiang Fan's feet, trying to pull Jiang Fan into the depths of the blood river. Chapter 141, Disobedient Kid. Big Tree. 3/3, Nima. What are you doing pulling my pants? There are hooligans. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and raised the ruler just to strike downward. The veins on his hands rippled. His full 100 physique was greatly utilized, and he accurately struck the ghostly hands that were sticking out from the river of blood. Snap, snap. Each hand was bruised and purple. Even the serious ones were directly broken hand bones and beaten to a bloody pulp. After repelling a ghostly hand, dozens of ghostly hands stretched out in unison from the river of blood, endlessly wrapping around the leg and coming in with a grievance-filled aura. Jiang Fan saw this, turn on the big move straight away. Using all of his physical strength, he set up the ruler as if it were a machete and slashed at the ghost hand's ankle, slashed down hard at the joints of the palm and arm, and the results speak for themselves. Crackling and popping. Swish swish swish. One ghostly hand was beaten to the skin. Like an executioner chopping a prisoner, his hand rose and fell, and the ghost's palm and bones directly snapped apart and fell into the river of blood. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer ghostly hands sticking out of the river of blood. To the end, these uninitiated ghost hands that weren't even C-ranked were directly scared by Jiang Fan. Not a single ghost hand left. Only some broken flesh and bones that had been shattered by Jiang Fan remained, floating above the river of blood. The blood river also went from being rushing and raging waves to being so calm that it didn't even dare to splash a single drop. Honestly, he circled Jiang Fan, flowing delicately under the calm surface of the blood. Jiang Fan saw this and shook his head. Wouldn't it have been better to do that? Some ghosts just can't recognize reality and have to be beaten up to be honest. No, it's not all honest. Jiang Fan turned his head and laughed equally playfully. With a gentle face, he looked at the little creep who had long since frozen in place. Little fatty. Some ghosts have thick skin and are resistant to manipulation, and I think that they need to be chipped. Don't you think so? Seeing this, Little Creepy hurriedly shook his head, and all the brain flowers inside the shattered skull were thrown out and fell into the blood river. Oh, Fatty, do you think so too? Jiang Fan was full of smiles and gently showed the cheerleading exercises towards the ghost students. The shattered flowers in his hands turned into a ruler and danced even better. In a jiffy, Jiang Fan looked at the ghost student in front of him, who was honest and covered in blood and tears, and was filled with relief. Little fatty, you can't stand the exercise. The last ghost who watched my radio gymnastics 3 times. Next, you'll be good little fat boy, won't you? I, for one, love an obedient ghost. Little Creepy's plump body shuddered and opened its white Kaziran eyes in strong approval. Cross the river of blood. It's the playground of the happy kindergarten. The blood-red moon in the sky shone down, coloring the playground all gray and foggy with blood. Not seeing the fun children's doodles of white sunshine. Both Bliss nurseries have the same layout, and the playground in Scarlet World has a large tree. Through a little bit of blood-colored moonlight, Zhang Fan was able to see, in the playground of the tree, the leaves rubbing each other rustle, interspersed with the sound of children laughing. Full of childish fun, the leaves seemed to shimmer a little, giving off a bit of white, as if something was hidden between the layers of leaves. Since there was no more blood river in the way, Zhang Fan didn't have to put in much effort to get to the bottom of the big tree. Close to the big tree, a full view of the large tree is shown. Instead of hiding anything special inside the leaves, they were all filled with a child's face. A human face becomes a leaf, bones become branches, and the trunk is a corpse with 1,000 holes. The body was badly decomposed, emitting a strong fishy odor, and it was impossible to see the features. There were also countless fat worms crawling around, densely spread throughout the entire corpse, sucking the flesh and blood clean, wriggling and gnawing at the bones. In the leaves, the human face was horrifying and bloody, revealing a silent smile as it looked straight at Zhang Fan. It seemed that the human face was a little happy and squealed with excitement. Did you come over to play the game with us? No, he's not coming over to play games with us. He's going to kill us. Ha ha ha. Then let him stay forever. Dozens of faces opened their mouths in unison, different voices saying different things in a clamor. Seeing this, Zhang Fan didn't wait for the creeps to finish beeping and took out his ring ruler and just thrust it upwards. Like a water droplet bursting, Zhang Fan accurately pierced through the human face protruding from the leaves, bursting out countless thick slurries of sticky blood. It seemed that Zhang Fan had poked and popped too many faces, and the tree suddenly shook violently. In the main trunk, the extremely decayed corpse opened its eyes and looked straight at Zhang Fan. The moment, the extremely resentful and bizarre aura puffed and coalesced into substance. The roots of the large tree rose up from the earth, swaying the face hanging from the treetop, shaking and making a brushing sound as if it were a person walking towards Zhang Fan. The big tree resentment was very strong, causing Zhang Fan to chill a little inside, a sense of crisis spreading from his heart. Big tree's strength, which had already surpassed him, was at a minimum of C rank high, but Zhang Fan didn't run away in a hurry. Instead, the gaze was directed to the roots of the large tree. Huge ghost trees were pulled out of the dirt, their countless tresses intertwined and ponderous, terrifying. In the roots of the tree, a young body was entangled in the roots of a large tree and wrapped tightly around it. A larger fork pierced the corpse's head and seemed to use the corpse as sustenance, constantly sucking it up and growing itself, holding the corpse's small body large. The body's face was a little pale, and countless small worms were burrowing out of the flesh. A face crawling with bugs obscured most of his features, but Zhang Fan was still able to recognize it. The identity of this body. It's Marshal Qi, his student, the mischievous one. Ji Shui. Chapter 142 Ghost Tree Pursuit. Sleeping Ji Shui. 1/3. Why would Ji Shui be under the roots of a tree? Shouldn't he be free to move around inside the Scarlet World like Little Creepy? In the hide-and-seek illusion, Ji Shui also hid above the big tree. According to my previous reasoning logic, the hiding place is the place of death, and Ji Shui hid in the big tree. The body in the blood-colored world is under the roots of the big tree. Zhang Fan's heart sank. He didn't think it was Marshal Ji who had dug a hole and buried himself. It was thought that the creepy students were free to move about in the Scarlet World. Let's say he meets the chubby kid from the next class. But, now Zhang Fan hesitated. This scene in front of him, nakedly displaying everything, made Zhang Fan's heart mixed feelings. Such a huge ghost tree was relying on the ghost student Ji Shui to supply nutrients, and the originally thin and young body was still being constantly propped up by the roots. When they die, they all still have to be imprisoned in this dark and sunless cage, and can never be free from the sucking of the ghost tree for eternity. The Kishore is nonetheless free-roaming shenanigans. On the contrary, it is even more the sustenance of the ghost tree, which is imprisoned in the roots of the big tree. This made Zhang Fan think of a story. Nie Xiaoqian. Nie Xiaoqian is also controlled by the tree demon. Because of her urn, which was under the tree, she was not allowed to get out of it for the rest of her life. So is that why Qi is here? Compared to controlling Nie Xiaoqian, Ji Shui is in a more miserable situation, directly being used as fertilizer to feed the ghost tree. Ji Shui might not be dead. It's just that the ghost tree has sucked up Ji Shui's grievances, causing Ji Shui to fall into a comatose state and slumber deeply. Another thought surfaced in Zhang Fan's mind. Ji Shui's shell was just under the roots of the tree, but his actual soul consciousness was in the tree, and the whole or even the entire ghost tree was Ji Shui? Kishore. Ji Shui, wake up. I'm Mr. Jiang! Ji Shuai! Wake up quickly or clean up for a week. Jiang Fan shouted Ji Shuai's name, while circling around with the ghost tree. He didn't believe Creepy could be killed. Kishore didn't die. At best, they're trapped and can't wake up. Ghost tree was stronger than him. Jiang Fan didn't want to waste his mom's sweater, nor did he want to return to the teacher's dormitory to reopen it. Perhaps, by awakening Ji Shuai's consciousness, we'll be able to block the ghost tree's attack. The ghost tree strength resentment looks like it's all from Ji Shuai. Suppose we wake up Kishore. So, is it true that the ghost tree's strength will be greatly reduced? The staggeringly numerous roots underneath the ghost tree kept moving on the ground, and the sharp roots plunged into the soil, stirring up gusts of blood on the ground, cracking the ground, and sending debris flying across the ground. With its huge roots as legs, the ghost tree moved extremely fast and caught up with Jiang Fan in no time. Some of the branches of the ghost tree seemed like large hands, bending and elongating, powerfully attacking Jiang Fan over and over again, with branches constantly stabbing towards Jiang Fan. Snap dash, boom dash, Jiang Fan's figure flickered, and his original position had long since been hatefully inserted by a tree branch, deep into the ground. This isn't a branch, this is a bow and arrow several meters long. If one is not careful to be attacked by the ghost tree, not to mention directly turning into a human head sugar gourd skewer, I'm afraid, to be a companion to Ji Shuai, turning into the ghost tree's sustenance, being sucked out of life. The faces in the treetops swayed with the trunks and made a childish noise. He, we've got him. Oh, and he's going to run away. How annoying. Get him, he's one of us. Obviously it was a simple voice, but it was like the evil ghosts of hell, horrifyingly chilling one's heart and seeping, like a million kids cheering from behind. Ghost tree ran faster. With every step the ghost tree moved, countless heels of branches pierced into the ground, and its massive body, its shadow under the blood moon, shrouded the entire line of sight in front of Jiang Fan. The black shadows that grew larger and larger revealed nothing less than the close proximity of the ghost tree. Jiang Fan's brain veins rippled, his mouth gasped for air, his face was red, sweat spread all over his face, he was exhausted to the extreme. He swore he hadn't even run as fast as he was now when he was reincarnated, even if the speed is maximized, but it still couldn't stop the ghost tree from getting closer. No, it's not a good idea to go on like this. Sooner or later, we're going to get caught up. Waking up Ji Shuai is impossible. Ji Shuai is trapped at the bottom of the ghost tree. A simple call can't wake Ji Shuai up. We can only try to see if helping Ji Shuai out of the ghost tree's control can wake him up. But, if this goes on, either I'll be caught up by Creepy or I'll be exhausted. So how can I help Marshall G get out of the trap? Ji Shuai, the weirdness you feed is killing me. You still don't wake up. Wait for me to live. Classroom hygiene, you pay for it all. Something has to be done. Give it a shot. Jiang Fan roared, dodging away from yet another ghost tree attack, his pace accelerating once again. The ghost tree was moving extremely fast, and Jiang Fan's thoughts were also running rapidly at this moment. His head was almost about to go up in smoke, quickly searching for items within the system space. Soon enough, eyes locked onto one of the items. Candy. Signing for candy on the playground. Jiang Fan looked at the dozens of ghastly white and horrible faces above the ghost tree, with eyes protruding, and the five senses flowing down to offer blood. But he could still tell that these ghostly faces were a toddler ghost. Jiang Fan waved his hand and took out a candy. As he ran, he waved and shouted, "Hey, you guys want some candy? I've got some very sweet candy here. I'll give it to you when I stop." In response, outside viewers watched with amusement for a bit. Candy? Can we get through this crisis with candy? First time I've seen this, though it's unlikely to happen. I'd like to eat candy, but I'd rather eat meat. Hey, it looks like we'll have to go back to the classroom and reopen the dormitory. Expecting Jiang Fan to get through the danger, Jiang Fan ran and opened the candy, revealing the colorful colors of the candies inside. A sweet candy scent wafted out. Jiang Fan sniffed, and could only hope that Creepy liked this. After all, the kids in his class loved it. With that, the peeled candy was thrown with force into the mouth of the ghostly face on the ghostly tree behind him. Chapter 143, Candy. Opposite ending. Tranquilizing pill. 2/3, click 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 dash. Ghostface's face changed a bit as he ate the candy, wide-eyed and seemingly amazed. The candy tasted like candy. Excitement followed with a piercing laugh. It's so good. I want more. I don't know if it was Jiang Fan's illusion. After Ghostface's words fell, Ghost Tree's speed increased. A dozen or so faces in the treetops scrambled and drifted forward, both agitated and manic. You gave him candy and you didn't even give it to me. Damn it. Big Tree go after me. I want some candy too. Wow. He's got a jar of candy too. I'm going to eat it all. It's all mine. The faces on the ghost trees enthusiastically leaned forward, each with their mouths wide open, revealing sharp teeth, as if they wanted to eat Zhang Fan and the sugar together in one bite. Zhang Fan was flabbergasted for a second. Confused, he gives candy to try to get them to stop. How? On the contrary, did it speed up the advance of the ghost tree? It's too much anon. Even the rotting weirdness at the torso of the ghost tree lord had its mouth wide open, revealing an expression of extreme excitement and thrill, and kept coming closer to bite down, as if they were going to come and eat the candy themselves. Zhang Fan's plan worked, but only half successful. The candy aroused a strong craving in the ghost tree, but it did not stop. Instead it sped up. The candy wrappers, along with the sugar bodies inside, are colored. It was extraordinarily clear inside the gray-black world of blood. The candy was like a hot potato. Zhang Fan could neither give it nor not give it. The candy was given to you to slow down and stop, not to grab it yourselves. The candy-flavored ghost faces that have tasted it are the most manic, and the candy scent is like a banner, easily luring the ghost trees. In the blink of an eye, the ghost tree was less than a meter away from Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's face turned green. Not only do you have to run away yourself, plus, there's the little fat creepy. But fortunately, Zhang Fan, threatened with a ruler, affectionately reached a cooperation with Little Creepy. By Little Creepy's added power in the main field of the Scarlet World to carry Zhang Fan running, giving Zhang Fan a hint of strength to relax and rest. The ghost tree was getting closer and closer. The attack had already reached Zhang Fan's body. Zhang Fan was a bit helpless, looking at the candy in his hand, intending to throw the candy away as a way to attract the ghost tree's attention. Suddenly, something seemed to come to mind, and Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Look at the rotting creepy on the main trunk of the ghost tree. Rotting creepy was excited to see the candy, too, and opened his mouth wide to try to get a piece of it. There, the trunk of a big tree is the most dominant part of a tree. I don't need to worry about those ghostly faces in the treetops, just worry about the big tree. Want some candy? Here you go. Zhang Fan opened the candies, adding 2 pills to each candy paper. Those were the tranquilizer pills and Xiaobai pills that Zhang Fan had purchased near the end of his last copy. Tranquilizer pills paired with other medications may make bizarre slumber. In the last copy, a single tranquilizer pill could put Mom in a deep sleep for a day and a night. Mom was weak in her own right, but the tranquilizer pills did work against the weirdness. Perhaps, the tranquilizer pills can also work against the weirdness inside the Scarlet World, to ensure success, as well as the enormous size of the ghost tree. Zhang Fan wrapped 5 more tranquilizer pills in a row, and Xiaobai pill went in. 6 tranquilizer pills. I don't believe I can't knock you out. Zhang Fan took the candy mixed with the tranquilizer pills, and slowed down slightly to the ghost tree's heel. The ghost tree lowered its branches and the ghostly face on it sank down, wanting to eat the candy in Zhang Fan's hand. Zhang Fan dodged the ghost tree attack while aiming at the rotting corpse in the large trunk. At infinite proximity to the trunk of the ghost tree, aiming at the open mouth, he directly threw all 6 packets of candy into the ghost tree's mouth. Anxiety pills have no flavor in what they eat, and neither do the little white pills, mixed with the light scent of candy. It was as if the 2 pills were also candy. The ghost tree didn't notice anything. In one gulp, he swallowed the 6 packs of candies that Zhang Fan had thrown over, and the 18 pills were eaten together, even the candy canes. Completely unnoticed, these candies are mixed with something different. When Ghostface in the treetops saw that the rotting ghosts under the tree had eaten the candy, he became even more manic. They want candy too. In response, Zhang Fan ignored this and continued to run with all his might. In the last copy, Zhang Fan had bought a total of so many dozens of tranquilizer pills. If all of them were given out, there were so many ghostly faces on the tree, it would definitely not be enough to eat. Might as well target the ghost tree. Maybe there's some hope. If not, Zhang Fan was only able to go back to the teacher's dormitory and reopen it. After the rotting creepy ate the candy, it was obviously satisfied with the taste of the candy and once again increased its speed, trying to snatch the remaining candy from Zhang Fan's hands. Zhang Fan didn't have the slightest solution to this. Even if he threatened the ghost tree with a ruler, it was still useless. All he could do now was pray that the tranquilizer pills had an effect. After realizing the gardener's strength as he entered the lunch break, Zhang Fan knew that his mother's sweater was the only life-saving prop he could use to escape against the head gardener. But, now if you use the sweater inside the Scarlet World and summon your mom, Mom can easily fix the ghost tree, but it takes 3 days for the sweater to cool down for a reboot. If he encountered the gardener's attack during that time, then Zhang Fan would not be able to escape death even if he had a scapegoat doll. Zhang Fan is going to keep his mom's sweater to fend off the crisis behind him. Good on. I don't know if Zhang Fan's prayers worked, but the tranquilizer pill had an effect. Or is ghost tree tired of running? The speed of the ghost tree gradually slowed down. Zhang Fan noticed that the rotting creepiness on the trunk of the ghost tree was no longer so excited. It was as if he had eaten his fill and exuded an aura of calmness. As if, on the verge of falling asleep, Zhang Fan's heart rejoiced and his eyes settled. Finally, After Jiang Fan slipped around and around, there was a loud bang. The ghost tree closed its eyes and fell to the ground, splattering countless dark blood. Huffing and puffing made tiny sounds as the rotting flesh of his body swelled up and then shrunk. The ghost tree is asleep. It seemed that Ghostface was affected by the weirdness of the tree trunk rotting. The ghost face on the treetop was no longer manic, and his face calmed down. His eyes slid downward, drooping as if he was going to pass out. Useful. Jiang Fan's face exploded with excitement. Without deluding himself, he spent almost half of the tranquilizer pills, finally triggering the side effects of the tranquilizer pills and knocking out the ghost tree. The tranquilizer pills are awesome, but, even though the ghost tree fell, Jiang Fan still didn't dare to approach. He was waiting for the ghost face on the ghost tree to fall asleep completely, to make sure that nothing was wrong. In a jiffy, look at the ghostly face of a motionless ghost tree. Jiang Fan once again took out the candies, tempting the sly. He wanted to see if the ghost tree was really asleep. After half a day of temptation, the ghost tree still hadn't moved the slightest bit. Jiang Fan was then relieved inside in relief as he carefully walked over to the ghost tree. Look at the roots of the tree under the ghost tree. Tree roots intertwined and coiled wrapped around his young corpse. Jiang Fan eyes borne a trace of intolerance. As creepy as he was, Kishore was also his student. There was no way for him to be truly oblivious, escaping out of the scarlet world alone, leaving Ji Shui to sleep in the dirt forever and be ingested for his flesh and blood. How dare you suck my student? I'll you up later. Split it into firewood. My little barbecue is just short of charcoal. Jiang Fan viciously kicked the ghost tree. After determining that there is no danger whatsoever, raise the ruler and chop it hard on the roots. The ruler is like a sharp machete, and in a few strokes it cuts off a section of the thick tree root. The ghost tree seemed to sense the lack of roots and began to shake all over, but it wasn't long before he fell back into a deep sleep. The tranquilizer pills are very powerful. Jiang Fan was completely relieved and began to work on chopping the huge tree roots, as if dispelling the light of the gloom. Little by little it cleared away the outer ring of the ghostly tree and made its way towards the young body encased in the center of the roots. Chapter 144, Ji Shui Awakening. 2 happy kindergartens, 4K combined chapters. 2 goats took a vacation. Sorry. The huge tree branch passed through the head of the corpse, surrounded by countless smaller branches wrapped around the body like a butterfly's chrysalis. Jiang Fan took the ruler and after chopping the surrounding branches, he patted the bodies of the branches wrapped into a ball. The twigs were full of fat white fleshworms, wriggling densely over the bodies, gnawing out wormholes and sucking the flesh and blood inside. Jiang Fan took a shot. Countless fleshworms that had burrowed out of the corpses on the branch mass then fell to the ground and drowned into the river of blood and turned into pus. There were a lot of meatworms, hundreds and thousands of meatworms as if they were raining. It looked very weird and made Jiang Fan feel a little sick to his stomach. After slapping off the fleshworms, Jiang Fan carefully removed the twigs wrapped around the corpse one by one. The ruler was like a sharp knife, and it didn't hurt half the bodies wrapped inside. With the branches removed, ghost student Ji Shui's figure was gradually revealed, with traces of dirt, with a large amount of blood flowing out of the body, emitting a thick putrid odor that wafted around. The tattered school uniform was stained with dark black blood, stained and tattered from the mud and water. Jiang Fan got rid of the rest of the branches again, until, that is, there were no branches on the entire body of Kishore. All that was left was the huge branch wrapped around his head. Martial key? Jiang Fan tried to call out gently, but Ji Shui still didn't have any reaction. Jiang Fan again eyed the huge branch sticking out of the corpse's head, and, perhaps, get rid of this branch. The large branches seemed to be connected to the entire body of the ghost tree, and were unusually hard. Jiang Fan couldn't manage to break this huge branch after a lot of effort like he did with other small branches. Seeing that this last remaining large branch could not be dispelled, not only Jiang Fan, but even the netizens in the live broadcast room were getting impatient. It was hard to put the ghost tree down, but he couldn't cut the last branch that was imprisoning Ji Shui's body. Then, would the ghost tree wake up again later on and restore its terrifying strength with the help of Ji Shui's corpse source? Jiang Fan looked at the large tree branch and was silent for a long time. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, his eyes lit up. With that, he took out the signed bubbly from within the system space. The ghoul-eaten noodles have a strong corrosive property. Perhaps, it can have an effect on this branch. Jiang Fan could only pin his hopes on this and see if he could corrode the branches. After the bubble noodles were taken out from the space, a stench spread out. In all directions, floating gray gas. The bubble noodles inside the bubble noodle soup was green, as if it was moldy. The stinky gutter was a few cups better than it. Jiang Fan poured a bit of bubble soup on top of the branch. The moment the soup was poured, whoa dash. As soon as the soup was poured on top of the branches it made a poofing, piercing sound, as if it was melting something, gradually eroding the hardened roots of the large tree. It works. After a while, the roots of the tree eroded at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the bubbling soup melted a large portion of the branches, which were extremely corrosive. Zhang Fan poured some more bubbling noodle soup on the branch until it melted all the way through. Pffffffffffffffffffffffff. Like boiling water, the bubbling noodle soup corroded the tree roots while privately emitting a pungent odor, as if it was the smell of meat from a burning corpse. The moment the branch melts, Zhang Fan felt that a cool air suddenly appeared behind him, as if a graceful hellish ghostly aura had surged out, adding a strong sense of crisis to his heart. Zhang Fan turned his head, only to see Ji Shuai's propped-up body, as if something was moving, gradually shrinking the swollen body and becoming thin and bony. There was a tiny click, a tiny sound coming from the corpse's stomach as the hint of purple bulging veins on the belly ruptured open. A thick, black resentful gas rose from the corpse's limbs and floated in the air. In the meantime, the fallen giant ghost tree began to shrivel up, as if it had been sucked up by something for sustenance, and both the rotting weirdness and the human-faced ghosts in the treetops kept getting smaller and disappearing. The black gas hovering in the bloody air, however, was slowly getting bigger. No doubt about it. This black aura sucked up all of the ghost tree's resentment, strength, and sustenance. Zhang Fan took a step back, frowning, looking at some of the surrounding black gas on his hand. The black gas was cold and piercing, staining his hand, as if there were countless with needles, extraordinarily stinging. In the air, the black gas gradually took shape and coalesced into substance. Slowly, Zhang Fan realized that the black gas had actually turned into a human figure, and it was constantly emitting a terrifying aura. Zhang Fan's face became grave. Did he recognize the wrong person? Isn't that Marshall Key? With just a mere black shadow, Zhang Fan was able to feel how terrifying the power of the black shadow was. Terrifyingly powerful to the point that it directly made his heart palpitate. It was a little stronger than the ghost tree from earlier, but weaker than the otherworldly mom from back in the day. If we were to say that the strength of the ghost tree just now was above a C rank higher, then this black silhouette was at least at the low B rank. Between the two, they had risen by a large realm. When the dark shadow formed, it seemed to resemble the shape of a toddler. The black shadow floated in the air, unexpectedly not launching any attacks on Zhang Fan. Instead, after circling around Zhang Fan, he seemed to know that it was Zhang Fan who had saved him. Nodding his head gently as if in gratitude, Zhang Fan's tightly locked brows stretched. He knew who that black shadow was. It's not the other weirdness. It's the Kishore, or rather, Ji Shuai's soul consciousness. The black shadow, after saying thanks, gently floated up into the sky above, while gradually sinking down and slowly blending into the cold corpse. The moment the black shadow was fully possessed, the corpse, rotting in front of him, opened its eyes. Kishore awoke. He was no longer as mischievous as he was in kindergarten, as if he had grown up in an instant, with deep emotions brewing in his dark eyes. Dark, ghostly, like the abyss, and too horrible to look at. At this moment, Zhang Fan's heart was slightly chilled. This kid, Ji Shuai, is far stronger than him. Either that, or the penalty for cleaning the classroom. Double? Mr. Jiang. Creepy Ji Shuai turned his head to look at Zhang Fan, seemed to have the impression of being in the kindergarten in the daytime, and directly called out Zhang Fan's name. Marshall Key? Mr. Jiang, it's me. Ji Shuai exuded a rich aura of resentment, and his dark aura darkened the blood-colored sky. The river of blood under his feet was even more retreating. A 3-meter vacuum was formed around Zhang Fan and Ji Shuai. The tiny Ji Shuai stood there in his faded school uniform, but he gave off a powerful and terrifying feeling. Why are you under the tree? Where are the other students in the class? And why are you in 2 different happy kindergartens? Can you get out after that? Out of this bloody world and into another nursery? Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and asked his question directly. Ji Shuai's strength was higher than his, reaching B-rank bazaar and, perhaps, able to know something. Since Ji Shuai had called out his name, it meant that the Ji Shuai in the Scarlet World knew about the other happiness kindergarten and knew all of the other Ji Shuai's memories. Perhaps, it might be possible to know how to break open the Scarlet World with the difference between the 2 kindergartens. Ji Shuai whole person seems very silent. Body a dead air. Dark eyes cannot see a little emotional fluctuations. Ice cold incomparable. The ghastly white body was suspended in mid-air, and the black gas beside his body was like a black hole, which looked extraordinarily bizarre. Although it was bizarre, Ji Shuai's tone revealed a hint of respect for Zhang Fan. Ji Shuai didn't hide and answered Zhang Fan's questions one after another. Mr. Jiang, I am bound within this world by it, and cannot go out. As for the other students, I only know one. Ji Shuai paused, revealing a wry smile, his hand lifting stiffly and pointing at the river of blood at his feet. This river, it's Dong Kaigo. Dong Kaiga? Dong Kaiga is this river of blood? Zhang Fan flinched and looked at the slowly flowing river of blood under his feet. From the teacher's dormitory at the beginning, to the center of the playground now, this river of blood had always existed. Endless blood spread across the various paths of the blood-colored world, raging waves constantly flowing. Now, to actually tell him that the river is Dong Kaiga? Jiang Fan didn't see Dong Kaiga's figure. Could it be that, as in the hide-and-seek illusion, Dong Kaiga sank to the bottom of the river of blood? Ji Shuai nodded, his face as expressionless as a dead man. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I felt his breath. Where is the scent the strongest? Is it in the depths of the river of blood? Or, in the pool? I don't know. Jiang Fan looked up at the direction of the swimming pool in the kindergarten. Ji Shuai didn't specifically say where Dong Kaiga was, but only sensed that this river of blood was Dong Kaiga. According to Jiang Fan's speculation, Dong Kaiga drowned in the swimming pool. Then, in the Scarlet World, possibly also in the pool. If not in the pool, then in the deepest part of the blood river. Because Dong Kaiga is spilling water stains on his body all the time. Within the daytime happiness kindergarten, Dong Kaiga overflows with water. Then in the blood-colored world, get grievances strengthened with the land of ignoring the rules. The river of blood may not be flowing not from the blood shed by Dong Kaiga. No, not blood. It was by Dong Kaiga's thick resentment, which was so thick that it had turned into liquid and flowed within the blood-colored world. Ji Shuai's face was emotionless as he continued to answer Jiang Fan's question. On the day in question, I passed the 4th floor, and I think I saw something. I don't remember very well. They were afraid I'd tell, afraid I'd cry, and they gave me a candy bar and buried me under that tree in the playground right afterward. I don't really know how I appeared in this world, only that I would be terrified at the sight of this tree, as if it were one of those people. The tree corrupts my consciousness, the worms devour my flesh and blood, and all of me is taken over by this big tree. Ji Shuai has no sadness or joy, cold like a puppeteer. Speak of your own death as if it were a perfectly ordinary thing. Death could no longer harm him. More than that, the involvement has become bizarre. The emotions of the Kishwai. Only Jiang Fan noticed. As Ji Shuai spoke of his death experience, the black chi behind Ji Shuai spread out and countless grievances erupted, resounding with a sad and silent sound that was very oozing. Kishore cared. It was only that Ji Shuai was born at an age when he was at his most innocent and childlike. He had no way to flesh out his emotions. His resentment. Perhaps he is not even aware of what resentment is and what death is. As to why there are 2 happy kindergartens. Perhaps it created them. Is it the same one that binds you? No. It is. Rules? Is it the gardener? What are the rules? A trace of confusion appeared on the expressionless face of the ghost student Ji Shuai, as if he wanted to know what the so-called rules were. Jiang Fan was just about to open his mouth to explain, only to see Ji Shuai's entire body suddenly shattering apart, his face pale and in great pain. Flesh and blood melted, limbs crumbled and merged into the river of blood beneath his feet. Immediately after, the grievances hovering in the air coalesced into a human form again, gradually transforming into Ji Shuai. What are the rules? Ji Shuai murmured, his face twisting as he kept asking what the rules were. The figure followed the word rule and shattered again. What are the rules? Rules. Ji Shuai's frantic appearance caused Jiang Fan's eyes to plummet. His heart set off monstrous waves, and his body became cold and stiff. A terrible conjecture emerged from the mind. Kishore's instincts, as if he was trying hard to break some kind of taboo, but there is no corresponding strength, so it keeps dying out and disappearing and reorganizing. The rules, the forbidden secrets of the weirdly unspeakable. Or, rather, the rule restricts the spooky itself, and the spooky is unaware that there is this rule. And in what the spooks do, the hidden rule restricts the spooks, but is not known to the spooks. And apparently, the rule's weirdness mechanic is, perhaps, what is limiting them. Just then, Jiang Fan suddenly felt a great sense of crisis, causing his sweaty hairs to stand up and creep him out. It was as if something was watching him, and if he said something in the next second, he would be dead in the body and completely dead. The Weird Tales game is, perhaps, more than just a game. There must be a big secret hidden in it. Jiang Fan sank his heart and tried to stabilize the terrible conjectures in his mind. Looking at the continuously reorganizing Ji Shuai in front of him, he slowly spoke. The rule is a name. You don't have to get hung up on it. You just need to tell me. Between it, is there a gardener? Ji Shuai did not possess the strength to break his own bonds, although it was unclear why Ji Shuai was more self-aware when his strength was clearly not as strong as his mother's. But Jiang Fan knew that if this continued, Ji Shuai, the trickster, might really be gone. Jiang Fan was also counting on the fact that Ji Shuai would be able to be his helper in this blood-colored world that didn't have rules. 2 different happy kindergartens. The daytime happiness nursery has the constraints of the Weird Tales rules, and Creepy isn't free to attack himself. It's also just about finding exploits bugs with the help of the game alone. Instead, In the blissful kindergarten after nightfall. In the blood-colored world, Creepy is able to attack himself and is not bound by the rules of weird talk. Nope. Perhaps, by entering the Scarlet World, the potential rules had been violated, so the weirdness in the Scarlet World was able to automatically attack the Chosen. So, is that what Rule 7 is talking about? Entering the Scarlet World and violating Rule 7. So the weirdness within the Scarlet World can strike at will, while not entering the Scarlet World and abiding by Rule 7. There is no crisis, no weirdness to attack. Zhang Fan's reply caused the reorganized Ji Shui to fall silent. The eyes were hollow and cold, and revert back to their original form. It seemed that the creepy Kishwai who had just been obsessing over what the rules were and having self-reflection was gone. Ji Shui recovered and blurted out words that shocked Zhang Fan. There it is, not the gardener, the old gardener. Zhang Fan was flabbergasted as if he had been hit on the head. The old gardener? The old gardener made this bloody world? Is the old gardener the biggest creepy boss in this copy of Weird Tales? Chapter 145, The Old Gardener Exists in the Scarlet World. Combined Chapter 4K, Sheep, Hard. The old gardener built this bloody world so that we could stay awake in it. This is something that Li Qihong told me. Ji Shui's miserable, icy face spoke emotionless words as if he were a dull puppet. Li Qihong? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. When the ghost student Ji Shui said that he was bound in this blood-colored world, Zhang Fan thought that the head gardener had done it. All the clues so far, including the previous system cue that the job tag was the gardener's eyes, pointed to the gardener. The director is the biggest creep within the happy nursery, but Ji Shui's words overturned Zhang Fan's thoughts. At least, within the Scarlet World, the gardener wasn't the biggest creep and wasn't very strong. Rather, the old gardener who built this blood-colored world. The horrors of the blood-colored world, the hidden crises inside have long surpassed the happy kindergarten outside. The Scarlet World is similar to Mom's other world, assuming that you can create illusions and worlds if you follow the examples. The S-grade Mom created the home, full of gas, the most impressive home ever. Home is a small place and Mom's ability to create is limited. But, in the Scarlet World, the happiness kindergarten is a complete world, a dozen times larger than home. To be able to create such a world of weirdness, one could imagine how terrifying the strength was. Kishore's words also revealed an important message. The old gardener who disappeared from the 11th kindergarten graduation photo, it seems, still exists within the world of weird stories. Or rather, within the Scarlet World. Yes, I don't know when he told me. It seems to be before slumber. When Ji Shui thought of this, a trace of confusion appeared on his cold face, as if he wanted to recall the past. Suddenly, the scalp exploded and boom, blood and flesh flew. And then it was reorganized with the help of the dark shadows. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I can't remember the rest. I've forgotten a lot of things. I can't tell you the truth about this world in its entirety. Mr. Jiang, thank you. If it wasn't for you I would never have come to my senses. In the future, if you're buried in the dirt, Mr. Jiang, I'll be there to save you. Saying this, Ji Shui raised his head and gazed at Zhang Fan coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. In the most horrible words, express your grateful heart. No need to save me. I won't be buried. Zhang Fan sighed and rubbed Ji Shui. It doesn't matter if you haven't memorized the truth. The teacher will find the answer herself. All the tragedies are over. As your teacher, isn't it right to save you? If you're really thankful, just double your cleaning. As the words fell, Ji Shui opened his mouth and let out a piercing sound, his miserable white face cracking under the blood moon. Although Ji Shui acted angry, however, the black aura of resentment behind him was much lower. It wasn't so cold, and an innocent smile appeared on the stiff white little face. After some understanding, Zhang Fan understood a lot. Also know the clues of Dong Kaiga. This river of blood is Dong Kaiga? Me? Zhang Fan looked down at the blood spreading on the ground, frowning. According to Kishore, he's bound to the Scarlet World. Under the tree, K-Tung is the blood of the campus. So could the other students within the class be imprisoned elsewhere in the Scarlet World? When the thought flashed, Zhang Fan raised his head with a grave expression and looked at the bulging dozen or so hearts on the walls of the school building. The red heart kept beating as if it were an unseen monster, gasping for air, radiating a faint reddish light. It shone throughout the happy kindergarten. It made the environment of the blood-colored world even more dark red and bizarre. Perhaps there will be students of his there. The places that look the most dangerous are also the places where the deepest grievances are gathered. From the copy, we can tell that the strength of the grievances of all 30 students in Class A is much greater than that of other classes. Then in this world, the deepest grievances are likely to be with the dean, the faculty, and the class of students. Remaining are the rest of the faculty and staff as well as students from various classes. According to Dong Kaiga was drowned in a swimming pool, and Scarlet River is again by K-Tung. Jiang Fan could come to 3 conclusions. Dong Kaiga was at the very bottom of the river of blood. At the end of the river of blood imprisoned Dong Kaiga. It's also possible that inside the pool on campus, Dong Kaiga was bleeding, and the blood inside built up slowly and overflowed the pool, so it led to the formation of the river of blood. Now that we know the clues about Dong Kaiga, the next student to look for is Dong Kaiga. Go, follow me to the end of this river first. With the ghost student Kishore following, Jiang Fan's controllability over the Scarlet World was much greater. He was going to start by looking at the end of the blood river as well as the swimming pool. If he couldn't find it, then he would have to unload his entire body and dive into the deepest part of the blood river to look for it. One person and too strange to follow the direction of the flow of the river of blood. Retrograde toward the end. The blood river was scared by Jiang Fan and knew that it couldn't mess with too bizarre, so it had been quiet. Even the blood that flowed through it diverged in a roundabout way. Jiang Fan surveyed the layout of the Scarlet World while opening the signing in his mind. Scarlet World, like Mom's other world, is a fully created world, not something like the Peaceful Tunnel, which is a phantasmagoria not signalable. Scarlet World was able to sign in, which gave Jiang Fan many more opportunities to whore himself out. Ding! Sticks, fake, sign in successfully and obtain 2 ghost babies. Ghost babies, C-rank medium, they belong to the blood and tears of the times, and they are discarded and drowned in the river, like duckweed on the river, floating without roots. Ding! Successful check-in at the playground. Get Sphinx X1. Ghost with a human face, poured out by blood and flesh. It has tasted the sins of the world and changed into 1,000 faces. Take it and you will become one of them. Jiang Fan looked at the sign-in and raised an eyebrow. True to Scarlet World, both of the sign-ups are great. Ghost babies. Similar to the clay figures given by Dong Kaiga, you can fight in the river of blood and be manipulated by him. The Sphinx, on the other hand, makes it impossible for him to be spookily recognized for what he really is. Quite literally, he could switch back and forth between both chosen and creepy, perhaps using creepy's identity to escape some unwanted sight gazes. Both props gave great help, which gave Jiang Fan the idea of braving the Scarlet World Gardener's office. But he's a good kid who is respectful and polite. Jiang Fan dismissed this bad idea for the time being and just waited until he had time later to bring his friend's mom along for a visit. Jiang Fan thought silently and touched the sweater wrapped around his head. Along with Jiang Fan Ji Shuai, who had traveled to the end of the blood river to look for Dong Kaiga, there was also little creepy. Due to the fact that Ji Shuai is beside him, the little weirdo has become obedient. Even without the threat of the ruler, the little weirdo follows Jiang Fan at all times. I can see that. Little creepy is smart, knowing that he couldn't escape, and also knowing that Jiang Fan had the ring ruler and was strong, as well as the ghost student Ji Shuai, a high-level guile that was far from being comparable to a C-level guile. He gave up the idea of escaping backstabbing and the like. Jiang Fan was satisfied with this, but after not taking a few steps, he paused and looked back at Ji Shuai, who was standing still. Marshal Qi? Mr. Jiang. Ghost student Ji Shuai lifted his head and pointed to the teaching building not far away. His tone was cold and icy, but a hint of annoyance could still be heard. He's coming. It? The gardener? Well, he sensed that I was out of the trap. Mr. Jiang, you must leave immediately. Otherwise, you will also be imprisoned in this world. Jiang Fan's face froze. The head gardener was actually able to sense that Ji Shuai was out of trouble? And it's on its way? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This bad old man is very bad. He doesn't come early, he doesn't come late, and he waits until I want to find Dong Kaiga. What about you, Kishore? If the director senses that you're out of trouble, won't he target you? Jiang Fan cursed and his tone was extremely foul. Then he thought of something else and turned his head to Ji Shuai. It is currently known that the old gardener is the biggest creep within the Scarlet World, creating the entire Scarlet World. But he created the Scarlet World for the purpose of keeping the ghost students awake, tentatively, for the good side. And the second one is the head gardener. The head gardener imprisons Marshal Qi and presumably agrees to bind the other ghost students as well. The gardeners who were able to trap so many weirdness must also be extremely knowledgeable and strong about the entire Scarlet World. Jiang Fan was worried that after he left, there was a chance that Ji Shuai would be trapped again, or even more dangerous. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I can cover my breath with the help of other students. But, Mr. Jiang, you'll be in trouble if you come in next time. Jiang Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he became silent and did not speak. As soon as he started to enter the Scarlet World, Jiang Fan's attention was focused on finding clues as well as signing in for this. Later, when he met the trapped ghost student Ji Shuai, Jiang Fan put that incident completely behind him. Until now, Ji Shuai's words had awakened Jiang Fan violently. Re-enter the Scarlet World? It is clear from the percent rule correctness. Simple pairs of 7 rules, and of those 7 rules, 3 more are difficult correct rules. For example, rule number 9. Wearing a work tag would fall under the correct rule for simple mode, and entering the scarlet world to wear it could be dangerous, such as being discovered by the head gardener, as well as the 7th rule that Zhang Fan had guessed. According to the simple pass mode, both of these rules were correct rules, but Zhang Fan had violated them both. It also means that if he enters the scarlet world and removes his job card, he is considered to have chosen a difficult pass. Although Zhang Fan didn't know what are the hidden conditions for the easy pass and the hidden conditions for the hard pass, but Zhang Fan knew what he's doing now is moving forward to the difficult pass. A 2-star copy of a difficult pass would not have been a difficulty he could have touched, not even with so many items. Zhang Fan didn't know how to reply to the words of the ghost student Jishui for a moment. Is telling it. The scarlet world was dangerous, and he, Zhang Fan, was going to pass it simply and not come next time. Or cheat it? Zhang Fan hesitated, looking at Jishui's stiff white little face, as well as the waning resentment around him. Pulling out a smile, he responded, trouble or no trouble, next time. Good, then I'll go first. This brat is for you, keep an eye on it, don't let it go out and snitch. Zhang Fan directly shoved the brat into Jishui's hands as well. Little Creepy was able to roam the park, and perhaps might have tipped off the head gardener, in order for Jishui not to be exposed out. In order for Zhang Fan to be able to spend peacefully in the happy kindergarten outside, it can only watch over the little weirdness. After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he immediately ran back to the teacher's dormitory as fast as he could. The run back to the classroom dormitory. Zhang Fan glanced back at Jishui uneasily. The ghost student, Jishui, looked at him expressionlessly and coldly, raising his hand as if to bid him farewell again. The stiff and clumsy movements made Zhang Fan smile. Subsequently, after saying hello, Jishui pulled little Guile. His body melted into flesh and blood, and immersed and floated in the river of blood. Similar to the chunks of meat floating on the river of blood, it was impossible to tell which one was Jishui, hiding extremely well. This made Zhang Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Zhang Fan had just walked to the teacher's dormitory area, only a roar could be heard from the entire scarlet world. It seemed that something woke up. The ear-piercing sound sent chills down one's spine, and the entire kindergarten was filled with an aura of terror as countless eerie scenes began to come to life, as if 10,000 ghosts were dancing about. A dozen hearts in the school building gurgled and swelled large all at once. A bright red light flashed suddenly, and with a click, a slit split open in the center of the heart, from which crawled out a dry and purple corpse. Looking at the body's attire as well as its appearance, it appears to be a staff member in the happy kindergarten. Zhang Fan's eyes glazed over and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. I didn't realize that what was contained in this heart was actually a ghost teacher. Zhang Fan's face didn't even look good anymore. The ghost teachers that crawled out of the heart were like zombies in the apocalypse, horrifyingly covered with blood as well as horribly distorted appearances. Each of the teacher corpses didn't look weak, with blood chi spreading all over their bodies, reaching at least B-level strength. It's not on par with ghost student Jishui. If the head gardener brought a dozen or so shenanigans to surround him, then Zhang Fan was afraid that he would be planted here. What's this? Zhang Fan's eyes stared. So the blue job tag that the teacher Creepy was carrying. Blue job tag? So the head gardener can also descend through the blue job tag to possess the teacher shenanigans in the Scarlet World. Descending to various places in the kindergarten? Zhang Fan gazed unseeingly at the dozen or so teacher creeps in front of him, noting down their appearance as well as the location of their hearts and the strength of their bodies as they were distributed, respectively. Subsequently, after remembering all, Zhang Fan opened the door to the tombstone-shaped teacher's dormitory and lifted his foot to walk in and exit the blood-colored world. After returning to the classroom dormitory, Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, looking through the window at the ghost teachers outside like walking corpses, walking and swaying within the blood-colored world. He shook his head. I wanted to explore the Scarlet World, but I didn't expect to free the ghost student Jishui. It's nothing to free a student. Zhang Fan is his teacher. But the price is steep, with the gardener discovering that the ghost student is off the hook, doubling the crisis of entering the Scarlet World from there, and, crucially, potentially causing him to be forced to embark on the difficult pass mode. This made Zhang Fan man numb. Chapter 146, To Save or Not to Save? Teaching and Nurturing Ghosts. Combined chapters 4K. OK, normal update tomorrow. Once the head gardener realizes that the ghost student is out of his control, then it will be felt, thus summoning a dozen teachers to eerily search for the ghost student as well as the invading chosen one. At that time, these teacher creeps will surely wander throughout the Scarlet World, and the ghost students can hide away. But I'll be in trouble, even with the help of a human-faced ghost mask, hiding with the ghost students. If Creepy is squatting on me in the park at that time, even if I can keep hiding and not go out, but if I don't show up for the classes during the daytime, I'm still dead. and I can't get away with it. Once one of the teacher's shenanigans discovers me, then the head gardener descends on the teacher's shenanigans via the job board and is still dead just the same. Jiang Fan shook his head. A dozen or so teachers were the equivalent of a split. Add to that the strength of the gardener himself, and the rules that the chosen of the outside world need to follow. This question, unsolved. Scarlet World's ability to sign in a second time also means that the chances of white whoring are doubled. But Jiang Fan didn't feel a hint of excitement. Tonight's trip to the Scarlet World had unearthed some clues, but it had also put more pressure on him. Jiang Fan frowned and rubbed his forehead, his brain hurting a little, judging by rules 7 and 9, as well as the 100% correctness rate of the system rules. Entering the Scarlet World belongs to the difficult pass mode. In the case of Scarlet Worlds subsumed in hard mode, following the simple model to the contrary, it is sufficient to follow rule 7-9, that is, not to enter another happy kindergarten. Compared to the simple pass that didn't have the danger of not entering the Scarlet World and had a pass condition, the difficult pass was much harder, and the danger was dozens of times more dangerous. What with the pass condition? Compared to the two, even Jiang Fan felt that it was difficult to choose, and his heart was constantly torn. He's never been a good guy or a completely bad guy. Good things that can be done to save ghost students, even if they only spend one day together. Jiang Fan carries the responsibility of a teacher without shame. But these prerequisites are based on the fact that he can guarantee his own safety. Faced with a simple pass that was 100 times easier, Jiang Fan's brain was faulty before he went for the difficult pass. But knowing about the ghost student's eternal imprisonment within the Scarlet World, and the tragic death, Jiang Fan hesitated. What should I do? Jiang Fan lowered his eyes flickering with complex emotions. In his mind, a picture flashed. Under a huge tree, the roots of the tree were misplaced and coiled, wrapping around and around the young body in the center. The body was somewhat decayed on the surface, wearing a tattered school uniform, blood-stained, looking lonely, heartbreaking, born in the endless darkness, crying alone. Ji Shui was his student, trapped within the Scarlet World. There were more students, too, trapped in limbo by the gardener, unable to wake up free. Mr. Jiang, I don't want to eat eggs. Mr. Jiang, this clay figure is for you. Mr. Jiang, playing with sandbags? Mr. Jiang, you're buried in the dirt. I'll be there to save you. Mr. Jiang. Voice after voice with a cold, eerie tone rang in his head, and a small, ghastly face emerged. Jiang Fan sighed. Take off the camera from your face. Lie quietly on the moldy bedpan and look at the ceiling. To save or not to save? Entering the Scarlet World to rescue my students. The crisis has greatly increased. Do I really have that power to save? Jiang Fan rolled over, and his mind was a mess. After a long time, suddenly, a voice rang out in the darkness. Jiang Fan snapped his eyes open and cursed. I should not have been a teacher. I shouldn't have thought about teaching them. I shouldn't have thought that protecting the ghost students was a requirement to pass the test. Nima, you're winding me up in a hole. Protect not only the ghost students of the daytime, but also the ghost students of the Scarlet World. I should have known that when I descended upon the world of weird talk during the day. I should have done what those teachers did and left it alone. Jiang Fan was a bit furious, rambling for a moment, then shaking his head. Finally, exhaling a breath, he spoke helplessly. Forget it, I'm unlucky. Who asked me to be their teacher? When one day is a monk and one day is a bell, a teacher should do what a teacher should do. Teaching and educating. Educate ghosts. Be prepared to do both. If you can save it, if you can't then, no can't be saved. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had figured something out, and his whole body and mind were soothed. The first person to rescue a trapped ghost student is the head gardener straight away. It's not hopeless to take on the head gardener. Jiang Fan turned his head to look at the window on the wall. At the moment, a creepy face flashed from time to time on the window in all its horror. The biggest creep in the daytime nursery is the director. But within the Scarlet World, there is also a ghost gardener who built the world. I'm afraid, the only person who can overpower the head gardener is the old head gardener. As long as the head gardener is pinned down, all the rest of the problems are solved and not worth mentioning. But the old gardener is not present at present. And how can I make it against the upper gardener if I cannot find him? And although it's said that the old dean created this bloody world to keep the students awake, but, at this point, it can't be confirmed with great certainty that the head gardener has no relationship with the old dean. If we find the old gardener catches the old gardener in front of the gardener, then we're going to make a fool of ourselves. The old gardener. Where on earth is it? Jiang Fan murmured. With the passage of time, soon, a deep sleep. Midnight, inside the teacher's dormitory. A blood-colored shadow quietly appeared inside a teacher's apartment that looked like a tombstone. The red shadow stood beside the beds of the very few chosen. Silently, watching the sleeping chosen. Every now and then he nodded, shook his head, and shook the dark red liquid from his body. It seems, in scrutinizing the chosen ones, giving conclusions, inside the outside broadcast room, people looked at the chosen ones who had fallen asleep. There was no crisis in the empty room, and the teacher's dormitory was safe, which made them relieved to discuss the right and wrong rules for the method of passage while they waited for the time of night to pass in the replica of Strange Tales. Not noticing in the slightest, some of the sleeping chosen rolled over in unison, as if dreaming of something. A smile appeared, like a child's childish laugh. Jiang Fan only felt that closing his eyes was only a matter of seconds, and the sky dawned. Turning his head to look out the window of the house, the view out the window was no longer gory and horrific, but a normal campus view with lush greenery. It seems that the Scarlet World is formed only after nightfall, and during the day, even if you look outside through the windows of the house, you can't see the upside-down world at night. Jiang Fan got out of bed and opened the door to walk out of the teacher's dormitory and head to the office. The campus in the morning blew through a few strands of cool wind, through the cold air, but the trees on both sides of the road, but not sha-sha sound, prohibited in situ blade motionless. It was as if this cool air was blowing from beside him. Walking to the office, there were still a few other classroom teachers sitting there, just as they had been yesterday. The ghost teachers were holding finger cigarettes, sitting around, talking about something with great interest, and when they saw Jiang Fan arrive, they still handed Jiang Fan their finger cigarettes. Jiang Fan refused, raising a fake smile as he sat in his seat, quietly listening to the ghost teacher's conversation. Listen for a while. Jiang Fan secretly shook his head inwardly. The ghost teachers weren't saying anything useful, except for a few odds and ends, and were spouting off about the ghost students. It seemed that the ghost students had given them a lot of trouble, but in reality, what Jiang Fan saw was no water to drink or toilets. Watching movies is teaching, at best picking up the students in the morning, giving them a little lunch at noon, and leading the students through their normal schedule. The day's work was not much of a hassle, and these are all within the job. The clock is ticking down to the time when the kids will be in kindergarten. With another false smile, the ghost teachers enthusiastically walked to the entrance of the campus, ready to pick up the children from school. Teachers stood in rows, incredibly chatty in the face of parents, warm smiles full of sunshine, like good teachers. Jiang Fan noticed that the team picking up the students today didn't show the head gardener. Where did the gardener go? Jiang Fan said unintentionally as he proceeded with the students while approaching the teacher beside him, waiting for a gap. It's not quite the same without the head gardener today. Ms. Jiang, I didn't think you'd still be uncomfortable. I don't know what happened. The headmaster actually had something delayed today and didn't come to pick up the students. Oh, something delayed? Well, I don't know what it is. The head gardener disappears for a while now and then. Who knows what he's up to? Maybe it's a family thing? Maybe. Jiang Fan nodded, some guesses coming to mind. Could it be that? Because he helped the ghost student Ji Shui get out of trouble yesterday, the head gardener didn't come to the school gate on time to pick up the students this morning? And could the previous disappearance for a while every now and then be a riot within the Scarlet World? Jiang Fan was silent, planning to test it out tonight. Compare that to picking up ghost students yesterday. The ghost students were much more lively today, and greeted him with a smile when they saw him. The eyes were blood-sprayed and very energetic. Jiang Fan was a bit helpless. The ghostly faces made by the ghost students looked scary and mischievous, but it was a good thing. This means the ghost student knows him a little better. In the process of picking up the ghost students, Liang's parents continue to be the first to send Liang to school, and Kishore didn't come to school as late as he did yesterday. Arriving late to school was another student. These parents give their students to come to the campus at irregular times and seem to be as busy as normal parents. Not limited by rules? Fixed routine? In the last copy, whether it's the security man under the building or the clerk at the pharmacy, the actions, the words of agreement are fixed every day, except for the mom and the boss, who will make different words by their different words correspondingly. The rest seems to be a puppeteer, and serves only to add background to the copy, and set the puzzle to be solved. And current copies? Except for a fixed schedule of events, the ghost teachers, ghost students, and even ghost parents in the park became randomized, speaking differently, moving differently, as if they were living, breathing people. Increased uncertainty throughout the copy. Other than that, I don't know if it was Jiang Fan's illusion. He noticed that the ghost student, Ji Shui, seemed to have a bit more resentment in him and acted more stoic. It seems that, as the ghost student Ji Shui within the Scarlet World is rescued from the trap, something feeds back to the ghost student Ji Shui within the Daybreak Bliss kindergarten, all the way up to 8 o'clock. Jiang Fan didn't even see the gardener appear. The schedule consisted of gymnastics, except on Mondays, when it was a flag-raising ceremony. Zhang Fan led 30 students to the playground for gymnastics. A huge stereo was placed on top of the lectern, playing ear-piercing music. Follow the music. The ghost students on the stage each threw their heads in the air and looked excited. The ghost teachers stood at the front of the class line, their faces expressionless. Gymnastics done. Next it was time for breakfast. A box of breakfast was mentioned to the classroom by the cooks, and Zhang Fan distributed them one by one. Still the exact same breakfast as yesterday. Milk as light as water, cold vegetable packets, and eggs as hard as rocks. Zhang Fan also got his caterpillar bread. This stuff is so inhuman. It might as well be a medium rare steak. Zhang Fan put the caterpillar bread into the system space and took out a steak that was steaming hot. The steak was sliced in strips, revealing a pink snowflake inside, alongside 2 fried eggs and a dollop of spaghetti. Zhang Fan ate slowly and methodically, occasionally taking a sip of the fine red wine next to him, enjoying himself with a look of curiosity even to the ghost students underneath who were eating eggs wrapped in vegetables. They have dropped their heads and rolled to the podium, staring in unison at the steak in Zhang Fan's hand. Their blood-colored eyes swirled. The blood coming out of the head splattered on top of the steak, which caused Zhang Fan to stop eating. Looking at the dozen or so heads in front of him, Zhang Fan was angry and amused. Come on, hey, it really affects the appetite. However, it was obvious that the ghost students really wanted to taste the steak. Zhang Fan looked at the bloody nose lying on the podium, the ghost students splitting their 5 senses, and there were other dropped eyes, tongues, fingers, and so on the podium. The ghost students wanted to eat it, but respected Zhang Fan and restrained themselves, just getting close enough to smell the steak. The broken nose inhaled loudly, the broken tongue waves beside it with blood dripping from it, and the fingers picked at the steak's dinner plate for dear life. Restrained himself, but then again, he didn't. A hint of juvenility in the horror, a touch of politeness that pervades the thrill. Seeing this, Zhang Fan simply took out a new deluxe lunch and let the entire class of 30 ghost students share it. The deluxe lunch has a lot of things in it. Steak, pasta, big lobster, wine, Peking duck, and so on. Some of the ghost students got their share of steak and put it on their faces with excitement. Some of the ghost students got their share of spaghetti, which went in and fell out of their ears and was stained with a bloody tomato sauce. There were also ghost students that were assigned wine. Break open your brain and pour in the wine as if you were drunk, wobbling and falling apart at the extremities. The sunlight poured through the window and a cold wind blew in. The scene inside the classroom was horrific with a hint of warmth and cheerfulness. Chapter 147 Profile Tip. Pick the watermelon game. Reach out to the ghost parents. 1 2/3 combined chapters. Contrast that with the joyfulness inside Zhang Fan's classroom. In the rest of the broadcast, the chosen one and the ghost student got along just fine. Cherry Blossom Country. The chosen one, Nakata Noraheim, received the hardened and smelly vegetable buns and looked at each of the ghost students who gave off a horrifyingly eerie aura. Her eyes numb as she ate the loving breakfast handed to her by the ghost students one bite at a time. Consoling myself, at least the vegetable packet is still edible, isn't it? Nakata Noraheim's body shivered with cold as she remembered the caterpillar bread, and the mouth-scorching vegetable buns became not so unpleasant to eat. Bear Country. Odd was helpless to do anything but drink the teacher's breakfast of pure cow and horse. The morning session wasn't short, but the weird talk just aggravated her hunger perception, and the caterpillar bread was too much to eat, so she had to drink the carton of more normal-looking milk. I wonder if it was because Odd drank the milk. The ghost student at the bottom didn't hand her breakfast, which made for a hint of gratitude. Suddenly, Odd's brow furrowed as a sickening smell came over her. With that, he spat the milk out of his mouth, his stomach churning. See only, the milk spit out was not milk, but a puddle of yellow liquid. Odd didn't look good, but she could only hold back. She didn't want to eat the students' food any more than she wanted to eat the weird-tasting milk, which would make her worse than dead. Stick Country. Han Jun-dong bravely refuses to face a loving breakfast from the ghost students. He was in the right classroom yesterday. Rule number 5 is wrong. Going to the right classroom gave him an advantage, as Han Jun-dong found game props. A moldy cookie that increases stamina. Luckily I gained a constitution bonus. Wait, you demons, I'll have to teach you a good lesson. Han Jun-dong lit up his muscles and his self-confidence instantly swelled 100-fold, charging at a weak-looking ghost student. A left jab, a right jab. Han Jun-dong has been knocked off his feet. Ash, why is this happening? Didn't I get a stamina bonus? I can't believe I can't beat creepy. Han Jun-dong's face was pained as he looked at the ghost students who surrounded him in terror, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. He'd been outside earlier watching the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, the bus exploding and punching passengers, showing that weirdness could be suppressed by force. What's wrong with him? Han Jun-dong stepped back. He wanted to escape from the classroom, but he couldn't go out on his duty. He had to follow the schedule or he would have to break the rules. No, you guys stay back. I was wrong. Leave me alone, Han Jundong yelled, constantly rushing around the classroom, trying to escape the circle of ghost students. A hand suddenly grabbed his foot. Han Jundong tripped and fell to the ground. The blood on the ground wrapped around Han Jundong and choked into his nostrils, the smell of blood thick to the core, repeatedly torturing Han Jundong. The current state was more difficult than death. The nations look at the Chosen One and they don't find out why the breakfast event happened differently. Some of the Chosen are bizarrely besieged and served a love breakfast, while others are left unharmed. Is this the result of luck? Or did you do something different the day before? Good on. Breakfast didn't last long and there were no Chosen deaths. Soon it was time for class. The Chosen are smart enough to follow the same lessons as they did yesterday. Readings were read aloud, lectures were given, and some of the Chosen touched the fish and put on a movie for the creeps to watch. Time passes quietly. The minds of the Chosen grew more and more tense. It is the greatest bliss to face the creeps at this moment than to die playing the game, rather than the state having informed them of the various game passing methods. However, the Chosen couldn't help but be afraid. Each game is like a game from hell, horrifyingly chilling, and a hopscotch alone is not a death that can be completely avoided by relying on game answer references. It was like time had sped up. The more scared the Chosen are, the faster time moves. Soon it was time for outdoor playtime, thanks to a national cue. Instead of getting down to the playground early, none of the Chosen ones pinched the clock before dawdling to lead their students out the classroom door. In 4 games, the watermelon picking, as well as the wolf game are the easiest to play. Just follow the reference answers and make your choice of actions. A hide-and-seek game is slightly more difficult, and without looking for ghosts students can easily be scared all over by the horrific scenes in the phantasmagoria. All 3 of these games fall into the category of, well, copying homework to get through the game. Hopscotch, on the other hand, is a game of luck. With the first drop into the game and a look at the roof to see if there are any items on the roof that can help the Chosen One get through the game on 1 foot, Zhang Fan also received the pass answers for the remaining 3 games. Other than that, compared to the rest of the Chosen, Zhang Fan also received 100 or so pages of information, guessing what the Chosen of each country had done so far. Look at the dense information. Zhang Fan deeply felt the care from the country. You guys still really look up to me. Zhang Fan cried and laughed, intending to take advantage of the lunch break to read all the information. Know the pass answers for the remaining 3 games. Zhang Fan didn't choose the hopscotch game that looked like it might have clues, but a simple game of picking watermelons, prompted by national information. During the game of hopscotch, the venue for the game is the Phantasmagoria, which is filled with a variety of sounds outside of the game. Zhang Fan guessed that perhaps it was related to the ghost parents. At the moment he didn't have many clues. Even if he chose the hopscotch game and gained some clues, it would only mess up the few guesses he had at the moment. Clues sometimes don't work when there are too many, and the hopscotch game he plans to save for later. More to the point, seeing the pass answers of the hopscotch game as well as the contents of the various voice dialogues, a bold idea popped up in Zhang Fan's mind. Is it possible that the game of hopscotch is not played in a fantasy world, instead, conducted in the world outside of the happy kindergarten? Perhaps he could communicate to contact the ghost parents that might be under the roof while playing a game of hopscotch. However, contacting the ghost parent could only be based on, well, his suspicions being correct. It's time for class. Zhang Fan organizes the ghost students to play the game of picking watermelon. After all the ghost students sat in place, Zhang Fan spoke. Is it okay if I'm a grandpa picking out a watermelon? Zhang Fan revealed a kind smile, as if he was really like an old melon farmer grandfather. The words fell. The ghost students didn't act as excited as the rest of the live room, wearing wry smiles. Instead, they gathered around in unison, looking at Zhang Fan with wide eyes, blood flowing from their faces. You could tell the ghost students were scared. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person, but this was Mr. Zhang who wanted to make a little barbecue out of them. Pick the watermelon. Pick the watermelon. Who knew what heartless things Mr. Zhang would do to them if he picked and chose? The ghost students looked at Zhang Fan's smile, and at this moment, they felt a chill on their backs, and after more than 10 years of being ghosts, they suddenly gave birth to a psychology called fear. No, definitely not Mr. Zhang as a melon farmer's grandfather. Otherwise, that ruler is afraid to become a knife that cuts open a watermelon. Then a ghost student spoke up. Mr. Zhang, why don't you be the watermelon and we'll be the grandpa? Watermelon? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Zhang Fan righteously refused the ghost student's request, and then started the game. The ghost students sat down on the floor with smiles, sadness, on their faces, hurt, and blood running down their faces for their next miserable end. Zhang Fan took the lead and walked over to Liang Heike. Smilingly, he asked, "Is this watermelon ripe?" Liang Heike was very quiet and said weakly, "Not ripe, not ripe. This watermelon is small and bitter." After saying the words, Liang Heike's head began to shrink. The top of her head revealed green watermelon lines, and the ponytail on her head resembled the vines of a watermelon. Liang Heike's head became a whole lot smaller to half the size of her original head before stopping slightly. The skull is very small, and with the greenish watermelon veins, it seems as if it really is a small, astringent, unripe watermelon. Zhang Fan was blinded by what he saw. According to the information sent over by the state, wouldn't all the ghost students answer that the watermelon is ripe and then explode? How come, when it comes to him, the watermelon is not ripe? Not only is it not cooked, but it's shrunk? Is it possible that it is a small watermelon? Small watermelons ripen so small too, but they are sweet and red. Is it really not ripe? It looks like it's ripe to me. Why don't you pick it and cut it up? Zhang Fan's hand itched a little as he held the ruler. The ghost students on the side heard this and turned white with fear, and the head on top of their heads kept shrinking and expanding, over and over again, on the verge of blowing up. Mr. Zhang was really up to no good. Gosh, they're already like this. And Mr. Zhang actually wants to eat them. Barbecue watermelon? Zhang Fan ultimately didn't do it. Liang Heike was too well behaved. He had to find a prick to fix it. Looking around at the shivering ghost students, Zhang Fan was a little disappointed. He still preferred yesterday's ghost student to the current one. Being as temperamental as he was, seemingly seeing something, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. The ghost student Zhao Xian actually retained a trace of courage. Zhang Fan felt satisfied, revealing a maniacal smile as he walked over to Zhao Xian and touched his head and asked, "Is this watermelon ripe?" Mr. Jiang, cooked. Not ripe, not ripe. This watermelon is small and astringent. Ghost student Zhao Xian glanced at Zhang Fan's hand raised halfway to the ruler, as if it was the scythe of the god of death. The mediocre ruler was actually flooded with a touch of sharp light at the moment. Zhao Xian reacted and hurriedly shouted. The body shuddered, and the head began to shrink, like a leaky balloon. It shrunk to the size of a mother's finger before it stopped. There are no squash tenges or lime green watermelon stripes on it. It looks like a watermelon that has just fruited. No matter what variety it is, there is no ripe watermelon. The sight of a thumb-sized head hanging from the neck is weird in any way. Zhang Fan couldn't help but reach out and play. QQ Bomb is quite fun, reminding him of the marbles he used to play. I don't know if I'm pushing too hard, or is the shrunken creepy head itself vulnerable? After Zhang Fan bounced a few times, this little head was bounced to the ground with a bang and rolled several times. The ghost students around them instantly wept in fear. Covered in blood, the body collapsed and began to explode. Avalanche dash. It's like a bloody evolution. It's extremely bloody. Don't cry. I didn't mean it. Zhang Fan picked up the tiny head and planted it on the ghost student Zhao Xian's head again, spread his hands and said helplessly. Zhang Fan's out-of-the-ordinary game behavior not only scared the ghost students to tears, but also froze the outside audience. Van is so violent. Whether the watermelon is ripe or not, Fan, will eat it. Such a small head. Ah, no. Such a small watermelon, you bear to pick it? Compared to the chosen one in other countries, Zhang Fan's portrayal of the old melon farmer grandfather feels less like a melon farmer and more like a murderer. Watermelon killing maniac. Why do I get the feeling that, more than creepy, Zhang Fan is creepy? ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ __________________________________________________________________________ The ghost students were too scared to resist and could only whimper. The sound of crying was cold and whimper. The sound of crying was cold and oozing, and the ghostly echoes spread throughout the happy kindergarten. But the game must go on. After 2 watermelon picking moves, Zhang Fan found that he had not yet walked to the front of the next ghost student. The ghost student took the initiative to speak. Trembling in busy panic said, "Not ripe. Not ripe. The watermelon is too small and astringent to eat," followed by shrinking his head. Like he was afraid of Zhang Fan popping his head out, he directly shrunk to an almost headless state. As a result, Zhang Fan could only skip traveling to the next ghost student. However, none of the remaining 24 ghost students said it was ripe, and the watermelon was big and sweet. All small, astringent little watermelons, unripe. Not even the little watermelons, even the watermelon vines are gone. It made Zhang Fan a little depressed. He also wanted to pick a big and sweet watermelon. The key is that the watermelon is not ripe. Looking at a pile of headless watermelons, Zhang Fan had no choice but to strike. His watermelon patch had no melons to pick and they all died out. Zhang Fan sat directly to the side and just stood there until class ended. This watermelon game is not fun at all. The watermelon is not ripe. This makes me feel very unfulfilled. It is difficult to last year as a drought? Zhang Fan cursed and spat too, and left the class directly after the outdoor activity. compared to Zhang Fan's ease of getting through the game. In the rest of the broadcast, everyone was as careful as they could be. Thanks to a national queue, there were only 5 deaths in this outdoor play session. Zhang Fan had no intention of exploring the teaching building, which he had almost finished exploring. He was going to head for the janitor's office. Zhang Fan found out while playing the game. Yesterday, guarding the outside of the janitor's room bazaar actually disappeared. The headmaster didn't show up to pick up the students this morning, and there's no creepy guard outside the janitor's room. So it's not possible that both of these absences are due to the fact that last night's Scarlet World Ji Shui got out of his trap, and that's what caused the creepy to leave, right? Zhang Fan crossed the office. The teachers inside the office were still smoking cigarettes, talking and laughing. When he saw Zhang Fan, as usual, he handed out a finger cigarette and invited Zhang Fan to enjoy it together. Zhang Fan passed by the health room. Healthcare is the paperman doctor inside looking at the doorway woodenly, revealing the heart stabbed by Zhang Fan. Looking weird and scary, Zhang Fan came all the way to the janitor's room, and when he was about to get close to the janitor's room, he opened his mouth as if he had come out for air. This group of students can be really naughty and mischievous, is about to exhaust me. Through the corner of my eye, Zhang Fan saw the layout in the janitor's room. When he saw it clearly, he was delighted. The janitor's room was empty and devoid of shenanigans. Chapter 148, The Register of Outsiders of the Happy Kindergarten. 3/3, 4K. Zhang Fan's heart was set as he slowly walked into the janitor's room, casually removing the work tag from his neck after making sure that there really wasn't any weirdness. The job board is the eyes of the director, monitoring the entire Happy Kindergarten with the help of the staff walking around. If the head gardener saw him go inside the janitor's room and rummage through the boxes, then Zhang Fan would have been caught red-handed. He couldn't explain that he had actually come to the janitor's office for a cup of tea for all his out-of-the-ordinary antics. Upon entering the janitor's room, Zhang Fan did not hesitate, grasping for clues as to what might be in the janitor's room. He wasn't sure when Creepy would be back, so he had to get out of the janitor's room as fast as he could after looking for clues before Creepy arrived. Zhang Fan rummaged through the box, moving quickly and carefully, not missing anything. The layout inside the janitor's room is simple. There was only one room, exactly the same layout as inside the hide-and-seek illusion, with glass windows, a wooden table, and a row of bookshelves. The 4-square janitorial room looked new, and Zhang Fan found a gap in the middle of the janitorial room wall. That's from the renovation. Only the front meeting room was kept in the janitor's room, while the back janitor's restroom was removed and integrated, making the overall janitor's room look bigger, and the walls were repainted to look bright and clean. Zhang Fan rummaged through the desk. The drawers underneath the wooden desk had a mixed bag of things inside. Some ordinary items piled inside, mostly a few toys, and a few thermoses, keys, and red scarves. At the bottom of these items, Zhang Fan found a register of outsiders. Zhang Fan picked up the register and flipped through a few pages. Inside the register are the names of people who are not part of the campus, the time they entered the campus, and their names. This register is very old. The mottled traces on the top, yellowed paper, are densely packed with records of all the people who came to the Happy Kindergarten. Zhang Fan flipped through a few pages. He found that there were a lot of outsiders registered in front of him. To the follow-up, visitors were getting less and less. On average, only a few were registered in a year, and in the end, they were simply gone, leaving a large part of the blank page. The register cannot be taken away, otherwise there's a risk of being discovered by janitorial shenanigans. At a glance, Zhang Fan quickly scanned over the year, name, and what he had to do to enter the park labeled on top of the register. On the way, Zhang Fan was surprised to find that there were also parents of large Class A registered inside, and their surnames. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not. There were some that were exactly the same as the students in the class he was leading. Parents with the last name Lee. Time to enter the park, 6/11/10. Reason, picking up child from hospital. Go to the hospital. The last name is Lee. Could it be Lee Chi-hong's parents? The parents' surnames, and the reason for entering the park, reminded Zhang Fan of Lee Chi-hong. Ghost student Lee Chi-hong is now known to have died in the healthcare room, most likely due to a lack of missing medication that led to a sudden illness. Lee Chi-hong's name, which itself carries a disease, fits well with the Lee parents. Zhang Fan memorized the contents of the top of the register while watching to see if the parent's surname Lee appeared again. Soon, Zhang Fan once again saw parent Lee arrive at the school. Entry time to campus, December 27th, 10. Teacher notification? Notify Lee's parents of what? December 30th, 10. What did he want with the director? January 1st, 11. January 2nd, 11. January 3rd, 11. All looking for the director of the park? Lee parents into the park. A few days in a row into the park for all the same reasons. Are to find the director? Looking for the director of what things? Need to enter the park continuously. Zhang Fan began to memorize the contents on top of the registration book again. This time, until he had memorized the entire contents of the register. Zhang Fan didn't see any more registration information for parent Li's entry into the park. It seems, after the day of the 3rd, the Li parents disappeared after the matter was resolved by the director of the school. No more visits to the director. No more visits to the happy nursery. And no, take your kids to the doctor to the hospital. If parent Li is really the parent of Li Qihang, then it is possible that after being informed by the teacher, he continuously entered the park to look for the director, and possibly came to cause trouble, was notified by the teacher to come to the happy kindergarten, was here to bring home the body of the ghost student Li Qihang, and then a day or two later, came to cause trouble and entered the park to find the director, continuing to cause trouble until the problem was solved by the director of the park, and since then parent Li has never entered the park because his child has died, and naturally there is no subsequent record of registering to enter the park. Zhang Fan hung his eyes. If it was according to his idea, so, this register of outsiders must have the parents of 30 students from his class registered on it, because 30 students, even if their parents don't normally enter the campus, come and take their bodies when they die. Zhang Fan didn't exclude it in detail, but turned to explore the bookshelves behind him. Time was tight, and Zhang Fan had no way to find the parents that appeared inside the register and cross-check them one by one in a very short period of time. Even if by some fluke his thoughts were verified, it would be a drop in the ocean of clues, and it would be a serious waste of his time exploring the janitor's room, delaying his search for more important clues. He had memorized the entire register and just needed to study it slowly in his free time. The books are neatly arranged on the shelves. Judging from the wear and tear on the book, you can tell that it was merely for show and that no one actually looked through it very often. Zhang Fan's focus was on the books that were a bit on the worn outside, as well as the gaps between the shelves and the walls, the bottom of the shelves, and so on. Attempts. What clues to look for in it? Usually when you play a puzzle game like Escape Room, the clues in it are hidden somewhere, either in cluttered items, or under the bed, or in a sentence written on the front page of a book. Zhang Fan hoped to get some clues on this side of the bookshelf again. The entire janitor's room had a simple layout, and he'd already searched the rest of the place. There were no clues to anything other than a noteworthy Happy Kindergarten outsider registration book in the drawer. While rummaging through the bookshelves, Zhang Fan inwardly turned on signing in. Ding! Check-in to the janitor's office was successful. Obtaining a janitor's license ×1. Janitorial tags, they only recognize tags, so wear them to become a janitor. A staff member at a Happy Kindergarten. Sounds cool, doesn't it? The janitor's work badge? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. This time the prop for signing in was actually the identity of the gatekeeper. Inside the Happy Kindergarten, a work badge is the identity card for the campus. And Rule 9 has said that it is best for staff to carry their work badges at all times to avoid strangers entering the campus. This means that the creeps only recognize the job tags, not the faces of the faculty. The item description also says that they only recognize work tags. And now that Zhang Fan had signed up for a janitorial work badge, it was equivalent to an additional identity. He could be a teacher or a janitor. Of course, Zhang Fan did not think that in the normal daytime happiness kindergarten with the guard's work card is the guard. When there are two guards, Zhang Fan, this fake guard is very easy to leak out of the cracks. But, Zhang Fan thought of the blood-colored world after nightfall. The janitor's work card plus the ghost face mask signed in the Scarlet World, the 2-in-1, is enough to fake the real thing? Maybe it can be a big card for me when I face the head gardener in the Scarlet World, Zhang Fan murmured, looking out through the window of the janitor's room. The area outside the Happy Nursery is all misty except for a road where parents usually drop off and pick up their children. The forbidden gate that cuts off the mists from the Happy Nursery. Inside and outside the door. 2 sites. Is it possible that I can open the door of the Happy Kindergarten with the special identity of the janitor? Zhang Fan shook off his head and continued to rummage through the remaining bookshelves. There are many books within the shelves, ranging from young children's books, to high history, to encyclopedias and more. What's this? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. From the top of the bookshelf a black book. Or rather, it's not a book, and a metal box. This iron box reminded Zhang Fan of the iron box he found under the bed where the janitor was resting in the hide-and-seek illusionary janitor's room. The exact same iron box, except that the one inside the janitor's room was not as worn as the one in the illusion. Zhang Fan opened the iron box, expecting that inside would be the same as in the illusion. It would be a large class graduation album. But, all that was in there was a bunch of scrap paper, paper clips, pencils, etc. Zhang Fan flipped through the pages, and when he got halfway through, he stopped and picked up a photo that was sandwiched in amongst the scraps of paper. The photo is somewhat yellowed, showing a white mist obscuring the middle view of the photo. Isn't this the first picture in that graduation album? Zhang Fan didn't find the children's graduation photos in the metal box, but found other photos. This photo, Zhang Fan was deeply impressed. It is placed at the top of all 29 kindergarten graduation photos, as well as the happy kindergarten campus photos. The photo is exactly the same as in the Phantasmagoria. All of them are a bit blurred. It is not possible to see the whole scene of the photo, only vaguely through the background of the photo, to determine that this photo was taken in front of the happy kindergarten. But, unlike in the illusion, there was a row of small words written on the back of this photo that Zhang Fan found. Just virtue, benevolence, knowledge, equality, learning. The line was confusing, like it had been written on a long time ago, and Zhang Fan looked at it for a long time before he could see it clearly. 5 words, the very same 5 words that are set in front of the happy nursery school. It's the words that gardeners use to show parents, the words that gardeners use to brainwash parents, but favorably appeared on top of this photo, based on the yellowed and ancient traces of the photographs, and the equally blurred handwriting. Zhang Fan felt that it didn't seem to be written on by the gardener. According to the spoken language the gardener used to treat the parents, it was more like marketing something. The gardener didn't even have that kind of mind that he would write those 5 words on the back of the photo. And if it was written by the current ghost teacher, the ghost teacher's treatment of the ghost students, as well as his or her heart, simply doesn't match up to the time when the handwriting was blurred, as well as the intent. Then it should have been written by someone before the gardener and perhaps a little further back in time. In the illusion, this photo is prominently placed in front of all the photos. There's no way the janitor wrote it up when he was bored. Exclude the janitor. Exclude the director. And the director's current teachers. Well, the only way it could have been written on is by a former teacher. Or an old gardener. Teachers versus veteran gardeners, as opposed to veteran gardeners who have better odds. Did the old gardener write it on? Why would the old gardener write those 5 words on top of the photo? If it is true that the old gardener wrote those 5 words, then it is possible that what is engraved on the wall outside did not appear during the gardener's time. But when the old gardener was there, be bold, those 5 words were carved by the old gardener, and the gardener merely refurbished them. Righteousness, benevolence, equality. The fact that the old gardener was able to come up with these 5 words and write them on the back of the picture shows a great love for the children. Zhang Fan put down the photo and continued to look for clues in the bookshelf. In a jiffy, Zhang Fan shook his head. He didn't find anything of note anymore. Not a clue. Nope. Still a bit of a clue. I don't know about the alien registration book, but the photos show a little something. By the 5 words on the back of the photo, it was able to be determined that the old gardener loved the kindergartners and that the odds were against being in bed with the gardener. The director indulges the kindergarten teachers and is even complicit in cheating parents and abusing students. A far cry from the old director's thinking. By that logic, plus the fact that the Scarlet World was founded by the old gardener, it is also highly likely, then, that the gardener's imprisonment and confinement of the ghost students was carried out with his back turned to the old gardener. The old gardener loved the students, but the gardener was allowed to fool around in the Scarlet World, and, perhaps, the old gardener was imprisoned. Zhang Fan lowered his eyes, seemed to have thought of something, and shook his head. The old gardener was stronger than the gardener, and should have been unable to wake up due to whatever reason, so the gardener penetrated the gap and created the present blood-colored world. Zhang Fan was inwardly relieved to learn that the old gardener loved the students and disagreed with the gardener. At least, he didn't have to worry anymore that the old gardener and the head gardener were in cahoots, and he had to be wary of facing 2 of the biggest creepy bosses in the copy at the same time. Perhaps he could try to find the old gardener within the Scarlet World. The old gardener saw everything within the Scarlet World and would most likely help him. Then, at that time, with the help of the old gardener, his students will be able to be rescued altogether, unharmed. And, once it was time to deal with the gardener, there was also a powerful extra helper. After confirming that the inside of the janitor's room had been searched all over and there were no clues, Zhang Fan left the janitor's room with his work license. Fortunately, from the time he entered the janitor's room, to the time he came out the back, no creeps saw him, and the janitor's room creeps didn't use to come back early to spot him. While Zhang Fan explored the janitor's room, once again, Pete, the chosen one of the ugly kingdom, is in the health room. During yesterday's exploration, Chosen Pete discovered many of the same medications inside the health room. He ate some in the evening. Unknown drugs don't have much flavor and aren't poisons. It was, as he thought, a calming aid to sleep. The intense drowsiness allowed Pete to confirm the approximate scope of the drug, the unknown drug in the health room. A sleeping pill. Chapter 149, Sleeping Pills. Curiosity killed the cat. 1 2/3 combined chapters 4K. Pete shook his head, wondering if he'd taken too much of the drug yesterday. That drug still made him a little dizzy. Only sleeping pills that have such strong side effects. Why are there so many sleeping pills in the health room? In one kindergarten, the most used was actually sleeping pills. These sleeping pills, no doubt, were given to the students. So why are these sleeping pills being given to students in large quantities? It seemed to Pete that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. I take sleeping pills because it's insomnia. So the students take sleeping pills for nothing more than these possibilities. The first, sleeping pills do what they're supposed to do, help with sleep. The second, forced sleep, such as in kidnapping. The robber will give the hostage sleeping pills so that the hostage cannot escape and is always weak and passed out. The third, punishment, taking sleeping pills because the student didn't listen. There seems to be only one time period when students go to school and stay on campus where they can use a lot of sleeping pills. Napping. Again, according to lunch has a suppressive effect on ghost students. Pete quickly came up with the idea that sleeping pills were added within the lunch to put the students to sleep. Oh, this kindergarten actually makes it possible for students to sleep quietly by adding sleeping pills to their lunches. If this kind of behavior was out there, I would definitely send the school to court. Pete guessed that the unknown drug was a sleeping pill, leaving outside viewers in awe. Currently, the chosen of all countries have finished exploring the health room, and half of the chosen have found unknown drugs, and it was only Pete who recognized the drug. The country saw this and could not help but sigh. Pete had the perfect amount of luck and just happened to have a decades-long insomnia condition and just happened to, well, have taken many kinds of medications to help him sleep. Sometimes cleverness is only a small part of the game of weird tales. More often than not, it's luck. After lamenting, countries began to gather domestic wise men to work out conjectures about further weird games on sleeping pills based on the clue of sleeping pills. There is some speculation as to whether the hidden condition for passing the weird tales game involves destroying all the sleeping pills. Some speculate that the chosen one is a teacher and should be left alone like the rest of the ghost teachers. There is also speculation as to whether all the shenanigans of the happy kindergarten could be stunned with the help of sleeping pills in the health room. This way, without the shenanigans there is no danger, and the chosen can safely get through the internship and pass the game. Beyond that, because a chosen one found unknown drugs, which in turn led to speculation that, perhaps, sleeping pills might have been added to the act of giving students a quiet nap within their lunch meals. States have begun to wonder if Rule 8, supervising students through lunch, is the right rule. After all, feeding sleeping pills to students is, in any case, a mistake, according to the normal perspective. But, no country dares to give a hint. Because of the schedule game variety, the countries have pretty much used up their prompting opportunities. It's a little petty to make them use their precious queuing opportunities to cue the type of drug. After all, the chosen ones hadn't broken any rules by supervising the students through lunch yesterday. But, if Rule 8 is a pollution type of rule words, at this moment, the countries turned their attention to the ugly country live. Currently only chosen Pete knows the type of drug and its approximate use. It's up to Pete to experiment a bit with measuring whether Rule 8 is chronic pollution. Soon it was time for lunch. Pete didn't disappoint. He chose to supervise the ghost students at lunch as usual. Since the kindergarten added sleeping pills within the meal to make Creepy weaken sleep during nap time, there was no need for me to be redundant. Supervising the students through lunch is the right thing to do and doesn't kill them. But if I stop Creepy from eating, I have to take a huge risk and might as well keep it the way it is. Pete ate his difficult meal and quietly looked down at the quiet eeriness. This group of shenanigans had nothing to do with him. Whether or not he takes sleeping pills is irrelevant to him. Even knowing that stopping the creeps from having lunch might carry out a new plot and uncover new clues, Pete doesn't want to do it. All he needed to know was that Rule 8 looked, well, right. Overseeing Creepy eating a clean lunch, he didn't die. Then it is sufficient for him to continue to comply. Oh, I would be absolutely outraged if this happened at the preschool my son attends. But, this is Weird Tales World, and stopping the creeps from eating lunch is more dangerous than rewarding for me. At best, I'll give you guys a smaller meal. Pete didn't have the guts to take his own life to test out clues and verify that Rule 8 was right or wrong. What's more, what about eating a lunch containing sleeping pills is this group that has nothing to do with him and is obnoxiously creepy? Pete still had his son waiting for him to come home, and he had to wait for the state to give the hint. In the face of Pitt's regardless approach, the countries of the netizens are talking. I wouldn't risk my life for a guess. A possible clue. Creepy taking sleeping pills. What's it to me? Alas, I just don't know if Rule 8 is a chronic pollution rule. Come to the chosen one to experiment with it. Curiosity killed the cat. Inside the world of weird tales, the chosen of each country led their children back to their classrooms and began to eat their lunches. They are constantly supervising the ghost students as they finish their bowls of food to avoid breaking Rule 8. Other chosen ones even hit the ghost students with a lot of meals simply because the meals can inhibit the ghost students. It didn't matter, at all, how disgustingly filthy the meal was. Zhang Fan looked at the midday meal and frowned, coming closer for a closer look. The meal was rich and still had a lot of protein trapped inside the leaves. Next to the 2 courses of vegetables, A pot of black stuff was placed. It seemed to be the head of some kind of animal with sharp teeth and a few hairs floating around. Looks like mouse head? The teacher next to him saw it, showing excitement, his bloodshot eyes staring straight at the pot of black unidentified food, mucus dripping from the corners of his mouth. I can't believe we have duck necks for lunch today. What? Jiang Fan looked at the rat's head in the basin and took a step back with a complicated expression. This thing is actually a duck neck? Whose duck neck looks like this? Jiang Fan's hands shook as he pushed the basin directly in front of the teacher of the next class. We don't like meat in our class, so we'll let your class have these duck necks. Have some more and get some protein. The rat's head was so blackened by the chef's sautéing that it really seemed to resemble a hacked-off black duck neck. Even though Jiang Fan was more than a meter away, he could smell the putrid odor of the rat. And there were even some small white rice grains interspersed with the rat's mouth, which appeared to be some kind of small worm. How embarrassing then. Mr. John, you've given it to our class. Your class won't have enough. The teacher of Class B was left drooling, staring at the head of the rat in the basin. The greed on his face was obvious to the extreme, obviously just being polite and courteous with Jiang Fan. Immediately after, under Jiang Fan's disgusted gaze, the teacher of Class B gave himself several rat heads, cracking his mouth and biting down with a crunch. The teacher of Class B not only ate it herself, but also gave several hits to the ghost students. Watching the ghost students in the next class frantically eating duck necks, the action was intense and exciting. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was eating some kind of mountain of food. Jiang Fan shook his head and turned to admonish the students in his class. We are growing our bodies and need to eat more vegetables. Some proteins should be left out, as well as meat, too much of which can affect your IQ. The ghost students nodded plausibly. Suddenly, one of the ghost students below opened his mouth and said to the classmate next to him, Mr. Jiang is right. You can't eat too much meat, and so is Mr. Jiang's meat. Eating too much of it will affect us, so why don't we forget about it? We won't eat Mr. Jiang. Aha, we can't eat Mr. Jiang's meat, or we'll get stupid. Jiang Fan glanced at the ghost student who had spoken and revealed a kind smile. Eating his meat will make you stupid, but eating ring ruler stir fry will make you smart. Oh, lunchtime. The ghost students at the bottom didn't eat the school meal like they did yesterday, and there was more than a hint of dislike on the faces of the ghost students compared to yesterday's submissiveness. It seems, on reflection, that the meals given to them in kindergarten are crap. This made Jiang Fan very pleased, but the ghost students disliked the kindergarten meal, thus turning their attention to his lunch. Apparently, sharing breakfast with the ghost students in the morning had awakened their taste buds, and having eaten something delicious, they wanted to continue eating at noon. Jiang Fan's brain hurt a little bit as he looked at the ghost students who were all staring at his lunch with wide eyes, craving for something eerie and drooling. Rule 8 had said that he would supervise the ghost students to finish their meals and not waste them. Now, the ghost students who have tasted the delicious meal are apparently not happy to keep turning their heads back to school lunches. If the ghost students didn't finish their school meals because of this and it caused him to break the rules, then that would be a real stone to move. But the good news is that the ghost students, though disgusted with the trashy kindergarten meals, continue to eat them. Jiang Fan was relieved to see this. Seeing that the ghost students were so helpful, they then gave each of the ghost students some of their own meals. Like in the morning, the ghost students looked excited to get their meals, and all sorts of strange and varied eating maneuvers sprang up. Jiang Fan had already seen it all and began to eat his lunch in peace, and in a place Jiang Fan couldn't see. No one saw it. Ghost student Li Qihong seemed to have poured some of his kindergarten lunch left over into his head because he was full. The lunch was dissolved by the blood and overflowed to out and all over the body. In a jiffy, as the ghost students finished their lunch one by one, they began to get sleepy and tired, their eyes dull and expressionless, closing their eyes and moving like a puppeteer. The ghost students were restrained by their meals and showed offline behavior. As usual, Jiang Fan led the ghost students to the nap area and began to enter the lunch break. 10:20. After arranging all the ghost students, Jiang Fan realized that the last ghost student, who didn't seem to be offline, appeared sleepy. It's ghost student Li Qihong. Yesterday when it was nap time, all of the ghost students went offline and into slumber. And today, the ghost student, Li Qihong, did not go offline, nor did he show a dull and sleepy look. Jiang Fan looked at the last ghost student in the classroom and revealed a puzzled expression. Li Qihong wasn't sleepy and asleep, but he wasn't as lively as he was a moment ago and possessing a soul either. Instead, he sat in his seat, one moment with his eyes downcast as if he were asleep, and the next with his eyes open, his face distorted, his mouth open, constantly breathing heavily, and his face ghastly white. This scenario made Jiang Fan think of the healthcare room in The Illusion. In the health room, the ghost student, Li Qihong, uses his own shenanigans to pull him into a phantasmagoria and behaves like he's suffocating as well. And at that time, Li Qihong's face was exactly the same as the strange movements now. Li Qihong, what's wrong with you, Mr. Jiang? It hurts. Li Qihong breathed heavily, as if he was strangled. His chest fluctuated dramatically, and slowly, blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were whitened and densely covered with red blood color. The face went from being deathly white to purple and green. Gradually, a patch of dark gray corpse appeared, as if from life to death. These actions are accomplished in just a few seconds. Then, as if he had gained a new life, the ghost student Li Qihong recovered and coldly raised his head, looking at Jiang Fan numbly. The white eyes were as cold as ice in hell, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Jiang Fan frowned as he met the gaze cast by Li Qihong. The sight made him feel uncomfortable, creepy on his body and chilled inside, like he was being stared at by something horrible. Li Qihong's change, it seemed, was similar to that of yesterday's rescue of the ghost student Ji Shuai. The resentment shown was also far more than usual. Not the same Li Qihong who was dumb enough to put cookies in his head anymore. Did ghost student Li Qihong also awaken? Jiang Fan paused, looked up and around, and suddenly walked forward to close the front and back doors of the classroom. Immediately afterward, remove the teacher's ID tag from around your neck. Li Qihong? Mr. Jiang, are you sober? Well, Mr. Jiang, I didn't finish eating from it, so I was able to temporarily wake up and regain my memory. It's something? Finished? Rule number 8. Be sure to supervise your students as they finish their meals. Could it be that the meals don't just inhibit the ghost students? Or is it something like a ghost tree that imprisons the ghost students' memories? Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he spoke out the speculation in his heart. The ghost student, Li Qihong, didn't answer. Just when Jiang Fan thought that the ghost student didn't know about this, suddenly, the resentment from the ghost student Li Qihong began to emanate from his body in a steady stream, filling the surroundings and coloring the entire classroom black. The classroom chairs around it all disappeared. It was as if Jiang Fan had been brought to a whole new world where there was only Jiang Fan and him. Looking around in total darkness, Jiang Fan assumed that it was the ghost student's grievances obscuring the view inside the classroom. However, the warmth spreading out at the center of his heart was constantly telling Jiang Fan that he was caught in an illusion. Li Qihong brought him to an illusion of his own making. Chapter 150 Repetition. Teacher is Superman. Ambient counterpush, 3 4/3, 5K filler sheet. It seemed that the illusion was able to isolate something from prying eyes. Li Qihong opened his mouth and said slowly, his tone and expression also becoming vivid. Well, I remember in the old days, the meals in the kindergarten were not good, but I would always be quiet when I ate them. And now, more than quiet, my behavior is under its control. Because of the restrictions in the garden and it, we have no memories, and every Monday, my memory reboots back to a fixed point of memory, doing the same thing over and over again. Jiang Fan listened attentively as he realized that what the ghost student, Li Qihong, was saying seemed to be the same as the last copy. Reincarnation is 7 days, except that in the copy my reincarnation is fixed to happen, and in Happy Kindergarten, it's just that the schedule is fixed and what happens to the ghost students is not. Only, no one interfered with the ghost students' daily routine, so it seemed to Li Qihong that they were all doing repetitive things. Even if you go to school in the real world, how is it not repetitive? Limitations in the garden and it. The restrictions in the garden are supposed to be the Weird Tales rule, and it is also giving lunch to let the spooky fade into mixed memories. The lunch was made by the cook, but Jiang Fan would not think that a cook would be able to make the whole weirdness fall. There's only one guess. Jiang Fan's eyes twinkled as he slowly spoke. Is it the head gardener? What about the other students? Are they like you, whose memories disappeared because they ate the meal in the kindergarten? Repeat reincarnation? Of course, it's not just the memories. Your powers should be suppressed as well. If that's the case, then the remaining 24 ghost students within the class, or even all the spooks in the entire Happy Kindergarten except for the director, have their memories similarly imprisoned by meals within the normal world? Over and over again, reincarnating at the same point in time, doing the same thing over and over again. By the example of Scarlet World's mole student, Kishwai, it can be surmised that Scarlet World is not the same as the world of the Happy Kindergarten in the Weird Tales game. In the Scarlet World, Creepy is all much stronger and keeps his memories and is able to move around at will. It's not like in Happy Kindergarten, where it's just a creepy, rule-bound thing. The ghost students are now lacking in memory and strength of grievance. Being confined leads to ghost students being weak and easily controlled by the gardener. I'm not sure, but the head gardener was within that world, and this world, I think, and the other ghosts, probably the same, have no memories. Li Qihong shook his head, revealing a confused look. Apparently, he wasn't aware of it. Or rather, Neither the weirdness in the Scarlet World nor the weirdness in the normal world is clear about the secret behind things. They were victims and were in the older classes when they died. How can a 7 or 8-year-old know what's going on? Li Qihong seemed to think of something else and looked up straight at Jiang Fan, a hint of worry showing in his icy tone. Ms. Jiang, I didn't finish all of my lunch today. I'm not sure if the head gardener will find out. But, Ms. Jiang, please make sure you supervise me next time I finish my lunch and slumber through. Why? Isn't it good that you're sober? No, this will involve you, Mr. Jiang. You can't beat them, and once you're discovered, you'll be in a life-threatening situation. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at the weirdness in front of him. Pale face, young features, but revealing adult-like maturity. In a tone of eerie horror and coldness, the warmest words were spoken. Jiang Fan crouched down and was at eye level with the ghost student. Showing a gentle smile, he rubbed the ghost student's head. Don't be afraid. Your teacher, I'm Superman. How can Superman not beat them? Besides, even if I can't beat it, I still have you guys. You can definitely beat it by surrounding it together. Don't worry, you are all my students. I can only bully the students in Class A, not the other ghosts. No way. The ghost student, Li Qihong, froze and looked at Jiang Fan dumbfounded. A shake of the head followed. We are all trapped in another world by the gardener. There is no way to help you, Mr. Jiang. Speaking of which, Li Qihong's mood was a bit heavy. His ghastly white face split apart in pieces, dark blood oozing out of his 5 senses, and a cold and oozing aura pervaded the entire illusionary realm. Then I'll get you guys out so you can help me. Really? Mr. Jiang. Better forget it. Li Qihong's eyes widened as if they were the size of marbles falling down. The slightly raised hand seemed to tremble with surprise, as well as longing. But then he thought of something else and shook his head, lowering his head and making a dull sound of refusal. Perhaps, then Ms. Jiang is likely to be attacked by the gardener and appear to die. Li Qihong felt that it wasn't a big deal to continue to be trapped in the Scarlet World with a never-ending ban. It's a little dark in that little room and he's scared. It would be nice to have a light. As if remembering something horrible, Li Qihong's face twisted and his mouth opened wide as he began to gasp violently again, an aura of despair and fear permeating his body. The illusionary realm grew colder and colder, and countless crying voices, aggravated gasps, and faint cries for help surrounded Jiang Fan's ears. Seeing this, Jiang Fan did not move away from the child who was already in the abyss. Rather, stepping forward, he said firmly, I'm not just going to save you, I'm going to save them all. Not a single student from Class A. Jiang Fan patted his chest, and his serious look and unwavering tone made the ghost student Li Qihong's eyes, which were immersed in darkness, brush and light up as if they had a soul. There is, it seems, hope. In a jiffy, the resentment that filled the classroom dispersed, revealing the original appearance. The illusion disappeared. Jiang Fan froze and looked at the ghost student Li Qihong who had regained his dull appearance in front of him. Since the ghost student had eaten most of the bowl of rice, Li Qihong had only been awake for 10 minutes. In the next few minutes, Li Qihong told Jiang Fan part of the place where the ghost students were imprisoned in the Scarlet World and the way to free themselves. As Jiang Fan had guessed, ghost student Li Qihong died in the health room. He has asthma, and the medication he had with him was missing when he had an attack that day, and the medication was not available in the health room when his teacher sent him there for treatment. The physician inside the healthcare room felt that it was a reprieve and merely kept him or her in a hospital bed. Mild asthma eases off, but Li Qihong's condition gradually worsened during his years in kindergarten. Thus, with the physician's inaction and the time delay, Li Qihong died. After that day, he never opened his eyes again. Still, an asthma attack and severe suffocation surrounded him from time to time before his death. Once again, in the world of blood, he lost his medication. It was the gardener who took it. The director told him that the medication was in the health room and that he needed to find it himself. However, Li Qihong did not find the medicine. The bottle of medication that was hidden in the health room seemed to have disappeared into thin air and could not be found. In the land of the dead, searching for what the heart clings to the deepest, not having found the medicine, he was mentally and physically tortured and confined, leaving Li Qihong trapped in the health room. Chuckle. What's the difference between looking for drugs where you died and facing your greatest inner fears? Not being able to find medication, having asthma attacks over and over again in the health room, feeling the suffocation of death, repeating the cycle of death? Jiang Fan revealed a look of pity inside. The way to free the ghost student Li Qihong is simple. Resolve his obsession and find the medication he lost that was hidden by the gardener, and the rest of the ghost students. Li Qihong didn't know much. In addition to the already known Ji Shui, Dong Kaiga, Li Qihong also said where the 5 ghost students were imprisoned. There's one on the roof. I'm in the health room looking for medicine. Sometimes sober, Through the window of the health room, I saw a ghost jump off the roof and fall to pieces. A hopscotch game? Jung Fan raised an eyebrow. There is a classroom for small groups. I don't know what classroom it was on the second floor, but I saw a ghost up there playing with a bear, and it stuck to the window with the bear motionless. And sometimes it was just the bear, but the bear stood in its place. A doll bear stuffing it into himself? It is also her. Jung Fan was silent, and Kumamoto Bear's appearance appeared in his mind. There's one in the hallway on the second floor, and there were ghosts vomiting all over the hallway on the second floor. Blood and mincemeat all over my place. Nice guy. Not hygienic. Jung Fan bristled. Even Dong Gage was better than this ghost. There are two around. Two identical ghosts came to me earlier and tried to play hide and seek, but I didn't let them in. Twins, Yin and Yang. I find myself. Ghost student Li Chiham offers 5 places where the spooky is located. Jung Fan calculated that if he was lucky enough tonight, then, with Dong Gage and Ji Shui, there would be a total of 30 students within the class, almost a third of them in the blink of an eye. Jung Fan silently calculated that if he continued at this rate, then all 30 students were expected to be rescued by Friday. At that time, even if he passed the level, Jung Fan would be able to leave this Weird Tales game with peace of mind. Jung Fan had realized that his mindset had already changed without him realizing it. From a wait-and-see attitude at the beginning to fulfillment of the responsibility of taking up the role of a teacher. From just signing up to explore the Scarlet World, to worrying about the gardener and not entering the Scarlet World anymore, to the current idea of saving 30 students. A sea change in just one day. Why exactly did this change in mindset occur? Jung Fan thinks to himself. The idea is firm. A road to black. Like to control things in their own hands. A steady victory. But now, things have deviated from what was first suspected. Heading down an unknown path. Jung Fan shook his head with an emotional sigh. Harm. For a teacher, if I don't do it, who can? After all, these kids are still penalized by me for a week of hygiene. And without them, who's going to clean and clean? The time comes to 12:20. During the lunch break, Jung Fan carried the last ghost student within the class, Li Chi-hung, to his bed and covered him. Then, ignoring the invitation of the teacher of class B next door to smoke his finger, he found a place to sit down. Turn on the Weird Tales queue and sit at the most comfortable angle while slowly analyzing and watching the queue from the state. There were more than 100 pages of tips, and Jung Fan looked at them page by page without skipping anything. The state sent him a lot of tips, twice as many as last time. Last time it was a few days behind. This time it was indeed the next day. Suffice it to say that the uncertainty within this strange talk has increased and the difficulty has increased dramatically. There were many different kinds of information, but with Jung Fan's current intelligence and the skill of never forgetting, Jung Fan wouldn't get lost in the countless guesses of information. On the contrary, it was precisely because the information was sufficient, which allowed Jung Fan to understand the entire passing result of odd talking about the present in the capacity of a chosen one. As in, the audience on the outside can be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. In a jiffy, Jung Fan rubbed his head and closed his eyes to ease the soreness from continually reading the information. There is a lot of help for him in this material. One of the biggest things that helped was coming up with camp ideas. If you divide the happy kindergarten according to the camps on the battlefield, it is divided into ghost students and veteran gardeners, and staff and gardeners. Then, this also explains why the rule 100% correct gives two different rates of correctness, 70% and 30%. There are rules that are right in the gardener's camp, but when it comes to the ghost student's camp, it will have an effect on the ghost student. By choosing a camp, the chosen one is also choosing how easy it is to clear this copy. As it stands, joining the camp of the gardener's faculty is clearly an easy pass. Joining the ghost student old gardener camp should be a difficult pass. Jung Fan shrugged and spread his hands. Obviously, at the moment, I'm just leaning towards the difficulty pass, trying to help the ghost students out, and thinking the gardener is bad. Luckily, though, the hard pass is built on top of the easy pass, and I was able to securely reach the easy pass ending. Simple pass hidden condition is to side with the gardener. Let me figure out how to pass it. Jung Fan pondered carefully, combining what little he had observed, and quickly came up with a rough guess for the pass. First of all, the teachers don't care about the ghost students. They don't teach, they treat the ghost students badly, and they even physically stigmatize the ghost students. Well, the teacher's camp falls into the easy pass category. He just needs to follow the teachers and do the same thing. Because the teachers are antagonistic to the ghost students, a simple pass is not required to learn about the deaths of the ghost students and protect them. Plus the explicitly simple pass-through condition to get through the internship. It should be recognized by the gardener and not antagonized by the gardener. After all, it's one of the first conditions to examine whether they've survived the internship, with the director of the garden as the deciding weirdness. Getting through the internship period involves avoiding 3 false rules in addition to the head gardener's affirmations. What seems like the easiest hidden condition is actually the hardest. There are rules within the rules that are half right and half wrong, assuming the difficulty points, all of which are each mixed in half. Then there are 6 rules in question. The percentage of correctness also becomes 30% correct and 30% incorrect, plus 3 times correct for the ghost student camp, and 1 entry correct for the gardener-only camp. Well, it's also 70% correct. Beyond the initial, Jiang Fan noticed one more thing. It was a chosen one who himself had suffered from insomnia for over a decade and was relying on taking medication to help him sleep. And he found the same unknown drug in the health room and felt familiar with it, intending to try it often. The information given by the state doesn't depict the results. It's possible that he didn't experiment before the tip was sent over law. Jiang Fan boldly imagined, together with the specific generalization of the subsequent countries giving drugs. Finally, a drug flashed in his mind. Sleeping pills. In the present world, students appear to go offline after lunch. And just now, Li Qihang said that he would be quiet and go to sleep even if he ate lunch before. Then, the fact that ghost students fall asleep after lunch, both in life and within the spooky world, is enough to suggest that the offline behavior of ghost students is not a schedule rule arrangement or that lunch possesses the ability to restrain ghost student behavior. Now it seems likely that sleeping pills were added to the meals to cause the ghost students to fall into a deep sleep. Because the sleeping pills were also added in life and became instinctive to the students' bodies, it was only because the director was able to utilize the sleeping pills in the normal world to suppress the ghost students and make them lose their proper memories so that the entire kindergarten was under his control. This train of thought made Jiang Fan breathe a sigh of relief. The only way the gardener can control the students in the normal world is by utilizing sleeping pills. Once the sleeping pills are not taken, then the ghost students will regain their memories. So the gardener wasn't as strong as he thought he was. The gardener, perhaps, may be able to overcome. By normal logic, the head gardener is strong enough to control the shenanigans through sleeping pills. Given the large-scale use of sleeping pills, a relative conclusion can be drawn from speculating with the sleeping pill control shenanigans counterintuitively. Perhaps, the ghost students collectively regained their memories and lost control, and were able to cause the gardener some trouble and pose a threat to him. The head gardener is not strong enough to resist all of the ghost students, which is why he has to take control of them through sleeping pills. The weakness of the gardener, at this moment, is revealed. Chapter 151 Activity Room B is occupied. 1/3, except, of course, the normal world can speculate like that. Could the same be surmised for the Scarlet World? Because in the Scarlet World, the gardener holds all the spooks captive in a similar way to utilizing sleeping pills. Can that be interpreted to mean that the Scarlet World spooks can still be a threat to the gardener? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Perhaps he could try, but the action couldn't be too obvious, or it wouldn't be good for the gardener to detect what he was up to. It's something that has to come quietly. Beyond that, there were also some rules that were right and wrong that were demonstrated by the chosen of the rest of the country. Rule number 3 is correct. Rule number 2, not only at the end of free time, but also the rest of the time. As well, Rule 5 could be wrong. The information recorded that they, the chosen who entered the right classroom, were given gifts, while the rest of the chosen were not. Jiang Fan nodded. The information given by the state, except for some that he had not expected. The rest of the rules, right or wrong, were pretty much the same as what he had guessed. The lunch break was soon over. Jiang Fan realized that the first ghost student to wake up today was actually Ji Shuai. Lunch break until 14:20, and the ghost student Ji Shuai was awake fully half an hour early. It was about 10 minutes earlier than even the earliest awake ghost student yesterday. Kishore didn't misbehave when he was sober. I don't know if it was because of yesterday's success in rescuing the ghost student Ji Shuai, but today's Ji Shuai acted slightly more mature. Sitting quietly on the bed, not bleeding or dropping his eyes, he just looked straight at Jiang Fan, emanating a strong resentment that turned the entire lunch break area cold. And the second ghost student who woke up early was Li Qihang. Li Qihang woke up dumbfounded and removed his brain, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and lowered himself onto the bed. Ghost student Li Qihang's sluggish appearance. It was hard for Jiang Fan to believe that he had just seen Li Qihang after he had come to his senses, and that Rue Ji's adorable appearance was Li Qihang's original appearance. One after another, ghost students woke up one after another. Some ghost students want to shush, others want to play hide-and-seek with Jiang Fan and stuff their heads under the bed. There were also ghost students who were dead, like shadows, and kept following Jiang Fan, not going anywhere. After Jiang Fan had taken care of these trivial matters, the time came to 14:35, and class was about to start. Jiang Fan hurriedly took the ghost students to the activity room. Yesterday in the activity room I was given a clay figure prop by Dong Gage. This made Jiang Fan look forward to what event room B would obtain. Monday activity room A, Tuesday Activity Room B, and Wednesday Activity Room C, just enough to explore all of them, plus swimming lessons on Wednesdays to get inside the pool to scout for clues. This way, we'll be able to explore the entirety of the happy kindergarten by the end of school on Wednesday at the latest. The rest of the principal's office as well as the kitchen will be figured out slowly, Jiang Fan thought secretly, and in the blink of an eye, he walked to the third floor where Activity Room B was located. The third floor is the middle school floor, and many creepy middle school students appear in the hallways. The shenanigans in the middle class were small, and like the shenanigans in the small class yesterday, climbed up the walls, windows, doors, everywhere. Every now and then the head is removed and blood is thrown out. All sorts of severed limbs and minced flesh were strewn all over the third floor in a bloody mess. Occasionally another upside down, fat, grotesque torso hanging from the wall, glaring at its whitish pupils with a chilling smile. The creep on the third floor looked at Jiang Fan and the others coming and seemed as if he was very happy. Open your mouth as wide as you can. Rip your face open to reveal bloody white bones, and let out an oozing laugh. LOL dash. He he he. Terrifying laughter echoed throughout the third floor, accompanied by a grotesque giggle. The creeps began to crawl towards Jiang Fan. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of them. The sudden change caused the chosen to be confused, looking at the horrifying blood child and unable to resist taking a step back. Just then, the activity room B opened and a ghost teacher emerged from it. Seeing the chosen one who came to the third floor, his face was a bit surprised, and his eyes, which were like broken glass, were covered with red blood. The ghost teacher opened her mouth to greet as if she was going to teach a class in the activity room B. Mr. John, why are you here? As he spoke, the ghost teacher's body began to rot, and if anything, a cold aura surged towards Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan looked at this special welcoming ceremony. The weirdness on the third floor was even more arrogant than yesterday, with mutilated limbs, rivers of blood, and disgusting images of horror and eeriness that seemed to be revealing a message like the chosen one. It's dangerous here. If you don't leave, this is where you'll die. In Jiang Fan's eyes, this was a downward spiral given by the third floor bizarrely. It was intimidating him. With that, the ruler was picked up and stabbed at the top of his head. Pussed, like a water balloon exploding. A few of the spooky ones that had grown fat and were lying on the wall above Jiang Fan's head were punctured. Grotesquely swollen bodies slid down the ruler, overlapping each other. The fat head was bloodied and several skewered together like a large version of a candy cane, causing the creepy that was leaping all over the hallway to pause and shudder. The impaled creepy screamed and made a piercing sound as his limbs kept flailing, trying to break free from the ruler. Unfortunately, with Jiang Fan in control, a few shenanigans never escaped. Jiang Fan hand holding a ruler skewered 4 bloody children. At this moment, clean and not stained with half a trace of blood, Jiang Fan surprisingly than the ghost teacher is even more horrifying. I have a class here next. Please leave the activity room B. Going to class? Ha ha ha. Mr. Jiang, the classroom where you have class is not here. This is where I have class today, the ghost teacher said in a low voice, and as the ghost teacher opened his mouth, the spooks that were spread all over the building seemed to have received some kind of message, and densely crawled into the activity room behind the ghost teacher. As if Jiang Fan had really gone to the wrong place, the ghost teacher was right. This activity room B belonged to them. Chapter 152, Helpful Teachers of Class B. Activity Room A, 2/3. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, and a flash of teasing flashed under his eyes. Yo, not civilized like yesterday? Straight up forcible occupation today, huh? The ghost teacher didn't say anything. Only, the smell of rotting flesh on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Pus was oozing out of his body. He stood in the doorway and didn't move. His bloodshot red eyes looked at Jiang Fan. His face was horrible. The blood-soaked ground. The frightening and horrifying ghost teachers. The scene was like a movie that came to a murder scene. Behind the ghost teacher, the windows of the activity room were all stained with sticky blood by the bloody children, who were lying on their backs, and dozens of pairs of stiff white eyes were looking at Jiang Fan through the windows with an extremely strange look, resembling a smile or sadness. At this moment, the atmosphere of terror on the third floor reached its peak. The aura of resentment that permeated his body, the manifestation of his bizarre form, the gaze of the blood children, the coldness that approached him. Mr. Jiang, the schedule has been changed. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. You're having class in the activity room C today, on the 4th floor, not the 3rd floor. The ghost teacher was cautioning Jiang Fan and was also scaring him off. If an ordinary person saw the ghost teacher's horrifyingly weird form, not to mention going up to grab the activity room that belonged to him, even standing, he was afraid that he would be trembling. Even after crossing over to the ghost teacher, you have to deal with a room full of bloody children in the activity room. Many chosen ones whose minds were not firm. At this moment, faced with the horrifying scene in front of them, directly chose to avoid it. Even though they knew that today's class was in Activity Room B, they didn't dare barge into the classroom occupied by the creeps. The countries outside see this and are angry and helpless. It couldn't be helped. With such an appalling scene, they wouldn't have dared to force Creepy to give up the classroom if they were in their place. Just like the sight of a fierce bald man, people can't help but lower their voices and develop a sense of timidity. Alas, you have been ignoring the biggest factor in the deaths of the Weird Tales game: cowardice in the face of fear. Fear is the real cause of the deaths of the chosen ones. Yeah, if you're not afraid of weirdness, then the first few rounds of replicas, there's every chance you'll pass. Are all the chosen of this year idiots? They're obviously in their own classroom, but they're backing down. A bunch of trash. Upstairs, you don't feel the pain of standing and talking? If you're good, go ahead. Shivering. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to resist. I'm a wimp. Harm. Although my mind is not working, I still hope that the chosen will be brave in the face of terror. But even if they die, they're still warriors for their country. The game of Weird Tales is not only a test of the chosen one's intellect as well as luck, but it also requires excessive guts. This wave of horrifyingly bizarre forms of the ghost teacher as well as the blood child directly caused a large portion of the chosen to retreat, not daring to go up to the classroom they wanted to return to, but only going to other activity rooms. Many chosen ones consoled themselves with the fact that it was only one activity room anyway, so the big deal was that they didn't want the rewards within the activity room. After yesterday's state tips, the chosen know that the right activity room gets rewarded with weird talk props, and the wrong one gets nothing. No rewards were awarded. But again, no life crisis. That's all. Chosen people with safe options have retreated. Go to the 4th floor activity room C. Steady as she goes. The outside countries were a bit saddened, but their own chosen could not overcome the fear in their hearts, and there was nothing they could do to forcefully interfere. They don't want the rewards for this round. But some of the chosen ones who had vanished early were a bit off. The countries blushed, especially the Spaghetti State. There was a flurry of watching the Spaghetti Nation chosen Canidia who had left the 3rd floor and traveled to the 4th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Canidia met the teacher of the B class next door. Upon seeing Canidia, he opened his mouth like a question and in an affirmative tone. Mr. Kenny, where are you going now? Did you forget your class schedule? Canidia shook his head. He hadn't forgotten the schedule. He remembers that it's Tuesday, and that he has to go to the activity room B class. Activity room? Isn't activity room B on the 3rd floor? Why is he on the 4th floor? Canidia looked as if she had no recollection of what had just happened. Her eyes were in a trance, and her advance was halted, as if she was thinking about something, murmuring over and over, "Am I in the activity room B class next? I think so? No. I don't think so. I have to go to the activity room C class." Canidia shook his head, feeling his thoughts a little confused and heavy. Seeing the smiling class B teacher in front of him, Canidia suddenly remembered a rule and opened his mouth. "Oh, you're right. I don't seem to remember. Damn. It's so hard to keep track of the schedule. Sharing the same activity room with several classes. It makes me forget a little. By the way, Mr. B, what's your next class? I should be the opposite of you, right? Rule number 4. If you forget an activity at a certain time, ask the teacher next door in Class B and he will tell you the correct schedule." Remembering this rule, Canidia looked at the Class B teacher and only felt that the more she looked, the better she looked. An inexplicable good feeling suddenly rose. Damn it. I'm going to have a class in the activity room C. The head gardener keeps changing the schedule and even I can barely remember it. Mr. Kenny, I think you have class in activity room A. There's already a teacher in activity room B. He was complaining to me at lunch. The Class B teacher flashed a sunny smile and pointed downstairs. A helpful teacher. It seems. Oh, activity room A? Okay, thank you Class B teacher. Canidia nodded, and once she was given the correct activity room, she immediately led the ghost students to the 2nd floor activity room A. Inside the live room, the scenes of Canidia's encounters all but dumbfounded the Spaghetti Nation's top brass. What's with activity room B and activity room C? 1 minute they're sending their country's chosen one to the activity room A? Wasn't the event yesterday? Canidia was constantly switched classrooms, and the Spaghetti State didn't panic. Based on yesterday's experience, the right classroom just gets an extra prop bonus. The wrong teacher has no props and doesn't die. They already had no hope of Canidia getting into the right classroom, remaining that it wouldn't be the same which classroom Death entered. Perhaps, was it their country's chosen one who went into the wrong classroom yesterday and needed to make up for it today? The top brass of the Spaghetti State were in deep thought. Canidia also went into the wrong classroom yesterday and walked to the activity room. It doesn't seem to be unusual to enter the wrong activity room again today, but is it really as simple as just not getting rewarded for consistently entering the wrong activity room? Spaghetti Nation Gosei was filled with doubt and apprehension and wanted to warn Kanidia. But there's only one more chance for a hint. After seeing Kanidia enter the activity room A and remain out of harm's way, the worry in her heart lessened considerably. It's not just Spaghetti Country. The rest of the country saw that the chosen ones still didn't die when they went to the wrong activity room, and they consoled themselves by holding on to that one little bit of luck. Even though some countries perceive that going to the wrong classroom may be bad behavior, it remains unavoidable. They only have one more chance at a Q. Had it been used over such choices that didn't jeopardize lives, there would have been no way to hint at avoiding the more death-filled choices that followed. One after another. Nearly 1/3 of the chosen one left. Almost a large portion of the remaining chosen who stayed in place and didn't budge were the chosen who had entered the right activity room yesterday. Maybe it's to get into the right activity room again to get the rewards. Or maybe it's a mistake to perceive that backing out of the event room is wrong. They faced their fears head-on and were all brave enough to stay. Among them, a portion of the chosen, including Jiang Fan, took the first step to take the initiative to grab the activity room that was bizarrely occupied. Chapter 153 Marble Toys for the Ghost Students. 1 2/3 combined sheet 4K. The ghost teacher's horrifyingly bizarre form changes didn't make Jiang Fan take half a step back. When the teacher watched over 30 ghost students in Class A, these ghost students showed him every day either severed heads, bloody and mutilated flesh, and even flowers showing. Compared to the ghost teacher, it wasn't to say it was more terrifying, but it was on par. Jiang Fan looked at the ghost teacher who angrily lit up his red eyes in front of him, and then glanced at the window of eyes behind the ghost teacher, raised a smile, and turned his head to the ghost students within his class. Teacher's got toys for you. No. See those white marbles in the front? Jiang Fan raised his hand and pointed at the creepy ones that entered the activity room B. You've all got it. A ghost and a pair. When the ghost students heard this, their eyes instantly lit up and bled out, looking in unison at the oozing eyes on the windows of the activity room with excited and eerie smiles. Each fist pumped, and bizarre forms were revealed. Marbles, ugh. I can't believe Mr. Jiang personally gave them marbles, and they have 2 of each ghost. Simply tie pants hot. Sprawled on the window, Creepy cocked his head, his horrible face showing a rare flash of doubt. What marbles? How come they didn't see it? Until, after seeing the excited and frenzied gazes of the ghost students, little Creepy could only feel a coldness in his back, and a bad premonition surfaced. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't this little shenanigans be solved? The rest, of course, is in the hands of the great ghost teacher. When the ghost teacher heard Jiang Fan's words, his face became ugly. The rotting flesh on his face kept falling off, and his body trembled as if he was angry and furious. Yo, actually dropping things? What a lack of cleanliness. Don't you know that it's bad behavior to just throw away trash? Jiang Fan hooked his mouth in a smile and directly walked up with the ruler. The course schedule stipulates which classroom is which classroom. And even if it's okay to go to the wrong classroom inside the state tips, Jiang Fan doesn't want to back down. Not to mention the fact that there were no weird props for getting into the right classroom. He couldn't look at the creepy dog that was blocking the way. The creepy one who stopped the road yesterday was at least polite enough to know to ask him. Today's shenanigans, straight up forcefully hijacking the activity room. As Jiang Fan walked forward, the ghost students behind him followed towards the door of activity room B. Each exuded a black aura of resentment, gathering together and hovering in the air, the temperature around them instantly reaching freezing point. Jiang Fan did not move his weapon. The ghost teacher, as terrifying as he was still bound by rules of his own, and was not able to attack him and contaminate him. After a few steps, he came to the ghost teacher. Mr. Jiang, this is not your classroom. Your classroom is on the 4th floor. Stop, or there will be serious consequences. At this moment, the ghost teacher's body's cold aura reached a top. Blood red like glass lines of the eyes cannot stop looking at Jiang Fan. A death aura spread out, without any concealment of the attack towards the Jiang Fan surface. The ghost teacher watched Jiang Fan come over and did nothing to stop him. The face was expressionless and cold, and the rotting flesh falling off his body had revealed bloody white bones. A powerful resentment, resentful eyes, like looking at a corpse, looked at Jiang Fan. The blood child behind him also let out a piercing scream at this moment, trying to scare off Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan didn't even raise his eyelids and directly crossed over to the ghost teacher. The moment he crossed over, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, his foot stepped on the rotting flesh that had fallen off the ghost teacher's face, and with a slight force, the blood and flesh thinned out and burst into blood juice. Yo, I'm sorry I stepped on your face and caused you to have no cheek on your face, but it's okay, insisting that my classroom is your classroom. Your cheek is comparable to a fence. Hurry up and fall down again. I'll step on it, Jiang Fan said, and even stomped on the blood and flesh that had already been crushed to pieces with his foot. The rotting flesh and blood felt good on the feet, a little slimy, like stepping on a sponge. As soon as he stepped on it, the red liquid inside was like being water in a sponge, and all of it overflowed in a clamor. This made Zhang Fan want to experience it again. Not having had enough, Teacher Ghost ignored Zhang Fan's words as if he hadn't heard them. The eyes that were just looking at Zhang Fan were getting redder and redder, listing countless slits from within, densely packed as if they were giant eyes of the abyss. Seeing this, Zhang Fan inwardly exhaled. Getting called out like that and still not attacking him. Sure enough, as long as he followed the schedule for the course, then he wouldn't have to back down even if there were shenanigans occupying the classroom in the middle of the course. Zhang Fan probed to look at the scene inside the activity room. A meter-high point of blood children crowded activity room B. There are lying on the wall. There are severed limbs on the ground. Densely packed scene bloody incomparable. Preferably today there are creepy guarding the activity room not letting me just go. Activity room B. Is there any important clue? Zhang Fan murmured, waving at the excited ghost students behind him, signaling the children to hurry into the activity room. After receiving Zhang Fan's instructions, the ghost students rushed towards the activity room with joy, passing by the doorway itself. Ignoring the ghost teacher still standing in the doorway, he proceeded to stomp the crushed face on the floor over and over again. Upon entering the event room, the sight of the bloody children all over the ground, happily spewing out blood, severed heads and hands. They're toys. Look how pretty those white marbles are. With that, the ghost students all ran towards their favorite marbles, having fun playing with the hospitable little creepy blood child. After Zhang Fan saw all the ghost students enter the classroom, he turned his head to look at the ghost teacher who was still standing in the doorway, constantly rotting and privately emitting grievances, full of resentment. Immediately after, Zhang Fan violently raised his foot and kicked it, like he had kicked that creepy one yesterday, directly sending the ghost teacher tumbling to the bottom. Click! The ghost teacher's bones shattered. The ghost teacher's terrifying yet powerless appearance reminded Zhang Fan of the doctor who worked as a poseur in the health room. More energetic than Dr. Ghost, but still a creepy thing set up outside the door of an event room that doesn't actually do anything but scare people. Occupying my classroom. Ha! You have the guts to take it, but not the guts to do it. Just stare at the waste of time. Go away you! Bang! The door to the activity room was closed. Zhang Fan clapped his hands and shook his head, revealing a look of disgust. That's it? Just bluffing? Outer strength. 3 seconds? Worse than his students. Zhang Fan's ferocious movements directly startled the countries in the outside world. Looking at Zhang Fan's sharp kick without looking away, everyone couldn't help but have itchy feet and wanted to try out what kind of experience it was to kick a trickster as well. That must be great. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan was Zhang Fan and they were them. They can't kick the shenanigans. They can only meekly back down or try to defend their classrooms like the other chosen. After the envy, the people who came back to their senses breathed a sigh of relief. After this demonstration by Zhang Fan, the creepy standing in the doorway wasn't dangerous. By restraining your inner fear, you can successfully enter the activity room. There is nothing life-threatening about going into the wrong activity room though. But, they still prefer to get into the right activity room than to get into the wrong one and have no choice. Not only are you spared the possibility of contamination, but you are also able to earn rewards. In the meantime, the rest of the chosen who hadn't retreated were starting to grab classrooms. Bart State. Kuva gathered her courage and headed toward the ghost classroom. The face was calm, but the hands that kept trembling revealed his fear. The rotting flesh of a ghost teacher can taste foul and fishy even from a distance of a few meters. The blood child's piercing voice came from inside the event room, extremely oozing. It was as if, instead of an event room, the event room was a cannibalistic place, and the spooky inside was baring its teeth and revealing its long red tongue, just about to eat the chosen one who walked into the event room in one bite. Faced with such a horrifying sight, Kuva would be lying if she said she wasn't scared. But, Kuva wanted to take a gamble. All he had to do was get past the shenanigans in front of him and he would be able to enter the classroom and earn the reward that belongs to the brave. Kuva took one step forward, and when she was about to reach the door, she suddenly closed her eyes and overcame the huge panic inside her. Passing in front of the creepy. Close your eyes so you don't see the weird and scary side. Although the sense of smell and hearing was not blocked, it was obviously much easier. With that, Kuva took one step at a time, bumped into the classroom door, and walked into the classroom. Kuva opened her eyes and was met with a bloody classroom scene. Countless creeps climbing on the floor and walls. Twisted faces that made Kuva take a step back in fear. But with that comes excitement. He managed to get into the classroom. Sure enough, as long as he overcame his fear and didn't break the rules, then Creepy wouldn't take a shot at him. Kuva turned his head to look at the ghostly teacher in the doorway who was motionless and watching him. It still looked so frightening and appalling. But, for Kuva, who had already managed to enter the classroom and overcome the creepy threat, looking back wasn't so scary. Even Kova walked out of the classroom again and called the students outside to come in. Western Bluebonnet Country. The chosen one. Donald, likewise, did not flinch, not out of reward or fear. Donald looked at the terrified ghost teacher in front of him and tried to hypnotize himself. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Try to break through. Hey, think about what God Jung Fan would do? Donald kept murmuring. An image coming to mind. A man sits in a bus seat. Fat punching creepy. No face creepy's neck is bruised and swollen. The group of creeps behind them who were doing the bus didn't dare to squeak for fear that the man would beat them up together. A scene that is clearly raw and terrifying, but because of the weirdness within it shows the weakness and timidity that only belongs to the chosen one in the face of weirdness. The horror was no longer horrifying, and Creepy's aggrieved look became amused. Ha ha ha, awesome. Creepy is nothing more than that. The image in his head amused Donald and dispelled much of the fear within him. When you see Mr. Ghost again, it automatically brings up the image of Mr. Ghost getting fatally beaten. At once, Donald didn't panic and walked right up, like watching a horror movie that plays good luck and good fortune. What horrible creepy eerie negativity is gone. As he passed Mr. Ghost, he saw that Mr. Ghost didn't react half-heartedly and didn't attack him. That's all. Donald also managed to get into the event room, one after another. A dozen more ignored the threatening intimidation of the ghost teachers and managed to get into the classroom scheduled on the class schedule. Upon entering the classroom, many of the chosen realized there didn't seem to be any danger in this stopping the doorway shenanigans. It's like a test of their bravery, complete with opposing backdrop shenanigans. At the same time, the chosen, including the crowds in the outside world, realized, because of the ghost teacher's block, Activity Room B might have had some clues or a better reward. This made the chosen and the countries that managed to enter the activity room couldn't help but rejoice, eager to hurry up and finish the class to get their rewards. Activity Room A is a classroom for clay figures, and Activity Room B is the drawing room. The classroom is decorated with all kinds of paintings, some on the desktop, some framed and pasted on the wall, the works of painting different things, but the standard of painting is very exquisite. On the classroom table, there are some watercolors, oil sticks, colored pencils, etc., as well as some brushes. Obviously, this class is a drawing class. Jung Fan first put the class aside and took out a box from the cabinet. Immediately afterward, one by one, they went down to collect the toys from the ghost students. A dozen or so eyes were gouged out hard by the ghost students, and the eyes as toys are now being held in their hands and played with. Back of the classroom, a group of creeps with their eyes snapped out, exposing their socketed skulls, crouched in a corner and cried out in pain, letting out a sad, ghostly cry. Chunks of broken flesh and oozing blood overflowed the entire classroom, and a strong fishy odor emanated from the air. These blood kids that are hogging the activity room B are just mid-shift shenanigans. Apparently, neither strength nor their own grade could overpower the bullying from the upper grades. Not only were they violently robbed of their own eyes, but even the teacher, who was kicked to the ground by Jung Fan. The oozing cries surrounded the classroom, which made Jung Fan unable to concentrate on the lesson, only able to collect the eyeballs from the ghost students' hands and return them to the middle-class creepy. The ghost students seemed a bit unhappy to see Jung Fan come to collect their eyes, pouting. His head swelled like a balloon. They're protesting. The toys that I had managed to snatch were going to be confiscated before I could play with them for a while. Darn it. Seeing this, Jung Fan looked at the creepy squatting at the back of the classroom crying and refusing to go, and then looked at the ghost students underneath, promising to give each ghost in the class a candy before he managed to collect back the eyeballs. Get out of here and next time don't come and take up space in our class. Otherwise, not to mention these eyes, but your little birds, your little hearts, and so on. The rest of you too. After Jung Fan returned the eyeballs to Creepy, he made a stern face and intimidated. Jung Fan's threat was successful, and the little creeps took their eyeballs and ran out of the classroom door crying without looking back. After the creeps left, Jung Fan officially started the class. After picking up a colored pencil and scribbling on the white paper, he covered the paper with both hands and looked at the ghost students with a mysterious face and said, "Show it to the ghost students." Guess what I drew? The ghost students looked at each other and didn't hesitate to voice out their guesses. Mr. Jung, it's the brain. No, it's not a brain. It's a bug. Mr. Jung, it's your body. Could it be that it's Mr. Jung that you're dying? It feels like it should be Mr. Jung's bones after decaying, the ghost students said in a chorus of voices. Jung Fan was angry and amused, and finally lifted the paper up, revealing what he had drawn on it. There is nothing intricate about the drawing on the flat white paper. It's a smiley face. Chapter 154, Smiles are glowing. Doodle pen. The lost pen cap. 3/3. The smiley face is drawn with yellow-colored pencil. The circle smiley face is unusually scribbled, yet it manages to give a sense of the happy mood of this smiley face. Jiang Fan coughed lightly and pointed at the smiling face on the painting and said slowly, I drew a smiley face, and the owner of that smiley face is none other than you. You have the most childlike smiles, and your yellow smiles are like glowing, as you are, with extra nice shining smiles. Jiang Fan's words fell. The ghost students at the bottom froze. A smiley face? The ghost students removed their eyeballs and rolled down to the podium to look closely and intently at the yellow smiley faces on the paper. The yellow-colored pencil drawings of the smiley faces are solid, and the pale colors seem to glow as if they were glowing gold. Is this them? Their smiles? The ghost students at the bottom looked left and right. It seemed unbelievable that a face as horrible and appalling as his own could smile so beautifully. With that, they all followed the smiley face on the paper, curved their own mouths, and smiled. Some faces turned black, with blood-red fluid oozing from their features, exactly like the smiling faces on the paper. Mr. Jiang, is that so? Jiang Fan nodded, not feeling terrorized, only amused. That's right, smile. Some take their heads off, turn them upside down, and the downward unhappy curve of their mouths turns into a smile. Mr. Jiang, look at me. Well, very thoughtful. It is. Jiang Fan replied in the affirmative. Others cackled like horror dolls and were beyond oozing. Mr. Jiang? It actually mimics the sound of a smile. It sounds happy. Jiang Fan revealed a smile and laughed softly along with him. None of the ghosts laughed at Jiang Fan's sketchy drawings. In their world, all in delight, Jiang Fan drew their likeness. Jiang Fan also didn't refute any of the ghost students who were brave enough to show their courage and gave positive encouragement. After watching the ghost students in the classroom all smile, Jiang Fan added, So, we're only going to draw one thing this session. Draw what you think is the most beautiful thing, what you remember the most, or a bowl of noodles you ate, or a candy, or the sun you saw, whatever it is. But remember, it has to be the only answer that you think of yourself. Inside, at the end of this session, I will judge what I think is the best painting, and then you will vote for the best one, and both paintings will be hung in the classroom for a week. And the students of both paintings get little red stickers and candy as a reward. The painting topic Jiang Fan came up with was very simple. At the same time, there's more to it than just painting alone. Jiang Fan wanted to go through this painting proposition to see what the ghost students had in their inner minds. He signed up for many things in the school building. Something has identified the creepy owner. Things like missing pills, red hair cards, etc. There are things for which there are no guesses so far. If the ghost students drew the most impressive and beautiful thing inside, perhaps there was an item in it that he signed up for. Through the ghost student, Li Qihong, he learns that the missing medicine is the thing he kept searching for within the Scarlet World. His obsession. Give Li Qihong the drug to free him. So, are the rest of the ghost students looking for something too? It's more than that idea. Jiang Fan also wanted the ghost students to be free to draw anything, good or bad. They can be displayed on the class wall, instead of the paintings on the wall in the drawing room and the paintings exhibited at the entrance of the campus, which are false but not real. Beautiful paintings added by the teacher to complete the assistance. Jiang Fan looked at a fine painting on the wall. This level of painting is not at all the kind of painting that a large class can do. What is the point of hanging a painting on the wall that was not drawn by your own child or student? After hearing the subject of Jiang Fan's painting, especially since you can get candy, the ghost students were thrilled. Mouthing off, they grabbed various painting tools and started painting. Seeing the ghost students painting with vigor, Jiang Fan watched the ghost students' paintings from time to time, and with the help of the action of watching the paintings, he began to look for clues within the Activity Room B. Activity Room B is the drawing room, which is furnished a little differently than Activity Room A. There are no bookshelves, more cabinets for painting tools and drawers for paintings. As Jiang Fan searched, he inwardly turned on the signing. Ding! Room B signed in successfully and received a doodle pen, missing, ×3. Doodle pens, they often lose their caps, and without them, they are unusable and abandoned in the trash. Please find the cap and you may be able to scribble something away. System space. 3 pens without caps appeared in the space, taking on a grayish-white hue that was unusable. So I have to find the caps of these 3 pens to be able to use this prop? In this way, Jiang Fan was looking for clues and incidentally looking for pen caps. Doodle pens are black, and the caps are correspondingly black. Black pen caps are not easy to find in this shabby dirt-filled and dusty classroom. After searching for a long time, Jiang Fan finally found the first pen cap. It was found in a crevice in the middle of the cabinet, followed by the first pen cap being found. The brief description of the function underneath the doodle pen is also updated with a new introduction. Graffiti pens. Graffiti pens with caps are like bald heads and hats, perhaps blocking them from prying eyes. May shield a rule from its judgment for a time, 60 seconds. Jiang Fan's eyes shrunk as he looked at the newly emerged function tip. The tips are easy to read. Translated, This graffiti pen can cover up the rules, right or wrong. If you break the right rule or do the wrong rule during the 60 seconds covered, you will not be sanctioned by the rules, die or be contaminated. The equivalent of gaining 60 seconds of brave time. Ignoring arbitrary rules. Jiang Fan was ecstatic inside. Strictly speaking, this was more useful than even 10 minutes of overwhelming body. The pen was a big help to him. Easy pass and hard pass are 70% correct and 30% correct, respectively. He's currently in the middle of the two passes, and isn't sure if he's choosing the difficult pass because of the ghost student. If he encountered some difficulties, he could use this pen to eliminate the rules gaze on him, making it impossible for the rules to attack him, achieving a state of neither. Of course, this elimination pen isn't everything. He was only able to shield some of the rules for a short period of time, and could not completely eliminate the subsequent effects of this rule on him. For example, Rule 3 counts the number of students. He said it was a 10-minute head count of students. Eliminating the pen would shield him for a minute, and the subsequent lack or extra shenanigans would still leave him in the lurch. Sure, like rules like bringing a work tag, he can be able to use the elimination pen to eliminate rules as soon as he has surveillance. 3 pens will represent 3 times of the shielding rule, and continuous use can shield for up to 3 minutes in length. Whether it's this copy, or the subsequent copies, this kind of props will be of great help to me. Jiang Fan put the pen cap away and started to look for the remaining 2 pen caps in the classroom again. The mutilated graffiti pen doesn't work. He has to find the cap for it to work. Otherwise it's just a prop for show. Pen caps were hard to find, and Jiang Fan searched for a long time without finding a second pen cap. But, in the process of looking for a pen cap, Jiang Fan found a drawing. The painting was placed inside a cabinet, stacked with other paintings. The paintings are paintings drawn by students on the campus, and the level of beauty of the paintings displayed on the walls are far from the same. The paper is a little yellowed and old. It looks like a painting from the previous sessions. Jiang Fan took the paintings and shook his head sarcastically. These drawings are the true level of the students, and the students' drawings were put in a drawer to be permanently sealed. Those paintings look exquisite, but they are not the paintings of the students themselves, but the paintings of the teachers, and instead they are hung on the wall and exhibited. A student's drawing is not a drawing. Is it not just like the ghost teacher who stops at the classroom door? It looks scary, but in reality it's just a show. The surface is far from the real thing. After looking through the paintings in front of him, Jiang Fan identified such a strange-looking painting in the middle of the paintings. The rest of the paintings are either figures or birds and flowers in oil. And this one, the painting is of a happy kindergarten. On the paper, the brush was scribbled, like a drawing by a not-so-young toddler. The paper was surrounded by a large circle with a sketchy door drawn at the very top. Above the door a few large letters were written crookedly. Happy toddler back. The word back at the end seemed to have been written wrongly by the owner of the painting, but Jiang Fan was able to guess that it was a garden character. With a happy kindergarten door, things are more recognizable inside. The circle is the school fence. Inside the circle, a small tree is drawn. Jiang Fan saw that it was the old tree in the playground. At the bottom of the circle are a couple more rectangles. Jiang Fan barely guessed that the rectangles were probably teaching buildings. And the weirdest thing about the whole picture is the little man in the middle of the painting. There were many little people on the painting, all drawn with red pens, and it seemed to be a random doodle, with the little people scribbled on. And in the center of the painting are 4 slightly larger people. Instead of drawing with a red pen, these guys switched to drawing with a black pen. The graffiti was a bit distorted, and Jiang Fan moved closer, not sparing any of the graffiti spots on the villain, carefully identifying them. The villain is drawn simply, similar to a matchmaker, with a circle as well as the word fire underneath. Of the 4 matchmakers, the one with the largest drawn head has a mouth that forms a hook as if he is smiling. There were several vertical dots above the mouth and 2 bars on the forehead. Jiang Fan guessed that it should be an older man with a beard and wrinkles. And next to the big matchmaker, there were 2 more matchmakers. Matchmaker has a couple of black things standing up on top of his head that look like hair. And next to the matchmaker's head was drawn a crescent moon bending. This matchmaker is supposed to be a girl, and the moon is her ponytail. And besides those 3 matches, a little below the 3 matchmakers, there is a smaller matchmaker. There are 4 matchmakers in total, with the rest of the smaller matchmakers scattered throughout the circle. This older-looking matchmaker, is he the head gardener? No, it should be the old gardener. What about the 2 matches next to them? These 2 matchmakers are slightly larger than the others. Can they be considered 2 adults? And those little matchmakers around them, they're children. Could it be 2 teachers? The old gardener with 2 teachers and a little matchmaker. But, why are these 4 matches the only ones that are a different color from the others? It would be understandable if the old gardener was a different color from the remaining 2 teachers. But here was another little matchmaker. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and thought seriously. Generally, paintings are purposely distinguished by two colors of matchmakers, representing a certain significance, coupled with the area where the Tinder people are spread out. The four Tinder people in the center are obviously very close. The gardener has a great relationship with the teacher, and a child. And could this picture have been drawn by that child? There should be a good relationship, at least in the eyes of the owner of this picture, between him and the old gardener and the two teachers. Far better than the rest of the students. But why does it feel a little off? Jiang Fan frowned as these four matches gathered around the very center of the paper. Several of the matches are physically close to each other, and the two flaps of the representative hand are connected to another match, as if they were holding hands. This feeling, as if, a family portrait? It should be that it compares their relationship to that of a relative. From the mouth of Marshall G. I learned that the Scarlet World was established by the old gardener, and the old gardener should like and love them very much. Beyond that, Jiang Fan also realized that there seemed to be a lot of matchmakers on the paper, and at a glance, there were at least dozens of them. So, the number of matchmakers was counted. After counting, Jiang Fan was surprised to find that there were actually 34 matches, removing what he guessed to be 3 matches for the old gardener as well as the 2 teachers. The remainder was just shy of 31 matches. The number 31 made Jiang Fan cautious. The number of students lost inside those graduation photos in the hide-and-seek illusion, from the 11th to the 29th, is exactly 31 students. But, if you compare these matchmakers to students, how can 31 lost students be on top of a picture? Can it be that the ghost drew it? That's how he knew that a total of 31 students were lost, including himself. Immediately after, Jiang Fan had discovered a new blind spot from within the painting. He found problems with the distribution of some of the remaining smaller matches. Some of the little matchmakers are in rectangular boxes and some are leaning on the edges of round circles. Among other things, there was a matchmaker standing out there. Suppose this box is the school building. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 15 matchmakers in there. This place is the old tree in the playground and only one matchmaker is there. Kishore? Kishai just happens to be buried there. And the box over here, there's actually 2 matches in it. Follow the location of this box and compare it with the location of the happy kindergarten. Then the location of this box is the swimming pool. Chapter 155 Hidden Corpse Map? Discarded pen caps, combined. Jiang Fan's eyes were certain. If it goes as he suspects, this drawing is said to be a daily drawing of a happy kindergarten, rather than a treasure map within a blood-colored world, burying bodies and trapping ghost students in a hidden corpse map. Beyond that, the painting is followed by a row of small letters. Jiang Fan came closer to take a look at the painting's message. Class A. Lu Wenlai. Lu Wenlai? Jiang Fan shook his head. There was no ghost student by that name inside his class. The painting was not done by one of his students. Lu Wenlai, a student from another class? Or, that lost 31st student? Jiang Fan frowned, memorizing the distribution of the matches on the painting, and continued to search for useful and relevant clues. While Jiang Fan was searching for clues, Stick Country. What's this? Is it a weird prop? Han Jundong's eyes lit up and he took out the stuff in the table's crevice. Yesterday's he entered the right classroom, found a fruit, and gained a physique. And today, as of now, Han Jundong hasn't figured out anything useful. Han Jundong's delighted look fell as he took the item out and casually threw it away. Ashy bar. I can't believe it's just a pen cap. I thought it was something useful. Ugh. Where the heck is the prop reward for activity room B? I've almost searched the entire classroom and I can't believe I haven't found it yet. Is it possible that there are no prop rewards today? Han Jundong's face darkened as he buried his head and continued to search for props. Not the slightest notice. The cap of the pen that he had dropped rolled all the way down to a ghost student. The ghost student seemed intrigued by the pen cap, picking it up and grinning open his chest to reveal the innards inside. A few fumbles in the guts, followed by placing the cap of the pen inside the intestines. The tiny intestines were squeezed and bulged, their irregular shape bumpy. It seems that there is something hidden inside. It's a pen cap, or maybe it's something else. Ugly country. Is that the old gardener on this picture? Pete the Chosen found a drawing in a drawer, and though it was scribbled, Pete looked at it intently. During the last night, Pete didn't choose to go out and explore the Scarlet World, which, he believes, is a hallucination caused by what happened to the rules. And the Ugly Country Freakout Group sent Pete some of the things that Jiang Fan had gotten from his exploration of the Scarlet World when he chose the game in the morning. That's how Pete learned that there was more than just the current director in the Happy Nursery. In the old days, there was an old gardener. With his love of real-life gaming, Pete knew that this sudden appearance of an old gardener had to have some sort of relevant clue. There are 31 smaller people on this. Could it be these shenanigans? But, there are only 30 students in our class. Could there be the rest hidden in the happy kindergarten? Perhaps there are important clues that lie in this 31st student, as well as in the old gardener. Pete's memory isn't very good, and he intends to keep the painting with him. Perhaps was able to figure out what the painting represented in the time that followed. The chosen of each country were actively searching for clues that might exist in Activity Room B, as well as reward props. But sadly, they didn't trigger much of a broadcast. Some couldn't find a clue and turned their heads to look above a drawing. They speculated that the paintings hanging in this event room might hold some meaning. Various countries, both participants in the game, the chosen, and the outside world are actively searching for clues. And Jiang Fan found the second pen cap. The second pen cap was not found in the classroom. Jiang Fan searched everywhere. Every corner, drawers, cabinets, even under the desk podium there was no sign of the pen cap. He acquired it by accident while teaching his ghost students to paint. What are you drawing, Kai-ho? Teacher, I don't know what this is, but I just want to draw it. Jiang Fan picked up the ghost student Li Qihong's painting. On the drawing paper is a long oval set up with a smaller rectangle at the top of the oval. Looks like a bottle. The bottle was painted red, as if stained with blood. No, it's just blood stained. Plasma blood. Li Qihong bit his fingers. His skullcap was lifted by him, and countless blood dripped and flowed all over his body. Tick-tock. Dark red blood flowed on the desk. When the painting was picked up, on the tabletop below, there was still an undried blood stain. Jiang Fan cried and laughed as he walked forward to cover Li Qihong's upturned brain. Kai Hang, when we doodle next time, can we use watercolors or colored pencils? Paint with blood. The paper will flash and blur the painting. Click click click. Chew, chew, chew. Ghost student Li Qihong didn't answer, still gnawing on his fingers, like he was eating something delicious. He made the tiny sound of bones breaking. Beyond that, there is a small word gas written on the front of the bottle. Jiang Fan glanced at the chi character on the painting and then at the introduction of the bottle of medicine within the system space. Drug name, ventilator. It's the medicine bottle. The bottle of medication lost by ghost student Li Qihong. Jiang Fan wasn't surprised that the ghost student Li Qihong was able to draw the pill bottle. It can be said that if that bottle of medicine had not been lost, Li Qihong would not have died. If that bottle of medicine hadn't been hidden in the health room by the head gardener, Li Qihong wouldn't have wandered into the land of fear forever and not come out. The most important thing in Li Qihong's heart was this bottle of medicine. Mr. Kai Hang, your drawing is very good, Jiang Fan quipped, then walked towards the other ghost students. Ghost student Dong Kaiga didn't draw anything, just a few random wave patterns on the paper. That's water. Instead of a tree, Ji Shui drew a small circle. Jiang Fan guessed that it was the bugs that grew on Ji Shui's body. But, the ghost student, Ji Shui, shook his head and pointed to one of the circles. This is fruit. Eat melon. Fart fruit. Nariko. Watermelon? Apples? Oranges? Kishore nodded and took his head off, a purple bruise floating from his skull, smiling cheekily. Teacher, do you think my drawing looks like eating melon? It does look similar. Is this watermelon ripe? Yes. No. 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 No no. Ghost student Ji Shui was just about to reply. As if he remembered something, he suddenly shook his body violently, and his head, which was resting on the desk, clamored and became smaller. It's as if, back in the day, you were playing pick the watermelon, ripe for the picking, is really going to get popped by Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fan smiled happily and quietly moved the ruler behind him, quipping, well, Mr. Ji Shui is very imaginative. With so many fruits, it must be delicious. Gradual. Jiang Fan viewed most of the ghost students' paintings. Some are certain items. Jiang Fan compared them one by one against the items sign in the system space. There were several lines that Jiang Fan could not guess. Others are a lying brat. It's not other ghosts. It's what Jiang Fan looked like after he died. Mr. Jiang, look, you hang to death. By the rope loud long tongue. Nice drawing. No drawing next time. Mr. Jiang, nah. After jumping to his death, Mr. Jiang crumbled into mush. Yes, want to try me to beat you into a pulp? Pureeing meatballs is delicious. Mr. Jiang, look, this is you being eaten by me, being digested by me into poop. Pretty good drawing. Reward you for cleaning up. One by one, most of the ghost students in the class drew what their hearts thought was the most beautiful and impressive. Jiang Fan had many clues and guesses as he explored all the way down, until, walked up to the ghost student, Heike Liang. Jiang Fan thought Liang Heike was drawing a red hairpin, or a school bag. But, Heike Liang didn't draw anything. Even, the state is a little off. Ghost student Heike Liang holds a red paintbrush and scribbles on the drawing paper, as if she wants to draw something, but doesn't want to remember and draw on the paper. Eyes reddened, tears of blood flowed out, and he roared lowly, His face twisted and whitened, and a thick aura of resentment filled his body. His body was constantly trembling slightly, trying to hold the brush and draw properly, but he couldn't control his emotions, until it clicked. The pen broke. The drawing paper was torn. Liang Haiqi's body rose and fell violently, curled up into a ball. Blood and tears spread all over her body, and she let out a wailing sound as mournful as a deer's. Jiang Fan frowned. Liang Haiqi's resentment was very strong, resentment tinged with sadness and helplessness, as if suffering some kind of distress, inside a quagmire with no repairs, falling ever downward, wailing and helpless. Liang Haiqi's resentment was greater than the first few ghost students he had encountered, but she didn't burst this grief out. Her quiet character made her bear the darkness inside her alone. After tearing the drawing paper, Liang Haiqi's face went from bloody to gradually turning black in the back. The entire body was curled up, blackness invading all of it, as if a corner isolated from the world. Never feel the light shine. What is it about a painting? The deepest thing inside, that makes the quiet Heki Liang explode with such violent emotions? Jiang Fan's heart seized up inside, a bitter emotion spreading from the bottom of his heart, facing the black mass of shadows in front of him that did not fade away. Instead, he moved closer to the black mass, steadfastly trying to get in to touch Liang Haiqi, who was in the middle of the black mass. The closer you get to the black mass, the colder it gets. Helplessness, cowardice, pain, restlessness and other negative emotions come to mind. It seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss with no hope of ever climbing out again. Even suicide has become a luxury. Seemingly sensing Jiang Fan's proximity, Liang Haiqi fearfully scrunched her body together in a state of extreme unease. This kind of uneasy state, Jiang Fan had encountered. If forced, the uneasiness turns intensely aggressive, attacking any intruder. While enduring the negative emotions from Liang Haiqi, Jiang Fan moved closer and kept opening his mouth to gently comfort him. What's wrong, Heki? Can't draw? If you don't know how to draw, the teacher will teach you. Are you blaming yourself for tearing the paper? It's okay to tear the paper. There's plenty of paintbrushes and drawing paper in the classroom for Heki to tear up a few if she wants to. Heki, don't cry. Don't cry. Want some candy? Jiang Fan spoke patiently and approached Liang Haiqi step by step. The ruler in his hand had also long since been put away and turned into a colorful candy. It seemed like Jiang Fan's words were useful. It seems to be Heki Liang recovering again. Gradually, the black mass continued to fade and disperse, revealing the classroom as it was. Liang Haiqi was also much quieter. Only the corners of her eyes were bloodshot and her slightly twitching nose showed the raging waves underneath the calm. Mr. Jiang, covered in blood and still spilling from his features. His feral white eyes were numb and lifeless as he let out a seeping whisper. What looked like a horrible aspect to others was somewhat heartbreaking to Jiang Fan. This is the quietest and most well-behaved Liang Haiqi in the class, and usually doesn't show creepy forms to scare him, always so well-behaved and quiet. Excellent and good. But, now it's come to this. Jiang Fan lowered his eyes, squatted his body to be at eye level with Liang Haiqi, not half disliking the blood-stained child in front of him, reached out to rub Liang Haiqi's head, and handed out the candy in his hand. Haiqi is good, Haiqi is good. Eat a candy, we won't cry. What's going on? It's happened? The ghost student in front of him shook his head, and the emotions that had just been pacified by Jiang Fan floated up again violently and violently. Mr. Jiang, I don't know. I obviously listened to your paintings very carefully, Mr. Jiang, and go for what impresses me the most, but I can't think of anything at all and I can't draw it. I just feel so annoyed and sad and I want to cry so bad. Ooh-hoo. The ghost student Liang Hai sobbed, and the black aura of blood on his body slowly disappeared, revealing his original appearance. The classroom, too, was quiet in this moment. The ghost students stopped what they were doing, throwing his line of sight no to Jiang Fan's body. Ghost student Heki Liang doesn't want to talk about it. Jiang Fan couldn't learn the clues. Perhaps, like the other students, all lost and forgotten within the blissful kindergarten of the day, he was only able to explore the scarlet world based on his guesses. But, guess the truth will be brutal. What makes the ghost student, Heki Liang, so well-behaved, a spooky, cranky, helpless and restless? Helpless, restless. Jiang Fan sighed and blocked out the cruel thoughts in his mind, looking at Liang Haiqi who wanted to stabilize her emotions but couldn't stop the blood tears from flowing out. Jiang Fan slowly spoke to, don't cry. How can a girl as cute as Heki not be happy? It's okay if you can't remember. Heki can draw a picture of herself. Come, the teacher teaches you to draw. No more unhappiness. Let all that unhappiness out with the drawing. Jiang Fan glanced back at the ghost students, signaling with his eyes that they should not focus on this. Then, picking up a pen, he took off the cap and handed it to the ghost student. Liang Haiqi, holding the ghost student's small, pale hand in his own large one. He drew on the paper with one stroke. Let's start by drawing a big circle. This is the head. Hai-Chi student has a pair of very nice eyes, and the pair swirls when she smiles. Jiang Fan spoke slowly, and the paintbrush was under Jiang Fan's control, working with Liang Haiki to paint the described picture. A lovely girl jumps off the page. The big smiles were the most noticeable of all. Jiang Fan had utilized his drawing skills to the extreme, although the drawings were still not perfect. But it's not hard to see. This is ghost student Heki Liang. After the drawing, he seemed to think of something else and once again put pen to paper. Oh, and a cavity from a lost tooth. The words fell. The ghost students observing from the sidelines all burst out laughing. Liang Haiki, who originally still had some negative emotions, was also successfully attracted to the attention, and her whole body shattered and scattered all over the place. Seeing this, Jiang Fan also laughed softly. Laughing, his body shook and surprise erupted in his eyes, only to see that one of the two graffiti pens that were originally crippled within the system space showed a usable status. He found the missing pen cap? When did this happen? Jiang Fan froze, somewhat puzzled, and seemed to remember something, betting his eyes on Liang Haiki's desktop. There, a pen cap that he had used to teach Liang Haiki to draw unscrewed was quietly placed on the desktop. Chapter 156 Sunflower version of Jiang Fan. Taking time off, pulling teeth, too many cavities from eating candy. It hurts. So the discarded cap was screwed on top of another pen? No wonder. He searched the classroom and couldn't find a separate pen cap, so it was on top of the other pens. This time he taught Liang Haiki how to draw, but it was by mistake. A blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat and found the second lost pen cap. Would the third cap, then, likewise be over the brush? The odds are slim no. However, Jiang Fan still removed all the pens in the classroom and tested them. Fruity. These pen caps don't have a third pen cap at all. All original, not the rest of the sleeve. Failure to find the third pen cap means one less rule shield. Jiang Fan had no choice but to look for the pen cap in the classroom over and over again. Even outside the classroom he looked. During that time, the ghost teacher who was lying on the ground and not getting up was stomped on by him over and over again. Nothing else? Jiang Fan wanted to find out if the pen cap would be hidden in the ghost teacher's face. Unfortunately, until class is over, Jiang Fan also failed to find the third hidden pen cap. Ding dong dash. The crisp sound of dismissal rang through the campus. Still the same horrible oozy music accompanied the kids for afternoon tea snacks. Afternoon tea is apple. The apples, which were covered with moldy green hairs, were like balls of watercress. Jiang Fan had never seen such a strange view of mold. Even the outside world, there was a lot of talk about it. Digging, this fungus? No better developed than the ones in the lab? Ha 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 ha, maybe it's some graduate student's doctoral thesis. Bacteria, it's a beautiful day. I'm going to die. Graduate students say they've been crying their eyes out and want the moldy apples from Weird Tales so bad. You're still talking about the moldy apple. And Apple has declared this apple the new logo. The ghost student's afternoon snack was moldy apples. Jiang Fan's side was no better. A gnawed banana with blood on it. Jiang Fan directly took out the large chicken leg that he had signed for. And while showing off the chicken leg with a big mouthful, he took out Liang Haiki's painting from her. The painting was not the same self-portrait he had taught Liang Haiki to paint, but a brand new painting. Above the painting is a face. The side of his face was scrawled with yellow-colored pencil. In the words of Heki Liang, this was the teacher Jiang in her eyes, and what she thought was the most beautiful thing. Mr. Jiang is shining like a sun. Jiang Fan nodded appreciatively. So that's what turned him into a sunflower? A human face with yellow petals? Jiang Fan disregarded the past and chose the painting as the one he felt was the best. In this class, a total of 2 drawings were selected to give a reward of candy, a small red flower, and to hang the drawings within the class. A Jiang Fan pick. A ghost students choose. Soon, after an afternoon snack, the ghost students then voted on what they thought was the best drawing. Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief and amusement as he read it. The drawing that was voted on by the class also relates to him and is quite realistic. The 108 Ways of Death of Mr. Jiang. Separated, cooked, hanged, buried alive, drowned, burned, frozen, and dried in the sun. Jiang Fanqin was generous and rewarded the painting ghost student with 2 candies, and firmly memorized the ghost student's appearance, saying that in the future, there would be a chance to treat it to bamboo-braided fried pork. Jiang Fan was rewarding the candies. The rest of the chosen from various countries were left wondering. What? No reward? Shouldn't there be a reward for getting into the right classroom? Why has a lesson gone by and they have gained nothing? Is it not found? The chosen ones were frustrated, with their rewards on their minds, ignoring even the horrifying sights around them for a few moments, until they led the students back to the classroom and hadn't gotten a reward broadcast. The chosen were certain that there really was no reward this time. They may have guessed wrong before. Not every event room has rewards. This was a huge disappointment to many of the chosen. Kangaroo Nation. Chosen one Orson blushed a bit. He went through so much effort to enter Activity Room B and there was no reward? Then why did he go in? If I had known there was no reward, I would have just found any activity room and stayed there, and I wouldn't have gotten into a feud with Creepy. Thinking of the spiteful way the ghost teacher looked at him, Orson was a little fidgety and apprehensive. The mood was even worse as he looked down at the ghost students staring at him with wide eyes. The bloody scene, and the stinking classroom. The cell phone rang and dinged. It was the security guard who informed him that a parent had come to pick up the shenanigans. Orson looked away and then motioned for the ghost students to walk out of the classroom with their backpacks. Kindergarten has parents who will come early to pick up their ghost students and take them home, which was also the case yesterday. Orson didn't care, inwardly still thinking about the rewards he hadn't gotten from Activity Room B. Outside, time passes a little slowly as the concerned Kangaroo Nation viewers watch their own chosen one. Even with the acceleration of the Weird Tales mechanic, the unimportant day-to-day active behavior of the chosen still takes up a lot of time. Countless pop-up screens brushed with words that were not nutritious. Until the Kangaroo Nation live screen went black. The Weird Tales podcast came on. Kangaroo Nation's chosen one Orson dies. Weird Tales randomly descend. The people were shocked as they snapped out of their boredom. What? Their country's chosen one actually died? The thing is, chosen one Orson stayed in the classroom the whole time and didn't break any rules. The world is in an uproar. Pulling up the moves made by Orson the Chosen before his death. After class, lead the creeps back to their classrooms. Naming the creeps to go home from school and geek out. Stay in the classroom and let the shenanigans out of school? The crowd wondered if this broke any rules. Didn't all the parents come early to pick up the creeps yesterday? How come they're dying today? Until the Weird Tales crew overheard the clock hanging on the wall in the video. The current point in time is clearly visible on the clock. 15:57. It's a matter of time. The chosen one, Orson, has violated Rule 10. Rule 10. After 4 p.m. Parents come one after another to pick up their students, and the security notification was at 3:57 p.m. 3 minutes short of 4 p.m. Completely out of line with Rule 10. So the rules were already broken when Orson, the chosen one of Kangaroo Nation, let the ghost student go out on his own. The crowd woke up with some chagrin when they realized this. It's obviously such a simple rule, and to cause the death of a chosen one just because of a slight oversight is just not right. Especially the top brass of the Kangaroo Nation are so depressed and angry that they want to commit suicide. Damn. You can ignore such an obvious gap in the rules. What do a bunch of you do for a living? The wise men of the Weird Talking group looked at each other in dismay. There were so few dangers within the happy kindergarten this time around, and the chosen one was so bored with his daily activities for so many days, that he let his guard down. After all, after dozens of hours of continuous watching of Weird Talk Live, it's human to be negligent of the unexpected at times. How could I have known that after such a short time, the chosen one would be dead? Only a few seconds passed between chosen one Orson's decision and his death. Not only is Orson, the chosen one of Kangaroo Nation, dead, some of the chosen who reacted quickly to make quick choices also died. Frightened nations rushed to send alert messages to those chosen who had not yet stepped through the gates of death. In the world of Weird Tales, Zhang Fan saw the message from the doorman and immediately got up to send the ghost student out of the classroom. The moment he was about to leave the classroom, Zhang Fan habitually looked at the clock on the wall behind the classroom. The hour hand on the clock was already pointing to 4, but the minute hand was still at 57. This look made Zhang Fan stop in his tracks. No, it's not 4 o'clock yet. I can't send the ghost student out. Zhang Fan told the ghost students to go back to their seats, and instead of staying in the classroom, he turned around and walked out of the classroom, heading over to the entrance of the park. He wanted to see if any ghost parents had come early to pick up their ghost students. It's better to go down yourself than to go down with a ghost student and thus break the rules leading to death. After all, Rule 10 only says to pick up ghost students, and he, a teacher out there, isn't breaking Rule 10 or complying with it by getting stuck in a buge in the middle of the two. Not long after, Zhang Fan arrived at the gatekeeper's office. See only, a parent stood outside the school's iron gates. Zhang Fan recognized the face of that parent. It was precisely Wang Hao's parent. It's actually really Wang Hao's parents and not some other shenanigans. Outside the school entrance, Wang Hao's parents obviously recognized Zhang Fan, and when they saw him come out, they immediately revealed a warm smile. Mr. Zhang, where's my child? I got off work early today, so I'm picking up my students now. Wang Hao parents smiled a simple smile and had a nice creepy face that lowered one's inner guarded defenses. Oh, your kid. Sorry, it's his turn to clean today. He won't be able to come out until later. I'll come out on my side to talk to you first. Zhang Fan smiled and shook hands with the ghost parent, without the slightest look of weakness on his face. His face was not red and he was quite friendly. Warm smiles, friendly words, and seemingly good teachers who are afraid of parents waiting too long and feeling self-conscious. Zhang Fan's words caused the ghost parent on the opposite side to flinch. It seemed to think of all the possibilities of not releasing the child, or giving it to him. The only thing that didn't occur to me was that I actually had to clean up and couldn't get out of school early. On the contrary, the passionate tone and content of the speech made it hard for the ghost parents to retort. Look, the teacher has apologized to you and come out specifically to state her reasons, so it's too much of a push to force the release of the child. Zhang Fan kept an eye on the time while exchanging pleasantries with the ghost parents. Happy Kindergarten is able to see the time wherever it is in the teaching area. Also includes the janitor's room. There was a clock hanging on the wall inside the janitor's room, and through the glass it was just clear enough to see that the time hadn't yet reached 4 o'clock. The director as well as the ghost teachers within Happy Kindergarten have a great relationship with the parents. Whether or not it was the right time to come and pick up the ghost student, he couldn't reject the ghost parent to his face and become on bad terms with the ghost parent. For insurance purposes, it doesn't matter if he's Wang Hao's parent or not, whether Rule 10 is correct or not. The safest way, ghost student Wang Hao can't leave the campus now, and Zhang Fan was prepared to use the ghost student Wang Hao staying behind to clean up as an excuse until all the other ghost students had pretty much left. Then he would let Wang Hao go home. That way, it won't break the rules or make things too bad between him and his parents. The ghost parent was obviously a bit upset when he didn't see Wang Hao, and instantly slumped his face down with some ferocity. However, Zhang Fan was very kind and enthusiastic, and the ghost parents did not get angry with Zhang Fan. But Wang Hao didn't clean the classroom much before. Why did he clean it today? Because I'm teaching them to honor their parents, to come home and help share the chores, and you don't want your kids to become grains and cereals, do you? Zhang Fan revealed a smile, still good-natured and friendly as he explained. When he saw that the time clock in the janitor's office had passed 4 o'clock, he prevaricated and said he had to go back to his classroom to manage the students. The classrooms are not far from the janitor's office and there are few steps between the stairs. Not more than half a minute later, Zhang Fan returned to the classroom. Right at the moment Zhang Fan had just returned to the classroom, his cell phone rang once again. Ding dong dash. Another text message came through. Zhang Fan picked up his cell phone and looked at it, raising his eyebrows in some surprise. This message, the second message sent to him by the doorman, had the exact same content as the previous one, both of which were about Wang Hao's parents coming to pick up Wang Hao. He had already gone down just now, and logically speaking, Wang Hao's parents knew that Wang Hao was going to clean the house, and would not have asked the doorman to send him a message, and now the janitor sends a message. Could it be that there are two Wang Hao parents? Zhang Fan glanced at the clock at the back of the classroom. It's past 4 o'clock when I sent the message. It's now 4 and 2. Zhang Fan walked out of the classroom again and came to the janitor's office once more. Still the exact same dressed face. It was Wang Hao's parents. This time, Wang Hao's parents looked like they had only just met him and were full of respect for their teacher. Mr. Jiang, you came out to see the students off in person again. Ha, what a responsible teacher. Wang Hao's parents didn't see Wang Hao and weren't anxious at all, pulling Zhang Fan to chat for a long time, asking about Wang Hao's performance. It was not until after the conversation so there was something about Wang Hao that he casually asked where Wang Hao was. That's the real ghost parent, not the one just now. Zhang Fan understood and returned again, this time no longer making excuses to delay, leading Wang Hao down to the ghost parent. Looking at the ghost parent who walked into the mist, Zhang Fan sighed in relief. So, there would be another ghost parent who would show up before 4 o'clock? But, that doesn't look like a fake, or at least, there's no urgency to demand that I have to take the child next. If it's a fake ghost parent, the attitude will be urgent. It even went so far as to transform into a bizarre form to scare the chosen one into not handing over the ghost student, similar to ghost teachers not being allowed out of the activity room. The fake ghost parent just now felt more like a real ghost parent to him. But the question is, if there are two ghost parents, how did the other one appear? Zhang Fan lowered his eyes. He trusted his intuition, as well as his observation skills. Most of the chosen, including Zhang Fan, faced with the parents who came to pick up the ghost students for the first time, looked at the time, always remembering that they could not let the ghost students go home until 4 o'clock, fearing that it was a mistake to be contaminated or dead. And there are chosen ones who have had ghost students walk out of the classroom before the state could respond. The result, naturally, was a sudden and violent death, declared by the mechanism of weird tales. Chapter 157, Sphinx Ghost. The devoured teacher Jiang. Combined 4K. There were also some chosen ones who were more responsible and personally walked the ghost students to the janitor's office. This portion of the chosen people who are responsible also reaped the blessings. Many a responsible chosen one has led ghost students halfway across the country before being rescued by a prompt from the state. This has also resulted in some countries having completely run out of queuing opportunities. Most countries are now down to a single queue, and many more are completely out of queues. This has caused some panic among states. It's been less than 2 days since the current weird talk, and there are still 3 days to go. So what if there's more shenanigans to come? Inside the world of weird tales, one after another, all the ghost students were picked up and no ghost students were left behind on campus. Zhang Fan inspected the entire teaching building as usual before slowly walking back to the teacher's dormitory. The ghost students had all left the park, and without them the blissful kindergarten instantly came to nighttime and fell into darkness. The park eerily revealed a cool aura coming towards the chosen one. At present, the clues provided by the ghost student, Li Qihong, know the location of some ghost students. If there's still time tonight after rescuing Dong Gage in the river of blood and Li Qihong trapped inside the healthcare room, go look for the rest of the shenanigans inside the school building. Zhang Fan murmured to, looking at the teacher's dormitory in front of him that was like a tombstone. The teachers in this kindergarten have lost all moral integrity, having the status of teachers but doing the exact opposite. No wonder, then, that the teachers' bedrooms are in the form of tombstones. Teachers are dead. Teachers' morals are gone. So isn't it just a tombstone? Zhang Fan walked to the front of the dormitory. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the Scarlet World yet. As yesterday, observed a glance inside the kitchen. Yesterday, due to his knocking poo on the teacher's dormitory and drawing out all the ghost teachers' faculty and staff, there was no way for Zhang Fan to explore the kitchen under the eerie gaze. He didn't knock on the door today, and the teacher's dormitory area didn't creep out. In addition to the ghost teacher not appearing, Zhang Fan realized that there didn't seem to be any weirdness in the kitchen either. After making sure there was no weirdness, Zhang Fan avoided the dormitory window and quietly walked over. Night enveloped the entire kindergarten, and without the ghostly students of the day, the kitchen was completely exposed as it was. Before he even got close to the kitchen, Zhang Fan could smell the strong stench in the air. The kitchen looked like a piece of meat that had been rotting for a long time, with countless flies flying around and buzzing around it, and dark blood flowing out of the kitchen and spreading into the classroom area. The look of the kitchen reminded Zhang Fan of the kitchen in the Scarlet World. It wasn't what the kitchen looked like anymore. It had become a complete and utter dump, just like the sight of a messy kitchen. The kitchen turned into a trash heap as back to its essential look. Even though he had already smelled so many flavors, Zhang Fan still couldn't accept this putrid smell. He overestimated himself. No shenanigans in the kitchen. But, just as Zhang Fan was planning to go in and explore, suddenly, the afterglow noticed a miserable little face lying on the window, staring at him in wide-eyed silence. The pupils were facing downward, but the face was at the highest point of the window, and it was eerie. It's the weirdness in room 13. Zhang Fan's brows tightened as he stopped in his tracks. Hello? Zhang Fan tried to say hello to the weirdness in the room. He wasn't sure about the shenanigans in room 13 or if the other man would be able to leave the room, but he knew it wouldn't be a good thing if he barged into the kitchen in front of Creepy. Besides, it was the only little creepy he'd encountered so far in the normal world that remained in the park at night. Not only were they able to stay on campus, but they also stayed in room 13 of the faculty dormitory. According to his guess, the teachers' dormitories are all spread out in a fixed way. The first few rooms are for employees of the campus, while the back is for teachers. Room 13 was in the last room, more backward than even the head gardener's room, which only bizarre identity specificity, which had to make Zhang Fan think more. Zhang Fan teased Little Creepy several times, but he didn't know if it was because Little Creepy didn't want to make a sound, or he couldn't see the outside world. Little Creepy hadn't answered, just staring at Zhang Fan in silence, his pupils moving downward. Little Creepy didn't speak, and Zhang Fan had no way to extract anything from Little Creepy. In time, having the gold medal lecturer's endorsement does not help in the slightest. Add to that the fact that Creepy kept looking at him, and there was no way he could ignore Creepy's gaze and walk into the kitchen. Think about it. Zhang Fan sighed and looked at Creepy, who was still staring at him closely, and could only give up on exploring the kitchen that was so close at hand and turn around to go back to his dorm room. He clearly remembered that there hadn't been little spooky ones when he explored the dormitory area during the day yesterday. This suggests that the weirdness of room 13 only occurs at night, if he had to look out through the window every night. Then, Zhang Fan's idea of exploring the kitchen at night was nixed and drowned in the bud. It seems that you can only come over during the day to explore the kitchen, and at night with the creepy staring at you, you can force your way into the kitchen, but it's not very good in the end, and you might attract the attention of the head gardener. Zhang Fan deflated the weirdness in the dormitory. The plan was to reward the guy with a taste of the ruler when he came out. Zhang Fan returned to the teacher's dormitory and first cleaned up the dormitory. After making sure that his chambers were still the same and nothing had changed, He sighed in relief and turned his head to observe the blood-colored world outside through the window of his chambers. The window seemed like an apocalyptic world. The world refracted from the window was bloody and dirty and eerie in every way. Outside the window, it's still the same as what I saw yesterday. The school building full of hearts, the blood-colored river constantly flowing, and the blood moon in the sky. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and took out the camera from within the system space and placed it on his eyes, then calmly walked out of the dormitory door. Between the moment he stepped out of the door of his dormitory, the world suddenly shifted and took on a blinding scene of blood red. Zhang Fan walked straight towards the blood river. To rescue the known Dong Gage, Li Qihang, and the unknown ghost students, the help of Ji Shui is indispensable. Before he went out yesterday, the ghost student Ji Shui was hiding in the river of blood. The blood river is still flowing in waves. Seems to feel the breath of Zhang Fan. Is the man who killed the mess yesterday suddenly afraid to fork to the side? The raging flow of the churning blood river has become extraordinarily calm, and even half a bit of blood do not dare to Zhang Fan. Ripples and waves, if it is not still flowing elsewhere. Zhang Fan thought that it was a pool of stagnant water in situ. Zhang Fan stepped his feet into the blood river and looked at the calm surface of the blood river with some worry. How should he find Marshal Qi? Zhang Fan paused and was about to call out to Ji Shui to come out. The calm blood river around them suddenly surged wildly, gathering a vortex that rippled, spinning violently like a tornado. Not much longer. The center of the vortex slowly revealed a rotting head, its empty eye sockets looking at Zhang Fan, the rotting flesh on its face shaking and falling off, seeming to look extremely elated. As the blood river swirled, the rotting human heads gradually exposed all of the water, revealing their entire bodies. Under the heads was a faded red school uniform. The rotting corpse was followed by a droopy, listless little fat creep. It's Marshal Qi. Zhang Fan nodded his head in greeting. Unexpectedly, ghost student Ji Shui came out of the blood river of his own accord after sensing him coming, along with the creepy one he caught yesterday. Zhang Fan laughed when he saw this. Mr. Jiang, you're here. The ghost student Ji Shui was so excited to see Zhang Fan that even the bugs on his body burrowed out and kept wriggling. The low voice seeped eerily. It was as if a ghostly woman was talking in her ear. All my students are here, and as a teacher, it's definitely a good idea to come. Zhang Fan smiled, already oblivious and accustomed to facing such a horrifying face of a ghost student. The ghost student Ji Shui nodded, knowing what Zhang Fan was here to do, and directly led Zhang Fan upstream along the blood river. The river of blood looked like it had a consciousness. Wherever Zhang De and Ji Shui went, the blood river avoided that flow and became calm and without ripples. They had to go to the end of the blood river as well as the swimming pool first to see if there was any sign of Dong Gage. As for the bottom of the blood river, ghost student Ji Shui said that he hadn't noticed any other ghost student figures when he hid at the bottom of the blood river yesterday. Along the way the ghost students chatted about what happened yesterday after Zhang Fan left. After Zhang Fan left the Scarlet World yesterday, the director was startled out of the park and led the teachers in the park on a tour of the grounds. He also came to the place where he was trapped, and was furious to see the ghost tree that had disappeared into thin air, followed by storming throughout the entire park, searching everywhere for Ji Shui's figure. Mr. Jiang, the head gardener searched a lot of places but couldn't find me. I was always hiding down there, with the other corpses. However, Mr. Jiang, on the way to the gardener's search for me, the gardener left for a while and came back with an even harder look on his face. Headmaster, it seems to have left in that direction. Zhang Fan followed where the ghost student was pointing. That place? It's the janitor's office. It's where the outside world park gates are. Trouble at the janitor's with the head gardener? A ghost student awakening? If not in the park, then maybe something is rioting outside the nursery? Zhang Fan withdrew his sight and secretly memorized the place. The blood river was very long, and Zhang Fan as well as the two creeps walked along it for a long time. Perhaps it would be better to say that the Scarlet World is big. The happy kindergarten in this world was much larger than the kindergarten in the normal world, expanding in size several times over, making the distances between the various buildings in the original world infinitely larger. The danger, too, has increased substantially. In a normal happy kindergarten, the distance between the school building and the swimming pool can be forgotten at a glance. And the blood-colored world. Zhang Fan had been walking for 10 minutes and had yet to see the swimming pool, let alone the end of the blood river. Looking around at the blood-colored, horrifying sight, Zhang Fan frowned and spoke. Is there any faster method? Searching for the trapped and suppressed ghost students in the huge blood-colored world. If they all used such a slow walking method, not to mention consuming time and other problems, even if he succeeded in rescuing the ghost students, it would be too late for him to face the head gardener to escape. Yes, Mr. Jiang, but, Ji Shui pointed at the river of blood under his feet and said coldly, Teacher Jiang, I am able to melt into this river and reach places quickly with the river's tricky power. But you, Teacher Jiang, can't. Mr. Jiang, I didn't smell our scent from you, so you aren't able to enter this river. The river is only big enough for us to move around. Mr. Jiang, the only way you can get into the river is to find the old gardener, or the head gardener. That's the only way. Ji Shuai's deep pupils stared at Zhang Fan, seemingly in surprise. Why is Mr. Jiang different from them? Your scent. Weird scent? Creepy? What's that? Mr. Jiang? Ghost student Ji Shuai cocked his head, a hint of doubt on his icy face. Spooky. Well, that's the word for cute. Ooh, Mr. Jiang, you're so creepy. 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 Zhang Fan was silent, and it wasn't good to explain this to the ghost student. Yesterday he said that weird talk rules and that Kishore mutated, so apparently these truths are untouchable for them. However, it was only by possessing their scent that one could enter the blood river and reach all parts of the park faster with the help of the blood river's tricky power. Own their scent. Turning creepy? Ghost in the face. Ghost face mask. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows and took out the ghost face mask that he had signed in the playground Scarlet World playground. The ghost face mask had just been taken out. A chilling aura burst out violently, and countless blood-colored mists gathered around Zhang Fan in vain. With a hint of blackness mixed in with the mists, a mask poured out by blood and flesh. Having tasted all the bitterness and hatred of the world, all the negativity is gathered in this mask. The mask was taken out, and it wasn't something similar to the black face masks in Peking opera, as Zhang Fan had thought. Instead, it was a dark mass that tumbled lightly and chilled. The black gas on the surface then gradually dispersed, revealing the face of a toddler. The blood runs down the tiny face, as if it is suffering from some affliction, and the features are twisted in a shocking way. The mask was soft, as if it had literally been peeled off a toddler's face, and slowly wriggled in Zhang Fan's hands, emitting a thin, frightening, playful sound. Zhang Fan's eyes were certain when he saw the look of the mask. He remembered the face on this mask. This masked face was actually one of those faces growing above the ghost tree. I didn't realize that the Sphinx ghosts signing in the playground were those fruits that hang and bear on the ghost tree. Tout de suite. The ghost tree traps the ghost student Ji Shuai, sucking his blood, watering and thriving itself with his flesh, and bearing the tree's fruitful masks of human-faced ghosts. Those masks, in turn, happen to be Zhang Fan's indispensable communication certificates within the Scarlet World. In a chain of interlocking rings, Zhang Fan rescued the ghost student Ji Shuai, and also obtained the fruit made from Ji Shuai's flesh and blood. Zhang Fan took the mask and slowly put it on his face. Immediately after, the ghost face mask unexpectedly and magically spread out like a liquid, wrapping around Zhang Fan's entire head, to his entire body. It was like the mask had swallowed up Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's entire body was plunged into a bewildering black mist, which was bizarre. In a jiffy, where Zhang Fan had just stood, a child with a pale face appeared. On the side, Ji Shuai looked confused. Where's Mr. Jiang? What's going on? A ghost swallowed Mr. Jiang? It was too much. It couldn't even be bothered to devour Mr. Jiang. Ooh, can't even feel Mr. Jiang's breath anymore. Ghost student Ji Shuai gritted his teeth as he looked at the little creep that had appeared in front of him, and it could no longer sense Mr. Jiang's aura. Mr. Jiang is gone. Chapter 158, Finding Dong Gauge. Vegetable in Want. 4K. Outside. The moment Zhang Fan took out his ghost face mask, the viewers all gathered their spirits to devote themselves to the live broadcast. They had heard the conversation between the ghost student and Zhang Fan, and had learned that only the bazaar could enter the blood river and use it to swim forward in the park. And now that Zhang Fan had taken out this face-like thing, although they didn't know what it was, they knew that it must have something to do with the conversation just now. Could this be the thing that turns the chosen into creepy? Countries, especially Daxia, watched Zhang Fan in depth. This face, where have I seen it before? As the words fell, the members of the strange talk group at the bottom raised their hands and said, "It's in that spinning world." Suppress those faces growing on the spooky ghost tree. Inside the live broadcast room, Zhang Fan turned into a dark mist after putting on his mask. The crowd was very patient, and in a matter of moments, the mist cleared, and the newly emerged faces in the broadcast room were seen, astonished and shocked, because the Weird Tales mechanism didn't declare Chosen One Zhang Fan dead. So, this little creepy guy in the camera of the live broadcast who had completely changed his face and was not related to Zhang Fan in the slightest was Zhang Fan himself. A tree bearing a fruit ghost face that not only changes the Chosen One's face, but actually changes the Chosen One's appearance, height and so on, turning him or her into something else completely unrelated. The crowd was dumbfounded, finding the scene too fantastical. Zhang Fan, in fact, had really turned out to be bizarre. Tears of envy flowed from the corners of the mouths of all countries except for Daxia. Being able to turn the Chosen One into creepy, even if you think about it with your toes, You know that this mask is a very useful prop for weird stories. They want it too. Unfortunately, the ghost mask is hanging from that old tree in Scarlet World. Jiang Fan, the chosen one of the Great Summer Kingdom, was able to enter the Scarlet World and stun the ghost tree, but their chosen one didn't have that ability. The countries looked at Jiang Fan, who had turned into a bizarre person in the live broadcast, with bated breath and want. Holy, is this man? This thing can actually turn people into creeps, and there's actually a weird prop like this. Brothers Mo, I seem to have discovered a big secret. Do you guys think that Fan could have originally been spooky? And that's why he was able to get through the weird tales, and that's why he was able to find the ghost mask? Ghost passengers, ghosts, 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 ghosts. Inside the world of weird tales, Jiang Fan was very satisfied as he looked at the huge changes he had sent throughout his body. Originally, he was worried that if the ghost mask only changed his face. So, he gets yes it's a child's mask and puts it on. The face is changed but the body is still an adult's. Child's face. Big body? He is not Neza. Luckily, though, the ghost mask changed his body as well. With this mask, perhaps I will be able to disguise myself as a student within the Scarlet World and thus escape the suspicion of the head gardener. After all, no one would believe that a child within the blood-colored world is a teacher in a normal happy kindergarten, right? Jiang Fan murmured too, his mood quietly relieved after the successful transformation. Just about to move on. Suddenly, Jiang Fan turned his head and glanced at Ji Shui. What are you looking at? I'm not dead yet. And keep your mouth shut. Don't look at me with that food look. I'm not good. Ghost student Ji Shui deflated his face, as if a balloon had leaked. The whole disclosure suddenly shrunk flat. A sigh, as if regretting something, plus the occasional peeping eyes glancing at Jiang Fan from time to time. Not hard to guess. What was in the mind of the ghost student Ji Shui? Mr. Jiang? Well, I am. Why are you Mr. Jiang? You shouldn't be. Jiang Fan glanced at Ji Shui suspiciously, only to see Ji Shui's small voice beep too, like a noisy child, lingering in the ears of the whispers. Some resentment. If you're not Mr. Jiang, then I'll be able to eat you for the reason of helping Mr. Jiang's revenge. Oi, oi, pity, pity, I'll only be able to eat my cuties. Ghost student Ji Shui's grim face showed a frustrated look. Immediately afterward, he pulled out the bugs that had turned up on his body, gathered a handful of white larvae, and casually ate them in one bite. It was like chewing peanuts with a plopping sound. Jiang Fan was amused and angry, and immediately gave the ghost student Ji Shui a ring. Quickly go. Now I can use the blood river to find Dong Gage's trail. Jiang Fan, after turning weird, clearly noticed the change in the blood river under his feet. It was different from fearing Jiang Fan's strength. A touch more intimate. As long as Jiang Fan wanted to, he would be able to merge into the blood river at any time, and with the help of the blood river's trick power, he would travel to various places in the kindergarten of bliss. Jiang Fan's heart moved, and as if his body had been broken by something, it instantly disintegrated and dispersed into the blood river, floating on its surface. In the meantime, after merging into the river of blood, Jiang Fan also felt a trace of a different sensation. The sense held no ill will towards him, and was quiet, permeating the blood river, and indeed the entirety of the blissful nursery. The aura seemed to treat Jiang Fan like his child, gentle and kind. Could this be the old gardener's breath? After Jiang Fan turned weird, whether it was in the blood river or the entire blood-colored world, it was filled with this kind and gentle aura. But, if you look closely, it was impossible to determine where the aura was coming from. It was as if it was everywhere. After Jiang Fan merged into the blood river, the pieces of his own corpse floated on top of it, becoming rotten and emitting a foul odor. It seemed that these body parts were the ones floating down from the upper reaches of the blood river. Ghost student Ji Shui saw Jiang Fan's appearance and his eyes fell out in disbelief of what he was seeing. Until he himself merged into the river of blood, he still looked at Jiang Fan blankly, wandering next to his corpse pieces, occasionally touching them in curiosity. Seeing this, Jiang Fan smiled helplessly and controlled his scattered body, advancing towards the end of the blood river. Blood river's trickster force was like an accelerating roller. The speed at which Jiang Fan was advancing at the moment was extremely fast and incomparable. Until Jiang Fan only stopped when he felt a violent impact. The head floating above the river of blood looked ahead. Is this the end of the river of blood? Where the river of blood ends is not an unknown place. Exactly where the pool is. At the moment, it was like entering a new world. What came into view was a sky obscured by dark clouds. It was clearly daylight, but there was not the slightest light in sight, and it was eerie, like a sky that was about to rain a torrential downpour. Overhead the blood moon had disappeared and turned into a black sun. It's as if the sky dog eclipsed the sun, intertwined with a gray, foggy sky. Again, it's like a black hole that swallows everything around it. At such a sight, the swimming pool, however, looked extraordinarily alive and vibrant. Some giggling children's voices came out of the pool, clattering and clattering as pieces hit the water. Zhang Fan looked over. It was a creepy corpse playing in the pool. Floating in the pool of water like blood and ink were chunks of soaked and swollen bodies, skin, flesh, limbs, severed arms, eyeballs, and more. There was even something that was too rotted to see. Some of the carrion-devouring worms hatched, white and very fat. They cling to chunks of meat and nibble on the carrion, tumbling into the pool and revealing white flakes. In the pool, out of nowhere, countless tiny threads of blood grew from the lower part of the pool, occupying the entire pool, as if floating in the water, floating and entangled in the corpse. The middle of the pool, a few little creepy dry flat faces, oozing childish voices, horror and shock. The pool seemed like a spa underneath, constantly churning up columns of water from the center. It dispersed in all directions like boiling water. The pool was small, and the blood filled it, overflowing the walls and forming a trickling stream. The creek surged in all directions toward the park, converging into a great blood-colored river that occupied the wrapped around the happy nursery. This is where the river of blood ends and the pool. Zhang Fan quietly approached the pool. The pool seemed to be a playground for the creeps, and there were 3 or 4 of them playing over here. The little creeps were enthusiastic to see the new creeps coming and threw in the intestines floating on the surface in the pool. The intestines were wrapped in a viscous liquid and flew towards Zhang Fan with a great stench. Zhang Fan silently ducked. Snap dash. The intestines were flung onto the fat creep behind Zhang Fan, dripping pus. Zhang Fan controlled the pieces of his own corpse and quietly floated towards a few creeps. Ghost student Ji Shuai, who was located next to him, then dived to the bottom of the pool and cooperated with Zhang Fan, one at the top and the other at the bottom, to encircle the weird ones playing in the pool. These shenanigans playing in the pool were more like the little fat shenanigans that Zhang Fan had caught at the beginning, all belonging to the shenanigans with the lowest shenanigans power in the Scarlet World, plus Zhang Fan's own unthreatening and bizarre aura. As a result, before the 3 or 4 creeps playing in the pool had time to react, they were eliminated by Zhang Fan and Ji Shuai. The bizarre ones scratched their teeth and claws, their pale faces distorting their features as they glared menacingly at Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Zhang Fan had to take out a ruler and give each creep a side of sunshine gymnastics before the creeps completely quieted down. After seeing that the creeps were quiet and obedient, Zhang Fan inwardly turned on the check-in. Ding! You've signed in successfully. You've obtained Styx Water X 3 drops. Styx Water corrupts everything in the world, hides countless sins, and is feared by people, but is the only way for them to pass on to the next life. 1 drop can be turned into several paths to wherever you want to go. Is this a free door? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Instead of this thing being able to turn into a road and lead to other places, how about a path of escape? A doorway to life? After signing in, Zhang Fan handed the creeps over to ghost student Ji Shuai to watch over. He looked up and surveyed the surrounding area, intending to look for dong gauge around the pool. It was just about to control the body parts to spread out in all directions. Ghost student Ji Shuai, who was on the side, suddenly pulled Zhang Fan, his finger pointing downward. You mean, there's something under the pool? Ghost student Kishore nodded. Little Song, Dong Armor Song is down there? Zhang Fan gathered himself and looked at the pool full of piles of rotting flesh, struggling to peel away the top layer of the water. The rotting flesh peeled away to reveal pools of gurgling, bubbling blood. Zhang Fan's head was lowered and he dived into the pool water. The water in the pool was murky and all that met the eye was blood red. After diving in for less than a few seconds, Zhang Fan suddenly bumped into a piece of something soft and taut, slippery and creamy. It crumbled and slipped out of his fingers like sludge when he squeezed it gently. It seemed to be a wall, making it impossible for him to advance any further. Zhang Fan touched it and felt something else with a different feel, like a basketball. It's round and somewhat slippery. Zhang Fan held this thing and slowly surfaced. At the same time, what was fished under the pool floor was revealed. Zhang Fan looked down. The object in his arms was a huge eyeball glowing a dark red color. Zhang Fan frowned and didn't throw away the huge eyeball. Ghost student Kishore said, the blood river contained Dong Gage's breath. This is the end of the river of blood and the swimming pool. The swimming pool is the place of death for Dong Gage and the hide-and-seek illusion. Combining the two, a lurid thought came to mind. This eyeball, it's Dong Gage's. It was even possible that the sludge he had just encountered was both Dong Gage's flesh and blood. It's well known. Drowned people who are too late to fish out. Then the skin absorbs water and gradually swells up like a bun. Blood flow stops and internal organs are necrotic. Countless bacteria produce gas because their bodies heat up and become acidic as they rot. Floating bodies on the surface of the water basically float face down. When immersed in water for too long, the body becomes very hideous and gruesome as it swells, which is the giant's view. Only, instead of floating on the surface of the pool, the bloated body was crushed at the bottom of the pool. Combine that with eyes that are swollen so huge. Jiang Fan glanced at the swimming pool that was surrounded by piles of rotting flesh and limbs. It's not hard to imagine. Ghost student Dong Gage is stuck at the bottom of the swimming pool because of his persistent water absorption and expansion, turning him into a real giant. Forever and ever it sank to the floor of the pool, overflowing with blood in a steady stream, forming a river of blood. No wonder. The feel of that meat would be so slippery. It's also stayed in the pool ground for a long time. The surface inside absorbed too much water, just like the sludge on the bottom of the sea. However, it's not certain whether this stuff is spilled blood or pus from a decomposing corpse. Dong Armor Song is found, but how to free it? He hadn't found any information about rescuing Dong Gage so far. As for the swimming pool in the normal world, it's even more so because the time hasn't come yet to get the pool-related clues in the inward check-in. Jiang Fan pondered. A scene with images of Dong Gage flashing through his mind. The first time I saw Dong Gage, my whole body was dripping with water. For the second time, a chubby boy slumbers peacefully at the bottom of the swimming pool in the hide-and-seek fantasy. For the third time, the activity room won't be able to pinch clay figures. Fourth, eventually, the image in his mind was fixed on Dong Gage in the illusion. It was also as it was now, sunk in the pool, alone in the dark water. He pulled Dong Gage out of the pool in the illusion. So could he do the same now? If medicine is needed to free the ghost student Li Qiheng, then, when he rescued Ji Shuai, he only needed to defeat the ghost tree. It also proves the point that not all of the ghost students trapped and crushed by the head gardener require special items to free them. Chapter 159, Fishing for Corpses in the Yellow River? Swimming Pool Fishing for Corpses. 4K. Jiang Fan thought of the huge mass of meat in the pool that took up the bottom of the pool. So he needs to similarly fish out that clogged mass of rotting flesh in the bottom of the pool? Just as in the illusion. Let Dong Gage leave the pool and be rescued. Someone just pull him out. Thinking of this, Jiang Fan's face became heavy. Glancing at the muddy swimming pool that was piled high with minced meat and intestines and limbs, he had some headaches. The pool was huge, at least as big as the playground in a happy kindergarten. There was a lot of dirt piled up in the pool, as well as dark red pool water that was hard to see, and some lines of blood growing in the pool water. Both seriously interfered with his salvage efforts. Not to mention, Jiang Fan didn't know how deep the pool was. According to his guess, the ghost student Dong Gage's corpse absorbed water and swelled, as well as fished up the size of the eyeballs, the entire body as if it were a giant, most likely spread over the bottom of the pool. Just the size of an entire swimming pool floor area is hard enough to salvage. Suppose it's a few meters deeper, plus Dong Gage, who had already rotted into mush. It was very onerous and difficult for him to try to salvage complete body parts from the bottom of this murky pool. Even if he had salvaged some of it, the flesh and mud that had fallen off halfway through mixed in this pool of blood would be a foregone conclusion. But, can't think of anything better than that. Jiang Fan didn't hesitate for long. Time is short. After a few seconds of thought, the decision to salvage was immediately made. Whenever possible, the body parts that have sunk to the bottom of the pool are salvaged intact. Since the decision was made to salvage the body parts, it would be impossible to complete the salvage by Jiang Fan alone. With such a huge amount of work, even if the salvage is completed, it will take a lot of time. Perhaps he needed to get some help to salvage the body parts together. Helpers are easy to find, and there are several readily available. Jiang Fan turned his head to look at the two creepies playing in the pool and raised a smile. Ji Shuai, ah, my good student Ji Shuai, come here, do your teacher a favor. By the way, there's you, Chubby, you're a good student too, aren't you? The two creeps stopped, a puzzled look on their faces. What? A good student? Is that about them? Especially the ghost student. Ji Shuai had a hint of pleasure on his icy face. Mr. Jiang said he's a good student. Is there candy to eat? He thief envied Ji Shuai within the normal world. Having memory sharing, he was able to learn how tempting and sweet the candies teacher Jiang gave to the students in their class were. The teacher asked him to help, and after that, he should get candy, right? Ghost student Ji Shuai's body turned into blood mist and quickly swam to Jiang Fan's side, pulling little fat shenanigans and behaving extremely well, as if he really was a good boy who listened to his teacher. In addition to the two existing weirdness, Jiang Fan also planned to call out the ghost baby's sign in the blood river to help fish out Dong Gage's corpse pieces as well. Ghosts may be small, but they can help. A burst of black light like a meteor crossed the terrace by the pool, and two more ghostly babies crawled on the ground. Ghost babies are like human toddlers. Their bodies are very thin and small, covered with what looks like they have just been born from the mother's womb, stained with blood, and with a broken umbilical cord dragging from their belly eyes, terrifying them greatly. With that, The 4 creeps, plus Jiang Fan, and the 3 captured creeps, all dived to the bottom of the swimming pool to begin salvaging the body parts. The speed of the ghost baby's salvage was not slow at all, and it was much faster than little fatty creepy, as if it were a fish, dragging the blood umbilical cord quickly diving to the bottom of the pool. Because of their smaller bodies, the ghost babies were able to dive deeper and effortlessly bite into the body parts and carry them to shore. There were just too few body parts to salvage at one time, requiring multiple hauls. A black sun hung in the gray sky, emitting a faint white light that was eerie and frightening. The black sun is directly below. A massive swimming pool was constantly gushing blood, roaming out of the pool's edge and flowing to all parts of the happy nursery. A group of creeps were at the bottom of a pool piled high with chunks of meat, constantly fishing for a piece of corpse meat, surfacing it, placing it next to the swimming pool, and diving back down to refish it. Some of the recovered body parts were complete, mostly hard body parts with teeth, eyes, and fingers, and some of the body parts are less intact. Some are a bone with rotting flesh clinging to the bone, dangling down to wiggle the roots, and some, directly turned into a puddle of rotten meat mud, cannot see the specific appearance. Inside the live feed, the crowd just stared blankly at Jiang Fan leading a group of bizarre, time and time again, to carry out pieces of corpses from the bottom of the dirty and bloody pool to the shore. The body parts had piled up into tiny mountains on the shore, constantly dripping down pus, and it was eerily horrifying. Help Creepy find the body parts? Moving body parts? How can they not see it? Isn't Creepy hostile to the Chosen? Jiang Fan was good, directly helping Creepy find a corpse and wanting to assemble it? The crowd was confused, wondering if they had woken up, especially when those creepy, tiny ghost babies at the bottom of the pool moved out into a pile of fleshy mud. The crowd fell silent. Not only do you move the body parts yourself, but you command Creepy to do it with you? That's odd and scary any way you look at it. The crowd wanted to say something, but in the end, they all closed their mouths and didn't know what to say. I don't understand what Van is doing, but I'm blown away. Diving into the bottom of a pool full of flesh and blood and carrying pieces of corpses is not a decision you can make without some psychological qualities. Am I the only one who feels strange about Jiang Fan? What does he want with the body parts? The Yellow River Corpse Hunter? No, the pool guy. Jiang Fan of the Great Summer Kingdom is different from all the other chosen ones. Hey, obviously the rest of the chosen ones. It feels like they are doing the very right thing, but I somehow believe that Jiang Fan is able to win. Probably because Jiang Fan won the first 2 times, which gave me a strange sense of trust. Ever since Jiang Fan won 2 games of Weird Tales, viewers from all countries uniformly ignored certain seemingly bizarre and strange movements of Jiang Fan, because they don't know if it's the right hidden choice to make to win the Weird Tales and get through the game. After all, when they had questioned Jiang Fan before, in the end, they had been slapped in the face instead, and they were all wrong. This is the halo effect, also known as the halo effect, because Jiang Fan had cleared the first 2 times. When it came to this weird talk game, even if he made the opposite of others, even if he carried corpses, the crowd would put some good impressions on Jiang Fan. The crowd looked at Jiang Fan's busy figure, and then looked at the other chosen ones who had already gone to bed in the other live rooms. Inexplicably felt, in a way, inspirational, salvaging a body in the middle of the night, or under such bizarre circumstances, not minding the filth of the pool water, and working hard and diligently. It's a different effort, but it still doesn't change the core of awesome. An hour or 2 passed. One by one, more and more bodies were recovered from the shore and gathered, almost staining the open space next to the pool, as all the easily salvageable body parts above have already been salvaged. So the further back you go, the more difficult it is to salvage. I wonder if the crushing of the corpses above caused the corpses below to turn directly into a puddle of mush. Every time Jiang Fan dived under the water, some of the meaty mud that he cupped up leaked out infused with the pool water. In a jiffy, Jiang Fan sat on the bank to catch his breath. He'd lost count of how many times he'd gone down there. After countless portages and dives under the water, Jiang Fan was already physically and mentally exhausted. It wasn't until the bottom of the pool had completely run out of things to salvage that Jiang Fan took a break. The flesh and blood at the bottom of the pool was pretty much what he expected. It was so full that it crowded the entire bottom of the pool, taking up half of the pool. He plus a few spooks, and the 2 ghost babies continuously salvaged for a long time. If he were to salvage alone, he would probably have to salvage for 3 days and 3 nights, thanks to countless trips down to the water to salvage it, and some missed mush. The blood-colored pool was even murkier than before. There were also bits of white meaty mints floating on the surface of the water, which slowly flowed out to the outside with the sloshing pool water running across the campus. The whiteness makes it hard to tell if it's a bug, or if it's just mush. Jiang Fan was helpless about the minced meat. The minced meat was tiny and fused with the blood river. There was no way for him to salvage the remaining minced meat. the salvaged meat was piled up on the shore, with all the spots where it could be placed. At a glance, it seemed as if the corpses surrounded Jiang Fan, turning into a thick wall. Dong Jie Gu? Jiang Fan waited for a long time and didn't see the ghost student Dong Gage awaken. Don't say awakening. Those body parts scattered and piled on the ground were squeezed by the topmost body parts, and under the brewing of time, they overflowed with thick corpse liquid, emitting a strong stench, like the corpses of rats rotting in a stinky gutter, unpleasant to the extreme. Seeing that Dong Gage did not awaken, Jiang Fan lowered his eyes and pondered carefully. Could it be that his suspicions were wrong? Perhaps it was that he didn't quite get the body parts out? Jiang Fan glanced at the huge corpse in front of him, his eyes flickering. Why don't you take these scattered pieces and try to put them together? Dong Gage's body was so huge that it was foamed by the pool of water, and the scattered pieces were both large and small, being piled up at the moment. The large poolside looked like a cluster of mountains surrounding it, making it difficult to put together. The pieces of flesh were so swollen and whitened that it was impossible to tell which of these pieces were body organs from that spot, like a complex jigsaw puzzle, all mixed together to raise the difficulty of putting it together by several rungs of the ladder. Not to mention, some of the body parts are completely turned to mush, like key pieces missing from a jigsaw puzzle, another big puzzle. Jiang Fan and the creeps could only distinguish between the corpse pieces first. Jigsaw puzzles begin by distinguishing the color of the puzzle, the area, and the same goes for piecing together the bodies. The puzzle has that smooth circle of puzzle parts all around it, like the eyes, teeth, nose, and other five senses, as well as the fingers and toes that are best put together. For the rest of the parts, you have to try them out bit by bit, one by one, and put them together slowly. The puzzle is okay, at least the sides are intact. Corpse pieces, on the other hand, are not. Maybe all that meat at the link has turned to mush and is missing, or maybe it's been chewed away by bugs. Sometimes when you put it together, it's obviously an identical piece of the corpse, but the perimeter is so decayed that it doesn't match up and can't be pieced together at all. This gave Jiang Fan a bit of a headache in his brain as he pieced together the corpses, maxing out his intellect. Sometimes because the body pieces were so large, Jiang Fan could only carry one piece of the corpse at a time, moving to find the missing piece of the corpse puzzle. The body was large and tall. In the process of piecing it together, the body as a whole was not visible at all. Jiang Fan could only keep climbing above the corpses to find the missing spots. The process of climbing up and down made Jiang Fan's whole body covered in mucus and blood. In a jiffy, on the ground next to the pool, as the chunks of meat diminish, the mountain of meat gets smaller. The large corpse had taken its initial shape. View from above. A thin, rotting head was spliced at the top, followed by a pitted neck and face, arms, thigh edges, spinal bones, and toes. These body parts were the first to be pieced together due to their distinctive features. The outer circle had been pieced together successfully. The rest was good to put together. Jiang Fan would try the body pieces one by one, following the outer perimeter of the corpse, one by one, filling the inner circle. An hour passed. The body is close to being complete. Large and small pieces of corpses were patiently pieced together and combined by Jiang Fan. Some jagged edges of the meat gaps were also filled in by Jiang Fan with meat clay. In the end, only the top half of the body part remains, and it hasn't been put together yet. There, some empty depressions, as if they were tiny puddles, were the chests of corpses, where the entrails gathered and the body parts were poorly located. During the process of salvaging the body parts, Jiang Fan, as well as numerous shenanigans, did not salvage the internal organs. I don't know if the body stayed underwater too long. Some of the internal organs are long gone. All of them were turned into flesh and mud, merged into the river of blood, and disappeared. Jiang Fan carefully carried the body parts to a suitable location, piecing together the final body parts. The weird tails mechanism sped up Jiang Fan's piecing together of corpses. The body that was pieced together in a few minutes in the live broadcast room, Jiang Fan pieced together for more than 2 hours. It was still put together with a very high level of intelligence, as well as physical fitness. If it were an ordinary person putting together such a large and heavy body piece, I'm afraid I won't be able to put it all together in a month. Until, when he finished piecing together the last piece of corpse flesh on the shore, Jiang Fan was relieved the moment he saw the corpse take shape. Finally the splicing is done. It's as if the Wheaton Circle, the undersea behemoth, the corpse of a giant dozens of times larger than Jiang Fan appeared next to the swimming pool. The whole body rots and spills blood. The skin on her feet and hands, swollen from blisters, looked like jelly, swollen and smooth and shockingly white. But why didn't Dong Gage come back to life? If it was in the outside world, when a person is dead, they are dead, and even if the body is put back together again, they cannot come back to life. But, this is Weird Tales world. Here bizarre severed heads, dropped eyes, and even full-body explosions are the basics of their daily routine. A weird big grab of missing arms and legs. According to Jung Fan's deduction, after piecing together the pieces of the corpse, Dong Gage would be able to revive. But, still, no. Jung Fan looked at this huge corpse in front of him and locked his brows as he pondered in his mind. What, exactly, went wrong? What else have I not thought of? Jung Fan frowned, thinking carefully. Chapter 160, Complicated Giant Corpse Splice. 4K, after the death of the ghost student Ji Shui, he was buried in the tree land, and the roots of the big tree went through the corpse, using the whole corpse as its own sustenance. Therefore, in the Scarlet World, when the head gardener trapped Ji Shui, he also used the ghost tree, and the ghost student, Dong Gage, was drowned in a swimming pool with no medium like the ghost tree around. If you still rely on lethal substances to suppress it, it's just a swimming pool. He can't break the pool. It's not realistic. Plus the scene in the hide-and-seek illusion. That's why Jung Fan withdrew, perhaps by just fishing out Dong Gage. But now, not only fished out, but also finished piecing together the corpse. Ghost student Dong Gage still has not awakened. The problem? What is it? Suddenly, Jung Fan frowned like he had thought of something. He spliced the corpse correctly. But, what about the entrails in the middle of the corpse? Is it possible to piece together these innards as well? Due to the issue of time, all of these internal organs had already decayed, and Jung Fan as well as the many shenanigans simply did not see the relative sizes of the internal organs, not even in the deepest part of the swimming pool. So, where to find these organs now? Jung Fan was silent as his eyesight suddenly saw a blood-red color. It was a pile of limbs, foaming flesh, intestines on the surface of the pool. Since you have to piece up the entire corpse, would it be okay to get the guts from the pool to piece it together? Perhaps. Feasible. And so, Jung Fan jumped back into the pool of blood and searched for the organs he needed in the pile of minced meat. The inside of the pool water was very heavy. Countless pieces of meat, minced flesh, limbs and viscera gathered floating on the surface of the water, like a mountain of garbage, coupled with the entanglement of the bloodline. Rummaging around made Jung Fan's eyes go numb. Wit, I've found the pancreas. This is liver, right? It's soaking a little white though. This is a large intestine, isn't it? It looks like a pig's intestine. Good stuff. Actually found the stomach. However, why is this stomach full of worms? Could it be that this brat Dong Gage was rubbing Ji Shui's little snacks before? Jung Fan spat moodily as he rummaged through the entrails, silencing the ghost student next to him. Ji Shui and the other creeps weren't sure about the human body structure and didn't help in the search for internal organs. Upon hearing this, Ji Shui's body immediately trembled as countless bugs burrowed out of his body. Ji Shui gripped and consumed a handful of worms and handed them to Jung Fan. Teacher, here, you can rub my snacks too. Give it all to me. Jung Fan shook his head, stating that as a teacher, how could he casually take something from a student? Isn't that corruption? He was a clean teacher and never took anything from his students. In a jiffy, there was a lot of mixed meat in the pool, as if all the various weird throwaways from the world were here. It didn't take Jung Fan long to find the required organs. The organs were complete, some even fresh, still bubbling with bright red blood and warm to the touch. But, of all those organs, only one thing was missing. Lungs. There are no lungs in this pool. Lungs for breathing. Jung Fan looked at the various organs floating on the surface of the water. Some of the organs were fresh, others were soaked white, decayed, and melted into water with the slightest grasp of the hand. There are many duplicates of these organs, as well as stumps. The only thing is, there are no lungs. Even when Jung Fan dived to the bottom of the pool, he couldn't find the lungs. Even the heart was found, but not the lungs? The lack of lungs allowed Jung Fan to sidestep his thoughts. Missing lungs, unable to breathe, and staying under the pool, unable to get out. The head gardener took or hid Dong Gage's organs. Perhaps it was really necessary to put together the ghost student Dong armor song in its entirety in order to completely get out of the swimming pool. But where was he going to find that lung? Possibly, in tomorrow's swimming lesson, it will be possible to sign for a lung that has been hidden, just as it is possible to sign for a lost bottle of medicine in the health room. But is it true that the body, which has been put together with such difficulty, gives up coming back tomorrow? Why don't you make a lung out of it? Thinking of this, Jung Fan turned his head to the ghost student Ji Shui who was eating a small snack at the side. Lungs? Mr. Jung, I don't have that. Kishore bared his chest, the inside of his torso visible and empty. Mr. Jung, I was left with just a shell. The rest was swallowed up by the big tree. And, I'm afraid that your idea, Mr. Jung, is not going to be realized. Jung Fan was a bit bewildered. Seeing this, Ji Shui's torso moved, and his organs were born out of thin air. Our organs, including our eyes, etc., are changed by our own power. The organs that belong to Xiaogu can only be conjured up by him as well. Zhang Fan's eyes twinkled. It seems that another way is not an option. There is no way to turn a lung-full corpse out of thin air. Then, the only way is to find Dong Gage's original lungs. Think about it. Zhang Fan decided to use the system prompt. Lungs? That thing was eaten. And it smelled great. However, there are some things that can be modeled after a lung. Just like a clay figure. Dong Gage's lungs were eaten? He needs to squeeze a lung out like a clay figure? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up as he looked into the space to the clay figure that Dong Gage had once given him. A clay figure made of paste from ashes is Creepy's best gift, and might help him do something about it. The clay figure given to him by Dong Gage naturally had the same bizarre power. Ghost student Ji Shui had said that the organs could only be transformed with their own trickster power, and the clayman just happened to have the power of Dong Gage's breath. Zhang Fan didn't hesitate and directly took out the clay figure in the space. The tiny clay figures are small, just enough to take up the entire palm of your hand. The square body, and the long rugged arms and legs, were simple, but every bit of it showed that it had been carved with care. And the moment the clayman was taken out, Zhang Fan was surprised to find that in the center of the clayman's square, two pieces of what looked like leaves had actually emerged. The shape of these two leaves reminded Zhang Fan of the form of a lung. Lungs, too, are similarly molded to leaves. Zhang Fan pressed on the middle part of the clay figure, and the two leaves stuck together automatically fell off, leaving a hole empty in the middle of the clay figure, as if it was the giant on the ground that had swollen and lacked lungs. And by placing the lungs made from the mud pinched from the clayman's body inside the giant became another intact clayman. As the clayman is not big, mud lungs on a mudman are even smaller. It was even several times smaller than the organ floating above the river of blood within the pool. Zhang Fan put the clayman away and carefully held the lungs made of clay as he climbed onto the huge corpse and walked to the hollow part of the center chest. The giant was pieced together from countless pieces of rotting corpses. Some blood and pus overflowed from within the flesh, slowly trickling down and gathering in the depression in the center of the giant, containing a puddle of blood and mud, sticky and smelling fishy. The visceral organs picked up from within the blood pool were placed in the center of the giant, and with every step Zhang Fan took, he had to be careful to avoid stepping on those long rotted organs. After avoiding the various organs, it came to the very center. Zhang Fan placed the lungs made of clay in the center of each organ, as if he were screwing the last screw into a giant doll. Swish, rumble dash. The sky suddenly thundered and flashed with a violent noise. The black sun flooded out a touch of red mist, spread out in all directions, and in a short while the sky was blood red, as if the end had come, and the wind was howling. The corpse of a giant at the bottom of his feet. It was as if the most important chip of the machine had been installed, and the current passed through, with a bang, gradually spreading throughout the body. Whoa 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 whoa. Dum 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 dum. A miraculous scene appeared. The clay lungs made of ashes poofed and blinked, suddenly growing larger and oozing grayish-black liquid that gushed out into the various organs next to them, like a lighthouse lit up inside a city, starting from all around and spreading out smoothly. Countless etc. instantly lit up, amazed, shocked. Immediately after, the organs that were stained with the black liquid seemed to come alive, throbbing, expanding and shrinking with life. From the lumps of flesh grew countless things like blood vessels, connecting up the various organs. And together with those scattered pieces of flesh, they shrunk and gathered together, leaving no more gaps. Gradually, the giant ran out of splices, and the chunks of flesh that had whitened and spilled pus turned gray and black. Knock dash. The giant corpse's heart is beating. Zhang Fan could only feel the corpse beneath him trembling, as if it was about to awaken. He guessed right. You can wake up Dong Kaiga by piecing together his body and finding the missing lung to awaken him. Zhang Fan hurriedly got down from the corpse, pulling the creeps back and back again, away from Dong Gage, who was about to wake up. With such a huge corpse, it was not impossible that once they woke up, if they hadn't seen them, they would have crushed them with one foot. The huge corpse trembled, the flesh and skin on the body became tighter and tighter, and the whole body was blackened, as if the mud lungs were mixed and scattered with ashes, and the black and gray liquid of the ashes, as if it were blood, was conducted to all parts of the body to give the corpse a bizarre force. Whoa 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 dash. The bottom of the blood pool was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and the blood water in the pool boiled majestically, gurgling and bubbling as a gust of blood mist dispersed. The corpse's fingers moved. Next, the huge eyes opened. The eye was pitch black, as if it were a deep pit. Just when Zhang Fan thought the giant corpse was about to get up, the giant corpse unexpectedly diffused water stains from its body. Debris, like a balloon pierced by a needle. The whitened and swollen surface of the corpse rapidly shrinking. Countless amounts of blood pus squeezed out of the corpse and flowed back into the pool of blood. A moment. The sky had been completely covered in blood mist, a dark red, The black sun disappeared into thin air. The corpses piled up by Jiang Fan's hard work also disappeared. A mist of water filled the clearing next to the pool, and in the middle of a pool of writhing red liquid lay a black shadow, a giant that was a dozen times bigger than Jiang Fan. In the blink of an eye, became smaller to a toddler that was a bit smaller than Jiang Fan. His pale face seems to have been soaked in water for a long time, and it's none other than Dong Gage. Dong Kaiga awoke. Dong Gage was still as silent as the outside world, and there was an extra gray and black leafy birthmark on his little face. Mr. Jiang. Dong Gage looked up at Jiang Fan, a delighted smile appearing on his pale face as the red liquid writhing under his feet violently churned. A thick line of blood that grew out of the liquid ran through Dong Gage's entire body at a bizarre angle, causing Dong Gage to levitate without his feet touching the ground. Jiang Fan knew it was in a good mood when he skimmed Dong Gage. The blood on the floor was flying to the top of the pool with obvious delight. Ji Shui was unusually excited to see Dong Gage awakened. Straight away, he went out to talk to Dong Jie about the dare Jiang Fan had with him yesterday, and how the head gardener was angry with him in a funny way. A child covered in rot. A child with drops of water constantly spilling out of his body. The tone of the speech was cold and weird, and it was weird how to discuss yesterday's exciting and fun experience in such an eerily scary and bloody scene. While the two little ones were chatting away, Jiang Fan noticed Dong Gage, who went ashore, was still a bit bewildered. Every now and then, he stared at the limbs floating above the pool and seemed to be thinking about something. Jiang Fan inquired doubtfully, "That's a broken piece of my corpse up there, and the giant corpse you just pieced together, Mr. Jiang, is just a projection of me." Dong Gage was a little embarrassed as drops of water ticked up and flowed all over his body. "Meaning that all I need to do is piece together those floating bodies above the swimming pool and add the lungs to wake you up?" "Yes, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Fan's face was expressionless. There was nothing more mind-numbing than the fact that he'd fished around the bottom of the pool for half a day, and then put it together again for another half a day. Obviously piecing together the pieces of the corpse on the water will awaken the ghost student Dong Gage. Instead, he chose top difficulty. It's time-consuming and tedious to find all the weighted body parts and carry them back and forth as well as down into the blood pool. Jiang Fan really wanted to reverse back and choose again. But, ultimately there is nothing wrong with his thinking. Fish out Dong Kaiga, as well as piece together the entire body. Dong Gage awakened. Jiang Fan had another big help. Dong Kaiga and Ji Shui's strengths were on par, but the blood river flowing through the campus within the Scarlet World was transformed by Dong Kaiga, so with the power of the blood river, Dong Kaiga was able to help more. Dong Gage has been successfully rescued and his next destination is in the health room, where Jiang Fan intends to find the ghost student Li Qiheng. Fortunately, Dong Gage's disengagement did not go unnoticed by the head gardener. Jiang Fan guessed that it was highly likely that Dong Gage's lungs had been taken away by the head gardener and stayed inside the swimming pool itself, and without lungs, Dong Gage had no way to breathe and was permanently trapped inside the pool, so there was no way to escape, and naturally, there was no need for any special watchful attention. All the way, Jiang Fan also knew the truth about Dong Gage's death. Dong Gage drowned in the swimming pool, much like the second rule, or rather, Jiang Fan felt that the second rule was what Dong Gage had evolved from. Due to Dong Gage's withdrawn personality and obese body, he is clumsy in everything he does. There were few friends in the classroom who wanted to play with him. Even the teachers ostracized him and often physically punished him. At the end of a swimming lesson, about to leave the swimming venue, Dong Gage was pushed into the pool by a child. They felt very amused as they watched Dong Gage's constant flopping in the water and laughed at him for being a pig that couldn't swim. No one came to his rescue, and the demons left the pool and mischievously closed the gate. Chapter 161, signed, Fragments of Happiness Memoir. The teacher did not notice Dong Gage's disappearance, but led the children straight back to the classroom. By the time he noticed that Dong Gage had disappeared, several hours had already passed. Those kids lied for fear of being scolded. Until they were found, Dong Gage had gagged and had been soaking in the cold water for a long time. Jiang Fan sighed. If the head count had been counted at the end of each event, as per Rule 2, this misery would not have happened. The sense of responsibility inherent in teachers does not seem to be present at Happy Kindergarten. Perhaps it was a feeling that accidents don't happen that easily. Neither is treating every student fairly and equitably. Discrimination, ridicule, and even intentional tripping are a rarity, as you can see by the graduation photos of the previous classes. In those days, there were no surveillance things such as CCTV, and managing student toddlers was entirely up to the teachers themselves. It's not just a failure of teacher management and the students. Oh no, that should be. Jiang Fan said that if he were to meet this kind of kid, he would have just pushed him into the water 100 times over. Jiang Fan led the crowd of weirdness to dive into the blood river, transforming into a piece of corpse and flesh, and kept floating down the blood river to the school building. The school building is huge. The walls were covered with a large, reddish heart, fluttering and beating in a way that was creepy to look at. On one side by the fingers linked together into a strange net, densely wriggling, sucking the nutrients of the countless bodies below, wrapped up the entire school building, growing more and more emerald green. Bizarre. Instead of a school building, might as well be a lair occupied by shenanigans. The health center is not on the first floor, and there are only a few classes on the first floor. This layout reminded Jiang Fan of the school building in The Illusion, with the same classrooms on the first floor. However, the school building in the Scarlet World, which was much more massive, also existed a powerful weirdness like the gardener. I wonder what floor the head gardener is on. Will we alarm him if we go up? Jiang Fan raised his head and looked upward, looking at the school building that was so high that he couldn't see the top of the building. His face was grave. After rescuing the ghost student Ji Shui yesterday, there was a vibrating sound coming from the school building. Until Jiang Fan returned to the teacher's dormitory, he didn't even look at the head gardener. Through his initial understanding of the Scarlet World, it could be judged that the head gardener, though apparently in the school building, might actually be a long way from them. The school building might not be what he thought it was, just a building. The distance between the buildings could never be only those few steps, or else with the strength of the head gardener. At the moment he rescued Ji Shui, he was afraid that he had already rushed here. Maybe it's because of the distance, or maybe it's because of other factors. The gardener was unable to appear before them within a short period of time after he found them. The towering school building was like a big tree, towering over the center of the entire Scarlet World. The top of the building was sticking straight up into the sky. Some black fog around it blocked the overall view of the building and surrounded it, and some of the floors in the fog kept flickering with dim lights, revealing a frightening atmosphere. The beating heart that accompanied the wall seemed like a horrible monster that was opening its mouth wide, impatient to tear to pieces whatever came inside. Finger tree leaves grow vigorously. The branches spread to the first floor of the teaching building, and in the entrance of the steps leading to the top, 2 red fruits, as if a large red lantern, hanging on the left and right sides gently swaying. Enchanting bloodthirsty. Jiang Fan knew that inside this heart-like fruit was the ghost teacher. The ghost teacher from yesterday came out of it. And there are 2 such hearts at the passageway leading up to the upturn in the school building, whose function is self-evident. Maybe it's the shenanigans of sifting into the school building, or perhaps to communicate unspeakable messages. Again, intercepting the little things trying to escape from it. Jiang Fan led the creeps into the various classrooms on the first floor first. Luck was on his side, finding a couple of untrapped little creeps, 2 of which were also his students. Signed up for some great stuff too. Ding! Small classroom was signed in successfully. Get a chance to prompt *1. Ding! Classroom B is signed in successfully and received a human skin and bone bell. Ding! The office check-in was successful, and you've obtained a fragment of Happy Memoirs *1. Human skin and bone bells, jingle bells, come and play the game together. Whoever loses dies. Bone bells made of whole human skin produced the most beautiful sound. Jiang Fan put the sign-in away, leaving behind pieces of the happiness memoir. It was a yellowed piece of paper that appeared to have been torn from the book. Our child is born. What should we name it? Oh, let Papa do the naming. He's so knowledgeable. He'll surely be able to give the child the best name. The only words on the top of the piece of paper were this one, and the tattered look of the paper corroborated the name on the item. Fragment of Happy Memoirs. Their children are born. And the dad? That looks like a family. From the words recorded on the piece of paper, Jiang Fan was able to feel the excitement of the owner who wrote it at that time. Having my dad pick the name. He's so learned. And the fact that this is the Scarlet World somehow makes me think that this dad is a teacher. Teacher? Could it be a teacher from the previous years of the Happy Kindergarten? Since it is a fragment, there must be the rest of the fragments. These fragments combined together might be able to form a complete sheet of information. A memoir. Jiang Fan put the piece of paper away, even though there was only 1 sentence on it. But, Jiang Fan found information on this piece of paper that he had never found before. After finishing signing in all the first floor, Jiang Fan intended to go up to the second floor. Looking at the 2 large hearts at the entrance, Jiang Fan knew that there were 2 ghost teachers hidden in these 2 heart flowers. He had to be careful, or if he woke up these creeps guarding the doorway, then the creeps would instantly hatch out of his heart and the message would inform the head gardener. Not only will you be attacked by weirdness, including later, but it will fortify the place. By then, even signing in items will be hindered. Not to mention going upstairs to find the remaining ghost students. Jiang Fan first turned his head and signaled the weirdness behind him with his eyes, followed by transforming himself into countless tiny particles of flesh and blood, quietly dodging the big red heart hanging on the door and wandering towards the second floor. Wearing a ghost face mask not only gave Jiang Fan a bizarre aura, but also changed his own form. The only thing is, there's no trickster power bonus. However, this was already excellent for Jiang Fan. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Fan's bizarre aura. The creeps on either side of the door were not alarmed. Jiang Fan was relieved to see this and was about to continue walking upstream when he saw the little group of creeps behind him strutting in. What's going on? Chapter 162, Apologizing Dryad. Untouchable student. The little spooks sensed Jiang Fan's line of sight, and one of the ghost students they had met in the small classroom spoke. We've gotten into this before to swim around, and they don't care about us. Jiang Fan froze and thought of something in a flash. His encounter with a small, fat creepy when he entered the Scarlet World yesterday, followed by the group of playful creepy at the pool today, and the creepy in his own students he found in the small classroom, all proved one conclusion. Somewhat bizarrely, instead of being trapped by the head gardener, he was able to roam the park freely. Jiang Fan realized that these free shenanigans seemed to be relatively weak. His ghost student, Ji Shuai, was able to eat several of them in one bite, let alone Dong Gage. According to this speculation, as well as the students found in the small class, not all 30 students in the class are trapped, but only individual ones who are a little bit stronger, powerful, not very strong, it seems. Jiang Fan looked at Ji Shuai, who had an icy face and was eating the bugs on his body, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Head up the stairs. Jiang Fan found out. Those weird finger webs growing on the walls of the school building spread to the interior of the building now. A root of vines and green leaves made up of broken fingers and limbs climbed recklessly in the building's hallways, like creepers, trotting every inch that Jiang Fan could see. Even outside the railing on the second floor, which should have been empty, it was all but blocked by a web of vines woven into an impenetrable net. Only a glimpse of the outside could be seen through the gaps between the green leaves of the fingers. The dense clumps were like a tight and sturdy cage, and the atmosphere was depressing, so dense that it made Jiang Fan feel a little dull inside. Jiang Fan was lucky enough to see the health room on the second floor. Several bright red bloody handprints were imprinted above the worn wooden door. Jiang Fan gently pushed open the door. The healthcare room was a bit dark. Even if Jiang Fan took out the lighter that he had signed in, he couldn't illuminate a single bit of darkness. A tiny flame lit up on the lighter, illuminating a faint orange-red glow. As if cut off from the darkness, Jiang Fan couldn't even see his own lighter hand. It was like a dark pool of water, too deep to see. Suddenly, a cool breeze came in. Snap dash. The lighter went out. Like, blown out by a monster hidden in the darkness, without warning. Seeing this, Jiang Fan stopped his steps and looked at the deep black and incomparable healthcare room in front of him, turned his head and told the creeps to stand still outside, leading the ghost student Ji Shuai to go in first. Tick dash. Tick dash. The sound of dripping water was especially noticeable in the darkness. Jiang Fan touched the damp wall and followed the direction toward the front step by step. In the darkness, Jiang Fan couldn't see the physical objects in front of him. Something kept tripping over him, but when he reached out to touch it, there was nothing. The walls were damp, and there was something slippery to the touch, and the strange smell made Jiang Fan frown tightly. It's like a health room in a hide-and-seek fantasy. It was also identical except that it was no longer a mist of blood. Still being unable to see anything or the ghost student Li Qihong, Jiang Fan walked for a long time, calling out Li Qihong's name as he walked. But, as if they weren't in the same world, there was no response. As Jiang Fan walked, his surroundings were like black water, very turbid, and it was as if he had fallen into an abyss. Occasionally there was the sound of a faint wind whistling from the front, as if something was blowing. Jiang Fan had been gone for a long time. Suddenly, a white light lit up ahead. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly walked towards the light. It wasn't until he stepped in front of the light that he could see what the glowing thing was. In the reaching darkness, a vintage wooden table quietly appeared along with the light. A corpse in a white coat sits at a wooden table. The corpse's entire body was wrinkled and dry with wind wax, its eye sockets without eyeballs staring silently straight ahead, its head drooping slightly, and its limbs as dry as wood twisting at an odd angle. What made Jiang Fan feel surprised was the corpse's face, and the way the limbs were bent 180 degrees and combined. Jiang Fan took a closer look and an image flashed through his mind. The next moment was so creepy that he couldn't help but take a step back. The movement of this corpse is apologizing, and towards the place that might be the one who wants to apologize. Jiang Fan continued to walk forward. Beyond this frightening scene, it seems that the whole world lights up, and other sights are revealed one after another in the healthcare room. It was like a tidal wave, receding the dark inky colors and revealing the depths of the sea as they were originally. Rusty, full of disinfectant, the body had completely dried up, and a layer of corpse wax oil had appeared on the surface of the corpse, proving that the body had been placed here for a long time. The dried corpses in the blood-colored world reminded Jiang Fan of the paperman doctor in the health room. Both doctors are posers, a complete lack of any danger. However, is apologizing to no one in particular. Zhang Fan walked along the wall to cross over the dryad, like an oil lamp over your head. Wherever he goes, light shines, dispelling gloom and darkness and bringing light. Didn't go long. Zhang Fan then saw the ghost student he was trying to find this time, Li Qihong. Li Qihong was even thinner than when he met him. His tiny frame lying on the bed looked like a kid who was sick all the time. To Zhang Fan's surprise, Li Qihong, unlike the other bazaar, did not have half a horrible and appalling appearance, just lying so peacefully in bed, so alive. Suddenly, the young body in the hospital bed gradually began to gasp for air, its mouth opening wide and its face reddening as if it were having a seizure, and it exhaled heavy breaths in great gulps, like a fish about to dry up. The lungs expanded to immense proportions, struggling to take in a mouthful of air, but only feebly lingering as the life force drained away. A look of pain appeared in the eyes of the childish countenance, as if in disbelief, and as if in fear. The mouth opened and closed, wriggling. Zhang Fan came closer to listen. Medicine, medicine. I'm so sick. Phew. As the toddler in the hospital bed continued to cry out, Zhang Fan noticed. The grotesque dry body behind him came to life, swelling with flesh and blood, and transformed into a young-looking physician. Everything around them, as if time and space had been reversed, took on their original appearance, as if they had returned to that time. Zhang Fan's eyes flickered. This place was not far from the health room and the illusion. The resurrected ghost doctor walks around the toddler, but just doesn't pay attention to the toddler's state, which seems to be nothing more than a little get-up-and-walk activity. Zhang Fan wanted to go up and take the medicine to Li Qihong, but he and Li Qihong were not in the same time and space, as if there was a thick diaphragm between them, so he could not touch Li Qihong, let alone feed him medicine. Chapter 163. Welcome back, fellow Kai Hang. 4K, time is speeding up. The doctor was walking faster and faster, and the toddler's condition was deteriorating at a rate visible to the naked eye. The toddler gasped more and more, huffing and puffing as his full face turned pig liver colored. His pupils were lax, and his torso arched unnaturally. Still, the doctor didn't take the toddler's illness seriously and even left every now and then as if he were talking to someone. The boy is old. He comes to me almost every day to catch his breath, and he will be well in time. Let him breathe? What do you need a doctor for? Zhang Fan really couldn't help it, and yelled loudly, quickly treat him. The doctor didn't do anything to react. It couldn't hear Zhang Fan's words. On the hospital bed, the toddler's struggles diminished, disappeared, and fell silent, motionless, without the slightest rise or fall, for a long time. Only then did the doctor return to the bedside again, this time, with a panicked look on his face, as if he hadn't expected death from a minor medical condition. The doctor left again, and returned with a face tinged with sadness, talking constantly. There was clearly no weirdness beside him, but Zhang Fan had the feeling that the doctor had brought a few people with him, and by the tone of his voice, they seemed to be the child's parents. His attack was just too fast for me to rescue him. The medicine is gone too. Alas, too late to save? There was no bailout at all. After the doctor opened his mouth and said a few words, he began to blame himself and looked very sad. And then, as if nothing else had happened, he returned to his seat at the wooden table and continued to be his campus physician. Time is moving faster. The flesh of the doctor in front of the wooden table that was full of vitality slowly dried up, covered with a layer of corpse wax oil, and his limbs bent once again, returning to the appearance that Zhang Fan had just started to see. The face of the toddler lying on the hospital bed flushed purple. A gray corpse patch of varying sizes surfaced on his limbs, and chunks of flesh on his body began to erode and give birth to white fleshworms. So, this is the scene before the death of Li Qihong at that time. Not a single person to save it, indifferent to its doctors, as if the paperman doctors in the healthcare room, posing, did not play any rescue behavior at all. Zhang Fan couldn't imagine it. When an asthma attack occurs, look at the doctor's uncle in front of you. Clearly hope is at hand. But the biased doctor still thought there was no major problem and let it go until it died and a life disappeared into thin air. Zhang Fan sighed. If the medicine was not lost, if Li Qihong's condition did not worsen, if the doctor in the healthcare room was a little responsible, and it would have been better to make an emergency call, then Li Qihong might be able to survive. But there are not so many ifs and there are no do-overs. Time stops. It's as if two times and spaces are compatible at this moment. Zhang Fan realized that he was able to touch the corpse on the hospital bed. Li Qihong? Zhang Fan called out. Li Qihong didn't respond and seemed to be in a deep sleep. The purple face was extraordinarily lurid, the features twisted and hideous. Zhang Fan called out several more times in succession, and even walked up to touch it. But Li Qihong still didn't have any reaction. Suddenly, swish, the corpse lying on the hospital bed blinked its eyes. The dark pupils gazed at Zhang Fan. When he met Li Qihong's eyes, Zhang Fan felt as if he had been hit hard by something at the bottom of his heart, and his heart suddenly contracted as a wave of soreness hit him. Depressing, dull, agonizing, intensely suffocating. It was as if it knew that Zhang Fan had endured its desperate negative emotions and felt its pain firsthand. The gray-black pupils faded to red eyes, and the corners of his mouth continued to murmur. It seemed to come from all directions, or behind the ears. A cold whisper rang out. My medicine. My medicine? Immediately afterward, the purple-tinged corpse turned its head violently and looked at Zhang Fan. Its face seemed to have a thick worm rolling and crawling, bumpy and bumpy, constantly hissing to, Did you hide my pills? Li Qihong watched Zhang Fan arrive, seemingly without any memories. As if he was trapped in the daytime night, his memories completely disappeared. Zhang Fan shook his head. I didn't hide your medicine. The gardener did. Headmaster? I don't believe it. You must have taken it. The five senses of Li Qihong's young face shifted and blurred. No, 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 he's the one who took it. Well, he's a bad man. We could probably kill him together. Killed? Li Qihong's angry face flinched, as if he hadn't expected Zhang Fan to answer like that. Zhang Fan paused and took out medicines from the system space. This is the medicine I stole from the head gardener's office. Here, maybe it's the medicine you threw away. Stolen drugs from the director's office? The crowd outside was silent as they listened. Good lord, if they remembered correctly, no chosen one had managed to enter the head gardener's office as of yet. Had they? This is a real case of eyes wide open. 6666. Everything Van says seems to be true. Director, ghosts sit at home. Pots come from the sky. That said, where did you pick up the pill bottle? I've been watching the Great Summer Country livestream. Why don't I have any memory of it? I watched other live broadcasts, and a chosen one picked up the exact same pill bottle under the medicine cabinet in the health room. So perhaps Zhang Fan picked it up there as well. The crowd was talking, and at this moment, the eyes of the world were gathered in Zhang Fan's live broadcast room. Of the remaining 100 or so chosen, only Zhang Fan was able to successfully enter the Scarlet World and explore numerous places. My medication? Li Qihong picked up the medication. His blurred features unreadable for emotions. The purple-tinged skin all over his body faded as if it were a tidal wave, revealing a pale color. My drugs. As if confirming something, the entire torso of Li Qihong, who had gotten the medicine, trembled and let out a low sound, hissing like a fierce beast. Scarlet pupils, a constantly changing look, a mouth that spilled blood. Li Qihong seems, well, crazy, like a treasure. He speculated about the medicine bottle for a long time, his withered hand squeezing the bottle out of shape. The corners of his mouth kept murmuring, Why now? Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. You told me to put the medicine away for 1,000 times, but I lost it. I'll never see you all again. I'll never, ever be sick again. Zhang Fan shook his head and lowered his eyes to reject the intolerance in his eyes. Watching the sight of cruelty repeated over and over again is tantamount to cutting numerous knives into the wound. In the land of the dead, searching for the vials of medicine that lead to death, and confronting the last thing in your heart that you want to remember touching. Although the ghost student Li Qihong was not trapped and suppressed by the rest of the bizarre cruelty, the mental torture had undoubtedly reached its limit. Creepy can be scared and crazy too. Zhang Fan moved gently to pick up the corpse lying on the hospital bed, his hand gently smoothing it. It's okay, it's over. They're still out there in the world, picking you up as always, and you're not sick. It's all a dream. It'll pass when you wake up. Blame it on the gardener. Blame it on that doctor. Let's go kill them, shall we? You can't blame the problem on yourself. Li Qihong did not look good, even very appalling, covered in blood. Vaguely also emits a strong corpse stench, rather sickening. Zhang Fan didn't mind it at all, and kept comforting. The clothes on his body had long been dyed blood red. The light that lit up the health room was gone. The doctor is gone. The hospital bed is gone. It's like the night swallowed it all. Even Li Qihong, who was cradled in his arms, disappeared in front of him. The world was plunged back into darkness. Zhang Fan wasn't in a hurry. He knew that the ghost student, Li Qihong, had gotten the drug he had been looking for. Although, the bottle of medicine came a little late. In the darkness, there was a snap and a dim light came on. Small lights illuminate the entire scene inside the healthcare room. There is no such thing as an infinite loop of the world, and it's no longer pitch black. When the lights come on, Zhang Fan saw the dilapidated and dusty health room. The facilities inside are pretty worn out. It is seen as a sign that a long time has passed since the time of Li Qihong's incident. Zhang Fan also saw that the shell of the doctor who had been sitting up as a poseur in the healthcare room had been torn apart, torn in rags in misery. The only presence in the healthcare room so far has been Li Qihong. So the one who tore up the doctor's doll was, without guessing, none other than Li Qihong. who was trapped inside the healthcare room. And in front of Jiang Fan, a skinny figure covered in black gas was tilting his head, his scarlet eyes looking at Jiang Fan, and in his arms, he was tightly carrying the lost and recovered medicine bottle. Mr. Jiang, welcome back, Mr. Kai-ho. Jiang Fan laughed and gently touched Li Qihong's head. Li Qihong seemed to enjoy Jiang Fan's touch very much, and the grievances on his body became less and less until they all disappeared. Ding! Li Qihong's rescue was successful. Jiang Fan inwardly turned on the sign-in and brought Li Qihong out of the health room. When the ghost students within the class saw Li Qihong, they gathered around and chattered lively, adding a strange sight to the eerie blood-colored world. Jiang Fan was lucky, successfully brought out the ghost student, Li Qihong, in the health room without alerting the director of the garden. Nice items to sign in the health room. Ding! Successful check-in at the health center. Skeleton pillbox. Skeleton medicine chest. It's a magical medicine chest that cures shenanigans. Treating the weird pillbox. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow and his mind immediately thought of how the pillbox was used. Instead of curing the shenanigans, we should eliminate the side effects of the shenanigans. For example, side effects of sleeping pills? Making their way up the school building, they found a few more students within their classes. Ran Xiaowei, who used her head as a flower pot, hanging behind the class wall, using his body as a time clock. Wang Hao, take out the intestinal jump rope with a couple of other classes. Zhou Xiaoyong. And then, there's Wu Shangpin, who wants to halfway rob for meat. Wit, want to eat me up? No, Mr. Jiang. The ghost student's body kept trembling and oozing blood, and his eyes fell out when he recognized Jiang Fan. It seemed that he hadn't expected to run into Mr. Jiang here. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow, drew out his ruler, and exchanged a friendly greeting with the ghost student, Wu Shangpin. In order to find these ghost students, Jiang Fan hardened himself and wandered through the classrooms on every floor, signing up for quite a few goodies along the way. Ding! Successful signing in at the event room. You'll get a hint X1. Ding! Successful check-in to the utility room. Obtaining a fragment of Happy Memoirs *1. Ding! The middle school class has signed in successfully and received gold eyeglass frames, blonde eyeglass frames, for the slovenly scum. Above the shard is a new record. Today our child is in a small class, and the good thing is, he's familiar with this place from his childhood, and it just so happens that the class plus him is 30 students. A new message was revealed above the note, from an early age, as well as 30 students. Based on the last note, it can be concluded that the dad on the note was a teacher, and being familiar with the area from childhood, one can draw a conclusion. This teacher's family has ties to Happy Kindergarten. Perhaps the son of a veteran teacher in the park had a child, and as the child grew up, the child continued to attend Happy Kindergarten. It is further conjectured that the child recorded in this note may have been a student in my class, and one who did not graduate from those classes that lost their deaths. Jiang Fan put the note away, after finding a dozen ghost students. Inevitably, Jiang Fan and other shenanigans still alarmed the head gardener. A terrifying aura filled the air from above his head, and the entire school building shook. The finger vines climbing on the walls of the school building swung wildly, and countless pieces of dark red tiles fell and smashed into the river of blood, splashing up waves. Jiang Fan's face changed, a sense of fear rising uncontrollably within him, his feet almost unsteady. It's the head gardener. The head gardener is on the roof of the school building. Seeing this, Jiang Fan didn't care about signing in to find the ghost students, and led a dozen or so spooky to run wildly through the building, just before going down to the first floor and passing the two hearts in the doorway. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's feet lurched and he hastily controlled his flesh and blood to explode away, walking aimlessly through the park as if nothing had happened. That limping walking motion, that blood all over his body, seemed to be the original weirdness of the blood-colored world. The ghost students behind them were a bit puzzled as to why Mr. Jiang had escaped with them just a moment ago. Why had he turned into this now? Until, seeing the huge figure in front of the school building, his face changed in shock. The head gardener is coming. Obviously the head gardener was upstairs in the school building just a moment ago. Why did he come down in a flash? Jiang Fan inwardly spat madly, adrenaline surging, careful to maintain his facial expression. He suspected that the head gardener had jumped from the roof of the building. The gardener in the blood-colored world did not have the kindly look of the outside world. The huge body was like a moving house. Thick veins bulging and spreading keeled over all parts of the corpse, and the river of blood under his feet surged violently, creating waves. The face on the corpse was made up of several faces stitched together, both old and young, male and female. They were gathered on one face, permeated with hatred, covetousness, and lust for the world, constantly fighting for another piece of flesh and skin to claim for themselves. It was like an abyss, with countless harsh ghosts crawling out of the darkness. Let a person cannot help but rise inside a strong sense of crisis. Chills, The heart seems to be a big hand pinched, gasping for air. Oppression, panic, violent death filled the surrounding. Chapter 164, the park director appears. The gate of the park. To Jiang Fan's surprise, the heart in the gardener's chest is gone. It was like something had struck through, revealing deep black holes of blood, vibrating with a constant thrilling sound between shrinking and expanding. And the pattern of the vibrations was actually exactly the same as the pattern of the beating of the huge heart growing on the wall of the school building. The head gardener looked around at the ghost students, and finally rested his eyes on Jiang Fan. The black gas in his eyes continued to coalesce, and his bloated corpse emitted a powerful aura that made people timid, seemingly puzzled. It was as if he had never seen this student before. Kirk. Jiang Fan's upper jaw rubbed and made a sound, his words incoherent and vague. Simply by talking to Creepy, the signed in gold medal lecturer will perform a powerful function that will increase Creepy's favorability towards him. It seems the gold medal lecturer worked. The head gardener merely gazed at Jiang Fan, increasing his own wyvern infinitely as his fearful and powerful aura continued to spread. Jiang Fan saw this and secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, with the ghost face mask, his current form was unrecognizable even to himself, not to mention the gardener. To prevent being recognized by the head gardener and to fool any ghost teachers you might meet on the way, Jiang Fan changed his face a bit, no longer the face of that young child, but a face that was rotten to the core. The rotting face was completely unreadable, and with Jiang Fan listened to songs online a cloud of gloomy emo breath. It looked like a miserable little Creepy. Little shenanigans abound in this blood-colored world. Who cares that such a ghost, who looks more scary than Creepy, is the chosen one? No ghosts cared, and with the gold medal lecturer in play, including the head gardener, they were all deceived. The gardener watched Jiang Fan for a while, until Jiang Fan's body learned Ji Shui to grow white. Fat worms, perhaps disgusted, or perhaps thought that the ghost that broke in would not be so boring, and then slowly left. In front of the school building, only a group of dark-faced ghost teachers remained, constantly patrolling. The ghost teachers seemed to know that there were some bizarre kind roaming around the park, and did not go up to tear Jiang Fan apart, but instead peered at him from the side with deathly wide eyes and unseeing eyes. Jiang Fan walked in a loose manner, seemingly an unintelligent zombie, approaching the river of blood in front of the school building step by step. Halfway through, it also pretends to drop its head and roll next to the ghost student behind it. Jiang Fan realized that among these ghost students, Dong Gage, Ji Shui, and Li Qihong were missing. These three spooky ones all happened to be ghost students trapped in place. However, he didn't see the gardener catch the escaped creeps, which meant that the three creeps should still be safe and sound. Flop dash. As soon as he came into contact with the blood river, Jiang Fan hurriedly split his body and jumped into the blood river. Driven away from the site of the ghost teacher's inspections by the blood river's intense flow, Jiang Fan desperately swam forward. With the river of blood, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived by the teacher's apartment. But Jiang Fan froze and didn't go ashore. Only, there were many ghost teachers hatched from heart flowers in front of the teacher's apartments. Teacher's apartments he can't swim to. Right now by virtue of this toddler face though briefly deceived the gardener. But suppose he had to come back to reality from the teacher's apartment. In case if he was seen by the ghost teachers roaming the park, then he would definitely be suspected. After all, the only way to know that the classroom apartment is the exit to the outside world is to come in through the teacher's apartment. And once he was out, soon enough, the head of the school would set his sights on him as the new teacher. And then his weird talk would be completely impossible to turn around. We can't go over there now. Which is going to wait until the weirdness in front of the graves in the teacher's apartment dissipates before we enter? But in case these shenanigans stay until daylight, then I'm dead too. There must be other places to get out. Not just the teacher's apartment. Jiang Fan didn't believe it and could only go out from the classroom apartment. But asking about the rest of the shenanigans didn't yield a concrete answer. They also don't know where to go out. Or rather, never go out of the Scarlet World at all. Seeing that there is a creepy crouch in front of the graves in the teacher's apartment, and the ghost students don't know the way out, the pursuers behind them are besieged. Jiang Fan's mind moved to use the system prompt. Get out? Are you kidding? Doors aren't for entering and exiting. Are they for fighting ghosts? Door, park gates, gatehouse. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Yes, Kishore had said that the dean had been there in the janitor's office yesterday after he left. It should have occurred to him that at the gate of the park was also one of the exits to the Scarlet World. Jiang Fan immediately reversed his direction and headed to the entrance of the janitor's room. The exit to escape has been answered. The next step is where these ghost students go. As he swam, Jiang Fan followed yesterday's method and instructed the ghost student as he swam on the blood river. Lead them with you into the river of blood, and do not come out, even if the gardener does not care for you, until I call you. Jiang Fan was worried that the head gardener would take it out on the rest of the ghost students when he came back to his senses and couldn't find Ji Shui Dong Gage and other shenanigans. Just in case, it's better to hide. Ran, shall we? Wang Hao. And the other creeps listened and nodded. Although they weren't sure what was happening, they believed in Mr. Zhang's words. Pulling the rest of the class with their shenanigans, they melted and sank to the bottom of the blood river, using it to hide their scent. I don't know where G. Marshall and the others have gone. Expect not to be found by the head gardener. Ji Shui Dong Gage and other shenanigans had disappeared during Jiang Fan's descent. Until now, after all the weirdness had hidden in the blood river, Jiang Fan still hadn't seen them either. In a jiffy, Jiang Fan stopped wandering, his face a little grave. Ghost student Kishwai, they should not have been found yet, because the gardener took the first step to find him. In the river of blood leading to the janitor's room, a huge figure appeared above the river of blood. Countless black chi gathered next to the figure, as if it were a black hole, devouring everything around it and blurring space. The strange faces seemed to have several faces in anger, staring at Jiang Fan in death. They were angry and violent, their five senses twisted in mad fury. Kid, damn it, I'm gonna eat you up. Chapter 165, Escape from the Scarlet World. Mom, a ghost wants to beat me up. The head gardener looked like an inflated balloon, with hostility all over his body, and he looked like a steel giant, ferocious and furious. With a wave of his giant hand, a wave of black gas came towards Jiang Fan. At the same time, countless ghost teachers surged out around the blood river like zombies, staggering around Jiang Fan. You still want to keep me as a guest? Don't be so polite. Talk to my mom. If my mom agrees, stay. Jiang Fan took out his sweater and put it on his body, shouting madly inside. Mom, a ghost is going to beat me up. Come on. The warm white sweater began to spill blood from the heart, gradually staining an entire sweater and becoming a deep red, as if the blood were a living thing, twisting and crawling. Soon, the light sweater on Jiang Fan's body became heavy and more bizarre, transmitting a gust of coldness that was cold and piercing to the bone. Tick, blood dripped from the hem of the sweater. The cloudy red blood beads fell into the blood river and swirled in a circle of bloodlines, with beads of blood dripping down. In front of Jiang Fan, there was an additional blood-red figure. It's Mom. Mom's sickly face was a little pale, and a strong aura of death permeated her withered frame. But, when looking at Jiang Fan, there was always a slight smile on his face and a hint of love in his grim pupils. Mom, they're going to beat me up. Help me hold them off. Jiang Fan pointed at the head gardener in front of him and immediately said. Then, without hesitation, he controlled his form, dived into the river of blood, and quickly fled in the direction of the janitor's room. Mom's summoning time is only 10 seconds. According to the information acquired earlier, Mom couldn't beat the head gardener, so he had to take advantage of the 10 seconds that Mom was dragging the head gardener down to reach the main entrance of the park and escape from the Scarlet World. Bang! Jiang Fan's figure flashed and accelerated again. Even though he was at the bottom of the river of blood and didn't see his mom and the gardener, he could feel how intense the fight was above him. The strong crisis of death, which had been accompanying the body, grew thicker and thicker. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and used all his strength, utilizing the flow of the blood river to maximize his speed. From the center of the battle, to the edge of the wave, from the teacher's apartments, to the gates of the campus, Mom was very powerful, and even though her strength was not as strong as the head gardener's, she had bought enough time for Jiang Fan. 5 seconds to go. Jiang Fan murmured, looking at the iron gate in front of him that towered like a city wall. The iron door was vibrating slightly, and from outside the door came a strong slapping sound, as if some monster was outside the door, trying to break in. Outside the door. There's something. Jiang Fan didn't think much about it. The system prompted that this was the exit, so he could just follow the prompts to escape from the Scarlet World. A key appeared in his hand as his mind moved. The master key. He's going to use the key to punch the park gate and escape. But, the passkey wouldn't fit in the lock hole on the iron door at all. It's a deadbolt. There is no lock hole and it cannot be opened with a master key. The lock on the iron door was rusty and seemed fragile. Jiang Fan used force, placing his hand on the iron lock and gathering the strength of his entire body, wanting to directly destroy the lock. His stamina has strengthened to a very scary point, not to mention the small iron lock. Even the dumbbells used for weightlifting, Jiang Fan could easily break it directly. However, it was this moldy and rusty iron lock that didn't budge under Jiang Fan's best efforts. I'm afraid that this door exists to stop those things outside the door from coming in. Also, if I could just break it open, those things outside the door would have come in long ago. The locks of the doors were drawn together and hung aside, and a small crack showed in the two iron doors. It was clear that the door was loud, and the small crack remained dark enough to see what was beyond. Jiang Fan directly destroying the door lock did not work, so he simply took out the sign bubbly. the leftover bubbles from the ghouls. When they were used to corrupt the ghost tree yesterday, only a small half of them were used, and Jiang Fan kept the rest in space, not expecting to be able to use them so soon. Zip, zip, zip. The dark green broth poured over the iron locks, sending up thick white smoke. The iron lock that Jiang Fan couldn't break with all his might was now being corroded away bit by bit by the bubbling noodle soup. Only the corrosion was somewhat slow. Jiang Fan's brows tightened as he turned his head to look at the great battle behind him, inwardly counting the time and shaking his head with some pity. No, there's only 2 seconds left, and at this rate, bubbles won't be able to corrode the lock in the time remaining. Since it's too late, we might as well just flip the door. The scope of the system hints should be something I can do, and since the master key doesn't work and the iron locks aren't able to be broken, it's flipping the door. The words fell. Just then, there was a rumble. There was a loud crash from behind him. 10 seconds flew by. At the same time, the sweater on Jiang Fan's body gradually morphed from blood red to the original white sweater. The neckline is torn open with attrition. Below the sweater, a countdown is revealed. Mom, thank you. See you in 3 days, Jiang Fan murmured, moving quickly to climb up the iron door. Behind him, at the time of the explosion, a cold and heavy line of sight locked onto Jiang Fan, and the crisis instantly climbed to its peak. It's the head gardener. The iron door trembled violently, as if the thing outside the door had sensed Jiang Fan's breath, and slapped the iron door even more. Jiang Fan was creeped out, and with his hands and feet, he climbed to the uppermost part of the iron door in 2 or 3 clicks, touched the back of the door outside through the top of the iron door. Jiang Fan sighed in relief. He had guessed correctly. The system wouldn't hint at what he couldn't do. The iron door was a one-way door, and while the shenanigans inside the door could go out, what was outside couldn't come in. Rule number 9 already hinted at this. The happy kindergarten will have strangers coming in from the outside, which should refer to this blood-colored world. What's outside the iron gate? Jiang Fan grabbed the iron door. His body exerted force and flipped outward, successfully flipping over the iron door. Whether it's the Scarlet World or the normal happy kindergarten, the outside of the park is unfathomable and belongs to the unknown regions of the Weird Tales game. A thick mist shrouded the entire exterior of the park, creating a blurred landscape. In the blood-colored world, the world outside the blissful kindergarten was a bit dark, and Jiang Fan originally thought that the world outside the door was void, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't. Underneath the iron door, a gathering of crowded creepy whole bodies suffused with black resentment. Grim angry looks tilted their heads and cracked open. Seemingly sensing Jiang Fan, the group gathered outside the door bizarrely opened their empty eye sockets and looked toward Jiang Fan. Next, the bazaar that was originally slapping the iron door stopped moving and moved in unison to the position underneath Jiang Fan, stretching out his withered hand. Like a zombie siege, it was black and pressurized, as if it wanted to grab Jiang Fan. However, Jiang Fan saw a familiar face in this group of weirdness. Wang Hao's parents. The movements and demeanor were no different from the one Jiang Fan had seen during the day when he had come to pick up the ghost student by pretending to be a parent. They were very cranky at the moment and kept shaking the door, trying to break in and get into the happy kindergarten. The two are united by such a cranky and angry ghost parent, and the ghost students trapped on the campus. An incredible guess crossed Jiang Fan's mind. These ghost parents are here to find ghost students on the campus. Why don't we just get these ghost parents in? Let these ghost parents completely disrupt the entire Scarlet World. Then he can muddle through. Jiang Fan turned his head to look behind him at the giant gardener who had already appeared in terror below the iron gate, showing his teeth and grinning. Immediately afterward, without half a moment's hesitation, he let go of his hand and leapt forward. Chapter 166, Swimming Safety Precautions. Signed, Lies. Combined 4K. Next, the world turned upside down and the blood-colored world in front of us disappeared. The weirdness that had gathered beneath the iron gate was gone. Jiang Fan appeared outside the iron gate in the normal kindergarten. Under the night, the gray moonlight in the sky illuminated the door. On the front door of the kindergarten, a few big brand new letters flashed an eerie red color as if they were glowing. Happy Kindergarten. Good man. Now that it's out, I'm going back in, aren't I? Jiang Fan said cheerfully, stabilizing his body and once again climbing up the iron gate to enter the happy kindergarten, not forgetting to turn on the check-in at the door before climbing. Ding! Uncharted territory check-in successful. Get worn out newspaper *1. Maybe it's a newspaper left behind by a parent coming to pick up a student. Above the newspaper Jiang Fan looked carefully. There was nothing to discover. It was all some sparse reports. Except, a homicide. Recently, Lovesea Park found a large number of well-preserved body parts. The murderer will be divided into corpses. Cruelty. As of now, the police have found a total of 16 pieces of mutilated bodies. It is understood that the victim is a woman. The location is not the first scene of the crime. Zhang Fan put the newspaper away and rolled over into the campus. As he expected, there is an accident in the Scarlet World, and all the ghost teachers in the normal world go there. Even the janitor enters into it. The janitorial room was devoid of a doorman, so Zhang Fan easily crossed the janitorial room and arrived at the classroom apartment. After entering his dormitory, Zhang Fan did not go to bed and rest, but instead, the first thing he did was to look toward the window on the door. The windows were able to see inside the Scarlet World. The world of blood outside the window today has seen an increase in ghost teachers. Zhang Fan could still see the huge figure of the head gardener constantly traveling back and forth in the garden. His face cracked in a very angry manner. On top of that, Zhang Fan saw a dozen pairs of eyes outside the window in the river of blood. A rotting head emerged from the river of blood, its deep pupils looking towards the teacher's apartment to the 9th dormitory room where Zhang Fan was. Among them, a head full of white fleshworms was very conspicuous. Zhang Fan would smile. It's his students. His students are safe. When Zhang Fan went to bed, it was as if time had accelerated within the Weird Tales world, and it came to morning between opening his eyes within the live broadcast in the outside world. Third morning, Zhang Fan opened his eyes and glanced at the world outside the window. No longer the blood-colored world of After Dark, but the normal greenery. After checking that there were no abnormalities in the room, Zhang Fan walked out of the dormitory door and went to the teacher's office. The office remained a gathering place for teachers, mocking and despising the students within their classes, twitching their finger eyes and cozying up to the blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Unlike before, Zhang Fan realized that 2 teachers were missing from the office. One is a teacher of a small class A and one is a teacher of a middle class A. Since Zhang Fan possessed the skill of never forgetting, coupled with the fact that the teachers were all complete for 2 consecutive mornings, Zhang Fan quickly noticed this. Missing 2 teachers? Zhang Fan approached the ghost teachers who were talking and gossiping, trying to extract some words from them. After some polite conversation, Zhang Fan knew what he had in mind. They've been called away on a business trip by the head gardener, and I don't know when they'll be back. The ghost teacher smoked a cigarette, gulping in the red smoke that filled the air above his office and converged into a cloud. Business trip? Zhang Fan didn't think that there were still ghost teachers in this copy of Strange Tales who had been called by the head gardener to work overtime on a business trip. Besides, the timing is too coincidental. Zhang Fan suspected that it was because he had saved several ghost students in a row yesterday in the Scarlet World, causing the Scarlet World to go haywire. And that was why the ghost teachers were allowed to stay in the Scarlet World. Like yesterday, when the director didn't even show up for the morning reception for parents because of the problems at Scarlet World the night before. Jingle bells dash. A whole crisp and pleasant bell rang. It's 7:30 in time to pick up the students from school. The few remaining ghost teachers all raised warm and cordial smiles, and even without the headmaster around, they all gently greeted the ghost students who came to school without any semblance of displeasure. As students arrive on campus one by one, Zhang Fan realized that the few ghost students he found yesterday, such as Dong Gage, Li Qiheng, Ran Xiaowei, and so on, though they have no way to regain all of their memories within the normal world, they are already very different from what they used to be, with more than a hint of apathy and more than a little bit of resentment. The Scarlet World and the normal world are connected, except that there is no set channel. Beyond that, no students came onto campus from the classes taken by those disappearing ghosts teaching. Zhang Fan turned his head to look at the open space not far away. That's where the teacher of Primary A picked up the students yesterday and stood. And today, the small group A teacher didn't show up, and the ghost students in A magically didn't enter the campus for school. Just as if there has never been a class in the happy kindergarten in the small class A class. When a ghost teacher disappears, do the students in his or her class also disappear? Or maybe it's all within the Scarlet World? The time came to 8:10. The previously crowded playground was made very loose by the fact that there were 2 fewer classes. The remaining classes didn't have some unexpected things happen because of the missing of these 2 classes, neatly doing their morning exercises on the playground, revealing a strange atmosphere. Instead, it was Zhang Fan's class that suffered a bit. The few ghost students who used to be active were no longer active, and the morning jumping exercises had become cold and temperatureless. At a glance, those who didn't know better would think it was a couple of rusty corpses doing their morning exercises. Stop, 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 stop. You guys are doing your morning exercises in a very unrefined manner. As the saying goes, a day's work is a day's work. So hurry up and wave your little hands in enthusiasm for morning exercises. The ghost students at the bottom didn't speak. Gloomy faces, blood-covered features, jumping in the morning exercises with a dead air, not a bit of vigor in sight. Seeing this, Zhang Fan had no choice but to take out the candy jar. Next, in the area where Zhang Fan's class was located, the playground was splattered with blood. Swarms of demons, limbs flying everywhere, and some severed hands even hit students from other classes. Immediately after, The whole playground went crazy. One person drives all the students and enthusiastically jumps in the morning exercise. After the morning exercise time, the ghost students returned to the classroom drenched in blood and sweat, eating breakfast while watching Zhang Fan eat breakfast. Zhang Fan glanced down at his luxurious meal. Got to get to. I knew there was a ghost on my mind. However, it seemed that after rubbing Zhang Fan's breakfast and lunch for 2 days, the ghost students felt a little guilty and returned Zhang Fan's gifts. Some were a section of intestines just pulled out of their stomachs and very fresh. Some were eyes that had been squeezed out of their sockets with blood. Then there's the slightly more normal one that gives away a rock. Zhang Fan came to the rescue and put the intention to confiscate the meat gift and go back to make a small barbecue. In the Daxiao live broadcast room, the crowd watched the scene and their stomachs hurt from laughing. It's a real case of revenge. Help! The favor of giving food should be returned in kind. Cut the flesh to make up for it. But Van is really in love with these shenanigans. Yes, yesterday in the drawing room drew Zhang Fan's More Than 100 Ways to Die. Zhang Fan not only did not count, but also hung the painting on the classroom blackboard. Really Ness. Aside from Zhang Fan's live room, the rest of the live rooms continue to be bullied and fed caterpillar panels by the creeps as usual, except for a small number of live rooms. Research by various countries has revealed that what makes these bizarre altered states that no longer target the chosen one is surprisingly that the chosen one doesn't have a negative emotional mindset towards them. Ugly country. After learning that the drugs the ghost students had taken were sleeping pills, perhaps out of guilt, perhaps because they wanted to make amends, Chosen Pete was much more impressed with the ghost student. From time to time, he would also show compassion and soften his tone. When Pete realized that after he had done these insignificant things, the ghost students' attitudes towards him had magically transformed to become just as soft. At the very least, no more spoofing him or intentionally looking horrible to scare him. This pleased Pete somewhat, but the feelings of indebtedness kept growing. Based on what he'd been guessing over the past few days, maybe he'd just actually make it through the internship safely, as the Weird Tales game's simple mode condition did. The writer is to make the same choices with the head gardener ghost teachers. In education, show the movie. In lunch, have the spooky eat all the lunch, etc. Pete didn't hesitate long. It's all clear what's more or less important than getting through the Weird Tales game. Pete makes up for his inner guilt by being gentle with his ghost students while doing the same thing as the ghost teachers. Some of the chosen remain as they are, bullied by the ghost students. Some chosen keep a very delicate balance with creepy, not interfering with each other. Others of the chosen have rejected the prejudices they've always had against the spooky and befriended the ghost students. Among them, besides Zhang Fan, the one who had the best relationship with the ghost students was the chosen one of the Western Blue Flower Kingdom, Donald. Because of this, Donald the Chosen is no longer frightened by ghost students in some of his daily activities and has not encountered any other life-threatening situations other than the rules. Soon it was time for class. Zhang Fan still followed the contents of the large class book and taught the large class students what they should learn. Only, Zhang Fan realized that there were actually ghosts who deserted during class. Walking down to take a look, I realized that these ghost students, who were distracted in class, were actually sneaking around under their desks and drawing. The content of the painting was bloody, and Zhang Fan wasn't surprised at all. The painting has a brutally dead matchmaker. A matchmaker's body that needs no further thought than to look like his. He just knew that his students had been wanting him dead, wanting him to burp. Zhang Fan was angry and amused, and turned back to look at the diagram about Mr. Zhang's death hanging on the blackboard. Zhang Fan vowed that next time, he would never organize an event like this, where he lifted a stone and hit his own feet. The activity sheet repeats the experience. Soon, class time passed and it was time for outdoor activities. Today's outdoor activity, instead of playing games, was swimming. Zhang Fan led the students to the side of the swimming pool, and instead of letting the ghost students in, he talked about swimming precautions. First of all, swimming is fine for water play, but you don't want to get the pool all bloody. It's not clean. It's not moral. It's like some ghost peeing in a swimming pool. It's not allowed, you know. Secondly, warm up before you get in the water to avoid leg cramps when swimming underwater. You know, so many ghosts are in danger because of leg cramps. Got it? Respond if you know. Zhang Fan skimmed the creepy standing below. The ghost students, somewhat excited and eager to get inside the pool, responded loudly in unison. Got it, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Fan nodded and added. Finally, near the end of the vacation period, do not learn to swim and then want to go outdoors to swim in any river, creek, sea, pond. Do not go. If you really want to swim, go to a proper swimming pool. And always remember that death won't come to you if you don't swim in these places. Eliminate it at the source. I'm telling you, there are so many ghosts drowned in those places. The water is full of pus from the corpses. There are still water ghosts down there. When the water ghosts catch you as scapegoats, I won't be there to save you. Of course, if you see a ghost drowning, don't try to save it. The best result is to see justice. But most of the results are a dead body. Buy one, get one free. Got it? Make sure you remember. Zhang Fan instructed the ghost students a few more times before leading them inside the pool. The pool is not deep. Perhaps the deepest was no more than a meter or two. Given the height of young children, these ghost students were good with water and listened to Zhang Fan's words, not deliberately staining the blood into the pool. One by two, they were obedient and only swam in shallow water. Zhang Fan kept an eye on the ghost students at all times, especially Dong Gage. He was worried that Dong Gage would repeat the painful cycle of drowning at that time in the swimming pool, or an uncontrollable state such as fear of the pool. Fortunately, by the end of class, Dong Gage didn't appear that bad. Dong Gage seems to have completely overcome his inner fear and is having fun playing in the water in the pool, even making several friends and becoming cheerful. With Ji Shui and other shenanigans, they play a game of catching bugs in the water. That's right, it's the white fleshworms on the ghost student, Kishwai, that are sprinkled into the pool as if they were fish, and one by one, they catch them. Midway through the game, one after another, there were ghost students who participated in the bug catching game and even wanted Zhang Fan to play with them. Zhang Fan glanced at the meatworms crunching as a snack from Ji Shuitu's mouth and shook his head in rejection. While paying attention to the safety of the ghost students, Zhang Fan turned on the sign-in. Ding! The pool has signed in successfully, and gained the skill of lies. Lies, they hide the truth of the matter, feigning innocence, standing at the top blaming all with a look of victimhood, with bubbles building up under their feet, and no one knows at what point they will burst. When you're lying, credibility plus 200%, favorability plus 20 points. Lies? What a seal of approval for the death of Dong Jie-gu. However, for kids like me who are full of truth and honesty, kids don't seem to have much use for them. Zhang Fan smiled cheerfully, lighting up with a confident expression. On the system panel, as Zhang Fan's words fell, the lie skill that he had just signed in instantly lit up like a 100,000 volt bulb, bright and blinding. Ding! Skill being used. Trustworthiness plus 200%. Favorability plus 20. Chapter 167, Being a Happy Kindergarten Director? It's not impossible. 4K, outdoor classes are followed by free time. Instead of going to the park to look for clues, Zhang Fan stayed at the pool and watched over the ghost students. By now, Zhang Fan had explored the entire area and had obtained some clues. The remaining clues not found, or places worth exploring, besides the head gardener's office, are the Scarlet World, the easy pass I have a great deal of confidence in at the moment, and the hard pass. I seem to be heading in that direction. Make an enemy of the gardener? It's not impossible. The big thing is to overthrow the gardener's control. Zhang Fan lowered his eyes and looked at the ghost students frolicking in the pool. A bloody scene flashed within his mind. Ghost student Ji Shui is sucked up by the ghost tree, imprisoned, and fed with blood and flesh. Ghost student Dong Gage's lungs were eaten, and the blood that flowed out acted as a pathway that flowed throughout the Scarlet World. Ghost student Li Qihong, an unscrupulous doctor who delays his condition, is later lured to the healthcare room, where he is unable to escape in the face of fear and is constantly tortured mentally. There are also ghost teachers who are abusive, fail to educate, and despise their students. Is this the happy kindergarten? Ha! Director? Being the director of a happy kindergarten? Seems, not no. Since the Scarlet World will affect the normal world, then I will completely turn the Scarlet World upside down and mess up everything. Let the gardener have no time to care about the normal world. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes and raised a smile. Lunchtime. Since Zhang Fan had decided to mess up the happy kindergarten and make an enemy of the director, even becoming the director himself. Well, the first place to start making changes is lunch. I thought sleeping pills were added to meals. Well, part of today's meal. Eat my lunch and use it for testing. Zhang Fan first took off his teacher's work license, and then gave his luxurious lunch to the more than 10 ghost students that Ji Shui had already saved by including them. The remaining ghost students continue to eat meals containing sleeping pills. This action made the ghost students who were eating normally envious and ran to Zhang Fan, bleeding and selling their bitterness. Zhang Fan had to promise to add more meals tomorrow, letting the ghost students eat lunch separately. Zhang Fan didn't do anything without certainty. First, the headmaster had already not appeared in the happy kindergarten for a long time because of his messing up in the Scarlet World yesterday, so there's a very good chance that it won't be discovered by the gardener. Second, he's got doodle pens. Even if the head gardener finds out, he or she can change away the rule that Rule 8 supervises the students to finish their meals. Also, Zhang Fan had already instructed the ghost students who hadn't taken the sleeping pill meals to sleep quietly and not make any noise, calculated according to the 100% rule. This rule belongs to those 4 rules that don't die if you don't do them at a given time. Jiang Fan wondered what kind of direction would happen when the ghost students didn't eat their meals in such a situation where the head gardener didn't show up. Outside, the audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed when they saw Jiang Fan's different approach. Countries are confused. Based on the performance of the first 2 days, Rule 8, supervising the students through their meals, is the correct rule. And now, what did they see? Jiang Fan, the Great Summer Kingdom's chosen one, actually wanted to violate this rule in public. And not only did the creeps not get kindergarten meals, but they also took off the ID tags around their necks that represented their status as teachers. That's 2 rules broken at once. However, since Jiang Fan was the previous 2 passers, the countries were a bit silent for a while and didn't jump to conclusions first. The crowd at the bottom got rowdy, each arguing with the other. Rules 8 and 9 are right. As soon as the chosen ones enter the Weird Tales replica, the teacher's job tag hangs on their bodies. Jiang Fan removes it now and waits for death. Shouldn't be. According to Rule 9 reverse extrapolation, the premise of not bringing a work card is that there is no weird discovery. Is Rule 8 wrong? And shouldn't the students be supervised to finish their lunch? But the previous ones were right. It's over. On the one hand, it feels like Jiang Fan is playing with his life. But on the other hand, he believes in Jiang Fan. After all, he's the chosen one who has won 2 consecutive Weird Tales games. You guys, it's not possible that Jiang Fan is rating the difficult pass, right? After all, the current copy has 2 pass modes. Don't be ridiculous. This is a 2-star copy. Jiang Fan wait for death. Baka. Jiang Fan didn't know that the outside world had been blurred by this action of his. If I had known, I would have just come up with a comment. Simple clearance? Survive the internship? No. I'm going to GA the head gardener and be the head gardener myself. After feeding the ghost students separately, Jiang Fan took his time waiting until the lunch break. Still nothing happened. There is no indication that his violation of Rule 8 had the serious consequences that have arisen. Soon, ghost students who eat 2 different meals begin to show changes. One side got listless, as if it had lost its soul. One side remains alive and full of spirit. At the lunch break 12:41 passed. All those ghost students who had eaten their meals were drowsy, and they all lay down on their beds. And those ghost students who ate the luxurious lunch seemed to have awakened some memories and turned into people within the blood-colored world like Li Qihong who awakened yesterday. And some of the shenanigans were restored. The ghost students chattered to Jiang Fan about their own situation, and after describing it, they returned to the lunch break area pretending to be sleepy and closed their eyes to sleep according to the regulations. It seems that Rule 8 supervises students through lunch, and it's okay not to follow it, as long as no ghost teachers see it, and the head gardener doesn't find out. And not eating school meals will restore the memories of the Scarlet World, as well as some faint strength. Is there a gradual increase in these strengths? Or just a little, reaccumulating every other day? Jiang Fan murmured. With today's demonstration at noon, Jiang Fan planned to officially keep the ghost students from eating school meals starting tomorrow. As long as he kept messing around in the Scarlet World, then the head gardener would have no time to worry about the normal world. There is also no way to know that he did not follow Rule 8. Violation of Rule 8 will result in the ghost student regaining their memories, as well as some of their strength. This made Jiang Fan vaguely feel that the normal world and the blood-colored world could be fused. Or were they originally the same world? Napping area. Jiang Fan looked at the ghost students who were pretending to be sleeping in a familiar way and raised the corner of his mouth and smiled gently. The ghost students seemed to be familiar with things like pretending to be asleep, like he did it all the time. Pretending to sleep? For them, it's just pretending to be dead. This kind of thing. It's totally old school, okay? Collapsed directly onto the bed, straight and stiff in his corpse, pretending to be dead for a long time. Only, while pretending to be asleep, ghost students could always not help but open their eyes to look out at Jiang Fan. Some light up a ghostly face and flick out their tongues. Some dropped their eyes and played hide and seek with Jiang Fan. Others kicked the quilt off the bed and asked Jiang Fan to come over and tuck it in. Jiang Fan was a bit helpless. But the teacher of Class B was there and had to walk over to warn the ghost student and help him to cover the quilt. And it's just so covered. Bang, bang, bang dash. As if by agreement, the ghost students lying on their beds rolled over in unison, and a bed of covers instantly fell off the bed. More and more ghost students kicked the covers off, all wanting Jiang Fan to help them cover themselves. The teacher of Class B next door turned her head and looked over with a puzzled expression. It's okay, these kids take into account the nightmares. Jiang Fan held his forehead. What else could he do? The ghost student who was put to sleep by the meal was unable to wake up during his nap, and he had to go bed by bed to help the ghost student cover up. Jiang Fan skimmed at the ghost student who had secretly opened his eyes. Pretending not to notice anything, he silently pulled the covers over the ghost student's head. Once covered, He was about to go and tuck in the next ghost student. Bang! Jiang Fan turned his head to look over, only to see that the quilt that had just been altered had fallen down again. Look at the ghost student's tightly closed eyelids and the pair of rolling eyes under the pillow. Nice guy! Pretending to be asleep is so unprofessional. Jiang Fan couldn't help but cry and laugh, so he had to take out candies to tempt. It took the ghost students to stop their childish favor-seeking behavior. Nap time passed quickly. The head gardener still hadn't appeared on campus until the end of nap time. This completely put Jiang Fan at ease and decided that when he went to the Scarlet World tonight, he would properly disrupt the order within the Scarlet World so that the head gardener would forever be unable to appear within the happy kindergarten because of the Scarlet World. The first step in replacing the gardener is to hollow out the gardener's power. Ding dong dash. Nap time is over. One after another, the ghost students woke up and acted as if they had just woken up, confused and icy eyes, as if they weren't the ones who had just kicked the covers. The next class is in the activity room. Jiang Fan led the ghost students to the activity room. Activity room C was also the last place in Happy Kindergarten where he was able to sign in independently on his own. Soon, Jiang Fan led the ghost students to the door of activity room C. Activity room C is on the 4th floor and doesn't require a long walk. The scene inside the activity room could be seen clearly from the outside, and Jiang Fan didn't see any weirdness occupying the room, appearing to block him from attending classes, and so on. No shenanigans today? Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. There was no weird block. Something always felt wrong. However, just as he was about to step into the doorway of the activity room C, a figure appeared that Jiang Fan did not expect. The gardener. The head gardener appeared out of nowhere and patted Jiang Fan, his face full of love, completely devoid of the horrifying appearance in the blood-colored world. Mr. Jiang, you changed your schedule today. I need to occupy this classroom. The head gardener is going to occupy the activity room? Nice guy. The first time was when the ghost teachers stopped outside. The second time it was the ghost teacher who stopped at the door. Seeing that the ghost teachers are useless, the headmaster is taking matters into his own hands, isn't he? Jiang Fan thought that there were no ghost teachers blocking him from attending classes, but he didn't realize that it was the head gardener who was blocking him. The gardener's tone was kind, and with a hint of gray hair on his head, he looked like a man with a good heart, which, coupled with his position as gardener, made it impossible to resist its words. Jiang Fan showed no signs of wanting to back out of the first two activity rooms, and he also signed items inside to get clues. Besides, it's the only day of the week that you can get into the activity room. He wouldn't be able to have a good class time with the ghost students in the activity rooms if he didn't go in today. Definitely not for signing up. Of course, Jiang Fan stood in the doorway and kept pulling other words with the gardener. Jiang Fan could be pretty sure that the head gardener didn't recognize himself. Coming to stop the activity room and not letting yourself in for a class is simply because of other reasons as well. Currently, since Jiang Fan had decided to mess with the Scarlet World, he had also decided to mess with the head gardener. Then, regarding the head gardener, he couldn't budge an inch. Jiang Fan didn't reject the gardener directly, but chatted with the gardener about other things. At the same time, the lie skill is activated internally. The lie skill is unleashed, coupled with a gold medal lecturer to match. Raise your favorability by almost 30. And fooling the gardener won't be a problem. Headmaster, I've been feeling lately that something seems to be going on with the students within my class. The head gardener froze, seemingly not expecting this new teacher to disobey its commands, and was just about to say something when he was attracted by Jiang Fan's words. They become, it seems, a little different. Some actually want to find something. They keep saying they lost something and want to find it. Also said he was trapped somewhere and wanted to escape. Trapped in what? The gardener's face instantly chilled. No longer kind. And the space around him vaguely distorted, emitting a cold aura. Crisis, creeping in. Jiang Fan wasn't in a hurry, still talking to himself, speaking slowly, with the goodwill added by the gold medal lecturer, as well as his speaking skills. He possessed the capital not to back down. Try it. If it doesn't work, you can run away again. Later. Gardener, guess what happened? The gardener couldn't help but make a noise, and was slowly distracted from trying to look deeper into Jiang Fan's thoughts. And was forgotten. The gardener took the bait, and it had moved out of position a little. That position was enough for the ghost students to pass through. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly put his hand behind his back and waved it, signaling the ghost students behind him to take the opportunity to enter the activity room. And with his eyes looking straight at the gardener, he continued colorfully. Then, it wasn't until I asked again and again that I realized that they had had a dream. All that was said was a dream site. Do you think it's strange, Mr. Gardener? The gardener's face was grim and deep, and he seemed to be thinking about something without speaking. Seemingly sensing something, the ghostly aura behind him gradually deepened and rioted a bit. Seeing this, Jiang Fan hurriedly rambled and pulled the head gardener again, constantly throwing out words that rubbed against the Scarlet World. Edge words. While Jiang Fan diverted the attention of the gardener, chosen people from all countries who traveled to the activity room C met the head gardener. The bigger the wave, the more expensive the fish. They all know this. The fact that there was a gardener in front of them who stopped them and didn't want them to enter the activity room meant that there was a good chance that there would be something good inside. But this is the head gardener. Even Jiang Fan could not withstand the gardener, and they could only use tricks to divert the attention of the gardener and did not dare to face them directly. As a result, the vast majority of the chosen went to other activity rooms in a grayish manner, leaving activity room C in the dust. But there were a few others who were not dead set on continuing to argue with the gardener. They didn't get good results. Chapter 168, The Head Gardener Blocks the Way. 2 of 1. Romance Nation. Igel the Chosen looked at the gardener in front of him, still refusing to back down. Yesterday such a scary ghost teacher threatened him. And what happened? Still letting him in like a poser. Today, compared to the head gardener who is just like the ghost teacher, he only terrorizes him, right? No. I'm just in activity C at the top of the schedule. I'm not going anywhere, Igel said forcefully, and tried to cross the gardener and barge right into the activity room. He didn't notice in the slightest the gardener's face, getting uglier and uglier, revealing scarlet pupils, looking at Igel as if he was looking at a dead man, gloomy, full of death. Igel stepped forward and reached out to try and push the gardener standing in the doorway out of the way. But the gardener seemed like a stone, firm and heavy, and Igor could not push him, no matter how he wanted to. The fact that Igel didn't push the gardener out of the way and the gardener didn't make a move on Igel made Igel even more certain that the gardener, like yesterday's ghost teacher, was just a scary creep who wasn't half as dangerous as he was. And so, Igel pushed harder, and couldn't help but get excited with the thought in his mind of the weird talk props that were about to be within reach in Activity Room C. With the passage of time, it was soon time for class to begin. 1440. Ding dong dash. The school bell rang and Igel finally pushed off the gardener a short distance. Was happy to have the ghost student behind him enter the Activity Room C when he did. Suddenly, all the ghost students behind him disappeared. The surroundings became silent, desolate, and empty. The school building seemed like a long time ago. The walls were stained, moldy, and cracked, and water dripped constantly from the roof. Tick dash. The cold, stinging droplets of water dripped onto the top of Igel's head as if it were a sharp knife plunging straight into his skull. Where are the ghost students? Igel felt a chill run down his back, as if some monster was staring at him. Igel's heart pounded so violently that it was almost ready to jump out of his throat, clicking and stiffening as he turned his head. Behind him, a skeleton of a skeleton appeared where the gardener had been standing. Inside the Activity Room C, a highly decomposed body, cadaverous, emitting a necrotic odor, oozes a thick, viscous, meaty liquid that fills the walls. Seeming to see something, Igel's body shook and she screamed out. Among the piles of corpses on the floor of the event room, a stiff white corpse was being piled casually at the top, its chest gutted, blood running down the flesh, white fleshworms crawling on the surface of the skin. The corpse's features looked like it had been through something extremely brutal, twisting and growing its mouth. The face of the corpse was none other than his own. Ah! Igel, the chosen one of the Romance Kingdom, dies, and weird talk randomly descends. Aside from Igel, there were a few others who insisted on not backing down and fought in their own way for the right to own the Activity Room C. But the end is obvious. They were not rewarded for their bravery and even lost their own lives. Monkey Land Chosen 1 Lem dies and Weird Talk randomly descends. Triangle's Chosen 1 Yoshiyu dies. Weird Tales randomly descend. States have seen this and lamented it. To compete for the Activity Room C, to get that weird talk prop that could possibly exist. In the end, it's all about hitching a ride. Instead of directly striking the Chosen One, the gardener had used its own deathly aura to suppress and hold the Chosen One at bay, until it's time for class. Those chosen who didn't have the time to enter the classroom for their lessons, those who wanted to stay and fight for the Activity Room C, all died. No one was spared. From the time they enter the happy kindergarten, countries know a rule that is not explicitly labeled within the rules, but it is shown everywhere. The Chosen One may not enter the correct activity room, but must attend classes as specified in the schedule. It doesn't matter if you enter the activity room for class, whether you enter Activity Room C, or Activity Room B. But you can't go in with none of them and not take ghost students to class. There was some bad luck for this brave group, and the gods of fortune did not favor them as they did yesterday. However, it is these warriors that have also added a touch of caution for many of the chosen who have survived. It was Jiang Fan's turn on his side. Jiang Fan was still discussing with the gardener, and had been leading the gardener to follow his train of thought. While speaking to the head gardener, Jiang Fan always used his afterglow to peek at the clock inside the activity room. The clock went on second by second. It wasn't until a few seconds short of class that Jiang Fan suddenly spoke. "Headmaster, I'm going to class next, so I'll leave you to your office." Jiang Fan finished speaking and waited for the head gardener to react before he could. Flickered sideways and entered the activity room before closing the door heavily with his hand. Ding dong dash. The school bell rang. Jiang Fan had already safely entered the activity room, and the remaining 30 ghost students also took advantage of the fact that Jiang Fan had just chatted and talked with the head gardener, and all of them entered the correct classroom without missing a single step. Jiang Fan looked at the disappearing gardener outside the window and sighed in relief. Chapter 169 Activity Room C. Strange bookcase layering. The director could have stopped him, terrorized him by not letting him into the correct activity room like the ghost teacher did yesterday. However, Jiang Fan believed that the head gardener did not have the ability to be so big that he could ignore the rules on campus. Obviously, this schedule is the will of the happy kindergarten, and authority takes precedence over the director. Even the head gardener cannot forcefully interfere without reason, and as long as he followed the course schedule of activities, and then carefully avoided the traps, then he would be able to stay together. Activity Room C is a reading room and is very plain. It's not even close to the activity room of before. The activity room at least has the tools to make clay figures, paint, and so on, and the activity room, C, is a place to simply read a book. The head gardener had come to block him from entering activity room C. Then, in such a dangerous situation, it was highly likely that activity room C was not as simple as it appeared to be. Jiang Fan's eyes swept over the activity room, and he felt the need to take a good look. See if you can have any clues. The event room C signing in was something special. It's an ordinary item. Ding! Room C has signed in successfully for the lost locks. A long life lock left behind, a little thing that was taken from birth, only wishing that it would grow up in good health. They all prayed for it and hoped that it would be accompanied by peace and prosperity. Jiang Fan raised an eyebrow. Long life lock? A silver dollar-shaped long life lock was being placed in the system space, dimly lit. Jiang Fan noticed that the chain of this long life lock had broken, seemingly signaling a bad end for the owner. The chain of the long life lock is not long, and the silver ominous cloud of yuanbao is small and exquisite, which is for the child to bring. The long life locks that the children carried somehow made Jiang Fan think of the happy memoir fragments that he had signed up for in the Scarlet World. The information above reveals a child who grew up within a happy kindergarten. Teacher parents? Growing up in a happy kindergarten and carrying around a long life lock that their parents begged for? Between the two, there's a big connection. Could it be the same child? This child has a physical problem. Is it possible that the ghost student Li Qihang? As soon as this idea arose, it was immediately rejected by Jiang Fan. Ghost student Li Qihang has asthma, and the key lies in the missing bottle of medication. Instead of the long-lasting locks that are just now signing up, the ghost student, Li Qihang, died in the health room and had nothing to do with the activity room. What's more, Li Qihang had never mentioned the existence of a long life lock. The long life lock should be the item lost by the rest of the ghost students. Harm. Long life lock. Long life lock. Long life but not long life. Jiang Fan shook his head inside. The activity room C contains only books. Jiang Fan found that the placement of the books on the bookcase was interesting. On the bottom 2 rows were placed toddler books and even comics, as well as some broken toys. And the top few rows, mostly esoteric books. Jiang Fan had to think that all these books were for ghost parents, just like those display boards placed at the entrance of the campus. This class was held in the activity room C, although there were only books. However, Jiang Fan intended to teach the ghost students something meaningful in the same way as the previous 2 classes. Class, we have come here for this class, and there is nothing here but books, unlike the 2 classrooms in front of us. So, guess what I am going to teach you in this class? As the words fell, the ghost students looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't know exactly what knowledge Jiang Fan was going to teach them. But, still, there was a lot of talk and chatter and speculation. Mr. Jiang, is this session going to teach us how to sleep? No, this place is full of books. Mr. Jiang must be teaching us how to make a fire to burn books to keep warm. Well, it's hard to guess. It feels like we should be taught how to die gracefully. Mr. Jiang's 108 ways to die? Ha ha ha. Maybe. Jiang Fan shook his head and rejected them one by one. Turning around, he picked up a random book from the shelf. Today, I'm going to teach you to dream. A ghost can't live without a dream. Or it's a salted fish. Your dreams can be all kinds of things, like scientists, musicians, or even to sell fish and kill pigs. But, the only thing to be sure of, is that this dream is something you really want and like. Instead of being forced to change your choices and change your dreams out of the outside world, out of the lure of something, like money. Jiang Fan paused and revealed a gentle smile. So, class, think about what your dreams are. Every student can have different dreams or the same. After setting your dreams, I will collect your dreams. If it's a short-term dream, most likely, Mr. Jiang will help you realize it. Oh, if it's a long-term dream, then let's work together in that direction. Jiang Fan looked around at the ghost students underneath and smiled. This subject of his was very simple and unexpected by the ghost students. Because, ghosts can't have dreams, and all the weirdness in the world of strange tales lives in a fixed way, repeating the same words of action day after day. Possibly, after Jiang Fan went out from this copy of the strange talk, everything in the happy kindergarten will start again. Everything about Jiang Fan, what he did, what he affected will disappear. The track is wrenched back on track. The ghost students gnawed on their fingers and fell into a daze. A flash of confusion on their pale faces. Dreams? What are they? Can you eat them? It's edible. The ghost students' eyes lit up as Mr. Jiang said that short-term dreams, Mr. Jiang might help them come true. Yesterday after the painting class, with the help of the ghost students' paintings, Jiang Fan managed to find several ghost students in the Scarlet World. Nearly half of the ghost students were found, causing Jiang Fan to feel a little excited inside. There was the other half of the ghost students, and finding them would fulfill his biggest goal wish since this copy, and let the ghost students tell their dreams. Short-term dreams, potentially, have their own obsessions mixed in. Jiang Fan would also be able to use the short-term dreams of the ghost students, their obsessions, to smoothly find those ghost students hiding in the hidden corners of the Scarlet World. It is also possible to claim, as well, various lost and missing items that he is signed up for here. The ghost students over here are thinking about their dreams. Jiang Fan over there was flipping through book after book in the classroom, looking in the bookcases, in the crevices, looking for any extra clues. After carefully rummaging through the books above, Jiang Fan couldn't even see any relevant clues. After determining that there were no clues in the books for adults to display above, Jiang Fan squatted down, focusing in on placing his eyes on the 2 levels of books area below. There are very few scenes in the happy nursery where toys appear. As of now, Jiang Fan had only seen toys in the small classroom, as well as signing up for car toys in the utility room. And now, on the bottom 2 shelves of the bookcase, toys also appear. Not only toys, but also some children's books, and a couple comics. The bookcases are organized with hard-to-read books on top and comic children's books underneath. This 2-level reversal caught Jiang Fan's attention, because in the first 2 activity rooms, it's not like there weren't books on display, but they were used for decoration, not books for the students. And the activity room C appeared with comic children's books, plus a side of small toys. The combination of the 2 caused a strange thought to flash through Jiang Fan's mind. Comic children's books, little toys that belong to some ghost student, or rather, the lower part of this bookcase, which was specifically empty on 2 levels, was meant for this ghost student to place his favorite items. This is because the height of the 2 bookcases below is just about as high as a young child can reach. To be able to set aside 2 shelves of bookcases just for this student, well, the identity of this student cries out. No other than that, the child recorded on the fragments of the happy memoirs can have such special care, because its parents are teachers here. It has a separate 2-story bookcase in the activity room, and even comics, children's books that other students don't have. And the long-lasting lock that was signed inside the activity room C most likely belonged to this cared-for ghost student. A student with a physical ailment that is likely to prevent him from growing up properly receives unprecedented attention from the kindergarten simply because he is the child of a teacher in the kindergarten of happiness? Jiang Fan silently hung his eyes. He felt that this seemed to be up for consideration. Beyond that, Jiang Fan also found a name in the comic reading below. The name is like graffiti. It's not obvious. However, Jiang Fan still recognized the name. Lu Wenlai. I've added another 18,000 to my inventory and combined it with the previous in one chapter. Sorry. You can just watch it from chapter 163. Sorry. I was sick this month plus had a toothache, so I took a little too much time off work to make up for it next month. Chapter 170, Lu Wenlai's grandfather is an old gardener? The dreams of the ghost students. Lu Wenlai? Jiang Fan's body shook. The name Lu Wenlai rings a bell. The name on the back of the painting found inside the activity room B yesterday is Lu Wenlai. The names in the comic book readings were as if like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the fog of the mind, distinguishing between the countless flashes of illumination. If before, Jiang Fan still had some things he didn't understand, then, along with the peculiar layout of the bookcases that appeared in the activity room C, and the names on the comics, they were now connected through and through. And Lu Wenlai, the student, is the final answer behind the clues. According to the reasoning in activity room C, a student with a physical ailment who receives special care from the happy kindergarten. Add to that the happy memoir shard signed in Scarlet World. and the large class graduation photo from the previous phantasmagoria. From this, a complete trail can be obtained. A student named Lu Wonlai grew up in Happiness Kindergarten, and his parents are teachers in Happiness Kindergarten. And there's a grandfather. According to the painting obtained in the activity room B, for matchmakers, a man, a woman, and the slightly older matchmaker. And in the Happy Memoirs fragment, the older one is Grandpa, as he is called according to Papa's learning, and the one who wrote the Happy Memoirs is Papa. This child was physically weak, so he begged for a long lifelock. But, alas, it didn't grow well. It's likely that he died before graduating from the big class. Otherwise he wouldn't have signed up for a long lifelock in the activity room. Students who have died. Kids who can't graduate. This reminded Zhang Fan of the Happy Kindergarten in the hide-and-seek illusion of the 29th graduating class since the establishment of the kindergarten. Inside, there were 31 combined who did not graduate from each vacancy. There were 30 ghost students in Zhang Fan's class, which were much more powerful than the rest of the creeps and also had more presence than the rest of the creeps in the park, corresponding to 30 of the 31 that had not graduated. Zhang Fan could be pretty sure that there was no ghost student named Lu Wonlai in his class. At first, Zhang Fan thought that this student named Lu Wonlai was most likely a student from another class, until the activity room C long life locks appeared. The long life lock, the special carrying bookcase placement, and the Happy Memoir fragment from the Scarlet World sign and all affirm that this creepy named Lu Wonlai has an uncomplicated role in this copy. There's no background ghost where the roadkill ghost would show up so many times. So, the rest of the class backdrop shenanigans status excluded. Then there's only one left. 31st dead student. Zhang Fan hung his eyes. He remembered those graduation photos in the janitor's room and the vision. From dozens of graduation photos, 9 photos with missing students were eventually identified. 9 photos with a total of 31 students missing. Zhang Fan had an excellent memory, and his unforgettable memory allowed him to remember the scene in the illusionary janitor's room even now. In his mind, unconsciously, those 9 photos came to mind. And at the top of the list is the 11th grade graduation photo. The 11th grade graduation photo is the first time there has been a graduation photo with a missing student. It is also a term in which the old gardener is gone and a new gardener emerges. The old gardener? The blurry-looking old man in the photos from a few sessions ago? Old man. Grandpa? Teachers? Grandpa. Getting special attention. 2 rows of bookcases. Grandpa is an old gardener? Zhang Fan's eyes widened as if he had been struck by an electric shock, and he froze in place all of a sudden. This sudden thought in his mind brought Zhang Fan's entire high-speed train of thought to a halt. If Lu Wonlai's grandfather is the old headmaster in the Happy Kindergarten, then it is possible to explain why Lu Wonlai has received the attention of the entire Happy Kindergarten. Even following this line of reasoning on, it will be able to greatly confirm who the first student to die was. The first student to die in the Happy Kindergarten is Lu Wonlai. Because of its death, it has led to the 11th kindergarten graduation photo without the old director, who may have been grieving the death of his grandson, thus leading to a new director in the Happy Kindergarten. This reasoning is extremely likely to be correct, because, since the beginning of the Happy Kindergarten, there is no appearance of that creepy named Lu Wonlai. Perhaps it is not that it did not appear, but that I never noticed it. Zhang Fan looked at the ghost students who were chattering underneath, and the same young, pale face flashed through his mind. That face is extremely creepy. In an inverted manner, his pupils were downward, gazing at Zhang Fan, the kid who showed up in the 13th teacher's dormitory. Every time Zhang Fan tried to cross over to the teacher's dormitory area and enter the kitchen, he was dissuaded back by the little creepy sight in the dormitory. However, no conclusions can be drawn, and it is still unknown whether the little creep in the 13th teacher's dormitory is Lu Wonlai. Have to go and see at night. If the little creep is really that 31st dead ghost student, the old gardener's grandson Lu Wonlai, then I am bound to bring Lu Wonlai out of the dormitory. In the Scarlet World, although I was able to perceive traces of the old gardener, I was slow to find the old gardener. Perhaps, by bringing its grandson into the Scarlet World, it will be able to summon the old gardener. Find the old gardener. This is critical. It's not only about being able to completely mess up the Scarlet World and hold the head gardener back, it was also about whether Zhang Fan could achieve the simple pass condition of this copy. After all, if the head gardener found out that he fired him, then Zhang Fan would be able to achieve another way to get through the internship period because the old head gardener was there. Zhang Fan searched the entire activity room carefully, both inside and out, 2 or 3 times. Other than noticing the particular placement of the bookcase, and scribbling names in the comic, there are no remaining clues to be found. The clues are gone. Zhang Fan didn't dwell on it and turned his attention to the ghost students. One by one, go ahead and ask about their short-term dreams. Mr. Zhang, my long-term dream is to be a textile worker. Oh, why? Jiang Fan was somewhat surprised with a smile on his face. A textile worker. Not a lofty dream, because my mom, she works in a textile factory. And, if I become a weaver, then I will be the one to weave all the birthday clothes for Mr. John's death. Jiang Fan smiled and praised the ghost student and told him to work hard. Better yet, the whole class has their birthday suits knitted by it. Mr. John, my short-term dream is to eat that axe steak or whatever it is. That's called a tomahawk steak. Jiang Fan paused and added with narrowed eyes. Also, you don't call that a short-term dream. You call that a wish. But congratulations, the wish was successful and I get to give you the tomahawk steak to smell tomorrow. So it's a dream come true. The ghost student burst into tears. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he split his body with a cry of relief. Mr. John, my dream is to be a chef and cook the most fragrant human meat in the world. Mr. John, my short-term dream is to get a lot of little red flowers and then redeem all your candies. Mr. John, Mr. John, my dream. Is it okay to kill Xiaoming from the next class? And me? I want to kill the whole school. Chapter 171, Zhao Xian's dream. Parents in the Scarlet World? The dreams of the ghost students were simple and plain. There's just something a little brutal and gory about it. And it's dangerous for ghost students to get dirty. Jiang Fan nodded in relief, proud that the ghost student had a dream. Kudos especially to the ghost student who tried to kill the whole school for supporting it. You've got to keep your word. By the way, here's a tip. Kill the head gardener first, then kill the other ghosts. Ghost students have lots of ideas. What surprised Jiang Fan was that there were actually no dreams of wanting to see and die in 108 similar ways. At most, they would have dressed him in his birthday suit, buried him, etc. Jiang Fan was a bit puzzled, and the ghost students could see his puzzlement. Although Mr. Jiang is stronger than us, although Mr. Jiang is not good to us. Very well, but we don't want Mr. Jiang to have an accident, even if we can regenerate. But just the thought of Mr. Jiang dying and showing a miserable death makes us sad. So why do you guys usually want me dead? Jiang Fan revealed a touched look and asked immediately afterward. No results, but something to look forward to. Hope. Jiang Fan held his forehead. He shouldn't have had any illusions. Time passed quickly, and Jiang Fan harvested many dreams of ghost students from it. In addition to some bloody dreams, there were also some ghost students with dreams involving items that Jiang Fan had signed up for. Mr. Jiang, I'd like a bottle of milk. Breakfast milk is not good. It's a bit bland. Jiang Fan glanced at the milk bottle within the system space. Brewed with Sanlu milk powder. It's definitely not bland. Mr. Jiang, my short-term dream is to have someone tell me fairy tales. My mom and dad don't tell bedtime stories. Jiang Fan nodded. Wait, when he entered the Scarlet World and found this student, he must tell it 100 horror stories. Mr. Jiang, I want to be a doctor. Jiang Fan stopped in his tracks. The student who voiced this dream was ghost student Zhao Xian. Just when Jiang Fan thought that wanting to be a doctor was because he wanted to deconstruct his body, ghost student Zhao Xian stated the reason. Doctors can save lives and have great medical skills. If I become a doctor, I can cure my grandmother. My grandma suffers from a very serious disease and she doesn't have much time left. Zhao Xian hung his head, his hands clenched tightly. The grievances on his body gradually thickened, and black aura surfaced around him, cold and piercing to the bone. Grandma? Jiang Fan saw the broken toy car within the system space. The toy car from Grandma is the only toy it owns. So this toy that was signed in the 4th floor utility room really belonged to ghost student Zhao Xian. And in the illusion, the location where the ghost student Zhao Xian was hiding was in the utility room. Ghost student Li Qihong. A missing bottle of medication leads to Li Qihong's death. Could a toy car signed in the utility room be the cause of Zhao Xian's death? Jiang Fan didn't think too much and looked at Zhao Xian, who was dead sad, and affirmed his dream with a face full of seriousness. Zhao Xian student, this is a very good dream of yours. Oh, to become a doctor with excellent medical skills to save Grandma. Grandma knows about it. I'm sure she will be especially happy. She would have been all smiles and especially pleased to say so. My grandson must be the best grandson in the world. See how great it is to be able to cure my illnesses and be a doctor who saves lives. Jiang Fan spoke in a Wang voice, his voice clamping down and becoming shrill and gentle, softly, with a loving, proud tone. Seems, really, to be a grandmother who shows off her grandchildren to everyone. Though, Zhao Xian is dead, and his grandmother is more than likely dead as well. But, Jiang Fan's exaggerated movements at this moment, his face full of recognition, his surprised demeanor. It was as if the ghost student Zhao Xian could really become a doctor to save his grandmother who was already suffering from the disease. Really? Mr. Jiang. The ghost student Zhao Xian raised his head, his young pale face looking at Jiang Fan. the black aura beside him receding slightly, as if something had hatched inside and illuminated the darkness. Of course it's true, Mr. Jiang, I never lie. Jiang Fan patted his chest with a serious expression that seemed to really be so. But yeah, Zhao Xin student, since you want to realize this dream, you have to study hard. Only by studying hard can I become a doctor. Because doctors save lives and treat diseases that require sufficient and rich knowledge. By then, after studying and possessing extremely high medical skills, Mr. Zhao Xin will become super powerful, and will not only be able to heal your grandmother, but will also be able to heal many more people. Maybe, Mr. Jiang, I'll have to seek treatment from you one day when I'm sick. Jiang Fan smiled slightly and looked at Zhao Xin with eyes that revealed infinite trust and expectation. A small pill was then taken out of his pocket. This pill is called the tranquilizer pill and is said to be able to cure all diseases. Now, the teacher rewards you with this pill, so maybe you can try it next time you see your grandmother. Next, if student Zhao Xin studies well, the teacher will reward you with a few more tranquilizer pills. Ghost student Zhao Xin nodded heavily, instantly feeling like he was filled with a heavy burden. He's going to study hard and get more tranquilizer pills. Yes, I will definitely study hard. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the small white pill in his hand, his mouth cracking open in a wide smile. When he goes home on vacation, he can save grandma. The pills given by Mr. Jiang must be useful. Jingle bells dash. After the class in the activity room, the cooks delivered refreshments. Jiang Fan looked at the poor quality snacks. If it wasn't for the lack of sleeping pills in the snacks, Jiang Fan would have wanted the ghost students to not even eat the snacks. Snacks are eaten in the activity room. During the snack, Jiang Fan created a wish list. On top of such forms are your long-term as well as short-term dreams. I'll put it up on the board when we go back to class later. And if you ever realize your dreams, remember to come back and put a check mark on the top of the form. When the time comes to see whose dream comes true, I'll reward it with a candy bar. The ghost students nodded in unison and responded to Jiang Fan with the loudest voice they could muster. Okay, Mr. Jiang, we will definitely work hard to realize our dreams. They don't realize they have no future, but they know that this moment is happy and exciting because they too have a dream to pinch. With a sparkling dream, after finishing the snack, Jiang Fan led the ghost students back to the classroom. Looking at the clock on the wall, Jiang Fan was expecting something. Today, will there be parents picking up ghost students before 4 o'clock like yesterday? Are those parents? In fact, the parents from the Scarlet World, or the one that reappeared? Do they have memories? Memories that link the two worlds? If there is, Jiang Fan mused that he might be able to communicate with these parents. Chapter 172, I Can Let You In. Liang Haiqi's Parents. 1557. The janitor's office sent another message that a parent was coming to pick up a ghost student. The parent who came early this time was Li Qihong's mom. Jiang Fan signaled the ghost students to sit in their seats first, while he himself walked out of the classroom first. The ghost parent who hasn't yet appeared at 4 o'clock is slightly wrong by logic. But what Jiang Fan wanted was the wrong ghost parent. He wanted to see if he could talk to the parents and verify that his suspicions were correct. After all, if this conjecture was verified correctly, it would be equivalent to him having yet another force in the Scarlet World, and perhaps he could disrupt the Scarlet World to attract the gardeners within the normal world to go there at a critical moment. Soon, Jiang Fan arrived at the entrance of the park. Li Qihong's mom appeared in front of the doorway. At this moment, Li Qihong's mom was a bit tired and her eyes were scarlet as if she had just cried. Mr. Jiang, hey, where is Xiaohang? Jiang Fan saw the strange state of Li Qihong's mom and opened his mouth. Qihong mom, don't worry first. Li Qihong is packing his book bag. I'll call it down when the time comes. Kai Hang mom, why are you here so early today? Jiang Fan approached the gate. At the moment, near the end of the school day, the doors are open. The iron gates are also open in the morning when the park opens. These days when ghost students are dropped off at school in the morning, or when they are picked up from school in the afternoon, ghost parents are allowed to cross the gate and enter the campus slightly. And Jiang Fan realized that the parents who picked up the ghost students at the wrong time were unable to enter the campus. The fake ghost parents stood just outside the gates, as if there was an unreadable barrier there that made it impossible for them to cross into the park. Xiaohang's grandmother is lying on the hospital bed and is about to die. I have to pick up Xiaohang home quickly, otherwise I won't be able to see his grandmother for the last time. Li Qihong's mom cried. Tears flowed from eyes covered in red blood color, and the sadness infected Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan glanced at the creepiness in the janitor's room. Creepy was holding the newspaper. His eyes rolled over white and his face was withered, as if he was a corpse that had been dead for a long time, and he didn't care about Jiang Fan's side of the story at all. Jiang Fan nodded and pretended to be in a hurry, his footsteps moving away from the janitor's room and moving to the corner of the main entrance. It seemed to mean something, said absently. So you want to come in? Go inside the kindergarten and pick up Li Qihan and take him home. The words fell. Li Qihan's mom froze, her sadness dissipating a bit. In his eyes, a touch of coldness was revealed. Mr. Jiang? The physique that had been strengthened by the system weirdness amplified Jiang Fan's senses. At this moment, Subtle perceived a momentary change in the ghost parent. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows. So, the ghost parents had memories of both worlds? His guess was correct. However, by the looks of it, the ghost parents seemed to be a bit less favorable to him. Well, do you want to come in? Why are you asking this question? Mr. Jiang? Aren't we as parents able to come in and see our children at any time? Li Qihong's mom quickly regained her original appearance. Full of confusion and seemingly unaware of anything. I was able to let you in. Open this door. Jiang Fan also didn't intend to continue acting with the ghost parents. Opening his mouth, he said directly, pointing his finger at the place that separated him from the ghost parents. It seemed that there was literally that one unseen door in the air. As the words fell, black chi surged out of Li Qihong's mom's body, and Jiang Fan instantly felt a coldness around him, which was very uncomfortable. The ghost parent's 5 senses twisted, revealing a shadowy expression. Balls of flesh kept protruding from his body and moving around, showing a look of anger. Come in, Mr. Jiang. Aren't you the teachers who locked us out? Come in, open the door for us? That's funny. Li Qihong's mom's 5 senses oozed blood and dripped onto the floor. Mr. Jiang, you don't need your help. One day, we'll get in there on our own. When the time comes, Mr. Jiang, I will thank you for how you educate our children. Li Qihong's mom looked at Jiang Fan and made a piercing sound. Gloomy, wide-eyed and stormy. The pupils greatly resented the look. Those blood-red eyes seemed to want to remember Jiang Fan's appearance forever. In the next second, disappeared into thin air. Jiang Fan sighed and turned his head to look at the clock hanging on the wall. The time pointed exactly to 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, the ghost parents within the Scarlet World will all return to the Scarlet World and will no longer appear to the outside world. A ghost student is picked up at the wrong point in time, and the ghost parent who appears has memories of both worlds. However, their favorability towards Jiang Fan was extremely low. No, it's an intense hatred for the entire happy nursery. They already know how the teachers in the kindergarten treat their children. From the words of the ghost parents just now, it is also known that it was this group of teachers who locked the ghost parents outside the Iron Gate. After combining the above, not to mention meditating and talking about it, even, they wanted to kill Jiang Fan. Ghost parents can't cooperate. At least, not without gaining the trust of the Scarlet World's mole parents to cooperate. Jiang Fan returned to the classroom. Next, one after another, ghost parents came to pick up their students. One by one, Jiang Fan sent the ghost students out of the class and handed them over to the ghost parents to ensure safety. Although in theory, this is not a parent in the true sense of the word for ghost students. The only parents who really mean anything are the ghost parents who are locked out of kindergarten and can't get in the blood-colored world. But the only way he could avoid breaking the rules was to hand it over to the parent who was now coming to pick up the ghost student. Follow ghost students home from school. Jiang Fan realized that there was another ghost student that hadn't gone home. Glancing at the clock behind the wall, it was 5:30. Rule number 10. Ghost students who are not home by 6 o'clock need to be turned in to the director and brought to the director's office. If such a situation had arisen a few days ago, Jiang Fan might have handed the ghost student over to the head gardener. But now that it had all been decided to go against the head gardener, that rule was nullified. Inside the Scarlet World, some ghost students are suppressed by the head gardener. It could be seen that from another past rule, the head gardener and the ghost student were not two opposing parties. Jiang Fan could not make a mistake and hand the ghost student over to the head gardener. The ghost students who stayed behind were a bit out of Jiang Fan's expectation. It's Helen Liang. Jiang Fan remembered that it was also Liang Haiqi's parents who came the latest to pick up the ghost student yesterday. So, Liang Haiqi's parents couldn't come to pick up Liang Haiqi on time because the factory was working overtime? Chapter 173, Rule 10 appears. Take it back to the dormitory. 1740. Liang Haiqi's parents haven't come yet. Jiang Fan had been waiting in the classroom and hadn't left the classroom by an inch. Inside the classroom, only the ghost student Liang Haiqi was now left. And although Liang Haiqi was spooky, Jiang Fan was not at ease. According to the hide-and-seek illusion, the location where Heki Liang is hiding is in the toilet on the 4th floor. As well, he had previously guessed that Liang Haiqi was victimized after school, as the school bag also appeared in the toilet. And now wasn't the present scene corresponding to the one he had guessed? Nowadays, he keeps an eye on Liang Haiqi at all times and does not leave the classroom for half a step. The ghost student Liang Haiqi should be in no danger. 1750. Jiang Fan still hadn't received any news about Liang Haiqi. 1758. Jiang Fan's heart had gone cold. Start doing construction in your mind, thinking about how Heki Liang, the ghost student who doesn't have parents to pick her up after 6 o'clock, should be organized. A complicated question stopped in front of Jiang Fan. Rule number 10. Ghost students who have not been picked up by their parents at 6 o'clock need to be sent to the director's office. According to the antagonize the gardener option, he certainly can't fulfill this rule. But where should he place the 6 o'clock ghost student, Heki Liang, in case she didn't leave the campus? Jiang Fan rubbed his forehead. Letting Liang Heki stay in the classroom was definitely not an option. Since he couldn't let Liang Heki leave his side alone without sending him to the head gardener's office, he had no choice but to take the ghost student Liang Heki with him. Scarlet World Liang Heki can enter. And by projection, Scarlet World also has a Liang Heki. Jiang Fan was worried that Liang Heki might not be able to get out if she entered. Therefore, the best way is to bring the ghost student, Heki Liang, to the teacher's apartment and instruct Heki Liang not to run around. That is, I wonder if the ghost student, Heki Liang, can enter the classroom apartment? Jiang Fan looked helplessly at Liang Heki in front of him, who had her eyes wide open in a good manner. 1800 hours. It's closing time for the park. Jiang Fan put down the last bit of expectation in his heart. Liang Heike's parents didn't come to pick up Liang Heike. Then, he could only follow his plan. He had to bring the ghost student, Liang Heike, to the teacher's apartment as fast as he could, and he couldn't be seen by the ghost teacher on the way, or he would most likely tell the headmaster. This work tag is not to be carried. It's the director's eyes. Jiang Fan removed the work tag from his neck and put it inside the system space. Then, looking at Liang Heike, her face softened and she said softly, "Hi Chi, your mom she called to tell me that I'm working overtime today and might be a little late. So you go with your teacher and me to the classroom apartment to have some dinner first, and then you can go home when your mom gets here, okay?" Regardless of whether Liang Heike's mom came to pick up Liang Heike from the kindergarten later or not, Jiang Fan was not prepared to hand Liang Heike over to the ghost parent. The park closes after 6 o'clock, and it's not clear if it's Heike Liang's mom who's coming outside. What is certain, however, is that the chances of staying in a teacher's apartment being correct are greater. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Liang Heike nodded obediently, her face quiet, not crying and clamoring for her mother, saving Jiang Fan a lot of things. Jiang Fan nodded and glanced at the darkening sky outside the classroom and added, "Liang Heike, you'll turn into a puddle of blood when the time comes, okay? Just like your classmates during the day. We're playing hide and seek with the other teachers and can't be found by them." The ghost student, Liang Heike, was a bit puzzled, but she listened to Jiang Fan and melted herself into liquid. Some small pieces of flesh scattered on the ground in bits and pieces. Seeing this, Jiang Fan took out a ghost face mask and brought it to his face, and a young child with a ghostly aura emanating from his entire body appeared. With that, he took control and turned into mincemeat, sticking to the corner of the wall. Jiang Fan and Liang Heike, who had turned into liquid mincemeat, were smaller, reducing the probability of exposure. Likewise, there are shortcuts back to the teacher's apartments. Jiang Fan's lump of flesh and blood climbed up the wall to the top and reached the top of the corridor with the ghost student Liang Heike. Immediately afterward, it flowed down the wall to the outer wall of the school building and slid rapidly downward. Next to the school building is the dormitory area. Jiang Fan only need to walk the outer wall of the teaching building. Do not have to go through the building teachers, the director's office. Landing can directly reach the dormitory. The walls of the school building were a bit yellowed. Jiang Fan was hiding along the wall. The blood and flesh sliding on it greatly reduced the probability of being discovered. Plus nightfall. The dim gray night shrouded above the entire happy kindergarten, hiding the strange movement on the walls of the school building. Jiang Fan smoothly reached the corner of the first floor wall with Liang Heike. As he was controlling the flesh and blood to wander towards the dormitory apartment, a huge figure suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Jiang Fan instantly stopped moving, and Liang Heike, who was following behind him, also did not move. It's the ghost teacher from Class B. Jiang Fan held his breath and peeked at the ghost teacher with his eyes hidden in the grass. The ghost teacher's pupils that turned white looked over toward Jiang Fan's side, as if he had discovered something. The blood-stained clothes, the withered fingers, and the ghastly features were horrifyingly appalling in the gray moonlight. At this moment, like a giant noticing a mole cricket under its feet, every move was magnified dozens of times, subtle and huge. Perhaps Jiang Fan was stronger than the ghost teacher, or perhaps in the kindergarten covered with bloody pieces of meat. The traces of Jiang Fan Liang Heike were hidden within and indistinguishable. The ghost teacher swept a cold glance over his shoulder, turned his head stiffly, and returned to room 10. Seeing this, Jiang Fan waited for a while to confirm that there was no danger, and then took Liang Heike with him to accelerate towards his own room number 9 in the teacher's apartment with the help of the surrounding coverings. In the meantime, the same thing happened to the chosen people of various countries. Ugly country. Chosen Pete glanced at the clock on the wall and then at the ghost students in the classroom. He realized that it was already 6 o'clock and there were actually 2 ghost students without parents to pick them up. I think I remember Rule 10 saying that if there are any students left after 6 o'clock, they are to be brought to the director's office. Pete got up, ready to lead the ghost students to the head gardener's office. However, he realized that no matter how he called the ghost student would not agree to go with him. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of his pale face. It was like a plea, a thin, mournful cry. It was as if there was something in the head gardener's office that made them afraid and fearful. Chapter 170 for the Chosen Ones. The good gardener who was clean and compassionate. A look of amazement passed over Pete's eyes, and he was inwardly amazed. It was the first time he had ever seen a ghost student like this, and the head gardener lived up to his reputation as the biggest creep in this copy. However, the ghost student's sudden transformation also made Pete a little uncomfortable. After the sleeping pill thing, Pete's opinion of the ghost students changed a lot, and he and the ghost students reached a peaceful coexistence. Right now, the ghost students are so afraid to go to the director's office. No need to guess and think. Go to the director's office. These ghost students will not end up experiencing a good place. Maybe the creeps will suffer inhuman abuse. It's like sleeping pills in the rice, discrimination by teachers against students, and slurs, arbitrary verbal abuse, etc. Pete couldn't bear it, but there was nothing he could do to change his pass. After all, according to his pass, he'd have to do the same actions as the teachers around him, which also included sending the ghost students to the head gardener's office. All he could do was send it on its way, going slower and slower. Pete shook his head, a little grumpy. Oh fark, why is there a school like this in the Weird Tales replica? Damn it all. Stick country, the chosen one, Han Jun-dong, has no sympathy in the face of the ghost students' sudden change. Ghost students, toddlers? In their country, the fertility rate is among the lowest in the world. Not many of the stick populace would enjoy getting married and having kids. In the real world, Han Jun-dong doesn't even like kids and is still single to this day, let alone inside the world of weird stories. Without hesitation, the ghost student was taken to the head gardener's office. There was a slight acceleration of the pace, with a somewhat impatient look on his face. Han Jun-dong won the support of almost all the people of the stick country by doing so. Cherry Blossom Country. Nakata Norahime looked at the poor ghost student who had changed her attitude without pitying her half-heartedly, and instantly laughed out loud in great relief. Serves you right. I told you to give me a hard vegetable bun. Now you're going to the headmaster's. I wish the director would give you a good education. Come on, follow me. Nakata Norahime grimaced with a grim smile. When talking about a good education, the tone of voice intensified and intimidated to the point of. The ghost students who stayed in the classroom heard this and turned even paler, their whole bodies trembling, only to look at Nakata Norahime with a hint of more hatred in their eyes. Some chosen ones, like Pete, realize the overall evil of the kindergarten style, but continue to send ghost students to the director's office in order to get through the weirdness. And there are some chosen ones who have chosen the teacher camp. Having long hated the group of ghost students who had toyed with him, he was very eager and excited about the option of being able to turn the ghost students over to the head gardener. Almost all of the chosen gave the ghost students left in the classroom to the head gardener. The ghost student's horrifying appearance, coupled with scaring the chosen one from time to time, not only the chosen one in the replica, but even the crowd outside, decidedly judged that Rule 10 was right. They don't have any reason to go against Rule 10. The copy reveals very little, but the specific identities, as well as the overall style of the happy kindergarten, are able to vaguely tell them that the past direction goes along with the head gardener. When the first chosen one arrived at the head gardener's office first with his ghost students, everyone in the outside world waited in eager anticipation, although it had been determined that there was nothing wrong with Rule 10. I couldn't help but worry. Live in the booth. The chosen one first knocked on the door of the head gardener's office and then made it clear why he was there. In a jiffy, the office door was opened, revealing a face, rooted hair, a kind smile, and a touch of kindness from his slightly chubby frame. The head gardener took the ghost student that the chosen one had brought with him and very kindly patted the chosen one on the shoulder. Our teacher's here. They are in charge. After each chosen one in the live room delivers a ghost student to the head gardener, he or she receives kindness, compliments from the head gardener. The crowd outside also saw the arrangement of the gardener's office with the help of the movement of the gardener coming out and the false door. The office was simply furnished, with a row of bookshelves lining the walls and a desk and a chair. The compliments of the gardener's kindness and the layout of the gardener's office, all of them show that the director is a good, clean and loving and compassionate director. Until after the chosen one walked out of the office without encountering any danger. It was only then that the crowd outside breathed a sigh of relief, and the countries talked about it. The chosen one also wiped the sweat off his face and glanced back at the head gardener's office. Inward thinking, without realizing it, favored the gardener. The gardener is so kind. Maybe he's a creepy NPC who can help. On the way to the teacher's dormitory, the relaxed chosen even exchanged friendly greetings with the ghost teachers on the road. In his eyes, the contempt for those behaviors of the ghost teachers had completely disappeared. Oh, this is such a great kindergarten. Too bad it's a Weird Tales game. Otherwise I'd have my kids in this kindergarten. Chosen Pete was full of pity and looked at the horrible gray nursery with no semblance of fear in his features. On the contrary, very eager. It seemed like I was looking at a nice nursery school with birds and flowers, a bookish atmosphere everywhere, and a kindly gardener. Chapter 175, Lu Wenlai. Confirm the relationship. Old gardener. Family portrait. The happy nursery in the real world is not like the Scarlet World, where buildings are far away from each other. Zhang Fan didn't take much time after the ghost teacher left and smoothly led Liang Heike to the 9th teacher's dormitory. The 9th teacher's dormitory was his own dormitory, and at the same time, after checking it a few days ago, Zhang Fan was quite certain that there wouldn't be any shenanigans coming in, and it belonged to a safe zone. Heike, for the rest of the day you'll wait here until I get back. Eat meat if you're hungry. Go to bed if you're sleepy. The teacher's out for a bit. It's dark at night at school. Heike, don't go out. Zhang Fan took out a deluxe lunch, candies, and some mineral water from within the system space, pointing to the crib set up in the room. He spoke softly. Liang Heike nodded silently and looked at Zhang Fan with wide eyes. Even though she had doubts, she did not open her mouth to ask. Behave yourself and listen. And stand quietly, not moving a muscle. Zhang Fan touched the head of the ghost student Liang Heike. Liang Heike was one of the most obedient students in the class. Zhang Fan believed that Liang Heike would listen to him well and stay in the house without running around, followed by another walk out of the teacher's dormitory. By putting on a camera or, for that matter, a ghost face mask, you can make Zhang Fan enter the Scarlet World. But Zhang Fan wasn't in a hurry first. He wanted to go to the 13th teacher's dormitory to see the creepy and solve the confusion in his heart. The creepy kid in the 13th dorm room is the only creepiness I've seen so far that exists after school in a normal happy kindergarten. If this creepy is the 31st student who died and disappeared, and the grandson of the old gardener, then it explains why it is the only one left in the happy kindergarten and occupies the 13th dormitory. Even if it isn't, the distribution of the existing teachers' dormitories, in order of staff, teachers, and the 13th dormitory at the end of the list, is something to think about. Zhang Fan slowly crossed over the first few dormitories and came to the 13th dormitory. Maybe it was because the gardener was in the Scarlet World at night, or maybe it was because he was being held up by something else. In the 2 nights that Zhang Fan had been here, he hadn't seen any sign of the gardener in the normal world at night. Following the wall extension, Zhang Fan saw the window of the 13th dormitory. Zhang Fan did not appear in front of the dormitory, and according to the current angle, the creepy in the 13th dormitory could not see Zhang Fan. However, the little creepy poses were as usual. No head, no limbs, all there was a miserable little face, glowing gray against the darkness of the illusion. It was as if the face was set in the window, motionless. The black pupils inside the eyes were forever looking down. The corners of the mouth were indistinguishable from a smile, or from anger, and the upside-down world made the scene particularly frightening. Zhang Fan waved his hand towards the little weirdo, who seemed to have seen it and spat out his red tongue, his eyes leaving tears of blood. These creeps, how come they don't move and bleed? And can you see me? Can you hear me? Lu Wenlai? Zhang Fan tried conversing with Creepy, but Creepy didn't answer and still exuded a horrible look. Creepy didn't answer back, as if he couldn't hear. Zhang Fan first reached out and touched the weirdness, and after making sure it wasn't set on the window, he took out the long life lock from within the system space. If this Creepy is really Lu Wenlai, then it should be interested in the long life lock. After all, after speculation, Zhang Fan had a great certainty that the missing long lifelock could be Lu Wenlai's item. The moment the long lifelock was taken out, the small bell underneath the silver dollar-shaped one immediately gave out a crisp ringing sound. Dingling dash. It was like summoning something, or flipping a switch of some kind. See only, the moment the bell rings, the creepy, who was stuck to the window, suddenly became agitated. His face kept changing, and a pair of white hands branded out on the dark window. His hand kept tapping on the window. The little creepy eyed the long lifelock in Zhang Fan's hand. His mouth opened, wanting to say something, but the tightly closed window restricted it. It's really Lu Wenlai, the 31st student who disappeared and died. Zhang Fan's pupils vibrated. Looking at the small weird in unusual state, his heart was certain. But, with that comes doubt and concern. Why is Lu Wenlai in the 13th dormitory? Not to go within the class. It feels like being locked in the dormitory. As presumed, Lu Wenlai received special attention from the happy kindergarten, with an exclusive 2-tiered bookcase in the activity room C, as well as a long-life lock that his family begged for. Jiang Fan took out another happiness memoir fragment. He had only signed 2 so far. Our child is born. What should we name it? Oh, let Papa do the naming. He's so learned. He'll surely give the child the best name. Dad. And the recording of happy memoirs is a family, plus a newborn child, and assuming a mom, a family of 4. The painting found in Activity Room B, for matchmakers located in the middle of the happiness nursery, the gender of the matchmakers, and some of the characteristics that happen to correspond to the words above the happiness memoirs. That picture was drawn by Lu Wenlai, and Lu Wenlai is the newborn child mentioned in the memoir. The happy memoir fragments signed in the Scarlet World indicate that the child has a learned grandfather. The happy kindergarten is very learned, grandfather, and can only be right for an old gardener. The clues we have received in the past fit perfectly. Conjecture. Established. Jiang Fan remembered the painting he had found at the event ISB. At first he thought that the student named Lu Wenlai was drawing the teacher and himself, expressing the love between teacher and student. But now that I think about it, it was simply a family photo. Dad, Mom, Grandpa the old gardener, and myself who grew up in a happy kindergarten. Chapter 176, The Sturdy 13th Gate. Changes in the Scarlet World. After confirming Lu Wenlai's identity, what happened next was a bit of a pain in the ass. Lu Wenlai is the grandson of the old gardener, while the grandson of the old gardener is in the 13th room of the teacher's dormitory in the real world. Jiang Fan hadn't seen Little Creepy come out for 2 days, and it was highly likely that he was locked up inside the teacher's dormitory. Who is Guan Lu Wenlai? It goes without saying. It's the head gardener. Then, the gardener imprisoned Lu Wenlai, who was the grandson of the old gardener, and a frightening thought suddenly appeared. I'm afraid that the garden master trapped Lu Wenlai in order to use Lu Wenlai to blackmail the old garden master in the Scarlet World. The old head gardener is nowhere to be seen, and the grandson is being held captive. It is highly likely that what is happening here is directly or indirectly related to the head gardener's control of the Scarlet World as well as the takeover of the happy kindergarten in reality. An excited look appeared in Jiang Fan's eyes. He felt that he was getting close to the truth of this copy. At the very center, Jiang Fan turned his head to look around at the next dormitory, and after making sure that none of them were spooky, he took out the universal key. Immediately after that, insert the keyhole inside the door. A screw. There was a click. The key is stuck. Why won't it open? Isn't this a master key? Jiang Fan frowned and took the key and continued to open the door. But no matter what, he could never open the door. Think about it. Jiang Fan was only able to take out his instant noodles. The bubbling noodle soup was extremely corrosive, corroding even the branches of the ghost tree and the iron gates of the Scarlet World. A small teacher's dormitory shouldn't matter. Jiang Fan controlled the strength and drizzled a bit of bubble soup on the door. As soon as the cloudy green soup touched the wooden door, Jiang Fan had expected a hole to corrode out soon. However, the wooden door was not corroded by the bubbly soup. Jiang Fan looked at the wooden door and sucked in a breath of cool air. Not only did the wooden door not show the slightest sign of corrosion, the green soup also flowed down the door and dripped onto the ground before it began to corrode the ground and emit white smoke. It's amazing that the bubbly broth that can corrode even the floor can't corrode such a shabby-looking wooden door. When the bubbly soup stuck to the wooden door, it didn't even leave a trace. Seeing that all the means he could use didn't work, Jiang Fan could only take out his ruler. The ring ruler was the hardest thing in his current props, capable of cutting through the branches of ghost trees. Props don't work, so you have to use the most primitive methods. Physical destruction. Click. Jiang Fan slashed hard at the wooden door. Clunk. The ruler clashed with the wooden door with an ear-splitting clang. Buzzing. A violent tremor came from the top of the ruler, shaking Jiang Fan so much that he couldn't hold the ruler in his hand. Wooden door. Untouched. And not a trace was left behind. Jiang Fan shook his head inside, and could only put the ruler away. The hardness of the wooden door was beyond his imagination. The master key didn't work. The bubble soup didn't work, and physically breaking the door was even more useless. Sure enough, Lu Wenlai was imprisoned by the head gardener. Even the wooden door is so sturdy. The wooden door is very strong. At least now I can't open the wooden door. The only way is only Mom. Mom's level trickster power may be able to break the door strongly. Unfortunately Mom still has 2 days before she can be summoned again. Jiang Fan shook his head. The wooden door couldn't be destroyed, meaning he couldn't free Lu Wenlai. Even more so, he couldn't use Lu Wen to find the old gardener who was nowhere to be found in the Scarlet World. Jiang Fan's heart sank. Mom still had 2 more days to unlock, but 2 days later, it was also unlocked at night. The sub-pass condition, getting through the internship, and presumably, based on the calendar book on top of the desk, is to end the weird talk after Friday. Friday before school is the deadline. By that reckoning, the last time he entered the Scarlet World was Thursday night. Mom won't be able to unlock it again until Friday night, and then even if she does, She'll miss the Weird Tales game deadline and it won't do anything. Lu Wan Lai. Unable to rescue. Unable to meet the old gardener. Jiang Fan's mood was a bit bad, and after immersing himself for a while, he shielded his heart from negative emotions. The end of the side book should be after school on Friday, which means that there is no way to enter the Scarlet World on Friday, and the latest deadline is Thursday night. All of the ghost students trapped in the Scarlet World must be freed tonight and tomorrow night, as well as letting in the group of parents outside, because ghost students are off the hook. It means that the normal world is disturbed and the number of ghost teachers is reduced. All off the hook. Plus the ghost parents. Definitely left the head gardener with no time to worry about me and made it through the last day Friday. Not being able to find the old gardener and not having the old gardener's help meant that Jiang Fan had cut off his back. Things are much more difficult, but not entirely without hopeful possibilities. Only, this hope, behind it is the bottomless abyss. Death. Jiang Fan shook his head and returned to his dorm room. The ghost student, Liang Haiki, stood quietly in the corner, clutching a leg of lamb in her hand, gnawing on it while blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing Jiang Fan enter the room, he silently pushed out the leg of lamb in his hand, his pale little face expressionless. I've eaten. Hecky, help yourself. Jiang Fan waved his hand in rejection and walked over to the window to look at the outside world. The Scarlet World seems to be a lot more lively tonight. A constant stream of ghost teachers came and went passing by the window, and the trees on the walls of the school building flickered with a faint red light, growing more and more eerie, swaying and dropping limbs in blood. The river of blood in the center of the road had bizarre passages, splitting apart and flowing slowly. Jiang Fan noticed that in the sky, the sliver of blood moon, not knowing whether it was an illusion or not, seemed to have become even more scarlet and bright, shining a red light and misty, even through the window. Jiang Fan was able to feel that tonight's Scarlet World was different from the previous one. The atmosphere was eerie, as if the soldiers were about to launch an attack, strict and vigilant, with a thick black aura everywhere. I wonder if I caused this, or if something changed? Jiang Fan put on his ghost face mask and kept an eye on the world outside the window, until, that is, when the ghost teacher walks by the window once again. Jiang Fan immediately opened the door. There was a click. In the Scarlet World, the location of the teacher's dormitory where a large number of tombstones were piled up, a child appeared in front of the 9th tombstone. After Jiang Fan entered and opened the door into the blood-colored world, he didn't hesitate for a second. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no weirdness at the moment, he immediately disintegrated his limbs and turned them into minced meat, surging into the blood river. The door was closed. The green and white tombstone reveals the original shape. A creepy with a rotting body and constantly dripping pus walked past the tombstone, not noticing in the slightest that there was an extra pair of eyes in the river of blood in front of the tombstone. Chapter 177. Liang Haiki is rioting. The human skin bone bell is used. The ghost students then hid with the rivers of blood, especially the ghost student Dong Gage, whose blood was used to transform the entire rivers of the Scarlet World. The moment Jiang Fan dived into the blood river, Dong Gage and the other ghost students sensed the aura of a foreign object and sprang up around Jiang Fan. 1, 2, 3. The river of blood became crowded with broken limbs, and the empty places were occupied by heads. Jiang Fan shook his head in amusement as he looked at a head that was decayed and filled with black blood. When the ghost students saw Jiang Fan laughing, they followed suit. The huge whites of the eyes, the hollow blood-spitting mouth, the decaying flesh, raising an eerie smile, were very ominous. The blood river flowed slowly, and Jiang Fan did not control it, quietly lying on his back in the blood river, gather with the ghost students around them, head to head, talking to each other. Inside the outside broadcast room, watching the heads and the blood all lean in, which also included Jiang Fan's head. For Jiang Fan has long been accustomed to the disgusting filth in the world of weird talk. Jumping into a pool of corpses is the same as jumping into your own bathtub. How the countries looked at it. How they all felt weird. They were already all but unable to look straight at Jiang Fan. The people of the Great Summer Kingdom, however, only felt that there was an inexplicable heartache. This scene, looking bloody, great impact, but, why do I feel a kind of sadness? How many horrific and bizarre attacks does Van have to go through to be able to keep a level head about these unnameable filth? There's a word for practice makes perfect, and there's a god called Jiang Fan. This blood, it's not dirty. If Brother Van has soaked it, it must be sparkling. In the world of weird tales, as if sensing something, Jiang Fan glanced towards the sky and revealed a peaceful smile. Seems to be telling everyone that I'm fine. After ingesting the information with the ghost students, Jiang Fanhua glanced thoughtfully at the school building above him. According to the circumstances revealed by the ghost students, yesterday, thanks to the gardener spotting him, there was a lot of weirdness out and about, but, after a while, it slowly dissipated. Due to the lack of daylight and the lack of clocks in the Scarlet World, as well as the magical flow of time, The ghost student didn't name the exact time. Jiang Fan guessed that it should be when the outside world reached daytime. After another period of immersion, just a short while ago, a sudden aura came from the school building that made them all feel fear. The scent was not emanating from the gardener, as they saw the gardener hurrying to the school building. After that, there were more ghost teachers, and that was what Jiang Fan saw now. That breath, do you think, is stronger or weaker than the gardener? Weak, teacher. In the river of blood, one of the heads opened its mouth and replied, "This breath, could it be the old gardener?" A flash of delight flashed across Jiang Fan's eyes. Immediately afterward, the other head hesitated for a moment. Hesitantly, "I feel something familiar, like, when I first perceived the little song, that kind of feeling." The ghost student who spoke was Marshall G. Sensing the little song. Again, it happened just now. Just now? Jiang Fan paused as two small white faces appeared in his mind. What could make Ji Shui feel familiar and the same as perceiving Dong Gage could only be a classmate or a little creepy? Plus, the riot just now. The timing of the riot happened to also be when Jiang Fan had done an unusual move in the outside world. Jiang Fan's first thought was Lu Wanlai and ghost student Liang Heike. He chopped the door of the 13th room with a ruler, as well as, instead of taking Heike Liang to the head gardener's office, he stayed behind. Since the riot happened in the school building, Jiang Fan excluded Lu Wanlai. The illusion, as well as the red hair card signed in on the 4th floor of the school building, proves that Heike Liang died in the school building, together with Li Qihong, Dong Kaiga, Ji Shui, etc. Liang Heike in the Scarlet World may also be hidden and hiding on the 4th floor, confined by the head gardener. Then it should be the ghost student, Liang Heike, who is the one causing the unrest in the school building. After 6 o'clock, students who haven't been picked up by their ghost parents will correspondingly riot in the Scarlet World. Jiang Fan nodded in realization, a flash of understanding in his eyes. The Scarlet World riot isn't good for the gardener, but it's good for him. Again, Rule 10 falls into the doable category because I didn't send Heike Liang to the office and there was no death or infection. On the contrary, the violation of Rule 10, the appearance of riots in the Scarlet World, is most likely because Liang Heike was not sent home, and awakened in the Scarlet World, resisting the confinement. If the whole class is left behind, will all the ghost students who have not been rescued riot at once? Jiang Fan rubbed his fists and was a little excited. There's a riot in the school building and the head gardener rushes over. This message not only revealed the consequences of violating Rule 10, but it also made Jiang Fan sigh in relief and rush towards the direction of the teaching building. The riot just appeared. The director just rushed there, and the ghost teachers are still roaming the campus, which means that this bizarre riot is not a good thing to handle. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. It's to take advantage of the fact that the head gardener is now dealing with Liang Heike and has no time to be distracted to find out the rest of the school building's shenanigans at once. Otherwise, when the head gardener comes back to his senses, the school building will be a place where 10,000 ghosts gather, as if it were a bronze wall. Dangerous as hell. Jiang Fan used the power of the blood river to arrive at the area of the teaching building. Compared to yesterday, there are many more ghost teachers outside the school building. The eyes seem to be tainted with the blood red of the heart, and lit up red in the darkness. Some of the ghost teachers are holding books, while others are rotting all over their bodies and are nothing but a white skeleton. Others became monsters, swollen and huge, with long black hair like wild boars. They wandered around the corners of the school building. Hundreds of pairs of eyes lit up, silent and eerie. It seems that walking in bright and early yesterday is no longer an option, so we'll have to think of something else. The ghost teachers were several times more numerous, spooky and bizarre as if they were a pivot point, connecting to each other in a giant web. It was incredibly difficult for Jiang Fan to cross over these ghost teachers to enter the school building, not to mention having to bring this group of ghost students behind me. Some of the ghost students' shenanigans were less powerful than Jiang Fan's, and some were several times more powerful, even reaching B-rank shenanigans. At critical moments, coalescing into a rope, the combat power directly exploded, an indispensable force for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan thought for a moment. A small drum appeared in his hand. The round drum's surface was white and smooth, surrounded by black bone spikes, and the cylindrical drum bell was hollowed out in the center and replaced by a few white pieces. The mold looks like a toy used by young children to play with. Human skin and bone bells. Chapter 178, Chalkhead. 0 duck egg indentations. 2 memoir fragments. The human skin bone bell is made of human skin and is capable of producing the most beautiful sound. This sound is certainly not directed at the chosen one, so the only thing that can be directed at is the weirdness within the world of weird tales. Jiang Fan touched the human skin and bone bell in his hand. The white surface of the drum is so smooth and flawless that one cannot help but think that it was made from the entire skin of a young girl. As for the copper piece of the bell that can make sound when it collides next to the bone bell, it has also been replaced by a bone piece. Jiang Fan took the human skin and bone bell and gently shook it. Large and small, different shapes and colors of bone fragments shook and collided together, and it seemed that dozens of people were murmuring and whispering, emitting very strange sounds, dull and crisp. Dum 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 dum. Jiang Fan shook the bone bell while tapping the bone surface from time to time. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It's like a young girl dancing lightly, her shapely figure swinging flirtatiously and emitting a beautiful, melodious song. The moment the bone bell rang to be tapped, the ghost teachers at the front of the teaching building unexpectedly turned their heads in unison and looked straight toward Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan continued to clap the bone bell, which emitted a sound like a lullaby, and the ghost teachers took one step at a time, gradually leaving the school building and leaning towards the blood river. Sure enough, human skin and bone bells can attract the spooky. Jiang Fan murmured, paused, looked behind him at the ghost students who were impassive and clueless under their eyes, and shook his head. The sound made by the bone bells is said to attract, rather than arouse the most primitive desires of these ghost teachers in life. The lack of desire, or pure creepiness, isn't going to be appealing, which is one of the drawbacks of the human skin and bone bell. The ghost students were not tempted by the human skin and bone bells, and Jiang Fan was slightly relieved. Immediately afterward, Jiang Fan picked up the human skin bone bell and stepped back, starting to test the distance of the bone bell's sound conduction. After a burst of trying, Jiang Fan handed the human skin bone bell to Dong Gage. You take this and go around the park and tap 10 times every 10 minutes, and continuously for an hour. Remember, when you strike, remember to keep the bone bell under the river. The speed at which sound travels through an object is solid, liquid, air, respectively. The ghost student Dong Gage was extremely affectionate towards the blood river, and the limit of his power with the help of the blood river was also the greatest. If the Scarlet World was several times larger than the blissful kindergarten, then Dong Gage's blood river would be able to shrink some of the distance. It was more than appropriate to have Dong Gage attract the weirdness that wandered through the blood-colored world. Not only is the escape speed faster, and with the help of the blood river to spread the sound distance of the bone bell, it is also the widest. Just in case, Jiang Fan asked the two little creeps to go follow along again. Dong Gage held the human skin and bone bell, still expressionless and cold. Seeing this, Jiang Fan added, 10 minutes, that's how long it takes you to get from the school building down this river to that tombstone. 1 hour, swim 6 times, or swim the whole world once will do. Only then did Dong Gage nod, revealing a horrifyingly frightening smile as drops of water ticked down his entire body. Take a couple of little creeps and dive into the blood river. Jiang Fan looked at the ghost teachers who had gone back to wandering around again and silently started timing. In a jiffy. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Knock knock. A small sound came. Small, but extremely clear. Only the ghost teachers in front of the school building heard the voice and moved their feet, jumping into the blood river one after another and swimming to the sound of the bone bell. In an instant, the number of ghost teachers patrolling the building was reduced by a large portion, leaving only a few scattered middle-aged teachers who hadn't been taken away. These remaining weirdness, Jiang Fan decided to be gentle with them and directly threw the ghost baby out. As soon as the two ghost babies hit the ground, they let out horrible baby cries. The little blood-stained body was tattered and torn, but it was extremely fast, and after attracting the ghost teacher's attention, it instantly disappeared without a trace. Soon the 1 or 2 remaining ghost teachers were all lured away as well. Jiang Fan waved his hand, signaling that the ghost students could start moving. Due to time constraints, Jiang Fan didn't have half a delay. Directly every 4 ghost students as a group, removing the small creeps such as Dong Gage who attracted the ghost teachers. There were just 4 groups. Each group explores a classroom. Room. If you encounter a spooky, if it's a ghost teacher, call Jiang Fan and collectively suppress it and throw it inside the river of blood downstairs. If they were to meet ghost students who weren't trapped, they were taken in, and if they were pricks, Jiang Fan wouldn't mind taking a ruler to properly educate some of these disobedient little creeps. And if any of them were trapped, they called on Jiang Fan to fix them. With such a distribution, Jiang Fan led the ghost students to explore the various classrooms of the teaching building at an extremely fast speed. From yesterday's floor, carpet mapping and rapid elimination upwards, the ghost students explored each classroom while Jiang Fan walked around and signed in, as well as scanning and rummaging through the classrooms for clues. Ding! Classroom A has signed in successfully and received 6 pieces of chalk. Ding! Classroom B checked in successfully and received a 0 egg paper. Ding! Successful check-in to the utility room. Obtaining a fragment of Happy Memoirs *1. Ding! The toilet signed in successfully. Obtaining a fragment of Happy Memoirs *1. Chalkhead, a chalkhead that was broken off by a teacher. Plus 200 to throwing accuracy. Zero duck egg paper, the lack of knowledge is like a desert. And the symbol of 0 marks is like a cage that confines * 10 seconds. Jiang Fan obtained 2 fragments of the memoir. Newly acquired fragments of happy memoirs seem to span a long time. Jiang Fan remembered that the last memoir fragment was in the upper elementary class, while the new memoir fragment came to the middle class. Another year of school. Today promoted to the middle class. The child also obeyed a lot, become more and more quiet. I do not know why. I always have a bad feeling. Asked the father, the wife, and there is nothing happening. It should be my illusion. The lock is missing. We searched the entire kindergarten without finding it. My premonition is getting worse and worse, as if something bad is coming. Long life lock. No, never. Jiang Fan fixed his mind and put away the happiness memoir fragment. I seemed a little anxious in the memoirs, and worried all day, not only because of the loss of the long life lock, I suppose, but also because of the child's physical condition. But then it did validate my hunch that the baby was gone. Jiang Fan shook his head. He could already guess what was underneath the happy memoir. The end is already predetermined. Broken locks of long life, missing graduation photos, and the turnover of old and new gardeners portend misery. The child, the 31st student, Lu Wenlai, died. Chapter 179, Zhao Xin? What is the meaning of education? There was a lot of signing in and a lot of ghost students were recovered. A group of 5 ghost students carpet searched, coupled with Jiang Fan's power. Even if there were some mischievous ghost students from other classes, they were easily taken down. As Jiang Fan examined the fragments of the happiness memoir, a ghost student from one of the groups came to him. The lead ghost student pointed his finger at the door at the end of the corridor, signaling Jiang Fan that there was something inside. Jiang Fan looked at the location of the door and deduced that it was the utility room based on the layout of the happy kindergarten in his memory. The utility room. Ghost student Xin Zhou. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrunk as he led the ghost student to the front of the doorway of the utility room. The wooden door was closed tightly, and from inside came the sound of oozing giggles, as if possessed, laughing for a while, crying for a while, and eerily intensifying the temperature of the surroundings. Zhao Xin? The words fell. The voices inside the door ended abruptly, empty as if the laughter they had just heard was a hallucination. Jiang Fan waited for a long time, and after instructing the ghost student some things, he took out the universal key to unlock the door of the utility room. The utility room is dark. In front of the eyes did not look at all like the utility room of the outside world of the happy kindergarten. It was dark, as if the monster had opened its huge mouth and was patiently waiting for its prey. A burst of coolness came, blowing the goosebumps on Jiang Fan's body, rippling, itchy and hairy. In the meantime, laughter and crying resumed. He. Woo hoo hoo. It seemed that someone was beside Jiang Fan, behind him, and even in the sky above him, and creepy sounds that seeped chills came from all directions and lingered in his ears. Zhao Xin? Zhao Xin. Don't be afraid. Mr. Jiang is here. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, ignoring the horrible darkness behind the door, lifted his leg and stepped in, and in the next second, his face changed in shock. The back of the door was actually empty. It seemed like an abyss of 10,000 feet, and in just an instant, the body couldn't stop falling down. Darkness, depression, panic, nervousness, countless negative emotions came like a tidal wave. While Jiang Fan stabilized his mind, he also had to prevent the feeling of weightlessness brought about by the fall, controlling his body as much as possible to prevent it from turning upside down. Scarlet Rose didn't respond. Is this an uninspired illusion? Or, really? Jiang Fan frowned, took out the scapegoat doll, and fought with all his might. The utility room is most likely Zhao Xin, the bazaar in the Scarlet World in addition to the largest gardener, the old gardener, the rest he can almost deal with. Just think of it this way. There was a loud snap. There was a feeling of intense pain coming from his body, a tearing sensation, and his internal organs seemed to have been knocked out of his body. The back of his head felt like it had hit a hard stone. A stabbing pain surged, and Jiang Fan wanted to open his mouth, but his eyes were gradually stained with the color of blood. The moment you close your eyes, the sight of a fallen and torn corpse appeared. The corpse's likeness seemed to be himself. Welcome to our school, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fan applied for a job at a kindergarten. This kindergarten is not a public kindergarten, but it gives a good salary. At a time when kindergarten teachers' salaries are barely enough to fill their bellies, this kindergarten salary is sufficient to enable him to make a good living. As soon as he passes the 1-month internship period, he can be transferred and officially become a teacher in this kindergarten. For this reason, Jiang Fan had prepared a lot of things. How to teach these kids, how to get along with your co-workers, how to get recognized by the director of the school. Mr. Jiang, studying teaching again? Those students, who don't know anything, with our learning. Just teach casually. The male teacher flirted and pulled out a carton of cigarettes. It was important to have a good relationship with his co-workers. Jiang Fan closed the textbook and took the cigarettes. Cigarette flavor is very punchy. Jiang Fan is not used to smoking, choking and coughing. The male teachers spit on the students in their classes while teaching him about the experience of those who have been there. Jiang Fan nodded in response to that, his eyes a little confused. It always feels like, there's something I'm forgetting. Behave yourselves and I'll reward you with candy if you memorize this text. Half a month passed in a flash. Jiang Fan had gotten used to life in the kindergarten, although there were some places that Jiang Fan found weird. But, in order to get through the internship period and get a high salary, Jiang Fan could only ignore it. Jiang Fan walked out of the classroom and went to the restroom. Passing by the next class B, Jiang Fan saw the same teacher who was playing cartoons and shook his head. Kindergartens don't have to take tests. They don't have to learn much, and young children aren't fully developed yet. All it takes is a few texts and the teaching of having a grateful heart for your parents. And parents are so happy they pay expensive tuition in a big way. So most teachers put on cartoons as well as movies. They say it's to cultivate a child's sensibilities, improve his or her beauty, and open up his or her intellect. Jiang Fan vaguely felt that this wasn't right, but couldn't tell why. You can only deal with your co-workers while teaching your children knowledge. Jiang Fan came out of the toilet, and another sound came from the utility room next to him. Jiang Fan was no longer surprised by this. Some of the children were very naughty, and this room, the little dark room where the children were kept, Jiang Fan had also had doubts about this. It's just shut in. It won't be long. It builds up the kids' guts and keeps them in line. Besides, our school could not be more merciful than other schools that use corporal punishment and beat the palms of their hands. Jiang Fan didn't know how to retort. It sounded like it was right. After all, it didn't hurt to be locked up in a small dark room. Compared to corporal punishment, this method of rehabilitating a child at least doesn't hurt. But is it really? Jiang Fan looked at the closed utility room, listening to the cries coming from inside. His heart suddenly pumped, sourness spreading through his body. Is there no other way to make a child reform and become a good child than corporal punishment and locking him up in a dark room? Because the pain of external objects imprints itself on the memory and drives the mischievous child to be good and obedient? Jiang Fan paused in place for a long time, looking at the utility room in a daze and muttering to himself. For a long time. It seemed like a year had passed, and then it seemed like only a moment. A determined look appeared in Jiang Fan's eyes as he shook his head. No, it's not. That's not what education is about. But what is it like? Ghostly, Jiang Fan walked up and unscrewed the wooden door of the utility room. As if inside, there was an answer. The perfect answer to the question. What is the meaning of education? Chapter 180, and mischievous. Teacher is on good terms with Mr. Wang. The utility room opened and Jiang Fan saw a little boy crouching in the corner of the utility room. Each floor had a room for miscellaneous items, known as the utility room. The utility room, however, is usually another place to lock up mischievous students due to the cramped areas that remain after the placement of miscellaneous items, as well as the secluded, dark location. So the room served as both a place for brooms and mops and other miscellaneous items, and a dark room for punishing children. The boy was a little strong, with tan skin. It somehow gives an impression. The boy was naughty and a bad boy. Hearing the door to the room open, the boy's body shivered and he couldn't help but shrink inside. Seemingly, it's fear of being beaten? Jiang Fan walked in. He saw the boy's face, inexplicably felt some familiarity, but could not recall why it was familiar. One can only blame it on the fact that it's all kindergartners. He's seen it all. Teachers. Jiang Fan didn't make a sound and silently looked at the boy. He didn't know what to do. It was a kid from another class. Another teacher put him in a small dark room, and he had no business interfering. He couldn't find, either, a better method of conditioning than locking up in a small dark room. Is the point of education that they, the teachers, use all sorts of methods to turn bad students into good ones? Like, lock up in a small dark room? Jiang Fan eased his expression and tried to eliminate his first negative impression of the boy. Kid, what class are you in? Little friend, why are you locked up? Would stay in here? Don't cry, okay? I'll give you candy. Jiang Fan lightly took out the candy and placed it in the boy's hand. The boy saw the candy and seemed to like it. The tears on his face stopped. Clutching the candy tightly, like a frightened beast, he cowered in the corner and lowered his head, trembling slightly. The inside of the utility room was so small that barely even half the sunlight hit it with the door closed. The place is stacked with debris all year round, and dust stains the top of the debris, creating a thick layer of ash. There were even cobwebs in the corners of the overhead walls and the air was murky. But, in the empty space in the middle of the utility room, there was no semblance of dust, as if someone had been here often. Jiang Fan understood, and knew it by heart. The boy still didn't respond to Jiang Fan's question and bowed his head, but his mood got better and he stopped crying. Or, too afraid to cry in front of the teacher. Jiang Fan sighed and was about to go back to class when the boy who was silent earlier suddenly spoke. Teacher, I'm in class A. I don't know. They say I'm naughty. They say I'm stupid. They say I eat too much. The boy's voice was as small as a mosquito's, and he seemed to be mumbling. Jiang Fan paused and looked back at the boy crouching in the corner. The boy stared blankly at the candy he had given him in his hand without crying out, as if by default he was such a bad boy. It's okay to be stupid. It's okay to eat too much. Naughty? What have you done? My little friend, that would make your teacher think you are a naughty child? Jiang Fan patiently wondered what the boy had done wrong. He may be able to correct the boy's wrong-headed habits. Grandma is sick and Mom and Dad say that Grandma has gone far away for treatment. Mom says that if I'm good, Grandma will get better. And if I'm good, Grandma will come back to see me. But I've obviously behaved myself. And Grandma still won't come back to see me. Yesterday I dreamed that my grandmother came to visit me and told me that she was coming to pick me up from school today. I miss my grandma. I want to see my grandma earlier, so I didn't go to class. I didn't misbehave. I was very good. I just wanted to get out of school earlier. But Mr. Wang wouldn't let me leave school early. The boy touched the candy over and over again, the greaseproof paper wrapping looking bright and shiny, the sweet smell filling out and wafting through the utility room. Obviously, I wanted to eat it, but I didn't open the candy wrapper. Jiang Fan's face showed his intolerance. I'm afraid that his grandmother had already died. Grandma was sick and didn't come back for a long time, and that dream yesterday was just that. A dream. Mr. Wang won't let you leave school early because he's worried about you. Grandma wants you to be good and study well. If you get out of school early, you won't be able to learn, and you'll be happy to see you early, but you'll also feel unhappy for delaying your studies. Since Grandma said that she will come to pick you up after school, then she will definitely come to pick you up after school, and will not come to pick you up earlier just because you get out of school earlier. She wants you to study well and be happy to see her. The boy looked up in confusion, a little puzzled and a little delighted. Really? Is the teacher really worried about me? Well, yes, it's dangerous for you to go out by yourself, so you can wait until after school to see Grandma. Jiang Fan smiled amiably and nodded, affirming too. This kindergarten teacher's nature was clear to him, and there was absolutely no way that it was because of worry, as he said. But students should not be allowed to leave the campus alone either. It's a dangerous thing to do. All the teacher knew was that the boy wanted to get out of school early and was disrupting the class, so he put the boy in a small dark room. But that's not the right way either. Something crossed Jiang Fan's mind. His eyes flickered, and finally squatted his body, met the boy's eyes, and said gently, however, if you really want to see Grandma sooner, your teacher can accompany you now to see if Grandma is here at the school gate. If it comes, the teacher makes the call and you and Grandma go home early. If it doesn't come, then we'll have a good class and wait until Grandma picks it up after school. Okay? The boy's eyes lit up and his small mouth opened slightly. Surprise, elation overflowed with anticipation. Really? But will Mr. Wang? Really? I'm on good terms with Mr. Wang. It doesn't matter about this. Jiang Fan touched the boy's head, took the little hand and walked out of the utility room. A small group walked through the corridors of a quiet classroom, past the long grove of trees, to the entrance of the kindergarten. In front of the kindergarten, cars came and went, and no one paused. When the boy saw this scene, he was a little frustrated. His footsteps slowed down, and with his head lowered, he pulled on the hem of Jiang Fan's coat. Teacher, Grandma didn't come. Let's go back. I'm sorry, teacher. Jiang Fan glanced at the time of the janitor's office and didn't go back. Instead he sat on the chair at the door with the boy in his arms and spoke softly. Class ends in 5 minutes, plus 10 minutes for break. Let's wait 15 minutes, okay? If Grandma doesn't show up, let's go back to our lessons again. The boy nodded, fleshy with anger, eyes fixed on the school's entrance, the slightest hint of a smile on his face. Chapter 181. The meaning of education is to guide. Meeting Grandma. While waiting for Grandma, Jiang Fan learned that the boy's name was Zhao Xian and talked a lot with the boy. We talked about things at home, about confusion in school, about our own troubles, and talk about happy times with Grandma. When he talked about his grandmother, the boy would always smile happily, his eyes sparkling. Oh, did Grandma get checked out 3 years ago? Well, Mom said that Grandma threw up lots and lots of blood that day, so she took her to the hospital to get checked out by a doctor. The boy paused and then asked Jiang Fan what a hospital was and what a doctor was. Hospitals? Well, some people find them a place of hope, and some people find them scary and never, ever want to go in. What about the doctor? Why can he check out Grandma's illness? Doctors? Oh, Doctors are a profession that saves lives, like a woodpecker that eats the pests out of a buggy tree so that the tree can grow healthy. All the diseases that doctors can cure. Saving lives? Eat the vermin? All diseases can be cured? Wow! The boy paused, seemed to think of something, and tapped his chest. Then I'll be a doctor too, and eat the pests in grandma's body, so she can live a long life. It's possible. That has to be studied well. Jiao Xin kid. The better you study, the more types of diseases you can cure. Zhang Fan laughed, looking at the boy in front of him, his mind in a trance. Doctor. It seems there was once a little kid, too, who told him he wanted to be a doctor. I wonder if I succeeded in becoming a doctor. Zhang Fan felt that there should be. After all, he's all grown up to be a teacher, and his former playmates from his early childhood will fulfill his dream. The boy answered Zhang Fan's questions and recounted his happy past while staring at the door without looking away. But, until the bell rang, there was still no way for Grandma. Zhang Fan had thought that the boy would be lost, and just when he wanted to comfort, the boy instead raised a smile and pulled Zhang Fan back on his own accord. I'm going to study hard and become a doctor. Grandma hasn't come yet. Something must have delayed her. If I become a doctor, I can cure Grandma so she can pick me up from school every day. The little boy wasn't frustrated at all, on the contrary. His face was no longer young and much more determined. Zhang Fan saw this and revealed a smile. Watching the boy stop grieving, the brave figure, the huge ambition, suddenly made something clear. The way to rehabilitate a child is not corporal punishment or locking them in a dark room. The point of education is not to inculcate exactly the same ideas or to turn children into puppets copied down from themselves. Rather, to boot, the point of education is to guide, like a lamp that only needs to shine a moment of light. It's enough to get kids to see what they want from the darkness around them and step onto the path that they aspire to. On the way back, the boy was happy, chattering and fantasizing about becoming a doctor and saving many people. Save not only your own grandmother, but the grandmothers of others as well. Zhang Fan noticed that the boy never ate the candy he gave him. Why don't you eat candy? Candy is sweet and the kids in our class love it. Hey. No teacher, I'm going to leave the candy for Grandma. She'll love it too. It's okay. Then the teacher will give you another candy. One for you and one for Grandma. Jiao Xin. The boy only said he was in class A. Whether it was a small class, or a medium class, Zhang Fan wasn't sure. Asked 2 grade-level teachers, neither of whom were the boy's teachers. Even the kindergarten doesn't have a teacher named Wang. Zhang Fan was a bit puzzled until the boy crossed that small black room and walked to where his class was. His class. There's no boys. Could it be a mistake? Teacher, this is my class. The boy walked into the classroom with a look of conviction, looking at Zhang Fan with admiration and respect. Zhang Fan looked at the boy who had already walked into his class and followed with confidence. The boy seemed to know his way around the classroom and walked straight to an empty seat and sat down. Looking at Zhang Fan, he revealed a strange smile. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely become a doctor. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Fan's mind was in a trance. His memories came as if a floodgate had been released, and the back of his head was swollen and painful. Mr. Zhang? Yes, I'm Mr. Zhang. I'm Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan opened his eyes and flashed a hint of realization. The classroom in front of him disappeared. The class, the boy disappeared. A room full of clutter came into view. Broken brooms, rusty metal frames, dusty buckets. In the corner of the house, a dry, skinny corpse cowered there in a silent mass. Its waxy, dry skin wrinkled, its eyeball-less sockets facing the wooden door, and the expression on its face bizarre and horrifying. Its ghost student Zhao Xin. Zhang Fan sighed and took out the toy car from the space. Gently walked up and placed the toy car in the arms of the dry corpse. The toy car was worn and the blue shell looked a little old. But, was a toy given by his grandmother before she passed away? And was the only toy Zhao Xin had? Perhaps Zhao Xin had been waiting for this toy. The toy carries the scent of his grandmother, as if she is with him at all times. After putting the toys away, Zhang Fan noticed something that seemed to be clenched in the dryad's hands. A bright flash of light. It's candy from him. Zhang Fan was flabbergasted and stopped in place for a long time. Suddenly, Zhang Fan smiled faintly as the sour emotions in his heart released. Zhao Xin doesn't need toys anymore. As promised in the dream, Grandma picked him up. Zhao Xin meets his favorite grandmother. With Grandma, together in a world free of disasters and illnesses, where there are lots of toys. Chapter 182 Accompanying the Dearest. A mutation appears. 1/4. Zhang Fan quietly closed the door behind him and smiled. The heavy emotions in his heart relieved a lot. The ghost students behind him were a little confused when they saw Zhang Fan come out. They clearly saw something in this room. So why did Mr. Zhang just go in for a moment and then come out? Jishui cocked his head, pointed to the utility room, and opened his mouth. Mr. Jiang, I can feel Zhao Xian's breath. He seems to be inside. Well, you feel right. Then Mr. Jiang, why doesn't he come out? With us. Jiang Fan shook his head and spread his hands. It's already with its favorite ghost. We can't scatter them, can we? Can't. Ji Shui shook his head and let out a playful grin. His little face white as the white fleshworms on his body shook off in unison like rain. Just like the bad gardener. Can't distract me from Mr. Jiang. Well, it won't. Jiang Fan smiled and nodded, looking at the staircase that led to the top floor, his eyes revealing gravity. The higher one went, the greater the pressure became, as if it were a tidal wave, gradually squeezing the last of the air out of the air. Roars, loud crashing sounds, kept coming. It was as if above there was some horrible great battle going on. Up one floor, I'm afraid, is where the gardener is. Jiang Fan flickered his eyes and raised his hand to beckon, taking away the few ghost students with the most ghostly power and allowing the remaining little ghosts to stay on this floor. In the meantime, outside, the sights of all the countries no longer stayed within Jiang Fan's live broadcast in the Great Summer Country. Instead, it looked to the live streams of the chosen of several small nations that usually had a weak presence. Heated debates are taking place in high places, while the public looks on in disbelief. Looking at the sudden shocking change in the live broadcast, his pupils suddenly shrunk, as if he had seen something 10,000 times more terrifying. The chosen ones in these broadcasts didn't do anything major. No shenanigans either. Since they were unable to enter the Scarlet World, most of the chosen slept in peace. However, just a moment ago, there was a quiet rattling in the house. The one clock hanging on the wall turned at some point. 1 second. 2 seconds. Thud. Go under the number 12. Click. The wooden clock suddenly popped open. A chain protruded from it, and a puppet child with a backpack twisted its limbs and walked out stiffly and slowly. With the appearance of puppets, the whole world began to change. The vision outside the window disappeared. No more shenanigans passing through. In its place were brightly lit lamps and rows of large trees. From being empty, some furniture appeared in a flash in the dormitory, wooden tables, bookcases, even a closet shoe rack. All the eerie sights disappeared and became ordinary, with no air of danger. The sleeping chosen one on the bed, with his original clothes turned into a long black coat, as if it was a teacher who was sleeping soundly. But the colors are gone. The big tree outside the window, the lighted lamp, the bookcase, the bed, all turned black and white. The change was only momentary, like a photograph going through time, black and white eroding every bit of it. When the crowd came back to their senses, the scene in the live broadcast room had long since turned upside down. Looking at the chosen one on the bed, especially in that long black coat, it seems, it's the birthday suit. Click dash. The clock is still turning. Gollum. The puppet child on the clock reaches the top of the chain and his head suddenly falls off, gurgling and rolling under the bed in the silence of the room. The camera on the live feed followed the head and moved to the bottom of the bed. The head made of puppets gurgled and gurgled, stained with a black liquid that seemed to touch something and stop rolling. Even though the broadcast was black and white, the crowd got a good look at the pile under the bed. Puppet head after puppet head was piled up, and in the center of the puppet heads was a head with a withered face, long hair that wraps around the puppet, hollow eyes, a twisted smile, and yellowed hair that seemed to have existed under the bed for a long, long time. Outside, seeing this scene, the pop-up screens of these chosen ones' live broadcasts went silent, as if the air had frozen. Whiskers and thumps erupted. Mom, 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 pop-up screen cover. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These chosen ones are gone. Not only did the bedrooms change, but bodies appeared under the beds. Help! Why are these the only chosen ones to show change? Black and white. Black and white is the netherworld. Am I the only one concerned about the woman? It's scary, but the woman could be a very important clue. A few of the chosen appeared to take such a strange turn. The people of their countries were so distraught that the planes out of the country were instantly full. With such a change, it was clear to all of them that the country's chosen one would never be able to pass. The rest of the countries, on the other hand, are expediting their investigations as to why this situation has arisen. After some elimination, the countries were surprised. The chosen ones whose rooms had seen horrific changes had all more or less made the same choice at one time or another. None of them are in the right activity room. There are chosen ones who have not had such a scene even if they were correct only once. It is wrong not to follow the curriculum. It will be contaminated. This conclusion, like a virus, spread from country to country, and many countries had a cold chill on their backs. Not entering the correct activity room gets you contaminated. So, what about the chosen ones who only enter the room once? Could also be contaminated? Done. Strange talk groups in various countries are in despair, breaking down the odds that his chosen one would survive. The more you count, the more alarmed your heart becomes, especially the chosen nation, which only gets it right once, is lost. Will it be their country's chosen one who has problems tomorrow? Countries that have gotten it right twice are excited. According to the projections, after tomorrow, this weird talk will be over. Friday night or whatever doesn't exist, while other countries are bewildered. The hearts of the people of the Great Summer Kingdom relaxed slightly. Their country Jiangfan all have access. Do not have to worry. Two strange tales copy victories. That's a little bit of confidence. But soon, the people of Daxia began to worry as well. Weird Tales Group. Wei Jian looked at Jiangfan, who had come to the last floor, and his body tensed up. Looking at the heaven-destroying and terrifying scene of the live broadcast, the atmosphere did not dare to take a breath. The eyes suddenly shrunk, and kept turning around in place, nervous and helpless. The five senses were tightly zushed together in tears. Jiangfan, let's hurry down. Don't continue. Chapter 183, Signing the Scarlet Blackboard Eraser. The little ghost is you. 2/4. Jiangfan carefully crossed the steps, holding his breath. Even his heartbeat was put to its slowest. The ghostly aura on the fourth floor was so great that even he had already felt it. A strong sense of suffocation, and a sense of deathly crisis aggravated within him. Were all climbing. He was, at the moment, right next to the head gardener, just less than 10 meters away. Jiangfan looked at the last room in the corridor, his heart palpitating. That's the toilet. What should have been a white wall is now overflowing with blood. Frantic roars, mournful screams, and mangled limbs kept splashing out. The hard wall, shattered and cracked, and slowly returned to its original form in the next second. The blood-colored gases all around had thickened to black, a pitch-black mass like ink, filling the deepest part of the corridor. The gravity surrounding Jiangfan, even the ghost students behind him couldn't help but take a step back, completely devoid of their previous mischievous vigor. There's something that scares them. Toilet, it's Helen Liang, and the head gardener, too, is in the restroom. Looks like I guessed right. Ghost students who are not picked up on time by their parents and not sent to the director's office will awaken to consciousness in the Scarlet World, or rather, strengthen the ghost power. The normal world and the Scarlet World are like two branches that store the ghost power of the ghost students separately, suppressing it in order to achieve the effect of weakening the danger level of the ghost students. Now, Liang Heike was received by me in the teacher's dormitory, and as night fell, Liang Heike in the normal world stayed on campus and broke some kind of taboo, causing Liang Heike in the Scarlet World to recover and riot. Heike Liang. Jiangfan glanced at the end of the corridor and lowered his eyes to hide the emotions under his eyes. A mournful hiss, young and resentful, although he didn't know what Liang Heike was talking about. However, Jiangfan knew that Liang Heike was unwilling and wanted to try to escape there. Liang Heike completely lost the outside world like that. Quiet character, at the moment grumpy like a crazy beast, and because of that, it's possible to resist the head gardener. However, the sharp and miserable cries were fading, and Liang Heike couldn't hold out for long. Ghost power can withstand the gardener. This only too big weird. Heike, what has happened to you to make you have such a big ghost power? Wait for me. Soon. It's time. Wait for me. Jiangfan murmured, his eyes filled with complex emotions, but the pace of his feet did not stop. Since, at the moment, he couldn't go about interfering with this trapped pressure. He could only try to improve his strength. Jiangfan quickly walked into one classroom after another, searching for clues that might exist at the same time. Inwardly turning on the sign-in. Ding! Classroom A signed in successfully, obtaining happiness memoir fragment *1. Ding! Classroom B signed in successfully and received a bloody blackboard eraser. Ding! Successful check-in to the activity room. Get a chance to prompt X1. Scarlet eraser, metal casing hits skull, piercing skin, sucking fresh blood. When throwing, strength plus 200%. 50% chance to leave a non-recoverable scar that weakens the target's body. Scarlet chalkboard eraser and chalk can be combined and used together. Pieces of the happy memoirs came to the surface as well. I heard that a new hospital has opened in the city, which cured many diseases. I wonder if it can cure the child's disease, but the cost to $1 million. Dad also began to cough up. The body is getting worse and worse. I advised him to go to the hospital to see. He always do not go. Sometimes I am very angry. Dad is too stubborn. Obviously there are ways to become rich, but just do not use. I have to persuade him, even for the sake of the child. 4. Myself. Sure enough, their child, which is Lu Wenlai, is sick. However, Dad, that is, the old head gardener also seems to be ill. Is this the key to alternating between the old and new head gardener? This fragment of memoir verified Jiangfan's suspicions. Perhaps it is a family history. After all, the last word. For my own sake, I, too, may have it. The ending is fixed. Lu Wonlai dies, and according to the trajectory, the old gardener will most likely die due to his condition as well, and I, too, could not escape death, because I, too, suffer from the disease. Zhang Fan collected the fragments and walked out of the activity room. The layout of the Scarlet World was very similar to the outside world, but there was one thing: the head gardener's office was not on the first floor, but on the top floor. Zhang Fan looked at the tightly closed door, which was exactly the same as the wooden door of the head gardener's office he had seen outside. Immediately after that, take out the master key, insert it into the door lock, and gently twist it open. There was a click. The wooden door was opened. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief and carefully pushed open the wooden door. Just as he was about to enter the office, a loud noise emanated from a short distance away. Bang 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 dash. It seemed extremely angry. It seemed, having discovered Zhang Fan's face changed. It was the head gardener. Through the corner of his eye, deep in the corridor, an eerie face was clearly visible floating, spliced and twisted from different faces. It was now staring angrily over. His body crumbled and a powerful ghostly force came towards Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took a step back. His face turned pale and sweat dripped down quickly, like a mountain pressing down. The air around him became thin and he couldn't breathe. Kid, it's you! The different features of the gardener's face crumpled into a ball, and he let out several weird and horrible voices. Children, old people, women, voices sharp and straight to the soul. At this moment, Zhang Fan seemed to be gazed at by thousands of people. Crisis, descend. Chapter 184 Office Sign-In. Unknown key. 3/4. Discovered. Opening the gardener's office will be noticed by the gardener. Zhang Fan strongly stabilized his body, wanting to turn around and run backwards, but the great pressure made the whole body stiffen up. Zhang Fan was unable to move, much less escape. The ghost students brought behind them were a bit better than Zhang Fan. They didn't vanish. Instead they wanted to reach out and pull Zhang Fan, but to no avail. As he watched the gardener about to step out, the huge figure had surfaced. Just this moment, a young face emerged from the depths of the hallway. Weeping features, red eyes, greenish-purple skin, horrifying, flying hair as if it were sharp needles, emitting a sharp chill. It's Helen Liang. Liang Heike glanced at Zhang Fan without saying anything, opened her mouth wide and ruthlessly tore at the gardener's eyes, stretching out her miserable little hand, seemingly pulling at something, only to see that the gardener who was about to walk out was instantly plunged into darkness and disappeared hidden in the black shadows. Damn you! From the dark shadows came the growl of the gardener, followed by a violent crash, as if dropping something and slamming it against the wall, hitting his head. In the meantime, the pressure on Zhang Fan's top disappeared and his figure regained control. Liang Heike remembered him and bought Zhang Fan time to escape. Zhang Fan's face suddenly changed, listening to the increasingly weak screams. Gritting his teeth, without half a moment's hesitation, he violently pushed open the wooden door and inwardly opened the signing. Only by signing on can we build up our strength and deal with the gardener. Talent. Save ghost student Heike Liang. Ding. The director's office check-in was successful, and you've been awarded the unknown key. The results of the check-in were a bit disappointing to Zhang Fan. The items signed in Scarlet World are much better than in the normal world, and the gardener, being the biggest creep in this copy, is in a location office that actually only signed for a key. Zhang Fan didn't think too much and ran after signing in. Subconsciously glance at the director's office as you leave the office. The gardener's office was simply furnished, except for some bookshelves, which were desks. The top of the desk is cluttered and dusty. On the floor, there was also a yellowed photo scattered about, seemingly discarded there at random. A photo? There seems to be a few people standing on it. I think he's seen a similar photo that was inside the box containing the graduation photos. The first photo, the blurry one, looks a lot like this one. Zhang Fan frowned, putting the sudden thoughts in his thoughts mind behind him, and once again accelerated the pace of his feet. Almost like a step of 3 steps, Zhang Fan descended to the 3rd floor in the blink of an eye. Although the speed was extremely fast, but there was still no way to avoid the growing sense of crisis. Liang Heike can't be involved for long. Zhang Fan inwardly said that it was not good, and could only use nearly all his strength to accelerate and run. The willpower on the system panel stormed red. His willpower had reached the top at this moment. Just as they descended to the 1st floor, the entire school building suddenly shook violently, and countless tiles and vines fell off, as if the entire world was shaking. Zhang Fan's heart leaked, creeped out in this moment, and his blood stopped flowing. The head gardener came out. Zhang Fan's face changed and he jumped into the blood river without even turning his head. The group of ghost students behind him ran even faster than he did, and countless amounts of blood boiled up and tumbled. raging beyond measure. Mom had finished summoning yesterday and the cooldown hadn't ended yet. If the head gardener catches him, he's afraid he'll be in danger of dying 10 deaths. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from up ahead. As Jiang Fan escaped, it gradually became clearer. It's a human skin drum. In the river of blood, Dong Kaiga's large corpse was soaked and swollen, drifting down the river like a small boat, his hand constantly clapping the bone bell, one after another. And behind Dong Kaiga, a rotting corpse, like a zombie, eerily followed Dong Kaiga, looking at the human skin and bone bells with a bizarre look on its face. Ghost student Dong Gage saw Jiang Fan, and his hand that was tapping the bone bell stopped, handing it out. Take the bone bells and get away from the school building. Also, tomorrow night, at about the same point in time that the riot appeared tonight, take the bone bell and hide in the safest place possible and keep ringing. Try to avoid the teachers' dormitories when you are ringing. Ghost student Dong Gage was a bit bewildered, but also realized what was going on and nodded, leading a bunch of ghost students and wandering over to the teacher's dormitory. Dong Gage's control over the blood river was number 1, although his ghostly power was not even compared to Ji Shui. However, with the power of the blood river, not to mention fending off the gardener, there was still no problem escaping safely. With Dong Armorson leading the ghost students, as well as using the human skin and bone bell to attract the ghost teachers, Jiang Fan's level of danger in facing the ghost teacher was greatly reduced without the ghost teacher's watchful eye. At the same time, the gardener is targeting him, and as long as he doesn't run away with the ghost student, then the chances of the ghost student's safety are improved. Jiang Fan took out the Styx water drops that he had signed up for in the pool, corrupting everything in the world and hiding countless sins. One drop can be transformed into several paths, equivalent to any door. For the rest of the chosen, there are 2 days left before the end of the replica. And for Jiang Fan, after going out, there was only one last day. Friday school hours will most likely be the end of the replica. With 1 day left tomorrow, Jiang Fan still couldn't reveal his identity as a teacher. Otherwise, there would be no way back for him. Yesterday, relying on my mom, I learned that the entrance to the park was a path to the normal world, while not revealing my identity. And today, mommy time isn't done cooling off. Based on the speed of the gardener yesterday, Jiang Fan would not be able to successfully reach the entrance of the park again with the gardener in pursuit. However, Jiang Fan didn't intend to go out from the entrance of the park either. He was going to go back from the teacher's dormitory, exit through the park entrance and you will emerge outside the campus. Because the ghost student, Liang Haiki, had not been picked up, Jiang Fan was not sure if there would be any unpredictable changes due to Liang Haiki. All he had to do was flee in the direction of the janitor's office, so that the gardener would be under the mistaken impression that he was heading out toward the entrance of the park. Ostensibly, he went out of there, again, as a young child. What's this got to do with Mr. Jiang in the normal world? It's clearly about him as a child. Chapter 185 Styx Water Drops. Liang Haiki has disappeared. Plus 4/4 for Little Crown. The Styx water droplet was icy cold, and rather than being a drop of water, it was more like a piece of ice in the shape of a water droplet. Jiang Fan had a premonition that as soon as he crushed it, it would do what the Styx droplets were supposed to do. However, it's not working right now. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth. He had to run a little farther to make sure that the head gardener wouldn't realize that he had appeared in the teacher's dormitory when he used the Styx River water drops. Bang! Bang! Bang dash! There was an angry roar from behind him, and the head gardener's voice was getting closer. You won't get away with it, kid. You're the one who let them all out. I'm going to trap you too. Chop that woman up, along with her. Jiang Fan didn't reply, concentrating on running in the direction of the janitor's room, trying to speed up his own pace. The gardener was furious and berserk. His small mountain-like body was terrifying, splashing the river of blood in waves. In a jiffy, in just a few seconds, it reached behind Jiang Fan. Now, Jiang Fan's hand exerted force and crushed the droplets of Styx River held in his palm. With a click, the water droplets cracked, and the coldest of coolness passed through his palm and spread throughout his body. As if he had telepathy, Jiang Fan was able to see that several black lines appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The black line was dark and gloomy, like the stream of water drawn from the yellow springs of the region, containing countless sins on earth, densely floating in the air, connecting through the whole happy kindergarten. Countless black lines connect and entwine, each one a path to the unknown. Jiang Fan was able to sense that the level of ferocious crisis of some of the paths was so terrifying that a slight glance would be like falling into an abyss. Only, it was as if these paths had an unreadable diaphragm, and Jiang Fan was unable to choose. He could only choose the path to any location in the Scarlet World. Jiang Fan turned his head back and looked at the garden manager who was close at hand. A terrifying figure with an extraordinarily angry countenance pieced together by several faces. Opening his mouth, he didn't speak. A few words bubbled silently out in the shape of his mouth. See you soon. This was followed by a swift tug on the black cord that led to the teacher's dormitory. Next, the scene in front of him shifted, and the irascible head gardener was gone, replaced by a grimy, white burial mound. In his ears, there was a loud roar. Kid, aha! Zhang Fan raised a smile and pushed open the wooden door. Walking into the dormitory, the classroom bedrooms revealed an unnatural red light, shining in from the blood-colored world outside the windows. Zhang Fan swept around the dormitory room without any abnormalities. But, soon, frowning, Heki Liang, the ghost student, who was hugging and gnawing on the meat, was gone. After searching in vain, Zhang Fan could only guess that Liang Heike had refreshed and gone back. The Liang Heike in the Scarlet World was suppressed, and the Liang Heike in the normal world, naturally, could not exist within the teacher's dormitory. Zhang Fan glanced at the blood-colored world outside the window. The windows faced the school building, and the hearts that grew all over the walls were like blood-red suns, appalling with every contraction. At the top of the school building, the riot had disappeared. Zhang Fan shook his head. The only key he had signed in the office was a key. The key, the master key he has. What do you need this key for? I was expecting to sign something good, like an assault weapon like a ruler, or a replacement doll, a chalkboard eraser. I didn't realize that it's merely the most common within the rank of signed items. This made Zhang Fan a bit confused. The original plan was to rescue the ghost student Lu Wenlai, to use Lu Wenlai to determine the position of the old gardener in the Scarlet World, and to induce the old gardener to have to come forward to help him. With the help of the class's 30 ghost students, and the ghost parents outside the Scarlet World campus, they might be able to crush the head gardener. But now, room 13 won't open. Lu Wenlai can't be rescued, and the old gardener's path is gone. Among the students, ghost student Zhao Xian is trapped by the head gardener and can't wake up, or Zhao Xian voluntarily doesn't want to wake up. Ghost student Heike Liang was seriously injured in order to delay him, the outcome of which is unknown. The ghost parents who went to try at 4 o'clock. The ghost parents were hostile to the teacher, and Zhang Fan was even less able to communicate. By letting the ghost parents in, Zhang Fan was afraid that he would most likely suffer the wrath of the ghost parents. Oh, don't go ahead of yourself if you don't get rid of the head gardener by then. Why don't we communicate properly tomorrow? However, tomorrow is the last day to enter the Scarlet World, and if the communication is unsuccessful, then the chain will be dropped. Ghost parent. I remember reasoning about that before. The hopscotch game? Zhang Fan gazed in thought as a flash of light flashed through his mind. Based on the hints the country had sent earlier, the hopscotch game pass answers and the various voice dialogues, he had reasoned. It's possible that the game of hopscotch isn't being played in a fantasy world. Instead, it takes place in the world outside of the happy kindergarten. If that's true, he might be able to communicate the possible presence of a ghost parent while playing the game. Perhaps, instead of placing all my hopes in the possibility of a fake ghost parent tomorrow, I should play a game of hopscotch and look for another method of communication that may exist. A scene of young faces flashed through Zhang Fan's mind. Ji Shuai's bug, Zhao Xian's dream, Dong Kaigas river of blood, and Li Qihong's medicine bottle. Also, the way Helen Liang ripped into the head gardener. Well, we can try it tomorrow. The pass answers are all there. There's no harm in trying. Try it and you may find an opportunity. Instead, abandon my students and opt for the easy pass.